Family, who could have imagined? I actually pierced Lin's heart with my own hands, but the story has to rewind back to after the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge. In the hospital, I merged my soul and learned the plot of Naruto, determined to change my fate. I was then assigned to the AwakensMangekyo battlefield, where I developed a fear of Chidori during battle, and then my guy appeared. He even went to report me to the third Hokage. Let me tell you, in that moment my mind just exploded. My hand still felt that warm and sticky sensation. The light of Chidori crackled in my hands, but the guy on the other side had already had his heart pierced through by me. At that time, I had only one thought. Here we go again. I killed Lin with my own hands again. Hey, stop. The story didn't start like this. We need to rewind to the source of all tragedy. Let me tell you, at that time, I had just gone through the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge and was lying in the forest like a rag doll, unconscious. Next to me were a bunch of corpses, and Lin, who was already cold. My left eye, the Sharingan given to me by Obito, had dried blood tears leaving marks. At that moment, my teacher, Minato Namake's, the yellow flash, appeared in a flash. Goodness, when he saw the mess around, his face turned pale and his fist clenched so tightly that I could hear the bones cracking from afar. He muttered, "I'm sorry, I arrived late again," and picked up both me and Lin, disappearing with a flying thunder god technique. He didn't know that after he left, a figure in the shadows, my dead brother Obito, was watching everything, his entire worldview shattered and twisted away. When I woke up again, I was already in the Konoha hospital. The ward was empty, just me. I tried to exert myself, and my left eye's Sharingan with 3 Tomo spun wildly, directly evolving into a Mangekyo. Fortunately, this time I didn't faint like in the original plot. Speaking of which, you might ask, how do I know about the original plot? This has to start from when I was in a coma. In my own consciousness space, it was pitch black, and suddenly a blue light appeared, a whole soul app. It opened its mouth to spoil the plot, saying Lin could be revived, and Obito could be brought back as well. At that moment, my heart was as dead as ashes, and I didn't want to believe anyone. As a result, that guy saw me like a dull gourd and got anxious, saying, "Oh, I don't have much time. The plot is too complicated to explain. Come on, let's merge. You'll send a strategy directly to your brain." Merge? Why does that term sound so familiar? Before I could react, that blue light whooshed and drilled into my body. Family, who understands? I suddenly had a manga called Naruto in my head. From the Kanabi Bridge to Lin's death, then to the Nine Tails chaos, Uchiha, the Moon's Eye plan. Goodness, I was directly spoiled to the ending. It turned out that my life was just a large reality show, and the director was that old Uchiha Madara. I was so furious at that moment that I wished I could scatter Madara's ashes right now. Merging with his soul not only gave me the script, but also enhanced my mental strength and chakra otherwise. With my small frame, activating a Mangekyo would probably have caused me to crash on the spot. Now, it was different. I felt ready. I had to bring my love-struck brother Obito back before the Nine Tails chaos happened. My teacher Minato knows a bit about martial arts. Just right at that time, we could enter the Kamui space together, physically persuade him, and even if we had to beat him up, we'd drag him back to Konoha. Just as I was thinking, my teacher's wife, Kushina, came to bring me food. Looking at her always sunny energy and her careful care for me, I felt so warm inside. No, Minato-sensei and Kushina, as well as Naruto, Kakashi, have to change your destinies too. A week later, I was discharged from the hospital, and the third Hokage immediately summoned me. When I arrived at the Hokage's office, Minato-sensei was also there. The third, that old fox, smiled like a Mithril Buddha and started to ask about my health. I thought to myself, haha, but said, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your concern. I'm in great shape and ready to go to the front lines at any time." Minato-sensei then came over and said that the third had decided to transfer me to the Umbu, directly to the AwakensMangekyo battlefield. Upon hearing this, I understood he was worried I would develop PTSD after losing my teammates, wanting me to change my mood by going to the battlefield and simultaneously assess my abilities. "All right, I'll go." With a wave of his hand, my new teammates from the A team came in. We received equipment at the Umbu headquarters, and there were no strength tests or team-building exercises after all, with my reputation as a Sharingan hero and Yellow Flash's disciple. Who would dare question it? The next day, we set off directly. After a few days of rushing, we bumped into 2 teams of AwakensMangekyo ninjas in the forest at the border. On the opposite side were 2 Chunin and 6 Chunin on our side. Counting me, we had 2 Chunin, 1 special Chunin, and 2 elite Chunin. 5 against 8, no problem, quick battle. With a glance exchanged, the next second, we directly engaged in combat. Ninjutsu was flying everywhere, and swords were flashing. I seized an opportunity, taking advantage of the mist created by the collision of water and fire jutsu, sneaking up behind a Chunin and sent him off to meet the sage of the 6 paths with a kunai. However, another Chunin reacted quickly, shouting, "Over here," and swung a blade at me. Just as I blocked him, something went wrong with our team. One teammate, already injured, couldn't dodge a ground spike and was pierced by another Awagakure ninja who emerged from the ground. Our captain, Sister Orange, used Lightning Release, Lightning Rod, to control the ambushing bastard, and another teammate followed up with a finishing blow, avenging our fallen comrade. But we were also delayed. Those Awagakure ninjas were clearly using our teammates as bait. I was just about to use Chidori to take out the two in front of me to provide support when I suddenly felt a strong wind coming from the side. An Awagakure Junin, with a heavy rock fist, sent me flying. Goodness, these guys had their eyes on me. Well, after all, I was carrying the ID Kakashi Hitaki, which was a well-known name in Awagakure. Fine, if you want to play, it'll play with you to the end. I activated my Sharingan, brandished my Umbu short blade, and engaged them in combat. After dozens of exchanges, I caught a flaw, my hand glowing blue, Chidori. With a PU, that familiar penetrating sensation, the warm liquid splattered on my hand. I froze. The Chidori in my hand instantly dissipated as I looked at my blood-soaked right hand, my mind flooded with images of that rainy night, with Lin falling down. It was over. I developed a fear of the strength ninjutsu I had created with my own hands. At that moment of my days, the surviving Chunin opposite had his eyes brightened, quickly forming hand seals, and the expression on his face was practically screaming, "I'm going to solo kill Kakashi and reach the pinnacle of my life." However, just as his ninjutsu was about to hit my face, a pair of big feet in green tights fell from the sky, directly kicking that guy away. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Hearing that overly dramatic slogan and seeing that iconic green jumpsuit and mushroom head, I was shocked. My guy, my lifelong rival. Oh no, my lifelong enemy. How could he be here? Kakashi, be careful. Guy, with his back to me, struck a flashy starting pose, and that outfit that was hard to look at somehow exuded a sense of reliability at this moment. I was stunned. Guy, weren't you at the Mist Village battlefield? I remembered the last time I saw him was when he was on a mission with Lin. Later, I heard that his father, Might Dewey, opened the 8th gate and defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen, saving his life. Before I could think too much, Guy had already rushed up to fight that Chunin who had lost a few teeth from the kick. I quickly regained my composure, and with their passionate combo attack, we sent that guy off. When we finished here and turned around, I saw that Sister Orange and the others had also finished. Noera Rin and Ebisu had also arrived at some point, stepping over several Wagakure corpses. Akai, that lively guy, immediately gave Orange a thumbs up when they met, his teeth shining as he said, "Of course." He was defeated by the fiery combination technique of me and Kakashi. This made Orange and the others roll their eyes, probably thinking about how such a quirky character came out of Konoha. After a few casual greetings, we learned they had just completed a mission and were preparing to return to the village, so we parted ways. On the way, I kept looking at my right hand with a heavy heart. That guy Kai might seem rough around the edges, but he's actually very perceptive. He must have noticed something was off with me. Sure enough, once they returned to Konoha, Akai finished reporting the mission and stayed behind to report to the 3rd Hokage. He recounted how I suddenly vanished with Chidori and was caught off guard by an ambush, causing the old fox's expression to turn serious. He then informed him about how I had accidentally killed Rin. When Akai stepped out of the Hokage building, he looked dazed. After thinking for a while, he glanced at his father's portrait and suddenly had an epiphany. To deal with someone as reserved and proud as me, the simplest method was to challenge me to a duel. He would use his burning youth to warm my wounded heart. Yes, this is a lifelong rival and bond. As for me, after returning to the village and reporting the mission, I didn't go straight home, but detoured to Kushina-san's house. I got straight to the point. Kushina-san, I want to temporarily seal my Sharingan. I made up an excuse, saying the Sharingan consumed too much chakra, like a rogue software stealing bandwidth, affecting my overall chakra growth. I wanted a sealing technique that I could turn on and off at will. Kushina-san thought it made sense and told me to come back the next day for her to look into it. Then her eyes lit up. "Come in and have dinner." I made food. I felt a chill run down my back. No way. Kushina-san's dark cooking? Well, I guess it would be the price for the sealing technique. And guess what? Her cooking had improved dramatically. It was worlds apart from 6 months ago. I ate my fill and agreed to come back tomorrow. That night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, pondering over Chidori. That guy Kishimoto is drawing manga. Who understands the pain in my heart? In the end, I realized that I cannot give up on the 1,000 birds technique. It is essential for my survival and for protecting my teammates. I must overcome this mental demon. The next day, I arrived at Aunt Kushina's house on time. Aunt Kushina stood in front of me and told me to open my Sharingan and not blink. I was about to make a joke, saying something like not to pity me just because I'm a delicate flower, but I almost got sidetracked by the soul from my previous life in my mind. Thankfully, my mask was thick, so my face's collapse was not visible. Seal release. Aunt Kushina completed 108 hand seals in 1 minute, pointing a finger at my left eyebrow. It was such a sharp pain. Black runes crawled all over my face, eventually forming an Yin-Yang Bawa diagram on my left eye, and my Sharingan instantly dimmed. As soon as the seal was completed, I immediately felt different. The chakra in my body surged up, and where I used to have at most 1 card, now I had at least 5. Who understands the joy of being fully charged, my friends? And this isn't even the limit. I can continue to cultivate. For the entire day, I practiced the unsealing and sealing of this technique at Aunt Kushina's house. By evening, I finally managed to grasp it, albeit barely. I even thought of a brilliant idea. In the future, I would pull down my forehead protector to cover my left eye, and during fights, I could lift the protector and seamlessly unseal it. It would be incredibly cool. Who says I cover my eye to show off? This is called strategy. I spent a few more familiar days at home. On the 5th day, the 3rd Hokage's mission came again. That evening, the 4 of us set off for the rock-hidden battlefield once more. Just as I was about to go on the mission, Teacher Minato returned as well. He went straight to the Hokage building to report to the 3rd about the situation in the Cloud Village. In short, the old man Inoki from the Rock Village suddenly went crazy and sent 10,000 ninjas to sneak attack the Cloud Village, causing the 3rd Raikage to die from exhaustion. Now, the newly appointed 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village is the son of the 3rd Raikage, who probably has revenge on his mind against the Rock Village. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage was delighted, saying that now we have less pressure and can focus on driving the remaining rock ninjas out. The two exchanged compliments, and just as Teacher Minato was about to leave, the 3rd called him back and mentioned my situation, specifically my difficulty using Chidori. When Teacher Minato heard this, he fell silent and sighed. The 3rd asked him to pay attention to my mental health when I returned. When Minato got home, Kushina was overjoyed to see him. After some affectionate moments, he asked about my recent situation. Kushina told him about my request for the sealing technique and said that I was learning quickly and should be quite proficient by now. As for anything else, she didn't notice anything unusual. However, I must say, when Teacher Minato heard what Sister Kushina said, his expression darkened immediately. He told Kushina that the 3rd Hokage had talked to him and mentioned that I now have a psychological shadow regarding Chidori and don't dare to use it. They both fell silent, and the atmosphere was heavy. I could imagine Teacher Minato feeling quite guilty. Not only them, but the 3rd Hokage was also pondering over my situation in his office. In his view, I am Teacher Minato's top disciple and the future strongest right-hand man of the 4th Hokage. He was calculating that when I grow up, I would be the 2nd Yellow Flash, and at that time, Konoha would soar, punching the Cloud Village and kicking the Rock Village, becoming incredibly powerful. Therefore, no matter what, he had to pull me out of the shadow and not let this good seedling grow crooked. The scene shifted, and I had already arrived at the border of the Land of Fire with my team, which was the same place where we fought at the Shinobi Bridge last time. On the opposite side were ninjas from the Mist Village. This time, besides our Umbu member Orange, there were several other ninjas, and among them were actually 2 Uchiha. Oh no, from the Uchiha clan. One of them, wow, looked even younger than me and introduced himself as Uchiha Shursui. As soon as I heard that name, I was energized. Jishui, although I don't know if he still holds that title now. The future big shot is right in front of me. How can I not be excited? I was sizing him up, and he was staring back at me with those big eyes, full of arrogance, almost as if he wanted to write genius on his face. After all, I'm 12 and he's 10, both having made a name for ourselves on the battlefield. Anyone looking at the other would think they could get along, but deep down, they believe they are even better. Just as I entered the tent to change my gear, Jishui spoke up directly. You're the one who blew up the Shinobi Bridge. Kakashi, right? I've long admired your name. His tone carried a hint of curiosity, but more of a desire to clash with me. I could see clearly that this kid was holding a lot of energy inside. He was thinking, if you Hataki Kakashi can achieve success, why can't I, Uchiha Jishui? He probably had some new technique he was eager to try out. As soon as our eyes met, we understood each other in an instant. Orange saw us come out after changing clothes and immediately gave the order. Let's go. This time, the mission was to flank and launch a surprise attack on a team of fog-hidden individuals trying to escape, with intelligence indicating there were 20 people. We were racing through the misty forest, and our captain, Yamashita Akatsu, added beside us. The front line is short on manpower. Our team is cobbled together, and we need your umbu to make up a standard squad. One of the Uchiha guys perked up at this and snorted, "Don't worry, Captain Yamashita. Lord Fugaku has already given the orders. These mist village bastards think they can just fight and run away if they can't win? What do they take us for? A public restroom? Anyway, that's the situation. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were beaten badly before. And then Yagura took over and got crushed by Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan. Sensei Minato occasionally swoops in with the Flying Thunder God to catch them off guard, making them tremble in fear. Now that they want to run, we have to chase them down and take a piece for ourselves. We crept up to the edge of a dense forest and quietly lay in ambush for over an hour, finally waiting for that group of unfortunate fog-hidden fools to step right into the trap we had set. As soon as the signal sounded, the battle erupted instantly. Let me tell you, Shursui is really impressive. With a whoosh, he shot out a kunai, and the mist ninjas on the opposite side tried to block it. But the next second, I saw Shursui's eyes suddenly turn red, his Sharingan. The kunai in midair seemed to have eyes of its own, clanging and changing direction. And in an instant, 3 mist ninjas were taken out. Baka, it's a Uchiha. Someone on the opposite side shouted in surprise. Shursui sneered, only just realizing it? Too late. Taking advantage of the chaos in their formation, Shursui and I charged like 2 sharp blades straight into the heart of the enemy. With a few swift moves, we took down several nin. The J-nin on the opposite side finally reacted. A muscular guy rushed over to block Shursui, clearly furious, probably feeling humiliated by being outdone by a kid. This J-nin was named Rujin, and he was ready to face Shursui. Let me tell you, this guy was also quite seasoned. He appeared aggressive, but was actually already wary of Shursui's Jinjutsu, and the one charging at him was just a shadow clone. After just 2 exchanges, Shursui sensed something was off and wanted to retreat, but the real body emerged from underground, stabbing directly at Shursui's eyes. But who is Shursui? His reaction speed was simply absurd. When Rujin struck down, he felt something was wrong. He hit a wooden log. Substitution jutsu. In the mere fraction of a second that Rujin realized something was off and tried to pull back, Shursui had already switched positions at lightning speed. That hand speed was incredible. A nearby Miss Nin saw Shursui appear behind Rujin and was about to shout a warning when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Rujin heard the warning, ducked his head to avoid the attack, and his heart sank. He had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw another Shursui right in front of him, face to face, eye to eye. That pair of crimson Sharingan spun, and Rujin's world went black instantly. Almost simultaneously, the Nin who had just warned him felt a line of blood burst from his neck, as another Shursui appeared in front of him. Not just the 2 of them, but 4 or 5 other mist ninjas around them were all taken out at the same time by Shursui, who had appeared out of nowhere. Good heavens, the ground was littered with Shursui's shadow clones, each with the strength of the original, leaving those Nin completely defenseless. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and a vacuum zone cleared around Shursui. I understood right then. This was his newly developed ninjutsu, perfectly combining body flicker jutsu and jinjutsu, a pure dimensionality reduction strike, far ahead of the game in that version. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. We were filled with excitement, while the opposite side was consumed by fear. Those Miss Nin's legs went soft. What kind of joke was this? A 10-year-old kid, with strength at least equivalent to an elite J-nin? What were they supposed to do? Just give up. Our morale instantly soared. How can we lose with the Dragon Rider? Several teammates looked at me differently, as if to say, if Ji Shuei is this strong, then your Sharingan hero Kakashi must be even more amazing, right? I exchanged a glance with the Jonin Mizuru across from me, and without hesitation, we both drew our blades. Clang! Compared to Shursui's flashy instant kills, my style is straightforward and brutal, taking advantage of the opponent's force as I retreated. I even managed to kick over Chunin along the way, allowing my teammates to easily finish him off. That guy Mizuru saw me step back and obviously let out a sigh of relief, probably thinking the pressure of close combat with someone like me who has the Sharingan was too great. His mind was racing, and his hands didn't stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 water arrows flew out. 1 aimed at me, and 2 at my teammate who was entangled with someone else. This guy is playing the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, trying to force me to save my teammate. In that moment, I instantly teleported next to my teammate, pushed him down, dodged the water arrow, and countered with a blade that injured the hidden mist ninja who had ambushed him. Seeing this, Water Ninja B immediately launched another water technique to cover his teammate's retreat, while the injured ninja forcibly formed hand seals and unleashed a water release. Water severing wave. I reacted quickly, clapping my hands together. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Boom. A wall of earth rose up from the ground, blocking the water wave. The next second, I leaped directly from the top of the earth wall, with Chidori already charged in my hand, sending a crackling bolt of electricity straight toward Water Ninja B. He was taken aback by my momentum and panicked, quickly sending his recently retreated teammate to intercept me while he turned around to attack the middle ninja teammate I had just saved. Goodness. It seemed he had figured out the tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. My teammate was clever and immediately retreated to form seals, trying to buy time for me to ambush. But it was too late. The waterman bee opened his mouth, and a surging stream of water engulfed my teammate, then turned direction and came chasing after me with the hostage wrapped up. Meanwhile, his teammate, who came to die, had already been pierced through by my Chidori, leaving him cold to the core. As soon as I saw the situation, I understood. This old guy kept using his teammates as bait, and I was sure he wouldn't dare to go all out. So I pretended to be eager to save them while actually retreating, intentionally creating distance. When the water guy saw me run away, he was delighted and taunted. "What's wrong? Are you going to give up on your teammate?" This move is called water binding strangle. If you retreat any further, you will be dead. But then, the teammate wrapped in water suddenly spoke, and the voice was mine. "Really? Nanny?" The water guy was taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip, and the water mass immediately crushed the person inside into a puddle of blood. But then, with a bang, the mass of flesh turned into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone. The water guy's face turned pale, and then he looked at me, realizing it was bad. The distance. He desperately tried to retreat and form hand seals, but it was all too late. I had already anticipated his backup plan. With my Sharingan, I saw through his little moves clearly. I ducked under his last water technique, and the sharp cry of Chidori echoed through the forest. Puff! My hand pierced through his heart from behind. He looked at the hole in his chest in disbelief. How could it be so fast this time? I pulled my hand out expressionlessly. Don't you understand yet? From the moment I leaped out of the earth flow wall. The Chunin who stayed in place had already been replaced by my shadow clone. As for the first time using Chidori's speed, that was intentionally for you to see. You like to use hostages to your advantage, so I played along and used a fake flaw to bait you. Look, you let your guard down. I solved the water ninja, E, and returned to the main battlefield. Shui and the other teammates were shocked to see me come back completely unscathed. Their expressions said it all. As expected of you, Kakashi Hitaki. Shui looked at me with even more eagerness, probably itching to join in. On the opposite side, the Mist Ninja Squad went crazy when they saw their captain was gone and their only elite Janine was down. They began their desperate counterattack. But with Shui and me, along with the experienced team leaders below, we quickly changed our formation and engaged in battle. The ensuing scene was a bloody melee. Shui's body flicker technique was like he was hacking the game, slaughtering through the crowd. I had expended quite a bit of chakra earlier, so I held back a little. But let me tell you, thanks to the sealing techniques that Sister Kushina taught me, I kept my Sharingan sealed most of the time and only unleashed it during fights. What does this operation mean? It means every time I activate my eyes, I enter the battle in peak condition. My chakra lasts much longer now. So even though I was holding back, my strikes were still lethal. No one who faced me survived. The battle ended quickly, and we annihilated this overstaffed Mist Ninja Squad at a minimal cost, taking out a total of 28 people, 8 more than the intelligence report indicated. When we returned to the main camp, Orochimaru and Fugaku Uchiha reviewed the battle report and were very pleased with our performance. Especially Fugaku, who was overjoyed to hear that I had taken down that tricky ninja, Water Ninja E, claiming the guy had blood on his hand from many Uchiha clan members. Orochimaru, looking at the report, licked his lips with his long tongue, and that gaze made me uneasy. I knew he was interested in Shui's and my Sharingan. After the mission ended, we returned to Konoha the next day with the battle report. Just after submitting the mission, we ran into Teacher Minato at the entrance of the Hokage building. He said he came specifically to pick me up and invited me to his house for dinner, mentioning that Sister Kushina wanted to check on my sealing technique progress. Before I left, Teacher Minato handed me a bunch of basic sealing technique scrolls for me to practice on my own. Back at home, looking at those scrolls warmed my heart. The next day, I went to the training ground alone to assess my future path. First, the Mangekyo Sharingan is my trump card, but its side effects are too great for frequent use. Second, with sealing techniques, my chakra issues are resolved, and I need to prioritize developing Chidori Sharp Spear, and even Kirin. I also need to figure out how to create the Raijin armor. I can't neglect the family sword techniques. And I need to practice physical techniques with Guy, while also getting the 8 gates technique down. Once Teacher Minato becomes Hokage, I need to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. And then there's Sage technique. I'll tell you, I made a list for myself. An ultimate devil training plan. I have no choice. I know what will happen in the future. Obito, the Nine Tails Chaos, the deaths of Sensei Minato, and Lady Kushina. I must become stronger. Strong enough to change all of this. I even had some questionable thoughts, wondering if I could get some of Hashirama's cells, or capture White Zetsu, to send to Orochimaru for research, to see if it could solve the blindness side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although cooperating with Snake Uncle is like seeking a tiger's skin, for the sake of power, I have to risk it all. In the days that followed, I trained like a madman, focusing on reckless training. After a few months, I successfully developed the Chidori style, and my strength soared to the upper tier of elite J-Nin. On the battlefield, I earned a reputation as the bloody Cold Blade. Time seemed to speed up. Hiragakure was completely intimidated by Shursui and signed a peace treaty. Iwagakure also ceased hostilities after the decisive battle at the Kaiki Mountain. Only Kumogakure was still skirmishing with us at the border. The Third Great Ninja War ended in such a muddled way. The third Hokage resigned in shame for actively seeking peace with the defeated Iwagakure, and as a result, pushed Sensei Minato onto the throne of the fourth Hokage. Let me tell you, at that moment, when the third proposed it, the higher-ups, including Tsunade and the Mito clan, immediately agreed, and the Daime approved it on the spot. That old man Danzo's face turned green. He didn't even have a chance to say, "You will regret this." Wow, Sensei Minato was elated. He went home and told Sister Kushina about it. I tell you, Sister Kushina first didn't react, froze for 2 seconds, and then jumped on his Sensei Minato with a koala hug, almost knocking the future fourth Hokage down. Next came the inauguration ceremony, followed by a wedding, all happening at lightning speed. Because Sister Kushina's identity was special, the wedding was very low-key, inviting only a few close ones. Of course, as Sensei Minato's direct disciple, Kakashi Hitaki, had to be in the center of attention. As soon as the wedding ended, I didn't sit idle. I thoroughly studied the sealing technique scroll that Sister Kushina had given me, and I even developed a lightning release shadow clone. Although it consumes a lot of chakra, 2 clones is the limit. One day, Sensei Minato suddenly called me to his office. I thought to myself, it's probably because Sister Kushina is pregnant, and he wants me to be her bodyguard. Sure enough, Sensei Minato had an undisguised goofy smile on his face and said he was assigning me an S-rank long-term mission to protect Sister Kushina until she gives birth. As soon as I heard it, I thought the opportunity has come. If I don't speak now, it will be too late. I interrupted him right away. Teacher Mizuki, I have something very important to tell you. When Teacher Mizuki saw my expression, he realized I was serious. I asked him to clear the area and even set up the highest level of sealing barrier. He was a bit bewildered at the time, thinking, this is the Hokage building, who could eavesdrop? I told him, Teacher, you better brace yourself for what I'm about to say. I just spoke up. Uchiha Obito is still alive. Teacher Minato suddenly stood up. I continue to throw bombs. Moreover, Obito is not dead. He is right there with Madara. Rin's death was a scheme orchestrated by the two of them, with the purpose of provoking Obito to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I tell you at that time, Teacher Shumen's expression was like seeing a ghost, and the first reaction was impossible. Where did you hear that rumor? I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I lifted my mask and directly showed him the kaleidoscope in my left eye. Goodness, Teacher Obito was stunned. I guess his brain CPU was overheating. Seizing the opportunity, I began my pre-written script. When Rin died, Obito was right there watching. His kaleidoscope was also activated at that time. I just synced with it. Before I passed out, I heard Obito shout, "This is hell." Madara was right. I made this up. Who understands? Family? Half true and half false is the best. When Teacher Minato saw my evidence, he believed it almost entirely. After all, who can use Jinjutsu on someone with a kaleidoscope Sharingan? The logic is closed. He started to feel regret, saying it would have been better if he had arrived earlier. I quickly interrupted his spell casting. Teacher, don't think about it. They VE already calculated when you would arrive. It wouldn't help if you got there earlier. I also revealed that Obito's old lair might be under the Kamui Bridge. Upon hearing this, Teacher Minato immediately wanted to use Flying Thunder God to go there for a real fight. Wow, that startled me, so I quickly stopped him. Fortunately, he calmed down and thought that going there might easily alert the enemy, so he decided to temporarily suppress the matter. Then, the key point came. I took the opportunity to make a request. Teacher, in order to enhance my self-defense capability and better protect Kushina, could you teach me about your Flying Thunder God technique? Teacher Minato pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and agreed to teach. He then took me to the secret room where the sealing book was kept. Let me tell you, Teacher Minato is truly generous. He just left me there alone to copy it. This trust was incredible. How could I be polite? Once my Sharingan was activated, I used multiple shadow clones and impure world reincarnation. I copied everything useful. Consider it an internal benefit from a teacher. From that day on, I live a life of being a bodyguard for Sister Kushina during the day. Mainly my shadow clones were doing it, while my real body practiced hard in the small forest. After work, Teacher Minato also came to train with me. One of us researched wind release, Rasengan, while the other focused on my Chidori, Rasengan. Alright, he also taught me an ancestral reaction training method, which involved tying me to a tree and hitting me with a small rubber ball. Family, that scene was too beautiful for me to look at. After the practice, my whole body was almost purple. I vowed that if his son wanted to learn from me in the future, this training set must be done too, emphasizing that debts must be repaid by the next generation. Teacher Minato was also busy trying to build good relationships with Fugaku Uchiha, stuffing Uchiha people into the umbu, while also guarding against that old fox Danzo who might stab him in the back. Fortunately, after 2 months, I finally produced some results. My 1,000-bird spiral pill has been completed. I pressed against a giant rock, and to my surprise, the stone disappeared as if it were made of paper, leaving no trace behind. Its power is rated S, and so is its energy consumption. After using it 3 or 4 times in a battle, I'm completely drained. The next day, Teacher Minato came to the training ground and found that the large rock he planned to use for testing was gone, thinking it was haunted. While we were energetically building here, the villains were not idle either. Under the Shinbai Bridge, the old Uchiha Madara finally ran out of energy. Before dying, he called Obito over for a succession ceremony, saying from today on, "You are Uchiha Madara." After saying that, he passed away. Obito, with a blank expression, looked at Madara's corpse, then slowly turned around, picked up the large fan, and in a dramatically deep voice said, "From now on, I am Uchiha Madara." After that, he put on a tiger-striped mask, donned a black robe, and with a great presence, ran over to Konoha. He probably wanted to visit Rin's grave and check on my pathetic daily life as Kakashi. As for me, I had just finished a day of grueling training and was contemplating going for a bowl of Ichiraka ramen to recover, when suddenly, without warning, ACHOO, I let out a big sneeze. Damn, who is it? Who's mumbling about me in the middle of the night? My gut tells me it's definitely that little brat Obito. Forget it. I won't think about it. Eating is more important. Let me tell you, ever since I got that extra thing in my head, I feel like I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. One moment I'm thinking about Teacher Minato and Aunt Kushina, and the next, a word pops into my head. Would release. Good grief, I was startled. Right? Isn't there a chosen worker in Konoha named Tenzo or something? He must still be toiling away under that old geezer Danzo. I was thinking, shouldn't I quickly pry someone over from Danzo? But then I wondered how I would explain that I knew about this. I can't just say I opened my heavenly eye, right? While I was brainstorming, a more explosive name popped into my head. Orochimaru. Oh my god, how did I forget him? Compared to that madman Orochimaru who conducts human experiments, Danzo's would release is nothing. If I can get him on my side, forget about the Nine-Tails disturbance, I could take off right here. And what's even crazier is, I actually have another guy's research memories in my head. Wow, this is like a knowledge paywall, but forced, with this trump card in hand. Why would I even look for Danzo? I could just drop right into Orochimaru's lab and give him a little shock from 2025. The plan is set. I even forgot to give money for ramen, and in an instant, I dashed to Sensei Minato's office. Sorry, Uncle Ramen. I'll definitely make it up to you next time. After hearing my plan, Minato's eyebrows furrowed so much they could squash a mosquito. He was worried that Orochimaru would be difficult to deal with, and that Danzo might throw a wrench in the works. He handed me a flying Thunder God Kunai, saying to call him if anything came up, and he would be there in a second. Family, who understands this feeling of being protected by a teacher? It's simply amazing. With a map in hand, I headed straight to Orochimaru's lair. Wow, that place was as eerie as a haunted house. I knocked on the door for a long time, thinking no one was home, and just as I was about to leave, I turned around and nearly got scared to death by a pale face. Orochimaru floated behind me like a ghost, even complimenting my body flicker technique. Dude, with that entrance. If I were a bit more timid, I would have just passed out right there. Once inside the lab, I didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Uncle Snake, want to invest in technology? His snake-like eyes scanned me like a scanner, with an expression that said, what does this kid know? Without a second thought, I grabbed his experimental equipment and started operating. Cell separation, gene sequencing extraction. The whole process flowed smoothly, using his old equipment to new heights. Orochimaru was dumbfounded on the spot, his expression shifting from skepticism to fervor. Let me tell you, for a research lunatic like him, This was like showing a husky a demolition crew at work. He was beyond excited. He immediately made the decision. Collaboration. We must collaborate. You will be my assistant. I seized the opportunity and said that my goal is to research interstitial cell enhancers, not to pursue any would release, but to mass-produce super soldiers. Orochimaru was even more excited after hearing this. He didn't expect my ambitions to be so grand, not coveting the trivial benefits of would release. What he doesn't know is that I've seen the script and know that Tenzo's would release eventually goes into real estate, which is nothing special. So this matter was settled. I, Kakashi Hitaki, now serve multiple roles as an elite member of the Umbu, a disciple of the Hokage, and the chief research assistant to Orochimaru, busier than ever. As Kushina's due date approaches, my anxiety grows. The progress of the experiments is still too slow. Just when I was about to pull my hair out from worry, a light bulb went off in my head. I remembered. In the manga, Obito knows the due date of the mother because I accidentally let it slip at Rin's grave. Right? Damn, isn't this a godsend opportunity? I can directly reverse the situation and feed Obito some false information. I immediately ran to find Teacher Mizuke's, and, after discussing it, we came up with a plan to lure the snake out of its hole. I ran directly to Lin's grave and started my Oscar-level performance, pouring my heart out to the tombstone. Finally, I casually mentioned Lin, Kushina-sensei's due date is set for October 9th, and Minato-sensei is going to be a dad. After saying that, I turned and left, keeping my achievements and name hidden. Sure enough, just as I walked away, that brat Obito emerged from behind a tree, furious, and threw my flowers away. Little did he know, I was just waiting for him to take the bait. On October 9th, in a secret cave in Konoha, the show was about to begin. Kushina-sensei pretended to be in agony, while Minato-sensei feigned urgency to maintain the seal. That brat Obito indeed took the bait, using Kimui to sneak in and take down the two midwives, picking up the baby and showing off while threatening Minato-sensei. But then, Minato-sensei used Flying Thunder God and realized there was an explosive tag stuck to the swaddling. In reality, that child was just a conspicuous bundle created by Orochimaru's cells. At the moment when Obito was stunned, I, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, emerged from under the bed, shining with blue lightning from my Chidori, and jabbed at his kidney. Surprise, motherfucker. Obito was dumbfounded, finally realizing he had fallen into a trap. He phased away to dodge my Chidori and kick me away. This guy, when he activates his powers, is different. Not only is his strength insane, but he has also grown to one. 8 meters tall, but he was fast, and Minato-sensei was even faster. A Rasengan was already spinning behind him. Obito phased away again, and Minato-sensei passed through his body, effortlessly rescuing Kushina-sensei. The scene was left with just me and Obito, staring at each other. Stop pretending. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and looked at him. Your disguise has long been dropped, Obito. He shuddered all over, and the expression under his mask was probably more thrilling than seeing a ghost. He stubbornly claimed to be Uchiha Madara, but Minato-sensei flashed back with another Flying Thunder God, delivering the final blow. Obito, stop acting, we all know it's you. This completely broke his defenses. He screamed like a madman at us. Uchiha Obito has long been dead. Then he unleashed a great fireball, trying to catch me in the chaos. But what he grabbed was just a lightning clone. Boom! The lightning exploded, and Obito was left numb all over. In that split second, Minato-sensei's kunai had arrived. He instantly appeared behind Obito, delivering a massive Rasengan, which firmly slammed into his back. With a loud bang, half of Obito's body was smashed and embedded into the wall like a broken sack. I emerged from the ground and delivered an uppercut to his handsome face. He tried to phase away to escape, but it was too late. Minato-sensei had already predicted his prediction, instantly following up with a body flicker, slapping both hands on his back, and the black sealing technique immediately spread all over him. He was restrained. I stepped forward and forcefully removed his mask. Kushina, my master, was also teleported over, and when she saw Obito's face, she exploded with anger, her red hair standing on end. If it weren't for Sensei Minato holding her back, she probably would have torn him apart on the spot. Sensei Minato told her to calm down and quickly sealed Obito's Sharingan. Now it was done. With the external power offline, he was completely at our mercy. I looked at his lifeless expression and said to Teacher Shuei Min, "Teacher, let me take him." In the next moment, I activated my divine power and brought him into my exclusive space. As soon as we entered, I saw his shocked face and immediately launched a powerful attack, giving him no chance to react. My voice was so low that I was scared myself. You think you're playing a Game of Thrones, but you haven't even understood the NPC quests in the Novice Village. The Moon Eye Project? Sounds impressive, but do you know who's really pulling the strings behind it? His face turned pale, and his lips trembled. Why you? How do you know? I laughed and delivered the final blow, because I am someone who has come back from the future. He was stunned. I understood. I would be stunned too. I didn't give him time to digest it, pouring out everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The plan of the spots, the conspiracy of Kureizetsu, the truth behind Lin's death, everything smashed into his face. I told him that everything he firmly believed in was just a joke, and that he was merely a pawn being deceived in circles. Obito completely broke down, first laughing madly until tears came out, and then falling into a deathly silence. I take the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot and begin my verbal sparring. The Uchiha clan, is easily blinded by emotions. But Obito, look at this real world. There is ugliness, but there is also beauty. My ideals have long ceased to be about protecting just a few people. I want to unify the ninja world, establish an absolute order, and bring true peace to this world for 100 years. What Hashirama and Madara couldn't achieve, I will. They stand on Hokage Rock, while I will stand beyond the earth. He scoffed and said that I've learned to talk big. I shook my head, deciding to add more fuel to the fire. Do you know why I think this way? Because I know how I died in my previous life. Obito suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. I looked at him, my expression pained, and continued to weave my story. The ones who killed me were the Tsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens. They are the ancestors of chakra. In the 81st year of Konoha, I was discovered by them while investigating intelligence, and ultimately perished after a fierce battle. As I said this, I intentionally clenched my fists, displaying that kind of anger and unwillingness of unfulfilled ambitions, then weakly released them, my voice growing somber as I continued. The Tsutsuki clan, let me tell you, those guys are practically the ancestors of chakra, as powerful as if they were cheating. In my time, even Naruto and Sasuke, who had ended the Fourth Great Ninja War, together would barely stand a chance against them. I really don't know what happened to the ninja world after I died, whether Naruto and the others. Are they? I tell you, after hearing my words, Obito was completely stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Inside, he was in turmoil, thinking, oh my gosh, Otsutsuki, right? The progenitor of chakra, right? After all that hard work in the Fourth Great Ninja War, he managed to protect this world with Kakashi. And now, years later, some guy named Pinda Parker has taken Kakashi away. Where do I go to complain about this? But then he thought, hey, doesn't this mean I got the strategy in advance? That little Kakashi from decades ago directly spoiled the final boss for him, so they could completely prepare ahead of time. Obito instantly figured out he couldn't continue to oppose me in this world. Otherwise, if he followed the old path, dramatically starting the Fourth Great Ninja War only to watch himself get taken away again after a few years, what was the point? He decided not to pursue the Eye of the Moon anymore. He wanted to stay, to help me, to help this world's Kakashi first unify the ninja world, and then deal with those extraterrestrial beings. After all, his power was still quite useful. Of course, to fight against Otsutsuki, the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was essential. With that said, figuring out how to deal with the backstabber Kaguya became the #1 problem. Obito fell into deep thought, and I could tell from his expression that I had hooked him. Hey, I didn't expect that Kakashi Hitaki, had a talent for making up stories too. Minato-sensei's child Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi, I'm a bit curious about these two. Obito finally spoke up, his voice hoarse. Want to meet them? Simple. By tomorrow night at the latest, you'll witness Naruto's birth with your own eyes. The stone in my heart finally fell, and a smile appeared on my face. Compared to that, Obito shook his head, his tone filled with an unprecedented sense of emotion, saying, what I really want to see is how they save the ninja world. The ninja way they uphold. I hesitated for a moment, but still asked that question. Obito, have you thought about finding an opportunity to revive Rin? I tell you, I've been getting really close to Orochimaru lately. We work together every day to study Hashirama's cells. He's interested in immortality and omniscience. While I'm thinking about how to bring Rin back, Obito's eyes widened instantly, shock and joy unable to be concealed. He had already given up on the idea of meeting Rin in the Tsukuyomi world, preparing to wait until he died to find her in the Pure Land. Now I dropped a bombshell on him. Kakashi, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? He could hardly believe his ears. You want to use the rebirth of the samsara? I shot him a look that said, are you an idiot? Then I revealed my and Orochimaru's crazy plan. Rebirth of the samsara? That's a small view, brother. My idea is to create a perfect body capable of withstanding the power of the Rinnegan, and then implant the consciousness to activate the rebirth of the samsara, turning it into, how should I put it, a rebirth of the samsara launcher. At that time, not only will we revive Rin, but also the first Hokage, second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. All of them will be brought back. Of course, I admitted, but this plan is still just a PPT. Technically, we're far from it. Orochimaru, and I estimate it will take at least a decade to figure it out. After listening, Obito frowned tightly, a body that can withstand the power of the Rinnegan. It must have Hashirama cells or a strong Uzumaki physique. Right now, in the entire ninja world, only Nagato can barely handle a pair of Rinnegan, and that's without much development. If he dares to summon the Outer Path's golem, who knows what price he would have to pay. After saying this, he changed the subject, his expression turning serious. Kakashi, you need to find a way to deal with Kaguya. Otherwise, with him watching from behind, I can't return to Konoha at ease. As long as you can deal with him, I'll make the call to hand over all the white Zetsu clones to you. You can research them however you want. Family, who understands a common enemy is indeed the best adhesive. I nodded, stroking my chin to analyze. Kaguya is a product of yin-yang release. Ordinary ninjutsu won't work on him. We can only use top-level sealing techniques. I'm not sure if Kushina-sensei's sealing technique is strong enough. According to my future memories, it took Naruto and Sasuke working together using 6 paths. Heavenly Star to seal him. Heavenly Star. It's not just ordinary. Obito clicked his tongue, also feeling that this matter was quite tricky. It seems this undercover career will have to continue. I need to keep acting with that old Kaguya. All right, the plan is set. We finalized all the details in the Kamui space, and he prepared to return to the real world to continue being his undercover agent. However, before going back, there was one most important thing. I needed to help him remove the curse mark on his heart first. Thus, Obito pretended to look like he had just lost a battle, looking disheveled, and hurriedly used Kamui to slip back to the underground base. When Kaguya and Tobi turned around, they saw him half-broken. Tobi's whirlpool face was filled with surprise, while Kaguya remained expressionless, but the disdain and anger in his eyes were impossible to hide. It seems you failed, Obito. Kaguya drifted over slowly. You weren't followed by Minato, were you? If yes on our tail, we'll have to change places. Obito ignored him, coldly glancing at him, panting, and said, First, find me a white Zetsu. I need a transplant for treatment. No problem. Kaguya, this ancient monster, was very stable in his emotions, nodded, and sank underground to find spare parts. Taking this opportunity, Obito directly cast a genjutsu to control the silly Tobi nearby. When Kaguya returned, Obito attached a new arm, relying on Hashirama's cell's regenerative power, and his injuries healed quite a bit. With a dark expression, he walked off the Outer Path's golem, casually briefed Kaguya, and then let Tobi attach himself to him. With a shift of his right eye, he returned to the Kamui space. It's done, Kakashi. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. Let us do it. Break the curse mark on my heart. Seeing his stance, I was a bit worried. After all, I didn't know if he could regenerate his heart like he did during the 4th Great Ninja War. It seemed he saw through my thoughts and directly said, I brought Tobi with me. He can enhance the Hashirama cells in my body, which is like giving me insurance. With him here, I won't die. Goodness. I was shocked. Obito's mind had really become sharp. Darkening truly increases intelligence. He could even control Tobi, the most special white Zetsu, with his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was simply terrifying. Since that was the case, I took a deep breath, and my expression turned serious. Then let us begin. Stabbing. My Chidori accurately pierced through Obito's heart. Looking at my hand stuck in his chest, Obito probably thought, no wonder my future self would come to you for this job. Your technique for stabbing hearts is really professional. I withdrew my hand, and Obito collapsed to the ground. The Tobi and Hashirama cells on him immediately began to operate frantically, accelerating the healing of the wound. Seeing he was mostly fine, I also breathed a sigh of relief, instructed him to take care of his injuries, and prepared to use Kamui to leave and report the good news to Minato-sensei and the others. In the cave, the space twisted and my figure appeared. But when I saw the devastation before me, my pupils suddenly constricted. I tell you, just a minute ago, the midwife had just pulled the child from Kushina-sensei, and Minato-sensei was preparing to reinforce the seal. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. As a result, a white shadow appeared in front of Teacher Minato like a ghost, without any warning. One hand skillfully brushed aside his hands, while the other hand reached for Kushina's belly. Teacher Minato's reaction was incredibly fast, instantly engaging the white-clad figure. The two exchanged blows, both being top-tier masters, unable to touch Kushina. However, with this distraction, there was no one to suppress the Nine Tails, which immediately began to rampage. The white-clad figure was even more sinister, drawing symbols in the air, and sealing runes appeared out of nowhere, which Teacher Minato had never seen before. In a moment of desperation, Teacher Minato unleashed a Rasengan to push the opponent back, seizing a split-second opportunity to support Kushina, intending to use the Flying Thunder God to take her away. But Naruto was still with the midwife. Damn it, the plan was in chaos. This suddenly appearing guy was ridiculously strong, leaving Teacher Minato feeling helpless. In the blink of an eye, as the white-clad figure attacked again, Teacher Minato instinctively used the Flying Thunder God to teleport away, with Kushina first. The white-clad figure did not pursue, merely stopping in place and turning to face the midwife holding Naruto, revealing a chilling smile beneath his mask. A few seconds later, I arrived. Looking at the blood-soaked ground and the bodies of the midwife and the fallen figure, my heart sank. It was over. Something big had happened. I quickly summoned Parker, instructing him to follow the scent to find Teacher Minato. The two of us, one person and one dog, raced swiftly along the rock wall. Parker informed me that there was a strange scent near Teacher Minato and Kushina, definitely an enemy. However, halfway through, Parker suddenly stopped, his dog face full of seriousness. Their scent has changed. Kushina is with that stranger, and Minato's scent is still here. Kakashi, we might not catch up. That guy might also have space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu. I was stunned. What a joke. Is this something as common as cabbage? 3.5 people suddenly popping up with space-time ninjutsu. Does anyone understand? Is this a new DLC for the script murder? Kishimoto doesn't understand a damn thing about Naruto. I immediately felt despondent. With my current strength, I couldn't help Teacher Minato at all. But just for a second, I raised my head, my gaze becoming resolute again. I have to go back to find Obito. That's right, to deal with an enemy with space-time ninjutsu. I must use the same power to counter it. I let Parker return first, then concentrated my ocular power and once again entered the Kamui space. As soon as I entered, Obito was still sitting cross-legged, feeling the pain in his chest. Seeing my urgent expression, he was about to ask, but I shouted out first, Obito! Teacher Minato and Kushina are in trouble. Obito suddenly froze, his eyes widening like saucers. What happened to them? I looked at the large wound on his chest that was still healing, my ominous premonition growing stronger. An unknown enemy has appeared in the village, and they also possess space-time ninjutsu. Right now, Teacher Minato is trying to stop him, but the others have no idea. With my current level, going there would be like delivering food. So, I looked at his wound, not finishing my sentence, but my meaning was clear. Meanwhile, at Teacher Minato and Kushina's home, Teacher Minato had just settled Kushina on the bed and was preparing to return to save Naruto. In just a few seconds, that white-clad figure, holding the swaddled Naruto, once again appeared ghost-like behind him. The fourth Hokage and the traitor of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina. The guy's voice was deep like something crawling out of hell. Your child is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, keep your distance from Kushina. Kushina immediately panicked, shouting Naruto. Teacher Minato suppressed his rage and confronted the guy. The guy, however, didn't waste words. He moved his hand close to Naruto's head, threatening him. There was no choice. Teacher Minato could only step away from the bed. The moment he stepped away, the white-clad figure sneered and suddenly threw Naruto aside. Teacher Minato's pupils dilated as he hurriedly teleported to catch the child. At the same time, the white-clad figure also teleported next to Kushina, grabbing her and disappearing with space-time ninjutsu. This tactic was all too familiar. Teacher Minato placed Naruto back on the bed, immediately activated the Flying Thunder God, and chased after Kushina, just in time to catch her as she was about to fall. Minato, hurry, stop him. The Nine Tails has been released from my body. Kushina's breath was weak. He had already released the Nine Tails. Teacher Minato's heart sank, but he still managed to show a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Kushina. Jiraiya and the others are in the village. I'll reunite you with Naruto first. He teleported Kushina back home, covered her with a blanket, then put on the handsome fourth Hokage's robe, leaving only his back. I'll be right back. The next second, in the center of Konoha village, the massive body of the Nine Tails crashed to the ground, instantly turning countless houses into ruins. Roar! The Nine Tails howled at the sky. I've finally come out. You damn humans! It opened its huge mouth and began to gather the tailed beast ball. But on the Konoha side, they were already prepared. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's expressions hardened. It seems the fourth Hokage and his group have failed after all. Orochimaru's tone was unreadable. Yes, so next it's time for me, Mayuki Tizai, and Jiraiya-sensei to make our appearance. Jiraiya suppressed his worries, still maintaining his bold demeanor. Let's talk. It's time to go. I never expected there would be a day we team up. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also arrived. Today, the legendary Team 7 is reuniting after many years. The Monkey King transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang, suddenly extending thousands of meters, and with the immense strength of the third Hokage, it slammed into the Nine-Tails' belly, directly pushing it out of the village. Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed closely behind. Two powerful summoning beasts, Manda and Gamabunta, appeared simultaneously, blocking the Nine-Tails' path. A great battle erupted. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the village, Teacher Minato was confronting that white-clad figure. TSK, the illustrious fourth Hokage, how can you cling on like a dog? The white-clad figure mocked. The Nine-Tails has already been released. Kushina is doomed. You're here. It seems you've chosen to seek revenge for her rather than stop the Nine-Tails. Teacher Minato's face darkened, exuding killing intent. Konoha Village doesn't only have me as Hokage. The most important thing for me now is to settle you here. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them moved instantly. Let me tell you, that battle was simply celestial. The white-clad figure flicked his fingers, releasing a chakra beam capable of piercing through trees. Teacher Minato countered with a shuriken shadow clone, unleashing hundreds of shurikens. Both were masters of space-time ninjutsu, their figures flashing wildly through the forest, engaging in taijutsu exchanges at speeds beyond the naked eye's ability to follow. A wind-release Rasengan collided with an energy claw gathering strange chakra, resulting in a massive explosion that sent both of them flying. Teacher Minato looked at his injured right hand, his expression grave. This guy not only matched him in space-time ninjutsu, but was also absurdly strong in taijutsu and sensory abilities. He devised a plan, sending out a shadow clone to feign an attack, while his main body silently circled to the other side, preparing to ambush. But the white-clad figure was already prepared. The moment Teacher Minato's main body shot out, he vanished and reappeared at Teacher Minato's previous location, shooting a chakra column toward Minato's back in midair. The shadow clone rushed up to push the main body out of the way, but was dispelled. Immediately afterward, for beam sealed off all of Teacher Minato's escape routes. In midair, blood splattered. Finally, did I hit you, Minato Namikaze? The man in white watched this scene, ready to launch a fatal strike at any moment. However, Minato's figure did not appear immediately. The entire forest fell silent in an instant. Just at this moment of complete silence, a voice suddenly sounded behind the man in white. I will appear here. The man in white was startled and tried to use his space-time ninjutsu, but he found himself stuck as if he had encountered a bug, flickering in place and unable to move. Immediately after, on the tree trunk where he stood, a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask silently materialized, taking advantage of his moment of rigidity to deliver a heavy punch that landed solidly on the face of the man in white. What? The man in white was completely stunned. He had never anticipated a third person would intervene, and he hadn't sensed it at all. This punch had immense power, causing his head to tilt to one side, his eyes filled with disbelief. But his reaction was quick. He used the momentum to flip backward and attempted to escape, while throwing a handful of talismans towards me like scattering flowers. Guess what happened? Those talismans, good grief, passed right through my new skin, utterly useless. It was like hitting a holographic projection. All of them stuck to the tree behind me, and that big tree cracked and instantly blackened, directly carbonized. I chased after him immediately. As soon as the white-hair guy steadied himself and saw me getting close again, he got scared and threw another punch, but guess what? It went right through. He stumbled and lost his balance. I didn't let him off the hook and retaliated with a heavy punch right to his face. With a loud bang, he flew away completely, landing like a dog eating shit. I glanced over and saw a kunai with Watergate's Flying Thunder God technique stuck in the ground beside him, shining brightly under the moonlight. Let me tell you, while we were fighting fiercely on our side, the other end of the village was almost exploding. Jiraiya-sensei, in sage mode, was exhausted along with Fukasaku, panting while watching the rampaging Nine-Tails. He had already used his super giant Rasengan several times, hitting the Nine-Tails like it was just scratching an itch, unable to stop it at all. The third Hokage and Orochimaru were also on the brink of collapse. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Hold on a little longer. I have a way to reseal it. Let me tell you, this wasn't a method without a method." He was planning to use the Reaper Death Seal, a one-for-one exchange. The old man was suffering. Kushina-sensei was probably gone. And the only one who could perfectly seal the Nine Tails now was Watergate-sensei. Back to our side. Just as I had knocked the white-haired guy down, Watergate-sensei descended from the sky. Wow, that is what you call a zero-frame start. With Kamui and Flying Thunder God, he was forming two big Rasengan in his hands, and that blue light zoomed right into the white-haired guy's pupils. The next second, with a loud boom, the two Rasengan hit him solidly, creating a huge crater on the spot. As for Watergate-sensei, the moment he dealt the damage, he was sucked back with Kamui, leaving behind a sense of elegance and humility. When the smoke cleared, the white-haired guy's mask was shattered, his clothes were torn, and he was covered in blood, coughing up blood and bits of his organs, clearly on the brink of death. At that moment, Watergate-sensei and I stepped out from the distorted space. Looking down, we saw the white-haired guy lying on the ground, glaring at our 4 feet with pure hatred. When his mask fell off, we finally saw clearly that this guy actually had red hair. I exchanged a glance with Master Minato. My heart skipped a beat. Is he from the Uzumaki clan? He can't die now. We must capture him alive for interrogation. Just as we reached out to restrain him, that kid actually sneered. His gaze fixed on me as if he wanted to imprint my black robe and mask into his DNA. Master Minato placed a hand on his chest, sealing his chakra directly, leaving him unable to form any jutsu. I flipped him over and used Obito's chains to bind him in reverse, making him kneel face down in front of Master Minato. Just when I thought it was over and Master Minato sighed in relief, preparing for me to escort him while he went to support the Nine Tails battlefield, that kid suddenly looked up and shouted at Master Minato, "Namikaze Minato, do you think you've won for sure?" As soon as I heard those words, my DNA activated. Isn't that a classic line for villains about to go all out? Mizuki-sensei just realized what was happening, but I had already made my move. Once I activated Kamui, the space around that guy's head instantly twisted, and before he could even let out a sound, his head and body were separated. I silently gave myself a thumbs up. Kamui locked on Kakashi. Here I come. You must be curious about how I suddenly became so powerful, right? Did I activate double Kamui? Let me tell you, this goes back a few minutes. To the Kamui space. After hearing about the situation outside, Obito was extremely anxious, but with a big hole in his chest, he couldn't get out. Then he came up with a crazy idea. Let Black Zetsu, that white Zetsu, attach to me and temporarily lend me his right eye? Great. ISNT this the ultimate fusion? Double Kamui Kakashi, plus Black Zetsu's Hashirama cells for sustainability, and my combat power skyrocketed to that of a Kage? The only drawback was that my compatibility with Black Zetsu wasn't high, and my body was being eroded by the Hashirama cells, feeling like I was transforming into Ultraman. I could only last 3 minutes at most. Once the time was up, we had to forcibly separate. At that moment, I didn't think much. Saving people was the priority. The eye-swapping process was bloody, so I won't go into detail. Anyway, a minute later, double Kamui Kakashi was online ahead of schedule. That feeling, how can I put it, was like the world was vast, and I could go anywhere. I was inflated with power. So, that is how we had the earlier scene. We quickly devised a battle plan in Kamui space. The transmission speed of double Kamui is faster than Flying Thunder God. It's completely unreasonable. Just think about it. The enemy is watching you. You don't make any hand signs, and there is no fluctuation in chakra. In the next second, you suddenly appear right in front of them, delivering 2 hits. Who could react to that? That white-haired guy really lost unfairly. However, just when we thought the dust had settled, that headless corpse suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke and was summoned away by the reverse summoning technique. I was completely stunned with Teacher Minato. What's going on? What does this mean? It means that this white-haired guy is just a pawn. There is a big boss behind him. 1,000 possibilities flashed through my mind. Otsutsuki? Impossible. If they had come, Konoha would have been completely finished by now. This sense of crisis pushed my desire for power to a whole new level. There is no time to think more. The Nine Tails is still causing havoc outside the village. Teacher Minato's chakra is almost depleted, so I can only rely on my trial version of the double Kamui. I estimated that I had less than a minute and a half left, so I quickly dragged Teacher Minato towards the battlefield. We must deal with the Nine Tails before my transformation ends. On the other side, in a basement of a ruin called the Land of Whirlpools, a middle-aged man with red hair stumbled and fell to the ground, tearing off the talisman from his forehead, gritting his teeth and saying, "The experiment with the manipulation technique hasn't been very successful. The damage actually came back to me." He looked at the headless corpse that had just been summoned back, his thoughts drifting back 6 months. At that time, several rogue ninjas from a mist village had escaped here and unintentionally released his seal. His name is Uzumaki Doan, a former genius of the Uzumaki clan, who was self-sealed due to his heavy killing intent. As a result, when he awoke, 20 years had passed, his home was stolen, his entire clan was exterminated. And he had witnessed it all happen at the hands of Konoha, this so-called ally. When those rogue ninjas told him about this, he crushed their heads on the spot. From that day on, all that remained in Uzumaki Doan's heart was revenge. This chaos caused by the Nine Tails was just an appetizer he prepared. He looked at the corpse puppet, calculating in his mind that the red hair was too conspicuous, and Konoha would definitely come to investigate, so he needed to change bases. He whispered sinisterly, "Konoha, and those ninja villages from back then, get ready, our revenge has just begun." Outside Konoha village, the battlefield had turned into scorched earth. The Nine Tails had withstood the relentless attacks from the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, finally finding an opportunity to break out of the encirclement, opening its mouth to start forming tailed beast balls, shooting multiple small ones like a machine gun. The third Hokage and the others quickly used earth release to erect dozens of walls to barely block the attack. When the smoke cleared, the Nine Tails had already run far away, and the tailed beast ball in its mouth had coalesced into something resembling a small sun, aimed directly at Konoha village. There was no way to dodge it. The third Hokage roared. Jiraiya turned around and was chilled to the bone. The village was just a kilometer behind. This beast did it on purpose. If they dodged, Konoha would be annihilated. Just as the giant-tailed beast ball was about to strike, it vanished into thin air. Immediately after, the Nine Tails also disappeared. The third Hokage was stunned for a moment, murmuring, "Is it Minato?" Jiraiya's face suddenly burst with joy and pride as he shouted to the surrounding ninjas, "It's Minato." He transferred both the tailed beast ball and the Nine Tails away. In an instant, the entire place erupted with cheers of relief. "It's Lord Fourth Hokage. We're saved." A few kilometers away, in an open space, the Nine Tails stood there in a daze, firmly controlled by my Mangekyo Sharingan. But I was nearing my limit. My ocular power was draining fast like a deflating tire. I was sweating profusely as I shouted to Teacher Minato, "Teacher, hurry. I can't hold on much longer." Teacher Minato set up a barrier and said he would be back in a moment. A few seconds later, he arrived carrying the weakened Kushina and little Naruto. Kushina immediately spotted the Nine Tails bound like a rice dumpling by her adamant chains, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and smiled. "So it's you." As soon as she finished speaking, I could no longer hold on. The Nine Tails instantly regained consciousness. I let out a painful scream, half kneeling on the ground, as the Hashirama cells began to violently backlash against my body. Teacher Minato looked at me with a complex expression and said, "Kakashi, get out of here and find a Beto." I gasped for breath and took a deep look at Teacher Mizuki and Aunt Kushina. I knew what they were about to do. With my last bit of strength, I said, "Teacher, Aunt, I heard that if the tailed beast is resealed back into a Jinchuriki who is not dead, the Jinchuriki can survive. You both have to come back alive." I looked at the figures of the third Hokage and the others approaching from a distance, and suddenly remembered something. I asked both Teacher Minato and Aunt Kushina for a strand of their hair. Although they were puzzled, they still gave it to me. I clenched the hair tightly in my hand, activated the Kimui, and vanished from the spot. Inside the barrier, Minato wanted to reseal the Nine Tails back into Kushina, but she held his hand down. Kushina shook her head, weakly saying that the white-haired man had completely destroyed her foundation as a Jinchuriki with the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, and she could no longer bear the tailed beast. She insisted that Minato must bring this information back to the village. She wanted to use her last life to take the Nine Tails down with her. Minato could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. He made a decision. "Kushina, you don't have to die. I will use the Shiki Fuin to seal half of the Nine Tails with me, and the other half will be sealed inside Naruto with the 8 trigram seal. He will be the child of prophecy who changes the world." Shiki Fuin. Minato formed hand seals, and a giant shadow of the Shinigami appeared behind him. Kushina broke down. "Why use the Shiki Fuin? I hope you can be there to watch Naruto grow up." Minato calmly replied, "I believe in you, and I believe in the third Hokage." The Shinigami's hand pierced through Minato's body, reaching for the Nine Tails. At that moment, the locked Nine Tails went berserk, managing to break free with one claw and fiercely lunged at Naruto on the altar. Blood splattered everywhere. Minato and Kushina used their bodies to block this fatal blow for Naruto. Blood continuously poured from their mouths. With his last strength, Minato summoned Gamabunta, handing the sealing key to him, asking him to deliver it to Jiraiya-sensei. He looked at Kushina and softly said, "We don't have much time left. Is there anything you want to say to Naruto? Eat well, take a bath every day, don't stay up late. Make friends, even if it's just a few true ones." Outside the barrier, Jiraiya watched this scene, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying. Joking, Kushina will definitely warn Naruto to be careful of this irresponsible master. Orochimaru glanced at him, not in the mood to respond. He was contemplating whether to continue his cooperation with Kakashi now that Minato and his wife were clearly not going to survive. The position of the 5th Hokage? Once you become Hokage, there's no time to pursue immortality and truth. The new Hokage is likely to be this idiot next to me. And with Jiraiya's personality, he would never tolerate my research. It seems that the 3rd Hokage wouldn't stand by my side either. After all, Danzo has done so many terrible things. And the old man has always turned a blind eye, hasn't he? So, these old men are completely unreliable. Let me tell you, Orochimaru at that moment had only one thought in his mind. I must escape. If I don't run now, once the blame for Danzo's mess falls on me, I won't be fleeing. I'll be sent straight to trial. He was also considering whether to take Kakashi, this good seedling, with him when he ran away. Leaving him under the hands of those old stubborns in Konoha would be a waste. With Minato's death, all my plans have been disrupted. Meanwhile, in the barrier, Minato and the others were really at their limit. The Ninetales let out one last unwilling roar and was forcibly pulled into Naruto's small belly by the 8-trigram seal, leaving a black spiral mark on his navel. Minato used his last bit of strength to let go of his resistance against the Shinigami, looking at the nearly unconscious Kushina, and with his final breath, he embraced her and the two of them collapsed together. Who understands what family means? The newborn baby lay there alone on the altar, unknowingly carrying the village's biggest KPI on his back. In the end, they held hands, looking at each other as they departed. At the same time, in the Kamui space, it was quite thrilling. As Kakashi stumbled into view, he nearly fell to his knees. Obito was quick to support him, and let me tell you, that movement was so fluid and fast, it left an afterimage. His left hand swiftly plucked out Kakashi's Sharingan, while his right hand slapped his original eye back in. He focused on speed and precision. If he had been a second slower, Kakashi would have likely ended up in the ICU for months. With a puff of white smoke, Obito's Sharingan was restored. The white Zetsu shell on him automatically fell off, but the traces of Hashirama's cells remained, leaving Kakashi with one side of his body a couple of shades lighter than the other, resembling the yin-yang face. Fortunately, he returned just in time. A few seconds later, his own cells would have been consumed by Hashirama's cells. Kakashi held his original eye in silence. In fact, he had long suspected that when he could no longer hold on and left the battlefield, he knew Minato and the others were doomed. But it was okay. He now had Minato and Kushina's body tissues, and in the future, he would have a chance to resurrect them, along with Rin. As for that white-clothed masked man, as long as he was alive, he would have to be dragged out and held accountable. Obito looked at him like that, not asking anything. When he saw Kakashi returning just in the nick of time, he knew something big had happened outside. He secretly peeked through the gap in Kamui, just in time to see the Ninetales claw pierce through Minato and Kushina's bodies. Damn, Obito's eyes turned red on the spot. He had just prepared to turn over a new leaf and return to a sunny life in Konoha, and now his home was robbed? Who could handle this kind of contrast? At that moment, it seemed Minato sensed something and looked towards Obito's hiding place, even smiling, before directing his gaze back to the baby Naruto on the altar. Obito looked at the tiny infant and nodded heavily at the already invisible Minato. The barrier shattered, and the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya, and the others finally rushed in. Looking at the scene before them, everyone fell silent. A few days later, the funeral for the 4th Hokage couple and the fallen ninjas was held in a light drizzle. Kakashi, dressed in black, with a black cloth tied over his head to cover his left eye, revealing only one unfeeling dead fish eye, stood among Guy, Asuma, and the others. He listened to the surrounding suppressed cries and caught sight of a child with a scar on his nose crying uncontrollably. Oh, it was Irika. Guy suddenly spoke up beside him. Very seriously, Kakashi, if one day I also need to protect my companions, I will definitely burn my most passionate youth. Kakashi rolled his eyes inwardly. Idiot. As long as I'm here, you will never have that day. After the funeral, Guy came over again, looking at Minato's tombstone, and seriously stated, We will inherit the will of the fourth Hokage, and our youth is still burning. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh, directly piercing through. Where did you copy that phrase from? Guy's expression instantly froze. How did you know? I memorized it from the Will of Fire pamphlet. Kakashi, not wanting to bother with him, waved his hand and prepared to leave, leaving behind a sentence. Don't worry, I'm doing fine. There's a lot to do. No time to be down. He had just blended into the crowd when someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Uchiha Shursui. This guy had been on a mission at the border for over half a year and had only returned after hearing the news of the fourth death. Among geniuses, there is always a mutual understanding, and Shursui was also worried that Kakashi might not take it well. Just as Shursui was about to comfort him, Kakashi directly interrupted him with a firm gaze. Don't worry, I'm already prepared for anyone to leave at any time. The living will carry on their will. Saying this, he made a subtle gesture to Shursui and then turned to leave. Shursui understood immediately, nodded, and returned to the Uchiha group. In the evening, the two met by the lake. Kakashi leaned against a tree stump, looking particularly cool. The two of them walked a few hundred meters deeper into the forest, and Kakashi directly bit his finger, performing the summoning technique. 8 ninja dogs suddenly appeared, spreading out around them as security. Shursui was taken aback, wondering what was going on, feeling like they were meeting underground. Once the ninja dogs were in position, Kakashi spoke directly. Shursui, aside from Obito, I'm familiar with you, Uchiha. Tell me, the Sharingan. The 3 Tomo isn't the limit, right? I told you. Shizwater's pupils trembled. After all, he is still young and couldn't hold back. Directly exposing the information, could it be that you? Kakashi, seeing his reaction, felt assured, his eyes sharpened as he continued to apply pressure. Indeed, there's a stronger evolution beyond the 3 Tomo. Shizwater looked at Kakashi, his mind racing, and instantly imagined a grand scenario. Could it be? Because of Lord Fourth's sacrifice, Kakashi, in his grief, awakened that legendary eye. So that's why he came to confirm with me? With this thought, Shizwater's favorability towards Kakashi shot up, and he decided to trust him. He nodded, his tone filled with admiration, as expected of senior Kakashi. To awaken the ultimate eye that so many of our Uchiha clan have dreamt of, the Mangekyo Sharingan, while being an outsider. After saying that, he kindly reminded, however, senior, this eye is also a cursed eye. Using it too much will lead to blindness, so take care. As for Kakashi, he was embodying an Oscar-winning actor. He perfectly displayed a complex expression of surprise, doubt, and sudden realization, making Shizwater think he had guessed right, and he nodded in affirmation. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. As Kakashi was speaking halfway, the two exchanged glances, and everything was understood without words. This was a top-notch tug-of-war. Kakashi was here to test Shizwater, but he didn't expect Shizwater to be so honest and directly self-destruct. Now, trust was fully established, and bringing Shizwater and Itachi to his side would be a matter of minutes. He didn't want the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan, which his teacher Minato had worked hard to ease, to be ruined by the third Hokage in Danzo's group. A village cannot be without a leader for a day. Within a few days, the third Hokage returned to power. In the conference room, Danzo was so angry his face turned green, leaving behind a classic saying, Sir Toby, you will regret this. Then he slammed the door and left. As for Kakashi, these days he had been training and standing in the cemetery daily, mainly to vent his emotions and fish. Sure enough, Danzo took the bait. Seeing Kakashi exuding an emo vibe, he thought this was a good opportunity to poach. He approached with a few subordinates, forcing out a self-proclaimed amiable smile, and started painting a grand vision for Kakashi, saying how the third Hokage was inadequate. The fourth Hokage was good, and he, Danzo, was also great. Come to my side, and there will be meat to eat. Kakashi was overjoyed. What a stroke of luck. Someone was bringing him a pillow when he was sleepy, and he immediately agreed to join the route. He had long planned to poach Tenzo, who would later become Yamato, from Danzo. Thus, Kakashi followed Danzo into the Eri route base. Danzo even specifically introduced him to his partner, Kiba, who inherited the first Hokage's would release, is your partner. A boy who looked like a little girl stepped out. Kakashi perfectly displayed a shocked face. Would release. That night, Kakashi snuck into the Hokage's office and exposed Danzo's plot. Third Hokage, Danzo is planning to ambush you. Moreover, he has a subordinate who can use would release. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage almost crushed his pipe. Danzo, he still hasn't given up. The two came up with a plan. The next day, Kakashi disguised himself as the third Hokage and swaggered down the main road. Sure enough, Tenzo launched an attack using wood release. Unfortunately, as a Nin, how could he possibly defeat Kakashi? He was captured in no time. Meanwhile, the real third Hokage had obtained the daimyo's appointment letter from Side Road. When Danzo arrived at the daimyo's residence and saw the intact third Hokage, along with the fiery red appointment letter in his hand, his face turned pale. Only when he saw Kakashi appearing with a bound Tenzo beside the third Hokage did he realize he had been sold out by this kid. Kakashi's operation, I can only say, was miles ahead. The third Hokage immediately took action, using the charge of assassinating the Hokage to force Danzo to hand over the wood release ninja. With no choice, Danzo had to swallow his anger and hand over the person. The third Hokage also conveniently had him lift the curse mark on Tenzo's tongue. Poor Danzo, played like a puppet by this master and disciple duo. Tenzo was thus assigned to Kakashi's team, gaining a new name. In the 6th division of the Umbu, he experienced what it meant to have partners in warmth for the first time. Orochimaru was also busy. The death of Minato deepened his obsession with immortality, and he began conducting human experiments frantically. Kakashi tricked him into getting Tenzo's blood sample, and their research progressed rapidly. Within a few months, they produced a dilution agent for Hashirama's cells. Kakashi went home and, without saying a word, gave himself an injection. Soon, the Sharingan in his left eye stopped crazily absorbing blue chakra, and the consumption dropped to an acceptable range. The problem was considered solved. But the good times didn't last long. Orochimaru's laboratory was still discovered by the third Hokage. The master and disciple fell out, and Orochimaru defected. Kakashi had long anticipated this and was waiting for him in a forest. Orochimaru, I'm here to send you off, he said lightly. Orochimaru looked at him, licking his lips. Oh, aren't you afraid I might attack you? You shouldn't be interested in a fake. Kakashi said, tossing over a scroll, this is my sincerity. We will have opportunities for cooperation in the future. After saying that, he formed hand seals, and his figure disappeared in an instant. This is Flying Thunder God? Orochimaru was dumbfounded. He didn't know that it wasn't the Flying Thunder God at all. It was Obito pulling Kakashi into the Kamui space. Orochimaru fled to his base and opened the scroll to take a look, his eyes nearly overflowing with interest. Hiss, Edo Tensei. This guy Kakashi is really to my liking. But he soon discovered that this technique was a half-finished product. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. It seemed that leaving Konoha would require some work. 3 months later, the side effects of the Hashirama cells in Kakashi's body had mostly disappeared, and the Sharingan had stabilized. One day, he received a new mission to go to the land of snow and bring back the daimyo's daughter, Fenghua Xiaoxue. Let me tell you, this mission is like a stealth game Pro Max Edition. Kakashi figured out the enemy's patrol patterns and, under the cover of night, sneaked into the daimyo's mansion. Everything went smoothly. He found the daimyo, who was under house arrest, and the sleeping little Snow. When the daimyo saw the Konoha forehead protector, it was like seeing a savior. He gratefully handed his daughter over to Kakashi and even put a necklace around Little Snow's neck. Kakashi carried Little Snow on his back and quickly exited the daimyo's mansion, borrowing a snowmobile along the way to speed off. However, he hadn't gone far before angry shouts came from behind. Bastard, leave Princess Snow behind. Kakashi turned to see a team of snow ninjas chasing after him. He had one shadow clone keep driving while he jumped out and directly blocked their path. The leader, named Wolf Fong Avalanche, completely disregarded him and signaled his men to go around him to chase after Kakashi. Hey, do you think I don't exist? Kakashi said helplessly. In the next moment, 2 shadow clones blocked the 2 lackeys, while he himself appeared in front of Wolf Fong Avalanche with a body flicker, directly blocking his blade with a kunai. With a loud clang, Wolf Fong Avalanche staggered back several steps, his face filled with disbelief. This little brat, how can he be so fast? Fust? Let me tell you, this was just the beginning. The guy's face turned pale, and he realized that if he relied solely on himself, he would probably end up singing Cool Cool here today. And guess what? His 2 useless teammates were being chased back to him by Kakashi's shadow clones, just like dogs. Goodness, where was he supposed to put his face as the leader? He immediately started to scold. 2 useless fools. You can't even handle a shadow clone. The 2 guys turned as red as a monkey's, but stammering for a long time before saying, Boss, that little brat's taijutsu is too strong. We can't win without using ninjutsu. Wolf Fong Avalanche was also feeling the pressure, but he couldn't lose face verbally. He was still trying to comfort himself, thinking that Kakashi was just a fast little weakling, and with his armor, he had a great chance of winning. Who understands the struggle of setting up such a flag? Then he started throwing out tough talk, saying things like little brat from Konoha, There are paths in heaven that you don't take, and you dare to break into hell. As for Kakashi, he was as steady as a rock. He wasn't here to fight. He was here to test the goods. Let me tell you, he was calculating in his heart, just wanted to see how good the defense of the Snow Ninja's exclusive skin was. If it was useful, he would get a set for Konoha too, aiming to take the lead. So, when words failed, they directly started fighting. Wolf Fang Avalanche initiated with a big move. Ice Release, Horned White Whale. Suddenly, a massive ice whale as big as a truck burst out from beneath the ice and smashed toward Kakashi. The two little brothers beside him also threw skills for cover. What happened next? Kakashi threw a smoke bomb, and his shadow clone executed a slick maneuver, throwing his real body out. In mid-air, he lifted his forehead protector, activated his Sharingan, and his hand was already crackling with electricity. Chidori. The speed was incredible, with a flash of lightning. A loud piercing sound echoed as the giant ice whale was punctured and shattered into countless ice shards. In a blink of an eye, Kakashi rushed in front of the two unlucky guys. The first one, with a puff, was pierced through the chest by Chidori. He even had time to feel it and concluded, is this armor's defense really that weak? Just one Chidori and it's a no-go. The second one tried to sneak attack, but Kakashi couldn't be bothered to look. He simply blocked with one hand, kicked the guy in the knee, and then unleashed another Chidori, sending him off. In one encounter, he took down two. Wolf Fang Avalanche stood by stunned. I tell you, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He realized with a jolt, it's over. This kid is definitely at the elite J-Nin level. Now he was completely panicking and started unleashing big moves. Ice Release, Swallowing Snow. Dozens of ice swallows shot towards Kakashi. Kakashi casually formed a hand seal. Water Release, Water Barrier. A wall of water rose up effortlessly to block the attack. As the water wall dissipated, Wolf Fang Avalanche had already charged up to Kakashi's face. I tell you, this guy relied on his armor and played recklessly, focusing solely on offense, forcing Kakashi to only defend for a time. He was still feeling good inside. As long as I don't let him use that lightning move, I can wear him down with just taijutsu. Brother, wake up. Kakashi was just playing with you. After testing the waters, he stopped messing around, and his attack frequency shot up. Every strike aimed for the kill, pushing Wolf Fang Avalanche back until he was cornered on a thin sheet of ice. With a crack, the ice surface broke, and Wolf Fang Avalanche was about to fall into the water. He quickly performed a backflip to jump up, still puzzled. Hey, why isn't that little brat chasing me? Just then, he subconsciously looked down at his reflection in the water and saw, to his shock, that Kakashi was standing right behind him. Of course, that was a shadow clone. It had been lying in ambush all along. With a flash of lightning on his handblade, Wolf Fang Avalanche's head and body were severed. With a successful hit, the shadow clone dissipated into smoke. Kakashi walked over expressionlessly and began stripping the gear. Seriously, he took all the armor off the three corpses and sealed it in a scroll, muttering in disdain. Fools can't even see through a simple distraction. He was all about being frugal and not wasting spoils. After collecting the goods, he then chased after the direction where Little Snow had gone. Let me tell you, this infiltration mission into Yuin Village is simply a meticulously planned top-tier operation. Kakashi immediately turned and handed a specially made trident kunai, the kind specifically designed for the Flying Thunder God technique, to Shursui. At that moment, Shursui's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead. With just a glance, they understood each other. Thousands of words condensed into two. Impressive. Soon after, Shursui and the others quickly changed outfits, putting on clothes from some obscure little country and wearing rogue ninja forehead protectors. Wow, just like that. A fresh batch of ragtag soldiers was born. We split into two teams. They went east to cause a ruckus and draw fire, while I, Kakashi himself, executed a tactical prone maneuver right on the spot, lying down in the grass, embodying the spirit of an old trickster. I waited from dusk until dawn, my ears almost getting calluses. Finally, a loud bang came from afar, and I thought to myself that they must be starting the feast over at Jishui's side. Sure enough, a large group of Yin-In ninjas rushed over like dogs that had seen a bone, barking excitedly. Only a few unfortunate souls were left behind to guard the camp. The opportunity has come, you know what I mean? I used my shadow clone to go ahead, shooting out dozens of shurikens like a rain of flowers, creating a cacophony of clinks and clanks. Right after that, a smoke bomb exploded, and the entire camp was enveloped in thick fog. The enemy reacted quickly, trying to disperse the smoke with a wind technique. But little did they know that I had a little surprise hidden in the smoke, a detonating tag. With a loud bang, it left them all covered in dirt and confusion. Taking advantage of the chaos, my main body had already slipped into the heart of the land of lightning. As I ventured deeper, the defenses became surprisingly lax, probably because they thought no one could reach this place. I decided to give myself a deep tan and changed into the local attire, exposing my arms. In this village of muscle-bound men, I looked a bit undernourished, but at least I managed to blend in. However, once inside, I was at a loss. After several days of inquiries, I finally learned that the place where the 8-Tails Jinchuriki killer bee resided was called the Cloud Thunder Gorge, which was a restricted area. Without the Reikage sorter, no one could enter. I could have used my Kimui to teleport directly inside, but that technique drains my chakra significantly, and using it here would be too much of a waste. Just as I was worrying about it, I heard some news. The 4th Reikage had recently smashed a desk in his office out of anger. Everyone was guessing it was likely because his heavyweight brother had sneaked out to have fun again. Ah, family, who understands the difficulties of intelligence work. The difficulty level just skyrocketed. After lying low for a whole week, I was about to grow mushrooms when the opportunity finally arrived. News came that Killer Bee had appeared at the border and was fighting with a group of unidentified ninjas. I didn't have to think twice. That was definitely Shui and his crew. This was great. Reikage A, with a short temper, would rush to the border as soon as he heard his brother was fighting outside. From the 2nd floor of the inn, I caught a glimpse of the Reikage and his men rushing out of the village, and I thought to myself, perfect. According to the plan, I was supposed to sneak into the Reikage's office to steal intel and then make a run for it using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, if everything went smoothly, then something unexpected had to happen. In a moment of impulse, I headed straight for the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Upon reaching the entrance of the restricted area, I activated my Sharingan, and the 2 guarding Jonin were instantly caught in my Jinjutsu, sleepwalking as they cleared the way for me. I swaggered into Yunlei Gorge, collecting intelligence while searching for the battle traces left by the 8-Tails' previous ambush. But let me tell you, there's an iron rule in the ninja world. When you think everything is going smoothly, something big is bound to happen the next second. Just as I was searching, a sudden wave of killing intent hit me from behind. Oh no, I've been caught. I turned around and saw none other than Reikage A. How did he come back? I was so embarrassed that I could have used my toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. I could only force a smile and said, if I say I was just passing by and playing a prank, would you believe me? I'll be on my way now, goodbye. Before I finished speaking, I instantly dodged behind a large stone pillar. But the next second, a blue light exploded in front of me. Seriously, who understands? The Reikage speed is just unreasonable. As soon as I appear behind the pillar, his fist was already on my face. That violent lightning struck right through my chest, and I was instantly bisected, split in 2. Of course, it was just a wooden clone. Shadow clone technique, forever the god. But just when I took a breath, the blonde, delicate-faced guy in the crowd suddenly pointed to my hiding spot and shouted, Reikage-sama, he-s over there. My heart skipped a beat. Damn, it's a sensory ninja. Now there's no way out. I didn't dare hesitate for even a second and instantly activated my Kamui. The surrounding space buzzed and began to distort, turning my figure into a blur. Just as I disappeared, a lightning bolt slammed into the spot I had just occupied, creating a massive pit. The Reikage stood up from the pit, his gaze as if he wanted to eat someone, staring intently at that sensory ninja. But that guy shook his head at him, indicating that I was already gone. The Reikage got even angrier and smashed another stone pillar with a punch, roaring, bastards. Is it now that any random cat or dog dares to run wild in our cloud village? Meanwhile, far away in a small border country, Shui and the others waited and waited, and after almost 2 weeks, they still hadn't seen my shadow. They could only feel that the flying thunder god mark I left behind was still faintly warm. A few days later, the 3rd Hokage's order arrived, saying the mission was complete and to return to the village immediately. Not a single word in the letter mentioned me, and Shui felt uneasy. He rushed back to Konoha without even greeting the village gate guards, bursting into the Hokage's office. As soon as he entered, Shui anxiously asked, 3rd Hokage, is the mission complete? What about Kakashi? The 3rd Hokage took a puff of smoke, frowned, and after a long pause, slowly replied, Kakashi he is fine, not injured. It's just that he can't come back for now. You can think of it as him studying abroad in a foreign land, encountering his own opportunities, similar to Jiraiya back in the day. Even he felt guilty saying that. Not to mention him, even my summoning beast, Pakin, whom I summoned at that time, only knew I had given it the intelligence to take back to Konoha. As for where I went, it was clueless. When I finally woke up again, I tell you, it felt like someone had stuffed me into a washing machine and put on the spin cycle. My CPU was practically fried. I held my head and sat up from a patch of grass, and the trees around me looked so malnourished, thin as chopsticks. Where am I? That day, I used Kamui to escape, then suddenly felt a chill in my left eye, my heart beating like a drum. I couldn't take it anymore and called Pakin to send the intelligence, and after that I blacked out. I instinctively reached for my left eye. What the hell? Where's the seal I placed? It's gone. It's as if someone erased it with an eraser. Now I was completely bewildered. I hurriedly tried some ninjutsu, shadow clone, earth style wall. I could still use them, and the dog head sculpture was quite lifelike. But when I slapped the ground, wanting to summon Pakin to ask for directions, the summoning technique, nothing happened. I tried again, same result. I had the expression of an elderly person on the subway, looking at their phone. Where's my summoning beast? Where's my big Pakin? Oh no, it seems I'm already out of service area. With no other choice, I had to rely on my legs. I wandered around the mountains, and good grief, the fish in the river were bigger than me, and the wild beasts in the forest were like little mountains. My worldview shattered into pieces. When I finally ran out of the forest and reached a small town at the foot of the mountain, I was completely dumbfounded. In front of me was a dazzling array of neon lights, colorful metal boxes speeding down the road, and the architectural style. The level of technology, I was certain I had definitely traveled to another world. I stopped a passerby and politely asked, "Hello, do you know about the Land of Fire?" The guy looked at me as if I were a fool who had just escaped from a mental hospital, dropped to what Land of Fire? Never heard of it, and ran off. Fine, I accepted that. In this new world, after wandering for a month, I finally understood that the technology here was ridiculously advanced with cars, guns, and the most outrageous thing being something called a storage capsule, which was 1,000 times more convenient than our scrolls. But then a problem arose. I had run out of money. One day, while I was worrying about it, I saw a few punks with colorful hair cornering a kid in a school uniform in an alley. Hey, isn't this a stroke of luck? Someone was just delivering warmth right to my doorstep. I fell from the sky and quickly dealt with those thugs. They didn't even see how I made my move. After collecting their sponsorship fees and the gratitude money from that kid, the economic crisis was temporarily resolved. That kid in the school uniform looked at my impressive skills and suddenly excitedly said to me, "Big brother, you're so amazing. Why don't you participate in the World Martial Arts Championship? The champion gets a prize of 500,000. The World Martial Arts Championship?" I got fired up when I heard this. The boy, seeing that I was a practitioner, became even more excited and passionately explained that this competition is held once every 5 years, attracting experts from all over the world. He even mentioned a legendary master who had lived for over 300 years, Master Wu Tian. At that moment, I thought, over 300 years old? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Nonetheless, I developed a strong interest in the martial artist he spoke of. After bidding farewell to the boy, I headed straight to the venue for the Martial Arts Championship. Wow, the scene was packed with people. I registered and blended into the contestant area, taking a glance. Most of them were just for show. Just before the competition started, an old man with blue hair, wearing a wig and sunglasses, walked in. When our eyes met, I felt a jolt in my heart. There was something off about this old man. His aura was so tight and impenetrable, just like my grandfather from 3 generations ago. Once the competition began, I was truly amazed. A kid named Sun Wukong, who looked only about 1.45 meters tall, faced off against a 3-meter tall, muscular man. And in an instant, that giant was sent flying out of the ring. My eyes almost popped out. The speed, the strength. What did this kid eat to grow up? Is this another kind of power in this world? Next, another bald kid named Clint appeared, and he was incredibly strong as well. When the top 8 list came out, it included Sun Wukong, Clint, the blue-haired old man named Jackie Chan, and me, Hatake Kakashi. Clint battled against a guy who smelled terrible, and the whole venue was suffocated by the stench. His teammate bluntly told Clint, "You don't even have a nose," waking him up from his daze. At that moment, I just wanted to grab him and study how he breathes. Sun Wukong faced a monk named Nameless, and the fight was intense. Nameless ultimately used a skydiving ultimate move called the Sky Cross Punch, which was somewhat similar to my Lianhua technique, and knocked Sun Wukong down with 1 punch. I thought this was the end, but when the host counted down to 5, that kid surprisingly stood up as if nothing had happened. His physical condition was simply superhuman. In the final match, the old man named Jackie Chan faced a guy named Yamucha. Let me tell you, that scene was a complete dimensional crushing. Yamucha's physical skills would be considered elite in our place, but in front of Jackie Chan, it was like a child playing house. All of Yamucha's attacks were effortlessly neutralized. A master. This was definitely a top-tier master. I secretly lifted my mask and activated my Sharingan. I had to learn this technique. So, just as I was getting ready to step onto the stage, A heavy rain unexpectedly paused the competition, and it had to be postponed until the next day. The next day, when I stood on the platform, what did I see opposite me? A robust dinosaur, named Simba. Can you believe it? That little brat's son Wukong was still down there cheering for me, shouting about defeating the big, evil dragon. All right, given this kid's enthusiasm, I decided to end this quickly. I dashed forward with a swift step and threw a straight punch, but that dinosaur reacted surprisingly quickly, reaching out to catch my fist and countering with a punch of its own. I tell you, its strength was immense, but my speed surpassed its. I ducked to the side, planted my foot on the ground, and kicked it in the chest. It tried to grab my ankle, but I had already retreated. After a few rounds, it hadn't even touched the edge of my clothes, while I had landed several kicks on it. But this guy didn't play by the rules. After a long time of not being able to hit me, he actually lay down on the ground pretending to surrender. And then, taking advantage of my momentary distraction, he spat out a strong, adhesive ring and bound me tightly. Who understands this? Bringing chemical weapons to a competition? The audience was furious. That girl Bulma was so mad, she punched the nearby pig, Poir, twice. The dinosaur, seeing its sneak attack succeed, laughed maniacally and prepared to knock me off the stage with a punch. I just laughed, thinking, is that all you've got? I looked at it, my gaze unwavering, and calmly asked, is this your trump card? How boring. It laughed even more when it saw me struggling to break free. The next second, a bolt of lightning flashed all over my body, and I unleashed the thousand birds technique. The blue electric arcs instantly shattered that broken adhesive ring. The dinosaur's face was still frozen in a grin when I appeared right in front of it, landing a leaf hurricane kick that sent it flying off the stage and crashing to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The arena was first dead silent, then it erupted. The cheers were so loud, they could almost lift the sky. Yamcha and the others below were dumbfounded, mouths agape, wondering how someone could generate electricity by themselves, and asking if that cat with transformation abilities in their school taught such things. Krillin looked at me as if I were a monster, probably imagining whether I had an alien face under my mask. Even that old man Jackie Chan's expression became serious. I felt he realized that my lightning was completely different from their so-called ki. After the quarterfinals, only I, Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, and Krillin remained. In the next match, Krillin faced Jackie Chan. I tell you, that old man really knows how to put on a show. It was like he was playing a game. Krillin, realizing he couldn't win, actually pulled out a pair of women's underwear to distract Jackie Chan. Guess what? That old pervert actually fell for it. Just that moment of distraction led to Krillin kicking him out of the ring. But wait, the more outrageous part was yet to come. While in midair, Jackie Chan placed his hands on his waist and executed the Kamehameha, a blue beam shot toward the ground, and wow. That move was as smooth as if he were practicing a driving test, using the recoil to push himself back onto the stage. Everyone was stunned. The host excitedly shouted that this was the signature move of the martial arts god, Master Wu Tian. When I heard that, I knew it was worth the trip. Not only did I witness top-tier martial arts, but I also discovered a new energy system beyond chakra. I had to get this technique. In the end, the old man seemed to get annoyed with Krillin, cursed him for being an unfilial disciple, and with a residual image punch, he knocked Krillin out in an instant. Finally, it was my turn to face Sun Wukong. This little guy, while naive, was unbelievably strong, reminding me of seeing Naruto in his childhood. I decided not to hold back and tore off the black cloth covering my left eye, activating my 3-Tomo Sharingan. Krillin and the others gasped below, probably having never seen such a strange eye. Sun Wukong and I charged at each other, and as soon as we made contact, I felt something was off. His strength was terrifying. Our arms collided violently, and I felt my bones go numb while he seemed unaffected. This kid hasn't even fully developed yet. If he grows up, wouldn't his strength rival Tsunade's? He even tried to use the residual image punch like the old man, attempting to sneak attack me. Trying to play that in front of my Sharingan. I didn't even turn around. With a swift turn and a spinning kick, I sent his chin flying, and he flew backward over 10 meters. But then this kid climbed out from the wall, and behind him, a tail grew. Moreover, his strength and speed surged even more. This was insane. I had no choice but to secretly use lightning chakra to stimulate my cells, forcibly enhancing my physical capabilities. Even so, in front of his monstrous physical prowess, my advantage kept shrinking, seeing that I couldn't gain an edge in close combat. He actually pulled back and assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. I focused my Sharingan on his movements, quickly forming hand seals for Earth Style, Earth Wall. A solid earthen wall shot up instantly. The next second, the blue energy wave crashed into the wall, and its power was even more ferocious than my 1,000-bird spiral. Since he revealed his trump card, I wouldn't hold back either. Taking advantage of the explosion's smoke, I charged in, seized an opening, and with my right hand, I spun my chakra rapidly, unleashing a spiral sphere. I hit him squarely in the stomach. He spun like a top and flew out of the ring, crashing down and becoming dazed. The host took a long time to announce my victory. I tell you, Sun Wukong's physical prowess is otherworldly. My spiral sphere, in the ninja world, could take out a whole group of Jainin, yet he got up, shook his head, spat out a mouthful, and he was barely hurt. A freak. Absolutely a freak. The finals were at 5 in the afternoon, and I was up against that old man Jackie Chan. During the break, that martial arts enthusiast Sun Wukong dashed over excitedly asking if I could teach him the spiral sphere. I thought, how could I teach him without chakra? So I made a deal with him. He would teach me the Kamehameha, and I would explain what chakra was. He was quite agreeable and immediately demonstrated it for me. I quickly formed hand seals and created an earth wall for him to use as a target. He demonstrated how to use ki energy, and I recorded every detail of the energy flow with my Sharingan. The commotion attracted Krillin and the others, and I took the opportunity to try it out in front of them. Hey, wouldn't you know, I actually managed to create a baseball-sized blue energy sphere. But when I saw the old man was also watching, I quickly dispersed it. It felt a bit underhanded to learn a skill in front of his master. At 5 in the afternoon, the finals began with me facing that old man Jackie Chan. Right off the bat, he asked where my teachings came from, and I mentioned the name of the Hidden Leaf Village, but he had never heard of it. He had quite the master-esque demeanor, telling me to use all my ninja abilities. Maybe he could recall something. Let me tell you, when this old man gets serious, he's like a completely different person. His moves are fast and fierce, and his experience is terrifying. Even with my Sharingan activated and using lightning release to enhance my cells, he still had the upper hand. There was no choice but to create some distance and use ninjutsu. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. 7 or 8 small fireballs flew towards him, but he extinguished them with a punch that created a shockwave. Earth release, earth spike. The ground was filled with sharp spikes, and he actually danced on them like a butterfly, forcing himself into the air. The opportunity came. Fire release, great fireball technique. A giant fireball with a diameter of 10 meters hit him right in the face. But this old man is tough. He charged through the flames, with his clothes and wig all burned off, revealing a shiny bald head. Down below, Goku and Krillin shouted, "Grandpa, Master Roshi." Wow, what a major reveal. He didn't have time to explain now. Taking advantage of my vision being blocked by the fireball, he punched me and sent me flying. We both created distance and faced off again. He was panting, looking at me, and said that my large-scale ninjutsu must consume a lot of chakra, right? I nodded without speaking, my attention highly focused. I knew very well that with my current chakra amount, this level of consumption was nothing. But the old man didn't give me a chance to act cool. In the next second, he rushed over at an absurd speed, but I had already anticipated this move. As soon as he reached me, he grabbed my shoulder, and I exploded into a burst of lightning. Good grief, Master Roshi was directly stunned by the electricity, twitching and unable to move. Let me tell you, would I let this opportunity slip? My main body had already used earth release to burrow underground, and suddenly, a hand shot out from the ground, grabbing his ankle. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Here we go. I dug myself out of the ground and saw the turtle sage with only his head sticking out. Hey, I was quite looking forward to it. I said, "Old senior, how are you going to get out now?" Guess what? He was not only calm, but also looked amazed and praised me, saying, "You ninjas have so many tricks." Then, with a roar, he burst with energy. With a loud bang, all the bricks on the ground shattered, and he jumped straight out of the ground. My eyes were about to pop out. Who understands? Family? This old man instantly transformed from a skinny, frail old man into a super muscular guy. The pressure he gave off, let me tell you, was incredible. After showing off his muscles, he took a breath and transformed back. He shook his head and said he had fought enough with me, also mentioning that he knew I was looking for clues to go home. I was dumbfounded. I didn't say anything. How did he know? He said mysteriously that it was normal for a martial arts god to have his own methods. And then he jumped off the stage and admitted defeat. Just like that, I, Kakashi Hitaki, inexplicably became the champion of the world's martial arts tournament. Returning to the hotel with my prize money, I actually felt quite lost. Even the strongest person in this world didn't know about the ninja world. So how was I supposed to find my way home? But then I thought about it. The turtle sage was quite nice, aside from being a bit lecherous. He ultimately let me have the championship and the prize money. I decided to find him to become his disciple. On the other side, The turtle sage was watching Goku and Krillin eat heartily, his heart bleeding. If he had known these two little brats could eat so much, he would never have admitted defeat and treated them. Krillin was still touched, saying, "Master, you are so nice. The food here is really delicious." The turtle sage's face turned green. He was probably cursing himself in his heart. Yamcha asked him why he admitted defeat, and he pretended to be very noble, saying he was a poor wanderer who needed money more than them and was afraid I would go down a wrong path because of money. But let me tell you, what he was really thinking was, this kid has too much killing intent, like he crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. If he goes down the wrong path, he could be the second Tao Bai, and the whole world would suffer. So he had already used mind reading to see through my desire to become his disciple and was waiting for me. Once they were full, the turtle sage looked at the bill and turned pale. 480,000. Who eats that much at a meal? Just when he was in despair, I made my grand entrance. I handed over a bank card and said, "Swipe this." I probably looked like I was glowing in his eyes, like a fortune had just fallen from the sky. I smiled slightly and said, "This meal will be my apprenticeship gift. How about it?" The turtle sage was so excited that he was about to cry, turning his back to secretly wipe his tears, muttering, "What a filial disciple." As we walked out of the restaurant and just met up with Goku and the others, I felt something was off. That kid Goku was staring blankly at the moon, his eyes glazed over. When Bulma and the others turned around and saw Goku like that, their faces instantly went pale, and they were shouting we're doomed, while dragging a confused Krillin, running frantically towards us, yelling, "Run." Goku is going to transform into a giant monkey. I was taken aback. A gorilla? Turning around again, I was shocked. Sun Wukong's body started to grow wildly, sprouting brown fur. In just a few seconds, a giant ape over 20 meters tall appeared in front of us, pounding its chest and roaring furiously. Now I understood. This was just like our people turning into tailed beasts. Bulma quickly explained that as long as Wukong sees a full moon, he transforms, and the only way to stop him is to cut off his tail. Master Roshi and I exchanged a glance and instantly understood. He told me to hold it off while he charged up a big move. What was I waiting for? I unleashed a 1,000-bird sharp gun directly into the gorilla's hand. The wound wasn't too big, but it successfully drew all its hatred towards me. That giant then charged at me, and when it slapped down, it felt like a small mountain. I quickly jumped aside with Master Roshi and immediately formed a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 copies of myself appeared, and the 3 of us surrounded it. Earth Style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Style, Clay Drop. The giant gorilla stumbled and fell directly into the swamp. A huge lump of clay splashed onto its head, making it look quite awkward. However, this thing couldn't trap it at all. It used its arms to forcefully pull itself out of the swamp, and with a swipe of its tail, it dispersed one of my shadow clones. Seeing the lightning in Master Roshi's hand getting stronger, I knew I couldn't hold back on chakra any longer. But that giant ape didn't give me a chance to form hand signs, relentlessly pursuing me with a barrage of attacks, forcing me to rely on body flicker technique to evade for my life. Just at that critical moment, Master Roshi shouted, "Universal Shockwave Palm." A lightning chain thicker than a barrel instantly bound the giant ape, shocking it so much that smoke billowed from its body, rendering it unable to move. The opportunity had come. I quickly turned back, too lazy to use ninjutsu, my left Sharingan spinning wildly, instantly transforming into its kaleidoscope form. Aimed at the base of the giant ape's tail and growled, "Kamui." That space instantly warped, and a huge section of the tail vanished into thin air, with the remaining part falling to the ground with a thud. The giant ape's body rapidly shrank, and within seconds, it transformed back into the smooth-skinned Sun Wukong. At the same time, in the ninja world, in Obito's Kamui space, a bleeding section of a giant monkey tail suddenly fell with a splash. Obito was shocked, realizing it was definitely Kakashi's doing. He hurriedly reached out to touch it, but his hand passed right through, unable to make contact. Obito was dumbfounded, thinking he had fallen under an illusion, and even after trying to dispel it for a while, it was no use. But he finally felt relieved in his heart. At least he knew Kakashi was still alive. Meanwhile, Krillin was frantically helping Wukong put on his pants. Bulma was still shaken, saying she had almost been wiped out last year because of this. I couldn't help but chime in. "So, Wukong, isn't sealing something inside him?" Bulma was taken aback and asked if it was the kind of sealing that trapped demons. I quickly waved my hands, saying, "Sister, I'm just a ninja. We call that a Jinchuriki, sealing tailed beasts inside. From 1 tail to 9 tails, it's quite impressive." This opened a new world for Bulma and Master Roshi. They had never thought that Wukong might not be from Earth at all, but rather a descendant of some unknown warrior race. When Wukong woke up and found his tail was gone again, he just went a couple of times and then nonchalantly said, "Well, if it's gone, it's gone." I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my eye, thinking this guy was too carefree. After that, everyone went their separate ways. Wukong went to look for his grandfather's 4-star ball, while Krillin and I officially stayed behind a train with Master Roshi. Over the next 2 months, aside from building on my body, I focused intensely on mastering Master Roshi's universal shockwave palm. Such a cool lightning technique, I had to learn it. Finally, on a moonless, windy night, Master Roshi called me out for a walk and could no longer hold back his curiosity about my past. I didn't hide anything and told him about the ninja world and my experiences. How I was on the battlefield at 6, became a ninja at 12, assassinations, surveillance. It was all too intense. Master Roshi clenched his fists, feeling heartbroken, saying I was only 16 and had gone through so much. He remarked that our world was too dark and advised me not to go back. I shook my head, looked into his eyes, and firmly told him, "It is precisely because that world is dark that I must go back. I want to avenge my teacher and his wife. And I also want to bring the light of this world back to our world together with my teammate, who is still in the darkness." Master Roshi was silent for a long time, then finally patted my shoulder and said, "I really didn't misjudge you. Your heart is just. Since that's the case, I'll teach you the universal shockwave palm." 2 months later, I stood by the sea, took a deep breath, pushed my hands out, and shouted, "Universal shockwave palm." A beam of blue lightning shot out, directly blasting the waves in front of me into a mist of water. It worked. It's just a pity that I don't have a sturdy target to test the control effect of this move. That afternoon, we were lying under a tree fishing when Goku and Bulma arrived on the flying Nimbus. Bulma even showed off her shrinking device, making Master Roshi's eyes widen. He was so excited that he slipped into the house with the device, and we didn't know what he was doing. Goku and the others were there to look for the Dragon Balls, saying they would dive into the sea to fetch them with a submarine. As soon as Krillin heard this, he got excited and said he wanted to experience what it felt like to be the Pirate King. Master Roshi couldn't wait for us to leave and not disturb his 2-person world with launch, so he pushed me onto the submarine as well. Inside the submarine, they finally explained to me and Krillin that by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, we could summon the Eternal Dragon and grant any wish. At that moment, my mind went blank and I froze. What the hell? Any wish? Does that mean resurrecting Rin and Teacher Minato and going home is all possible? The fire in my heart suddenly blazed up, and I quickly asked them if this time they were planning to gather the Dragon Balls. Bulma shook her head and said they had no such intention. Seeing my strong reaction, Krillin asked me what wish I wanted to make. I looked at them and explained word by word. I come from a very distant place, and I want to go home. If I can't go back, I also want to bring back to life the most important person to me. The cabin fell silent at once. After understanding, Wukong enthusiastically offered to help me search, but he also reminded me that there is a bad organization called the Red Ribbon Army that is also after the Dragon Balls. My gaze instantly turned cold. I'm just joking, but it's a matter of whether I can go home and whether I can bring my teacher and the others back to life. Who dares to stand in my way? I told them, no matter what Legion or Dragon Ball, I'm determined to get it. If they dare to block the way, I'll have to walk over their corpses. As soon as I finished speaking, we all jumped into the submarine and headed straight for that naval base. Let me tell you, these guys are really sneaky. We had another submarine trailing behind us, lurking around, clearly up to no good. Sure enough, as soon as we arrived, and hadn't even entered the cave yet, a few torpedoes came flying at us. Luckily, we reacted quickly and plunged into the cave. Once inside, it was a whole different world. We got off the submarine, and there was a path in front of us, but the walls and ceiling were full of dark holes. That kid Krillin, being all reckless, lifted his leg to move forward, and I quickly grabbed him. I said, "Are you blind? ISNT, this obviously a trap. One step forward and you'll be shot full of holes." He was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over him. Bulma was almost in tears. What do we do now? And guess what? Goku, that simple-minded guy, just said, "Why not jump over it?" Then with a whoosh, he leaped over 10 meters to the other side. Krillin followed his example and jumped over too. Bulma was stomping her feet in anger. "Idiot, how am I supposed to jump?" Her little eyes, watery and pleading, turned to me. What could I do? I roll my eyes in my mind, thinking these two are really like a dragon and a phoenix, and then I genuinely asked Bulma, "Do you mind if I carry you over?" What else could she say? She could only nod. So I became the only designated tool in the team. I walked in front to clear the traps since I was familiar with this kind of thing. It was a thrilling but uneventful journey until we reached a huge port. And suddenly, with a clang in the darkness, a gigantic skull-shaped robot emerged, its eyes glowing bright red. I'm telling you, my sixth sense is like my cyber intuition going off. I felt something watching us for a long time. When that robot rushed out, Goku and Krillin immediately charged in, yelling, and what happened? They just got brushed off. The two of them were punching and kicking, and the robot didn't even have a scratch on it. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I created a shadow clone to protect Bulma, and I rubbed my hands together to create a lightning blade. Taking advantage of the robot's back being turned to me, I dashed forward and, with a thrust, my right hand went straight into its neck. A quick slice downwards, and I shattered its core. That thing exploded with a bang, and I quickly used a body flicker technique to escape. Damn, that metal piece was really tough. Even through the lightning blade, it numbed my hand. Now, great, the explosion collapsed the entire cave. We ran for our lives. We reached a fork in the road, and I stayed alert, splitting off several shadow clones to run down the other two paths. Then I told Goku and the others, there's a tail behind us. Let's see which path it takes. Sure enough, that General Blue who had been following us got confused at the fork. He didn't dare to get too close. And in the end, he chose the path where our main bodies were, based on his instincts. My shadow clones synced their memories, and I knew exactly what was going on. Haha, buddy, your luck really sucks. You drew the short straw? We dove into a larger cave filled with pirate treasure chests. Klin and Bulma's eyes widened, and just as they were about to reach out to touch them, a statue of Buddha suddenly came to life. Shooting its sword out like it was free, these two were lucky. They jumped around and managed to dodge everything. I ignored them and turned around, waiting for that stalker. As soon as Blue popped his head out of the water, he saw me staring at him like he was an idiot. He stopped pretending and jumped out, looking quite arrogant. Kid, pretty sharp. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I'll make your deaths quick. Bulma's eyes lit up when she saw the handsome guy, but her face turned pale upon hearing that. I raised an eyebrow. From the Red Ribbon Army? He looked quite pleased. That's right. I am General Blue. I nodded. All right. Then you can stay here. As soon as I finished speaking, my chakra erupted all at once, and the killing intent of a shadow level pressed down on him like a mountain. Family, who understands? That guy just froze in place. His body was stiff, his eyes full of fear, probably thinking just one thought. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. He wanted to run, but his body wouldn't listen. Krillin and Bulma, beside me, were trembling from the residual shock. To be honest, with his level, I could take him out with one move. But I still wanted to pry some information from him. As a result, this guy was surprisingly resilient. My hypnotic eyes didn't take effect immediately. He suddenly turned to jump into the water, but it was a no-go. I flashed over, elbowed him in the neck, and with a bang, his eyes nearly popped out as I forcibly stopped him. To make him more compliant, I casually dislocated his limbs. That scream was something else. Bulma turned pale with fright, looking at me as if I were a monster. Even Goku couldn't bear to watch and shouted for me to stop. I shot him a cold glance. Goku, he just tried to kill us. Do you really expect to reason with someone like him? I didn't want to explain much to them, so I dragged Blue away, raised a dirt wall, and had a friendly chat for a minute. By the time I came out, I already knew all the information about the Red Ribbon Army and also sent Blue to meet his maker. The cave collapsed even more severely. Goku fished out the 2-star ball from the water, and I grabbed Krillin and Bulma with one hand each and rushed out, finally escaping without any danger. Back at Kame House, Master Roshi told us that right after we left, the Red Ribbon Army had come by and captured Launch. Now, this was good. I didn't need to say much. Krillin and Goku's faces turned dark, although Goku still disagreed with my methods. He was determined to teach the Red Ribbon Army a harsh lesson. Now that we had the Dragon Balls, we continued on our journey. I said goodbye to Master Roshi. Senga was also going, but there was a problem. I couldn't ride Goku's flying Nimbus. I turned my eyes to Master Roshi. Master Mutant, can I borrow your shrinking ring? The old man's face stiffened immediately. I know exactly what that ring is for. I looked at him meaningfully, my gaze practically screaming peeping. He was so mad, he was fuming, but eventually, reluctantly handed over the ring. Hey, give it to me. After changing into dry clothes, I shrank down and set off on Goku's Nimbus. Suddenly, as we flew over Snow Mountain, we were caught off guard and boom, a rocket launcher shot us down. I was dazed from the explosion, and Goku was falling unconscious. I quickly transformed back to my original form, pulled out a rope to catch him, then drew out his Rui Bang and shouted, "Extend!" The Rui Bang shot down into the snow. Holding Goku, I wrapped chains around the Rui Bang and slid down like on a zipline. The scene was electrifying, and the wind made my face numb. After a hard struggle, we landed safely, and I was completely exhausted. This was definitely the work of the Red Ribbon Army. Fortunately, we met a kind little girl who brought us back home. Goku woke up, and just as we were recovering, those thugs showed up again. This time, Goku didn't even have time to act. So I filled with rage and charged in for a rampage. After all this, Goku finally understood that when dealing with these mad dogs, one cannot be soft-hearted. After dealing with the thugs, we set off again, our next target, the Karen Tower. When we arrived, we saw a giant pillar reaching the sky. We happened to run into the Red Ribbon Army, bullying a local father and son, Bora and UPA. Without a second thought, we charged in. In no time, we took care of those guys. However, the good times didn't last long. From the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a guy in a pink outfit appeared, claiming to be the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Let me tell you, this guy's entrance was ridiculous. He dismantled a huge stone pillar at headquarters, threw it into the sky, jumped on it, and flew over like that. Good heavens, he was showing off a flying version of the third driving test, completely disregarding Newton. In just over 10 minutes, he traveled over 2,000 kilometers and landed precisely. The aura he exuded was terrifying. Just as Goku had just received the Dragon Ball from Uncle Bora, Tao Pai Pai immediately moved to attack. Uncle Bora wanted to protect us, but Tao Pai Pai casually threw him into the sky and aimed to kill him with his own spear. I can't just watch innocent people die. I threw a few shurikens, which changed direction in midair with a clattering sound, deflecting the spear and saving Bra. Wukong also reacted and caught her. At this point, Wukong was completely enraged and charged forward with a loud shout. And what happened? Wukong was kicked away and crashed into the Korin Tower. I realized this wasn't good. This guy was too strong. I immediately lifted my mask, activated my Sharingan, and said to Wukong, "This guy is not something you can handle alone. Let's team up." We both went in together. I used my Sharingan's insight to predict Tao Bai Bai's movements, constantly covering for Wukong, allowing him to unleash his full power. Tao Bai Bai was feeling incredibly frustrated. Despite being stronger than me, he was completely entangled by the two of us. Annoyed, he decided to deal with me first. The opportunity came. He threw a punch, and I instantly formed a Rasengan in my hand to counter it. With a loud bang, the chakra exploded, and the sleeve of Tao Bai Bai's hand was blown off, revealing flesh and bone. He was completely enraged, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. I quickly pulled Wukong back and shot a Chidori sharp spear at him, but he dodged it. Just as he evaded, Wukong's Kamehameha hit him. Dust and smoke filled the air, and I sensed something was wrong, shouting, "Be careful. He's not dead." As soon as I finished speaking, 2 beams shot out from the smoke. It was the DD wave. It was too fast. Wukong was directly hit in the chest and flew out, his life unclear. I was also grazed on the arm, blood flowing profusely. I shouted Wukong's name in panic, and just that moment of distraction, Tao Bai Bai had already charged out of the smoke and was right in front of me. His clothes were tattered, but he had hardly sustained any injuries. Things were bad now. I was completely suppressed by him and could only passively defend. On the other side, Uncle Bora rushed to Wukong's side and tore open his shirt, revealing a Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball. It was perfectly positioned over his heart, already cracked, but Wukong's chest only had a bruise. Wow, I tell you, this is practically a physical cheat. That Dragon Ball served as a bulletproof plate for Wukong. Otherwise, his heart would have been pierced through by that old man. Uncle Bora hurriedly tried to save him, but on the other side, the battle was intense. That old lunatic Tao Bai Bai, though furious, had a clear head. He pressed Kakashi hard from the start, making him retreat while searching for an opening. Kakashi had no choice but to draw his kunai and infuse chakra into it, clashing with Tao Bai Bai in close combat. Seeing Kakashi reveal his weapon, Tao Bai Bai felt quite pleased, thinking this kid was out of tricks. But then Kakashi realized he couldn't rely solely on weapons and roared, 8 gates, open. First gate, open. Wow, his speed and strength surged instantly, even putting pressure on Tao Bai Bai. This old man, having spent a lifetime in the underworld, had never seen such explosive power and wondered, who is this kid's master? Could it be that turtle sage? While he was lost in thought, Kakashi couldn't hold on anymore. Tao Bai Bai clapped his hands together, and his hand blade was faster than a real blade. In a flash, a tuft of Kakashi's white hair was gone. The second attack followed immediately, and Kakashi hurriedly blocked with his kunai, but the impact almost numbed his wrist. Tao Bai Bai's attacks were like shadows, real and fake, and Kakashi gritted his teeth, enduring over 20 strikes. Seizing an opening, he punched Tao Bai Bai back and immediately used body flicker technique to escape. Tao Bai Bai's eyes cooled. He was in a hurry and quickly gave chase. Kakashi dove into the woods, trying to catch his breath while hiding in a tree, but Tao Bai Bai didn't play hide and seek. With a swift hand blade, he chopped down a tree big enough for a person. As the tree fell, 5 or 6 Kakashis jumped out simultaneously, attacking Tao Bai Bai from all directions. At first, Tao Bai Bai thought it was an afterimage technique, but when he engaged, he was stunned. Every single one was real. This truly caught him off guard, and he even started calculating how to escape. However, being an old hand, he quickly realized that these clones didn't seem as strong as the real body. They were just a bunch of fragile shells. Understanding this, he immediately got into action, launching a fierce attack, and within a few punches, 3 Kakashis were turned into smoke. At this moment, he focused on one of them. He noticed that since earlier, this Kakashi had been protected by the other clones and was dealing the most damage. He thought to himself, the real body, it must be you. So he pretended to engage with the remaining clones, suddenly sneering, and shot a DD wave. Sure enough, that body also turned into a puff of smoke. Tao Bai Bai's pupils trembled. He was stunned. Not the real body. Where is it? Just as he was in a daze, the real Kakashi jumped down from tree above him, wielding a blinding lightning bolt. The sizzling sound was astonishing. Tao Bai Bai was so scared he lost his wits and desperately tried to dodge. But it was too late. A deep cut was made on his arm. As the lightning subsided, Tao Bai Bai saw that his injury wasn't severe, which only made him angrier, charging forward instead of retreating. As they clashed, he immediately sensed that Kakashi had reverted. That explosive technique had a time limit. Good kid, your trial card has expired. Now it's my turn. Tao Bai Bai, fully unleashed, was incredibly fierce, and Kakashi was instantly suppressed, cold sweat pouring down. With no other choice, he resorted to old tricks, forming a Rasengan in his hand to counter. But Tao Bai Bai was already prepared for this move. He stepped forward swiftly and grabbed Kakashi's wrist. Got you. Where do you think you're going? Tao Bai Bai was extremely pleased. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a knee strike right to Kakashi's stomach. Kakashi doubled over like a shrimp, flying out. Tao Bai Bai wasn't satisfied yet. He quickly followed, grabbing one of Kakashi's hands and feet, swinging him around like a sack. And when Kakashi came down, he delivered another knee strike. With a loud puff, Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, his mask soaked through. Tao Bai Bai still wasn't done. He let go, combined his fists into a hammer, and smashed down on Kakashi's back. Kakashi was like a broken doll, smashed hard into the ground. Tao Bai Bai squatted down, grabbing Kakashi's hair, ready to say something fierce. But Kakashi retorted, "Is this all you've got? Besides the turtle punch and DD wave, what else can you do?" This remark completely broke Tao Bai Bai's defenses. But he still suppressed his anger, wanting to extract Kakashi's martial arts secrets. Kakashi ignored him. Tao Bai Bai was furious. Fine, you want to die? Grabbing Kakashi's head, he prepared to smash it into the ground. But in that instant, Kakashi's hand suddenly caught his foot. Then, with a loud bang, he exploded into a burst of lightning. Folks, who understands? Another lightning release shadow clone. It's all about surprise. Tao Bai Bai, having lived for decades, had never seen such a scene and was instantly paralyzed. Unable to move. Just beneath him, the ground suddenly broke open, and the real Kakashi jumped out of the pit. It turned out he had already dug a hole and used his clone to lure Tao Bai Bai over. At this moment, he was holding a huge lightning ball over a meter in diameter, with electric snakes dancing wildly, looking just like a ball of lightning. Chidori Rasengan, Kakashi shouted, and before the paralysis sensation faded from Tao Bai Bai, he slammed it right onto his face, then shouted, "Explode!" Let me tell you, this move, the Thundercut Spiral Sphere, is directly ahead in performance. The violent power exploded instantly, and a lightning sphere with a diameter of more than 20 meters swallowed Tao Bai Bai whole. The scene was like a small thunderstorm exploding right next to him. It was incredible. When the explosion was over, there was only a deep pit left on the ground, and Tao Bai Bai lay at the bottom like a pile of mud, with a faint rise and fall in his chest. His external defense was high, but his internal organs had long been shattered by this penetrating and explosive thing. Even if Kakashi didn't deliver the finishing blow, he wouldn't survive much longer. Kakashi was gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground. This move had nearly drained his chakra. At that moment, Goku also woke up, and with UPA's support, he walked over. Seeing the tragic state at the bottom of the pit, he gave Kakashi a thumbs up. "Kakashi, you're amazing, but I will definitely catch up to you at the martial arts tournament 3 years from now." Kakashi looked at Goku's serious expression and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. Even at this moment, the kid was still thinking about getting stronger and fighting. However, he nodded, giving Goku a goal. To be honest, he knew very well that if it weren't for his Sharingan and various ninjutsu, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Goku with just brute strength. He glanced at Tao Bai in the pit, still feeling uneasy, and raised his hand to form a seal. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. A lightning spear shot out and pierced through Tao Bai's chest. Now, Kakashi was finally at ease. He turned to see Goku's confused expression and explained that he had lost a dear friend before because he didn't deliver the finishing blow. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, in the Kamui dimension, Obito was researching something when he suddenly felt a chill down his back and sneezed, wondering who was talking about how handsome I am behind my back. After hearing Kakashi's words, Goku thought about what it would be like if Krillin died. He couldn't even bear to think about it. Just the thought made him furious. He nodded seriously, remembering that he must deliver the finishing blow after defeating the bad guys. The two injured men were helped into a tent to rest. During mealtime, Uncle Bora talked about their clan's mission to guard the Korin Tower, mentioning that there was a sage at the top of the tower who possessed a miraculous herb called the Super Sacred Water, which could grant infinite power when consumed. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes lit up. If he drank that stuff, wouldn't dealing with the Red Ribbon Army be like child's play? He immediately decided to climb the tower. Although Kakashi found it a bit mystical, he thought that since the ninja world had the Sage of Six Paths, it seemed reasonable that this world could have deities as well. Uncle Bora mentioned that someone had climbed to the top 300 years ago, but stayed there for 3 years before coming down. The next morning, Kakashi and Goku packed some water and dry food and began their ascent up the tower. Let me tell you, this climb seemed never-ending. They climbed from morning to evening, then from evening to dawn, for a full 3 days and nights, their hands nearly worn to the bone. Finally, Goku was the first to see the top of the tower, excitedly shouting down to Kakashi, who was over 100 meters behind. "Kakashi, I made it. I see the top." Kakashi looked up and saw the finish line, and his exhausted face instantly lit up with energy. The two climbed to the top of the tower. Curiously looking around, Goku saw several large water tanks, ran over, and lifted a lid, only to see a scene of Bulma cooking in Kame House reflected in the water. Kakashi leaned over to look, and in the next tank, he was shocked to see his past when he was still in Minato's class. Kakashi's pupils contracted, and he froze in place. Just then, a voice came from all directions. Oh, this time 2 people came up at once. The 2 were startled and turned, but saw nothing. "No need to look, just come to the second floor." The voice echoed again. They ascended to the second floor and found that the speaker was a white, upright cat leaning on a cane. "I'm a cat sage." The cat spoke. At that moment, I thought, how could this sage look so shabby? The cat sage was quite surprised that they were young enough to climb up there. And Goku straightforwardly remarked, "You're even shorter than I am." The cat sage was not angry. Instead, he looked at Kakashi, puzzled. "Young man, are you an alien?" "A talented young man, like you shouldn't go unnoticed." Kakashi was taken aback. This sage could monitor the lower realm. He didn't dare to lie and simply said he came from another universe by accident. Goku, however, didn't care about that and directly asked Sage, "Where's the super sacred water? I want to drink it." The cat sage pointed his cane at a water jug on a central platform. "There it is, go drink." Kakashi was cautious and said to Goku, "I'll try it first." Just as he reached for the jug, a wooden cane unexpectedly swung in from an awkward angle and snatched the jug away. The cat sage licked his paw and meowed, "Want a drink?" "First, take it from my hands." "A trial, huh?" "All right." Kakashi's fighting spirit surged, and he told Goku not to move while he charged forward alone. However, he didn't even touch a hair of the cat sage and got tapped on the head with the cane. Just as Kakashi was about to activate his Sharingan, the cat sage spoke again. "No external force is allowed. Your strange eyes are not permitted either." Kakashi had no choice but to rely on his own abilities to grab it. After a long struggle, both of them were hungry. The cat sage took out 2 green beans from a tank and tossed one to each of them. "Eat this. One could sustain you for 10 days. They hesitantly ate the beans, and the next second, a miraculous energy surged through their bodies, eliminating not only their hunger, but also the exhaustion from climbing the tower. Goku was stunned, and Kakashi's eyes sparkled. Let me tell you, at that moment, his mind was filled with 2 words: business opportunity. If this could be brought back to the ninja world, the soldier pills could be thrown in the trash. He decided to complete the trial first, and then negotiate a big deal with this old cat. Thus, the battle for the water jug resumed between one person and one cat. But after several hours, Kakashi still couldn't touch the cat sage, even once. He realized that the old cat seemed to have a cheat code, able to see through all his movements. Exhausted, Kakashi had to step back and let Goku take a turn. The result was the same. Goku was exhausted and still couldn't touch the jug. During the night, while resting, the cat sage unexpectedly took out a large fish and started grilling it. Upon seeing this, Kakashi's culinary skills itched to be showcased, and he volunteered to prepare a whole fish feast for the cat sage. The taste was so delightful that it made the cat sage very happy, and his gaze towards Kakashi softened considerably, thinking, a person who can make such delicious fish can't be all bad, right? The next day and the third day, the battle for the water jug continued. Goku still couldn't grab it, frustrated and pulling his hair. Kakashi observed for a long time using his Sharingan, just watching, not intervening, but couldn't figure it out. Seeing that they really weren't getting it, the cat sage offered a hint. Pay attention to my breathing. Breathing? The two were even more confused. Another day passed, and Goku still couldn't grab it. That night, he pondered deeply and seemed to have a realization. So he went to find the cat sage. However, the cat sage had his back to him, and he still couldn't touch him. Getting hit on the head by the cane again. You still haven't noticed my breathing? At midnight, Goku fell asleep from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Kakashi summoned his shadow clones and began to frantically verify his thoughts. As dawn approached, he dispelled the clones and finally had a revelation. The cat sage leisurely walked down from the second floor, swaying the super sacred water in his hand. It seems you've finally understood, Meow. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this old cat had been secretly observing them. Now, let me test your mettle again, the cat sage invited. Kakashi nodded, and in the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of the cat sage, one hand already reaching for the water jug. Wukong rubbed his eyes and came to the first floor, only to see the cat sage there by himself. Huh? Sage, where's Kakashi? The cat sage twirled his whiskers and said slowly, Oh, him? He just drank the super holy water and went down the tower. What? Wukong was shocked on the spot. He couldn't believe Kakashi would leave him behind and open his mouth to shout. But with a thud, he was hit on the head by the cat sage. Dummy, don't shout like that. The cat sage said irritably. All right, Kakashi has passed the test, and now it's your turn, Wukong. Let me tell you, when Wukong heard this, he immediately stood up with a tense expression on his little face and shouted, Come on, I don't believe Kakashi is gone. I have to grab that so-called super holy water from you and make you tell me where he really is. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, he transformed into a red shadow and dashed forward. But let us cut the scene for a moment and rewind a bit. Where's Kakashi at this time? He was sliding down from the Karen Tower, and the speed was incredible, like a blue lightning bolt diving straight into the clouds below. What was he doing? Buying fish. You heard me right. He was going to get fish. Why? To trade with the cat sage for some senza beans. Half an hour ago, Kakashi had successfully snatched the so-called super holy water, only to find out that it was just regular bottled water, plain water. The real deal was the process of climbing the tower and the few pointers from the cat sage. The truth was revealed. The cat sage was afraid he would affect Wukong's enlightenment, so he thought of a way to send him away quickly. Kakashi, being clever, immediately said, Cat sage, want some fish? Fresh ones. As long as you make a deal with me, I can bring you a whole boatload. Upon hearing that there was fish to eat, the cat sage perked up. Oh, what's the deal? Kakashi pointed to the jar of senza beans upstairs. I want that, a lot of senza beans. Don't worry, there will be plenty of fish. The cat sage thought it was no big deal. He had accumulated tens of thousands of senza beans, so he nodded immediately. Kakashi was overjoyed but had to keep his composure. He said his goodbyes and went down the tower to catch fish. Let us fast forward a bit. We want to talk about the fish buying process and jump straight to the next day. Kakashi, let me tell you, really brought back 2 tons of live fish, all packed into universal capsules. With a few quick flying thunder god techniques, he returned to the Karen Holy Land. This time, climbing the tower felt completely different, as if he had a rocket booster strapped to his back. Zooming up, in just over 3 hours, he reached the top. At this moment, Wukong had just managed to get his hands on the super holy water and was gulping it down. After finishing, he paused, feeling no change. Just as he was about to take another sip, the cat sage stopped him and said slowly, Silly boy, that's just ordinary water. What makes you stronger is your hard work over the past few days and yourself. Just then, Kakashi arrived, looked at Wukong's confused face, and laughed. So, Wukong, do you know the truth now? Wukong scratched his head and was quite open-minded. I get it, but I really have become stronger, and that's enough for me. Little Kakashi, where's the fish? The cat sage came over, rubbing his paws. Kakashi pulled out 3 capsules and said, Hey, let me tell you, not only do I have 2 tons of live fish in here, but I also included a complete set of high-tech fish farming equipment, focusing on sustainability. The cat sage's eyes lit up. Good boy. So, how many senza beans do you want? Kakashi boldly asked. How about 10,000 beans, is that okay? The cat sage agreed readily. A tank has exactly 10,000 beans. Take it. Kakashi suppressed his excitement, instantly moved over, pulled out his sealing scroll, and with a whoosh, collected the entire tank of senza beans. The cat sage balanced things out and also gave Wukong a new type of flying nimbus, which was faster. Then the two of them went down the tower together. Upon reaching the bottom, Kakashi thought for a moment and directly shared some senza beans with Wukong. This move, let me tell you, completely changed the future. Later, the Z fighters would no longer have to split one senza bean in half to eat. After bidding farewell to UPA and his father, the two had a clear goal: to directly attack the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. There were 2 Dragon Balls there. Kakashi skillfully used a shrinking ring to shrink down and stood on Wukong's back. Wukong summoned the Flying Nimbus, and off they went. At this moment, at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, a boss named White was angrily smashing things because Tao Pai Pai was missing. Suddenly, his black deputy rushed in excitedly, saying the dragon radar showed that 4 Dragon Balls were flying towards them at high speed. White immediately cheered up, thinking that Tao Pai Pai had returned victorious. However, when they zoomed in on the surveillance footage, both of them were stunned. It was Tao Pai Pai coming back, but Sun Wukong. Tao Pai Pai was done for. As soon as this thought crossed their minds, they both got angry. How dare you, Sun Wukong, charge into our headquarters alone? Do you think we're made of paper? White immediately ordered, all firepower, all defenses, activate, blast him to pieces. However, let me tell you, what happened next was a moment of witnessing miracles. While Wukong in the sky hadn't even done much, the ground defenses suddenly went silent. The operators checked the surveillance and were dumbfounded. Dozens of Kakashis, like a special forces team, launched a surprise attack behind enemy lines. Any artillery that dared to fire at Wukong was instantly taken down by Kakashi. The speed was astonishing. Guards went down one after another, and anyone who faced Kakashi would see darkness before meeting their maker. Folks, do you understand? This was called joint air-ground combat. One Wukong in the sky was responsible for clearing the way, while dozens of Kakashis on the ground handled the cleanup, delivering a little Kakashi shock to the Red Ribbon Army. In just half an hour, the entire base was left in shambles. Even more impressive was what happened inside the headquarters building. General White accidentally let slip that he was looking for the Dragon Balls to grow taller by 5 centimeters. His black deputy exploded upon hearing this. We're risking our lives for your 5 centimeters? Unbearable. Taking advantage of White's moment of distraction, he pulled out a gun and shot his boss. Just as Wukong and Kakashi arrived, they witnessed this dramatic scene of the second-in-command killing the first-in-command. The black deputy attempted to jump into a robot to counterattack, but the alert Kakashi swiftly executed a clean neck chop. And just like that, the Red Ribbon Army dramatically fell. With the leadership wiped out, dozens of Kakashis vanished in a puff of smoke. Wukong followed the radar to find the Dragon Balls, while Kakashi's face turned pale as a flood of messy memories from his shadow clones surged in, causing him to pause for several seconds. He shouted into the room, "Wukong, let us go, we're done." Wukong ran out carrying a box filled with Dragon Balls. The two hopped onto the flying Nimbus and flew back. On their way, they happened to run into Master Roshi and the others arriving by plane. Bulma, seeing that Wukong was fine, thought they hadn't fought yet. As soon as the plane landed, Bulma shouted, "Wukong, don't do anything crazy. The Red Ribbon Army is the strongest army in the world." Yamcha quickly covered her mouth, fearing they would attract the enemy. Wukong looked at them innocently. Strongest in the world? Really strong? But Kakashi and I just wiped them out. I tell you, at that time, Master Roshi and Krillin had their eyes wide open, staring at these two like they were ghosts. Bulma took a long time to recover and stammered, "You two, really, took down a Red Ribbon Army by yourselves?" Krillin and Yamcha were starting to doubt life itself. Are these two even human? Master Roshi sighed. "We were all prepared for the worst to come and assist you. But you finished everything?" Kakashi looked at these true friends and felt quite emotional, thinking of Guy and Obito. Master Roshi pulled Kakashi over, checked him from head to toe, and only relaxed when he confirmed he wasn't injured. By the way, Goku suddenly remembered, "Bulma, the dragon radar seems to be broken again. We can't find a 7th Dragon Ball." As a result, Bulma took apart the radar to check it and didn't find any issues. "It's not broken." This left our genius girl baffled. Master Roshi leaned in, wanting to sneak a peek at Bulma, but got punched in the face, causing his nose to bleed. He pitifully covered his nose and said, "I just want to make a suggestion. If you can't find it, you can go to my sister for divination." "You have a sister?" Everyone was shocked. So, the group hurriedly boarded the plane again. This time, Kakashi didn't have to shrink and sat with everyone. As the plane passed through a thunderstorm, Kakashi was still thinking, if they released a Chilin here, how terrifying would that be? As they broke through the clouds, a majestic palace appeared before them. An old lady floating on a crystal ball flew over. This was the divination granny. She got straight to the point. 1 divination, 10 million. If you don't have money, you could defeat my 5 guardians for a free divination. Lady Bulma, being wealthy, wanted to pay directly since it was to help Kakashi get home. But when Goku heard there was a powerful opponent, his eyes lit up, and Kakashi didn't want to owe anyone a favor. So they agreed. Let's fight. Since they had decided, they were ready to go. At the arena, Krillin was the first to step up and stop Kakashi. Kakashi, I'll go first. You and Goku need to save your strength for last. Kakashi patted Krillin's bald head and smiled. Good luck. Krillin disdainfully swatted his hand away. This guy loves to touch his head after getting familiar. The match began. In the first round, the opponent was a vampire. Krillin fought him with wits and strength, finally striking a cross pose. Taking advantage of the vampire's moment of confusion, he executed a smooth combo that sent him into the water. Krillin wins. In the second round, the opponent was an invisible man. This time, Krillin was at a loss and got beaten until he was dizzy. Yamcha shouted from below, telling him to close his eyes and listen for sounds. His trick worked, but the divination granny was singing nearby to disrupt him, and Krillin, lacking experience, ultimately lost. Kakashi shook his head helplessly and stopped Yamcha from going up, jumping onto the arena himself. The invisible man learned his lesson and quietly crept up behind Kakashi on tiptoe, throwing a punch, only to hit nothing. He was stunned because Kakashi had instantly appeared behind him, a cold shuriken already pressed against his neck. The divination granny narrowed her eyes. This kid is not simple. She directly made the invisible man admit defeat. In the third round, they changed venues to a narrow path above a pool filled with corrosive liquid, and the opponent was a tall mummy. The mummy came out quite arrogantly, but upon seeing Kakashi's casual stance, cold sweat started to pour down. He felt like he was being targeted by a python, with flaws all over but unable to find a counter. Gritting his teeth, he took the initiative. He threw a full-force punch, only for Kakashi to easily catch it with one hand. He tried to pull back, but it was too late. Kakashi lowered his body, delivering a charged uppercut straight to the abdomen. The mummy's face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground, unable to utter a word. Kakashi, expressionless, asked, "Do you want to continue?" The mummy shook his head frantically. "No. That's enough. I admit defeat." The divination granny frowned. This guy is too strong. She chanted a spell and summoned the fourth guardian, a demon with dark purple skin and horns on its head. Master Roshi's face changed. He recognized this guy. This demon has a special move that can explode the evil in a person's heart, causing them to self-destruct. Krillin and the others shouted warnings from above. Kakashi noticed Master Roshi's solemn expression and became vigilant. As the demon appeared, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, so fast that they left after images. The demon realized something was wrong and rushed over to stop him. Kakashi thought, if it's a demon, it should be afraid of fire, right? He opened his mouth and shot a massive fireball. The demon quickly flew up to avoid it, still puzzled about how this masked guy could breathe fire. Just when he thought he had the upper hand in the air, Kakashi suddenly changed direction and shot another fireball skyward. This fireball hit the demon square in the face, causing him to scream in agony. As he flailed to put out the flames on his body, Kakashi seized the opportunity, leaping up to deliver a kick straight to the chin, sending the demon's upper body crashing into the ceiling, leaving only its legs dangling. After Kakashi landed, he looked at the demon hanging above and felt a wave of disappointment. Is this it? He thought it would be much stronger. The divination granny was also stunned. What to do now? She quickly contacted Kakashi through telepathy. Kakashi, for the last match, could you let Goku take your place? His grandfather wants to meet him. Kakashi was taken aback, then understood, and without hesitation walked over to Goku, pretending to be exhausted, saying, "Goku, you take my place in the last match." Goku, who had been itching for a fight, excitedly agreed. So, everyone returned to the arena outside. An old man wearing a mask was already standing there. When Master Roshi saw his stance, he felt it was familiar, but couldn't recall why. Goku also felt a sense of familiarity. As the battle began, the two exchanged blows, and they were surprisingly evenly matched. Kakashi was shocked. Goku's grandfather is this strong? After dozens of exchanges, the two found themselves in a stalemate and retreated simultaneously. The masked old man suddenly jumped high and kicked Goku away. But Goku quickly performed a backflip to regain his footing and countered with a kick that landed on the old man. They engaged in fierce, close combat again. In the end, the masked old man even struck a pose for the Kamehameha wave and fired it at Goku. Goku jumped to dodge, but as he was falling, he returned fire with a Kamehameha, knocking the old man to the ground. Just as Goku landed, his father Gohan noticed that his grandson's tail was missing. "Goku, where's your tail?" he asked anxiously. Just as Goku was about to tell him to admit defeat, the words got stuck in his throat. That voice, it sounds like he froze. Gohan thought it was because of the mask, and hurriedly removed it, revealing a kind and gentle face. Goku was completely dumbfounded. "Grandpa? Grandpa?" At first, he couldn't believe it, but the next second, he couldn't care less about anything else, and leaped into Gohan's arms, rubbing his head against his grandfather's chin. Gohan stumbled back a few steps, but his face broke into a broad smile. After all these years, this child still loves to dive into his embrace. I tell you, that scene really broke my defenses. Little Wukong was crying his heart out, buried in his grandpa's arms, sobbing and saying how much he missed him, with warm tears streaming down like they were free. We all stood there dumbfounded. Bulma and the others had their mouths wide open. Wait, didn't Wukong's grandpa, that little Krillin, being clever as always, turned to the calm Kakashi next to him and asked, "Hey, did you know this all along?" Guess what? Kakashi, being super chill, nodded and said, "Pretty much. The fortune-telling grandma let me in on it. I thought we had to let Wukong go for it." Wow, so that's how it is. Then the fortune-telling grandma floated over and said she could let the dead stay in the living world for a day. At that point, Wukong calmed down a bit and proudly presented his 4-star ball to show his grandpa, saying he wanted to gather all the Dragon Balls to send Kakashi home. After hearing this, Kakashi suddenly said, "Hey, don't we have Dragon Balls? Why not just revive Grandpa?" I thought that idea was great at the time. But then his grandfather waved his hand and laughed nonchalantly, saying, "That's not possible. There are plenty of beauties in the underworld. I wouldn't want to come back." Wow. Hearing this, Master Roshi's eyes widened, and he nearly drooled, excitedly asking, "Is that true? Are there really a lot of beauties in the underworld?" Of course. Master Roshi pounded his chest in frustration. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk that elixir for immortality. This made the fortune-telling old lady next to him slap his head. Then Gohan quietly pulled Master Roshi aside and whispered about Goku's tail. Only then did Master Roshi reveal the truth, saying that whenever Goku saw the moon, he would turn into a mindless giant ape, and they had no choice but to cut off his tail, and Goku himself had no idea about it. After hearing this, Gohan felt relieved and turned back to remind Goku that when his tail grew back, he must train hard to strengthen that weakness that made him weak when grabbed. After giving these instructions, his grandfather's time was up. He smiled and waved goodbye to Goku, slowly becoming transparent and disappearing. With the separation of the grandfather and grandson, the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit sad. It was the fortune-telling old lady who broke the silence. All right. The contest is over. It's time for your fortune-telling. You're looking for the Dragon Balls, right?" Kakashi nodded. The fortune-telling old lady performed some operations on her crystal ball, and wow. An image appeared. The last Dragon Ball was on a speeding car, and it was heading straight for us. Kakashi was still analyzing. Is it coming towards us? Is it another one trying to steal the Dragon Balls? But Goku didn't care about that. As soon as he heard there was a lead on the Dragon Balls, his impulsive nature kicked in, and he jumped on the flying Nimbus in a flash, shooting off like a beam of light, so fast that Kakashi couldn't even stop him. With Goku gone, we could only wait in the palace. Krillin, unable to sit still, pulled Kakashi into a conversation. "Kakashi, what does that sage on Korin Tower look like?" Kakashi thought for a moment. It's a cat, quite cute, and it really loves to eat fish." Saying this, he took out a small bag of beans from his pocket. "Here, these are called Sinza beans, traded from the cat sage. Eating one can fill you up for 10 days and instantly heal injuries." He handed one to Krillin and Yamcha, who were still half skeptical, but when they swallowed it, wow, not only were they full, but all the stamina they had lost from the match was instantly restored. The two looked at Kakashi's bag of beans with a different expression. Kakashi was generous, thinking he was leaving soon, so he simply gave the whole bag to Krillin. "Here, keep this. If you get hurt while training in the future, just eat one." Bulma leaned over and asked Kakashi, "When Goku comes back, are you going to wish to go home?" Kakashi looked at Master Roshi and Krillin, a bit reluctant, but still nodded. Master Roshi, however, was more open-minded, smiling as he said, "If it's time to go, then go and fulfill your dreams. You might meet again in the future." Krillin chimed in, Yeah. At worst we can gather the Dragon Balls again, and have Shinron summon you over to hang out. I want to see your world." Bulma got excited upon hearing this, nodding vigorously. "Exactly. Kakashi, I'm so curious about your world. We'll definitely come find you later, and you have to take care of us." Kakashi smiled rarely. Although it was hard to see through his mask, his eyes curved into crescent moons, Sure, the ninja world always welcomes you, but it's best to come a little later, after I sort out my home issues so I can properly take you around. As he spoke, he remembered something and said to Bulma, by the way, I still suggest you draw some of Goku's blood for research, or go check out his hometown. That power he has when turning into a giant ape is definitely not simple. Just as they were chatting, a beam of golden light fell from the sky. Goku was back. He was completely unharmed, but for some reason, he had changed clothes. He held up the last Dragon Ball high, and finally, all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. Kakashi placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and suddenly froze. What was the incantation again? We just realized it. Bulma took a step forward, cleared her throat, and shouted at the Dragon Balls. Come out, Shinron! As soon as she finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling golden light, and the entire sky instantly darkened. A lightning bolt streaked across the sky, and the golden light shot up into the heavens, swirling and gathering in the air, eventually forming an enormous azure dragon. I tell you, that feeling of oppression is simply overwhelming. Krillin was dumbfounded, murmuring, Is this the dragon? The mighty voice of the dragon echoed across the heavens. State your wish, any wish I can fulfill for you. Kakashi took a deep breath, glanced at Master Roshi and Krillin one last time, and suddenly said, Master Wutian, see you next time. I'll introduce you to a senior from our place. You two will definitely get along well. He then turned to Goku and Krillin and said, Goku, Krillin, I can't fight with you anymore at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Forgive me, this is the last time. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and shouted at the dragon, Dragon, please send me back to my world. The dragon's red eyes lit up, and we all thought Kakashi would disappear in the next second. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and Kakashi was still standing there. Nothing happened. The atmosphere became quite awkward. The dragon spoke again, directly interrupting our confusion. Sorry, I cannot fulfill this wish. But the way home is within your own eyes. Please state your wish. Within my own eyes? Kakashi was stunned, looked down, and repeated, then raised his head and shouted, Can you explain a little clearer? The dragon, with special patience, replied, Feel your left eye. Now, state your wish. Kakashi frowned. Left eye, Sharingan? In the blink of an eye, his mind raced. Since the key is the eye, why not just upgrade the eye? He immediately thought of a brilliant idea and shouted at the dragon, Please give me a pair of Sharingan that share the same origin as my left eye and have a direct blood relationship. Good heavens, he was trying to gather Obito's eyes to directly upgrade to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The dragon nodded. This wish is very simple. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of eyes appeared out of thin air in Kakashi's hands. He quickly pulled out a sealing scroll and carefully stored them. The dragon completed the task. His enormous body transformed into light and vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls flew off in all directions. Goku, quick as lightning, jumped 3 feet high and caught the 4-star ball from his grandfather in midair. Although they didn't leave, they got the key upgrade equipment, so it wasn't a loss. Krillin was the first to break the awkwardness, smiling and saying, Then let's stay a little longer. Anyway, the dragon has pointed the way for you, so you can slowly figure out how to get home. A week later, Kakashi packed his bag, said goodbye to Master Roshi and the others, and decided to travel the world. He figured it out. His Mangekyo had awakened a second eye technique called world transmission, which could traverse worlds. But it was currently on cooldown. He planned to take advantage of the skill's cooldown to study the advanced culture of this world, such as politics, economics, and science, preparing to bring a wave of otherworldly civilization shock back to the shinobi world, properly dealing with Uchiha Obito and his gang, who only knew how to dig out eyes and annihilate clans. Meanwhile, Bulma was making big moves. She really took Kakashi's advice and spent money to have an old fortune teller read about Goku's hometown, Mount Payaz, and surprisingly, she actually dug out a round spaceship. When we arrived at the scene and saw the spaceship in the deep pit, we were all stunned. Kakashi clicked his tongue in amazement. If Orochimaru sees this, he will be so excited he'd faint. Master Roshi also suddenly realized, it seems Gohan must have found Goku nearby. When everyone told Goku that he was actually an alien, we were worried he might get emo, but this kid just scratched his head and laughed heartily. Who cares about being an alien? I'm a human on Earth now. Family members, who understands? This mentality is all about innocence. Later, Bulma dragged the spaceship back to West City for research. A few months later, Kakashi was calculating that the cooldown for his world transmission skill was about to end, and was preparing to write a farewell letter to return to the shinobi world when Bulma called him directly. Something big happened. Come quick. Kakashi used Flying Thunder God to flash to Bulma's house, scaring Bulma's father. Bulma was holding a notebook, looking serious, and said, The information from the spaceship has been decrypted. You were right. Goku is an alien from a race called Scions. Kakashi took the notebook and joked. His original name was Kakarot? Sounds quite similar to mine. But the more he read, the tighter his frown became. This Scion race didn't seem to be good news. The notebook clearly stated, race, Scion. Name, Kakarot. Mission, eliminate all native inhabitants of Earth. I tell you, when these words came out, everyone's face turned pale. Kakashi hit the nail on the head. If Goku's failure to complete the mission is discovered, the Scions are likely to send someone else. It seems that this Earth is not sure of crises. Now it seems that peaceful days are coming to an end, and a huge sense of urgency instantly enveloped everyone. Master Roshi immediately decided to double the training for Krillin and Yamcha. He himself could no longer be a slacker. After some discussion, everyone felt that this matter must be told to Goku, but he is still young, and Master Roshi harbors a huge secret in his heart. Gohan was actually accidentally crushed to death by Goku when he transformed into a giant ape. If all this is told to Goku, the child would collapse on the spot. In the end, it was Kakashi who suggested waiting until the next World Martial Arts Tournament to see Goku's level of growth before deciding whether to tell him. The atmosphere was tense when Bulma pulled out a new gadget, a small machine with a single green lens. Look, it's a battle power detector found in the spaceship. She first pointed it at Yamcha, and the number jumped to 68. Krillin took it and pointed it at Bulma, getting only 2. Then he aimed it at Kakashi, 101. Finally, he pointed it at Master Roshi, 124. It seems that Master Roshi is still the strongest. Yamcha immediately protested. Do you believe this? Can this thing measure accurately? I'm in a relaxed state right now. How about we enter a fighting state and measure again? Kakashi was more careful and suddenly asked, Wait, Bulma, have you checked this machine? Does it have any listening or camera functions? Bulma waved her hand with a look that said, Do you think I'm stupid? Don't worry. I've taken it apart and checked it. I reassembled it myself. There was indeed a listening device inside, but I already removed it. As for the camera function, I didn't find that out. I told you, since there's no ghost in this thing, we have to try it on the spot. Krillin was the first to jump up, yelling to test his combat power. All right, Bulma led us grandly to her ridiculously large backyard. And let me tell you, that's not a backyard at all. It's simply a park. Krillin was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, his mouth hanging open like he could fit an egg in it. Just as he steadied himself, Master Roshi, that old lecher, tried his old trick again, pretending to lose control and crash into Bulma. Well, Bulma immediately retaliated with a big slap, sending the old man flying, and it was so clean and neat. The old man returned to the group with a nosebleed, a big red handprint on his face, and didn't dare say a word. I'll go first. Krillin couldn't wait to step up, his whole body tense, his face turning red. Bulma put on the detector and checked. Beep, beep, beep. 67. 67. Krillin immediately shut down, turning gray. Then it was Yamcha's turn. And hey, he did a bit better, yelling out and reaching a value of 70. Bulma was a bit surprised, saying this thing is quite accurate. Next up was Kakashi. And let me tell you, this guy just waved his hand dismissively, acting all high and mighty like we didn't understand. He started lecturing, saying the machine only measures chi, which is the most basic power and defense metrics. But what do ninjas rely on? Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, all sorts of fancy moves. What is the use of just looking at panel data? Krillin and Yamcha were left dumbfounded, feeling like they were listening to something incomprehensible. On the contrary, Master Roshi was nodding vigorously, seizing the opportunity to educate them, saying that martial arts cannot be defined by a bunch of data. Skill and mindset are the true paths. Bulma didn't care about any of that and insisted on having Kakashi measure his power. Kakashi, looking resigned, said, Fine, if you all really want to see. As soon as he finished speaking, oh my, his chi and chakra exploded instantly. The detector went crazy in Bulma's eyes, beeping nonstop. Finally, the number settled at 135. Silence fell over the crowd. 135. That's a direct double. Okay. Just as Kakashi collected his energy, Master Roshi's face turned green, probably already calculating how to increase his training, fearing his martial arts would be surpassed by his own disciple. After this was done, we had dinner at Bulma's house and then dispersed. Master Roshi was genuinely scared by the Scions, not even bothering to look at the beauties of West City, and hurriedly took his disciples back on a plane to come up with a new training plan. As for Kakashi, he stayed alone in West City. I tell you, as he walked through this futuristic city, he looked completely dumbfounded. Maglev cars were flying everywhere, skyscrapers towered into the clouds, and the sense of technology was at least 100 years ahead of the ninja world. He climbed to the highest building, looking down at the bustling city, feeling a sense of elevation. Previously, he had rambled on trying to persuade Obito about unifying the ninja world, but now, looking at all of this, that rambling suddenly became his heartfelt ideal. He felt that only by uniting the strength of the entire ninja world could such peace and prosperity be created. Once this thought burst forth, it couldn't be suppressed. Kakashi stayed in West City for a full 10 days, spending all his money, buying a bunch of universal capsules filled with various books and knowledge. Then, on the day he had been in this world for exactly a year, he silently counted down. And suddenly a new power erupted from his Sharingan. A silver light shot up into the sky, directly sweeping him away from the spot. In the next moment, he found himself back in the ninja world. Before he could steady himself, a spatial vortex opened up, and Obito, wearing a mask, appeared right in front of him. Obito was immediately on high alert, scanning him up and down. Is that really you, Kakashi? Of course, who else could it be? Kakashi had spent a year in the Dragon Ball world, training intensely every day, and his whole demeanor had changed. He was taller, his muscles were firmer, and where he once resembled a drawn sword, now all his sharpness was retracted. To prove he was the real deal, Kakashi had no choice but to reluctantly drop a blackmail. He used to secretly kiss in the photos. Before he could finish, Obito instantly broke down, rushing forward to cover his mouth. Shut up. I believe you. Isn't that enough? The two of them entered the Kamui space, and Kakashi learned that while a year had passed for him, 2 whole years had passed in the ninja world. He had inexplicably aged a year younger. Kakashi then recounted all the happenings in the Dragon Ball world, from aliens to wish-granting orbs to unified Earth to Obito. Obito was left stunned, his worldview shaken to the core. Then it was Obito's turn to report on his work. In these 2 years, he hadn't been idle. He had cooperated with Nagato and Konan on the Moon Eye Plan while remotely controlling the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village, transforming the Bloody Mist into a large talent incubation base, promoting figures like Zabuza and Kisame. Kakashi, listening intently, suddenly asked, "Is there someone named Terumi Mei in the Mist Village?" Obito confirmed, saying she was the Umbu captain, but it seemed she was intentionally hiding her 2 bloodline limits. Kakashi had a hunch. Then, Kakashi pulled out a trump card, taking out a pair of Sharingan soaked in nutrient solution from scroll. Obito's eyes widened. What's this? A wish from the dragon. Directly related to you by blood, guaranteed genuine. Kakashi had a look on his face that said, "Hurry up and praise me. Eternal Mangekyo, want to take a look?" Obito held the pair of eyes, his hands trembling slightly, while still not letting up. As expected, you're useless, asking others for such things. Kakashi rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with him. The topic shifted to Konoha. Let me tell you, the situation was simply terrible. Danzo and that group of old advisors pulled a series of operations, completely isolating the Uchiha clan and driving them out of the village to camp outside. The 3rd Hokage, that old man, just watched, not saying a word, for the sake of the village's stability. All the efforts of Minato to ease the relationships were in vain. Kakashi sighed, realizing he had to hurry back. If he didn't, the Uchiha clan would be on the verge of extinction. Obito was still a bit worried, looking at Kakashi's current laid-back demeanor, wondering if he could keep himself safe in that murky water. Kakashi just smiled. Don't worry, I didn't waste this year. By the way, I'm definitely going to be interrogated when I get back. You have to help me. The two discussed their strategies, and Kakashi was sent out. He changed into a turtle school uniform and swaggered to the entrance of Konoha. The 2 guards at the gate nearly had their eyes pop out, looking like they saw a ghost. After going through the procedure, he had barely taken a few steps into the village when Yamato and the Umbu stopped him, directly taking him to the interrogation room. As soon as Yamato's hand touched Kakashi's head, Obito made his move in the Kamui space. The two worked together to implant a carefully crafted false memory into Yamato's mind, that Kakashi had fallen into a space similar to the spirit world and had been training hard before returning. You wouldn't believe it, Yamato's mental strength was truly strong. Obito felt a bit strained, but in the end, they succeeded. Thus, Kakashi walked into the Hokage's office with a clean slate. The 3rd Hokage was overly excited to see him, pulling him in to ask about everything. Kakashi recounted their fabricated story, and the old man believed it completely. After discussing serious matters, the 3rd Hokage suddenly asked, "By the way, Kakashi, would you like to see Minato's child?" Kakashi's heart skipped a beat as he followed the 3rd Hokage to a rundown apartment. It was cold and desolate here, surrounded by Umbu. The third sighed and explained that because of the rumors that Naruto is the Nine Tails, no one dares to take care of him now. So he has to live alone. The Umbu are dispatched to protect him. I told you, I felt like giving him a punch when I heard that. Is this protection? This is treating him like a dangerous item under surveillance. Kakashi was furious on the spot, pressing his voice to question. So are we just sacrificing Naruto's childhood like this? The third Hokage closed his eyes and said the most classic and infuriating line. This is the fate of the Jinchuriki. Kakashi clenched his fists and said, then let me take care of him. The third Hokage rejected without a second thought, but took a step back and allowed Kakashi to secretly deliver food to Naruto in the future, on the condition that Naruto must not know. Damn! If the 2025 Confusing Awards doesn't have the third Hokage, I'm not watching. The two of them arrived at Naruto's doorstep, and the third Hokage knocked on the door and opened it with a key. A small figure excitedly rushed out, shouting Grandpa. But upon seeing Kakashi behind the third Hokage, it instantly hid behind a shelf like a frightened little animal, peeking out with just half of its little head, timidly watching. In that moment, Kakashi felt a pang in his heart. He squatted down and tried to muster the gentlest smile, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Hey, you must be Uzumaki Naruto, right? I'm Ataki Kakashi. Nice to meet you. The third Hokage stood by, smiling. Naruto first looked at the third Hokage to confirm there was no danger, then cautiously looked at Kakashi, his little head likely thinking. He said, he is happy to meet me? His blue eyes were filled with incredible excitement. His little face turned red from excitement, and after a long pause, he finally squeezed out a sentence. Really? Really? Let me tell you, the look in that little guy's eyes at that moment was simply amazing, as if I were the first adult in his life who didn't see him as a monster. Kakashi's heart melted, and he immediately nodded, saying it was of course true, and patiently wanted to make a pinky promise with him. But then Naruto, looking confused, asked, "What'd I say pinky promise?" Goodness. Kakashi had to explain from the beginning, saying that a pinky promise is a pact between men and that you absolutely cannot lie. When Naruto heard this, he wanted to say something, probably about how the villagers called him the Nine Tails or something like that. But the words got stuck in his throat, and he quickly covered his mouth with his little hand. He was scared. Scared that this big brother, who had finally been a bit nice to him, would change his expression the moment he heard those names. I feel heartbroken just looking at this child. What kind of exclusion must he have faced to develop such a reflex? Kakashi noticed it too. This is definitely not normal. He looked up at the third Hokage, who understood and quietly made space, indicating for him to come forward. Kakashi immediately squatted down, extended his pinky finger, and taught Naruto how to hook fingers hand in hand. And I tell you, the seriousness on his face was unprecedented as he said word for word, Kakashi Ataki will never hate Naruto Uzumaki. Just this one sentence made Naruto's golden tears flowed down instantly, and the whole world blurred in his eyes. Kakashi reached out to help him wipe his tears, gently saying, if you want to cry, then cry. At your age, you should be like this. At this, Naruto completely lost control, bursting into tears and throwing himself into Kakashi's arms, crying so hard that it felt like the sky was falling, with snot and tears all over Kakashi's new clothes. At that moment, I thought to myself, that's it. Kakashi's cleanliness is ruined. He'll have to wash his clothes for half a day when he gets back. Once Naruto cried enough and looked up to see a big wet patch on Kakashi's chest, he got scared, worried that Kakashi would find him dirty. But Kakashi didn't mind at all. He even ruffled Naruto's hair and called him a little crybaby with a smile. Now, Naruto was completely at ease, his mouth grinning like a melon. The third Hokage saw that the timing was right and also came over, ruffling Naruto's hair and then suddenly stuffing a thick wad of money into his hands. He then sent Kakashi away and started giving Naruto a lesson. The old man was really smooth at this PUA game. He told Naruto, little Naruto, Kakashi is a busy man and might not come to see you often in the future, but don't think he dislikes you. He likes you just like I do. If you find that there is suddenly more milk and vegetables at home, that is from him, but you mustn't tell anyone. It's our secret. Naruto was completely taken in, his mind filled with the thought that brother Kakashi wouldn't hate him. The third Hokage, not feeling reassured, repeated it again. And this time Naruto finally absorbed it. Brother Kakashi will send vegetables. I must keep it a secret. Seeing him nodding vigorously, the third Hokage smiled in satisfaction. By the time they left Naruto's house, he had already regained his energy and was waving vigorously at the door. On the way, the third Hokage suddenly warned Kakashi seriously to be careful when meeting Naruto and to never let Danzo's people find out. I instantly knew that the waters of Konoha were deep. The old man even added a parting shot, saying that Guy and Shursui probably knew he was back, especially Guy, and that he had to handle it himself. Kakashi's face instantly fell, as if he could already see that green spandex guy charging at him. Sure enough, as he wobbled to his apartment door, he saw the two of them standing there. One was glowing green, and the other was in an umbu uniform. It was none other than Guy and Shursui. As soon as Guy saw Kakashi, his tears flowed like a burst dam, and he howled, charging over like a runaway husky, giving Kakashi a solid bear hug. Kakashi, my lifelong rival, you're finally back. That guy was almost hanging off Kakashi, and after Kakashi finally pushed him away, Guy grabbed Kakashi's shoulders and began shaking him wildly. I watched as Kakashi's head nearly shook into an afterimage. Shursui stood by with a helpless smile. Kakashi was about to throw up, desperately calling for a stop. As soon as Guy let go, seeing Kakashi's pale face, he started crying out again, Kakashi, don't die. I really can't believe it. Kakashi took a while to regain his composure, sizing up the two of them, silently complaining in his heart. Goodness, Shursui. Did you grow up on hormones? How did you shoot up to 8 meters in just 2 years? The Uchiha family members are truly something else. Shursui, however, noticed that Kakashi's arms had gotten a lot stronger. Kakashi briefly explained that he had been practicing body techniques in another world. As soon as Guy heard about training, he got fired up and immediately wanted to challenge Kakashi to make up for the 2 years he had missed. Kakashi pretended to be clueless. Huh? What did you just say? The wind is too strong. I didn't hear clearly. Guy immediately broke down, starting to cry again. Shursui subtly moved closer to Kakashi, probably feeling it was too embarrassing. However, Shursui was also curious about Kakashi's current strength, but instead of paying attention to the still crying Guy, they exchanged a riddle, saying something like you'll see in the future. The three of them found a place to eat, and not long after sitting down, someone knocked on the private room door. Shursui said please come in, and when the door opened, lo and behold, 4 Uchiha members barged in like they were here to collect a debt, not even glancing at Kakashi and Guy, directly addressing Shursui. Shursui, come back with us to the clan. Clan leader Fugaku wants to hold meeting. After saying that, 2 of them glared and activated their Sharingan, trying to use Genjutsu to erase mine Guy's memories. I was instantly furious. These Uchiha are too arrogant, right? Shursui quickly stopped them and then apologized to us with a bow, saying he had to leave. Kakashi helped him up, smiling and saying it was fine. As soon as Shursui and the others left, the atmosphere outside the private room became tense. I could feel that Shursui was definitely having doubts in his heart, wondering if this was a coincidence or if they were being monitored. At the dining table, Guy rarely became serious, explaining the current tense relationship between the Uchiha and the village to Kakashi. After hearing this, Kakashi simply said calmly, Guy, let us train together tomorrow. I'll teach you something new. The next day at the 3rd training ground, as soon as they set up their stances, I felt something was off. Kakashi's aura had completely changed. Guy initiated with a leaf great whirlwind as a test, and what happened? Kakashi dodged it effortlessly, like he was using hacks, leaning back with ease. Guy, not believing in evil, intensified his attacks, but all were either easily dodged by Kakashi or blocked casually. Moreover, every time he blocked, Guy felt pain in his arms and legs. I have to tell you, this is completely a dimensionality reduction strike. In Akai's heart, a huge wave was stirred up. The gap was simply like that between a high ninja and a shadow-level ninja. He even began to ponder whether to teach Kakashi the last few gates of the 8 gates, but was worried that his Sharingan would consume too much chakra and couldn't handle it. Just as Akai was distracted for a moment, Kakashi suddenly called for a stop. But Akai's foot was already in motion, and with a bang, he kicked Kakashi right on the side of his face. No way. You really kicked me? Kakashi flew out. Akai was stunned and shouted, Kakashi. As a result, Kakashi managed to twist his body in midair and landed gracefully without a scratch. He walked back to see Akai looking confused and helplessly said, Kai, you got distracted. Akai scratched his head and forced a smile, then was shocked to discover that Kakashi, who was kicked in the face with all his strength, had no injuries at all, not even a bruise. Akai was dumbfounded. You're really okay? He looked at his own leg, starting to question life. Kakashi also found it strange, thought for a moment, and guessed that the so-called chi must have maximized his body's defense. So he casually teased Akai. This is probably a defensive technique learned from that world. How about it? Want to learn? I'll teach you. How could Akai refuse? He nodded like crazy on the spot. Meanwhile, Shizen quietly slipped into the Hokage's office to report on the clan meeting from last night, but was dumbfounded as soon as she entered. In the office, besides the 3rd Hokage, there was also Danzo, that bandaged freak, along with the 2 old-timers, Koharu and Hamura. Shizun's heart sank, but she still pretended to be there to accept a mission. Danzo's group was clearly there to force a coup. They insisted that Kakashi's 2-year disappearance was highly suspicious, possibly a spy, and demanded the third Hokage hand Kakashi over to Root for interrogation. The third Hokage initially smoked his pipe in silence, and only after the 3 elders finished speaking did he slowly open his mouth, but the gunpowder in his words was palpable even through the screen. Are you doubting Kakashi? Or questioning my judgment? The old man directly opened fire, bringing up Kakashi's identity as the 4th Hokage's disciple and White Fang's son, leaving those old geezers speechless. Finally, he issued a stern order, warning Danzo, put away your little schemes. No thoughts against Kakashi Hitaki. Danzo angrily slammed the door and left, saying, you'll regret this. After they all left, Shizun returned to secretly report to the 3rd Hokage. Back at his eerie underground base, Danzo figured it out. Sarutobi was guarding against him. This old man, having done all sorts of bad deeds, couldn't deal with Kakashi openly, so he resorted to underhanded tactics, immediately ordering someone to ambush Shizun, targeting her Sharingan. At the same time, in the Mist Village, Obito was investigating Mei Terumi based on the information Kakashi provided. On the other side, he began to study the spare Mangekyo Sharingan Kakashi had given him. Wow, he discovered that this pair of eyes actually had no preset ocular techniques. I tell you, this is just DIY ocular techniques. It's all about customization. Obito was thrilled and decided to develop a powerful technique himself, leaving the other one for Kakashi to decide. In Konoha, after finishing a barbecue with Akai, Kakashi's wallet was empty, so he had to take on a mission the next day. The 3rd Hokage was surprised to see him report back so quickly and gave him a solo A-rank mission. Before leaving, Kakashi asked casually and confirmed that Itachi Uchiha was now in his former Umbu squad, temporarily led by Tenzo. 3 days later, as Tenzo was leading Itachi and the others back to the village after completing their mission, he suddenly sensed a violent battle wave ahead. 4 strong chakras, 3 against 1. Tenzo quietly led his team closer, and just as they got near, a familiar voice shouted, Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Itachi's face changed drastically, and he whispered in shock, Brother Shizun. Upon hearing this, Tenzo couldn't hide anymore and immediately ordered the 4 of them to charge out of the forest. They saw Shizun covered in injuries, being surrounded and attacked by 3 Umbu in Root uniforms, in a dire situation. Without hesitation, Tenzo used Earth Release, Earth Pillar Explosion to attack, while Itachi instantly flashed to Shizun's side, blocking a fatal blow from behind. Seeing them, Shizun was both surprised and delighted. Itachi? What are you doing here? Itachi was blocking with his sword while quickly answering. We just finished a mission and passed by, heard the fighting, and came to check it out. Guess what I saw? Uchiha Shizun. He was being beaten by several people. I tell you, Shizun was shocked at the time, but didn't stop moving. He forced a breath and kicked one enemy in front of him flying. While gasping for breath, he shouted to Itachi, be careful. These guys are all high ninjas, and 2 of them are heavyweights. I don't know who they are or why they're after me. Before he finished speaking, he staggered, his face starting to turn purple, sweat pouring down like rain. I was anxious at the time. Shirzue, what's wrong? But I didn't dare to turn back, fearing an ambush. Good grief. At that moment, Tens had already rushed into the scene and immediately recognized that these people were from the Root, his former colleagues. He was stunned and wanted to buy some time by asking them why they were trying to kill their own. But guess what? They completely ignored him. The 3 fierce ones, Kuma, Yoru, and Ichi, paid him no mind and continued charging toward Shirzue. In a flash, Tens wasted no time and used Wood Release, Wood Pillar Wall. A wooden wall rose up right in front of us. I quickly turned around, grabbed Shirzue by the back of his collar, and we both crouched down, perfectly shielded by the wooden wall. The next second, there were 3 loud crashes as 3 knives struck the wooden wall, leaving 3 white marks. Those 3 from the Root were also skilled when their attack missed. They pushed off the wall and swiftly jumped away. Tens immediately moved in front of us, protecting the barely conscious Shirzue behind him. Our other 2 team members, Edo and Ranbu, had also circled around to the back of the 3 Root ninjas. I tell you, at that moment, if I had let go of Shirzue, the 4 of us could have immediately launched a pincer attack on them and taken him down. So those 3 guys didn't dare to move, and the situation froze, becoming eerily quiet. Tens glanced at Shirzue out of the corner of his eye. He looked poisoned and clearly on the verge of death. He lowered his voice and said to me, Itachi, wait a moment. Edo, Ranbu, and I will hold him off. You immediately take Shirzue back to the village to detoxify him. If you wait any longer, He won't survive. I have to tell you. The look in Tenzu's eyes at that moment was just like that of a suicide squad. Edo and Ranbu were the same. They were already prepared to die here. Especially Edo. He was a sensory-type ninja and understood better than anyone how terrifying those two opponents were. But there was no choice. I was his teammate. And Shirzue was Kakashi-senpai's friend, so we had to save him both emotionally and logically. Tenzu was probably thinking that if Kakashi-senpai were here, he would definitely risk his life to protect his teammates. As a result, Shirzue, that stubborn guy, struggled to stand up, placing a hand on Tenzu's shoulder, and said, "No, you're no match for them. Go, I'll stay." Tenzu shot back at him, "You're just a patient right now. You have no say here. Hurry and get back to Konoha to detox." Shirzue insisted, "Kakashi is back. You can't die here for me." Upon hearing this, Tenzu's mind went blank. What? Kakashi-senpai is back. Family, who understands, in a high-level confrontation, just that moment of distraction can cost you your life. Those three root ninjas seized the opportunity and instantly appeared. Edo and Ranbu wanted to form seals to use ninjutsu, but it was too late. With a splatter, blood sprayed as Tenzu's shoulder was pierced straight through by the bear's katana. But he was also tough. He countered with a kunai sweep, forcing the bear to lean back slightly. Then Tenzu forcibly retreated, pulling the sword out of his own body, and pushed forward to block the bear, preventing him from chasing after Shirzue. I encountered someone named E, but I had to hold onto Jishue with one hand, so I could only fight him with one hand, which was incredibly risky. If it weren't for my Sharingan, I would have been cut into 8 pieces by now. Just at that critical moment, I seized an opportunity and cast a super fast Genjutsu to freeze E in place for a fraction of a second. Then I hurriedly retreated while holding Jishue. Jishue struggled in my arms and said, "Itachi, use Genjutsu on me. Cut off my pain receptors. I have a way to deal with them." I frowned at that moment. "Brother Jishue, then you won't be able to feel the deterioration of your body. Listen to me," he shouted. "Tianzong and the others can't hold on. The only way to break the deadlock is for me to fight again. I promise not to use my eye power to break your illusion, and remember to carry me back to the village after the fight." I fell silent and could only nod. Taking a deep breath, I activated my Sharingan and cast an illusion that enveloped him. Shirzue's gaze momentarily froze. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Ranbu shouted to Edo, "I'll hold him off. You go support Itachi." Edori Tortith, "No, you go. I'm a sensory type. My chances of survival are greater than yours." Ranbu gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The enemy named Yi sneered. "Want to leave? No way." Just as he was about to pursue, Edo intercepted him with a lightning jutsu. In that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several green Senbon, thicker than wine glasses and moving at an incomprehensible speed, shot toward Yi, leaving behind afterimages. He had just dodged Edo's lightning release when he turned around to see this thing, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Meanwhile, Tenzu was locked in an intense battle with Kuma, intentionally positioning himself to face us while keeping Kuma's back turned, fearing I would ambush him. Kuma was about to change position when he suddenly heard a shrill scream from behind, a sound so inhuman that it sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Just as he was about to form hand signs for a substitution jutsu, Tenzu lunged at him, wrapping around him like an octopus. In the next moment, the green afterimage pierced through Kuma's body, sending Tenzu flying and crashing hard into a tree, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that in the moment of being embraced, Tenzu had hardened his belly, so although he was pierced by the Senbon, he was not mortally wounded. He lifted his head and looked at the imposing green giant not far away, revealing a proud smile and giving a thumbs up. I tell you, he is definitely an Oscar-winning actor. He was the first to see Shirzue unleash his full power, yet he held back his expression and acted it out, leaving Kuma in the dust. Who understands this, family? A 10-meter-tall green, chakra-armored warrior stood up with a crash. That was a true Susanoo. It held a twisted corpse in its hand, the very one that had chased me earlier. Yi. In the next moment, the green giant dissipated with the wind. Shirzue broke free from the illusion, and with his chakra exhausted and toxins erupting, he collapsed weakly. I quickly supported him, preventing his face from hitting the ground. Edo and Ranbu stood frozen, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The entire ninja view was shattered. What the hell is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? 3 elite jonin, 2 monsters on the brink of reaching the level of a Kage. Didn't he even have time to react before being instantly killed by the massive Senbon shot from the green giant's belly? Stop dazing. Help carry brother Shirzue back to the village. Surprisingly, the calmest one was me, the youngest. It was then that they snapped out of their daze and hurried over to carry Shursui. Tenzu quickly tended to his wounds, instructed us to take a root ninja's corpse as evidence, and burn the other two bodies before we hastily retreated. Tenzu was clear-headed. He knew this was definitely another scheme orchestrated by that old coot, Danzo. A few of us took turns carrying Shursui, and we ran like we had nitrous boost, rushing to the gates of Konoha without even signing our names. Rampo just carried him straight to the Konoha hospital. What happened next was even more explosive. When the third Hokage found out about this, he was so angry that he almost crushed his pipe. Kakashi-senpai, who had just returned from a mission and hadn't even settled down yet, was called by the third Hokage and learned about Shursui's situation. Without saying a word, he grabbed a pack of senza beans and headed to the hospital. When Kakashi-senpai reached the door of the operating room, he saw me sitting there alone waiting. He walked over, casting shadow over me. I looked up and saw it was Kakashi and I. "Tell me the details," he said as he sat down next to me, adding, "Using Jinjutsu is fine too." I nodded and activated my Sharingan. In 1 second, all the causes and effects in high-definition 4K with Dolby Atmos were engraved in Kakashi's mind. I noticed a slight change in his expression, and at that moment, I felt a stir in my heart, wanting to say something, but I felt it wasn't the right place. Seeing me hesitating to speak, Kakashi-sensei probably guessed I was thinking about the Umbu attack. To divert my attention, he smiled and casually asked, "Does her dad know about Shursui's surgery?" Once Shursui's surgery was completed and he was moved to the recovery room, Kakashi-sensei left. He had to go to the Hokage's office. I tell you, the atmosphere in the Hokage office at that time was something else. The third Hokage put his pipe aside, his temples throbbing with anger. Danzo stood there like a guilty schoolboy, not daring to make a sound. There was even a corpse on the floor. Then, Kakashi-senpai pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as the third saw him, he knew he was there for Shursui, which made his headache even worse. Kakashi-senpai immediately started to reprimand him, showing no regard for face, and coldly questioned, "Third Hokage, have you confirmed the mastermind behind this?" Upon hearing this, the third Hokage realized that Kakashi was genuinely furious. Danzo excitedly turned back to shout Kakashi-senpai, only to be silenced by a glare from Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze was fixed on the third Hokage, who, feeling the pressure, could only nod helplessly. "I have dispatched someone to remove Danzo from the position of Root's leader, and he will be placed under house arrest, so he won't have the chance to target Shursui again. Is that it?" Kakashi was clearly dissatisfied. Wasn't this just a typical "will you dare to do it again next time"? But he knew that he couldn't force the third Hokage to act alone. If Danzo dared to act against the Uchiha today, he could do the same against the Hyuga or the Aburame tomorrow. Once this matter came to light, all the clans would be on edge. But the third Hokage only had 2 words in his mind: balance. He didn't want to push Danzo into a corner, fearing that he might retaliate desperately, nor did he want to completely sever ties with the Uchiha, leading to internal strife in Konoha that could allow other villages to take advantage. So in the end, he could only settle for house arrest, barely providing an explanation to all parties involved. Seeing that Kakashi was still there, he could only say, "I will give a suitable explanation to the Uchiha. You all can leave for now. I will personally go to see Shursui later." Kakashi and Danzo left the office together. As soon as they stepped outside, Danzo excitedly shouted, "Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi turned back to glance at him. "Let us go. It's been a while. Today, I'll treat you to ramen." Meanwhile, the third Hokage took Umbu to the root base. Danzo was still sitting there like an old dog. Upon seeing Sarutobi arrive, he immediately began to rant. "Sarutobi, you want to remove me from my position just because of this? I did it for the village. As long as Shursui Uchiha is alive, the Uchiha will always harbor rebellious thoughts." Sarutobi was even angrier. "Do you know what good deed you've done? I officially remove you from the position of root leader and place you under house arrest. Those young people under you should return to their respective clans. If you still consider me the Hokage, you better behave." The next day, Kakashi came to the hospital again, carrying some fruit. As soon as he arrived at the door of the ward, he was blocked by several young Uchiha members, led by Uchiha Te, whose gaze seemed to want to swallow Kakashi whole. "Leave this place. We Uchiha do not welcome you." The atmosphere instantly froze. At that moment, clan head Fugaku pushed the door open and coldly said to them, "Let him in." The few of them wanted to say something, but were silenced by a glare from Fugaku and could only unwillingly step aside. Kakashi walked into the ward with the fruit basket and exchanged a glance with Fugaku. Inside the ward, I was still there. When Shursui saw Kakashi, he broke into a hearty smile. Suddenly, Fugaku said to Kakashi, Thank you for coming to see Shursui. His tone was neither warm nor cold. He probably also felt it was a pity. If Kakashi had stayed in the village, with his status and connections, the Uchiha and Konoha wouldn't have reached such a state. Kakashi replied calmly, Clan head Fugaku, you're being too kind. I'm Shursui's friend, it's only right. Seeing that the two of them hadn't started arguing, Shursui visibly relaxed. I looked at Shursui, a bit confused about what he was so nervous about. It seemed like my father and Kakashi didn't have any conflicts. But Shursui's heart sank again as he thought, why does Elder Danzo want to kill me? Kakashi noticed his strange expression and said, Fugaku, Itachi hasn't slept for a day and a night. Why don't you take him back to rest first, and I'll have a word with Shursui? Fugaku was about to refuse when Shursui quickly said, Fugaku, please take Itachi back. Kakashi won't harm me. Fugaku's brows furrowed tighter. The situation is unclear now. I can't let you stay alone with a Konoha ninja. The meaning of his words was clear. He didn't trust Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and said seriously to Fugaku, Fugaku, I still have the Sharingan that my dear friend gifted me in my left eye. For its sake, I will never harm Shursui. Moreover, the third Hokage should have already discussed compensation with you, right? Fugaku gave Kakashi a deep look, but in the end, he still took me away. In the hospital room, Shursui curiously watched as Kakashi took out 2 beans. He was baffled, thinking, are you planning to plant beans in the hospital for a happy farm? Kakashi explained, these are good things I got from another world, the sins of beans. They can instantly heal you with no side effects. Shursui's eyes nearly popped out. They were even better than Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. He skeptically took the beans, activated his Sharingan, and stared at them for a long time, but couldn't see anything special. Don't eat them now, Kakashi said seriously. Danzo is only under house arrest. Who knows if you'll go mad again. Keep this as a trump card, and eat it only when it's absolutely necessary to catch him off guard. Shursui nodded, accepted the sins of beans, and said, speaking of Danzo, I have to thank you for your reminder back then. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have come back this time. Kakashi, while peeling an apple, said, still calling him elder? He isn't one anymore. You should know how despicable he is now, right? Shursui looked bitter, but we are all ninjas of Konoha. Why does he want to? Kakashi handed him a piece of apple, because he has never trusted the Uchiha. He thinks you're all unstable factors. The second Hokage once said that the Uchiha are a clan of love. The deeper the love, the more extreme the hatred becomes when it transforms and the Sharingan evolves. That's why the second Hokage was wary of you. But my teacher, the fourth Hokage, wanted to fully accept the Uchiha. Unfortunately, he sacrificed himself. Now, I want to inherit his will and improve the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha. And I need your help, Shursui. Shursui was stunned, shocked, ecstatic, and then worried. But you just came back. You don't understand how bad the relationship is between the village and the Uchiha. I know, Kakashi calmly analyzed. On one side, Konoha is constantly pressuring you. And on the other side, the voices within the Uchiha are not unified. However, because of your recent attack, both sides will temporarily calm down. With Danzo out of the picture, the third Hokage will need to appease the major clans and will definitely offer you compensation. And on your side, with your strongest fighting force down, they won't dare to act recklessly. This is our opportunity. What do you plan to do? First step, shatter the confidence of those hawkish factions within your Uchiha clan. Kakashi said astonishingly, I will go to the Uchiha clan and challenge them, making them realize how weak they are. Without you, they're nothing. Shursui's jaw nearly dropped. Kakashi, that's challenging the entire Uchiha by yourself. Even if you have the Mangekyo, and besides, if you don't defeat me, they won't accept it. I've already used Susanoo. Now the whole clan knows I've awakened the third power. As for the Susanoo matter, the memories of Tens and the others have already been sealed by the third Hokage. Now, besides you and me, Itachi and the third, no one knows. Kakashi interrupted him, and I don't need to defeat you. I just need to defeat everyone else besides you. You focus on healing, stay as long as you can, and consider it buy me time. After saying that, Kakashi jumped directly out of the window. He didn't want to see the unpleasant faces of the Uchiha at the door. Why is Kakashi so arrogant? Because he just unlocked a new power last night. Obito found him and directly pulled him into the Kamui space, giving him a cyber upgrade and preparing for the transplant of the eternal Mangekyo. Once the operation is complete, he will be the first person outside the Uchiha to possess the eternal Mangekyo, you understand? At that time, he can directly crush everything like a Gundam. Walking down the street, Kakashi touched the bandaged left eye beneath his forehead protector, thinking he should go check on Naruto. As he passed by the women's bathhouse, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. He remembered the third said Jiraiya would be back. His DNA stirred, and he almost wanted to climb the wall for some inspiration. On the other side, Fugaku returned to the clan's territory and was immediately surrounded by the clansmen. Some asked about Shirsue's injuries, some shouted to bring Shirsue back, and others directly clamored to revolt. When Fugaku mentioned the compensation promised by the third Hokage, the entire Uchiha clan erupted. Who cares if they let us move back? If there is compensation, it should be for the position of Hokage. We should be the ones to deal with Danzo. The entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar, each one shouting, almost calling for royal officials to show their worth. If it weren't for Shirsue, still lying in the Konoha hospital, they would probably have grabbed their weapons and started a battle on the spot. Fugaku had no choice but to use Shirsue's safety as an excuse to temporarily calm them down. Once the clansmen dispersed, Fugaku brought me back home, his face full of fatigue. He knew that the Uchiha's rebellion was now inevitable. He only pitied me. Having just joined the Umbu, I was forced to take sides. Who would I choose, the village or my clan? Fugaku knew in his heart that I was a genius with Hokage thinking, so he was uncertain whether I would tell the Hokage about the clan's plans. Little did he know, the Hokage side was currently too busy to care about me. Let me tell you, while the atmosphere on my side was so tense it could squeeze out water on the other side of the village, Kakashi-senpai stumbled into the annual big show. Can you believe it? One of the legendary three, Jiraiya, at his age, was still peeping at the women's bathhouse. And he got caught. The most ridiculous thing? He wasn't discovered. He slipped on his own banana peel, and with a duong, his back of the head made intimate contact with the wall, completely exposing himself. Then he was chased around the street by a group of ladies wrapped in towels. Kakashi-senpai was dumbfounded watching from the side, and in the end, he had to use the flying thunder god to escape. The two of them ran to the Hokage building's rooftop, where the third Hokage was also present. Jiraiya still wanted to tease Kakashi with his newly published Ica Paradise, saying he couldn't read it because he was underage, which probably made Kakashi furious. He must have pre-ordered that book 800 times as hard. The third Hokage was not in the mood for jokes. He laid it all out, saying the Uchiha was now a powder keg, and with Danzo out of the picture, he wanted Jiraiya to stay and keep the peace. What do you think happened next? Jiraiya directly turned his face away, saying it was Danzo's mess. So why should he clean it up? He refused to take on this burden. After that, he dragged Kakashi to go see Naruto, leaving the third Hokage alone on the rooftop, feeling the cold wind. Let me tell you, Kakashi has been puzzled these days. He originally thought that with Danzo causing such a big incident, the major ninja clans in the village would have stormed the Hokage's office by now. But what happened? It was calm and peaceful, not a ripple to be seen. He understood that the third Hokage had managed to appease the other clans, and now only the Uchiha clan remained as the lingering problem, which was also his biggest headache. At this very moment, in a dark and eerie cave, Obito was listening to the gossip report from Black and White Zetsu. Black Zetsu was embellishing the story, saying that Danzo was hunting down Shirsue and that the Uchiha and Konoha were about to clash, asking him if it was exciting. Upon hearing this, Obito thought, well, isn't this just perfect? He had previously been wary of Shirsue's Kodoeme Tsukumi, but now that Shirsue was down, his thoughts began to flow freely. He asked how the third was handling things, and Black Zetsu recounted the third's muddled approach, stripping Danzo of his identity, house arrest, and monitoring by the Umbu, all in detail. After listening, Obito was both angry and amused, internally mocking. Is this it? This is the punishment? This is just a slap on the wrist. In a couple of years, when things calmed down, wouldn't Danzo still be the emperor of the root? He immediately instructed Black Zetsu to dig up all of Danzo's dirty laundry, like forcing Kakashi's father, the White Fang, to his death and colluding with Hanzo to kill Yahiko. Goodness, with his track record, he was simply the #1 troublemaker in Konoha. As he listened, a plan to strengthen Konoha began to form in his mind. Back at home, I was still going to the Hokage's office every day, bracing myself. My dad was completely against it, worried about my safety and afraid that I might truly become a person of the third. But I told him that if I didn't go now, it would be like openly telling the third that the Uchiha were going to rebel, right? Upon hearing this, my dad found it reasonable and finally let me go, reminding my mom every day to ensure I stayed safe. In reality, I was in a state of confusion, only able to find time to visit Shirsue at the hospital. Although Shirsue couldn't speak, I understood his gaze. He definitely had a new plan. I continued going to work, as usual, for 3 days. On the other side, Kakashi-senpai was also busy. He unwrapped the bandages, feeling the immense power brought by his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his chakra soared as if he had taken a rocket, increasing by about 6 times. He was contemplating how to trigger the bomb between the Uchiha and the village ahead of time when an Umbu suddenly appeared, handing him a secret order from the third Hokage. Kakashi's heart sank. Oh no, this old man isn't planning to make a move against us Uchiha first, is he? He rushed to the office, and upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to see Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, and the third Hokage. All of Konoha's greatest minds and fighting power were gathered here, a lineup that could debut on the spot. The third Hokage wasted no time and immediately opened a purple square barrier, enveloping everyone inside. Shikaku cleared his throat, and his first words left Kakashi and Jiraiya stunned. He said, after careful consideration, the third has decided to permanently revoke Danzo's position as Elder tomorrow and prohibit him from ever touching the root again. Let me tell you, Kakashi and Jiraiya's expressions at that moment were like hearing that a sow could climb a tree, their faces clearly showing that this old man had taken the wrong medicine. The third Hokage also looked bitter, saying it was all thanks to Dudge that he was awakened, and he even designed a plan to dismantle and divide the root ninjas. The reason for calling those two tonight was to have them as enforcers to clean up Danzo's diehard followers. But what happened? Before the plan could be completed, an Umbu suddenly burst in with a report. Not good. Elder Danzo suddenly appeared at the root base 10 minutes ago, killed the guarding Umbu, and fled with a dozen people. At that moment, the entire office exploded. The third's face turned green with anger, and he immediately threw off his Hokage cloak, revealing his battle armor underneath, and roared an order. All Umbu, capture the traitor Danzo. Casualties are irrelevant. He even specially sent someone to keep an eye on our Uchiha clan, fearing we might take advantage of the situation. Just at that critical moment, Kakashi suddenly stood up and shouted, Lord Third, leave the Uchiha side to me. I'm enough on my own. The third was furious and said, what are you joking about? Kakashi said nothing more and silently pointed to his left eye. In that instant, the entire office fell silent, and the third, Jiraiya, and Dudge looked at him as if he were a monster. An outsider had awakened the legendary power of the Uchiha. The third took a deep breath and finally nodded. All right, I appoint you as acting captain of the Umbu. All Umbu in the west tonight are under your command. Kakashi accepted the order and jumped out of the window, still puzzled, thinking, Danzo is quite impressive, isn't he? Just when I thought he would defect. He really did pull this off? He didn't hesitate and directly infiltrated the hospital, found Shursui, who was still pretending to be sick, and handed him a senzabine. As soon as Shursui ate it, his injuries healed instantly, and he widened his eyes, asking, are we making our move tonight? Kakashi nodded. Danzo has defected. The third is chasing him. Now is the best time. Shursui was also surprised, thinking, is Danzo really that desperate? Just because he got removed from his position? They didn't have time to think much, leaving a shadow clone on the bed, and slipped out of the window, running quickly to reach the outskirts of our Uchiha clan before we gathered. Meanwhile, on another pursuit route, the third and Jiraiya were desperately chasing Danzo. Jiraiya was still worried that Kakashi couldn't handle the Uchiha alone, but the third said that he was determined to move against Danzo precisely because Kakashi was back. With Kakashi around, there would be someone in Konoha who could suppress the Uchiha, and he could re-establish peace with us. Even hoping that in the future Shursui would become the clan leader and work with Kakashi to create a new era of peace. But he never expected that we Uchiha couldn't wait any longer. The Uchiha Ina, who was responsible for watching over Shursui, had actually been inadvertently released by Kakashi, and he ran back to the clan without any obstacles, frantically knocking on the door of my father Fugaka's house. After my dad finished the report, his face instantly turned pale with anger. He asked me to stay and take care of my mom and Sasuke, then rushed out. Before long, the underground chamber of our Uchiha clan was filled with a dense crowd of clansmen. My dad stood on a high platform and, with a trembling voice, announced the news of Danzo's defection and the vulnerability of Konoha's defenses. The crowd erupted in chaos, shouting for a coup. We want justice. Their voices could have torn the roof off. My dad closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was only determination left in his gaze. He shouted, all Chunin and higher ninjas assemble. Target Konoha. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas, carrying years of suppressed anger, surged out from the underground like a flood, heading straight for the center of Konoha. None of them knew that behind all this, a masked man was sitting in a tree, watching the spectacle. That's right, it was Obito, Danzo's defection. That was a script he arranged using his Mangekyo Sharingan, directly serving Danzo a brain control feast, with the goal of completely stirring up the waters of Konoha. I'm telling you, when acting, you have to go all out. Over here, Obito just cast a jinx on Danzo and thought, Hey, shouldn't I add some trouble for Konoha? Otherwise, that old schemer Black Zetsu will definitely suspect me. What happened next? Goodness, he sat in that tree for half the day without even catching a glimpse of Kakashi, but instead, he ended up waiting for the third Hokage in Jiraiya. Obito was dumbfounded at that moment. Where is he? My C-position male lead, Kakashi? You're not coming to such a big scene? This script is off. He thought he had to find Kakashi to clarify things, and the next second, with a turn of a Sharingan, he directly opened the map to find him. But guess what? He hadn't even moved yet, and on the other side, the Uchiha clan was already in an uproar. Fugaku was leading a large group of clansmen, charging forward like they were going to a KTV team-building event, full of momentum. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a kunai was directly pinned in front of them, bringing everyone to a sudden halt. The Uchiha clan members were stunned. Who was so blind? When they focused their eyes, they realized it was a trident kunai. Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. He was just about to say, "What kind of tricks are you playing the fourth Hokage already?" But before he could finish, Kakashi appeared in a flash, squatted down, and pulled out the kunai. The pose was cool, but he was missing the fourth's ceremonial robe. Otherwise, the effect would have been perfect. Fugaku's face darkened. Hatake Kakashi? He immediately realized, wow, this is a bait to draw out the snake. No wonder the news of Danzo's defection came so easily. It turns out he was waiting for me here. Behind him, all the Uchiha brothers were tense. Their killing intent almost materializing, just waiting for the clan leader's signal to chop Kakashi into dumpling filling. Kakashi, on the other hand, acted as if nothing was wrong, waved his hand, and said, "Don't be nervous, clan leader Fugaku, it's just me today. Oh, by the way, Sure Sway and the others are fine. They're lying in the VIP room of Konoha Hospital." Fugaku didn't believe it. "What are you doing here?" Kakashi stared at him with his dead fish eyes and calmly said, "I came to stop you." "What the hell?" As soon as those words came out, someone in the Uchiha ranks almost laughed out loud. "Just you? Alone? To stop our enhanced squad? You must be sick." Fugaku didn't want to waste any more words. Tonight's matter was non-negotiable. Kakashi directly lifted his forehead protector, and his left eye's Sharingan lit up. Before he could react, Fugaku's Sharingan activated. An illusion technique was hurled straight at Kakashi. What happened next? In less than 0.01 seconds, Kakashi broke it, not even blinking. Fugaku was shocked. This eye power? Kakashi didn't give him time to be surprised. He pushed off the ground, and his whole body shot like a silver lightning bolt, charging into the crowd of Uchiha. Oh no, he is coming. The Uchiha clan was dumbfounded. This script is wrong. Shouldn't we be surrounding him? Why is it turned into him surrounding us? Next was pure individual performance time. Kakashi moved fluidly among the crowd. It was incredibly smooth. Fugaku personally entered the fray, exchanged a few blows, and found he couldn't handle it all. Kakashi casually unleashed a Chidori, and blue-white lightning burst forth, instantly stunning several Uchiha. Fugaku saw this wasn't going to work. This kid was too fierce, so he jumped back, stood on the roof, and began directing. Brothers, charge. Kakashi saw this and thought, all right, I want to be polite. He pulled out 8 specially made kunai and threw them all around. Then formed a seal, ninja art, shuriken shadow clone. Instantly, dozens of kunai flew out like rain. The Uchiha were still laughing, playing shurikens in front of us. That's a bit abstract. But the next second, Kakashi used the flying thunder god technique, whoosh, and teleported into the crowd, going on a rampage. Bang, bang, bang. Several Uchiha flew out. The group reacted quickly and concentrated fire to unleash a great fireball. Kakashi immediately countered with water style, multiple water wall. When fire collided with water, there was a huge explosion and thick mist rose, making it impossible to see anything. Now, the Uchiha's Sharingan was no different from nearsighted eyes in the mist. But not for Kakashi. He was like a fish in water inside. Only the sounds of screams could be heard, as if entering a haunted house. When the wind release blew the mist away, goodness, there lay a large number on the ground, with very few still standing. Moreover, the entire place was filled with the kunai from the flying thunder god. Even one was pinned to some unfortunate elder's hat. Now, the Uchiha clan's esports dream was utterly shattered. The remaining Uchiha elites turned green, looking at the scattered flying thunder god coordinates, feeling a chill in their hearts. How are we supposed to fight now? This is just a replica of the 4th Hokage. Kakashi didn't bother wasting time with these small fries. He wiped his blade, then looked up to Fugaku on the roof and shouted, "Clan leader Fugaku, don't let them send you off, it's too slow. Let us have a one-on-one." If you lose, let us pretend this never happened. I'll ensure your Uchiha clan returns to the core of Konoha. You could be the captain of the Jonin class. And even let your Shursui and Itachi compete for Hokage. How about that? Fugaku was tempted by this offer. He jumped down in an instant, and, with a glance, silenced the elders who wanted to speak. Those old guys usually relied on their age to boss everyone around, but were scared like quails by a single look from Kakashi. Fugaku felt immensely satisfied. All right, the final boss battle began. The two formed opposing seals, and the sense of ceremony was overwhelming. The next second, with a clang, their kunai clashed, sparks flying. I tell you, that scene was like two top experts going all out, their hand speed, leaving only afterimages. Fugaku quickly realized something was wrong. In a pure contest of strength and speed, he was no match for Kakashi. He tried to cast an illusion, but Kakashi closed his eyes and continued to press him with blows, relying solely on sound to discern his position. This is absurd. Fugaku was pushed back step by step, with several wounds appearing on his chest. Eventually, he had no choice but to create distance and start forming a fireball. A gigantic, great fireball shot out. Kakashi smiled slightly. Just in time, his figure flashed, and he activated the flying thunder god. Fugaku was already prepared. Dozens of shurikens sealed off Kakashi's landing point. But who was Kakashi? He managed to dodge to the side. The two began a commercial exchange of compliments. Your shurikens are good. Your taijutsu is strong too. After the flattery, they continued to fight. It was dizzying, fists connecting, legs kicking from the ground to the air and then back to the ground. In the end, they both exchanged heavy blows, each retreating several meters. Fugaku was panting, his eyes filled with admiration, hiding the strange windmill pattern that briefly flashed in his pupils. And he honestly said, Hatake Kakashi, in terms of taijutsu, I am not your opponent. He was straightforward, admitting that he was completely crushed in skill, power, and speed. He was crushed, but let me tell you, this old guy had a tough mouth. He immediately threw some harsh words back at me, saying that while his taijutsu was lacking, he was sure I couldn't withstand his eyes. Just as those words fell, a huge Fireball Plus version came rushing at my face, called the Great Fire Annihilation, which sounded quite impressive. I hurriedly formed seals, and with a bang, a wall of earth shot up. That fire was ferocious, burning my wall like it had just returned from the Syrian battlefield, blackened and crumbling. I just dodged and immediately felt something was off in the smoke. That guy Fuyue reacted quickly. Without thinking, he threw a shuriken at me. And what happened? With a thud, it hit one of my clothes. Where's I? I directly drilled out from under his feet. With a rising dragon punch, I hit Fuyue on the chin hard. He was still flying in the air when I combined my waist and horse stance for an Iron Mountain lean. With a bang, Fuyue flew out like a kite with a broken string. As soon as I landed, I felt something was wrong. The ground beneath my feet felt too fake. Sure enough, a hot wave rolled in from behind, and when I turned around, Fuyue was over there conjuring a fireball. It turns out that after all that fighting, I was just hitting a shadow clone. Both of us are a bit helpless now. He can't beat me in physical techniques. As for ninjutsu, he's a bit stronger, but not to the extent that he can directly pin me down and rub my face in the dirt. Moreover, my flying Raijin Kunai was destroyed by him quite a bit earlier, but now that I've mastered it, I can stick close to him and he has no chance to cause any more damage. The most critical part is, I haven't even pulled out my trump card, Raikiri. At this moment, the Uchiha clan members watching nearby were getting restless and started whispering among themselves. Wait, why does Kakashi's blue bar look just like that of the Infinite? That water technique he used just now was ridiculously large, right? Using the Sharingan as an outsider should consume a lot of chakra, right? How come he looks fine? Did you forget? Just now, he used a water barrier to block 2 or 3 dozen fireballs. In this place, without water, he produced such a large water technique. He can't be the reincarnation of the second Hokage, right? Suddenly, one clever guy remembered, wait, who said there was no water? Isn't there a pond behind that house? Oh my gosh, I forgot. Another guy slapped his thigh and dashed to the back of the house. After about 10 seconds, that guy returned with a face full of constipation. Everyone hurriedly asked, how is it? Is there still water in the pond? That guy shook his head, looking lifeless. Instantly, all the Uchiha's gazes turned to me. Who understands family? Fighting and still stealing water. This operation is too abstract. Just as I was mediating between my side and the Uchiha clan, a big incident occurred in Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, was chasing after the defector Danzo. Under the moonlight, the two old men were chasing each other. Danzo turned around and unleashed a wind release, vacuum sphere, and the wind blades cut down a large number of trees. Hiruzen ducked, low to avoid it, feeling furious. Danzo, why are you betraying the village? Come back with me, and I won't kill you. Danzo, feeling reckless, replied, Hiruzen, stop disgusting me. I tell you, once I escape the land of fire, someone will definitely come to rescue me. Sooner or later, I will kill my way back to Konoha and wipe out the Uchiha clan to prove that I am right. Good heavens, with such words, the third Hokage was nearly furious. Just then, boom, a loud noise sounded as Jiraiya rode down on a giant toad, blocking Danzo's path. Danzo, surrender. You can't escape today. Jiraiya's eyes were cold, as if you were going to eat someone. Seeing he couldn't escape, Danzo's two loyal subordinates, Tayuya and Jiro, immediately drew their swords to protect him. Boss, we'll hold them off. You escape first. Danzo didn't even blink, directly giving the order. In an instant, over a dozen root ninjas threw smoke bombs, shrouding the entire forest. Jiraiya reacted quickly, his hair extending like a whip, but only smashed a rock. By the time the wind released, ninjas blew away the smoke. Danzo had already led his confidants away without a trace, leaving behind a group of dead soldiers to hold them off. The third Hokage was furious and waved his hand. Kill without mercy. Then he continued the chase. Jiraiya saw that his side had the advantage and jumped with the toad to follow suit. The scene shifted back to the Uchiha clan. I was in a standoff with Fugaku, who suddenly made a harsh statement. Kakashi, coming alone today will definitely be the biggest regret of your life. I shrugged and shot back. Clan leader Fugaku, choosing to duel with me will also be your biggest regret. Fugaku sneered, arrogant. After saying that, the three tomo in his eyes began to spin wildly, eventually transforming into a pattern I had never seen before, resembling a large windmill. Come on, Kakashi. Let me show you the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Today, I will use this Mangekyo Sharingan that I've never used before to meet you. The Uchiha clan members below immediately went into a frenzy. Mangekyo, the clan leader has Mangekyo. They were just listless, but now they all raised their chins as if looking at the dead, their gazes toward me filled with expectation. With two Mangekyo, how could I possibly lose? I was indeed surprised. I didn't expect clan leader Fugaku to actually have Mangekyo. Did Shursui tell you? Fugaku's gaze sharpened. I shook my head, looking particularly innocent, and said, no, mainly because I happen to have one too. In the next moment, the tomo on my left, I began to spin as well, eventually transforming into a more complex boomerang pattern. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, here I come. In that instant, the entire venue fell silent. Fugaku's jaw dropped to the ground, his eyes wide like copper bells. The Uchiha clan members below, who had just been so arrogant, now looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. How is it possible? Fugaku stammered. It took decades for their Uchiha clan to produce just two of these, and yet I, an outsider, not only have one, but judging by the pattern, it seems to be an upgraded version. This is practically rubbing their entire clan's pride into the dirt. A young Uchiha, his eyes vacant, murmured, Am I dreaming? Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the two old advisors, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, had just received news of Danzo's defection and were equally baffled, refusing to believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Danzo defect over a dismissal? There must be something fishy going on. They figured that the third Hokage wouldn't go all out, and once they captured him, they could plead for mercy. In short, they just didn't want Danzo to die, fearing that the newly appointed elder wouldn't be on their side. They even regretted not standing up for Danzo sooner. While they were mumbling to each other, they completely overlooked the Umbu standing nearby. Hamura waved his hand impatiently for him to leave, but the Umbu remained still. The next second, the Umbu removed his mask. It was Shursui. Shursui's eyes were cold and angry, and when the two old men saw this, they wanted to call for help, but found themselves trapped in a genjutsu. Unable to say a word, time rewinds 20 minutes. It was I who sent Shursui here. I told him that the root of the conflict between the Uchiha and the village lies with these old fools, who whisper in the third Hokage's ear every day, distorting the second Hokage's will. I instructed him to use Kotoeme Tsukumi on these two old guys to solve the problem at its root. Shursui hesitated at first, thinking it was too rebellious to act against the village elders. But when he saw me standing alone, really alone, in front of hundreds of Uchiha clansmen, that moment, his internal struggle disappeared. Kakashi has gone this far for the Uchiha. What else does he have to hesitate about? Thus, the current scene unfolded. In the Jinjutsu, Shursui extracted the two old men's true thoughts, confirming that they indeed had ill intentions, and without saying a word, activated Kodoame Tsukumi. One long-term effective, one short-term effective. The two old men's eyes instantly changed, becoming full of love for the Uchiha. Shursui covered his bleeding eyes and silently left. The scene shifted back. Fugaku had recovered from his shock and was staring at me intently. As expected of a genius, you can actually activate Mangekyo. But how much do you know about these eyes? Moreover, the Sharingan must be in pairs to exert its power. You only have one. How can you fight me? Just as his words fell, I suddenly felt unable to move. The chakra in my body seemed to have been formatted, completely unable to mobilize. Give up, Kakashi. Fugaku's voice came. You're under my ocular technique Black Death prison, and now you are just a target. My heart sank. This guy's ocular technique is a strong control. Fugaku looked at me, who couldn't move, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He wouldn't want to gouge out my eyes, would he? I was just thinking Fugaku has started to act up again. I've only used one of my eyes dojutsu. The Uchiha clan members below heard this and straightened their backs. Their eyes filled with eagerness. I was truly furious. It seemed I hadn't been harsh enough. I tried to activate the power of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and hey, it worked. I couldn't help but laugh coldly. Clan leader Fugaku, you don't even know what my dojutsu is, yet you're so sure you've got me cornered? In front of these eyes, you have no chance of winning. Is that so? I tilted my head deliberately. This startled Fugaku significantly. He instinctively activated his left eye's dojutsu. A white blade shot towards me. As a result, whoosh, the blade passed through my body without any effect. It was an afterimage. In the next second, my real body had already activated lightning release chakra to enhance my cells, moving at more than triple speed, directly appearing in front of him. Fugaku's eyes could keep up, but his body couldn't. I delivered a heavy punch squarely to his jaw. Bang! Fugaku fell back, completely incapacitated. The entire place was dead silent. Are you kidding me? The clan leader was taken down in one punch? I stood there, coldly scanning the crowd, and the Uchiha members who had just been making a ruckus all lowered their heads under my gaze. But that wasn't enough. Just as I turned my head, several Uchiha elders suddenly jumped out and shouted. Everyone attacked together. He's been fighting for so long. He must be out of chakra. He's at his wit's end now. These fools. I couldn't be bothered with them, and with a quick use of Kimui, I jumped to the top of the Uchiha monument, dozens of meters high, 100 meters away. Then, I slowly raised my right hand, crackling with lightning. Good heavens, the dark clouds above were like a charging power bank, crackling as they funneled energy into my hand. Before long, a Kirin made entirely of pure lightning emerged, its fierce head peeking out from the clouds. All the Uchiha below were parched. Someone tremblingly asked, what is that? No one answered them. Everyone was locked onto that lightning beast, not daring to even breathe. Then, I waved my hand downwards. The Kirin roared and leaped down from the clouds, crashing into the ground not far from them with a thunderous boom. The blue explosion wave instantly spread, plowing the entire ground. The Uchiha were so frightened they wet themselves, turning to run, not forgetting to drag the unconscious Fugaku and the stunned elders along. When the explosion subsided, they looked back and realized I hadn't aimed at them at all. The joy of surviving and gratitude for my mercy instantly filled everyone's faces. I distorted space and returned to stand before them. This time, the way they looked at me was as if they were gazing at a deity, each one as obedient as a quail. Are you convinced? Do you still want to stage a coup? I asked lightly. We dare not. We dare not. We just came out for a walk. There are just a few more of us. Sorry. Big brother, if you tell us to go east, we will absolutely not go west. Watching these unruly individuals completely subdued by me, I nodded in satisfaction. I painted a big picture for them, saying that with me around, the Uchiha would no longer be bullied, and I would even propose that they move back to the village center. After saying that, I turned and left, hiding my accomplishments and name. After I left, Itachi hurried over, only to see a scene of devastation and a group of clan members looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Meanwhile, on the walls of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the entire live broadcast through the eagle's eyes, retracting his heart-turning technique, his hands still shaking. He patted the nearby Akimichi Choza. Let's go back. From now on, the Uchiha will no longer rebel. The scene shifted to a small grove outside the village. Obito was perched in a tree, watching with great interest, his eyes fixated on Danzo's bandaged eye. When Danzo unwrapped the bandage, revealing a crimson Sharingan, Obito's eyes lit up. Good heavens, I want that eye. My collection wall is just missing this one. Below in the grove, The third Hokage stared at Danzo's Sharingan, completely stunned. Danzo? How could you? Danzo revealed a sinister smile. Didn't he expect this, did you, Hiruzen? This is what I prepared specifically to catch up to you. The third's expression instantly turned extremely painful. Where did you get that eye? His voice trembled. Danzo's grin became even more malevolent. What? Can't you recognize an old friend's eye? As soon as he said this, the third felt the world spinning around him. Taking advantage of his distraction, Danzo threw a shuriken, directly drawing blood. Then he pulled out a kunai and pressed it against him, relying on the Sharingan to make every move lethal. The third, being battle-hardened, quickly regained his composure despite the chaos in his mind, blocking, sidestepping, grabbing his wrist, and executing a beautiful shoulder throw, directly tossing Danzo away. Danzo twisted in midair, landing steadily on a branch. Like a madman, he twirled 2 kunai like a top, each aimed at the third Hokage's vital points. Let me tell you, that scene was explosive, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see their hands. The third was furious, shouting while blocking. Danzo, did you do anything to Uchiha Kagame's eye? How'd he die? What do you think Danzo said? He even sneered, don't look at me like that. Hiruzen, I simply recycled a bit after he died in battle. Good heavens, that line was like the most explosive workplace jargon of 2025. The third's forehead bulged with veins from anger. In their struggle, Danzo's kunai suddenly erupted with chakra, breaking through the third's defense, looking like it was about to stab in. The third was also a tough guy. He took the hit and kicked Danzo away. What do you think happened next? The kicked third transformed into a puddle of mud. A Doton clone. Folks, who understands? This was a prediction at the atmospheric level. The real third emerged from the ground, delivering an uppercut that shattered one of Danzo's teeth. They fought from the trees to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground, unleashing all sorts of ninjutsu in a clash that was utterly destructive. The third combined fire release and earth release, while Danzo couldn't withstand a wind release, instantly getting crushed. Just as he was about to be taken down, Danzo finally stopped pretending and revealed his trump card. He ripped off the bandage from his right arm, and I was stunned, folks. That arm was pale, covered densely with open Sharingan, looking like it had diamonds embedded in it. My sanity was plummeting. The third was completely dumbfounded. In that moment of distraction, Danzo summoned his big treasure, the Dream Eater. That thing opened its mouth, with suction powerful enough to rival a black hole, and the third was immediately sucked in, barely managing to summon the Monkey King to turn into a golden staff and firmly stick it into the ground, preventing himself from being sucked in as a meal. Just at this critical moment, guess what happened? A giant toad fell from the sky, landing with a thud. It sat right back on the Dream Eater in the summoning realm. Jiraiya had arrived. Logically speaking, Danzo should have been flattened by that landing, right? No. In the next second, Danzo resurrected at full health dozens of meters away, not a wrinkle on him. Let me tell you, this is the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanaji. Simply put, it allows one to turn fatal wounds and death into a dream, making it seem like you just fought in vain. Then it was time for extreme parkour. Danzo took off running, and Jiraiya and the third chased after him desperately. A group of Umbu jumped out, trying to block the way, but were outmaneuvered by Danzo's substitution technique. Jiraiya was even more ruthless, with his long hair stretching out as he directly bound Danzo, snapping a few of his ribs with a crunch. And what happened next? Danzo poofed and disappeared, reappearing fully healed on the other side. Goodness, he used his Izanaji again. Those eyes were like they were free. Just as Danzo was about to run away again, the most explosive scene unfolded. The space in front of him started to distort like a bad TV signal, and a man wearing an orange tiger-striped mask suddenly emerged from the air. Without saying a word, he lunged at Danzo, gouging out one of his Sharingan eyes, and with a swift slash he took away the entire arm that held it. The third Hokage and Jiraiya were left dumbfounded. Wasn't this space-time ninjutsu? Wasn't this the mysterious person who attacked the village and released the Nine Tails back then? The masked man grabbed the equipment, casually tossed the half-dead Danzo aside, and vanished. The third Hokage and Jiraiya snapped back to reality and hurried to pursue. By this time, Danzo, with a severed arm and blind eye, could hardly move and was quickly subdued and tightly bound by Jiraiya. Just then, the Jinjutsu placed on Danzo was suddenly lifted. He jolted awake, seeing himself captured for fleeing, and completely broke down like someone who had just been told their house collapsed after 3 days of being offline. Shouting, I was controlled. I am innocent. But the third Hokage coldly looked at him. The eye on your arm, the eye you took from the mirror, these can't be faked, can they? It was over, completely over. Danzo was taken into the deepest prison of Konoha. The third Hokage followed him inside, questioning him about Orochimaru's experiments with Hashirama's cells and about the ambush on Uchiha Shursui to steal his eye. Danzo couldn't utter a word, utterly despondent. He knew his life was over. The Hokage dream he had pursued all his life had become a huge joke. Now, the only thing he could think of was that if that masked man came to find him again, he would have to use his last trump card, the sealing technique known as the four-symbol seal, to drag that mastermind down to hell with him. The scene shifted, and I need to tell you about the backstory. In the Kamui space, Kakashi was called over by Obito. Obito was quite pleased, saying, "How about it? I took care of that old guy Danzo for you, and now you can catch a rogue ninja. This merit is in the bag, right?" As a result, Kakashi countered with a big bombshell, casually saying, "Thanks. But I wasn't idle either. I also took care of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, which might be an even bigger credit." Obito was immediately stunned. What did you do to the Uchihas?" Kakashi explained how he single-handedly infiltrated the Uchiha compound, subdued the entire clan, and scared everyone into silence with a single powerful lightning release technique. Obito listened in shock, finally managing to squeeze out, "You're amazing, you're so high and mighty. Treating the Uchiha like a training dummy, huh?" The two continued discussing how to reform the village, and Obito mentioned how he planned to integrate the Mist Village, starting with the 7 ninja swordsmen. After hearing this, Kakashi seriously said he would give Obito a few books to study how to be a leader. Obito felt overwhelmed at the thought of reading, stubbornly claiming he learned history every day while hanging out with Madara, only to be mercilessly mocked by Kakashi. "No wonder your mind is always on the Moon Eye plan, a plan that could easily get you killed." After their usual banter, Obito returned to the reality base, and Kaguya appeared like a ghost, sarcastically saying that Kakashi's rapid growth was a threat and that they should just eliminate him now. Obito shot him a glare. "Did I tell you to speak? No matter how strong he is, can he outmatch me in the Outer Path Golem?" Kaguya was instantly enraged, cursing inwardly but still smiled on the surface, saying, "All right, it's your call." Meanwhile, Shursui, with the help of the Umbu's Tenzo, successfully completed his mission, silently controlling the 2 stubborn elders of Konoha with his strongest Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. After wrapping things up, Kakashi used Kamui to bring him from the village to outside the village, and the two strolled back, pretending they had just finished a mission. When they returned to the Hokage's office, the Inoshikacho trio was reporting to the third Hokage. The third was already exhausted from dealing with Danzo's situation, and upon hearing Imashiro's report that Kakashi single-handedly subdued the entire Uchiha, the old man was so excited he could barely hold his pipe, his face lighting up with joy, fatigue completely forgotten. He immediately decided, "Quick, let's discuss what kind of reward Kakashi should get for such great merit." Jiraiya, listening nearby, was dumbfounded, thinking to himself that Kakashi was too impressive. Sending him to intimate paradise might lead to bad influences on good young men. What if the old man found out and chased him to the ends of the earth? At that moment, the third Hokage remembered and asked, "By the way, where's Uchiha Shursui, who went out with Kakashi? Did he help?" Yamashiro shook his head, saying, "When I observed with my secret technique, I only saw Kakashi fighting. I didn't find Shursui's trace." But I must say, Inazuka Kiba quickly chimed in, "Lord Third, this definitely deserves a big score for Kakashi. The Umbu captain should be promoted to full status. This mission should definitely be rated as S rank, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya, who had been silent, rolled his eyes. "S rank? Kiba, are you kidding? One person taking down a top-tier clan deserves at least a level that matches the beginning of a best-selling novel. You're just giving him an S rank? Are you handing out scraps to a beggar?" The office fell silent. Indeed, the value of this achievement was absurdly high. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and suddenly slammed the table. "Got it. Record it as 3 S-rank missions. Umbu captain, with real power, appointed immediately. Also, give him a Book of Seals experience voucher for selecting ninjutsu." Goodness, once the reward was announced, everyone nodded in agreement. Now we're talking. Just as everyone was discussing this, there was a knock at the door. I came in right after Shursui. When the third Hokage saw me, he was so friendly, saying, "Kakashi, you've worked hard. You worked hard. Hiruzen has already told me. Just go over the process one more time, and we'll make sure to credit this achievement to you. Hurry back and take a rest." I thought to myself, indeed, that eagle in the sky is the surveillance camera of the clan in the mountains. I cleared my throat and recounted the process, finally revealing my promise to Uchiha. "Lord Third, a fist can only manage for a moment, not for a lifetime. I don't want to truly harm the clansmen of Obito and Shursui, so I took it upon myself to give them a promise. But this matter needs your approval. The third Hokage squinted his eyes, signaling me to continue. I hope you can allow the Uchiha clan to move back to the center of the village and let their people work in various departments. No more isolation. As soon as I said this, the third Hokage instinctively furrowed his brows, but in the next second, he reacted. Who understand the family? This is a different time. With me, a warrior like this in the village, can the Uchiha really make a comeback? His previously anxious heart instantly relaxed. Rather than guarding against thieves every day, it's better to ask for a personal favor from me. It can also ease the conflict. This deal is a big profit. The old man pondered for a moment and let out a long breath. Kakashi, I agree. Then the old man suddenly changed his tone and put on a dramatic expression, looking at Shursui with a guilty face. In the end, the Uchiha and the village have come to this point today, and I, this old bone, also have responsibility. Shursui, on behalf of the village, I apologize to you and the entire Uchiha. This left Shursui stunned, almost burning out his CPU, not knowing where to place his hands. The third Hokage saw that it was about time and quickly collected himself, starting to distribute benefits. By the way, Kakashi, we've discussed your matter. 3S rank mission credits. Official appointment as the captain of the Umbu, plus a chance to study the sealing book. Then he paused for Shursui. Regarding the ambush you encountered before, I'll also promote it to S rank and give you a chance to study the sealing book as well. You both can choose one. Jiraiya, leaning against the wall, raised his eyebrows, thinking, wow, the old man is going to dump all his guilt about Uchiha Kagami on his Shursui. Shursui was stunned at that moment. And after the surprise came fear. Lord Third, this is not right. I didn't do anything. I just got beaten up. How can I? I slapped him on the back and said, all right, enough talk. Let's just thank the third generation together and be done with it. I started calculating in my mind, hey, the Book of Seals, I could copy some would release techniques for Obito and Tens, focusing on resource sharing. After we finished, the third Hokage personally took us to see the Book of Seals. By the time we came out, it was almost dawn. Jiraiya, that old guy, casually threw his arms around our shoulders and grinned in a rather lewd way. So, how's it going? The nightlife has just begun. Let's go soak in the hot springs. He even secretly signaled to Shursui, who immediately understood and joined in the fun. Yeah, Kakashi, let's go together. I was thinking that sending something to Obito wouldn't take much time. All right, let's go then. But guess what happened? These two clowns, one being a ninja and the other using body flicker, started playing eagle catching chicks with me in the bathhouse, just to see what I looked like under my mask. Unbelievable. After finally escaping back home, I quickly summoned Parker, threw the new shampoo at it, and casually unloaded a universal capsule from its back, along with over 100 spirit beans and a handwritten guide for academic underachievers, and tossed everything into the Kamui space. I can imagine the moment when Obito opened the capsule and saw a mountain of books. His face instantly turned green. You probably heard a voice from the Kamui space saying, Kakashi, you really deserve to die. That night, the lights in the Hokage's office never went out, and all the prominent clan leaders of Konoha were called for a meeting. Meanwhile, Itachi had already heard from his clan members about my feat of convincing the entire Uchiha clan on my own, and the spark of admiration in his eyes was bursting forth. Let me tell you, this kid was enlightened. He realized that solving problems doesn't necessarily require sacrifices. As long as your fists are big enough to pin both sides down on the table and have a good talk, then the issue can be resolved. He stood by his father Fugaku's sickbed, pondering another matter. His father actually had a Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku slowly awakened, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his eldest son deep in thought. He had been called by the clan elders to the ancestral hall, and upon entering, he heard someone mumbling if he had deliberately let me win. Fugaku was furious at that moment. With panda eyes, he activated his Mangekyo and walked in, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. He directly intimidated those gossiping clan elders. He knew very well that my eyes were definitely not ordinary Mangekyo. It felt like he was a V8 engine while others were nuclear-powered, completely different dimensions. He made a decisive call that the only path for the Uchiha now was to trust me, Kakashi, to remain dormant for now and then seek opportunities later. The meeting at the Hokage building finished as well. My rewards were officially announced, and then Danzo's roots were completely dismantled, broken into pieces, and redistributed to various units. The third Hokage had completely excised this tumor. The next morning, I went out for noodles, but the owner told me they were all out because the ninja lords from the meeting last night had cleared out the stock. I stood at the door, looking at the steaming white noodles in the pot, thinking to myself, this matter has only just begun to ferment. You know, Konoha's efficiency is quite high. Danzo's defection didn't stir up a single ripple. It was quietly dealt with. A few days later, I went directly to the Uchiha clan's territory and knocked on Fugaku's door. The door was opened by Aunt Mikoto, and beside her stood a 4-year-old little Sasuke, curiously staring at me with wide eyes. I came this time to convey the specific plan for the personnel transfer of the Uchiha clan on behalf of the third Hokage. Fugaku truly did not expect that my promise would carry such weight, nor that the third would act so quickly. He fully cooperated, but there was one condition he would not budge on. Moving the entire clan back to the village was acceptable, but only on the premise that I become Hokage first. Goodness, that was like giving me a vote of future support. He also hinted in my eyes, mentioning that my Mangekyo was quite special. We exchanged a glance and understood. Some things are better left unspoken. A week later, things exploded. The third was in his office when he suddenly found several sheets of paper tucked in a file. At the same time, I, Fugaku, and the clan heads of various ninja clans in Konoha each had a copy of the same document, directly blocking the door to the Hokage's office. It was filled with all the heinous acts that Danzo had committed over the years. The Kyuubi incident, deliberately holding back troops, causing White Fang's death, conducting human experiments. Overnight, this record of Danzo's crimes spread throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha, becoming the best scandal compilation of the year. Sarutobi Hiruzen took those sheets of paper and went to the dungeon. He looked at his old friend of decades with a gaze as complicated as a tangled mess. I came to see you for the last time. Danzo exploded on the spot. Hiruzen, are you going to kill me? The third said nothing and just threw the sheets over. After reading them, Danzo turned pale. The whole village knows. The third's voice was cold and firm. No one can protect you, and no one is willing to protect you. If it weren't for me holding him back, Kakashi would have already come to see you with a knife. Danzo still wanted to be stubborn, trying to shift the blame to the masked man who had taken his arm. If you want to keep something hidden, you must not do it yourself. The third interrupted him directly and turned to leave. Not long after he left, all former Root members discovered that the curse marks on their tongues had disappeared. Soon, an official announcement came. The traitorous village elder Shimura Danzo committed suicide in prison, dying without a trace. I stood by the window of the Hataki residence, watching the clouds in the sky. The old man finally gave him a decent exit. With Danzo's matter settled, Konoha entered a long 2-month phase of early human domestication of the wild Uchiha, a precious sight. Uchiha ninjas were placed in various teams, creating chaos everywhere. These people were indeed powerful, but their tempers were equally foul, arrogant to the extreme, constantly clashing with their teammates. The third Hokage and Kakashi were overwhelmed, tirelessly acting as mediators every day. Finally, one day, the third Hokage couldn't take it anymore and dragged me into the office. As soon as I entered, there were Fugaku, Hinata Hizashi, and a bunch of clan leaders and team captains, all looking at me with the eyes of a savior. Kakashi even winked at me, implying, "Brother, it was my suggestion to call you here. Hold your ground." I felt something was off at that moment. The third Hokage cleared his throat and said, "Kakashi, your Uchiha Konoha Great Fusion Plan has hit a bit of a bottleneck. You're smart and the only exchange student from another world. So why not give us an idea?" As soon as I heard that, I thought, is that it? Then I started explaining to them the legal system and reward punishment system I saw in another world. The big shots were utterly stunned, with unfathomable written all over their faces. At that time, we ended up having an all-nighter. A few days later, they came to me again, saying they still couldn't handle interpersonal relationships. I had a sudden inspiration and said, adults already have their values set. Why bother? Let's focus on catching dolls, starting with those little kids from the ninja school. Let them mix together from a young age. Isn't that better than anything else? This decision was immediately approved by the third Hokage on the spot. You know what? These two strategies really worked. After another 2 months, the complaints box of the security team was almost ready for raising birds. Those ninja teams, especially the ones with average strength, now treat their Uchiha teammates like treasures. They're mobile early warning radars and walking firepower stations. Only those who use them truly understand. The relationship between both sides is gradually becoming more harmonious at a slow but irreversible pace. Oh, by the way, there's a little side story. Our aloof male god Itachi has been coming to work every day with a dark cloud of resentment lately. After asking around, I burst out laughing. His childhood friend Uchiha Izumi is being pursued by a little boy from the team, and they're meeting up every day to train together. This was actually a scheme devised by the two girls to force Itachi to express himself. As a result, our Itachi got jealous, but was too shy to say anything. Just there competing with himself. Just when Konoha was thriving and even the gossip became sweet, a major event occurred. In the office, the third Hokage handed a document to me and Shursui. 3 days later, the Cloud Village would send envoys to sign a peace agreement. Shursui was both surprised and suspicious. After such a long ceasefire, why are they only coming to sign now? There must be something fishy about this. As soon as I heard this plot, my DNA reacted. Family. Isn't this the classic scenario where peace is just a cover for stealing homes? Trying to kidnap Hinata and snatch the Byakugan? I frowned and directly said to the third Hokage, "Third, we need to be cautious about this. The fourth Raikage is not just a muscle-bound brute. This is likely a trap." The third nodded, but he was also helpless. The daimyo had issued a strict order that we must host them. We couldn't fight, and we couldn't afford to offend them. It was a difficult situation. After thinking it over, he finally made a decision. "Kakashi, you take Shursui with you to handle the reception. The Hyuga clan will monitor them secretly around the clock. And you," he looked at me, "will keep an eye on them from the deepest shadows." I looked at him and asked, what if they really make a move? The third Hokage's gaze sharpened, and he said slowly but with unwavering determination, "Stop them, and then clean up with your Sharingan. In short, no matter what means you use. We must not have any more disputes with the hidden cloud." I tell you, after the third generation finished speaking, Jishui and I exchanged glances and understood immediately. This means that as long as our hands and feet are clean, we can do whatever we want with the person. Just as we left the Hokage building, we saw that guy Kai again, doing weighted handstands and shouting about youth. After being relentlessly trained by my turtle, sage-style, devil training method for the past few months, he is now as strong as a little monster. Jishui, the rich guy, directly sent me 50, treating us to some ramen. And Kai and I immediately had a ramen racing contest, which was a no-brainer. I won again. After eating, we had to get down to business. Zisui, and I jumped on a Hokage rock, enjoying the breeze and discussing our plans. I said, "Those sons of bitches from the Cloud Village definitely have ulterior motives. Their flattery is suspicious, and it's either a plot or a theft." Jishui nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. They came all this way just to sign a useless peace agreement. This whole thing reeks of something sinister. You know, sometimes Kai, with his thick brows and big eyes, can really be sharp." He slapped his thigh and said, "So what are they after? Intelligence? Or bloodline limits?" I exchanged a glance with Jishui and said in unison, "White eyes. Family, who understands?" The answer is practically written on our faces. The two major eye techniques of the ninja world are both in Konoha. How can they not be tempted? These guys from the Cloud Village are clearly trying to stage an overt scheme, sending a few people over if they die in a land of fire. They have an excuse to start a war. If they don't die, they take the opportunity to steal things. No matter how you look at it, we're bound to suffer in silence. I casually joked with Akai, "If you want to fight alongside me, go apply to join the Umbu with the third Hokage." To my surprise, he actually went and begged to be let in, crying and shouting. Goodness, he completely threw the old man off guard, who firmly refused him on the spot, saying he wasn't suited for dirty work. Watching Akai leave in tears, I almost burst out laughing and quickly slipped back home to work on my new project. Speaking of which, I've been pondering the two types of energy, chakra and ki. How should I put it? Chakra is like a faucet. The more you turn it on, the more flows out. You use a jutsu, which is like a cup, and the size of the cup determines how much you can hold, with a strict upper limit. But ki is different. It's like a reservoir releasing water. In an instant, you can concentrate all your energy into one point and blast it out, and you can still retain some, so it won't kill anyone. The destructive power is on a whole different level. The problem is, these two energies seem to be incompatible. If you train one, the other drops. Unless my body can handle the consumption of dual operations. The next day, I went to the small forest to experiment. First, I saturated my chakra and then popped a senza bean to fully recover, followed by intense physical training and cultivating ki. Guess what? Shursui, Itachi, and Tens. I don't know when, but they started tailing me every day, try to keep up. Who understands? I really didn't mean to. The king of Konoha's training is actually me. After training, I returned to the Umbu lounge, and the scene was unreal. A few of us surrounded Itachi, teasing him about that girl named Izumi. Itachi, usually acting like a little adult, was blushing like a monkey's but and pretending to be tough. Shursui went all out. If you don't go, Izumi might run off with someone else, and you'll be left crying over your dango. As soon as that was said, Itachi bolted away without a trace. That night, a few of us single dogs decided to go for barbecue, and guess who we saw? Itachi and Izumi, each with a skewer of dango, The atmosphere was just perfect, with pink bubbles all around. Two Umbu brothers next to us were completely thrown off. Why was it so easy for geniuses to find partners? I thought to myself, I'm still single too. Tins, trying to be funny and scare people, got caught by me. And I immediately made him pay for dinner tonight, making him bleed money. A few days later, the guys from the Cloud Village finally arrived. Uncle Fukaku was responsible for dealing with them openly while I kept watch from the shadows. Sure enough, during the evening meeting, Uncle Fukaku reported to the third Hokage that the Cloud guys not only wanted peace, but also wanted to form an alliance, their sincerity overflowing. The third Hokage, being a cunning old fox, immediately sensed a trap and ordered, "Keep a close eye on them. These guys are walking explosive tags." I directly created a shadow clone to live next door to them, while my main body monitored from a high point in the distance using the Sharingan as a panoramic surveillance. Goodness, these two started plotting inside the house. One of them, named Chungshur, directly split another version of himself from his body, like cell division, claiming that as long as the main body dies, the clone will die too. Their plan was incredibly malicious. They intended for this Chungshur to kidnap Hinata from the Hyuga family, intentionally get caught, and then die in the Hyuga household to frame them. As soon as I saw this, I knew it was serious. I watched that guy sneak into Hinata's room like a ghost, wrap the girl up, and try to run away while deliberately making noise. I instantly flashed over, activated my Sharingan, and froze him in place. The head of the Niku clan happened to be startled and rushed out. When he saw me, he was dumbfounded. I quickly said, "Clan leader, don't panic. Just take the child back first. This person is a hidden Cloud envoy trying to steal your Byakugan." The Niku clan leader's anger flared up immediately, his fists cracking. But he also understood that he couldn't kill this guy who was disguised as an envoy. Just as I was explaining the situation to the Niku, something strange happened. The guy named Chungshur, who was clearly in my illusion, suddenly convulsed all over and lost consciousness. He collapsed straight down. I'm completely stunned. Wow, there's even a remote self-destruct device? These guys from Yunin have really invested a lot just to set up a stunt. I was so angry that I started laughing. Oh, so that's how we're playing it, huh? I directly picked up the corpse and used the Flying Thunder God technique, whoosh, instantly appearing in the third Hokage's office. The third was gathering people at the time, and when he saw me carrying a dead body, he almost dropped his pipe in shock. I explained the situation, and the third Hokage turned pale. What's worse is that the fourth Raikage has already brought his troops to the border of the Land of Fire. Just waiting for news from here. This is a one-stop service. I said, "Third, they want to frame us, so let's turn the tables on them." After that, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Hizashi's side and whispered a few words to him. On the other side, the Yunin named Dai, seeing that time was up and his companion's clone hadn't disappeared, felt a pang of anxiety. He gritted his teeth and directly activated Plan B, dispersing the clone with a palm strike and remotely killing Seishi. Then he led his men aggressively to the Hyuga clan, with Shizuku following behind at a moderate distance. As soon as Dai arrived at the door, he shouted, "Our leader is missing, and I suspect you Hyuga clan have kidnapped him. I want to search your house." Shizuku instantly appeared to block him, coldly retorting, "Where's your evidence? Just making accusations? How can you be so sure your leader is dead?" Dai was at a loss for words, but still insisted on searching. At this moment, Hizashi, following my instructions, wore a frustrated expression for the greater good and let them in. Those guys turned the Hyuga clan upside down, but found not a single hair. Dai's face changed from black to green, and then from green to pale, like a color palette. He must have been completely bewildered. The script was wrong. How could there be nothing? Hizashi looked at his defeated expression, standing at the door, and meaningfully said, "Are you done searching? It turns out the envoy from your village is not here with me." Dai's face was so dark it could drip water. At this moment, he was basically certain that Seishi's incident was completely exposed. However, at this point, nothing mattered anymore. Anyway, I firmly claimed that it was the Hyuga clan who did it, and I doubt Konoha would dare touch a single hair on me. After all, our Raikage troops are right at the border. Just as I was about to counter-accuse, saying that Hizashi hid Seishi's body, guess what happened? Suddenly, a silver-haired Umbu descended from the sky, looking like a ghost. His voice was incredibly cold as he said, "The envoy Seishi has been found. Please follow me." I was taken aback at that moment, thinking to myself, this script doesn't make sense, right? Isn't Chungshur already done for? How could he possibly be found? But I had to keep a straight face, forcing a smile and saying, "Oh, that's great. Where is he? Let's go over there quickly." I tell you, following that silver-haired dark faction, my heart is getting more and more uneasy. The bustling street that was once lively is now completely deserted. Not even a ghostly shadow can be seen. The shops on both sides are pitch black, and the atmosphere is simply like a horror movie set. My instincts as an old ninja are going off the charts. Something is wrong. There is definitely a big problem. I couldn't hold any longer, so I stopped and asked, "Hey, is Changshi really in this Hokage building?" The silver-haired Umbu slowly turned around, and the moonlight shone on his fox mask. I swear it was terrifying. The few brothers behind me immediately tensed up, as if they had seen a ghost. The pressure kept increasing, and finally, one brother couldn't take it anymore and screamed as he charged towards the Umbu. I shouted for them to come back, wanting to stop them, but as I rushed in front of that dark figure, I was suddenly hit hard in the stomach. My whole body curled up like a shrimp, and I vomited up the acid in my stomach. When I opened my eyes again, I was stunned. There were no charging teammates, just that silver-haired dark figure standing in front of me, while my teammates were all several meters away. Illusion. Who understands? Family? The moment I asked him a question and he turned around, I fell for it. What I thought was stopping my teammates, in others' eyes, was me actively rushing in to attempt an assassination. Then, that silver-haired dark figure's cold voice rang out. The Yunin envoy harbors ill intentions, attempting to murder the captain of the MH squad. Accomplices kill without mercy. As soon as the words were spoken, a bunch of dark figures jumped out from all directions, and with a flash of blades, my few brothers didn't even have time to react and were all taken down on the spot, lying in pools of blood with their eyes wide open in death. I was completely stunned. What was going on? How dare he? Doesn't he know that doing this could trigger a war? I yelled at him. Who are you? The Hokage would never allow you to do this. And guess what happened? That guy opened his left eye, and the red, three-tomo Sharingan spun around. Silver hair, Sharingan. My mind buzzed. Isn't this the legend? Before I could finish my sentence, a punch landed on my face, and everything went black. Family, who understands? This is clearly a setup. Time rewinds by more than 10 minutes. Let me tell you how dirty this guy Kakashi is. He directly confronted the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Third. This is obvious. The Cloud Village is after the Byakugan. They're framing us. Why can't we play along? Let's turn the tables on them. The strategy was all about information disparity. How ruthless was Kakashi's plan? He directly placed Changshi's corpse in the Third's office, claiming that Changshi attempted to assassinate the Hokage and was killed by the Third in self-defense. Then he captured the living me, using some methods to force me to sign a confession, admitting that we came to assassinate him. The Third was initially hesitant, fearing it would really escalate. Kakashi played his trump card. Lord Third, what are you afraid of? 2 years ago, I went on a mission to the Cloud Village and left a flying thunder godmark. As long as the Raikage dares to act, I can directly airdrop into their home and cause a ruckus. Do you think he will go back to put out the fire? Goodness. Sarutobi was immediately stunned by Kakashi's dirty and bold plan, thinking this kid is even more ruthless than I am. All right, let's do it. Sarutobi, an old hand at this, immediately wrapped a bandage around his arm and squeezed out some blood. He would win an Oscar for this performance. Then a heartfelt letter was sent to the daimyo's residence. The daimyo initially wanted to mediate, but upon reading the letter, he exclaimed, "What? The Hokage was assassinated at home. This can't be tolerated. If this gets out, where will the face of the land of fire go?" He waved his hand. Attack. No, I mean confront them. Confront them fiercely. Meanwhile, I was taken to the interrogation department. My mouth was stubborn as a mule, refusing to confess. As a result, Kakashi called in Shursui, and with a glare from Shursui's red eyes, the Kodoamet Sukumi activated. I immediately picked up a pen and wrote an 800-word confession, tearfully admitting to Changshi's assassination of the Hokage, and then was given a quick end. The plan worked. Over in Konoha, when Pig, Deer, and Butterfly heard they were going to fight the Cloud Village, they were as excited as if it were New Year's. They had been itching for a fight. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans also mobilized fully, their momentum fierce. Before the Konoha army set off, Kakashi had already departed ahead of time. He wandered into the Kamui space like it was his backyard. Even bumping into Obito, who was struggling with a small book, greeted him and headed straight for the Cloud Village. The next second, Kakashi appeared at the Yunlei Gorge. As soon as he arrived, he saw Killer Bee there shaking his head and rapping. Killer Bee noticed him too, and without a word, he launched himself like a cannonball with his 8 octopus legs. Kakashi didn't waste time. This mission was about destruction, not battle. He used Kamui to instantly appear in the plaza below. Killer Bee saw this and thought, "Hey, are you messing with me?" The 8 tails in Killer Bee's mind shouted, "Bee, he seems to be messing with you." Killer Bee was furious, instantly transforming into his tailed beast form, starting to gather a massive tailed beast ball in his mouth. But then Kakashi did something even more outrageous. He first stuffed a Senzu bean into his mouth, then placed both hands on his waist, striking a classic pose. As a brilliant blue energy sphere quickly formed. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Kakashi shouted, "Kamehameha wave." A blue-white beam of light directly collided with Killer Bee's tailed beast ball. The beam looked thin, but the power was immense, forcefully pushing that gigantic tailed beast ball back. Killer Bee was dumbfounded. What is this? Stronger than the tailed beast ball? He quickly maneuvered the 8 tails to jump away, and the next second, the tailed beast ball and the Kamehameha wave collided and exploded. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose in Yunlei Gorge, shaking the entire cloud village. When the ninjas arrived on the scene, the Yunlei Gorge along with several nearby mountains had been flattened, just to give the opposing Konoha a little shock. After blowing up their hometown, Kakashi ghosted into the 4th Raikage's bedroom. Goodness, it was a mess. Socks and underwear were flying everywhere. Kakashi pinched his nose and rummaged through the drawers, finally finding 2 bundles of scrolls in a room dedicated to the portrait of the 3rd Raikage. One bundle was titled Lightning Release Chakra Mode Training Method, and the other was Hell 4 Linked Hand Training Method, all genuine works of the 3rd Raikage. Kakashi quickly used his Sharingan to copy the training methods for the lightning armor, then returned the scrolls exactly as they were. After all, they were the heirlooms of someone's father. Just a little piracy was enough. No need to take the original. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, Hiruzen Sarutobi was leading the Konoha army, confronting the 4th Raikage across a large gorge. The Raikage yelled, "Sarutobi, you Konoha have betrayed us, murdered our envoy. Do you want to start the 4th Great Ninja War?" Sarutobi shouted back with full vigor, "Nonsense. Clearly you sent assassins to kill me, the Hokage, and wanted to steal our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. How can you still have the face to say that? It's your land of lightning that wants a war." The Raikage was momentarily taken aback, feeling increasingly uneasy. Had the plan really been exposed? He looked at Sarutobi's arm wrapped in a bloody bandage, then glanced at the Konoha ninjas, especially the Uchiha clan members with their Sharingans activated, all of them looking like they were ready to eat someone, their battle intent soaring, their eyes twitching. The next second, this guy actually flinched. I tell you, his chakra instantly retracted, and then he threw a harsh word at the 3rd Hokage, sounding like an elementary school student arguing. "You wait. I'm going to report this to our daimyo. Family, who understands?" I was all set to watch a cinematic level battle, and it turned out like this. The 3rd Hokage, being an old hand, shot back with a single sentence. "Coincidentally, I return your words back to you." Goodness. The Raikage's face darkened even more at that moment. Not even uttering a single word more, he turned and returned to his base camp. Over here, the 3rd Hokage also turned around, and both sides just stared at each other, continuing to confront one another, the previously tense atmosphere now feeling a bit awkward. But what they didn't know was that the real battlefield was long gone. The scene shifted to the Cloud Village. Killer Bee, the rap-loving host of the 8 Tails, had just come down from a mountain and noticed something was off in the village. More than half of the ninjas were missing. He grabbed someone and asked, "Where's my brother? Did he take people to Yunlei Gorge?" The ninja shook his head, saying that the Raikage had taken people to the border of the Land of Fire. Nearby, someone asked him if the earth-shattering explosion at Yunlei Gorge was because he had developed some new rap ninjutsu. I tell you, Karabi's face turned green at that moment, and he quickly reacted, shouting to everyone, "Stop singing. A mysterious person has infiltrated Yunlei Gorge. The whole village is on high alert. If you see him, don't act rashly. Immediately shake someone and call me. That guy, whoever goes up, it's a free gift." As soon as these words were spoken, all the Yunin ninjas were startled and quickly scattered to spread the news. Karabi's brows furrowed so tightly that they could crush a fly. Space-time ninjutsu. Ever since the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he hadn't seen again. It was him. A loud shout suddenly came from a distance. Karabi abruptly looked up, and in a flash, he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. On a rooftop, Kakashi, the mysterious person, expressionless, casually tossed down the corpse of a Yunin ninja. He was not afraid of being discovered. I tell you, he was afraid you wouldn't discover him. Several poisoned shurikens fell from the sky, but Kakashi seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, twisting his body and darting out like a rabbit, dodging all the attacks. The moment he jumped off the eaves, he twisted in midair, and facing the pursuing ninjas, he unleashed a fireball, forcing them back. Just then, Karabi arrived. I tell you, his speed was almost like a teleportation. As soon as he arrived, his sword was drawn from behind and slashed down toward Kakashi's head. Kakashi narrowly sidestepped, but guess what? Karabi's other knife had already come from a more tricky angle, completely cutting off all his escape routes. Incredible, this knife technique. Kakashi had no choice but to draw the kunai he had just borrowed from an unfortunate Yunin ninja to block. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, sparks flying. The two faced each other, their eyes locked, both equally shocked. Karabi's heart skipped a beat. This guy looks skinny. How can he have so much strength? Not only was he stunned, but the nearby Yunin ninjas were also dumbfounded. Lord Karabi actually couldn't take down this intruder in one move. Feeling offended, Karabi's fighting spirit ignited instantly, and the strength in his hands increased. After a brief struggle, he actively withdrew his knife and then pressed the attack with even more ferocity. Next came the real technical showcase. Folks, who understands? In just a dozen moves, Karabi's 7 knives were drawn out like magic, dancing in a flurry of blade light, buzzing towards Kakashi like a swarm of bees. This was his not yet mastered 7-sword style. Kakashi only had one kunai, and he was being pushed back step by step. It felt just like when he was surrounded and beaten by the Uchiha elites. But beneath the beautiful contact lens of his left eye lay the Sharingan. Relying on his powerful dynamic vision and prediction techniques learned from the cat sage, he held on. The clanging sound were dense like hammering iron, and even a special jonin beside them was dumbfounded, murmuring, so strong. I can't even see the movements. Karabi was determined not to give Kakashi any chance to catch his breath, his knife technique growing faster and denser. Kakashi's mind raced, knowing that he couldn't continue like this. So he deliberately left the gap, making his weapon-bearing right arm seem to slow down by half a beat. Karabi indeed took the bait. He seized the opening, using several knives to block Kakashi's retreat, while another knife aimed straight for Kakashi's right arm, thinking to give him a little cut, leaving a blood trail for tracking. However, Kakashi was waiting for this moment. His eyes sharpened, and his body twisted at an angle that a human simply couldn't achieve. Karabi's knife only managed to tear his sleeve. Kakashi took the opportunity to push aside the other knives, transforming into a bolt of lightning, breaking free from the combat circle and directly rushing into the crowd of watching Yunin ninjas. Chase! Karabi roared, taking the lead to pursue. Kakashi was deliberately controlling his speed, just leading the dog. An elite jonin behind was panting like a dog, shouting while chasing, Lord Karabi, I've already sent someone to the border to notify Lord Raikage. But it's too far. I'm afraid it won't be in time. Before Lord Raikage comes back, the village relies on you. We will hold him off, even if it costs our lives. Karabi's sunglasses flashed coldly, and he began his impromptu rap. Bakayuru, Kanoira, your lives won't end here. Still that familiar off-key rap. I tell you, he used this trick to divert his own attention before, and now it was to boost his teammates' morale, telling them not to panic, that the situation was still under control. But in his heart, he was clear. This kid wasn't even running at full speed. He was playing us. At this moment, the 8 tails in his body spoke. Be careful, I sent something off about his left eye. Karabi nodded in his heart, shouting to the people behind him. Stay close to Lord 8 Tails' pace. We're about to accelerate. His speed suddenly increased, quickly closing the distance to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced back, and his foot frequency shot up, instantly shaking off the group of Yunin ninjas. Throughout Yunin village, only the 2 of them remained on the rooftops, playing extreme parkour. The scene was incredible. Kakashi even had the leisure to turn back and mock. What's wrong? The 8 Tails Jinchuriki of Yunin can't keep up? Karabi was so angry he wanted to spit, but the speed was too fast, and if he spat, it would splatter all over his face. He was even thinking, if only I could develop a spit technique that wasn't affected by wind resistance. Goodness, truly the rap master you are. He silently gave a thumbs down, continuing to rap. Bakayuru, baby, I'll use your life as the final chapter of the dance. Kakashi couldn't take it anymore, directly grabbing the mic. Buddy, to be honest, you really don't have that talent. This sentence hit Karabi right in the lungs. Saying he was weak was fine, but saying he couldn't rap? Absolutely not. He was genuinely angry. Even the 8 Tails silently gave Kakashi a thumbs up in his heart. However, Karabi channeled his chakra, and a layer of faint lightning armor exploded around him, instantly increasing his speed. Kakashi looked at him, thinking, good heavens, you have a cheat too? Without hesitation, he also used lightning chakra to stimulate his cells, entering lightning mode as well. But Karabi was after all the Raikage partner. His lightning armor was clearly superior. Kakashi ran towards areas with more people, taking down Yunin ninjas he encountered in an instant. In a battle between masters, every second counted. Just this delay brought Karabi closer and closer to him. Karabi had a guess in his heart. Why hasn't he used that space-time ninjutsu? Could have a cooldown or not enough chakra. Let's try it. Without hesitation, looking at the distance of less than 20 meters, Karabi suddenly threw the knife in his hand into the air, caught it with the backhand, filled it with lightning chakra, and then aimed at Kakashi's visual blind spot, forcefully swinging it out. Whoosh! The long knife wrapped in blue lightning was like a real lightning bolt, making a piercing sound as it shot straight for Kakashi's back. Kakashi's hair stood on end. A sense of fatal crisis surged in his heart, cursing inwardly. This throwing angle is too perfect. There's no way to dodge. Just as he was about to be pierced through the heart, Kakashi's running motion didn't change, but the space in front of him suddenly warped with a hum, sucking him in like a vacuum cleaner. Karabi's long knife naturally missed. He instantly dashed over to pick up the knife, muttering, "Looks like it can still be used." In the next moment, Kakashi appeared 100 meters away, carrying the corpses of 2 cloud shinobi, the very ones who had just tried to stop him the hardest. As soon as Karabi saw this, his anger surged, and a massive octopus tail suddenly extended from behind him, curling toward Kakashi. Realizing that Karabi was serious, Kakashi turned and ran towards the center of the village. He did not want to see Karabi fully transformed into the 9 tails. The first tail missed, but then the second. Third, 8 tails emerged from all directions, striking at Kakashi from various tricky angles. Kakashi dodged and weaved through the onslaught like a butterfly, but he couldn't avoid the last tail. However, he was prepared. He suddenly whipped out a water whip and ensnared one of the octopus tails, pulling himself out of the attack range with a strong tug. Did you think that was the end? Lariat! A furious shout exploded in Kakashi's ear. It was Karabi. The octopus tails were just a feint. The real killing move was the lariat that followed him closely. This time, Kakashi barely had time to shield his neck with his arms before a tremendous force slammed into him, sending him crashing into a nearby stone wall like a cannonball. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kakashi felt his insides shift. In a daze, he heard Karabi whisper, "Got you." Immediately after, Karabi elbowed and kneed him again. Kakashi gritted his teeth and, enduring the excruciating pain, raised his hand to deflect the elbow strike while simultaneously kneeing Karabi in a hard clash. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two were colliding knees against each other against the wall, each thud proving that both were putting in their full effort. Karabi coldly said, "I've locked your hands. Let's see how you perform your hand seals." Kakashi retorted, "Aren't you unable to perform them either?" Just as the words left his mouth, the octopus tails behind Karabi emerged again, using suction cups to latch onto his 7 swords, the gleaming tips aimed directly at Kakashi. Kakashi's eye twitched. "I don't know who Dr. Octopus is, but I feel like you're starting to resemble him. It's over, bastard." The 7 swords simultaneously stabbed towards Kakashi's vital points. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, Raikage AI opened an urgent letter, and the more he read, the darker his expression became. Finally, unable to contain himself, he slammed his fist down, smashing the newly replaced table to bits. Damn the Land of Fire. He suddenly stood up, ready to charge out and confront Sarutobi, but was stopped by his secretary, Shi. Although AI was furious, he still retained his reason. He understood that starting a fight now would gain them nothing. He forced himself to calm down, but inside he was muttering, what on earth happened during the Nine Tails disturbance in Konoha? Logically, they shouldn't be in such good shape, right? How come none of their elite are missing? Did the Nine Tails come out just to toy with the 4th Hokage? It was absurd, as if Konoha had some filth that allowed the Nine Tails to not kill anyone. While he was puzzled, the battle situation changed dramatically on the side of the Cloud Village. Just as Kakashi was about to be skewered by the 7 swords, a blinding electric light suddenly erupted from his body. Chidori stream. What? The violent lightning instantly deflected all the swords and spread along Karabi's body, paralyzing him completely. Karabi couldn't help but cry out, his body twitching as he released Kakashi and squatted on the ground, smoking. He then remembered that when he was slammed against the wall earlier, Kakashi had taken the opportunity to complete the hand seals for Chidori stream. These past few months weren't wasted. Kakashi thought to himself, just as he intended to instantaneously leave. His ankle was tightly ensnared by Karabi's octopus tentacle. In the next moment, Kakashi's hair stood on end. A huge red fist rapidly enlarged in his sight. It was Karabi, who had unleashed 6 tails. Boom! Kakashi's body flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several walls before finally being buried under a pile of rubble. 6-tailed Karabi slowly walked out, and at that moment, the surrounding cloud shinobi also surrounded him, shouting to kill this bastard together. However, Karabi frowned. He still didn't understand this guy's purpose. Just then, Kakashi's figure flashed behind him, and an assembled Kamehameha was ruthlessly slammed into him. The massive energy wave sent six-tailed Karabi flying, creating an explosion that kicked up smoke over 10 meters high, instantly taking out dozens of Chunin nearby. As the smoke cleared, the fully transformed eight-tails Gyuki, with its massive body, slowly stood up. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already used Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall to block all incoming ninjutsu, and quietly activated the Flying Thunder God seal he had left on one of the corpses. Teleporting outside the encirclement, he stood at a high vantage point, observing the cloud shinobi below who were on high alert, even considering whether to wipe them out right there. Just then, Gyuki looked up and met his gaze. Boom! Gyuki stomped down, and Kakashi instantly dodged. Karabi, feeling that his large size was inconvenient, transformed back into his tailed beast form, and the two resumed their chase. As Kakashi ran, he threw explosive tags, and one of his shurikens, infused with lightning chakra, pierced Karabi's arm. In pain, Karabi yanked it out and threw it back. Kakashi dodged sideways, and, as he looked up, a powerful fire technique hit him in the face. Seizing the opportunity, Karabi unleashed another lariat, crashing into Kakashi's waist and rolling him into a sea of flames. The moment he plunged into the fire, Kakashi quickly removed his special contact lenses, maximized his body's defense, and activated Kimui to teleport himself away, ignoring the severe pain in his waist. A split second later, he would have been left exposed. As the flames subsided, Karabi and the cloud shinobi found that the guy had disappeared again. In the Kamui space, Kakashi felt a lingering fear, thankful for his quick reaction. He glanced at his tattered clothes and unhesitatingly swallowed a healing herb, instantly recovering from all injuries. No matter how many times he ate it, he found this thing truly absurd. While changing into a new outfit, he leisurely sat down to rest, knowing that Karabi and the others outside were definitely on high alert. He thought, you all just keep wearing yourselves down. I'll take a break before going back to work. Half a day, a full half day. Kakashi donned a new black robe and reappeared on the high platform, looking down at the cloud shinobi and teasingly said, Hey, are you looking for me? The cloud shinobi below were all exhausted, their eyes nearly popping out from frustration, but they couldn't do anything about him. This guy appeared every half hour, beat them up, and even Karabi couldn't stop him, then left gracefully, focusing on mental torment. Karabi was almost driven mad. Was this guy's stamina and chakra unlimited? After all this time, he was still full of energy. If it weren't for the eight tails being his power bank, he would have collapsed long ago. Kakashi looked at the sky, estimating that Reikage should have received the news and was on his way back. He then curiously asked, Hey, where's your Reikage? I've been here for half a day. Why isn't he out to greet me? When no one responded, he chuckled. Forget it. Since he is not here, I'll come back next time. Make sure to send my regards to him. With that, he twisted his body and disappeared again. On the other side of the border, after receiving urgent letters from the daimyo and the village, AI, upon hearing that the Yunrei Gorge had been blown up, smashed his new table again. He yelled at the messenger ninja, What is going on? B-sama. I don't know. Reikage-sama, the village needs you back to take charge. A flash of lightning illuminated the camp as AI shouted at Shi, Send the order, retreat. On the Konoha side, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as the Yunin army truly began to withdraw, realizing that Kakashi's plan had succeeded. He waved his hand, signaling everyone not to pursue. It was all just an act, showing their stance to force Yunin to find a way out. Who would actually fight? Before leaving, AI, with a grim expression, took a deep look at Konoha from across the cliff. He acknowledged his defeat in this game. When AI hurried back to the village and saw his younger brother unharmed, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. But in the blink of an eye, seeing the injured comrades all around him reignited his fury. Meanwhile, Konoha was also heading back home, and on the way, everyone learned that it was Kakashi who had single-handedly infiltrated Yunin village and forced the Reikage to retreat. This maneuver had directly caused other restless villages to instantly back down. Just as Konoha was celebrating their victory, let me tell you, over in Kusagakure, a fierce individual had arrived. A new villager with red hair caught the attention of the high-ranking officials in Kusagakure. Knock, knock. Hello, I'm from Kusagakure. Opening the door for a population survey. Survey? Let me tell you, I don't trust that at all. The malice from those two guys at the door was enough to make me feel sick even through 3 layers of door panels. Once the door opened, a cloud of smoke hit me right in the face. Acting, I continued to play along. I immediately let out a gasp, rolled my eyes back, and fell straight down. Even the Oscars would have to give me a little golden man. Those two were quite pleased and directly threw me over their shoulders and walked off. I was overjoyed inside. After all, this was just a personal puppet. I was just playing along with them, and I wanted to see what kind of tricks KakashiGains was up to. Their greed was astonishing. What happened next? They brought me to a rundown house and just tossed me onto the floor before leaving. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a little red-haired girl, about 4 years old, hiding behind the door and looking at me timidly. Who understands the feelings of family? At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. A member of the Whirlpool clan? In a place like this? Looking around the room's arrangement and sensing the atmosphere of surveillance, I instantly understood that this little girl was being kept under house arrest. All right, KakashiGains, you guys are really something. I didn't even need to wait for you to act against me. I had this situation under control. I directly performed a carp leap to stand up and flashed what I thought was my friendliest smile at the little girl. Little one, where are your adults? The little girl looked at my red hair, probably finding it familiar, and quietly said, Mom, was taken away by those people in uniforms. I thought to myself, indeed. I immediately introduced myself. Don't be afraid. My name is Uzumaki Doen. We're from the same hometown. What's your name? Xiangling. My name is Uzumaki Xiangling. Nice name. I patted her little head and said, Xiangling, I'll take you to find your mom, okay? Little Xiangling's eyes brightened, but she hesitated a bit. But they won't let me go out. No problem. From today on, you can go wherever you want. The little girl is quite easy to handle. Oh no, I mean to save. I found a cloth strip and tied her to my back. Hey, it looks pretty good. I listened closely, and, surprisingly, there wasn't a single guard around. TSK, how boring. I was actually hoping to warm up a bit. In the next moment, I disappeared from the spot with Xiangling. I tell you, when I found Xiangling's mother, that scene is something I will never forget in my life. In a dark basement, dozens of injured grass ninjas surrounded a woman like a pack of hungry wolves. That woman was Xiangling's mother, Xuanhuai. Those beasts bit at her arms and legs one by one. Each bite healed them, and then they tossed her to the next person like garbage. Hurry up, you worthless woman. I'm still waiting here. What are you dragging your feet for? You useless piece of trash. The sounds of curses and moans were simply hell on earth. They treated a living person as a mobile blood bag, as something they could freely feast upon. They were even planning that once Huai was drained dry, they would have Xiangling take her place, and they even thought about having Xiangling give birth when she grew up to mass-produce healing tools for their grass ninja village. I exploded at that moment. Really, I couldn't hold it for a second. Just as a grass ninja was cursing and trying to get his mouth close to Huai's arm, I made my move. With a sharp sound, a bowl-sized hole appeared on that guy's head, and he dropped to the ground on the spot. The entire basement fell into instant silence. Mom, Xiangling poked her little head out from my back. Huai turned around abruptly and saw me standing there. Dozens of chakra chains as thick as baby arms shooting out from my body, skewering all the grass ninjas present, one after another, precisely piercing through their hearts and heads. This is... Huai was stunned. I looked at the numerous bite marks on her body. The killing intent in my eyes was almost palpable. I am from the Vortex clan, and I tried to speak as gently as possible, saying, I am here to take you home. I held Huai's hand, feeling her vitality drained to the extreme, and the fire in my heart burned even brighter. Konoha village? Today, it must disappear from the map. I first used space-time ninjutsu to send the mother and daughter to a safe place and dispelled Xiangling's illusion. There was no way a child could witness that bloody scene. Then, I single-handedly fought my way back to Konoha village. Enemy attack. Who are you? Screams became the only background music in Konoha village. By the time those two so-called elders and their men arrived, what they saw was a towering mound of hundreds of corpses, and there I stood, wearing a mask stained with blood, atop the mound. It's a misunderstanding. Mighty warrior. One elder was so scared his legs went weak, still trying to argue. I laughed at that moment. Misunderstanding? I misunderstand your grandmother's leg. The next second, I disappeared from the spot. When I reappeared, there were no living ninjas left in Grass Ninja Village. This incident later spread to various countries, but it didn't cause much of a stir. It was just a small ninja village, so who cared if it was destroyed? Over in Konoha, the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to send 2 teams of Umbu to investigate, including Tenzo and Itachi, but of course they found nothing. The scene shifts to Konoha village. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi had just returned from the land of clouds, having achieved great merit, and the old man Sarutobi was happily listening to his report. After the report, the old man casually handed him the information about the destruction of Grass Ninja Village. Kakashi was shocked when he saw it, but he had something more important on his mind. He had been preparing for this moment for 4 months. Third Hokage. Kakashi stood at attention and said decisively, "Hataki Kakashi, in the name of the captain of Konoha's Umbu, request to adopt Uzumaki Naruto." The smile on Sarutobi's face instantly froze. He took a puff of his cigarette and asked slowly, "You want to see Naruto again?" "Yes." Kakashi was undeterred. "I don't want to see that child alone anymore. He is the son of the fourth Hokage, not some demon fox. What kind of rumors have spread in the village? This is supposed to be confidential? We both know who is responsible. Since he will have to face all this sooner or later, why not let me teach him from now on?" The old man wanted to use the excuse of identity exposure and safety issues to brush him off. Kakashi directly played his trump card. "Safety? This is Konoha. With my flying thunder god technique, who would dare to touch him? As for identity, I will focus on companionship. As long as I am by his side, I can silence those people." The two of them went back and forth for a long time. Finally, the old fox Sarutobi relented and came up with a compromise. "Adoption is not possible for now. However, I allow you to openly appear by Naruto's side in the future to take care of him and accompany him." Kakashi thought for a moment and agreed. It was a step forward. The next day, Kakashi went to find Naruto. Little Naruto opened the door and, seeing him, was so excited he could hardly speak. "You're back. You really came back. That's great." Kakashi took Naruto's hand and confidently walked down the streets of Konoha. Villagers pointed and whispered about the demon fox, but Kakashi shot them a cold glance and added, "The grass on Danzo's grave hasn't even grown yet. And you're believing rumors again?" Those people immediately fell silent. After a while, the demon fox label on Naruto slowly faded away. One day, it was my chief disciple Kakashi's 18th birthday. Guy, Tenzo, Kurenai, and their group threw him a lively birthday party. The next day, Kakashi was called to the office by Sarutobi again. The old man handed him a scroll. "Kakashi, there's an S-rank mission. No one in the village is more suitable than you." Kakashi took it, opened it, and exclaimed, "Good heavens. This mission's content is basically asking me to set fire to my own brother's backyard. Let me tell you, the old man from the third generation is something else. On the surface, he's making me the Fire Nation's ambassador to sign an alliance treaty with the Hidden Mist Village, but in reality, he wants me to gather intelligence. He's worried that the closed-off Hidden Mist is cooking up some high-level jutsu. Choosing me is just because of my flying thunder god technique, which allows me to come and go freely without leaving any traces. Fine, I've accepted the mission, and I'm putting on the new Leaf Village Jonin skin I bought. The old one was a bit tight. This year I've grown to 181 meters, but I still can't compare to Uchiha Shursui, who's now 182 meters. Luckily, his growth has slowed down, or I would really suspect that guy drinks nutritional drinks like water every day. I can't stand how he always puts his arm over my shoulder, using his height advantage, before setting off as usual. I split 70 of my chakra to create a long-lasting lightning release shadow clone to accompany Naruto, focusing on a nurturing style. After all, I have no idea how long this trip will take. As for my own strength, I've mastered lightning release armor pretty well since I'm a man who's climbed the Karen Tower. My stamina is solid. However, walking on the road, I find this situation quite surreal. I'm going to gather intel in the village controlled by Obito. Isn't that just like going back home? Just right? I'm also curious about what that guy has done to the Hidden Mist Village this past year. Anyway, the mission is simple. I can just ask him for some fake intel to pass off and be done with it. I just left, and I heard that Jiraiya, that old pervert, was running over to give me the latest version of Makeout Paradise. We completely missed each other. It's so laughable. I took a boat for a whole day and night. And let me tell you, that broken boat from the ninja world almost made me throw up my overnight meal. I felt like my soul was still floating on the sea. When I have money in the future, I must equip these boats with turbochargers. After a bumpy ride, I finally arrived at the land of water. Just as I reached the outskirts of the mist-hidden village, I was suddenly surrounded by several mist ninjas. The leader was a captain, and I handed over the Hokage's appointment letter. He glanced at it, grabbed it, and ran off, probably to verify its authenticity with the higher-ups. Before long, that captain respectfully handed the appointment letter to a tall female Jainin. I looked up, and wow, ISNT that the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. She seemed to be around 18 or 19, with long reddish-brown hair and a fair, charming face, looking as if she had just applied a beauty filter. However, with Obito in charge now, whether she would have the chance to rise to power is hard to say. She took the appointment letter, and, for a moment, our eyes met. She probably noticed my distinctive silver-haired mask and her brows furrowed. After she finished reading, it seemed she remembered Konoha's cold-blooded Kakashi. Back when I was rampaging on the battlefield, she was probably still delivering packages in the rear. She must have been puzzled, thinking, Didn't this guy die 2 years ago? How is he alive again? She remained composed, waved her hand to tell her subordinates not to be so tense, and returned the appointment letter to me. I asked her, can I go in now? She shook her head and politely said, Konoha envoy, you need to wait here. I've already sent someone to inform Lord Mizukage, and you can enter once he gives his approval. All right then, let's stick to the rules. I stood there motionless and took the opportunity to observe the defenses of their main gate. Terumi, Mei, and the others stood guard with me, staring at each other in silence. We waited for an hour before someone finally came to relay the message that I could enter. So, Terumi Mei led the way, and the three of them flanked me on either side, escorting me into the village like I was a prisoner. I looked around and was amazed. This guy Obito is something else. The current Kirigakure no longer has the sickly appearance it had during the Blood Mist era. The villagers all seemed quite relaxed, and the whole village promotes a peaceful and prosperous life. I didn't expect that Obito's mind has truly revitalized Kirigakure. Soon, I arrived at the Mizukage's office and met the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who was being controlled by Obito. He exchanged a glance with Terumi, and she quietly stepped out. I pretended to hand over the documents, and after Yagura read through them, he smiled and said, the envoy has come from afar. We still need to study the alliance agreement. Please stay in the village for now. Of course, I agreed. Then Yagura called over a jonin to take me to the inn to rest. Guess who came to take me to the guest house? A figure flashed behind me, speaking in a very stern tone. I turned around and saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. JPG, isn't that Zabuza Momochi? What is this guy doing here? Is it Obito's doing? Thinking about it, it makes sense now that the Mist Village is no longer enforcing the Bloody Mist policy. Zabuza naturally has no reason to assassinate the Mizukage and then defect. With Obito's return, many people's fates have changed. I just wonder where that kid Haku is now. That night, I stood by the window of the inn, looking at the gloomy sky outside. The air in the Mist Village is so damp. No wonder the young men and women here have such dewy skin. As I was pondering this, I heard a knock on the door. When the door opened, it was Terumi bringing in dinner. I politely thanked her, and she put down the food, saying lightly, Kakashi Hitaki, right? The Mizukage and the elders are currently in a meeting regarding the alliance agreement. I'll be responsible for you these days, so to avoid misunderstandings, please don't wander around. Her voice was quite gentle, but the words were full of warnings. After she finished speaking, she left, kindly closing the door behind her. Can I honestly stay put? That would be a waste of my trip. However, on the first day, their vigilance would definitely be the highest. So I wasn't in a hurry to act tonight. But who understands the family dynamics? After Terumi left, she didn't go far at all. She turned around and entered the empty room next to mine, directly monitoring me, going this far. I later found out that this task was originally Zabuza's. But that guy had recently picked up a little girl with the ice release bloodline outside, which is Haku, and was busy tutoring her. So, the task of monitoring me fell to Terumi. In the room next door, Terumi was probably feeling quite troubled. The information she had about me was all outdated from several years ago, stating that I was proficient in lightning and earth release, and that I had a 3-tomo Sharingan, which had no real reference value. Faced with an unknown and potentially dangerous individual, she could only be on high alert. I walked to the balcony, pretended to admire the scenery, and caught a glimpse of a person hiding in the tree out of the corner of my eye. Then I quickly pulled the curtains shut. My neighbor, Terumi Mei, also came to the balcony, took a look, and shook her head at the person in the distance. The next morning, she knocked on my door. As soon as I opened it, she stared intently at my mask without saying a word. I thought to myself, sister, I know I'm handsome, but isn't this a bit too straightforward? You can't be curious about whether I wear a mask while sleeping, right? I could only cough awkwardly and say, is there something on my face? Only then did she snap back to reality, smiled a bit awkwardly, and said, sorry, Hitaki Messenger, I was rude. Lady Mizukage asked me to take you around the village. I nodded, all right, let's go. May I ask for your name? She paused for a moment. Terumi Mei. Oh, then Miss Terumi Mei, let's go. I followed her, and with her back to me, her ears turned red. Probably embarrassed enough to wish she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. With her leading the way, I got a rough tour of the hidden Mist Village. The atmosphere in the village was indeed much more peaceful. I noticed that Terumi Mei had quite a high reputation. People greeted her along the way. I deliberately probed her. Miss Terumi Mei is quite respected in your village. She was quite humble, replying, it's just that I'm a bit stronger than they are. Oh, to surpass Jonin at such a young age? Truly extraordinary talent. When I flattered her, she didn't deny it, but instead returned the compliment, saying, the Hitaki Messenger is the real young genius who fought his way out of the battlefield. I have a good idea in my mind. This girl is definitely a guaranteed elite Jonin. When I think about it, With her in the future of the Mist Village, plus Kisame, Zabuza, and those tough guys like Haku, along with that guy who can use 7 swords, AwakensMangekyo. Hiss! I couldn't help but gasp. Obito has turned the Mist Village into a hellish difficulty level. I hope he doesn't mess it up himself. The noise I made startled Turumi, and she immediately turned to look at me. I quickly put on an awkward yet polite smile and said, "It's nothing. I just accidentally bumped my toe." She didn't ask any more questions and turned back to lead the way. In fact, I had sensed a prying gaze just a moment ago, but it was fleeting. It wasn't Yagura. That guy's just a mouthpiece for Obito now. There is only one possibility, one of the Elder Council's members. That old man doesn't trust me and has someone secretly monitoring me. It's probably that guy with the Byakugan AO. Whatever. Let Obito deal with these troublesome matters himself. I continued to follow Turumi Mei as we strolled, pretending to admire the scenery while actually memorizing the terrain and routes around us. Turumi Mei probably realized that I was fishing for information as her little face tightened. I secretly felt pleased while considering her 3 bloodline limits: liquid release, boil release, and melt release. TSK. What a dangerous and alluring woman. After wandering around, we returned to the inn, but the notification hadn't come down yet. So we had to go back to our respective rooms. I lay on the bed, my mind rapidly replaying the routes I had just noted, constructing a 3D map of Kirigakure. A few hours later, Yagura finally summoned me again, saying he wanted to discuss the details of the treaty. This time, there were several old men in the office, probably the Elder Council. Turumi Mei and AO escorted me to the door and stood guard outside. I argued with those old men until it was dark, and I was exhausted, only to end up being told to stay a few more days. Just right. It gave me more time. That night, I returned to my room, changed into a set of night clothes, and was just about to use Kimyui to sneak out to do my business when my left eye suddenly felt warm. I smirked. Obito had come after all. With a swift move, I found myself in our exclusive little black room the next second. As soon as I entered, I saw Obito standing there, and I immediately started, "TSK, you only just realized I was here? Your control over the mist is not that great, huh?" He shot me a glance, but didn't engage, directly asking, "What are you doing here? Did the Third send you on a mission?" I shrugged and told him the Third's purpose. Obito scoffed. "So he's afraid I'm plotting something here? All right, enough chit-chat." I urged him to hurry up and give me some fabricated intelligence so I could report back. He looked at me with disdain, but obediently dictated a report that was 70% true and 30% false. I wrote it down quickly. After I finished, he took it back to review and suddenly asked me, "Do you think we should take this opportunity to collaborate with Konoha on something else?" I was dumbfounded at the time. "Huh? You're asking me? I'm a spy from Konoha, and you're pulling me to discuss the foreign policy of the Mist Village? You, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, Uchiha Obito, your heart is pretty dirty." But then I thought about it. This could actually work. If we can tie Konoha and the Mist together, wouldn't it make unifying the ninja world much easier in the future? I immediately said, "Sure, let's increase trade ports. Engage in maritime trade with the Land of Fire, a win-win." I'm still a bit curious. Weren't you previously closed off? What made you suddenly change your mind? Obito explained that the previous closure was to carry out internal reforms and eliminate some disobedient individuals. Now that the internal situation is stable, it's natural to open up. Otherwise, the economy won't keep up, and the new generation of ninjas won't have the opportunity to go out and train. He sounded very convincing, as if he had everything under control. "It seems you care quite a bit about the Mist Village," I asked pointedly. Obito was full of confidence. "Don't worry. I have a firm grip on this blade of the mist. The Akatsuki-s Kisame and Pakin are already my people, and my next target is Zabuza Momochi. Wow, he has planning to take action against the 7 ninja swordsmen. What about those elders?" I asked. "No rush," Obito said confidently. "Once I've turned all the 7 ninja swordsmen into my people and gathered all the talented ninjas in the village, then I'll let Yagura step down from the Mizukage position. At that time, I will be the Mizukage." I was shocked at that moment. The boy who once cried and shouted to become Hokage is now actually planning to switch paths to become Mizukage? How could I have such a dream? I couldn't help but complain, "But you're still an undocumented resident of the Mist Village, right?" Obito showed a mysterious smile. "The wise have their own clever plans. Me? You hermit. I see you're a wild man." Then he reminded me, "By the way, Turumi Mei and AO, strictly speaking, do not belong to the Water Shadow faction, especially Turumi Mei." He explained that Zabuza had killed all the graduates of the same period, and Turumi Mei was in the same class as him. The reason she survived was either because she graduated early, or because of what happened with Zabuza. The assessment system changed, and she got a lucky break. What does this have to do with the original master? I asked. It was then that Obito revealed the key information, because Terumi May did not graduate from a ninja school at all. She was directly recommended by the original master to become a ninja and went straight to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. During the time she was out training, I controlled the Yagura and started the Blood Mist Village. Of course, after a year, I changed my approach. At this point, he deliberately looked at me. Let me tell you, that guy Obito is simply an information black hole. He said that Elder Yenshur has long felt that Yagura was acting strange, fearing that the Blood Mist policy might return one day. So he secretly trained Terumi May to be a backup. Oh no, I mean a backup heir. Just in case Yagura goes crazy again. Terumi May can step in and seize power directly. Goodness, isn't this just the Game of Thrones version of the Hidden Mist Village? Obito even sarcastically thanked me, saying that if I hadn't mentioned a year ago, he wouldn't have bothered to check Terumi May's household registration. The way he said it made me feel uneasy, claiming that if it weren't for me stopping him, he would have dealt with her long ago. I quickly laughed it off, saying, come on, it's not that serious. She's just a girl who hasn't done anything to you. After coming out of the Kamui space, I strolled back to my room like nothing happened. But that bastard Obito is definitely hiding something from me. What he didn't say is that the so-called Takeburi clan, a tribe of battle maniacs, has recently become increasingly restless and is probably not far from rebelling. But since he didn't say anything, I couldn't be bothered to ask. He can handle it himself anyway. In the following days, I truly experienced high-end diplomacy. Every day, I was in the conference room of the Hidden Mist Village, engaging in verbal sparring with those old men, spitting out saliva like a bizarre debate in the ninja world. Yagura was right next to me, frantically trying to smooth things over. The two of us were working together to push the alliance agreement through. When there were no meetings, Terumi May became my personal tour guide, showing me the sights of the land of water. To be honest, life was pretty good. The only regret was that I didn't have time to train, and my hands were itching. But then I thought, having a beautiful, tall lady by my side every day, what more could I ask for? Time flew by, and after more than 10 days, the alliance agreement between Konoha and the Hidden Mist, along with the trade documents, were all set. I packed my bag and, under the escort of Terumi May's team, prepared to head home. Now that we were allies, Terumi May looked at me with a much more relaxed expression, probably thinking that I wasn't much of a threat besides being good with words. She's genuinely concerned about her village, and, as long as it's good for the Hidden Mist, she's more proactive than anyone else. As for her two teammates, they maintained poker faces throughout. After all, they had fought in real battles back in the day, and that kind of hatred isn't easy to let go. All the way, they followed us like security guards, keeping their distance while I chatted excitedly with Terumi May. Walking through the forest, Terumi May probably remember the elder's advice and suddenly turn around to ask me, Mr. Hitaki, can we talk again about the details of this open trade port? I was taken aback, looking at her large emerald green eyes filled with determination to learn. I knew exactly what was going on. That old man Yuan was probably whispering to her, trying to get her to steal some skills from me. Learn how to manage the economy. Fine, you want to learn? I'll teach you. Fortunately, the more than a year I spent wasn't in vain. The combination of theory and practice, and the experience of fooling those old men was still fresh. We chatted as we walked, going from afternoon to evening, speaking more in that time than I had in the village over the past 10 days. I was quite pleased. If it were Naruto or Sasuke, they would have probably been grilled with questions until their CPUs burned out. But good times don't last, do they? An unexpected event happened. One of the mist ninjas sent ahead to scout disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated. Terumi May's expression changed, just as she was about to say something. She turned and saw that I had already drawn the short blade from my back, my eyes fixed on a certain direction. She must have been shocked. My reaction speed was faster than those locals. She immediately shifted her attention. Her expression seemed to suggest this guy's strength can't be at that level already, can it? They're coming, I shouted, and in an instant, chakra filled the blade. Without thinking, I made a sweeping slash. There were several crisp sounds as 5 hidden weapons were deflected back. Terumi May was quick to react as well. She crouched down to dodge while forming hand seals, shooting several water arrows into the forest. But just like my counterattack, it was useless. There wasn't even a sound from the other side. Thud! A muffled sound. And our last teammate fell, clutching his neck. Good heavens, his throat was pierced directly, and he didn't even make a sound before he was gone. Terumi May was about to rush over when a wave of hidden weapons, like a fishing net, shot towards us. I frowned, formed seals with one hand, and slammed it onto the ground, Earth style, earth flow wall. A thick wall rose from the ground, tightly protecting us inside. Terumi May looked at me with a changed expression. She probably didn't expect that I would protect her too. In a place like the mist, where everyone was on edge, my actions were a significant advantage. Without a word, she tilted her head back and sprayed a stream of water into the sky. The water burst open, turning into countless reconnaissance droplets, covering an area of 50 meters. Within 50 meters, there were 22 people. She told me with a serious expression that she wasn't sure if there were more outside. 22? Creating such a commotion within the land of water? I looked at Terumi May's eyes and knew she had an idea. She definitely guessed who it was. I asked her directly, but she pretended to be clueless and shook her head. Fine, if you won't say, we'll find out when the fighting starts. I beckoned her with my finger. Kagura, come here, I have a plan. We suddenly burst out from behind the earthen wall, and 25 people on the opposite side immediately surrounded us. Damn, the intel was wrong. There were 3 extra. When Kamehameha saw the insignia on their clothes, she was shocked. The Takanoko clan? I felt a stir in my heart, but there was no time to ask. A guy from the Bamboo Take clan was already jabbing at me with a bone staff. I quickly grabbed his bone spear. He pulled hard, but hey, he couldn't budge me. I twisted my wrist and pulled him closer, and with a flash of the knife, blood sprayed out. 2 others attacked at the same time. I flicked my wrist, deflected their weapons, and struck twice, creating gaping wounds in their chests. Meanwhile, Kamehameha unleashed her dissolution technique, forcing back several attackers. One who was slow to evade was instantly turned into a puddle of mud. However, she wasn't skilled in close combat and quickly found herself at a disadvantage. The leading Bamboo Take chief arrogantly shouted, Kamehameha, our target is not you. Who understands, family? This villain even introduced himself. Kamehameha immediately used a substitution technique to dodge the attack and jumped onto a tree, launching a water-style water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon lunged forward. As the group barely dodged, she followed up with a boiling-style mist technique, dissolving an unfortunate soul with acidic fog. Seeing that Kamehameha's artillery mage was too effective against them, the chief immediately turned his attention and led the main force to attack me, leaving 7 or 8 people to deal with Kamehameha. Kamehameha was clever too. She turned and ran, strategically pulling them away to divert their attention. I'm under a sudden surge of pressure, and my chakra is almost depleted. I took a moment to glance over, and hey, she's doing quite well. I gave a provocative smile to the bamboo leader who just arrived, and in an instant, I vanished. The leader was stunned, and the next second, he exploded in anger. Meanwhile, I had used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right next to Terumi May when she saw me appear out of nowhere. Her expression was a mix of surprise and shock. We stood back to back, looking at the 7 or 8 pursuers, and I grinned at her. Hey, you don't mind if I take advantage of this, do you? Terumi May looked confused. She had just finished forming 6 eels when she heard 2 furious shouts. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. That's right, 2 of them. The 6-eel water dragon bullet she had painstakingly improved was copied by my Sharingan after just 1 glance. 2 massive dragons charged forward, scattering the Bamboo clan members. Terumi May, taking advantage of the situation, followed up with water style, great waterfall technique. A towering wave surged toward them, and I wrapped my arms around her waist and leaped to the top of a tree. In the water, my shadow clone formed a seal, lightning style, earth walk, and then vanished with a bang. The electricity hit the water, and it was electrifying. Several Bamboo clan members who hadn't managed to jump were instantly convulsing from the shock. I let go of her hand and explained, "Sorry, I can't take you dancing. You would get shocked." She blushed and said softly, "You could actually remind me." I said honestly, "The fighter's opportunity is fleeting, and with your physical skills, I'm warning you, it's too late." She rolled her eyes at me in frustration. Just then, a guy who withstood the electric shock charged at us with a roar. Terumi May stepped in first, kicking him down, and I used my Sharingan to delay him, making him perfectly take the full kick. Then Terumi May used her dissolution technique, and that guy vanished as soon as he hit the ground. The remaining 4, fearless of death, rushed over, and I met them with my Chidori sharp spear, easily slicing through their bone, swords, and simultaneously cutting their throats. In less than a minute, 7 elite Jonin had been humiliatingly killed by us 2 mages. Under the setting sun, I looked at Terumi May's beautifully illuminated face by the afterglow, and my heart skipped a beat. Wow, this atmosphere almost made me think I had the wrong script. I quickly cleared my throat and said, "All right, it's time to deal with the rest. Remember to leave one alive." She snapped back to reality and decisively said, "Of course, anyone daring to attack a Leaf envoy must be taken back for Lord Mizukage to interrogate personally." We started setting up traps right there. waiting for the remaining dozen or so soldiers. To be honest, with just these few people, I could take them all out by myself. But my buddy and I are currently focusing on low-key development, so we need to keep a low profile. Before long, those guys arrived a bit late. The leader of the bamboo gatherers looked at the bodies scattered on the ground. His eyes turned red, staring intently at us. He rarely acted rationally, waving his hand to signal his tribe to stop, probably fearing a trick. I exchanged a glance with Kirame, and it hit me. This guy actually has some brains. But it's fine. We had anticipated this. We both raised our hands, and a wire mesh suddenly shot up from under the water. Unfortunately, these melee brutes wielding bone swords instantly sliced the net into pieces. Right after that, the leader attacked suddenly, firing a volley of bone bullets with his 10 fingers. I reacted quickly, stepping aside in an instant and using my electrified short knife, White Fan, to block them all. Behind me, Kirame was also quick. The moment I blocked, she poked her head out and unleashed water escape. Cannonball. A high-pressure water column shot out, but the leader's left arm twisted, instantly transforming into a massive bone spear, which he swung to disperse the water attack. I threw a few shuriken imbued with lightning release, but they were also deflected by him, leaving a few scratches on the bone spear. All right, it seems his bones aren't invincible after all. The leader let out a cold laugh, and the remaining clan members instantly scattered, surrounding us completely. Hundreds of bone fingers were aimed at us, poised to strike. The scene felt like being pointed at by hundreds of guns. Any movement would turn us into a sieve. My heart tightened. I'm fine, but Kaguya definitely can't handle it. She's an important witness and can't die here. Should I use my divine power? The leader of the Take-Torai looked at us, knowing we wouldn't dare to move, and let out a typical villainous laugh. Hee, now you have no way to escape. I raised an eyebrow, really thinking I couldn't handle you? Indulging you? My left eye's kaleidoscope pattern suddenly shifted. In the next moment, the leader's head bizarrely separated from his body out of thin air. The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by this supernatural phenomenon. The encirclement of Take-Torai instantly fell into chaos. Although Kaguya was startled, her battle instincts were incredibly strong. She completely ignored the vanished head, her fingers moving as quickly as butterflies. Water release. Water barrier. In the blink of an eye, a cylindrical water wall surrounded the two of us. I shot her a glance, lightning sparking in my hand, and pressed it directly against the water wall. Lightning release. Chidori stream. Countless lightning snakes surged wildly within the water wall, turning the entire wall into a high-voltage electric net. We both jumped up simultaneously, and Kaguya may even flash me a triumphant smile. Combining ninja technique, lightning, water, thousand bodies. We both shouted the name of this new technique in unison. The water wall exploded violently, transforming into thousands of deadly water needles crackling with electricity, shooting out in all directions. I tell you, those bastards were immediately turned into human hedgehogs, their screams rising and falling like a grand symphony. But to be fair, the Take-Torai clan is really resilient. Even with their bodies looking like sieves, they could still gasp for breath. Why wait? I went up with Kohanami, and we just started delivering finishing blows. And in no time, the place was cleared out, leaving only one seemingly less injured survivor. Kohanami is also tough. She directly tied the guy up like a dumpling and started interrogating him. Tell me, who sent you? Why did you target our Konoha envoy? That guy was quite defiant, just glaring at her with the whites of his eyes. Well, that really annoyed Kohanami. She put her hands together and dragged him into a jinjutsu, starting to extract information like scanning a QR code. I was sharpening my knife nearby, pondering that this corpse bone pulse indeed had something to it. I thought I should study it later. Maybe it could really be related to Kaguya. Before long, Terumi May got the results. She looked at me seriously and said, Kakashi, their target is you, and the order is to capture you alive. I'm just completely speechless. Me? From the Takakuri clan? I mean, I don't even know their Wi-Fi password. Where does this grudge come from? Why capture me? Is it for a mystery box? Then, Kaguya asked the guy who was behind this, what is the goal of capturing me? But that guy just kept repeating like a parrot. It's the clan leader's order, I don't know. Great, that's a pure tool for you. Kaguya didn't bother wasting more words. Swiftly took action and sent him on his way, then quickly wrote a letter for the eagle to send back to the village. After that, she turned around and kept apologizing to me, saying she was really sorry for dragging our Konoha people into their village's mess. What could I say? I could only lower my forehead protector, show her my charming smile, and comfort her. It's all right. It's not a big deal. I sent it all resolved now. But I knew this wasn't over. Kaguya knew it too, It was clear as day to her that these brainless Takakuri could come up with such a clever ambush. Oh no, it was an ambush on me. There must be someone skilled behind this. I couldn't help but complain in my heart with their IQ. They probably matched the Uchiha level, just shouting about rebellion when they're unhappy. So, are you still delivering me? I teased her. She immediately straightened her face and said very seriously, of course. A mission is a mission. I must ensure you get safely to the ship. I looked at her stubborn appearance and felt an inexplicable warmth in my heart. So I reminded her, aren't you afraid of being ambushed on the way back? It seemed that my words struck a chord with her. She paused for a moment, then proudly straightened her chest and said, if I want to go, very few can stop me. My idol is Lady Tsunade, and I will eventually become a legendary kunoichi like her. I told you after she said this. Her ears turned red, and she felt embarrassed, turning her head to walk ahead, pretending to lead the way. Looking at her flushed ears, I felt a bit flustered for the first time. Just when I was still trying to calm my emotions, I suddenly sensed a chilling aura behind me. Without thinking, I turned around and threw a kunai. Kogami-me was startled as well, instantly entering a combat state. The blush on her face hadn't faded yet, but her gaze was already sharp as a knife. Unfortunately, the kunai missed, and the shadow quickly dodged behind a tree. Immediately after, I heard a laugh from the underworld that I would never forget. I was so shocked that my scalp went numb. It's Orochimaru. How could he be here? I saw Uncle Snake leaning against a tree trunk, stepping out with his indifferent gait. Sticking out his long tongue to lick his lips, Kakashi-kun, it's been a while. I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, when did this guy arrive? He couldn't have been live-streaming the fight the whole time, could he? The nearby Meitarumi also recognized him. After all, he is one of the legendary Sannin from the Third Great Ninja War. She immediately took the initiative to attack. Orochimaru, the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, what are you doing in the Land of Water? I tell you, Orochimaru's gaze at Tsunade is simply the hottest meme of 2025, buddy. Your pure affection is almost overflowing. That look, it's either about wanting to do research or wanting to switch bodies. It makes me break out in a cold sweat. Uncle Snake completely ignores Tsunade and just stares at me, pretending to be sincere, saying, I heard you disappeared for 2 years and came back. Just thought I'd drop by to see you. Look at you, big-headed ghost. I quickly stood in front of Tsunade. With a cold face, I said, Mr. Orochimaru, stop pretending. Just say what you want. TSK, that little brat who needed to hold Master Minato's kunai to dare to meet me back in the day has toughened up now. Orochimaru smiled, and that gaze kept darting back and forth at Tsunade. I instantly understood. Good grief, Uncle Snake is here to stock up in the Hidden Mist Village. Jumaro is probably the KPI for this trip. No, I can't let him succeed. I directly told Kirin-me, wait for me here. I need to have a private chat with this senior. Her expression instantly changed, filled with suspicion and astonishment. She probably imagined 100 episodes of the stories that Kakashi and the rogue ninja had to tell. But in the end, she chose to trust me and said gloomily, I didn't see anything today. I let out a sigh of relief, smiled at her, and then followed Orochimaru a few hundred meters away. As soon as we arrived, I got straight to the point. Uncle Snake, stop beating around the bush. You came to the Hidden Mist Village, didn't you? To take a few kids with bloodline limits back with you? Orochimaru didn't pretend anymore and admitted it. I shot a cold glance and pointed in the direction of Kyuko-me. What about her? Do you want to take action too? To my surprise, he shamelessly admitted, for your sake, there won't be any life-threatening danger. I can't believe you. A flash of inspiration struck me, and I suddenly realized, no, it's not an experiment. It's your resurrection. You want to possess her. As soon as I said this, Orochimaru's face darkened instantly, and he radiated killing intent like it was nothing. He must have been stunned, wondering how I knew this top-secret information. Kakashi-kun, you really surprise me more and more. He smiled sinisterly and then even tried to tempt me. Konoha is such a small place. It's a waste of your talent. Why not join me and study eternal life and endless ninjutsu? While speaking, his hand in his sleeve had already transformed into a poisonous snake, preparing for a sneak attack. Who understands my family? This guy even secretly cast an illusion on me. But who am I? I am Kakashi. With a shake of my chakra, I broke his illusion, and as his pathetic snakes lunged at me, I dodged with a sidestep. In the next second, my body erupted with lightning. Activating lightning released chakra mode. Shadow of the multiple snakes technique. I didn't even pay attention, and in an instant, I transformed into a blue lightning bolt, smashing right in his face with a punch. B00M. Orochimaru flew out like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. On the other side, Tsunade heard the commotion and was about to come over when a giant python suddenly emerged from the ground to block her. Meanwhile, the beaten-up Orochimaru split in half and spat out a brand new version of himself. He looked at me, covered in lightning, his eyes almost popping out, and shouted word by word, lightning release. Chakra. Mode. Surprised. Are you Orochimaru? I moved my arms and legs, feeling the explosive power within me. So satisfying. He wasn't convinced yet, and opened his mouth to spit out the Kusanagi sword, trying to give me a chill. I didn't dodge or evade. The moment the tip of his sword touched my raikage, I countered with a Chidori. The electrical current crackled down the blade, instantly turning him into a humanoid charcoal. And guess what? He shed his skin again. A new Orochimaru emerged. This slippery snake. I frowned and charged at him again. He tried to block me with a water wall, but I zigzagged past it. He lunged with his sword, and I clamped it down with my arm and side. Then, I concentrated my Raikiri in my right hand and stabbed it into his stomach. He was so scared that he quickly elongated his sword and pushed himself away. But my Raikiri can extend too. A bolt of lightning instantly bisected him. However, from his severed body, countless small snakes surged out, reattaching him. His vitality was stronger than a cockroach. Damn it! Orochimaru, furious, tried to retract his sword. Too late. I clamped his sword and charged at him like a bull, while my other hand had already formed a Rasengan, which I slammed firmly into his chest. With a loud boom, he was hit so hard that his bones shattered. But his survival instinct kicked in, and he transformed into a giant snake, wrapping tightly around me, trying to strangle me. Dream on. As soon as I activated Chidori, his snake body instantly turned to mud. 100 meters away, Orochimaru's main body appeared in a disheveled state, just catching his breath. When he looked down and discovered that the Kusanagi sword's hilt, which I had taken, had somehow gained a flying thunder god seal. When did this happen? He looked up in terror. The chirping sound of Chidori rang out above him, and I appeared in an instant, delivering a massive Raikiri that directly severed half of his body. The Kusanagi sword also returned to my hand. I threw his severed arm back to him, twirled my sword and asked with a smile, "Not bad, good sword. Uncle Snake, can you give it to me?" His face turned green. Can I say no? I can't. This is my trophy. I smiled, looking completely innocent and harmless. Let me tell you, Orochimaru's mood at that time was probably worse than eating 3 pounds of bitter herbs. He didn't complete the KPIs in the Hidden Mist Village and even lost a treasured heirloom. It was simply the worst deal of the year. Now, can we talk calmly? I shook the sword in my hand. A month later, in a short book street of the Land of Fire, I'll discuss a big collaboration with you. If you don't come, it'll be your loss. Orochimaru's expression changed repeatedly, but in the end, he compromised, released the summoning beast from Tsunade's side, and slipped away into the forest. I hurried back to find Terumi Mei, who was also rushing towards me. Seeing that we were both fine, we both sighed in relief. What about Orochimaru? She asked anxiously. Had a fight. I chased him away, I said nonchalantly. Along the way, Terumi Mei kept stealing glances at me, and I couldn't tell what she was thinking, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Finally, the next day, she safely sent me off on the boat back to Konoha. Watching her figure gradually fade away on the shore, I surprisingly felt a bit empty inside. What is wrong with me? No, I haven't dealt with Otsutsuki yet. How can I think about home? I quickly extinguished this little thought. Later, I found out that as soon as I left, the Take-Torai clan went desperate and revolted. However, thanks to Terumi Mei's advance warning, Yagura had already set up a net, and after a great battle, the Take-Torai clan was completely wiped out, leaving only a few survivors for research. However, Uncle Snake still outsmarted everyone and managed to abduct Kimimaro, even with the entire Kirigakure village under martial law. At that moment, in a dark underground base, Obito was sitting with his legs crossed, eating dango. Kagaya emerged from his shadow, sarcastically saying, "Madara, you just let Kakashi go like that? What a great opportunity to reclaim your eyes." Obito shot him a cold glance, and Kagaya immediately shut up. After a while, Kagaya couldn't help but ask, "You went through all this trouble to deal with Kirigakure and allied with Konoha. What for? Aren't you afraid they'll turn on you later?" Obito disdainfully snorted. "You're not even human. What do you understand? Once I completely consume Kirigakure, will they dare to rebel? By then, Kirigakure will be my dagger pointed at the other 4 great nations." But that Kagaya underneath him had to come and oppose me at this moment. I told you, that guy is just like an AI customer service, repeating the same few lines about the risks of cooperating with Konoha and the need for rules. I got so angry that I shot back. "I don't care what you think, I care about what I think. I am Madara." Kagaya seemed to crash on the spot, probably wondering why that sounded so familiar, as if it came from some monkey-s den. Meanwhile, while I was acting like a tyrant in the Akatsuki, Kakashi was happily returning to Konoha. I tell you, he handled that S-rank mission beautifully. And the third Hokage was as happy as could be, giving out bonuses and honors, probably already planning a honeymoon trip for Konoha and Kirigakure for the next 30 years. After working for a month, Kakashi finished his bath and stepped out of the house, only to be caught off guard. A white-haired giant suddenly jumped out from the side and locked his throat. Kakashi was stunned, and upon closer inspection, he realized, "Isn't this Jiraiya?" He was filled with questions, wondering why this guy was downstairs at his place. Isn't his refresh point supposed to be the women's bathhouse? Jiraiya grinned like a rat seeing rice and dragged Kakashi into a dark alley. The movements and expressions were as if they were about to engage in some underground deal. He sneakily pulled something out of his pocket, and Kakashi held his breath, staring at that familiar yellow cover with a faint 18+ label. He got it. He understood it all. Tajda, my brand new work, Intimate Paradise. Your 18th birthday gift. Jiraiya presented the book like a treasure. I tell you, Kakashi was so excited that his hands were shaking. He had waited a whole year for this day. For a year, he had to rely on immense willpower to resist the temptations of bookstores. And now, his dream was finally becoming a reality. The scene was as sacred as handing over the imperial seal. Both white-haired individuals held hands. One said, "Don't worry, I bought this book myself. I want to expose you." The other was moved to tears. "Kakashi, you are my best reader. I'll show you my new book first." Family. Who understands this friendship across generations? It was truly heartbreaking for those who heard it, and tear-jerking for those who saw it. With the treasure in hand, Kakashi was full of spring breeze. He pulled a stunt, putting a cover on Intimate Paradise, with 3 golden words written on it: Theory of Village Prosperity. Now, all the ninjas in Konoha saw this, and exclaimed, "Wow! Even Kakashi-senpai, such an amazing person, is studying economics. What are we waiting for?" In an instant, a wave of learning swept across Konoha, and my book Theory of Village Prosperity was sold out. Kakashi gained fame and fortune, fulfilling his hobby and making a fortune, while his reputation remained solid. This wave of cultural promotion made me the top flow in Konoha. Of course, except for Naruto. That little unlucky guy, one day out of curiosity, secretly opened it to take a look, but ended up understanding nothing. He was caught by Kakashi, who gave him a session of ideological education along with threats about his behind, scaring our Naruto so much that his DNA trembled, and he never dared to mess with his brother's things again. One day, the date agreed upon with Orochimaru was approaching, and Kakashi casually accepted an A-rank mission, which happened to be near Shorty Eye Street. I tell you, along the way, his mind was busy thinking about how to get Obito to manifest the Rinnegan. He thought, if Madara could do it, why couldn't he Obito? As long as he shoved Hashiroma's cells and Madara's chakra into Obito's eyes. It would be a combination of technology and fierce action. If that didn't work, once Naruto and Sasuke grew up, he could just extract their chakra. And I wouldn't believe he couldn't create a pair of artificial Rinnegan. Arriving at Shorty Eye Street, Kakashi entered a tavern he was familiar with, where Orochimaru was already waiting. Kakashi didn't waste words, placing the Kusanagi sword on the table, getting straight to the point. "Snake, uncle. Have you thought about what you'll exchange for your sword? My demands aren't high, just 3 things. Your Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, an original copy of the first Hokage's cells, and all your research results on Edo Tensei over the years." As soon as Orochimaru heard this, his face turned green, and he hissed, "Are you picking peaches here? The first one is fine, but don't even think about the latter 2. Kakashi leaned back his chair and said slowly, "I know you have the first Hokage cells. That old man Danzo gave them to you. As for Edo Tensei, my upcoming collaboration is related to that. If you're unwilling, I'll take the sword and find someone else to negotiate." Goodness, Orochimaru was truly at a loss. That little bit of original first Hokage cell solution was like a treasure to him. How could he bear to give it away? In the end, the two engaged in extreme back-and-forth negotiations, and Kakashi managed to pressure Orochimaru into giving him 5 clones of the second Hokage cells and 5 diluents. The deal was struck, and they found a deserted place. Orochimaru was incredibly curious and wanted to know what Kakashi was planning to collaborate on. Kakashi started with a question. "Have you delved deeply into the history of the Sharingan?" Without waiting for Orochimaru to answer, he began narrating the story himself. From the Sage of 6 Paths fighting Kaguya, to the birth of his 2 sons Indra and Ashura, who were the ancestors of Uchiha and Senju. Orochimaru listened with wide eyes. He had guessed some of it, but he never thought the source would be so explosive. Kakashi finally dropped the bombshell. To merge the power of the Senju clan with the Uchiha Sharingan, one can awaken the power of all things. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Orochimaru's scalp went numb. He instantly understood why the cells of Hashirama could perfectly integrate with the Sharingan. It turns out these two things are a natural pair. Orochimaru's eyes were as bright as two searchlights, and he was probably already planning 108 types of human experiments in his mind, just thinking about finding a Uchiha to verify it. When Kakashi saw his fervent expression, he knew this matter was settled. He started to calculate in his heart. These 5 sets of cells Shursui, Itachi, Sasuke, Naruto, 1 for each, plus 1 for Guy to enhance his body. Simply perfect. When Itachi get a bit older, he arranged to have him included. What bloodline disease? Non-existent. After returning from Orochimaru, Kakashi transformed back into a model worker in Konoha. First, he went to find Itachi, but he ran into Itachi just as he was heading out to meet Uchiha Izumi for a date. Goodness, that eternally icy face actually turned red. Kakashi teased him a bit, only to be invited inside for tea by Aunt Mikoto. Not long after, Fugaku returned with 5-year-old Sasuke. As soon as the little guy heard that his brother was out on a date, his little mouth pouted like he could hang an oil bottle from it, mumbling about that annoying woman stealing his brother. Oh my, he gave me goosebumps. A few days later, Kakashi finally cornered Shursui, who had just returned to the village after completing a mission. The two arranged to meet in a small grove on a moonless, windy night, and Kakashi pulled out the prepared syringe. Shursui was stunned when he saw it. Kakashi lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. Have you seen the stone tablet of the Uchiha? What? How do you know about that? Shursui's pupils shook. That was a core secret of the Uchiha. Kakashi calmly explained how Fugaku had taken him to see the tablet, and then reiterated the theory that the Senju and Uchiha were brothers. Shursui listened, his worldview shattered, and he was completely dumbfounded. So, the Senju and Uchiha were indeed one. Shursui looked at the syringe in Kakashi's hand, his voice trembling. So what you have there is, if you inject this into your body, your Mangekyo might never lose its light again, Kakashi said slowly. That's right, this is Hashirama's cells. Boom! Shursui's mind exploded. He grabbed Kakashi's wrist, his voice pitchy. Where did you get this? Are you trying to follow in Orochimaru's footsteps? He was practically going crazy. This was a major taboo in Konoha. If the third Hokage found out. Calm down. Kakashi quickly restrained him. Listen to me. Researching this was secretly approved by Teacher Minato back in the day. What? Shursui was even more confused. This matter actually involved the 4th Hokage? He exclaimed in shock. But wasn't this experiment called off long ago? Called off? Let me tell you. That's because the methods of those people back then were both outdated and bloody. It was like using primitive techniques. Of course, it had to be called off. My method is an upgraded version. Why does the 4th Hokage, Minato-sensei, support me? Because what I'm doing focuses on being painless and without side effects, pure green technology. Besides, do you think my chakra just came out of nowhere? You Uchiha know that my body and the Sharingan are incompatible. It treats me like a charging station every day, and yet, I'm still alive and kicking. Don't you find that strange? Shursui's expression at that moment was one of shock, his pupils shaking, and he was probably imagining a mad scientist's play in his mind. That's right, I'm laying it all out. I've already injected myself with Hashirama's cells. This stuff is practically a miracle drug. It directly erased the side effects of my Sharingan, which is why I could be so reckless and freely develop various ninjutsu. To be honest, without this stuff, I'd probably still be that guy who needed to lie down for half a day after using 2-Rake Senator. Let me tell you, what history, what fate. In my case, they all have to take a turn. Shursui was immediately tempted, his eyes filled with desire. Just think about it. A Mangekyo Sharingan that won't go blind, and who knows, maybe even the cooldown time for Susanoo could be cut in half. Who could resist that? He immediately asked me where this treasure came from. I told him that this was a trophy I casually picked up after taking down one of Orochimaru's old lairs. A pure stroke of luck, and that I had already tested it in my own lab, so it was definitely safe. The equipment in my lab, wow, I got all through online shopping from the Dragon Ball world. It's at least 100 years ahead of this ninja world. Do you understand what a dimensionality reduction strike is? Shursui is also a straightforward person. Seeing how confident I am, he made the decision without a second thought. I drew a drop of his blood first, put it in my high-tech device, and the data came out on the spot, perfectly compatible. Jishui even consciously laid down on the bed, making it look like he was about to undergo a major surgery. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Hey buddy, what are you doing? Get up. It's just a shot." Do you think it's a whole body transformation? Jisue looked so awkward, not knowing whether to stand or sit. I walked over with the syringe, and the needle was shining brightly under the light, which made him tense up. You're awake. The surgery was a success. I teased him in a way I learned from the internet. Jisue opened his eyes, and wow, the whole world was in high definition. His left eye, which had been used several times with a special technique and had nearly dropped to 0.5 vision, was now brighter than a brand new Sharingan. Not only that, he also felt a surge of power, as if his chakra was rapidly increasing. He was completely stunned, mumbling to himself, is this the power of the fusion between Senju and Uchiha? I quickly corrected him, saying, don't talk nonsense. This is purely the amazing cells of the first Hokage. It has nothing to do with the Senju clan. Then I changed my tone and got straight to the point. Shursui, I'm not helping you for free. I need you to stand by my side. When Shursui heard my tone, his face turned pale, probably thinking I was trying to incite him to rebel. I will lay out my plan directly. I want to completely reform Konoha. The first step is to eliminate those two old pals of Danzo, Midogate In and Tsunade Koharu. Everyone who understands, the entire upper echelon of Konoha is seriously aging. It's high time to let two of them retire early and enjoy their old age. I plan to invite Master Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade back to serve as elders. They will definitely support the reforms. Jisue nearly dropped his jaw upon hearing this. To him, a traditional ninja, my idea seemed utterly heretical. But then he thought about it. I had previously resolved the conflicts between the Uchiha and the village, settled matters with the Cloud Village, and even sorted out trade with the Mist Village. Wasn't each of these actions a textbook-level operation? After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said two words, all right, I'm in. After securing Jisue's support, I went ahead and did the same for my good buddy Guy. Can you imagine? A guy who has opened the 7th gate, charging at you with the plus version of the Azure Beast that has Hashirama's cells. The scene was too beautiful for me to look at. In the blink of an eye, time passed. Little Naruto was already 6 years old, the age to start attending the Ninja Academy. On the first day of school, this little guy woke me up before dawn, excited like never before. Over the past year, I had raised him to be chubby and healthy, no longer the pitiful little kid who used to look for others' approval. I held his hand as we walked to school, and the disdainful gazes from the villagers around us had mostly disappeared, replaced by curiosity and friendliness. Naruto was so happy that he was bouncing around, his little face filled with joy. When we reached the school gate, I immediately spotted the familiar Uchiha fan symbol in the crowd. Itachi had brought his brother Sasuke to enroll as well. Talk about timing. I pulled Naruto over, and Itachi seemed quite surprised to see me. Naruto, the little social butterfly, brightened up as soon as he saw someone his age and directly approached Sasuke, asking, are you here to go to school too? Sasuke, who was trying to maintain his cool demeanor, felt a bit annoyed at being ignored by his older brother, but politely replied, yeah. Then Naruto dropped the bomb. Oh, then can you be my friend? I was stunned alongside Itachi. Family, who understands? If either of these two were a girl, Hinata and Sakura would really have nothing to do with it. They really hit it off. Sasuke was also taken aback, but still coolly introduced himself, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, that little fool, still hadn't reacted and blankly said, huh? Sasuke was almost unable to keep a straight face and repeated, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. Only then did Naruto suddenly realize and grinned widely. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm part of Kakashi Hitaki's family. His voice was so loud that half the school could hear it. Sasuke's expression at that moment was so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to hide in. After the opening ceremony, Itachi and I took these two little troublemakers to their classroom, which was full of familiar faces. The kids from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the Hyuga family, and the Inuzuka family were all there. The teacher was Irika. In this life, his parents didn't die in the Nine Tails incident, so he was particularly nice to Naruto. Old Sarutobi had made a good move with this one. Another year passed, and Naruto was 7. I started to ramp up his training, clearly scheduling his daily physical training and nutrition meals, absolutely not letting him follow the path of being at the bottom like in the original story. After Naruto went to sleep at night, I would sneak into my secret lab to study the chakra I obtained from the two of them. That's right, I wanted to fuse Indra and Ashura's chakra to create a pair of Rinnegan for Obito. When the time comes, he will be the most stylish masked guy in the ninja world. That night, I had just finished my experiment and returned home when I received a letter from Terumi Mei. We hadn't stopped communicating for over a year. She was always asking me questions about the village's development. Unfortunately, the letters took 1 to 2 months to go back and forth, pure slow mail. Another year passed. I was 21, and Naruto was 8. The third Hokage, suddenly sought me out, saying that KakashiGains was sending a delegation for communication and specifically requested me to host them, saying I was a professional little professor. Old Sarutobi was so proud, his tail almost wagging to the sky. 3 days later, I was waiting at the village entrance with Nara Shikaku. Shikaku asked me who I thought was coming, and a figure flashed through my mind. But I thought it was impossible. How could that old man, Genma, possibly send out his trump card? As a result, when those figures approached, I was completely dumbfounded. The leading figure was a tall, beautiful woman with chestnut long hair, dressed in a water blue qipao. It was none other than Terumi Mei. Good grief. What was Obito up to? He actually sent his political rival's capable assistant to me? Terumi Mei also saw me, her eyes hiding a hint of triumphant amusement, as if to say, surprised? Unexpected? But I kept a steady face while secretly glancing at her subtly visible long legs. Who would have thought her ears were slightly red? Hey, this is interesting. I went up to Dojua and, after some pleasantries, took them to the Hokage's office. After meeting with the old man, Sarutobi, and going through the motions, he handed all the reception duties over to me. The reason was that Dojua was getting married and it was inconvenient for him, while I, being a single dog, was pure quality labor and should be put to good use. What else can I say? I can only obey. That night, we held a meeting in the conference room, mainly discussing matters between me and Kaguya, while others hardly had a chance to speak. This discussion went on until the moon was high in the sky. After the meeting, I settled them all in the inn. I stood alone on the balcony, enjoying the evening breeze, pondering what Obito was really trying to do, when suddenly a light shout came from the next balcony. Over here. I turned around, and lo and behold, it was Zhao Meiming. She didn't know when she had moved to the room next to mine. She tilted her head at me with a smile in her eyes, and the meaning was clear. Want to go for a walk? I was a bit hesitant at the time. It was late at night, and I was taking a female ninja from another village out on the street. Wasn't that a bit strange? As a result, she immediately played along, sighed, and said, "What's wrong? Have we become awkward after not seeing each other for years?" Sigh. Some people clearly reply to every letter, yet become even more distant when they meet face to face. Good gracious, I was sweating profusely at that moment. This girl was too good at this, right? As a severe social anxiety patient, I really didn't know how to respond, so I could only sigh helplessly and say, well, let's go. So we walked side by side out of the inn. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Who understands the family dynamics? Online dating is not this silent. After 3 years of exchanging letters, discussing academics, we ended up walking down the street like two mutes. Before I knew it, we reached the end of the street, and for some reason, I pointed ahead and said, "There's a park over there. Do you want to go for a walk?" As soon as I said it, I wanted to slap myself. Asking a girl to the park? Just the two of us. Isn't that a date? I was about to suggest we go back, but she immediately said, "Let's go check it out," cutting off all my words. Oh no. I felt a darkness before my eyes and could only brace myself and move forward. Meanwhile, while I was playing this awkward romantic comedy script with her, the little one back home was up to something big. That kid Naruto, as soon as he heard I wasn't coming home at night, his little light bulb went off. He snuck into my study in the dark with a clear target. The forbidden book I had stopped him from reading 3 years ago. That kid held a grudge for 3 years. He thought if he got caught, the worst that would happen is a beating. If he succeeded, he could unlock the secrets of the world. If he failed, he could at least complete an incomplete childhood without being beaten. Good grief. He had it all figured out. I heard him chuckle, zeroing in on the target, and without hesitation, he opened that green-covered book, Paradise of Affection. Let me tell you, at that moment, Naruto wasn't just opening a book. He was opening the door to his interest in seduction techniques. A historic scene was born. Just then, we were almost done with our park visit, and suddenly my left, I felt a burning sensation. Was it Obito? No, it was Naruto. This feeling was not good. My paradise of affection, the divine mark I left on the book, was triggered. I didn't have time to think. I grabbed Tomo Mei's wrist and urgently said, "I'm sorry, I have to go home for an urgent matter. Let me take you back." The next second, the space-time jump was activated. I was stunned. I just wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique. How did the divine mark activate too? We were instantly sucked into a colorful space-time tunnel. Why does the Flying Thunder God come with a buy one get one free deal? Buy one, get a divine mark time travel? Tomo Mei had never seen such a scene and was scared out of her wits, instinctively calling my name. I quickly snapped back to reality and reassured her loudly. "Don't be afraid. Hold on to me. We've been pulled into something like reverse telepathy. I will definitely get you out." Saying that, I pulled her tightly into my arms. I swear, it wasn't me trying to take advantage of her. It was just that the tunnel was like a tumble dryer, and if I didn't hold on tightly, if she got thrown out, Where'd I find her again? Just as I finished speaking, a thunderbolt struck right at us. My pupils shook, and without thinking, I forcibly twisted my waist, using my back as a shield for her. The lightning release armor activated instantly, taking the hit. But the numbing sensation still spread through both our bodies. Then, we were like kites with broken strings, and with a loud bang, we were thrown out of the space-time tunnel. It was over. Where did we fall into? My heart sank. I looked down and bumped right into Tomome's watery eyes. She trembled and asked, "Are we going to die?" "No way." As I shouted those two words, we felt as if something had sucked us in, and we started plummeting rapidly. With a splash, it felt like we had fallen into the sea, and after a few seconds, it felt like we had pierced through the water's surface, and finally, with a thud, we landed solidly on flat ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, I managed to cushion her head with my hand, or she would have definitely sustained a concussion. The feeling of surviving was exhilarating. We exchanged glances, looking at each other's disheveled, yet relieved expressions. I don't know who started it, but suddenly we burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Our laughter echoed through the park, completely forgetting that we were still in that awkward position of male on top, female underneath. As a result, our laughter attracted attention, and a blonde boy and a pink-haired girl ran over. Upon seeing us, they froze in place. The boy, in shock, whispered, "This is too crazy, right? The world is going downhill." The girl blushed like an apple, turning her head away, too shy to look. Their reaction snapped us back to reality. And at the same time, Tomome froze, her face turning bright red as she pushed me away. I quickly rolled to the side, and my silver hair was exposed under the moonlight. Guess what happened next? The two young ones shouted in unison, "Kakashi-sensei?" I could finally see who had come. Naruto and Sakura were about to blurt it out. That's right, it was them, but good grief, they were the grown-up versions, looking about 16. What was going on? The Naruto and Sakura from Shippuden were standing right in front of me. I immediately formed a hand seal. Jinjutsu. Release. But it was useless. My expression darkened. With my eternal Mangekyo, who could control me besides infinite Tsukuyomi? Seeing my reaction, Tomome also tried it secretly, and clearly, it didn't work for her either. My heart sank. Could it be we traveled through time? At that moment, the older Naruto foolishly spoke up. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, is that really you?" I decided not to reveal that I recognized them, and said, "It seems you know me. Let's talk." Sakura, being observant, hesitantly asked, "Before we talk, do you want to change into dry clothes first?" I just then noticed that we were both drenched, looking like drowned rats, and Tomome's figure, cough cough, was indeed a bit unfair. I didn't hold back and took out a universal capsule from my ninja tool pouch, throwing it on the ground. With a bang, a howl sprang up. This directly left the three of them dumbfounded. Naruto's mouth dropped open. "Huh? What's going on? Is this new technology from Konoha?" I welcomed them inside, and once we changed clothes, the four of us could finally sit down and have a good chat. I got straight to the point. She and I are probably not from your world. In our world, Naruto Uzumaki is only 8 years old. Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened like saucers. Naruto slapped his thigh. "So you guys came here because you were attacked by Uchiha Bito?" "Uchiha Bito?" I was startled and quickly asked for more details. Naruto explained how they encountered a weird guy wearing a spiral mask in the park, who threw a red ball into the sky and shouted limited Tsukuyomi, and then they woke up to find us. After hearing this, I had a rough idea. We were probably not just time traveling, but had fallen into a parallel world illusion created by a Bito. After figuring out the situation, Naruto and Sakura got anxious, saying they needed to report to the Hokage. Just as I was about to follow, I suddenly realized something was off. A Bito's target was the Nine Tails inside Naruto. Why would he infiltrate Konoha? These two must be hiding something from us. As the four of us walked to the village entrance, where we could see Hokage Rock, Tomome suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed at the rock wall, shouting, "Kakashi, look at the fourth Hokage's position." I looked up, and my soul almost flew away. Teacher Minato's face was gone. In its place was a strange face, even more outrageous. Sakura let out a horrified scream. "Dad?" Naruto and I were both stunned and asked in unison, "You mean that's your dad?" Sakura was also confused. "No way. The fourth Hokage is clearly Lord Minato Namake's." My head was buzzing. This limited Tsukuyomi's worldview was too outrageous. Just then, we bumped into someone. Naruto and Sakura both exclaimed in shock, "Sasuke? Over there." Sasuke was walking towards us with a bright, sunny smile, looking like a playboy, completely devoid of the brooding demeanor of a vengeful person. He greeted Naruto and Sakura and even called Naruto Noodle Boy. I was still pondering the setting of this world when Sasuke walked past them, producing a rose from who knows where, and approached Temari with a deeply affectionate look. "Beautiful lady, may I take you out on a date?" Huh? Sakura felt like she was going to explode. At that moment, an unnamed anger surged within me, a sour feeling shooting straight to the top of my head. I unexpectedly stepped forward, blocking Temari, and coldly asked, "Sasuke, where's your brother Itachi?" "Kakashi-sensei, you're so strange. Uchiha Itachi defected a long time ago." Sasuke looked bewildered and then looked at the three of us as if we were insane, making up some ridiculous excuse about my dad giving birth and trying to slip away. Could I let him get away? I immediately followed him, wanted to find a secluded place to extract information. Suddenly, Naruto realized something. Wait, if Sakura's dad is the fourth Hokage, then my home. He yelled and ran in the direction of his apartment. Sakura seemed to have thought of something too, said goodbye to us, and ran off. Good grief. I just said not to split up, and these two scattered like birds and beasts. I could only focus on Sasuke, grabbing his shoulder, looking at the rose in his hand, and suddenly came up with an idea. "Sasuke, we need to have a private chat about you confessing to my girlfriend." As soon as I said this, Sasuke was stunned. I took the opportunity to drag him into an alley, activated my Sharingan, and resolved the situation in a second. But when I finished with Sasuke and turned to look for Temari, I found that my words had not only affected Sasuke. Temari was standing there with a flushed face, dazed, probably thinking one thing. Is he confessing? Seeing her steam-like expression, I instantly understood everything. She liked me, and I liked her too. I panicked. What should I do? If I said that was just an excuse, she would probably never pay attention to me again. Direct confession? I hesitated to open my mouth. But when she saw me struggling to say anything, the light in her eyes dimmed and almost froze. She said softly, "I understand, you said that to keep him, right? I was just overthinking." Good grief. She directly put on a masterful display of emotional manipulation. Her dejected appearance tugged at my heart. "No." In a moment of heat, I grabbed her hand and blurted out, "Be my girlfriend, Temari." As soon as I finished speaking, her dim eyes instantly brightened, sparkling with mischievous light. I finally realized that I had been played. She was deliberately forcing me to speak first. What else could I do? I chose this. I would cherish it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto, who was excitedly running home, was walking down the street with a face full of disappointment. He opened the apartment door excitedly, only to find a strange, fat ant wrapped in a bath towel, who immediately kicked him out. In this world, he was homeless. Just when Naruto was looking around in confusion, feeling like a floating weed in the wind, a surprised voice came from beside him. "Noodle boy, how come you're here?" I was stunned at that moment. Who? Who is Meima? Are they calling me? When I turned around, wow, it was Hinata and Kiba. I was just about to greet them when I heard Hinata asking me a question in a voice I had never heard before. Let me tell you, my impression of Hinata was that she spoke like a mosquito buzzing, but this voice was so loud she could easily be a rock singer. I was awkwardly smiling, not knowing how to respond, when C.H. Maru suddenly went wild, biting Y's butt and then running away. Y jumped up, holding his butt and cursing. Dogs are the worst. Cats are so much cuter. I was taken aback. Why? Disliking dogs? Preferring cats? Has the world gone bugged? Before I could react, that big sister like Hinata grabbed me and said we should go for a walk. Her tone was not a suggestion, but an order. I was at a loss, feeling like a lost soul. Someone was willing to take me in, so I agreed without caring who it was, like grabbing onto a lifeline. Just after we took a few steps, Sakura ran out of her house. Upon seeing us, Hinata immediately put on a display of her big sister aura, leaving both me and Sakura dumbfounded. On the other side, let me tell you, Kakashi and his new girlfriend, Terumi Mei, were running wildly on the village streets. The atmosphere was so sweet. Terumi Mei asked, "Who are we chasing? Naruto Uzumaki?" Kakashi nodded, calculating that Naruto must have returned to his broken apartment, completely unaware that his parents were still alive and had long moved. But then, around a corner, I was stunned. Kakashi froze on the spot. What did he see? A hot version of Hinata, chasing me and Sakura down the street. The visual impact nearly burned out Kakashi's CPU. Where was that shy and introverted Hinata? He remembered. Who changed her? While he was still in shock, he felt a pain in his waist. Terumi Mei had already pinched him. Oh boy, the life-threatening situation had arrived. Terumi Mei leaned in close to his ear, her voice oh so gentle. "Dear boyfriend, what are you looking at?" Kakashi's survival instinct shot up, and he immediately said seriously, "Let me explain. I discovered a big problem. Look at that girl chasing them. Her personality is completely the opposite of ours." Terumi Mei, half believing. Let go of him. Kakashi felt a wave of relief. Wow. It was only the first day of dating, and she was already checking up on him. Who could handle that? Just then, I saw him, feeling like I saw a savior, and I yelled, "Kakashi-sensei, save me." Then, let me tell you, this guy turned to his girlfriend and ran without hesitation, not pausing for a second. He used me as bait. Try to lure out more ninjas from this village to observe. Sakura was so furious beside me, saying this unreliable behavior was exactly like the 30-year-old Kakashi. Just as I was in despair, the AwakensMangekyo team arrived. Kakashi looked at them from the shadows, and his heart sank. Ino had transformed into a graceful and virtuous lady. Shikamaru looked like an idiot, and Choji was as thin as a telephone pole. This world was completely off. Kakashi decisively told Terumi Mei that it didn't matter what illusion it was. This was a real parallel world. Later, we all confusingly agreed to go to the bathhouse, and the scene was nothing short of an epic disaster. Niji was desperately peeping. Lee had somehow stolen a pink piece of underwear and was caught by Sakura. I looked at Tion beside me, completely broken, thinking, has even Lee turned into a pervert? Just then, Kakashi and Terumi Mei arrived and witnessed this scene. I figured Terumi Mei would have a psychological shadow for life when it came to green spandex in Konoha. After the bathhouse incident, the four of us sat on the steps of Hokage Rock. I felt numb and cried to Kakashi, "Sensei, everyone has become so strange." Sakura also looked troubled, but I could tell she was secretly happy to finally escape her parents' nagging. After hearing our descriptions, Kakashi concluded immediately, "I understand, everyone's personalities have flipped." He analyzed that this was likely due to Obito using some treasure that temporarily connected the two worlds. He told us to call me Minma for now and just blend in. Then he asked if we had seen our counterparts from this world, and we all said no. Terumi Mei guessed that maybe our counterparts had gone on a mission. Kakashi said that was possible, and worse, they might have already been taken out by Obito. I felt even more anxious. After discussing everything, Kakashi took me to my home, and I saw it was the detached house where my parents used to live. Naruto's eyes lit up, but then his face fell. "I don't have a key." His words left the three of us in silence. There was no choice. Kakashi had to let me stay in his universal capsule house for the night, while he took Terumi Mei back to the Hitaki mansion. Standing at the Hitaki family door, Kakashi felt nervous. Who understands family? The closer you get to home, the more afraid you become. Even though it wasn't his house, the living father inside made his legs tremble. Terumi Mei cheered him on. "You said you wanted to come back and meet the parents. Why are you scared now? You can't miss this opportunity." Her words worked. Kakashi gritted his teeth and went in. His father, Tsukumo Hitaki, was overly enthusiastic, pulling Terumi Mei aside to ask all sorts of questions, interrogating Kakashi about his love life. After finally getting Terumi Mei settled in her room, Kakashi was about to find a guest room when his father came looking for him. They sat on the rockery in the courtyard, with the moonlight pouring down. Let me tell you, the old man's next words left me speechless. He smiled and said, "You're not my son Kakashi, are you?" Kakashi's pupils shook, but he remained calm and asked when he had figured it out. Tsukumo said, "When you got close to me, I felt it. Your skin, your strength, and your mannerisms are all different from his." Kakashi, being straightforward, confessed that he was from a parallel world. Tsukumo, after hearing this, was not surprised at all, but rather very pleased, saying, "That's good. At least one of my wishes is fulfilled. This Kakashi of mine at 30 years old keeps shouting about youth and passion, just like it drives me crazy." Kakashi listened with a strange expression. No wonder he had exposed himself so quickly. How could he imitate that? Tsukumo then asked how their world was doing, and Kakashi replied, "You've been dead for over 10 years. Tsukumo fell silent for a moment, then very solemnly said to Kakashi, "You've worked hard all these years. I am sorry. It's my fault." His words nearly brought Kakashi to tears. It turned out that this world as Tsukumo also faced a choice between a mission and teammates back in the day. He chose his teammates and was also criticized. But when he thought about committing suicide, seeing his originally passionate son become silent, he slapped himself awake. He thought, if I die, what will happen to my son? So he endured. Just because of this choice, the futures of the two worlds were vastly different. Kakashi felt a mix of emotions, seizing this rare opportunity to talk to Tsukumo all night. When it came to swordsmanship, Tsukumo expressed regret, saying his passionate son had long discarded the family sword technique for the Sharingan. Kakashi saw an opportunity and immediately said, "Speaking of swordsmanship, I actually have some questions I'd like to ask you." This was like a godsend. Who understands family? The father from another world was personally stepping in to give him lessons. Kakashi first demonstrated his Taoist Style sword technique. And Tsukumo immediately understood that this kid had strength and speed, but it was all brute force, lacking agility and variation. Then Tsukumo personally stepped in, teaching him one move at a time. He told Kakashi that the essence of Hatake swordsmanship was not only speed and precision, but also the ability to change and be flexible. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and frantically copied and learned. Let me tell you, he already had top-notch physical fitness, and now he was learning Tsukumo's lifetime of sword techniques. His hardware and software were both maxed out. He felt that his current sword techniques could shatter all 8 of Killer Bee's swords. The next morning, Terumi May got up with sleepy eyes and saw Kakashi and his father sitting in the living room, drinking tea and chatting like 2 online friends meeting in person. When she saw Kakashi's dark circles, she knew they had been talking all night. Feeling sorry for him, Terumi May leaned over and touched his dark circles, causing Kakashi's face to flush. Shumo, who was next to him, stifled a laugh and quickly went upstairs to give the young people some space. Terumi May then asked if he wanted to rest for a bit, but Kakashi shook his head and said no, they should head out and get his house back first. Looking at him, Terumi May suddenly asked, "Do all the Hatake family members like to cough dry?" Kakashi flicked her forehead in annoyance and said, "Stupid question." I refused to answer. Terumi May covered her forehead and glared at him, saying, "You're the stupid one." "No, it's you," he replied. "We were just playfully bickering." Strolling out of the big house. After walking a bit further, Xiaomei approached me and quietly asked, "Hey, that uncle just now? Didn't he notice you weren't the real person, right? You chatted for so long. You're really quite bold." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and helplessly told her. He noticed it a long time ago. Let me tell you, the eyes of Konoha's White Fang are sharp, but the old man is really nice and doesn't mind at all. We hit it off in our conversation. Only then did Kurenai relax, looking at me with admiration, truly a legendary figure. I still have half a sentence hidden in my heart that I haven't said. Before my dad left, he specifically told me that when we meet next time, he hopes to see May as my wife. Hey, can I casually mention this? Then she asked me what my plans were for today, so I told her to have Naruto and Sakura go directly to find the 5th Hokage of this world. Lady Tsunade, my dad said that here, Kai and I are out on a mission, and it's best if I don't show my face to avoid any accidents. As soon as we shared the plan with Naruto and Sakura, they headed straight to the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Madarumi and I went up to the Hokage Rock to enjoy the scenery while waiting for news. Madarumi looked down at the Hokage building and was filled with emotion. "Oh my, the 5th Hokage of this world is actually Tsunade. I heard she left the village over a decade ago, and I never expected her to return as Hokage." I sighed along with her. Who can say otherwise? Our 3rd generation is still going strong, while the 3rd generation here passed away several years ago. It's truly unpredictable how things turn out. Moreover, when Tsunade here heard that teacher Sir Toby was gone, she immediately rushed back to stabilize the situation, which is really different from the plot back in our place. Suddenly, Kurenai turned to look at me, her eyes sparkling. "But seriously, if we were in our world, the position of the 5th Hokage should definitely be yours, right?" Wow, that's quite a compliment you're giving me. I can only laugh it off. "Oh, you have so much confidence in me?" "Of course," she said, raising her chin with confidence. "You are the man I have my eyes on. I'm telling you." She definitely has the second half of the sentence unsaid in her heart. "It would be better if you were a bit more handsome." I can already guess her little thoughts. She is probably thinking about how to find an opportunity to lift my mask. I quickly changed the subject and sincerely complimented her. "I think you have a great chance of becoming the Mizukage." This praise made her a bit shy. She said that both F. Getsu and Yugao also had a lot of potential, but the fiery look in her eyes was undeniable. She had always wanted to become a powerful kunoichi renowned throughout the ninja world like Tsunade, and the position of Mizukage was something she was determined to achieve. We were chatting when I suddenly froze after a glance. On the street in front of the Hokage building, I saw 2 figures I would never forget in my lifetime. My mind buzzed and my voice trembled. Teacher Minato, Mother Kushina. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Tsunade was discussing with Naruto and Sakura about the tailed beast being captured, saying that Jiraiya had found the only way to defeat the masked man before his death. Just after she finished speaking, a gentle voice picked up behind Naruto. "That is the sealing scroll, the book of Uzumaki." Naruto turned around suddenly, his pupils shaking. A pair of men and women wearing Konoha Jonin vests stood there, smiling at him. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Alive. Naruto and Sakura were instantly petrified. Watching them report to Tsunade, "We're back." Naruto kept murmuring, "Dad, Mom, they're actually alive." Before he could finish his sentence with a bang, Kushina dashed forward and punched Naruto on the head, knocking him to the ground. Her red hair flew up as she roared. How can you say such things to your triumphant parents? Sakura was stunned. Teacher Minato remained calm and began to explain. In short, it was the prophecy of the great sage Toad that the masked man would be defeated by the book of Uzumaki brought back by Jiraiya-sensei. So Jiraiya risked his life to bring back the scroll, but himself. Tsunade immediately ordered that once Kakashi and Guy returned from their mission, they would be sent to find the scroll. Upon hearing this, Naruto became anxious, crawled out from under the table, and insisted on going. Tsunade directly refused. No way. We don't need you. Naruto was unwilling, shouting that as long as they defeated the masked man, they could go home. Seeing his determined look, Teacher Minato also spoke up for him. Tsunade had no choice but to relent and agree. After a while, Sakura ran to Hokage Rock and told us everything. After listening, I repeated, the Book of Uzumaki? Then I firmly told them, we must participate in this mission. This book and a masked man are definitely the key clues to going back. Sakura then asked, but Kakashi-sensei, how can we participate? I gave them both a mysterious smile. Teasing, you'll find out when Kakashi from this world returns. After saying that, I slipped away with Terumi Mei. As for Naruto, he went back to that familiar yet strange home. I heard that when he first returned, he was so resistant that he blocked the bedroom door with a table and refused to come out for dinner. As a result, Kushina-sensei completely lost it, kicked the door open, and made a grand entrance in her furious form, with her red hair flying. Naruto immediately shrank back, and then Sensei pulled out an album filled with pictures of him from childhood to now. A night passed, and Kakashi and Guy finally returned. We agreed to meet at the village entrance in an hour. When we arrived at the entrance, Naruto was still leaning against the gate with an unhappy expression. Before long, I, wearing a Jonin vest, came dragging a sullen Guy over. Who understands, huh? In this world, my personality and Guy's are completely reversed. My shadow clone, radiating youthful energy, squatted there encouraging Guy. All right, everyone, let's perk up. Sakura had a face full of black lines and quietly complained. Did these two swap personalities? I blended into the team and winked at Naruto and Sakura. They instantly understood, probably shouting, what the hell, in their minds 800 times. That's right. The limited edition Kakashi, full of passion, is played by me. I have to tell you, I was on the verge of breaking down at that time. I never expected that I would be so passionate in this world, while Kai would be so negative. After I used my illusion to take down the limited edition version of myself, I even specifically asked my dad in this world for acting tips. As a result, I found out that my dad was just as pumped up as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and we were both on the same wavelength. I practiced for half a day, and even my dad praised me for my talent. At that moment, I had only one thought. This embarrassing incident must stay in this world and absolutely cannot be leaked. After running for several days, we finally reached the border of the country of grass. Teacher Mizumin pointed to a dense forest below and said that it was the land of seals, then turned to me and shouted, Kakashi, use your Sharingan to observe first. I could only brace myself and strike a passionate pose, letting out a shout. Yoshi, it's my duty. Sakura, behind me, could hardly bear to watch. Naruto couldn't wait. Just thinking that the key item to go home was right below made him lose his head, and he dashed out on his own. Naruto, Kushina exclaimed. This kid. Really? I thought about facepalming, but it didn't fit my character, so I had to hold it in. As a result, as Naruto ran, he bumped into a summoning talisman. The next second, smoke exploded, and there they were, the three leaders of the Mount Myaboku gang, Gamabunta, and the others, making a grand entrance. Naruto was stunned. Boss Gamabunta? Sensei Minato stepped forward to negotiate, but Gamabunta wouldn't listen at all, saying he was ordered to guard this place, and it wouldn't matter who came. There was no choice but to fight. As soon as he moved, a sea of toads surged out from behind Gamabunta, instantly overwhelming Sensei Minato and the others. Of course, the one being pinned down was just a shadow clone of mine. My real body had already slipped into the depths of the forest to find the scroll before they started fighting. On the other side, Naruto finally squeezed out of the pile of toads and wanted to challenge Gamabunta one-on-one, preparing to enter Sage Mode. But Boss Gamabunta wouldn't give him any time. He sprayed a mouthful of corrosive liquid. Naruto was in midair, sitting cross-legged and forming seals, and just when he was about to be hit, Kushina leaped over without a second thought, pushing Naruto away, but she got splashed with a drop on her foot. Hiss! Kushina cried out in pain and began to fall. Hearing the sound, Minato didn't care about anything else and used Flying Thunder God to catch her safely. When Naruto landed, he was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Minato's expression darkened as he shouted to him, Naruto, back off and protect Kushina. Then, with several kunai imbued with Flying Thunder God, he showcased his skills and instantly reached the shrine. He noticed fresh footprints on the ground, and his eyes flashed. He knew someone had gotten there first. I heard Kushina-sensei's painful cries in the forest and didn't bother to unseal the seal. I directly used the Flying Thunder God mark left on Naruto to teleport out. When I saw that Sensei was only injured on her foot, I breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Teacher Minato broke the seal, and all the toads were released from summoning. Sakura hurried over to heal Kushina, while Teacher Minato pulled Naruto aside to talk. Naruto, you should know what I'm going to say, right? Naruto's emotions were unstable, and he shouted excitedly, "Don't worry about me. You all jumped out on your own. I can handle that kind of attack myself." Smack. A crisp slap. Teacher Minato was serious for the first time. How could we possibly sit by and do nothing? Protecting you is a parent's instinct. This slap stunned Naruto and also brought him back to his senses. He asked hoarsely with a sobbing tone, "Why are you saying this to me?" In the end, Naruto finally couldn't hold back and was tightly embraced by the limping Kushina-sensei. I stood by and watched, feeling a mix of emotions. I can't let this continue. I must speed up my research on the Edo Tensei. When I go back, I will definitely revive Teacher, Sensei, and Rin. I cannot let Naruto's childhood be without his parents. Once Kushina's injury improves, we all took the Book of Jiwa back to the village. When we arrived at the Hokage's office, I continued to play my role as a hot-blooded idiot, shouting to quickly send troops to deal with the masked man. Tsunade, however, said it wouldn't work. This scroll can only be opened when the moon turns red. I felt a jolt in my heart. The red moon? Isn't that when the infinite Tsukimi happens? By then, it would be too late, and the Ten Tails Jinchuriki would have emerged. This scroll is definitely not right. Absolutely not right. Tsunade sent us back to our homes. I found an opportunity to invite Naruto and Sakura to my house to discuss. But Naruto hesitated and said he had something to do and went home first. When Sakura saw Naruto leave, she also said she wanted to go home first. Seeing the way they were acting, I knew Naruto was reluctant to leave his parents in this world. I returned to the Hitaki mansion, and as soon as I walked in, I saw a limited edition version of myself tied up and thrown in the corner. Terumi may explain that my dad found him too noisy and, fearing he might go out and report me, had him tied up. I untied his ropes and set up a soundproof barrier. The first thing he said when he opened his mouth was, "Are you my dad's illegitimate child outside?" My dad in the kitchen was so angry that his face turned dark. I was too lazy to waste words with him, so I directly asked him, "How much vision do you have left in your left eye?" He looked confused and said he didn't understand. In that moment, I realized that in this world of mine, I hadn't opened the kaleidoscope. It's very possible that the Ibito of this world really died on the Kanabi Bridge. So, who exactly is the masked man? I can only lay it all out for him, saying that I am you from a parallel world, and that I am acting secretly to avoid disrupting the order of time and space. He is half convinced, but seeing my dad's calm demeanor beside him, he eventually believes me. In the following days, Naruto is completely immersed in the happiness of having parents. Sakura comes to find him and says a bit sadly that maybe staying in this world is better for him. Naruto falls silent. He can't bear to leave. Sakura understands and says she will think of a way to return with me, allowing Naruto to spend time with his parents. Just as they part ways, there's a loud boom. Thick smoke rises from the Hokage building. We hurried over and saw in the ruins that the masked man was confronting Tsunade with 9 bizarre creatures, demanding the Book of Juyu. Teacher Minato, Kushina-sensei, and Guy arrived instantly to protect Tsunade. The masked man let out a cold laugh, and the 9-tailed beast behind him charged forward. In the Hitaki mansion, I and the limited edition version of myself ran to the window at the same time. Without saying a word, he dashed out. While I lifted my forehead protector and activated Kemui, my body was instantly sucked into a spatial vortex, directly transported to the battlefield. After I left, Mei and my dad were both stunned. They had never seen such space-time ninjutsu. On the battlefield, Tsunade was knocked away by a 9-tails beast and was about to be ensnared by a tail. Just then, the limited edition me arrived in time and pulled Tsunade over with a rope. The masked man scoffed, "Kakashi Hitaki, just garbage." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 9-tails beasts under his command waved their staffs, and a barrier instantly trapped both limited Kakashi and Tsunade. Immediately afterward, another 9-tails beast swung its scythe, and countless blades of light rushed toward them. I tell you, when that pierced through, this limited edition Kakashi of mine just went limp, right on the spot. His chakra was drained, and he half knelt there, nearly collapsing into a grayish-white state. The masked man was sneering over there. Hurry up and hand over the book of Juyu, or you all will die today. Master Minato wanted to save Tsunade, but he was entangled by those nine-tailed beasts and couldn't break free at all. Just at that critical moment, Naruto and Sakura arrived. Several kunai whizzed past, but what happened? Goodness, they were just a few centimeters away from that masked man and were directly bounced back by an invisible wall. The masked man turned around and fixed his gaze on Naruto. TSK, I smell an annoying scent. Naruto was furious and shot back. The two were in a standoff, and Sakura, with her fiery temper, charged in with a shout, only to be knocked away by a small monster nearby, getting injured on the spot. Seeing this, Naruto panicked and wanted to rush in, but the masked man teleported behind him and slapped him away. Luckily, Master Minato reacted quickly and used Flying Thunder God to catch him, or else he would have crashed into a wall for a second time. Over there, Sakura had just struggled to get up when she was tied up tightly by a fairy beast with silk ribbons. Naruto shouted anxiously and wanted to charge again, but Master Minato held him down tightly. You're not his opponent, don't go. But Naruto wouldn't listen. That's my comrade. After shouting, he charged again, just when the masked man ordered the small monsters to go for the kill and prepare to show off. A hand. I tell you, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, gripping his ankle tightly. The masked man was shocked. He didn't even notice when someone had sneaked up from under him. He suddenly exerted force, but guess what? He couldn't break free. The next second, a loud shout came from below. Style, heart decapitation technique. Bang! A silver-haired figure burrowed up from the ground, directly pulling the masked man into the earth, leaving only his head outside, looking dazed at the sky. And it wasn't over yet. That silver-haired figure used this momentum to make a super jump toward the fairy beast that was binding Sakura. And with a flick of his hand, lightning burst forth, and the Chidori sharp spear cut through the silk ribbons. It was teacher Kakashi. Naruto was so excited that his voice cracked. Master Minato was also stunned. Saving Sakura and pinning down the masked man was actually another Kakashi. Master Minato began to consider whether to use Flying Thunder God to instantly eliminate the masked man, but that guy reacted quickly and used a substitution technique to slip away, appearing on a pile of rubble. But he didn't pay attention to Minato. Instead, he stared intently at Kakashi, who had just set Sakura down. I tell you, when those two locked eyes, the whole air seemed to freeze. That momentum almost suffocated us. Teachers Minato and Guy nearly dropped their jaws. After so many years of teaching their student and being best friends, how could he hide it so deeply? Naruto and Sakura's eyes were almost popping out. Sakura went crazy. Why is our Kakashi a washed-up jonin at 30, while this one at 21 is the complete version? Can we apply for an exchange? Naruto, however, remained calm. Realizing something was off, he immediately sat cross-legged. Sakura, cover me. I need to enter Sage mode. Just as the masked man was about to attack Naruto, Kakashi moved. His whole body erupted with blue lightning, transforming into a streak of electric light, bypassing all the barriers, not bothering to tangle with those small monsters. Heading straight for the main event. With a snap, a Raikiri struck the unprepared masked man from behind, sending him crashing into the rubble. Those nine-tailed beasts wanted to swarm in to beat him up, but Kakashi, in his lightning armor, ignored them completely, charging through with sparks and lightning, knocking each one away with a punch. Seeing he couldn't win on the ground, the masked man took to the sky. Flying high, he formed a massive purple ball and threw it down. At that moment, my heart sank. Wouldn't this thing make Konoha disappear from the map? But guess what happened? Kakashi pulled his hands to his waist and suddenly pushed forward. A huge blue-white beam of light shot out and sent that ball flying out of the village. With a loud bang, a massive mushroom cloud erupted in the distant forest, and a shockwave swept towards us, making us use chakra to stay grounded and not get blown away. Once the commotion stopped, the masked man had already escaped with a book of Juyu using space-time ninjutsu. Tsunade was so angry she was stomping her feet, and Master Minato immediately proposed to issue a pursuit order and even hire the Akatsuki to help take him down. Just then, Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was still in Sage mode, and suddenly said, Naruto, want to arm wrestle? Everyone was stunned. How could they think about arm wrestling at a time like this? Naruto hesitated. After all, he was incredibly strong in Sage mode. In the end, Kakashi calmly said, Don't worry, he won't get away. I've marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique under his feet. When he returns to his lair, I'll teleport you all there and catch him in one go. Upon hearing this, Master Minato was shocked. The second Kakashi can use Flying Thunder God? His student can use Sage mode? The amount of information was overwhelming. Seeing that Naruto was still hesitating, Kakashi encouraged him again. Come on, my strength is no weaker than that guy's. Naruto had no choice but to agree, albeit confused. The two found a large rock, clasped their hands together, and exerted force simultaneously. Naruto's face turned red as he put all his strength into it. But guess what happened? Kakashi's hand was like a steel clamp, completely unyielding, and in the end, he pressed Naruto down. After the match, Kushina couldn't hold back anymore and slapped the rock. All right, can you explain what's going on now? Naruto took a deep breath, stepped forward to interrupt Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, let me explain. He looked at Minato and Kushina, finally confessing, I'm sorry, I'm not a Beto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My parents sacrificed themselves to protect the village. Before he could finish, Kushina rushed over, and Naruto thought he was about to get hit, closing his eyes in fear. Instead, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. Kushina said in a firm tone, You idiot. I don't care if you're a Beto or Naruto. You are the son of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. That will never change. Master Minato also walked over with a smile, hugging both of them. Oh, that scene was so touching. Soon, members of the Akatsuki arrived. Wow, I glanced around Kakashi. The Minato couple, Naruto, Sakura, Konan, plus the entire Akatsuki, a dozen or so top-tier ninjas teaming up to tackle a mission. That's quite a show of force. Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God, and we were instantly teleported to their lair. In a spacious, great hall, the masked man was talking to a shadow, which was none other than Madara. Without hesitation, Naruto and Sakura charged forward, but they passed right through Madara's body. The shadow coldly said, Don't waste your effort. I'm just an illusion. Trash. Why didn't you say so earlier? Kakashi cursed, leading us to chase the masked man who had run out of the great hall. As the masked man reached the edge of a cliff, he saw all the Akatsuki members. Itachi activated a Sharingan. We were hired to take you down. Are you ready? The battle erupted instantly. The Akatsuki members clashed with the Nine Tails. Kakashi took the lead, charging at the masked man, and they engaged in combat again. The masked man conjured a large ball and threw it over, while Kakashi countered with a Raikiri Rasengan, causing a massive explosion. The two fought up close on the water surface, exchanging punches and kicks. Kakashi's taijutsu was incredibly smooth and with a swift kick. He sent the masked man flying into the water like a cannonball. I was just about to say nice. But that guy was sneaky and suddenly popped out of the water behind Naruto and Sakura, grabbing both of their necks and threatening Kakashi not to move. Kakashi-sensei let out a cold laugh and said something astonishing. You're holding them, so why should I not move? Family, who understands? As soon as those words were spoken, the masked man was stunned for half a second. In that half second, Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique, saved them, and even kicked him. Bastard fell for it. The masked man, who was sent flying, was completely enraged and roared. You forced my hand. In the next moment, he unleashed his ultimate move, absorbing all 9 little monsters into his body. Boom! A pillar of light shot up into the sky. When the light faded, an enormous Ninetales appeared before us, its roar shaking the entire space. And standing on top of the Ninetales, guess who it is? It's Naruto from this world, with a serious expression. At that moment, my pupils shook, and Master Watergate and Mother Kushina also shouted in disbelief. What? After all this time, the final boss is actually himself? The Ninetales opened its massive blood-filled mouth and lunged at us. Kakashi instantly activated his lightning armor, pulling Naruto and Sakura to safety, then shouted in a low voice, You guys run. This guy's not something you can handle. After saying that, he cracked his neck and alone, wrapped in the strongest lightning, charged towards the massive Ninetales. I tell you, that scene was something else. That big fox was like firing a Gatling gun, shooting off small-tailed beast balls, making the entire lake bubble like it was boiling. But what kind of person is Kakashi on my side? He was glowing blue, turning into a bolt of lightning and drifting on the water, not getting hit even once. Goodness, when the Ninetales saw that long-range attacks were useless, it got anxious and slammed down a paw like Mount Tai crashing down. And what happened? Kakashi pressed the accelerator to the floor, his speed increased, and before that paw hit the ground, he zipped right in front of the Ninetales' face. He was forming a sizzling blue orb in his hand and slammed it right into the Ninetales' face. With a huge bang, half of the Ninetales' face was blown apart, making a howl in pain, losing several teeth, and its massive body toppled over. But you can't say this beast isn't resilient. The other paw immediately swiped at Kakashi. However, Kakashi had already predicted its prediction, and with a flash, he stuck close to the Ninetales' body, parkouring like a pro, heading straight for the masked man above it. Minma was so scared he almost wet himself and hurriedly commanded his tail to whip at Kakashi. Kakashi jumped to dodge one whip, and then threw his Raikiri like a dart. Just as Minma sidestepped to avoid it, he realized there was actually a flying kunai hidden inside the Raikiri. His heart sank, and just as he thought about running, it was too late. Kakashi instantly teleported right in front of his face, and a Rasengan was already pressed against his stomach. Boom! Minma was turned into a shrimp, spitting blood as he flew back, and the massive Ninetales also poofed into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. After all that, it turned out to be just a summoning beast. Kakashi landed steadily, looking at the barely alive Minma in the pit, with his hands in his pockets. He helplessly said, "Seriously, I haven't even used my full strength yet. How did you fall down?" I was beside him at that moment, wanting to punch him. Family members. Who understands? This guy is just showing off. Minma was shaking with anger in the pit, probably cursing madly in his heart. UTM rushed over in a Gundam to fight me, so fast that I can't even see your shadow. How am I supposed to play? If you have the ability, go face to face with the Ninetales. Just then, the one watching the show from afar, Faye, also known as Obito, finally moved. He must have been stunned, and the barrage in his mind was probably going crazy. Is this the useless Kakashi I know? Has he powered up? Lightning armor? Flying Thunder God? This isn't how the script is written. He snorted coldly, his figure swaying as he floated to Myanmar's side. Then with a whoosh, he directly drilled into Myanmar's body. Wow, he logged in. Possessed Myanmar wobbled to his feet, while Kakashi remained calm, almost lighting a cigarette, leisurely saying, "Oh, not floating anymore? You know you can't win, yet you dare to become physical, commendable courage." Obito, Myanmar version, was furious, his eyes twitching. Without saying a word, his Sharingan spun rapidly, launching an illusion technique at Kakashi. He thought it was beautiful, trap Kakashi in an illusion, and then directly snatch Naruto. But he never expected that Kakashi didn't use that Sharingan at all. Instead, he closed his right eye and faced Obito with his own left eye. The next second, Obito was stunned. He felt his ocular power crash against a wall. No, it was like crashing into a mountain. Kakashi's ocular power, both in quality and quantity, overwhelmingly crushed him. Thud, Obito collapsed to the ground, half kneeling, his face filled with disbelief. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? Kakashi shrugged. I am Hatake Kakashi. Obito completely collapsed. The Kakashi he knew and the battle god in front of him were simply two different species. What kind of fight is this? He decisively slipped out of Myanmar's body, floated back into the sky, glanced at Kakashi with resentment, then looked at Naruto in the distance, said nothing, and directly tore open space to escape. This left everyone dumbfounded. Itachi was shocked, analyzing madly in his heart. Was that a duel of ocular powers? Kakashi's ocular power can actually kill another Mangekyo in an instant? That's not scientific. As soon as the battle ended, Kakashi said nothing, took Naruto, Sakura, and that girl named Terumi Mei, and disappeared. By the time we came to our senses, we were back in the original world, in Konoha Park. Looking at the clock, only an hour had passed. Let me tell you, it felt like a dream. Kakashi and Terumi Mei exchanged glances, both slightly dazed. Terumi Mei unconsciously grabbed Kakashi's hand, and the two walked hand in hand down the street. When they saw the familiar Hokage rock, they dared to confirm they were really back. But as they walked, Terumi Mei's expression darkened. She thought, although they got together in that world, back in reality, one was from Konoha, and the other was from the mist. If their villages went to war in the future, wouldn't they have to face each other on the battlefield? Kakashi sensed her unease and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God, whisking her away to a training ground. He asked her what she was thinking, and Terumi Mei expressed her worries. She even suggested, how about I go back and become the Mizukage, and you work hard to become the Hokage? That way, our villages can remain peaceful. But the unspoken second half of her sentence was, if that happened, they could never truly be together. Hearing this, Kakashi's heart sank. He thought, oh no, Terumi Mei wants to become Mizukage? Doesn't that conflict with Obito's plan? The guy will go all out. He immediately felt the urgency of the situation, but he still had to act nonchalant, teasing her. Your idea is good, but I have a better plan. Wait for me here, I'll go prepare. After saying that, he whooshed away. The next moment, in the Kamui space, Kakashi shouted like mad, Obito, get your ass out here. Obito was summoned, looking bewildered. Aren't you monitoring the Mist Envoy? What urgent matter do you need me for? Is your wife going into labor? Kakashi then realized, Oh right, only an hour had passed here. He awkwardly scratched his nose and asked, what exactly do you want by sending Terumi Mae to Konoha? Obito looked at him strangely. What do you expect? That woman seems to have discovered my existence. So I sent her away to handle some matters. If it doesn't work, I'll just kill her. Kakashi's hair stood on end upon hearing this, and he shouted, absolutely not. Obito was startled. Wait, why are you reacting so strongly to me killing a mist ninja? Kakashi took a deep breath, held it for a long time, and finally squeezed out a sentence. Terumi Mae, she's my girlfriend. What the hell? Obito's eyes nearly popped out. Say that again? She's your what? Girlfriend. Kakashi, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? I was very clear-headed. Kakashi said seriously, I'm just afraid you'll go after her. That's why I specifically came to find you. Obito was dumbfounded, scratching his head. You really put me in a tough spot. Does she know about us? Not yet. I plan to slowly win her over. What if she refuses? She hasn't read these books. Obito saw Kakashi looking troubled and softened his tone. How about you let her read these books first? That woman is practical. Maybe she can accept it? Kakashi thought, right? Terumi Mae is so smart. If I tell her about Otsutsuki, she'll definitely understand. Wunti, that pulled the mist village to our side. With the idea set, he said goodbye to Obito and teleported back. When he returned to Terumi Mae's side, she was sitting on Hokage Rock, staring blankly at Konoha below, looking melancholic. Kakashi sat down beside her and gently asked what was wrong. Terumi Mae leaned her head on his shoulder and said she lacked confidence in building the Mist Village as well as Konoha. Kakashi immediately switched to sweet-talking mode, praising her endlessly, saying she was the most outstanding girl he had ever met, full of thought, ability, and drive. Let me tell you, he was smooth with his words. And Terumi Mae was completely enchanted, blushing and staring at him, unable to say a word. At that moment, the wind on the mountaintop was particularly strong, and guess what happened? Their faces were pushed together by the wind, and they kissed. After a long time, they finally pulled apart, both blushing. Kakashi was just about to take off his jacket to drape it over her, but when he looked down, good grief, a certain part of his body had already pitched a little tent. He quickly bent over and turned away, trying to act calm. Ahem, you're cold, right? I'll get you a jacket. Terumi Mae's face was as red as a monkey's, but she nodded. After Kakashi draped the jacket on her, they sat closely together, neither speaking, just watching the night view. After a while, Terumi Mae shivered again, saying, it seems a bit cold here. Kakashi, the steel straight man, asked blankly, then, how about I take you home? Terumi Mae probably cursed him 1,000 times in her heart, gritted her teeth, and simply dove into Kakashi's arms. Kakashi stiffened all over, not knowing where to put his hands. It was Terumi Mae who actively grabbed his hand, making him snap back to reality, tightly holding her, wrapping his large hand around her icy little hand. After being so affectionate for a few days and sending Mae away, Kakashi began to ponder his next training plan. Just then, Jiraiya returned to the village. Kakashi found Jiraiya and got straight to the point, saying he wanted to learn Sage Mode. Jiraiya was quite surprised and asked how he knew about it. Kakashi had already thought of a reason and attributed it all to his teacher Minato, saying it was his teacher's dying wish. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya thought to himself that Minato really treated Kakashi like his own son, even sharing this with him. He asked Kakashi to show him his chakra amount, and when Kakashi unleashed it, the immense chakra startled Jiraiya, feeling like it was even more than his own. Jiraiya nodded and said that the conditions were sufficient, but he needed to go to Mount Mayaboku first to ask the opinion of the Sage of Toads. After saying this, he was reverse summoned to Mount Mayaboku. When the two Sage Toads, Fukasaku and Shima, heard that he was recommended by Jiraiya, they agreed to let him bring Kakashi to see them. Thus, Kakashi was also taken to Mount Mayaboku. As soon as they arrived, Fukasaku focused on Kakashi and gave him a bit of a trial by fire, mainly a pressure test. Kid, you can learn Sage Mode, but there's one condition. You must first dissolve your original summoning contract, because to enter Sage Mode, we need to assist you. So what do you think? Kakashi frowned upon hearing this, asking him to give up on Pakin and the other ninja dogs. That was absolutely impossible. He was well aware that this wasn't what the manga said. This old toad was trying to trick him. So without thinking, he firmly replied, Fukasaku Sage, I will not give up my summoning beasts. If this is a necessary condition to learn Sage Mode, then I can only choose to give up. As soon as he said this, even Jiraiya was stunned. Such a powerful inheritance was right in front of him, and this kid actually said he didn't want it? Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances, both with expressions of surprise, clearly not expecting Kakashi to refuse so decisively. This was the contract of one of the 3 great sanctuaries. Others couldn't even ask for it, and yet Mayaboko actively offered it, and he actually turned it down. Let me tell you, at that moment, Jiraiya's expression was like he was using Morse code to frantically send me signals, meaning, "Ancestor, are you crazy? You're not going to take this tremendous fortune." But I couldn't be bothered with him. Come on for a so-called sage mode. Would I sell out my ninja dog brothers, who have been with me since the time I wore split-crotch pants? What would that make me? The rebellious son of the Uchiha clan? I flat-out confronted the 2-toed sages. I can't give up my bonds for power. Lord Jiraiya, I'm sorry, but let's head back to the village. This trip was for nothing. After saying that, I was ready to leave, and guess what? Those 2 old toads were not only not angry, but they were actually amused. Sage Shimizu stopped me and said, "Hey, Kakashi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Who said that learning sage mode means you have to break your contracts?" Wow, my heart skipped a beat, and I instantly understood. They were putting me through a pressure test. These old guys who had lived for hundreds of years had more tricks up their sleeves than a cold briquette. Sure enough, Sage Shimizu explained that he was just testing my character to see if I was the kind of person who would stop at nothing for power. Now, my actions had raised my favorability to the max. He said I could learn without a contract, but the only drawback was that when fighting outside, I couldn't have 2 toads on my shoulders like Jiraiya as a mobile power bank, so my sage mode's endurance will be much shorter. I was just about to say that it was nothing when suddenly, from a distance, a messenger toad jumped over with a loud croak, saying that the biggest boss of Miamu Mountain, the great toad sage who has lived for who knows how many years, has awakened and specifically requested to see me. I was puzzled at the time. How could a little Kakashi like me possibly attract the attention of such a godly figure? When I followed inside to take a look, wow, that frog was as big as a small mountain, with its eyelids drooping down, looking like it was about to fall asleep at any moment. Then it opened its mouth and almost sent me away. "Ah, who are you all again?" I was completely taken aback at that moment. Jiraiya quickly went up to introduce himself, but that old toad stuttered again. Oh, it's Jiraiya and that. Hataki, great. I had to do it myself. Hataki Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi, the old toad said slowly. I saw you in my dream. At this point, I was completely stunned. I had read the script, and his dream was essentially a prophecy, right? Why'd he dream about me? Sage Fukasaku saw my bewildered expression and quickly explained, saying that the old man had foreseen my future. I thought to myself that something big was about to happen. And then I heard the great toad sage hopping out word by word. "I see that you will bring great change to the ninja world." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiraiya couldn't stay calm and eagerly asked, "Old man, is he the child of prophecy you mentioned?" The great toad sage shook his head and said something even more shocking. "No, he is not. But what confused me the most was that, although he was clearly not the child of prophecy, he was making changes that were even more significant than those of the child of prophecy." Jiraiya turned pale and pressed further. "So is this change good or bad? Destruction, or entering a brand new era?" I told you, after I finished speaking, the great hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Jiraiya stared at me intently and finally dropped a harsh remark. "Kakashi, I trust you. But if you ever endanger the village in the future, I will be the first to not spare you." What could I say? I could only nod seriously. Well, now that I had the prophecy and passed the test, I skipped the contract signing and jumped straight into the Sage Technique crash course. However, before the class started, Sage Shima warmly greeted us. "Oh, it's getting late. Let's eat first." As soon as Jiraiya heard the word eat, his face changed dramatically. He made an excuse, saying he had urgent business, and disappeared with a puff using the summoning technique. I was puzzled at the time, thinking, is it really that serious? Until Sage Shima brought out dinner. Family, who understands? It was a bowl of colorful bug soup. The table was filled with various fried, cold, and grilled bugs. I almost passed out right there. I finally understood why Jiraiya ran faster than a dog. From that day on, the only motivation pushing me to train hard was to be able to eat a normal meal as soon as possible. Sage Fukusaku made me take off my shirt and mask and soak in toad oil to sense natural energy. This was a piece of cake for me since I still had the foundation for my training with Cat Sage. To speed things up, I even created a shadow clone to practice together, doubling my experience points. In 5 days, I completed the first stage. Then came the second stage, where I had to sit in a stone forest filled with sharp spikes and maintain absolute stillness. This was a bit harder, I fell several times. But thinking about that bug feast made me grit my teeth and conquer it in a week. When I finally mastered the perfect sage mode and the handsome orange eyeshadow appeared around my eyes, I felt ridiculously powerful. I didn't rush to leave. Instead, I started researching how to combine sage techniques with my own ninjutsu. Techniques like sage art, lightning cutter, sage art, lightning cutter, spiraling sphere, I developed them one by one. Whenever I got hungry, I would eat a sage bean to save time and effort. A month passed like this, and Jiraiya came back. He saw two-toed sages leisurely sunbathing and thought I was slacking off. But when he asked, the two-toed sages, like a comedy duo, chimed in to tell him, "Oh, little Kakashi graduated 3 weeks ago and is now developing new techniques on his own." That's right, and it's the perfect sage mode. Jiraiya's jaw dropped to the floor, his expression one of disbelief. When he heard I was using shadow clones to speed up my training, he was worried I might overdo it and collapse, but when he ran over to check, I was just experimenting with sage art, lightning armor. This technique carries a high risk, as it acts on oneself, and one careless move could fry me. Sure enough, the lightning on my arm went haywire and exploded, leaving my arm charred on the outside but tender on the inside. I didn't even frown. I pulled out a sage bean and popped it in my mouth. And in the next moment, my arm was as good as new. Jiraiya's eyes were nearly popping out of his head as he pointed at my arm. What is this recovery ability? Ce n'est des André de technique? I explained the magical beans to him, and then he suggested that I demonstrate my power in the sage mode. I walked up to a several-ton heavy stone frog statue, and with one hand, lifted it over my head as if it were made of foam. Feeling unsatisfied, I exerted my arm, and with a whoosh, threw it up into the sky dozens of meters high. Then I jumped up and punched the descending stone statue. Boom! The massive statue exploded into countless fragments in the air. I landed lightly, my fist not even breaking the skin. Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded, muttering, "Monster. Truly a monster." He thought that perhaps the third Hokage in the village could provide me with some guidance on lightning techniques. So he urged me to hurry back to the village. After sending them off, I wasn't in a hurry. Come on, I had finally come out for a trip. Who understood that I needed to give myself a paid vacation? I took out the map and leisurely began to wander around Konoha. However, while I was enjoying this rare holiday, a fateful transaction was reaching its final step in the Rain Village. In front of Nagato's sickbed, a mysterious man named Uzumaki Doan said to a weary-looking red-haired woman, "Huei, let's begin." The woman named Huei was the mother of Xiangling. She closed her eyes, as if making a certain resolution, and brought her shoulder to Nagato's mouth. Conan watched from the side, feeling that something was off. But thinking about how Nagato would soon recover, all her doubts were suppressed. Without any hesitation, Nagato bit down. Visibly, Huei's life force surged into Nagato's body like a tide. Her hair quickly turned dry and white, while Nagato's emaciated body rapidly filled out. When Nagato released his bite, he had already returned to his peak condition. He stood up, feeling the explosive power within him, unable to help but exclaim, This me is the true God." Conan was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. The two exchanged a glance and saw each other's ecstasy. But when they turned back, they found that Uzumaki Huei had already collapsed, gasping for breath in Doan's arms. Nagato was taken aback. "What's happening to her? She's out of energy." Doan calmly replied, "I used a secret technique to transfer all her life force to you, because your life is more important than hers." Conan gasped in shock and covered her mouth. Nagato looked at his restored hands, his voice somewhat hoarse. "So, my life was exchanged for hers?" "That's right." Doan's tone was devoid of any emotion. "Don't forget our goal. Now, develop your eyes well. As for her and her daughter, how do you plan to deal with them? What else can I do? Of course, I will bring Sister Huei back to her hometown in the country of Waji for burial. As for her daughter, just let her stay in the Hidden Rain Village. I believe you can take good care of her. I'll tell you." When Doan saw that Nagato and Conan had strange expressions, his little eyes turned, and his rhetoric came out. He immediately elevated Sister Huei's actions, saying it was her own decision, using her life to exchange for yours, just to let you save the world. Family members who understands. This moral coercion is executed flawlessly, directly burning out Nagato's CPU. He looked at the gasping Huei. His gaze was so firm, muttering about Yahiko and Huei, vowing to bring permanent peace to this world. On Doan's side, he took Huei's corpse back to the land of water, casually found a pit, and buried her with a Doton technique. I tell you, at the moment she was buried, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a black rune peeking out from Huei's chest. Goodness, Doan definitely has a backup plan. Sure enough, he was chuckling to himself, thinking, "Nagato, you better develop your Rinnegan well, don't let me down." Over in Amegekyo, Nagato officially entered seclusion, focusing on studying his Rinnegan, and entrusted Huei's daughter, Xiangling, to Conan. They even agreed to temporarily keep Nagato's recovery a secret from that guy who calls himself Madara. After all, compared to Doan, who saved his life, that masked man looks suspicious no matter how you see it. Goodness, it wasn't long before Obito couldn't sit still. He felt that pain had been acting mysteriously lately, and directly called me into the Kamui space. I had just managed to get Naruto's little ancestor to sleep, thinking he had discovered a new lead on that white-clad man. But guess what? Obito complained to me that something was off with Nagato, and Conan kept playing Tai Chi with him, suspecting it was related to that white-clad man. As soon as I heard this, I thought to myself, so you have your day too, huh? This is what it feels like to be distrusted. I asked him, what about White Zetsu? Didn't your surveillance cameras catch anything? Obito, looking helpless, replied, White Zetsu isn't omnipotent. He's busy himself, dealing with the Mist Village and keeping an eye on Black Zetsu. He doesn't have time to monitor the Akatsuki every day. As he spoke, he suddenly changed the subject. How about you pick someone from Konoha and send them in as an undercover agent? As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, this idea is not bad. I immediately had a scene in my mind. In the future, during a showdown with the Akatsuki halfway through the battle, suddenly half of our side takes off their Akatsuki cloaks and turns around to put a knife to the neck of a true teammate, saying, sorry, I'm a cop. Oh wait, I'm undercover. This script is more exciting than Boruto, isn't it? A candidate immediately popped into my mind. However, this matter is significant, so I need to discuss it with the third Hokage first. A few days later, I brought some intel about the Akatsuki organization to see him. At first, he was quite cheerful, but as soon as he saw the words white-cloaked masked man on the scroll, he suddenly stood up, and his expression was terrifying, as if he were about to eat someone. It's no wonder. After all, this is the indirect killer of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Is this information credible? The old man's voice trembled. I told him the truth. I couldn't guarantee it 100, but with this group of S-rank rogue ninjas from the Akatsuki coming together, it definitely can't be good. We must send an undercover agent in, and it has to be someone who can get into the core circle. Who should we send? The third Hokage asked me. I blurted out, Uchiha Shursui. My mind was racing with plans. Letting Shursui in would be like sending a celestial being down. The Akatsuki would directly turn into a division of Konoha, with Kakuzu managing finances and Scorpion handling logistics. Perfect. The third Hokage hesitated. After all, Shursui was the village's ace. Sending him out as an undercover agent was too risky. He was reluctant. I simply called Shursui over to let him hear for himself. As the third listened to my plan, he began to waver. Undercover? This wasn't just being an undercover agent. This was about becoming a CEO. But just then, I suddenly had a better idea. I looked at the third Hokage and Shursui and said something surprising. Third Hokage, Shursui, I think of a more suitable candidate. Uchiha Itachi. Shursui immediately frowned. Itachi was only 14 years old, and this mission was too dangerous. The third Hokage also looked at me, waiting for an explanation. I immediately started analyzing. Shursui is now too famous, like a big star. Going undercover? Isn't that funny? And then I suddenly thought, Itachi is actually more suitable. First, it can stimulate Sasuke, and second, it's a training experience for him. He might even force out the Mangekyo Sharingan. Most importantly, Itachi isn't that famous yet, so the safety factor is higher. Isn't this just the most popular term of 2025, focusing on nurturing a potential stock? When the third Hokage heard this, he thought it made sense and decided on it. Soon, Itachi was called to the Hokage's office. He took the mission scroll. His pupil shrank for a moment. But after just one glance at me and Shursui, he firmly said to the third Hokage, I am willing. After leaving the office, I exchanged a glance with Shursui and took Itachi to the edge of the Nanjechuan cliff. Shursui, with his acting skills, went full method acting, looking serious as he said to Itachi, Itachi, you shouldn't go on this mission. He exaggerated the dangers of the mission tenfold, talking about 9 deaths and 1 survival. About Orochimaru watching like a hawk, and that the masked man was the murderer of the 4th Hokage. Itachi's face turned pale, but he still insisted that he wanted to go. Seeing this, Shursui's emotions flared up, and he shouted, Don't joke around. How can I just stand by and watch you go to your death? With that, he suddenly used body flicker technique and bam, knocked Itachi out cold. When Itachi woke up again, he was already at my house. I told him, Shursui, when in your place. Just a few days later, the bad news arrived. Shursui's body was sent back to the village, reportedly killed after his undercover identity was exposed and surrounded. I tell you, the scene was devastating. Itachi completely broke down, his whole being turned numb, muttering that this wasn't real. It was an illusion. He desperately unleashed his chakra to break the illusion, but it was of no use. In that extreme pain, the three tomo in his eyes buzzed and rapidly spun, forming the shape of a three-blade shuriken. The Mangekyo awakened. At the moment he opened his eyes, the entire world shattered with a crash. Shursui and I were standing right in front of him, perfectly fine. It turned out it was all an illusion we created. Itachi's expression went from great sorrow to great joy, then to wanting to beat us up. It was incredible. He looked at us, furious yet heartbroken, and shouted, "How can you consume your ocular power to help me awaken my eyes? What about your vision?" I quickly shifted the blame. Hey, this was Waterstop's idea, not mine. Waterstop just laughed and said it was fine. He had interstitial cells, and it would be fine after some nurturing. As for me, the eternal kaleidoscope, I wasn't worried about vision problems at all. To put it bluntly, we both relied on our own impressive abilities and forcibly gave him a boost. Then, I took Itachi to my basement and educated him on the benefits of interstitial cells, like beauty enhancement and physical strengthening. With Waterstop's personal testimony, Itachi smoothly accepted a tube as well. A month later, a grand drama unfolded. Uchiha Itachi manipulated the higher-ups and defected from the village, being labeled an S-rank rogue ninja by the third Hokage and wanted to cross the entire ninja world. The Uchiha clan viewed him as a disgrace, and his girlfriend Izumi was heartbroken, vowing to bring him back. Sasuke also matured quite a bit because of this, and his relationship with Naruto progressed rapidly. A year later, Itachi had already established himself in the Akatsuki organization. That pervert Orochimaru had his eyes on Itachi's body. His current body was that of a Uchiha Jonin with 3 tomo. Taking advantage of Itachi being alone, he approached him, even revealing his Sharingan. What happened next? Itachi didn't even blink, directly using Tsukuyomi to pin him down. Orochimaru tried to form hand seals, but Itachi swiftly severed one of his arms. Then with a quick move, he plucked out both of Orochimaru's Sharingan. If it weren't for Kabuto arriving quickly, Orochimaru would probably have met his end right there. After his failed plan, Orochimaru went to provoke pain from the Akatsuki again, and once more got beaten up, so scared that he directly defected from the Akatsuki organization. I just finished my tasks after a few months and came home, only to have Naruto pull a big surprise on me. As soon as I opened the door, there was a loud bang and a puff of smoke, and a stunning blonde girl with twin tails was standing there, sweetly calling me Kakashi-sama. Does anyone understand this? I felt 2 streams of heat shooting out of my nose, my vision went black, and I fell headfirst off the balcony. When I managed to climb back up, that kid smugly said that Naruto had defeated Kakashi. I can't believe it. My blood pressure shot up. I've repeatedly told him not to look at those books of mine. So how did he come up with this move? This world line convergence is just too ridiculous. I held back the impulse to hit him and made him promise not to use that trick again. The little guy agreed verbally, but who knows how he was secretly laughing inside. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed, and I was 25 while Naruto finally faced his graduation exam. He had always failed at the shadow clone technique, so I decided to teach him the multi-shadow clone technique the night before the exam. The next day in the exam room, Naruto clasped his hands together and shouted, "Multi-shadow clone technique." Bang! Bang! 2 identical Narutos appeared beside him, and the whole classroom exploded. No way. Uzumaki Naruto actually learned the shadow clone technique? That's ridiculous. Isn't he always the bottom of the class? Idiot, keep it down. If he challenges you to a taijutsu spar, you'll be crying. The person immediately fell silent. Over the past few years, Naruto and Sasuke had become the top taijutsu experts in the class, especially Naruto. Even the Uchiha genius Sasuke sometimes couldn't defeat him. It's worth noting that since Itachi left the village, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan with a single tomo and received further training from Fugaku. But even so, he sometimes couldn't win against Naruto in taijutsu, which shows how much Naruto had improved under Kakashi's guidance and how solid his foundation had become. Some students from families with inherited skills recognized that what Naruto used was actually the shadow clone technique. Irika was no exception. Thinking about how Naruto had complained to him the night before about not being able to learn the clone technique, and the next day he demonstrated the shadow clone technique. It was hard to say there wasn't any suspicion of Kakashi giving him special help. However, since Naruto had even learned the more advanced shadow clone technique, his graduation was naturally not a problem, as this at least proved that Naruto didn't have any major flaws, unlike last year's Lee. So Naruto smoothly obtained his Genin headband. As for Mizuki, that guy had long been caught by Kakashi and sent to prison for rehabilitation. The evidence was indisputable. Due to Irika's concern about Naruto's clone technique, He deliberately placed him last in the exam lineup, allowing him time for a last-minute cram session. By the time Naruto took the exam, Sasuke had already received his headband and had gone off to sit alone. After getting his headband, Naruto rushed to Sasuke's side. This guy had mocked him yesterday, saying he definitely wouldn't pass the exam today, and Naruto had to stick his headband right in front of Sasuke's face so he could see clearly. Naruto would never succumb to these setbacks and difficulties. Looking at the headband almost pressed against his face, Sasuke pretended to be indifferent and scoffed, then turned his head away. He was indeed quite surprised. Just the day before, Naruto had been struggling with the clone technique, prompting him to seek solutions from his father. Yet this morning, Naruto appeared self-assured, so Sasuke temporarily withheld the method he had come up with for Naruto. It was good enough to pass. At least he was no longer the bottom of the class in ninjutsu. Well, second to last. Sasuke had some skills after all. Naruto's face immediately flushed. Just because he wasn't good at academic tests and ninjutsu exams, that jerk Sasuke was actually mocking him. So Naruto jumped onto the desk in front of Sasuke, crouching down and staring intently at him. Just then, a classmate in front of Sasuke accidentally elbowed Naruto in the rear. Caught off guard, Naruto lost his balance and fell forward, and in the next moment, their lips collided. Chapter 185. Class Division. Sasuke stared in disbelief, while Naruto was no better off. Their eyes met, and the astonishment and shock in each other's gaze was evident. The next second, they pulled away from each other, both grabbing their throats and gagging uncontrollably. The other classmates were also stunned, especially girls like Haruno Sakura, who admired Sasuke, were left in shock. Sasuke's kiss was stolen by a man? No. Hinata was also stunned. How could Naruto be with Sasuke? For a moment, it felt like there were sounds of hearts breaking in the classroom. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, it was no less chaotic than a classroom. Fugaku couldn't hold back and spat out the water he was drinking for the first time, while Sarutobi was so shocked by the kiss between Naruto and Sasuke that he choked on his smoke. Kakashi looked awkward, stealing glances at Fugaku, who also happened to glance back, and both parents shared an awkward look. Kakashi never expected that Naruto and Sasuke would end up kissing. What was going on? Well. The office fell silent for a few seconds before Fugaku finally tried to break the ice. Let's continue discussing the issue of the Genin class division. I also think this matter is very important. We should focus on the class division for Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi quickly followed up, his mind racing to skip over the kiss between Naruto and Sasuke. Fugaku first expressed his thoughts. First, Naruto must be under your guidance, Kakashi. I also want to ask you to help with Sasuke. Your mastery of the Sharingan has long surpassed that of our clan's ninjas, and only you can help him reach his brother's level. Kakashi nodded in agreement. It had already been decided that he would take Naruto and Sasuke under his wing, as the third Hokage had personally demoted him from the position of Umbu leader for this. Now, the current Umbu leader was Shursui, which was a significant indication of the third Hokage delegating power to the Uchiha. Next, we just need to carefully consider the selection of the last member for Team 7. Kakashi pondered aloud. Although Sakura would eventually grow into a powerful kunoichi, her potential was limited. On the other hand, Hinata Hyuga was also a girl ninja with immense potential. If we could adjust Hinata's personality a bit and later take her to visit the moon, we might find an opportunity to unlock the Tenseigan. Once the Tenseigan was activated, the ninja world would gain another 6 paths level combatant, increasing the odds against Kaguya. With this in mind, Kakashi began to think about bringing Hinata into his Team 7. Meanwhile, Fugaku noticed that both the third Hokage and Kakashi had agreed to his request, and a hint of delight crossed his mind. Who in the village didn't know that Team 7 was the training ground for future Hokage candidates? If Sasuke could gain the recognition of these two and join Team 7, it would bring him one step closer to the position of Hokage or a higher rank in Konoha. This would ensure the continued prosperity of the Uchiha clan in the future, which made Fugaku very happy. Moreover, it was clear to everyone that Shursui had no interest in the Hokage position. His personality was not suited for it, so someone even more outstanding than Shursui, Kakashi, became the best candidate. Additionally, Kakashi had never expressed any refusal to take on the role of Hokage, so it was almost a done deal that Kakashi would become the 5th Hokage in the future. If Sasuke became his disciple, his status would be extraordinary. Kakashi and Fugaku were both calculating in their hearts, while the third Hokage casually flipped through the resumes of the female students in Naruto's class, trying to find a suitable candidate for Team 7. Just then, Kakashi spoke up. Third Hokage, I already have a candidate for the last member of Team 7. Oh, who is it? Feel free to share. Let's discuss it together. The third Hokage said with a friendly smile, putting down the resume of Sakura and picking up Hinata's. Kakashi said calmly, Hinata has excellent grades and a gentle personality, making her perfect for easing the atmosphere between Naruto and Sasuke. Plus, my team still needs a sensory-type ninja, and she can fill that role. The third Hokage nodded. But he wondered if it was too much to entrust the heirs of the two great clans of Konoha and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to Kakashi. This thought flashed in the third Hokage's mind, but Kakashi immediately spoke up, You don't need to worry about their identities, Hokage. If nothing unexpected happens, the Hyuga clan leader should also have the idea of letting me take care of Hinata. This was indeed true. It could be said that anyone in Konoha who knew Kakashi would want to entrust their child to him. Kakashi was recognized as the second strongest ninja in the village in terms of strength and knowledge, after the third Hokage, and he was also known as Konoha's #1 technician in the ninja world. Following him, even if Kakashi only casually taught a few ninjutsu techniques, it would be enough to cultivate their children into the backbone of Chunin-level strength. If the child had a bit more talent, becoming a Jonin would be just around the corner. Thus, unconsciously, Kakashi felt like a hot commodity. After thinking for a while, the third Hokage felt that since the Uchiha's second heir and Naruto were already under Kakashi's guidance, adding a Hyuga clan princess wouldn't be a problem. So, he sent someone to find Hyuga Hizashi and asked him to come to the office for his opinion. Soon, Hizashi arrived. He had just been teaching Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, at home, and as for Hinata graduating today, he didn't have time to pick her up. If she couldn't even pass a genin exam, wouldn't that prove even more that Hinata lacked the qualities to become a ninja? As soon as Hizashi entered the room, he saw the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Uchiha Fugaku all present, and his mind started racing. He respectfully said, Hokage-sama, you call for me? The third Hokage replied, Yes. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to let your daughter be under Kakashi's guidance. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking as if it were casual. Hizashi's expression changed. He glanced at Kakashi and saw him gently nodding, which only deepened his shock and confusion. He spoke, of course. I respect Kakashi's wishes, but my daughter seems to lack the qualities to become a ninja. If I rashly hand her over to Kakashi, I fear it would only add to his troubles. Oh, lacking the qualities to become a ninja? The third Hokage frowned slightly, puzzled. Chapter 186. Late Hizashi organized his words, hesitating whether to spread this family disgrace, but thinking of his next plan, he decided to briefly mention Hinata's weaknesses. Hinata is too kind-hearted and too soft in temperament. I could already glimpse this when I taught her the gentle fist. On the contrary, my second daughter, Hanabi, has a resilient character and is decisive, completely lacking Hinata's softness. Moreover, in a previous gentle fist competition, Hinata lost to Hanabi. That's why I am hesitant about letting Hinata become Lord Kakashi's subordinate. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and looked at Kakashi, hinting, What do you think? Would you like to consider another candidate? Kakashi crossed his arms and thought of Hinata's extraordinary appetite. Hizashi didn't recognize her potential. He insisted, No, Hokage, Lord Hizashi, I want Hinata. Even if she's not suited for combat, having her in my team for reconnaissance is still good. Seeing Kakashi's firm attitude, the third Hokage agreed without hesitation. And Hizashi had no choice but to comply. He hadn't expected Kakashi to insist on Hinata, which left him unable to say the words he had prepared. He had originally planned to recommend Hanabi to Kakashi so that she could learn from him for a while, but now he could only wait for another opportunity to discuss it. Thus, the new members of Team 7 were freshly announced. Ninja Academy. Irika began reading the list of genin placements. Filler classes skip. Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted into chaos, with countless girls heartbroken and crying out in pain. In just one day, they had to endure 2 moments of heartbreak. If it were any other girl, it would be understandable, as they would undoubtedly face jealousy and envy from many others. However, the girl in question was the gentlest in the class, Hyuga Hinata, making it difficult for the other girls to voice their feelings. They didn't like this placement, but they couldn't harbor any negative thoughts toward the gentle Hinata, so they could only silently lament that they were ultimately not destined to be with the cool Sasuke. Hinata, upon hearing that she was in the same team as Naruto, felt a surge of shyness and excitement wash over her, as rosy hues crept up her cheeks. I'm actually in a team with Naruto. Hinata felt as if ants were crawling in her heart, gnawing away at all her thoughts, leaving her unable to think of anything else. On the other side, Haruno Sakura sat silently in the back row, looking at Sasuke. Irika, unaware of the girl's heartbreak, continued reading. Team 8, Haruno Sakura, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Team 10, Narashiko, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Alright, that's the placement list for this class. Next, you'll wait in the classroom for your instructor to come and take you. Students, farewell for now. With that, Irika turned and left the classroom with the roster, and the previously subdued class erupted into chatter, the sounds filling the room. As Irika stepped out of the classroom, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Everyone, once you go out, don't come back. One after another, Konoha's Jonin came to the classroom, taking students away in groups of 3 until only Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata remained in the classroom. Naruto was clearly getting impatient, fidgeting and grinning, while Sasuke and Hinata sat patiently, one cold and the other shy. Finally, unable to bear the lateness of their Jonin instructor, Naruto decided to pull a small prank. Hinata felt this was not right, but she found it difficult to even speak to Naruto, let alone stop him from playing tricks. As for Sasuke, he pretended to be aloof, but his eyes glanced over at Naruto, showing a hint of interest, thinking, this idiot is still as foolish as ever. What Jonin would fall for such a low-level trap? Before long, Kakashi arrived. As soon as he pushed open the door, a blackboard eraser fell freely and hit him squarely on the head. For a moment, both Sasuke and Hinata were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Did the esteemed Jonin really fall for such a simple trap set by Naruto? Our instructor just happens to be Naruto's older brother. Is this a coincidence? Sasuke wondered to himself. Upon reflection, he realized he hadn't seen Naruto's older brother in years. But judging from Naruto's increasingly powerful taijutsu, this Jonin must have taught him a lot. Thinking about how Naruto sometimes could even overpower him, and recalling his respectful attitude towards Kakashi when Itachi had taken him to school years ago, Sasuke felt a growing curiosity towards Kakashi. This Jonin seemed to be someone that man respected, so his strength must be quite formidable, right? But then, he looked skeptically at Kakashi's green vest and the eraser that had fallen beside his feet, and for a moment, he couldn't discern whether his judgment was right or wrong. Would a true expert allow chalk dust to settle in their hair? On the other side, Hinata was sitting anxiously, worried that the masked Jonin teacher might ask who threw the eraser. She quickly stood up and walked down the steps, wanting to hand Kakashi a few pieces of paper to wipe off the dust, hoping he wouldn't blame Naruto too harshly later. As for Naruto, his mouth was agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. What the heck? Why is my guiding Jonin teacher Kakashi-sensei? He thought this, but his body honestly shouted out happily, Kakashi ni. As soon as he spoke, Naruto felt guilty again. Although Kakashi was very unlikely to blame him for this, he still felt a bit uneasy. Wait. Feeling guilty, Naruto suddenly realized something was off. With Kakashi's strength, how could he possibly avoid his eraser attack? There must be some trickery involved. Perhaps Kakashi already knew it was him who threw the eraser and was just playing along with him. So, Naruto straightened his back again. After all, this was his closest big brother. Kakashi reached out to take the tissue Hinata offered, thanking her in a very kind manner, his tone lazy. Hinata, her face slightly flushed, replied with "You're welcome," wanting to defend Naruto, but unable to find the words. Kakashi noticed her expression and her hesitance, thinking, it seems Hinata, who hasn't been able to escape Naruto's verbal tricks, is still a bit too timid. He then turned his gaze to Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 187. Hinata, don't faint. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were dressed in familiar outfits, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's finally beginning, the origin of everything. The fusion with that remnant soul allowed him to know Naruto and Sasuke's future destinies and the burdens they would carry over a decade in advance, giving him ample time to strengthen his own abilities, making the stir he could create as a butterfly grow greater. With Kakashi's own strength increasing, he finally gained the confidence and capital to change many things. He ensured that Naruto would not spend his childhood in solitude, and that Sasuke would not lose his clan overnight. For this day, for the day the wheel of fate began to turn, he had prepared day by day for over a decade. Now, Naruto and Sasuke finally appear before him, standing in front of him with a familiar yet unfamiliar appearance and aura. How could Kakashi not feel as if the cruise ship he was on had finally started moving after waiting for hours? But was this sweet fruit of hardship? No, the real battle has just begun. Chop, chop, chop. In the distance, Kakashi seemed to hear the sound of gears starting to turn, a brand new wheel of destiny that he had changed. Recalling his thoughts, Kakashi glanced at the three little ones who stood up and left their seats. Sorry, I just got lost on my life path. Don't interrupt. Save your words for later. Now you all go up to the rooftop, and I will be waiting for you there. Kakashi lazily called out, then transformed into a puff of smoke. It turned out to be a shadow clone. No wonder he wasn't afraid of the dust from the eraser. Sasuke realized Hinata, in surprise, while Naruto squinted his eyes, looking like a fox. On the rooftop of the ninja school, Kakashi leaned against the railing with his hands in his pockets, looking at the three little ones, and said, "Let's start with self-introductions. I'll give you a demonstration first. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, Jonin of Konoha, and I don't want to tell you my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, I don't have one. All right, now it's your turn. Who goes first? Naruto? Huh? Naruto exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Kakashi would let him introduce himself first. But do I really need to introduce myself in front of people I know? My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become Hokage. What I like is the fish that Kakashi and Ai makes. And I love the Ichiraku ramen that Kakashi and Ai and Irika Sensei treat me to. As for what I hate, I guess I don't really have anything I particularly hate. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Not a waste of raising. Next is Sasuke. Sasuke, under the pressure of Fugaku, although similar to other Uchiha in personality with a unique coolness, did not resemble the vengeful Sasuke Kakashi remembered, who always had his arms crossed. Perhaps influenced by Naruto, Sasuke exuded a faintly cheerful and youthful vibe, though this brightness would not yet be revealed in front of Kakashi and Hinata. He introduced himself. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. My hobby is training to become stronger. What I hate are traitors, and my dream is to personally capture my brother, the traitor Uchiha, Itachi. Kakashi thought, if Itachi hadn't defected, Sasuke's favorite would probably be training together with his brother. Although he felt a bit guilty towards Sasuke, seeing him so motivated and determined, Kakashi chose to cast that guilt aside. Sasuke's current state was quite good, neither lacking in the pursuit of power nor blinded by hatred like the Sasuke in the manga. Alright, last one. Hinata, thinking she was being discreet, glanced at Naruto, her face turning red, her two index fingers poking at each other as she quietly said, My dream is. Hinata stammered for a long time without managing to say a complete sentence. Kakashi couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed that with Naruto beside her, it was too difficult to get her to express her dreams. On the side, Sasuke appeared unfazed. After so many years of being classmates and knowing Naruto for a long time, he could tell that Hinata had special feelings for Naruto. Only Naruto, as foolish as a pig, couldn't see Hinata's affection for him, treating her like a shy boyfriend, which made Sasuke want to laugh. Sure enough, seeing Hinata stuttering and unable to speak, Naruto, in a panic, leaned in front of her, seriously encouraging her with a fist. Hinata, it's okay. Just say it out loud. It's just a self-introduction. Then Hinata's face turned bright red. Steam seemed to emit from her head, and she fainted, showcasing her status as Konoha's #1 steam princess to Kakashi. Seeing Hinata suddenly faint, Naruto hurried to take her to the infirmary, turning to Kakashi for help. As if to say, hey, look at me, Kakashi shook his head helplessly and continued directing. Naruto, carry her to the big tree over there. She might be suffering from heat stroke. Okay. Naruto obediently picked Hinata up in a princess carry and placed her in a shaded spot nearby. Taking advantage of Naruto carrying Hinata, Kakashi turned to Sasuke and said, tomorrow morning at 6, meet at the Konoha training field. Although you have passed the graduation exam at school, I still have an exam for you. If you don't pass, you will be sent back to the ninja school to repeat. So remember, don't be late and don't eat breakfast. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi vanished on the spot. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. Was that the body flicker technique? Zulfust. Just as Naruto had set Hinata down, he heard Kakashi's voice, turned to look, but found no trace of Kakashi on the rooftop, and asked Sasuke, who was still coolly sitting there. Sasuke, where did Kakashi and Ai go? What did he just say? Sasuke had no choice but to walk over to Naruto. After all, the Jonin had said something and then left, so he had to relay the new instructions to his two teammates. Then Naruto erupted in a hysterical, nearly broken shout. Why is there still another exam? Kakashi and Ai has betrayed me. With a glance at the startled birds that flew away, Sasuke twitched the corner of his mouth, as if he understood the reason why Kakashi had hurriedly left and asked him to convey the orders. Hinata, who was awakened by Naruto's shout, opened her eyes to see Naruto's tall figure beside her, and her face turned red before she fainted again. Fortunately, Hyuga Hizashi did not witness this scene. Chapter 188. It's a drill. Early the next morning, Naruto and the others arrived at the Konoha training ground early to wait. At this point, Naruto was still pouting because Kakashi hadn't told him anything last night and just left him to guess. Even if Kakashi doesn't tell me about the drill, I can still pass the test. I will definitely prove myself with my strength. Naruto shouted to the sky as if making a vow, and beside him came a faint voice of support. I believe in you, Naruto-kun. It was Hinata speaking, but Naruto seemed a bit hard of hearing. He said, huh? And wanted to move closer to let Hinata say it again. Fortunately, Sasuke quickly stopped him. He didn't want his teammate to faint before the competition even started. Naruto, who was pulled back by Sasuke, wasn't angry. With a few words, Sasuke redirected his attention. And then Sasuke began to discuss their abilities and information about Kakashi in a voice loud enough for all three of them to hear. Of course, he mainly spoke for Hinata, as she was the only one present who knew nothing about Kakashi. Sasuke had grown up in an environment where the Uchiha and Konoha cooperated harmoniously, so he valued teamwork among teammates. After some chit-chat, Naruto ended up contributing the most information, such as that Kakashi's spring and autumn actually contained the paradise of affection, or that Kakashi was skilled in taijutsu close combat. Oh, so Kakashi is actually that kind of person? Hinata and Sasuke were enlightened, especially Sasuke. When he went home last night, he asked his father about Kakashi. But his father only told him that Kakashi had once been the head of the village's Umbu and was extremely powerful. When Sasuke curiously asked who was stronger, Kakashi or his father Fugaku, Fugaku just patted his shoulder and walked away without answering. This only made Sasuke more curious about Kakashi. Who was stronger, his father or this Kakashi-sensei? Why did Naruto's introduction make him feel that this guiding Jonin was somewhat unreliable? Before long, while Naruto was still chattering, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind them. A large hand had already grasped Naruto's throat without him realizing it. Naruto suddenly felt a chill behind him, as if a familiar killing intent was enveloping him. He awkwardly turned around and saw Kakashi with one eye already open, a cold light flashing at the corner of his eye. Damn, if he didn't come soon, Naruto's big mouth would have leaked all his secrets. Naruto, I'm just kidding. Actually, I've already revealed half of your secrets. The only thing left is that I'll defeat you with my seduction technique. Seeing Hinata looking scared, Kakashi quickly retracted his intimidating demeanor. It wouldn't be good to frighten the kids or the flowers and plants. As for Naruto, Kakashi had already thought of a way to fix his loose lips. Soon, with a shout of assembly, the three of them lined up in front of Kakashi. Kakashi took out 2 bells. The survival drill he was going to conduct was an old tradition of Team 7. Grab the bells. Kakashi said in a flat tone. You all see the 2 bells in my hand. Today's survival drill is, you must grab these 2 bells from me. Kakashi-sensei, there are 3 of us, but you only have 2 bells. How we divide that? Naruto was the first to raise his hand and ask. Kakashi chuckled lightly and said, don't rush, I haven't finished. The ones who fail to grab a bell 1T get lunch and will be sent back to the Ninja Academy to repeat the year. Kakashi paused, giving the 3 of them a moment to process, then continued. Furthermore, the other 2 are not allowed to give their lunch to the one who didn't grab a bell. If found out, all 3 of you will have to go back to the Ninja Academy to repeat the year. At this point, Kakashi showed a chilling expression, which made Naruto and the others tense up. But before they could voice any doubts, Kakashi shouted, now the drill begins. Oh, and you'd better come with the determination to kill me. Otherwise, you won't find a chance of winning. Kakashi's tone was so calm yet so assured that Naruto also stopped his playful thoughts and furrowed his brow, as did the other 2. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata exchanged glances and decided to start acting according to their earlier plan for cooperation. Sasuke was the first to strike, throwing several shurikens and kunai at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged them leisurely, but Sasuke quickly threw again, changing the trajectory of the shurikens to attack from Kakashi's back and side. However, Kakashi was well aware of the wire that Sasuke had attached to his shurikens. With a few deft dodges, Kakashi evaded all the kunai and shurikens. But Sasuke's intention was merely to limit Kakashi's movement and attract his attention, in order to create an opportunity for Naruto and Hinata to attack. In the next moment, a cloud of smoke erupted around them, and dozens of Narutos charged at Kakashi, shouting. This was Naruto's first battle drill against Kakashi since learning the multiple shadow clone technique. So he was very eager to see if his shadow clones could give Kakashi even a little trouble. However, in the face of the huge gap in strength numbers, at most, they were just distractions to make the battlefield look lively. Kakashi calmly pulled out a book and opened it, then began to deal with Naruto's many shadow clones. He stood still, merely throwing punches and kicking legs, causing numerous Narutos to collide with various points of his attacks. Naruto's moves had already been completely seen through. While Sasuke waited for an opportunity and observed Kakashi's movements, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, as the number of Narutos on the field gradually decreased. At the moment Kakashi turned his back, one of the Narutos suddenly changed his technique and launched a genuine, gentle fist attack. Hearing the sudden change in the wind behind him, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, finally willing to make a move? Not bad. However, Hinata's gentle fist was still too immature. Kakashi merely pushed his hand back and led Hinata away, sending her crashing onto another Naruto. Seeing that Hinata and Naruto's coordination had failed, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Naruto, Hinata, quickly get back." Without thinking further, Naruto grabbed Hinata and quickly ran away, while Kakashi remained in place, watching Sasuke finish his seals. Chapter 189. Whose good person drill is this? Directly 1,000 years of killing. Flames appeared just a few centimeters in front of Sasuke's mouth, quickly forming a fireball over a meter in diameter that rolled toward Kakashi. Kakashi was hit squarely by the fireball, which turned into a wooden stump the moment it struck. Dropping to the ground, the blazing flames quickly turned the stump to ashes, and Sasuke quickly ran to join Naruto and Hinata, and the three gathered again. This time, with Fugaku's guidance, Hinata from the Hyuga clan, and Naruto under Kakashi's instruction, the three naturally formed a defensive formation, alert to their surroundings. Naruto warily said, "Using the body replacement technique is Kakashi-sensei's usual trick. Don't let your guard down." Hinata's face was very red, but she still insisted on continuing to lean against Naruto. Even for Naruto, she had to persevere. She couldn't faint. She couldn't faint. Hinata silently chanted in her heart. This was her first time wanting to fight for someone else. Sasuke was also surprised that Hinata hadn't fainted yet, but this was clearly not the time to think about that. He quickly opened his Sharingan and scanned the surroundings. Kakashi had not appeared in their line of sight for several seconds. "Hinata, where is he?" Sasuke shouted loudly. Hinata immediately pointed in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi, back within Hinata's Byakugan range, glanced at Hinata, whose face was flushed but who had not transformed into a steam princess. He couldn't help but look at Naruto next to her with satisfaction. Is this Naruto's charm? He can actually make Hinata keep fighting. Well, I've been found out. It seems this is the limit of Hinata's Byakugan range. No, enough talking. That brat Naruto revealed my secret. We must settle this today, just as Hinata pointed. And then Sasuke and Naruto both stupidly looked over. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared above the three of them. They didn't even have a chance to react before Kakashi pushed them away, causing Sasuke and Hinata to lose their balance and fall forward. Hinata unconsciously exited the Byakugan state and hurriedly turned to look at Kakashi, only to see him squatting behind the staggering Naruto, hands forming the terrifying tiger seal. Sasuke glared at Naruto with his Sharingan and also saw Kakashi's tiger seal, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Is he joking? How could he possibly use such an attack-type jutsu on Naruto? Forgetting his own stumbling steps, Sasuke urgently shouted, "Naruto, get out of the way." But it was too late. Kakashi suddenly jabbed his finger upwards towards Naruto's critical area. At that moment, Sasuke's words were only halfway out when Naruto instinctively looked at Sasuke, and his peripheral vision naturally caught sight of Kakashi. Then, Naruto's face instantly turned purple like liver. And then he screamed in pain as he flew into the sky, tracing a perfect arc. Sasuke felt like he had sweated out all the cold sweat from the past 10 years. How could he witness such a horrific scene? His Sharingan. Hinata's face immediately showed concern, but she surprisingly regained her balance before Sasuke and turned around to launch a set of gentle fist attacks at Kakashi. This was partly because Kakashi had used less force on Hinata, but it was also related to the unique gentle fist system of the Hyuga clan, which is based on overcoming hardness with softness and has its own understanding of body balance. However, under her worry for Naruto and dissatisfaction with Kakashi, Hinata executed a somewhat decent set of gentle fist techniques, but unfortunately, she was too weak, having not learned any profound gentle fist methods, while Kakashi was too strong. So, after easily fending off all of Hinata's attacks, Kakashi suddenly disappeared from sight and knocked Hinata out with one blow. Just then, Sasuke, who had his Sharingan activated, rushed in front of Kakashi. Kakashi secretly shook his head. The formation was in disarray. After all, they were still students. A little pressure was enough to collapse their cooperation. However, they still understood teamwork, and their strength was passable. Ending the playful thoughts, Kakashi suddenly formed several seals and cast a genjutsu that immobilized Sasuke in place, then pulled out several threads to bind him tightly. Kakashi then went over to Naruto, who was still lying on the ground, drooling and half dead, clearly looking like he had been messed up. Kakashi clicked his tongue and carried Naruto back to where Sasuke and Hinata were. Since Naruto was the first to be out, he ended up tied to a stump without food. When Naruto woke up, he began to scream. Although he had suffered a heavy blow, it was clearly not enough to crush his fighting spirit and indomitable will. Sasuke and Hinata sat silently beside him without saying a word. Sasuke felt a bit frustrated about his weakness, while Hinata, who could guess a girl's thoughts? Kakashi calmly scanned the three of them and made a rough judgment in his mind. With the multiple shadow clones, Naruto seemed to be the strongest of the three. But since I haven't taught him any jutsu yet, the outcome against Sasuke, who clearly had some Uchiha fire jutsu mastery, was still uncertain. The strengths of these two had probably reached the level of elite ninjas, but they lacked a bit of experience. As for Hinata, her strength was still greater than that of most genin, but that was about it. Her personality was the biggest factor affecting her ability to unleash her true strength. Overall, the performance of the three was commendable. Naruto was no longer just rushing forward blindly, thanks to Kakashi's own teachings. Sasuke had the support of his parents and the stimulation from his brother, making him much stronger than in the original timeline. And Hinata had gained some fighting courage for Naruto. Not bad, not bad. Ignoring the chattering Naruto, Kakashi cleared his throat and said to the three, "It's about time. Let's have breakfast first. Remember what I said? You can't give Naruto any food, or the three of you will go back to school together. By the way, I'm satisfied with your performance. You'll get another chance this afternoon. Naruto, be ready to be hungry until the afternoon." Naruto's tears almost flowed down like noodles. Looking at Kakashi's cunning smile and recalling the terrifying 1,000-year kill, he couldn't guess that this was Kakashi's revenge for his big mouth. Naruto, very perceptively, pleaded, "Kakashi-sensei, I'm sorry. I won't reveal your secrets anymore." Kakashi smiled slightly, his eyes forming crescent shapes, and walked away without saying a word. "No, Kakashi-sensei, don't go. How can I live without you? I'm sorry." Chapter 190. Begin instruction and training. Kakashi concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing the movements over there. Some might think his repeated tests were unnecessary, but the deeper purpose was to highlight the theme of teamwork. Even though Naruto and the others had developed a preliminary team collaboration, Kakashi still felt it was insufficient. He wanted to conduct one last test, planting a seed of valuing comradeship deep in their hearts, which could also be seen as a subtle psychological suggestion. Now that both Teacher Minato and Mother Kushina were absent, Kakashi felt it was necessary to keep a close watch. After all, this seventh team, which he had disrupted by changing a member, was Naruto's one-man, one-woman team. Would anyone else receive such treatment? Soon, a scene that satisfied Kakashi appeared in his view. Both Sasuke and Hinata almost simultaneously extended their hands, offering the lunchboxes they had taken a few bites from Naruto. However, their expressions and demeanor were completely different. Sasuke had a proud look on his face while Hinata's face was blushing, but she persisted without fainting. The only thing they had in common was probably the hands and lunchboxes they presented to Naruto. Naruto looked shocked at first, then filled with emotion. He moved his bound hands slightly and attempted to say a few words. Sasuke had no choice but to get up and feed Naruto some rice balls, while Hinata hesitated to step forward, feeling shy. If she were to feed Naruto, she was afraid she would faint before the food even reached his mouth. Seeing Naruto eat a few bites, Kakashi knew it was time for him to take the stage. Boom! Just as Naruto was happily eating, a huge cloud of smoke suddenly erupted in front of him. At the elite Nin of Konoha, Kakashi made a dazzling appearance. "You dare to violate my rules." Kakashi glared at Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata with a grim expression. The blush on Hinata's face instantly faded, replaced by a terrified pallor. Sasuke also furrowed his brow nervously at Kakashi, while Naruto became the most relaxed of the group, as he believed that Kakashi wouldn't really do anything to him. In a way, this could be considered the privilege of being favored, always feeling secure. Just Kakashi's presence alone was enough to render the three of them completely immobile under the terrifying pressure. Under such oppressive circumstances, Kakashi said coldly, "You three, all of you." Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others immediately showed expressions of despair and indignation. Naruto shouted loudly, "But we are one unit. We are a three-man team, and we should fight together as three people. Didn't you tell me that before?" Sasuke's expression changed suddenly as he understood Kakashi's true intention. Nodding in agreement with Naruto, Hinata, simply following what Naruto said, also nodded vigorously. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's expression suddenly shifted from dark to bright, and he said appreciatively, "You three have passed." Sure enough, Nanny? Two incredulous exclamations rang out, with Naruto's voice being the loudest. Kakashi straightened up and smiled as he quoted Obito's famous saying, "In the ninja world, those who don't follow the rules are trash. But those who don't value their comrades are even worse than trash." Naruto's eyes changed. Kakashi, who was clearly an adult who loved to read adult novels, radiated a certain brilliance at this moment. Sasuke and Hinata also took this to heart. Since they had all passed the exercise and the test, Team 7 was officially formed. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, said, "Meet at the photo studio this afternoon, not at the Happy Photo Studio, but at the Peace Photo Studio." Don't get wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi vanished from the spot. After taking photos in the afternoon, Kakashi treated them to a barbecue. The money he earned from some new research and development projects over the past few years made him quite wealthy, not to mention his books were still bestsellers. So treating Naruto and the others to a barbecue was not a problem for him. At the dining table, Kakashi broke away from his usual aloof persona, continuously serving food to the three. When Hinata politely said she couldn't eat anymore, Kakashi ignored her. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Hinata had a huge appetite. She just felt shy about eating her fill normally. Kakashi thought carefully. Perhaps it was because she wasn't eating enough that Hinata seemed so weak. After all, if one doesn't have enough to eat, they lack strength and can't look their best. Kakashi hoped that Hinata could develop well in the future and strive for a Tensigen to combat Otsutsuki. So, laying a solid foundation for Hinata's health now was particularly important. It's impressive that Hinata could grow so big despite malnutrition, just like how Kakashi could still reach 81 meters while using his Sharingan every day. After all, maintaining the Sharingan daily is not much different from flying regularly. Ordinary people wouldn't grow taller if they flew every day. And Kakashi maintaining the Sharingan daily means his chakra reserves wouldn't grow, meaning his potential could be reduced from a possible 9 to just 6 at best, lowering his upper limit. Back to the point. In the following 2 months, Kakashi took Naruto and the others to do some D-rank missions, like weeding the fields, naturally. Mimicking Master Roshi's methods, Kakashi insisted that they use their hands and feet for farming. Although the presence of chakra meant these tasks wouldn't significantly improve the three, any improvement was better than none. Chakra can enhance the human body. Even a low-ranked ninja with chakra can easily handle multiple ordinary people like bandits, starting their combat power at around 9 to 10 points. Climbing trees and walking on water were skills Team 7 had already learned back in the Ninja Academy. So Kakashi could only choose to teach them ninjutsu. Sasuke, being the second heir of the Uchiha clan, had no shortage of resources for fire release techniques. So Kakashi began teaching him some simple lightning release techniques. As for Hinata, since her chakra nature was also fire and lightning, Kakashi could conveniently teach both her and Sasuke together. As for Hayashi blocking this? Nonsense. Kakashi boldly declared he would teach Hinata ninjutsu. Which member of the Hyuga clan would dare to challenge him? Did they want to see one person take on an entire clan? On the other hand, Naruto presented some challenges. It was unclear who he inherited this from, but Naruto couldn't learn any ninjutsu with over 5 hand signs, which left Kakashi, who had mastered thousands of ninjutsu, somewhat exasperated. If the timing had been right, Kakashi would have even considered teaching him the Rasengan. Nonetheless, Kakashi managed to find a few wind release techniques with 3 or 4 hand signs to teach Naruto. Before teaching Naruto, however, Kakashi needed to address one issue first: the influence of the Nine Tails on Naruto's chakra. Chapter 191. Seeking the Nine Tails, Kakashi took Naruto to a quiet, secluded place. The reason he hadn't addressed Naruto's chakra control issues in previous years was twofold. Firstly, Naruto's mental strength wasn't sufficient back then, and he was too young. Suddenly bringing him to meet a monster could scare a child. Secondly, Kakashi had his own selfish reasons. He wanted to use Naruto's lack of chakra control as a way to temper his pride. Under Kakashi's guidance, Naruto's physical skills were unmatched in the Ninja Academy, and even some Chunin couldn't defeat him with just physical techniques. To prevent Naruto from getting carried away and developing an attitude of Kakashi-sensei, I'm number 2. Kakashi deliberately imposed restrictions on Naruto's chakra control. However, now that Naruto had become a ninja and would soon accompany them on missions involving battles and life-or-death situations, It was time to resolve Naruto's chakra control issues. Kakashi-sensei, why did you bring me here? Naruto asked curiously, looking around. Haven't you always been troubled by your chakra control issues? I'm bringing you here today to help you solve that problem, Kakashi said lazily. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Kakashi-sensei? So that means I can learn a lot of ninjutsu soon? Hee. I can't wait to see what Sasuke uses to compete with me. Naruto Uzumaki will finally be able to surpass that guy Sasuke in ninjutsu. Ha ha ha. Kakashi facepalmed and waved his hand to stop Naruto's daydreaming, raising his hand to adjust his forehead protector. There's no time to waste. We should get started quickly, or who knows what Naruto will start imagining. Kakashi opened his Sharingan, and the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan erupted. Naruto's eyes became dazed, and all he could remember was that crimson eye. Drip, drip. In the dim sewer, water dripped continuously from above. Naruto opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings in confusion, completely unaware of why he was there. Yet, a voice kept urging him to walk forward through the water. Turning a corner, a massive cage suddenly appeared before him. This is the cage sealing the Nine Tails. A familiar voice came from behind Naruto, and he turned back in surprise, feeling a rush of relief. Hearing Kakashi's voice now was undoubtedly a reassuring anchor for him. Kakashi-sensei, do you know where this is? Kakashi nodded and explained to Naruto. Do you remember a few years ago when villagers said you were the Nine-Tails Fox? Naruto nodded silently. Of course. He wouldn't forget that period. If it weren't for Kakashi coming to take care of him and clarifying the rumors about him, he might have ended up living under such rumors for several more years. This is the Nine Tails sealed within you. Of course, it's not entirely accurate to call him a demon fox. He is the Nine Tails among the nine-tailed beasts. As for his name, you can ask him yourself. Kakashi softened his tone and introduced the Nine Tails to Naruto word by word. Listening to Kakashi's introduction, Naruto looked at the large orange fox in the cage, eyes tightly shut and not saying a word, with a complex expression. So, who sealed such a huge fox inside my body? Naruto's heart was filled with immense confusion as he asked Kakashi. Kakashi, however, did not answer Naruto's question immediately. Instead, he looked at the Nine Tails, who had been silent and ignoring them since just now, with a puzzled expression. The Nine Tails, so quiet? Shouldn't he be shouting about tearing both himself and Naruto apart? Oh no, he should be tearing himself apart and then tricking Naruto into breaking the seal, right? Kakashi had been talking to Naruto for a few minutes, yet the Nine Tails still hadn't said a word. Is this reasonable? Hey. This Nine Tails guy isn't going to die out of nowhere, right? Damn it, don't die yet. Unsure of the situation, Kakashi raised his hand to pat Naruto's head to signal him to be quiet, then took a couple of steps forward and shouted loudly, "Hello, Nine Tails?" There was no response. The Nine Tails didn't even lift an eyelid. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of its body, Kakashi would really think the Nine Tails was dead. Perhaps emboldened by his skill, Kakashi walked directly to the edge of the cage and even reached one hand into the cage, but the Nine Tails remained indifferent. Kakashi frowned slightly. Something was off, very off. Kurama? Kakashi chose to go all out and call the Nine Tails by name. If the Nine Tails was really awake, he would surely be shocked by this call and reveal a flaw. Sure enough, shortly after Kakashi shouted his name, the Nine Tails opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi and Naruto, filled with shock and confusion. How do you know my name, human? How did you enter this space? The Nine Tails paused as he saw the special pattern in Kakashi's left eye and felt the powerful chakra contained within that eye. Shock and disgust appeared on the Nine Tails fox face. He really disliked that eye. But how could this person in front of him possess an eye on par with that of Uchiha Madara? The Nine Tails was certain that Kakashi's eye was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as the chakra it subtly revealed was of almost the same quality and quantity as that of Madara during their fight at the Valley of the End. The Nine Tails instinctively bared his teeth as a warning, his eyes filled with seriousness. Human, what do you want with me? Kakashi noticed the Nine Tails' vigilance and apprehension and didn't intend to leave him with a bad impression, especially since Naruto was still there. So he calmly said, "Knowing your name was an unexpected gain. As for why I'm here, it's to have a talk with you. I have nothing to talk about with you humans. I'm not interested in what you want to discuss at all. Don't say that. This person behind me is the new generation of Jinchuriki. Due to your influence, he easily makes mistakes in some subtle chakra control, and I hope you could try to reduce the impact of your chakra." Before Kakashi could finish, he was interrupted by the Nine Tails. I won't take the blame for that. Weak chakra control is that little brat's own problem. My influence on him is minimal. Even so, your chakra does indeed have a real impact on him. While Naruto can learn to climb trees and walk on water normally, he finds it very easy to be affected by you when learning some jutsu that require more precise chakra control. And that's a fact. Chapter 192. Single dog should not go out today. What I mean is, I hope Lord Ninetales can reduce the chakra you are leaking. This will benefit Naruto in learning jutsu. If Naruto's strength increases, it will also be less likely for you to suddenly die one day, won't it? Kakashi continued. A cold glint flashed in the Ninetales' eyes. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just stating the facts. If Lord Ninetales is unwilling, then I can only reinforce the seal, but that would be a last resort. If possible, I still hope you can get along well with Naruto. In the future, you will definitely not regret being good to him. Kakashi spoke with great certainty, as if he had a firm grasp on the Ninetales. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales scoffed, seemingly wanting to ask Kakashi where he got this confidence. But seeing the natural confidence radiating from him, the Ninetales couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and annoyance. So mockingly said, "Oh, then let's make a bet and see if I will regret it. The stake will be your life." When saying this, the Ninetales thought darkly, "Whether or not I regret, it is entirely up to me. When the time comes, if I insist, I regret it. What can you do about it?" Kakashi was caught off guard. He hadn't expected the Ninetales to propose such a bet. Well, who said this bet wasn't good? Why not gamble with him? For now, he just needed to stabilize the Ninetales, and later when Naruto and the Ninetales reconciled, he would reveal his identity as Ashura, and the Ninetales would have no way to regret. Even if the Ninetales stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, he wouldn't really think that Kakashi's only reliance was this left eye, would he? Just looking at his current defensive power, once the lightning armor was activated, the Ninetales' air-splitting claws couldn't break through his defense at all. Moreover, beneath the lightning armor, he also had a layer of protection formed by gathered chakra. Thus, Kakashi responded nonchalantly, saying, "A bet should have a time limit. 5 years. If you regret today's decision after 5 years, then I will willingly accept my death." Good. The Ninetales finally showed a bit of schadenfreude, not expecting this human to dare to bet with him. Ha ha. Just like that, after the bet ends, he would find a chance to kill this guy in front of him, of course, before he lifted his forehead protector. In that case, there would be no eyes in the world that could threaten him. I'm such a genius fox. As for whether he could kill this guy in front of him, the Ninetales didn't believe that this Kakashi Hitaki was the second Uchiha Madara or Hashirama Senju. Both of them were in favor of this bet, but Naruto, who had been listening, was unhappy. Naruto stood up with a serious and angry expression. "I absolutely do not agree with this ridiculous bet." The Ninetales shot an unhappy look at Naruto, while Kakashi was initially surprised. Then a realization dawned on him. "TCH, it seems I've made a mistake." Kakashi felt a bit helpless. He had been too focused on dealing with the Ninetales and completely forgot that Naruto would never allow someone he recognized to gamble their life with others. Sure enough, the next moment, Naruto spoke with determination. "Hey, Big Fox, although I don't fully understand what's going on, and I don't know why you are sealed inside me, I do know one thing. Since you are now in my body, I am your landlord. No matter what happens, it's between you and me. Even without you restraining your chakra, I can still learn jutsu to defeat all enemies. As for whether you will regret it or not, as long as you recognize me, you won't be able to regret it, right? I am now notifying you as the landlord that the bet between you and Kakashi-sensei is hereby concluded. This is a matter between me and the Ninetales, and I do not allow you to involve Kakashi-sensei." This statement rang out firmly, causing Kakashi to show a hint of emotion in his eyes. Naruto, he seemed to have overlooked something, which is that Naruto is a person with his own personality. Although he is still young, the foundation of protecting his companions and cherishing those around him has already taken root deep within his heart. Although the bet with the Ninetales started with good intentions, it neglected Naruto's own thoughts. In short, the child has grown up and it's time to let go a bit. After finishing that passionate speech, Naruto suddenly showed a puzzled expression on his face. He raised his finger to scratch his mouth corner and looked up to ask, "By the way, what is your name?" "As the landlord, I can't not know your name." The Ninetales chuckled, somewhat surprised that Naruto would ask for his name. Thus, in a moment of mixed emotions, he didn't mind Naruto's rudeness and self-importance too much. The Ninetales snorted and said, "Kid, you're not worthy to know my name. Hurry up and get out." In the next moment, both of their consciousnesses were pushed out of the ceiling space by the Ninetales. Naruto couldn't resist, and Kakashi had no intention of resisting. Naruto was right. The Ninetales should be dealt with by Naruto himself. Rushing to intervene would only affect the development of their relationship. Don't you see how in the original work, Naruto fought for the Eight Tails power to seize the Nine Tails chakra, and the Nine Tails got furious? Dealing with a proud and stubborn creature like the Ninetales is something Naruto has the most experience with, right? Kakashi put his forehead protector back on and saw Naruto staring at him intently, making him sweat inexplicably. Haha, let us start learning ninjutsu. Kakashi attempted to change the topic. However, Naruto said seriously, Kakashi brother, don't do such things anymore. Just for some chakra issues. You put your life on the line as a bet. I will never accept such things. You are my only family in this world. Naruto, don't worry. Such things won't happen again, Kakashi promised solemnly. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales snorted. Having been sealed and unable to move like a dog for decades, it was the first time someone asked for his name. It truly troubled the fox's heart. Since the bet was not carried out, the Ninetales naturally wouldn't care about the chakra it had leaked out. However, the four-symbol seal that transformed its chakra didn't have a particularly huge impact on Naruto. In the following 2 months, Kakashi continuously took Team 7 on tasks like weeding and farming, and he also asked the task initiators to give Naruto and the others some appropriate praise and recognition. Especially Hinata. Hinata had spent her first 12 years in cautious and subtle ways, and Kakashi's actions aimed to help her gain a bit more confidence. The days passed like this. Chapter 193. C-Rank Mission. After 2 months of training, the 3 members of Team 7 had made some progress in strength and stamina. At least for Naruto and Sasuke, their abilities could be considered outstanding among the elite Chunin. However, their combat experience was still relatively lacking. Of course, compared to the first time Krillin participated in the martial arts tournament, they were much stronger. In response to this phenomenon, Kakashi decided to take Team 7 on a C-Rank mission. However, Kakashi wasn't sure if this C-Rank mission was truly a C-Rank mission because escorting Dazna from the land of waves back to his country and protecting him until the bridge was completed. The mission scroll stated this clearly. Kakashi hadn't expected that the task would ultimately fall to them. He also didn't know if they would encounter Zabuza and Haku again. He had heard from Shino that Haku had already been promoted to Chunin, and the two of them had refused a regular 3-person team, often executing tasks together. Kakashi's thoughts were racing, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, Naruto was completely excited at this moment. He couldn't help but dance in front of the 3rd Hokage, exclaiming, 2 months. Grandpa, do you know how I spent these 2 months? Finally, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am going to take on a C-Rank mission. Sasuke remained calm, while Hinata appeared somewhat hesitant, unsure if she could really handle this C-Rank escort mission. The 3rd Hokage looked at the excited Naruto with a loving expression, then turned his gaze to Kakashi. A glimmer of certainty flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and the 3rd Hokage felt completely at ease. It seemed that in Kakashi's judgment, all 3 of them had the strength to complete a C-Rank mission. The 3rd Hokage's eyes sparkled, feeling even more at ease. Konoha village was indeed thriving, with the younger generation led by Kakashi and the 3 elite Jonin, Kakashi, Shursui, and Guy, along with the Umbus Tenzo, Asuma leading teams, and a host of Uchiha ninjas. The younger generation also had promising talents like Naruto and Sasuke growing robustly. The 3rd Hokage could almost envision how strong Konoha would become in the next 20 years, making the other 4 great nations hardly a threat. Thinking of this made the 3rd Hokage almost laugh out loud. He quickly composed himself and called out to the door, Mr. Dazna, you can come in now. The door opened, and an old man walked in carrying a bottle of alcohol. Upon seeing that the ones assigned to execute the task were just a few kids, he immediately broke down, questioning, can these kids really protect me? Hearing this, Naruto was about to argue with the slightly tipsy old man, but Sasuke quickly pulled him back. Although he was also annoyed that Dazna looked down on them, he knew that it was best to leave such matters to Kakashi-sensei, as Kakashi was the main person responsible for this mission, and the 3 of them could only be considered as helpers or, more appropriately, bodyguards. Sure enough, Kakashi, standing with his hands in his pockets, spoke up, Mr. Dazna, please rest assured. Although my 3 disciples are young, they are more than capable of protecting you until your bridge is completed, as long as the mission level you issued is correct. Dazna stopped speaking and instinctively took a sip of alcohol, saying, then I'll trouble you. Please make sure to protect me. After Team 7 left, the 3rd Hokage chuckled softly, took a deep puff from his pipe, and then secretly took out his crystal ball from the cabinet. Next was relaxation time. Nardy time. It's not like anyone would be curious about what thrilling sights the 3rd Hokage would see in the crystal ball, so we will set that aside for now. Meanwhile, an hour later, the members of Team 7 had packed their things and were waiting at the village entrance for assembly. Yoshi, ahem, Naruto shouted excitedly. This was his first time leaving the village in 12 years. Hinata's eyes were filled with Naruto her expression gentle, and a smile graced her lips. Sasuke leaned coolly against the door with his arms crossed, saying nothing. Kakashi, with a backpack on, suddenly appeared next to Naruto, placing a large hand on his blonde head. He raised his voice a bit and said to everyone, "All right, everyone is here. Let us set off." In a certain sea area, Naruto Uzumaki was sitting upright on a ship. He had been training abroad for the past few years and was returning to the ninja world today. From today on, I no longer need to hide behind puppets. With my current fully developed Uzumaki physique, I can certainly rival the Senju Hashirama of my time. Vortex Doan was very confident. With a body similar to that of Hashirama, along with various sealing techniques and other skills he mastered, he had long since surpassed the 5 great nations Kage. Next, he just needed to wait for Nagato and the Akatsuki to accumulate enough funds, and then he could start capturing the tailed beasts, right? Once he had captured all the tailed beasts, he could. While Vortex Doan was pondering his next move, a sealing symbol on his wrist flickered slightly. This was a communication sealing symbol he had left for Nagato when he departed years ago. After Nagato learned it, he had imprinted this item on all Akatsuki members' hands. This message was sent to all members with this sealing symbol. Huh, Nagato? Vortex Doan slid his finger across the symbol, and a secret message came through. There is a wealthy tycoon named Kato in the Land of Waves, rumored to possess wealth rivaling that of a nation. If they could seize his funds, the tailed beast capture plan could begin ahead of schedule. Nagato sent this message intending to dispatch a group of Akatsuki members to apprehend Kato and transfer all his funds back to the Akatsuki. After some thought, Vortex Doan realized that the ship he was piloting was not too far from the Land of Waves, so it wouldn't hurt to make a detour. He then wrote on his wrist, "Pain, I'll go handle it." Far away in the Rain Village, Nagato was taken aback, clearly not expecting Vortex Doan to volunteer to go. However, he agreed, if that guy was going, it would be foolproof. In the black market, Kakuzu was surprised that someone was stealing his job. He had wanted to go himself. Money, after all, was a lot of cash. Which member dared to steal his job? Didn't they know that Kakuzu loved to take on tasks related to money? Oomph. Haiden, let's go to the Land of Waves, Kakuzu said, clutching the money he had just exchanged at the bounty trading post, calling to the bored Haiden beside him. That's right. He had just encountered a bounty target in the black market and casually decapitated the guy to exchange for some money. Chapter 194. The initial performance of Team 7 Haiden had been partnered with the elder Kakuzu for some time and naturally understood why he wanted to go to the Land of Waves. He rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and helplessness, shouldering his scythe and following Kakuzu. Seriously, having to run such a long way to the Land of Waves. Kakuzu's brow twitched, interrupting, "Stop whining. Since that Kato is rich enough to rival a nation, he must have many bodyguards around him. There will be plenty of people for you to perform the ritual on." Upon hearing this, Haiden's discontent eased. Well, as long as someone could perform the death goddess ritual for him, that was fine. On the sea, Vortex Doan slightly adjusted the ship's direction towards the Land of Waves. After years of not fighting, it would be good to practice against Kato's subordinates and test his own abilities. After all, it would only take a few days. Obito? He naturally did not have this communication symbol, nor would he allow Pain to casually place any symbols on his wrist. As for Kisame and Itachi, although both received Pain as communication, they were not particularly interested in money. Seeing someone say they would go over, they assumed it was Kakuzu, the organization, as financial minister. So they continued to walk leisurely through the forest, engaging in vague exchanges about their perceptions and understandings of the world. Kakashi led the enthusiastic Naruto, calm Sasuke, Hinata, and Adazna along a forest path in the Land of Fire. Unsurprisingly, Naruto was running ahead, a good 10 to 20 meters away from everyone, forgetting his basic duty to stay closer to Dazna. Kakashi followed at the back, smiling silently as he watched Naruto, who was overwhelmed with excitement after leaving the village. Dazna looked at the enthusiastic Naruto in front and felt a bit disdainful. He thought to himself, can such a little brat really protect him? Alas, it seems he still has to rely on that leaf jonin at the back. Unaware of the 2 puddles he stepped over, Kakashi discreetly glanced at the puddles without saying anything and continued walking. Sasuke looked at the sky after passing the puddles as if, suddenly, the 2 puddles transformed into 2 rogue mist ninjas, their chain blades flicking out like poisonous snakes, swiftly entangling Kakashi's body. With a strong pull, Kakashi's body was instantly cut into pieces, and in an instant, the scene became extremely bloody. One of the Ghost Brothers coldly murmured. First, then, they flung their chain blades toward Sasuke, while the other Ghost Brother charged at Hinata. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi's shattered pieces on the ground, a smirk appearing on his face. This Kakashi-sensei's acting is really subpar. In the next moment, several shurikens shot from Sasuke's hand. The first one directly deflected one of the Ghost Brother's chain blades, forcing it to change its trajectory. The second followed closely, pinning the chain blade against a tree. The last two were used in the same manner, intercepting the other chain blade aimed at Hinata. Immediately, Sasuke suddenly flashed between the two Ghost Brothers, delivering a kick to each of their foreheads, sending them reeling. Sasuke's figure darted between the two Ghost Brothers, and with just a few moves, he killed them both. So fast that Naruto hadn't even arrived halfway when the Ghost Brothers were already defeated. Today, Sasuke was much stronger than that idiot Naruto from the same period. Even with just the single Tomo Sharingan, he had enough power to take down the Ghost Brothers in an instant. Not to mention, he had also undergone 2 months of farming training from Kakashi. Hinata then retreated a few steps to Dazna's side. It was a bit hard for her to take the initiative, but she still had the awareness to protect the mission target. Seeing that Sasuke had already dealt with the enemies, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, his tense heart finally easing a bit. But he still ran to Dazna's side to stand guard with Hinata, just in case there were more enemies. However, Hinata shook her head at Naruto and Sasuke with her Byakugan, and the three of them finally relaxed their vigilance. As for the pieces of Kakashi on the ground, they did not believe that Kakashi, who could manipulate them with ease, would be killed by 2 lowly rogues, including Naruto. Sure enough, the next second, Kakashi emerged from behind a tree, clapping his hands. He commented on the performance of the three. First, Sasuke, your reaction and insight were very timely, and your strikes were decisive and clean. Sasuke replied that these were all basic skills, don't mention it, then shot a subtly accusatory glance at Naruto, the meaning obvious. Naruto, next is Hinata. The moment you were attacked, you understood your duty, quickly withdrew to protect the target, and soon activated your Byakugan for reconnaissance. Well done. However, next time, you can activate your Byakugan the moment you retreat. Hinata's face flushed. She still found it hard to accept praise from others calmly. Then, Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was exchanging glances with Sasuke. Naruto tensed up, quickly meeting Kakashi's gaze. Naruto, do you know where your problem lies? Kakashi asked. Naruto's expression turned a bit guilty. This was something he could have figured out with a little thought. He had lost sight of his responsibilities. Kakashi continued. Forgetting your main task, due to excitement after leaving the village, is your first mistake. The second is that even though the distance was great, you failed to react in time to support with ninjutsu. In other words, you still rely too much on taijutsu to confront enemies. Of course, this isn't entirely your fault. Naruto nodded obediently, secretly vowing to show his ninja qualities next time. But it still wasn't over. Kakashi's somewhat indifferent gaze turned to Dazna, who had been silent since just now, and he noticed that sweat had already covered Dazna's forehead. Kakashi still had that dead fish eye open as he asked, Mr. Dazuna, now it's your turn to explain to us why this C-rank mission involves ninjas. Dazuna, after a heartfelt explanation and the classic remark about how his grandson and daughter would likely hold a grudge against the Leaf Ninjas for a lifetime, Naruto and the others ultimately decided to continue with the mission. Kakashi naturally complied with their decision, and the 4 of them continued on their way. Walking along the forest path, Kakashi couldn't help but start speculating about who the enemy they might encounter this time could be. Given Kato's wealth, hiring an A-rank or even S-rank rogue ninja to assassinate Dazuna shouldn't be a problem, but he was unsure who it would be. As for Zabuza and Haku, Kakashi didn't hold out much hope, but it was hard to say. What if Kato did hire Zabuza and Haku? Chapter 195. Meeting Zabuza again, Kakashi and his group exited the Land of Fire and secretly crossed over to the Land of Waves using a fisherman's boat. Along the way, they encountered no attacks from Kato's subordinates. However, as they traveled deeper into a dense forest, the fog gradually thickened and visibility decreased. Kakashi's expression turned strange. Could it be Zabuza and Haku? Didn't they know Dazuna was going to the Leaf Village to post a mission? It turned out that Zabuza and Haku indeed didn't know about this. They had received a commission from Kato to eliminate a bridge builder named Dazuna. But Kato hadn't informed them that Dazuna had also hired Leaf Ninjas for protection. Due to this intelligence error, Zabuza and Haku set off. Of course, not in the way one might think. In the fog, Zabuza was somewhat confused. What did he see? He actually saw Kakashi Hitaki from the Leaf Village. How'd he get here? So he must have come to protect Dazuna, right? Were those 3 brats his new subordinates? Damn Kato. He actually deliberately concealed information from the village. Zabuza quickly cleared his mind and realized he had been played by Kato. Now that the Leaf and Mist villages had been trading for several years, both countries and villages had seen significant economic development. Therefore, Zabuza wouldn't be foolish enough to attack Dazuna, whom Kakashi was supposed to protect. Just as Zabuza was about to take action, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively drew a kunai to stab backward, but his hand was ruthlessly grabbed by an iron grip. To say grabbed might be an exaggeration, but given the strength of a newcomer, it was already quite restrained. Feeling the force transmitted through his wrist, Zabuza's heart sank. This person was strong, but he was not the kind of person to give up easily. Without hesitation, Zabuza launched a second counterattack. Just then, he heard the person behind him say, "Don't be hasty, I am Kakashi Hitaki." The person then appropriately released his grip on Zabuza's wrist and took half a step back, just avoiding Zabuza's attack. At that moment, Zabuza turned to look, taking in the signature white hair and mask, along with the green leaf village Jounin vest and the half-lowered forehead protector. It really was Kakashi Hitaki. But a question flashed through his mind, along with a bit of fear and shock. When did he get behind me? Was that the body flicker technique? What terrifying power and speed! If he wanted to kill me, I would have almost no way to resist. Kakashi observed Zabuza's reaction and smiled apologetically, saying, "Sorry, I just noticed you and your companion, and I came over to find you without greeting you." Zabuza. "So what do you want with me?" Zabuza asked, temporarily setting aside the matter of Kakashi's sudden appearance, as he was more curious about why Kakashi was looking for him. Kakashi pointed to Naruto and the others who were still approaching and said lazily, "About that, let me ask you first. Kato sent you to carry out an assassination mission, right?" Zabuza nodded. He just hid the information that Dazuna sought help from the Leaf, which is why we took this mission. The reason for his explanation went without saying. The two countries were now allies, and they couldn't allow a misunderstanding from such a small matter to damage their friendship. Moreover, Kakashi was the diplomatic minister responsible for liaising with the Mist Village, holding a high position, so Zabuza had to clarify this matter. Thus, ninjas were indeed like tools. They would take on missions without the village carefully investigating the background of the client. Even the Leaf would take Dazuna's words at face value, let alone the Mist Village. As everyone knew, the old Mist Village placed great importance on missions. In comparison, a ninja's life was not considered that important. Although the current Mist Village no longer implemented the Blood Mist policy, most ninjas who had come from that era still found it hard to shake off the mindset imprinted from that time. In some of their daily actions, thoughts of abandoning teammates to complete missions would unconsciously arise, although the number of Mist ninjas who would actually do so was gradually decreasing. Kakashi showed a knowing expression and continued, "Because of this, I came here first to find you." Oh, although Zabuza had no eyebrows, he still raised an eyebrow, curious as to why. "I hope you continue with the task of killing Dazuna," Kakashi said, shocking Zabuza. He clearly hadn't expected Kakashi to make such a request, but he subtly glanced at the obviously inexperienced Team 7 and had a vague guess. "Are you asking me to teach your three subordinates a lesson?" Zabuza asked. Kakashi nodded. "I believe you can see that those three haven't truly seen blood yet. This is not the quality a ninja should have. Therefore, I hope you can fight me, so they can witness what a true ninja is. Just consider a favor for me. How about it?" With Kakashi's tone so earnest, what else could Zabuza say? However, to fight Kakashi seriously? It wasn't that he lacked the courage to fight. He just instinctively knew he wouldn't be a match for Kakashi Hitaki. After all, according to Mizuki's Terumi Mei's speculation, Kakashi was a top expert on par with her. Although he had worked hard on his training in recent years, he had only just crossed into the quasi-shadow level, and he still had a long way to go to reach the shadow level where Terumi Mei was. There was no way around it. In the Mist Village, it was incredibly difficult for a ninja without a bloodline limit to become a true shadow-level expert. Unlike the Leaf Village, where even without a bloodline limit, they could produce one shadow-level powerhouse after another. Zabuza exhaled a breath of frustration and agreed to Kakashi's request. Even though he knew he wasn't a match, he still wanted to test his limits, especially since he had heard that Kakashi's swordsmanship bore a resemblance to his father's. Zabuza's desire to fight Kakashi grew stronger, as he might gain some inspiration from Kakashi's swordsmanship. Seeing Zabuza agree to continue with the mission, Kakashi politely smiled with a crescent-eyed expression and quickly vanished from spot. In the team, Kakashi's figure subtly swayed, and the memories from his shadow clone instantly flooded into his mind. This is secured. Chapter 196. The starting point of the pit, Kakashi versus Zabuza as Kakashi walked. He said to Hinata, Hinata, the fog here is too thick. Open your Byakugan and take a look. Remember, in environments where your line of sight is obstructed, you can activate your Byakugan every few minutes to effectively prevent ambushes and conserve chakra. Hinata obediently nodded, activated her Byakugan, and her expression suddenly changed. She shouted, "Kakashi-sensei." In the next moment, a violent sound of air being sliced through rang out, and Kakashi quickly pushed down the members of Team 7 and Dazna, narrowly avoiding a sewing needle shot from Zabuza hidden in the shadows. Seeing that the attack missed, the needle was immediately retracted by a thin iron wire attached to its handle. The next moment, Zabuza's figure appeared on a branch, coldly watching Kakashi and the others. At this point, Team 7 was still shaken, but they instinctively formed a protective formation around Dazna. A hint of faint appreciation flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he looked up at Zabuza, saying, "Hey, isn't that the famous demon of the mist, Zabuza?" Zabuza, equally professional, responded, "I didn't expect to encounter the renowned copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, here." The two exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without words. After their mutual praise, the next step should have been a genuine battle between the two. But Naruto realized that the burly man in front of them was the one who had just ambushed them. He immediately wanted to charge forward, but Kakashi suddenly reached out to stop him, his previously lazy tone turning serious and cold as he said, "Stop. You all step back. This guy is not someone you can handle right now." Naruto, putting down his hand that was forming seals, looked at Kakashi, biting his teeth in apparent frustration and helplessness. Zabuza, however, was too lazy to listen to their nonsense anymore. In the next moment, a murderous aura that surpassed that of an elite jonin, hinting at the presence of a shadow-level ninja, enveloped the scene. Not only Naruto, but even Sasuke and Hinata, who were standing a bit further back, were instantly overwhelmed by this pressure. A cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead, and he involuntarily activated his Sharingan in an attempt to resist this aura. He couldn't help but think in shock, "What terrifying pressure. It's as if I'm wrapped in blood. This guy's strength is definitely not just that of an ordinary jonin." Sasuke had seen jonin from his clan before, but even those who had activated their 3-Tomo Sharingan couldn't match Zabuza's aura. Therefore, Sasuke was almost certain that this guy's strength had already surpassed most of the Uchiha clan members. Damn, how could we run into such an opponent, right after leaving the village? Sasuke cursed inwardly. Kakashi felt an inexplicable itch in his nose. Zabuza glanced at the rabbit-eyed Sasuke, and then at the nearsighted Hinata beside him, feeling somewhat shocked. No wonder he wanted me to perform this act with him. His subordinates are quite promising. Oh, except for that reckless blonde kid. Thinking about it this way, not honing their skills would indeed be a waste of talent. The next second, Zabuza's figure appeared among the 3 members of Team 7 who were forming their protective formation, holding 2 sewing needles and getting ready to strike. Naruto and the others were greatly alarmed, but with their Chunin-level strength, how could they evade the attack of a shadow-level Zabuza? In the next moment, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zabuza. While pushing the 3 kids aside, Kakashi had already sent a kunai into Zabuza's abdomen. The reason for using a kunai was that it was easier to control the force. If Kakashi had chosen to punch him, an uncontrolled force could send Zabuza away without a chance for rescue. Moreover, Kakashi had already deduced that Zabuza had used a water clone in advance. Sure enough, Zabuza, who had just looked incredulous, turned into a splash of water the next second, while the real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, stabbing his sewing needle like a sharp spike directly at Kakashi's neck. The feeling was off. The next moment, Zabuza quickly dodged, skillfully evading Kakashi's sudden attack. Then, with a reflexive kick, Kakashi seemed to have not reacted in time and was kicked into the lake by Zabuza. Very good. The plan worked, although there was no rehearsal. Zabuza was still very dedicated to following the script I gave him, and his acting was perfect. Kakashi, who was kicked into the lake, thought to himself, and with a strong push he resurfaced, revealing his head and looking at Zabuza and Naruto. Kakashi subtly nodded at Zabuza, and then another Zabuza appeared beside Kakashi, unhesitatingly using the water prison technique to trap Kakashi. The Zabuza on land turned back to look at Naruto and the others, his killing intent rising. Both Sasuke and Naruto gritted their teeth in secret. The person before them was definitely not someone they could withstand. Their hope of survival lay solely with Kakashi, and they had to rescue their teacher. Naruto knew he couldn't act recklessly and quickly formed a plan in his mind. In the next moment, while his main body retreated, he created dozens of shadow clones attacking Zabuza. Zabuza, seeing that Naruto and the others were not paralyzed by fear, felt a hint of appreciation in his eyes, then began to deal with the swarm of Narutos. Meanwhile, Sasuke suddenly leaped up, throwing his wind release shuriken fiercely at Zabuza. Naturally, Zabuza ducked to avoid it, and seeing this, Sasuke abruptly snapped the wire in his hand, sending the wind shuriken flying towards the Zabuza on the lake. At that moment, several Narutos had already closed the distance, using their bodies to interrupt Zabuza's actions to obstruct. The Zabuza near the water prison dodged the wind shuriken flying towards him, but he didn't expect that the shuriken behind him suddenly transformed into Naruto, who then threw a kunai aimed at Zabuza's hand, controlling the water prison. This tactic was precisely the one used by Naruto and Sasuke in the manga, and Kakashi felt quite pleased. Zabuza also reacted at this moment, raising his evaluation of Naruto and Sasuke a bit more, a very good tactic. Even he was momentarily deceived. This blonde kid has some potential. Moreover, it was clear that the person most concerned about Kakashi was him. The freed Kakashi returned to the shore, gazing at Zabuza from a distance. Then Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Sasuke and Hinata's pupils constricted, while Naruto remained calm, as he had seen Kakashi's Sharingan before. Now the second phase was about to begin. Chapter 197. The second phase, Zabuza said coldly, then clapped his hands. A girl wearing a Mist Village forehead protector jumped down from a nearby tree. Indeed, the newcomer was the girl who was hard to draw as a boy, Haku. Her role was also included in the script Kakashi left for Zabuza. Since Zabuza planned to abandon the mission and return to the Mist Village, Kakashi had no choice but to bring Haku's confrontation with Naruto and Sasuke forward. After all, their current strength was stronger than in the original story, and what they needed most now was not the training of ninjutsu, but the honing of life and death battles. What? There's a helper. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and Sasuke also prepared himself. Zabuza continued, Haku, those three are up to you, and this guy is mine. Haku nodded kingitlu, suddenly producing several Senbon aimed at Sasuke and Naruto. Having heard that Kakashi could not only copy the enemy's ninjutsu, but also possessed a terrifying swordsmanship of his own, Zabuza wondered if he would have the opportunity to test it today. This is his goal. Only by facing a skilled swordsman like Kakashi can he improve his swordsmanship. Kakashi also understood Zabuza's intention. He hadn't asked for any reward for help just now, and now he says such things. It's clear that Zabuza wants to fight him to help advance his own sword technique. After all, both of them are sword users, and Kakashi naturally understands the deeper meaning behind Zabuza's words. I have to say, Kakashi greatly appreciates this quality in Zabuza, even knowing that the opponent is stronger than himself. He still has the determination to wield his sword. He is a strong opponent. Well then, as you wish, Kakashi said in a low voice, then released the storage seal on his right hand, holding the white fang in his grip. On the other side, Sasuke and Naruto glanced back at Dazna and Hinata, then without hesitation rushed towards Zabuza. Naruto shouted, Hinata, protect Uncle Dazna. Sasuke threw a few shuriken to distract Zabuza. They wanted to lure him to another location. Both Sasuke and Naruto had the same thought. If they fought here, it would be too easy to involve Hinata and Dazna. And the fact that Zabuza dared to let his teammate face all three of them alone indicated that this female ninja's strength must be quite formidable. Zabuza also did not insist on going after Dazna, obediently following Naruto and Sasuke's lead into a nearby grove, where the battle among the three was about to begin. Logically speaking, with Naruto and Sasuke's current strength, defeating Zabuza from the original story together should not be a problem. However, the issue is, the Zabuza here has not defected and has also received special training in various ice techniques, making his strength stronger than in the original story. Zabuza's strength has now firmly reached the special Jonin level, and if he activates the ice mirror barrier, his power would increase by 2 more levels. Zabuza probably also wanted to test Naruto and Sasuke's close combat abilities. He swiftly took out 2 kunai and engaged in combat with the two. But facing the attacks from 2 elite Chunin seemed to be a bit overwhelming for Zabuza. Under the highly coordinated attacks from Naruto and Sasuke, Zabuza was forced to retreat repeatedly. After exchanging dozens of moves, feeling that he was about to lose the rhythm of the battle, Zabuza finally chose to use ninjutsu, fighting against the 2 in front of him, and that girl over there was a promise made to Kakashi, so, as Zabuza's capable subordinate, she naturally had to do her best to fulfill it. Zabuza suddenly shot out the kunai in his hand, forcing Sasuke and Naruto to stop their offensive and hurriedly defend themselves, as without blocking, their eyes and brains would be pierced by the kunai. Zabuza smirked, using the opportunity to create distance between himself and Naruto and Sasuke. He quickly formed hand signs and shouted, "Secret technique, 1,000 killing water surge." The dew gathered on the leaves instantly transformed into hundreds of kunai pointing towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back and jumped simultaneously, avoiding the incoming kunai. At the same time, Sasuke and Naruto formed hand signs almost simultaneously. Sasuke spat out a fireball, which was a great fireball technique. Naruto unleashed a gust of wind, the wind release, great breakthrough. The fireball, already large, grew even bigger, mercilessly pressing down towards Zabuza. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already exchanged dozens of moves with Zabuza while holding the White Fang. Zabuza's forehead protector was soaked with sweat, and he knew very well that Kakashi was not being serious at all. Rather than fighting him, it felt more like Kakashi was just letting him practice. This, too, was Kakashi's way of repaying Zabuza for agreeing to train Naruto. Your student trains my student, and I, as the teacher, train you as the teacher. Isn't that reasonable? Reasonable. It's as reasonable as a mechanic carrying a wrench and a hammer. While Kakashi pressured Zabuza, Zabuza was under pressure from Naruto and Sasuke in the ice mirror. Successfully forcing Zabuza to use the ice mirror, Naruto and Sasuke were now covered in kunai, yet they still persisted and did not fall. Hinata, at this moment, could no longer use her Byakugan to observe the battle and could only anxiously stand in front of Dazna to protect him. Just then, Dazna suddenly calmed down and said to Hinata, "You're Hinata Hyuga, right?" Hinata gave a bit of her attention to Dazna and then heard him say, "Hinata, go help your two teammates. If the three of you or that Jonin over there lose, I won't have a chance to live either. If you go help your teammates, it might have a miraculous effect." Hinata stared wide-eyed at Dazna, who smiled and continued, "Don't worry, I'll find a place to hide." He then went to hide behind a large rock. Hinata bit her lip, her eyes filled with uncertainty, but after a short while, under Dazna's urging gestures, she gritted her teeth and turned to run towards Naruto. Uncle Dazna made a good point. She'll join the battle first, and if they can defeat that bandaged man's teammate together with Naruto and Sasuke, their chances of winning will increase significantly. "Wait for me, Naruto." Kakashi glanced at Dazna's side. He naturally noticed Hinata's movements. Estimating the time in his mind and glancing at the obviously fatigued Zabuza in front of him, Kakashi decided to use some real strength and exert all his effort to overpower his opponent, which is the greatest respect for a swordsman or ninja. Kakashi said lightly, "Zabuza, get ready, my next strike will be very quick." Chapter 198. Naruto faints, then Sasuke faints in the woods. Two masked men walked leisurely, one in front of the other. Zabuza, drenched in sweat, looked at the back of the silver-haired man, his fear lingering, his mind filled with the shocking sword strike from earlier. With just that one strike, Kakashi had completely robbed him of his ability to resist. That strike, seemingly varied yet plain, was simply the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Perhaps even Full Moon could not compare to it? Zabuza couldn't help but compare Kakashi's swordsmanship with that of the seventh Miss Full Moon, but in the end, he couldn't come up with a definitive answer. This also indirectly proved that Kakashi's swordsmanship was not inferior to that of Full Moon, who could skillfully wield 7 ninja swords. And Full Moon was now a super genius on par with the hotshot Mizukage Terumi Mei. Ever since Full Moon had a serious illness a few years ago and was cured by the 4th Mizukage with some secret technique, his strength had skyrocketed as if he had taken a rocket. Of course, this was the public story. Others might not know. But Zabuza understood all too well that the person who actually healed Full Moon was not the 4th Mizukage, but a masked man who called himself a Beto. And since then, out of gratitude for saving his life, Full Moon had joined the 4th Mizukage's ranks and had become a true colleague. Zabuza still remembered that during that time, only Terumi Mei, who possessed multiple bloodlines, could keep up with his pace of progress. And there were even rumors in the village that both Terumi Mei and Full Moon already had strength not inferior to that of the Mizukage. And this Konoha ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, clearly also possessed strength comparable to those two in the village. It's just that he wasn't sure whether Kakashi or Obito was stronger. It should still be that man, right? Zabuza pondered, his mind recalling the scene when he was defeated in one move. Ever since then, knowing that Obito had manipulated the Mizukage to transform the Blood Mist village, Zabuza had become Obito's subordinate. For Zabuza, it doesn't matter who is in power. What matters is who can bring new life to the Mist village. And Afei did it, so he submitted. Sasuke, with several shurikens embedded in him, looked at the unconscious Naruto in disbelief, unable to contain his anger as he shouted, "Bastard, who told you to block for me? Stupid guy, wake up, wake up." Just moments ago, that Miss Kunoichi had shot a large number of shurikens at them. But Naruto suddenly rushed in and pinned Sasuke down, while he himself was turned into a porcupine by countless ice shurikens and passed out. Seeing that Naruto was still unconscious, Sasuke's eyes widened in anger as he glared fiercely at the white figure in the mirror, filled with rage and hatred. Damn it! If only my eyes could see her shurikens clearly. Why are my eyes still so inferior? As his emotions erupted, or perhaps because Sasuke's desire to protect Naruto was too sincere and pure, the tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, and a second tomo appeared, transforming his eyes into the double tomo Sharingan. Sasuke's expression changed. He felt the shift in his ocular power, and his confidence gradually returned. He glanced at the porcupine-like Naruto and firmly thought, "Naruto, just hang on. Once I deal with this guy in front of me, I'll take you to find Kakashi-sensei. You must hold on." White noticed the change in Sasuke's eyes. She withdrew her complex gaze from Naruto and focused intently on Sasuke, who was glaring at her. Just now, Naruto's sudden action of pouncing on Sasuke had given White quite a shock and insight. In the Mist Village, hardly anyone would do something like that. She too was stunned by Naruto's action, but fortunately, her control over this barrier was extremely strong, and her throwing of shurikens was very skillful. Although Naruto had been knocked out, she had cleverly avoided hitting any vital points. At this moment, Sasuke formed hand seals again. In this barrier, competing with White in speed was foolish. The only hope of breaking out was to shatter one of the ice surfaces. With the enhanced ocular power of the double tomo Sharingan, Sasuke dodged the shurikens White shot at him and suddenly unleashed the strongest fire jutsu of his life in a direction predicted by his Sharingan. This did not include the combined wind and fire technique with Naruto. The blazing flames scorched the ice surface, and the reflected firelight turned the entire barrier into a fiery hue. Perhaps due to the newly awakened ocular power, Sasuke's fire jutsu actually began to melt the ice surface, droplets of water dripping from it, causing White's expression to slightly change. However, this was far from enough. She murmured, interrupting Sasuke's jutsu release. Seeing that his last full-power fire jutsu had failed to melt the ice mirror, Sasuke could no longer maintain the Sharingan and collapsed to the ground due to the depletion of chakra, feeling utterly defeated. Sasuke gasped for breath and murmured, while White remained relentless. Each of her ice mirrors produced another shuriken. I must admit, both of your strengths and perseverance exceed my expectations. But being a ninja is a cruel profession. It won't grant you victory just because you have perseverance. The enemy will mercilessly take away your teammates. So, are you really prepared to be a ninja? Sasuke said nothing, just continued to glare at White. In the next moment, countless shurikens shot out again, and this time, it was Sasuke who fainted. Naruto was awakened by Sasuke's cry of pain, and upon opening his eyes, saw Sasuke, who had also been pierced and passed out like him. Slap! It felt as if his heart skipped a beat, and an endless rage almost drowned Naruto's rationality. In the next moment, a substantial red chakra surged from Naruto's abdomen. His nails sharpened, his pupils turned into beast-like eyes, and the whiskers on his face became thicker. In an instant, Naruto's strength had skyrocketed to the level of a jonin. Like a flash of rainbow light, Naruto fiercely punched the ice surface, causing a fine crack to appear where his fist struck. Seeing this, White no longer held back. She immediately activated the full power of the magic mirror's ice crystal. And in an instant, the crack that had just appeared was restored to its original state. Naruto let out a beastly roar and raised his hand to strike again. But as his fist was raised in midair, it suddenly stopped. Hinata. Naruto's heart was filled with confusion and shock, and he instinctively wanted to tell Hinata to leave. Hinata, don't come over. Hurry and go. Chapter 199. The battle ends seeing Hinata. Naruto's reason returned, and he anxiously glanced at White with a wary expression, then immediately shouted at Hinata. No, this level of power isn't enough to break this guy's ice mirror. Hey, great fox, give me more chakra. Naruto glanced at the intact ice mirror and called out to the Ninetales in his heart. The Ninetales naturally welcomed this. After all, the more Naruto accepted his power, the sooner he could regain his freedom. In the next moment, an even more terrifying chakra erupted for Naruto, the red-tailed beast chakra enveloping his body and forming a tail at his tailbone. Hinata and White both changed their expressions dramatically. White looked at Naruto, now wrapped in chakra, in disbelief, and exclaimed, consolidating into substantial chakra, "How is this possible?" Hinata couldn't help but worryingly shout, "Naruto!" in her Byakugan. Naruto's chakra was no longer the same as usual. This chakra gave Hinata a sense of dark oppression, feeling the continuous flow of power throughout his body. Naruto was filled with confidence. This time he would definitely break the ice mirror. Just one tail. Naruto was still fully in control of his rationality. He began to run and gather power, while White tentatively shot a few shurikens at Naruto, but they couldn't even break through the surface chakra defense. In the next moment, Naruto, who was circling to gather energy in a mirror barrier, suddenly changed direction and unleashed a powerful punch towards a mirror. In the shadows, a place beyond Hinata's Byakugan's range. That kid actually is. Zabuza's face changed dramatically as he looked in disbelief at Naruto, who now had a tail. White didn't know about the existence of tailed beasts, but Zabuza had witnessed such a situation with his own eyes. A year ago, when he teamed up with the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Yugao, to deal with a crisis, Yugao was forced to enter tailed beast mode to confront the enemy. And it was then that Zabuza realized the terrifying power of the tailed beast. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. He simply placed a finger to his lips. Shoo! Hearing Kakashi's seemingly cautionary and warning gesture, Zabuza struggled to suppress his shock and continued to look over there with Kakashi. Naruto slammed his fist into the ice mirror, and White had already prepared, forming another hand seal. She was also curious about how powerful Naruto would be in this state, so she decided to have a direct confrontation between the mirror and Naruto's punch. The punch, wrapped in red chakra, collided violently with the crystal-clear ice mirror, producing a muffled sound. Under the immense force, the ice mirror began to crack uncontrollably, expanding and giving the impression that it would shatter at any moment. But White had clearly anticipated this. She formed a one-handed seal, and the ice mirror, which was on the verge of collapse, began to gradually repair itself. The joy and excitement in Naruto's eyes were drowned out, and a fighting spirit rose again. If one punch couldn't break it, then I'll throw another punch. As he recalled a burst technique that Kakashi had taught him, Naruto moved his body and slammed his fist down onto the ice surface again. Hinata gritted her teeth, and, with her Byakugan activated, charged forward fiercely, performing the 8 trigrams, 32 palms. I glanced at Hinata and casually threw several shuriken her way. But Hinata's gaze remained resolute as she used the 32 palms she had just learned to deflect the incoming shuriken one by one. I knew that it would still be difficult for Naruto, with just the ordinary Nin-level power of a one-tailed beast, to break through her ice crystal mirror. But if there was an additional force striking the same spot. Therefore, I only symbolically fired a few shuriken at Hinata, not intending to truly hinder her progress. I must hit. Hinata silently shouted in her heart, continuously adjusting her steps, her fingertips poised to connect with Naruto's fist. Utilizing the Byakugan's ability to see through and its wide-range reconnaissance capability, Hinata concentrated her chakra and accurately struck the same spot on the ice where Naruto's charged left fist was aimed. With a loud crack, the mirror shattered, and Bai's ice crystal mirror barrier was broken, revealing her figure emerging from behind one of the mirrors, silently observing Naruto's back and Hinata's face. Naruto also realized that he had only broken the barrier, and that Bai remained unharmed in another location. So without the time to discuss with Hinata, he immediately turned to protect her, his beast-like eyes fixed intently on Bai. Bai. She had to admit that her palms were starting to sweat. This blonde kid, wrapped in red chakra, was indeed different from the enemy she had faced before. That gaze, that ominous chakra. In the shadows, Kakashi watched Naruto and Hinata's teamwork and nodded approvingly. Their cooperation was quite good this time. Let's end today's training here. After all, Sasuke was still lying there. Zabuza's figure suddenly appeared beside Bai, causing Naruto and Hinata's pupils to constrict. No way. Of course not. In the next moment, Kakashi's figure also appeared next to Naruto, holding an unconscious Sasuke at his waist. Following the established script, Zabuza and Kakashi exchanged a few words before leaving with Bai. Before departing, Bai turned to Naruto and said, "He still has a chance." Naruto immediately looked at Sasuke at Kakashi's waist with fiery eyes, while Hinata also appeared relieved, grateful that Sasuke was not dead and that they had successfully protected Tazuna without any casualties. As the battle concluded, Naruto's surging emotions gradually calmed down, and the Nine-Tails chakra quickly dissipated. Kakashi took a rough glance at Naruto, noting that his injuries were not severe. With the Nine-Tails chakra and the Uzumaki clan's physique, these injuries would heal in no time, even without my treatment. Then, at Naruto's insistence, Kakashi first rolled up Sasuke's clothes. Since Bai's shuriken were all made of ice, Kakashi was spared the step of pulling out needles. Kakashi's palm glowed with a green chakra, and soon the puncture wounds on Sasuke's body stopped bleeding and healed rapidly, leaving Hinata stunned. This is the medical ninjutsu mentioned in the books? Kakashi-sensei actually knows this too. She marveled internally, while Naruto focused intently on Sasuke's body, or rather, on the wounds that were healing rapidly. He had known for years that Kakashi could perform medical ninjutsu. He remembered that one time when Kakashi had used the seduction technique on him, Kakashi had been treating him with medical ninjutsu while fighting. Chapter 200, Wind Rising Naturally. Given Kakashi's personality, he wouldn't easily go hard on Naruto unless he couldn't help himself. Kakashi first treated Sasuke's injuries, then looked at Naruto's wounds. Hinata's face immediately turned bright red as she hurriedly turned away, not realizing that the veins around her eyes were still protruding. Naruto's face was slightly flushed as well. After all, it was his first time lifting his shirt in front of another girl. Kakashi examined Naruto's injuries and noted that they were almost healed. Then, Kakashi's palm glowed green once more, helping Naruto's injuries heal faster. Hinata, not knowing when she had turned back, looked on in surprise and confusion, clearly noticing Naruto's rapidly healing wounds. Hinata tried to ignore Naruto's exposed upper body, hesitantly wanting to ask something, but Kakashi interrupted, turning his head toward Hinata. Hinata, I know you have questions, but this isn't the place to discuss them, understand? Soon after, Sasuke slowly regained consciousness, and after successfully locating Tazuna, everyone set off again. This time, it went smoothly without any further interruptions, and the four of them quickly arrived at Tazuna's home. At the dinner table, Inari's expression was consistently poor, clearly showing an unwelcoming attitude toward Kakashi and the others. There are no heroes in this world. With an angry shout, Inari threw down his bowl and ran back upstairs, while Naruto looked dissatisfied, ready to confront Inari. Kakashi discreetly glanced away. If nothing unexpected happened, Naruto was likely about to launch his first verbal jutsu here. However, this was none of Kakashi's business. He would let Naruto handle it. However, since they were already here, it would be a waste not to find Kato. Kakashi pondered privately, thinking that someone as wealthy as Kato must have an incredible amount of wealth, and since all his wealth came from the Land of Waves, it would be better for him to deal with Kato. As for that money, it could be used to restore the livelihoods and economy of the Land of Waves. Well, it just so happened that it wasn't far from the Land of Water either, and he could ask Kibito to incorporate this country into it, which would also allow for the selection of suitable candidates for ninjas from the Land of Waves. With that in mind, Kakashi set the future of the Land of Waves. As for the country daimyo, whether or not they exist is one thing, and even if they do, they're just as corrupt as Kato. Uzumaki Doan disembarked from the ship and smoothly arrived in the town of the Land of Waves. According to the information given by Pain, that guy seemed unusually wealthy. How could someone like Kato, worth billions, emerge from such a poor country? Walking through the streets, Uzumaki Doan's red hair was quite eye-catching. After all, the people of the Land of Waves had never seen anyone with red hair. Because of this characteristic, the townspeople recognized Uzumaki Doan as an outsider, and their faces unconsciously showed surprise and pity, thinking that someone dressed like him must be wealthy. If Kato found out, he definitely wouldn't let him leave the country easily. As Uzumaki Doan walked, he listened to the whispers of the surrounding residents. After gathering some information, he planned to find someone to ask about Kato's whereabouts. Zabuza decided to abandon the mission with Bai, and next, he would return to the Hidden Mist village to report the issues regarding the concealed information from this mission. This was no small matter for Zabuza. In his many years of mission experience, he had never so straightforwardly abandoned a task. Therefore, how to word and phrase his report became quite necessary. As a result, Zabuza did not immediately leave with Bai, but continued to stay within the borders of the Land of Waves. On a forest path somewhere, Kakuzu and Haiden were walking leisurely forward. After several days of trekking, they were about to reach the Land of Waves. Kakashi took advantage of the night to sneak near Kato's mansion, but to his surprise, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Kakashi focused his gaze on the mansion, which was brightly lit and appeared peaceful, showing no signs of an attack. Although the smell of blood had faded significantly, Kakashi could still tell that it was not a scent that could be accumulated from just killing one or two people, so something must have happened at Kato's mansion. With a desire to investigate, Kakashi quietly slipped into the mansion, knowing that no one here could detect his presence. In the hall, servants were cleaning the floor, yes. The kind of cleaning that police do. Kakashi crouched on the roof, observing the scene in the hall. Kato was currently being protected by several rogue ninjas, looking utterly terrified. An attack. Almost at a glance, Kakashi made a judgment about Kato's situation in his mind. The blood in the hall, combined with Kato's frightened expression, made it easy to conclude that Kato had been attacked. The question was, who could it be? In a land of waves, aside from myself, Zabuza, and Haku, there shouldn't be anyone capable of breaking through so many samurai and rogue ninjas' defenses to kill Kato in his home. Kakashi felt puzzled. But no matter how he guessed, the person who assassinated Kato was unlikely to be a native of the Land of Waves. Before Naruto's mouth escape, no one in the Land of Waves would dare to resist Kato. Could it be that someone I didn't anticipate has waded into this mess? Who could it be? Did that person fail or escape after attempting to assassinate Kato? It should be escape. Kakashi suddenly became curious about this deviation from the original storyline. He remembered and decided to hide and observe the situation a bit longer. Kato was still alive, so perhaps that person would strike again? Plus, given the number of Kato subordinates, there were even some rogue ninjas of Nin level. So why not leave these people for Naruto and the others to practice on? After just engaging in a high-level battle, giving them some low-level opponents to fight would also be good, just like how doing too many exams from other provinces, one would relax a bit with some Beijing papers. It would help them familiarize themselves with the ninjutsu they have and gain combat experience. Thus, Kakashi quietly left. He didn't know that just an hour before he arrived, Zabuza was getting increasingly angry, as his near 100 mission success rate had been ruined by Kato. Who could stand that? So he transformed and stormed into Kato's residence to vent his anger, killing dozens of rogue ninjas and samurai before swaggering out. Chapter 201. Zabuza encounters the immortal duo Vortex. Doan smoothly infiltrated Kato's home. To get the money from Kato, it wasn't simply about killing him. He also needed Kato to sign a voluntary pledge to give away all his assets, as Kato's money wouldn't all be stored in his treasury. Therefore, Vortex Doan needed this pledge to facilitate his retrieval of money from other places. Just as Vortex Doan entered Kato's home, Kakashi quietly used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Kato, protected by a crowd of people, successfully returned to his bedroom. Even so, he still had a batch of his most trusted guards protecting the door 24/7. Back in his bedroom, Kato was clearly agitated, still complaining about how he was suddenly attacked and how Zabuza and Haku had yet to return, calling them unreliable. What a pair of useless fools. The trash from the Mist Village. Could it be they got scared seeing Konoha ninjas protecting that bridge builder, Dazna? It's a shame they're one of the 5 great ninja villages alongside Konoha. Ugh, Kato continued to grumble, completely unaware that a red-haired man had appeared in front of him. Vortex Doan looked at Kato and suddenly asked, "Did you just say there are Konoha ninjas and Mist ninjas here?" Kato was startled. "Who are you?" He never got the chance to shout a warning to the guards outside. In the next moment, his eyes began to glaze over, and he felt as if he were in a fog. Under Vortex Doan's questioning, he quickly understood the situation. He had hired Mist Village ninjas to assassinate the bridge builder Dazna, and then Dazna hired Konoha ninjas for protection. Unfortunately, Kato's subordinates had already conveyed the news of Dazna's safe return to Kato, which was why he was angrily cursing the Mist ninjas for being unreliable. Vortex Doan raised an eyebrow, not expecting to find unexpected joy while collecting money. Mist Village and Konoha. He had killed the ninjas from both villages sent here for this mission, so collecting some interest wouldn't be a bad idea. However, where could he find those 2 Mist ninjas? The Konoha ninjas would be easier to find. He just needed to locate that guy named Dazna. Then, Vortex Doan controlled Kato to reveal all the locations of his stored money and vaults, and he made a pledge to give away his assets. The next day, Kato appeared before his bodyguards with a normal expression and introduced them to another helper he had hired. The next day, Zabuza and Haku silently left the Land of Waves. On the way, Zabuza arranged the next steps of training for Haku after returning to the village. Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals were somewhat similar to Itachi's body flicker technique. And if Haku could continue to develop and perfect this technique, years later, she might not be unable to join the ranks of the elite. However, for now, even if Haku was in the realm of the demonic mirroring ice crystals, she was merely at the threshold of elite Nin. On the other hand, while Zabuza and Haku were heading out of the Land of Waves, Kakuzu and Haiden were moving into the Land of Waves. The 2 groups were rowing their small boats toward each other. Zabuza was the first to see the red cloud cloaks of Kakuzu and Haiden through the light mist on the water. Kakuzu and Haiden were not as familiar with this water environment as Zabuza, so even though they were powerful, they did not immediately notice Zabuza's presence. However, Kakuzu had his own human radar. A gentle breeze suddenly floated across the water's surface, brushing against Kakuzu's nose. Kakuzu twitched his nostrils and said to Haiden, "Haiden, I smell money." Huh? Haiden was taken aback, looking around in confusion, but all he could see were the hazy water surface and the ripples made by the boat. What money? Kakuzu, I can't smell anything but the sea breeze. Kakuzu remained silent, simply waiting. As the two boats drew closer, Haiden and Kakuzu finally clearly saw Zabuza and Haku on the opposite boat. Zabuza, as one of Obito's subordinates, had learned a bit about the Akatsuki organization from Obito. Not to mention, his fellow member from the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Kisame, was now part of the Akatsuki, a mysterious mercenary organization composed entirely of S-rank rogue ninjas. Haku felt a sense of doubt rising within her as she recalled Zabuza's previous introduction of this organization. What could the Akatsuki members be doing in the Land of Waves? Zabuza also pondered this question, but regardless of what the Akatsuki was doing in the Land of Waves, it was none of his business, nor was it Haku's. However, Kakuzu did not think so. While Zabuza did not recognize him, he recognized Zabuza. The Mist Village's Jonin, known for his silent killing techniques, is also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. The bounty in the black market is 30 million ryo. The sensitive number flashed through Kakuzu's mind. Without needing to say more, he was determined to take Zabuza's head. He signaled Haiden with a glance, regardless of whether he understood or not. As the two small boats brushed past each other, Kakuzu made his move. He abruptly turned to face Zabuza, who was also standing at the bow of the boat. His right hand suddenly detached from his body and, without a shred of hesitation, reached for Zabuza's neck. Was a test. No, it was a killing blow. Kakuzu was almost certain that Zabuza wouldn't anticipate his sneak attack, so he struck with lethal intent. Sure enough, Zabuza hurriedly tried to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with Kakuzu's speed. He was cleanly caught by the neck, and with a firm squeeze, Kakuzu's momentary pride turned into alertness. Something fell off, but it was too late. Before he could warn Haiden had already seen him attack and, without a second thought, swung his scythe towards the other person on Zabuza's boat, which was Haku. Zabuza's neck, caught by Kakuzu, suddenly transformed into a splash of water, with the water that formed his face naturally wetting Kakuzu's hand. Haiden's strike landed, and Haku indeed turned into a puddle of water. Haiden held the scythe protectively in front of him, frowning. "Kakuzu, you should have said earlier that this guy is a water clone." Kakuzu furrowed his brow. It was too late anyway, and besides, Haiden was fine. Haiden pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Kakuzu's nonchalance. In the next moment, the fog around the small boat thickened, quickly reaching the point where one couldn't see their own hand. Kakuzu slightly adjusted his expression. Now it was good. They were in someone else's territory. Chapter 202, Zabuza vs. Haiden. Kakuzu initially intended to sneak attack Zabuza when his guard was down, but he didn't expect that Zabuza had already used a water clone to face him. Was it caution? Then this guy was too careful. Was it because he wasn't good at direct combat, so he was always ready to retreat and use assassination techniques? Kakuzu thought, while constantly surveying the surroundings, on guard for any sudden attacks from Zabuza. This area was filled with water and fog. The temperature was low, making it very suitable for mist ninjas like Zabuza to fight. Even if Kakuzu used fire techniques to disperse the fog, new fog would quickly replenish it. Now Kakuzu could no longer see his teammate Haiden, so they would have to rely on themselves for the time being. Wordlessly, Kakuzu quietly applied the Earth Release, Earth Spear, to himself. His eyes didn't have the Sharingan's ability to see everything, so to guard against Zabuza's silent assassination techniques, he had to harden himself. As for Haiden, let him rely on his immortal body to hold on for a while. In the thick white fog, Zabuza's cold voice echoed from all directions: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So, which one should I target? Zabuza couldn't gauge the strength and abilities of the two Akatsuki members in front of him, so he decided to use psychological tactics to create mental pressure. He only needed them to waver slightly, and he would seize the opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, both of them were part of the immortal duo, and their hearts were completely unfazed by Zabuza's threats and pressure. Zabuza quickly realized his psychological tactics were ineffective. If that was the case, then, swish, Zabuza's figure suddenly appeared behind Haiden. No matter how one looked at it, that masked guy over there seemed much more mature than this loud one. First, he would deal with this guy, then join forces with Haku to tackle the mysterious one who could launch long-range attacks. This was Zabuza's plan. His silent killing technique was most suitable for a one-hit kill, especially with Haku's Sunban to seal the enemy's chakra points and movement space. Against an average opponent, it truly was a guaranteed kill without any suspense. As Zabuza instantaneously appeared behind Haiden, over a dozen Sunban shot through the air towards Haiden's vital points. Kakuzu heard the commotion and immediately planned to leap forward to assist. In such a precarious situation, having an extra teammate was certainly better than facing it alone. However, a barrage of Sunban also flew toward Kakuzu. As he jumped, he drew out his kunai to block. The clanging of Sunban was heard as Kakuzu successfully deflected them with his strength. Even severely limited visibility was enough to easily block Haku's Sunban. Meanwhile, Zabuza had already thrust his sewing needles into Haiden, and in an instant, two ninja blades pierced through him, one through Haiden's heart and the other through his kidney. Haiden coughed up blood in disbelief, staring at the weapons protruding from his back to his chest. How fast? It was over. Feeling the familiar sensation in his hand, Zabuza knew he had struck a real person and silently thought, I got him. Pulling the blades from Haiden's body, Zabuza turned to leave. But Kakuzu had already landed at the stern of his boat, only 2 steps away. Quickly disappearing into the thick fog to wait for another opportunity to strike was the most suitable strategy for Zabuza, so he was about to return to the mist. But just then, a fierce wind blew behind him, and Zabuza's pupils dilated. Without time to form hand seals for invisibility, he hurriedly countered with his blades to block the attack. Clang! The side struck hard against the 2 ninja blades in Zabuza's hands, creating a shower of sparks. The immense force made Zabuza quickly retreat and slide down with both blades to release the force. Without pausing, he continued to retreat and leap, directly stepping onto the water's surface, parting the fog. Haiden raised his scythe high and leaped towards Zabuza, but Kakuzu immediately followed to provide support, joining the assault on Zabuza. However, Haku would not simply watch Zabuza being surrounded. In the next moment, a circle of magic mirror ice crystals quietly appeared, encircling Kakuzu completely. Zabuza felt his head might explode. He looked at Haiden's left chest, still bleeding, and the blood hole in his kidney, lost in thought. What was going on? He didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also had the strength to attack me. This was unreasonable. Haiden grinned, looking at Zabuza's shocked and confused expression as if he had seen a ghost. Whoa, that was close. I almost got taken out by you in one hit. What a pity. I almost thought you were really going to kill me. TSK, now it's time for me to hold a ceremony for you. Before his words fell, Haiden had already lunged forward again, his scythe swirling like a storm towards Zabuza. Zabuza, wanting to probe Haiden's reason for surviving his lethal blow, also met Haiden head-on, his dual blades vibrating in response. He was indeed best at silent assassination techniques, but his growth to his current strength wasn't solely reliant on assassination techniques. If his silent killing techniques could rival that of Kaga level, then his direct confrontation skills undoubtedly qualified him to engage with weaker Kaga level ninjas. In the thick fog, Zabuza and Haiden had already clashed over a dozen times, their weapons colliding and sparking, adding a touch of vibrant life to the otherwise bleak and silent fog and sea. Fadewan swung his scythe to deflect a sewing needle that suddenly flew towards him, then turned the blade to slash at Zabuza, who had lost one of his weapons. However, Zabuza's left hand twitched, and a thin iron wire manipulated the sewing needle to change direction and stab at Fadewan's back. Fadewan's eyes widened, and he quickly dodged to the side, the handle of the scythe once again aiming at the sewing needle. Zabuza then demonstrated the usage of the ninja tool sewing needle to Fadewan. One knife remained in hand for short-range attacks, while the other was controlled by the thin wire, constantly darting in and out like a venomous snake, capable of attacking both up close and from a distance, and could even set traps with the wires. As Fadewan's attention was drawn to the sewing needle behind him, Zabuza had already closed in with another knife, and a simultaneous front and back assault made it difficult for Fadewan to cope. Coupled with the disadvantages of his long-handled weapon, Fadewan found it hard to gain an advantage in Zabuza's close combat style, and the situation seemed to be becoming clearer. Chapter 203. Perilous situation under Zabuza's relentless assault. Fadewan had to admit that he was gradually losing his fighting rhythm. However, he quickly devised a way to break free from Zabuza's attack pattern. Enduring the risk of being pierced by Zabuza's sewing needle, Fadewan tightly gripped the long knife that passed through his body, forcing control over one of Zabuza's hands. He then swiftly swung his scythe towards Zabuza's chest. As long as he could draw blood from Zabuza, he could use his ability to summon the dead through blood. Zabuza, indeed, did not expect Fade One to exchange injury for injury, willing to take a stab to deal one in return. Zabuza's expression changed as Fade One's scythe grazed his exposed chest, a spray of blood droplets scattering into the air, only to be immediately diluted upon hitting the water and disappearing. Seeing that Fade One did not continue his attack, Zabuza assumed that his previous strike had inflicted some damage on Fade One, and he quickly retreated a few steps, unhesitatingly performing hand seals to unleash the water release, great waterfall technique. Just as Fade One raised his scythe to lick the blood, he saw the sea's surface churning, and a massive water sphere suddenly charged towards him. Forgetting about licking blood, Fade One hurriedly leaped to avoid the water sphere. But this was a jutsu that Zabuza had released after gathering a large amount of chakra, and being on the sea allowed him to maximize his home field advantage. Thus, Fade One was still struck by part of the water sphere, and the blood on his scythe was washed away by the torrent. What Zabuza did not know was that this great waterfall technique had inadvertently saved his life. Compared to Zabuza's luck, Fade One, who had just been careless and got splashed by the water, was now furious, with veins bulging on his forehead. Bastard, you actually used water to wash away my blood. You bastard, you ruined my ritual. I will definitely offer you to Lord Death today. Hearing Fade One's roar, Zabuza's gaze hardened. He could not understand. What death god? Is there really such a thing in this world? What ritual? A multitude of questions filled Zabuza's mind. But what puzzled him even more was that Fade One had been stabbed 3 times by his knives and still hadn't fallen. Is he still human? Zabuza's heart grew heavy as he caught a glimpse of the mist on the other side, where Haku was desperately stalling the masked Akatsuki member. Zabuza quietly formed seals. Although he did not know how the battle was going over there, he was certain that Haku, with his current strength, would not be a match for that guy. He had to go save Haku. With his heart set on retreat, Zabuza prepared to escape, but at that moment, a slender figure flew back from afar. Zabuza's pupils contracted, nearly unable to hold back a shout. Haku! But he managed to suppress that shout. The ninja's training told Zabuza not to go save Haku, as it would give the enemy an opportunity to strike. However, his human emotions urged him to go catch Haku. If he didn't, the defenseless Haku in midair would surely be stabbed by Fade One's scythe or by Kakuzu, who was following closely behind. In an instant, Zabuza made his choice. He explosively released chakra from his feet, activating the body flicker technique to rush towards Haku in midair. Seeing Zabuza expose himself again, Fade One grinned wildly and swung his scythe at Zabuza. Zabuza glanced quickly, his expression unchanged as he hugged Haku close, a strange and unspeakable complexity rising within him. He looked at the unconscious Haku, her pale little face, and the trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, feeling as if his heart was being gripped tightly. To divert his attention, he softly clicked his tongue. I must have been infected by Terumi, May, and the Moon's 2 guys. Otherwise, why would I risk exposing myself to the enemy just to save you, my subordinate? Subordinate, not tool. Fade One's blood-red scythe was already swinging down towards him. It was not hard to feel the gust of wind accompanying the scythe. But Zabuza turned his back, disregarding everything, and tried to bring Haku's body down towards the water's surface, minimizing the time in the air, which was the only effective way to avoid risk. At the same time, 4 Zabuza clones suddenly appeared around Zabuza and Haku, all raising their weapons to block. Fade One's scythe was slightly hindered by the 4 water clones, and the immense force cut through them, but Zabuza took advantage of this brief gap and obstruction to drop back to the water's surface with Haku without hesitation. Fade One clicked his tongue and followed them back to the water surface, while Kakuzu slowly emerged from the mist. The 2 closed in from the front and back, tightly encircling Zabuza, who was holding Haku. Zabuza's expression turned serious. While he could hold Haku with one hand, he could not form seals with one hand like Haku could. So, if one of them released a wind release jutsu now, this thick mist would immediately be blown away, even though the mist could quickly gather again. That short time would be enough for these 2 Akatsuki members to kill him and Haku. After having breakfast, Kakashi took Naruto and the other 2 to the bridge to watch Dazna repair the bridge, or rather, to protect it. Ah, how boring, Kakashi-sensei. Can you leave a shadow clone here to keep watch, and then we go train? Naruto shouted in frustration, knowing that, to be precise, the 3 members of Team 7 all knew that Kakashi-sensei could use the Flying Thunder God technique, hence the suggestion. Previously, he and Sasuke had been blown away by Haku alone, and now was the time when he felt the most unwilling and eager to become stronger. Therefore, he desperately hoped to receive Kakashi's training guidance again, If he ever encountered that mist ninja again one day, he would definitely make her admit defeat and beg for mercy. Sasuke also secretly cast an expectant glance. He wanted to train too. Naruto couldn't stand being defeated by Haku, and Sasuke would feel even worse about it. A desire to redeem himself was now Sasuke's biggest thought. Kakashi, being stared at by two pairs of eager eyes, felt both gratified and exhausted. If he could, he would also like to take a break. Kakashi helplessly shifted his inquiring gaze to Hinata, who slightly lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers. But soon she raised her head and said firmly, "Kakashi-sensei, I agree with Naruto's suggestion." The images of Naruto and Sasuke fighting fiercely remained vivid in her mind. If she also had strength comparable to Naruto and Sasuke, could she directly participate in the battle? Although for Hinata, she did not like fighting, but if it was for Naruto, she felt she could, even if it was just to protect Naruto's smile. She didn't want to see Naruto covered in wounds and heartbroken again. Chapter 204 Confrontation. At the beginning, Hinata really couldn't find a clear goal to train and become stronger. In fact, she disliked fighting. However, when she saw her two teammates, especially Naruto, being pierced like a porcupine, she understood the meaning of protection. If the previous Hinata only followed them in training because she didn't want to be looked down upon by Naruto and didn't want to be too far away from him, the current Hinata wanted to train so that Naruto could confidently entrust his back to her. This is Hinata's heart of protection, to guard Naruto's smile, or rather, to protect Naruto's smile. Kakashi vaguely sensed Hinata's change in mentality, raising an eyebrow and planning to create several shadow clones to train with Naruto and the others. But just as he was about to form the hand seals, a huge sound of water flowing suddenly echoed from the distant sea. It was a bit far away, so by the time the sound reached Kakashi, it already seemed a bit weak. At least Naruto and Dazna didn't notice this sound of water. The more perceptive Sasuke and Hinata almost simultaneously looked towards the source of the sound. Kakashi quickly said, "Hinata, check the situation over there." Yes. Hinata formed hand seals and opened her Byakugan to look over there. Kakashi didn't stop forming the hand seals, but instead created another shadow clone, which then rushed towards that direction at great speed. At Kakashi's command, Naruto quickly reacted, forming a protective formation with Sasuke and Hinata without Kakashi needing to say anything. After a moment, Hinata slightly shook her head at Kakashi. It was too far away, and her current mastery of the Byakugan was insufficient to see that far. Kakashi nodded, not insisting. Anyway, his shadow clone had already gone over, and if there were no abnormalities, it would soon self-disband and return the memories. The formation that Naruto and the others formed to protect Dazna naturally drew the attention of others, who immediately turned to look with puzzled expressions. Some clever people seemed to realize something, their eyes showing fear. Dazna reacted quickly, urgently pleading, "Ninja, is there something wrong? Please protect me and my companions." Without hesitation, Naruto created dozens of shadow clones to surround the residents of the Land of Waves who were participating in the bridge construction. Kakashi glanced over and was about to say something when he suddenly felt an indescribable premonition. He abruptly looked up towards the other end of the bridge and saw a large group of people standing there. Among them a middle-aged man with red hair and the short, stout Kato beside him. When the red-haired man saw Kakashi in his Konoha Jonin vest, his eyes lit up, revealing a hint of murderous intent. "TSK, it really is you, Hatake Kakashi." But upon seeing Kakashi's arm emblem, his expression turned cold again. How would he not hate Konoha? They even used the Uzumaki clan's emblem as an embellishment on their uniforms. The incoming group consisted of Uzumaki Doan, Kato, and a bunch of extras. After Doan took all of Kato's assets for himself, he ordered Kato to bring him to the bridge. Thinking it would be best to resolve the Konoha ninjas and the Mist ninjas together, then frame and sow discord between them before leaving. With this thought, Uzumaki Doan arrived. Kakashi turned to face Uzumaki Doan, and Dazna angrily pointed at Kato, shouting, "That guy's Kato!" Naruto and the others immediately glared at Kato and his group. They had seen the backwardness and misery of the Land of Waves, so they naturally detested Kato, who fed on the blood of the people of the Land of Waves. Without any hesitation, Naruto made an almost instinctive move. Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. With a shout of anger, countless Narutos charged towards Kato and his men like a legion. The many rogue ninjas and samurai on that side were startled, but under Kato's heavy reward, they shouted and rushed towards Naruto and the others. Uzumaki Doan glanced at Naruto, a look of deep meaning and suspicion flashing in his eyes. This blonde kid actually has such a massive amount of chakra. He then looked at Kakashi, who was still standing there, and loudly said, "You are the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi." His tone was very certain. Uzumaki Doan had heard of Kakashi's fame over the years while using puppets in the ninja world. After all, there were almost no ninjas in the ninja world who could ignore attributes and learn all ninjutsu just by looking at it, which made Kakashi extremely rare. Over time, the title of copy ninja overshadowed his former reputation as the cold-blooded Kakashi. "Ah, that's me, but I see you don't look much like a ninja. How do you know my name?" Kakashi replied coldly, feigning confusion. "Huh." Uzumaki Doan chuckled lightly. "Your probing is a bit too much, Kakashi." He then coldly glanced at the rogue ninjas who were fighting with Naruto, his eyes filled with coldness. This group of useless eaters can't even deal with a single shadow clone of a genin. It's a waste to keep them. In the next instant, black runes suddenly spread from beneath his feet, rapidly entangling all the rogue ninjas fighting Naruto. In the following moment, these rogue ninjas inexplicably lost their lives and collapsed to the ground. Naruto and the others were shocked by Uzumaki Doan's actions, and Sasuke hurriedly shouted, "Naruto, come back." They couldn't believe he had ruthlessly killed his own comrades. Naruto's face turned pale, but in his eyes, disbelief and disagreement were evident. "You're wrong, kid. In my eyes, these people are just a bunch of useless trash. They don't deserve to be my companions." Uzumaki Doan looked at Naruto with interest, patiently explaining. But in the next instant, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Kakashi's pupils constricted. He couldn't care about anything else and quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Jumping to the real Naruto's side. Almost simultaneously, Uzumaki Doan appeared in front of Naruto and threw a punch. Kakashi met Uzumaki Doan's punch with his own, a dull sound ringing out as their fists collided. Without hesitation, Kakashi used his other hand to grab Naruto and pulled him away. Uzumaki Doan stood still, looking up at Kakashi, who had reappeared, and asked darkly, "Flying Thunder God technique? Who is the fourth Hokage to you?" Kakashi's expression darkened. He suddenly had a vague guess in his heart. Red hair, strong strength, knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. And that move that just killed the rogue ninjas. Chapter 205 Confrontation. Kakashi found it hard to believe that the person he had searched for so many years, Obito, would appear so brazenly in front of him. Is this what it means to get something for nothing? You can't be. Kakashi asked tentatively. Uzumaki Doan laughed dismissively, his eyes fixed meaningfully on Kakashi. Kakashi's hand slowly tightened, but he knew that this was not the right time to fight this guy. If this person is the mastermind behind everything, then his space-time ninjutsu should be similar to that of the white-clad man who died back then, relying on the surrounding sounds as the medium for his space-time transfer. However, Uzumaki Doan didn't care about that and continued, "You really are the copy ninja. You can even use the Flying Thunder God technique, and you use it quite proficiently. TSK. Sarutobi Hiruzen should have given you the title of Ninjutsu Professor." Uzumaki Doan recalled the humiliation he suffered when he was ambushed by Minato and another mysterious masked man back then, also using the silent space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi remained silent, while Naruto only realized what was happening at that moment. Upon hearing Vortex Doan seemingly insulting the old man, he felt a bit embarrassed. However, Kakashi quickly pulled him back, and Naruto managed to hold back his voice. In the distance, Sasuke and Hinata were already dumbfounded. In their eyes, they could only see Vortex Doan suddenly standing where Naruto had been, while another Naruto had appeared next to Kakashi. Kakashi's position had also slightly changed, like a page being abruptly removed from an animation, causing the characters' positions to change unexpectedly. What is this? Sasuke and Hinata had not yet encountered the existence of space-time ninjutsu. Seeing that Kakashi still wasn't responding, Vortex Doan subtly frowned. "Are you waiting for me to come over?" "Fine." In the next moment, Vortex Doan's figure disappeared again, suddenly appearing right in front of Kakashi and Naruto. Naruto felt his eyes blur, and his body was kicked away, flying straight towards Sasuke and Hinata. This was naturally Kakashi's doing. He intercepted Vortex Doan's sudden attack, and then threw Naruto out. Vortex Doan ignored the flying Naruto, sneering as he continued to attack Kakashi. That little brat was indeed a bit annoying and gave him an unpleasant feeling. But how could that compare to Kakashi Hatake in front of him? A Leaf Village Jonin who could use the Flying Thunder God technique was undoubtedly a core elite ninja of a Leaf Village. Killing such an opponent would bring Vortex Doan great satisfaction. His years of hard training abroad were precisely for the day he could become invincible in the ninja world. First, he would kill Kakashi, who also mastered space-time ninjutsu, and then seek revenge on the mysterious person who had fought alongside Minato Namikaze back in the day. Of course, the most important thing was that Vortex Dawn wanted to find a powerful ninja to practice against, to familiarize himself with his current abilities and strength. And Kakashi just happened to meet his requirements. Thus, Vortex Dawn made his move, but perhaps wanting to play a little longer, he didn't use his full strength right away. Kakashi also had the intention of testing the waters, and similarly did not go all out. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 10 blows. Whether it was Sasuke's Sharingan or Hinata's Byakugan, they both became ineffective at that moment. They couldn't capture the process of the two fighting at all. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Kakashi reached out to grab Vortex Dawn, but Vortex Dawn took the opportunity to seize Kakashi's wrist, simultaneously sweeping his foot to try and knock Kakashi down. Kakashi suddenly bent his knee outward, intending to meet Vortex Dawn's shins with his own kneecap. Meanwhile, Kakashi's movements didn't stop. Seeing that one of his hands was grabbed, his other hand struck from an unexpected angle, forcing Vortex Dawn to release his grip on his wrist. The two then separated, ending the first round. After this exchange, Vortex Dawn felt surprised and shocked. The punch they just exchanged was one where he hadn't used his full strength, so he could understand why Kakashi could match him. But now, his punches and kicks were clearly much stronger than before. Why could Kakashi still take his attacks? Vortex Dawn glanced at Kakashi, who appeared calm, and understood in his heart that this Kakashi Hitaki's strength was definitely more than what was apparent, at least before today. He hadn't heard in the ninja world that Kakashi had learned the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage. While Vortex Dawn was surprised by Kakashi's taijutsu, Kakashi was filled with murderous intent, although they had only exchanged a few blows. He could almost confirm that this guy was the masked man in white who had attacked the Leaf Village years ago. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, his gaze icy and filled with killing intent directed at Vortex Dawn. On the sea, Zabuza was holding Haku with one arm, glaring forward while also paying attention to the movements behind him. Kakuzu slowly approached, and Zabuza's eyes narrowed. With a sudden flick of the sewing needle in his other hand, he decided to distract the strange Haiden behind him instead of fighting him. Perhaps he could buy himself a chance to escape. Kakuzu's expression was emotionless, only filled with a thirst for Zabuza's head. Seeing the sewing needle coming at him fiercely, he remained calm, hardening his skin once again and simply grabbing the sewing needle with his hand. Zabuza's eyes flashed with surprise, and upon seeing the change in Kakuzu's skin color, he realized it was an earth-style ninjutsu that hardened his body. However, the end of the sewing needle suddenly ignited, revealing it to be an explosive tag. Kakuzu's eyes tightened, and he hurriedly flipped the sewing needle back, but regretted it at the last moment, thinking he couldn't ruin the head. Otherwise, he wouldn't get the money. Just as the sewing needle was released, Kakuzu quickly adjusted its trajectory with his hand, causing Zabuza and Haku to be blown away. But Zabuza seized the opportunity to carry Haku on his back, and shot out like an arrow from the waves created by the explosion. Logically, Kakashi should also be on the bridge. He needed to find him. Without hesitation, Zabuza followed this thought and dashed to the side. Kakuzu frowned. The sudden change in thought unexpectedly gave that guy a chance. This was unacceptable. Without hesitation, Kakuzu and Haiden chased after Zabuza, while countless sharks caught the scent of blood and rushed towards Zabuza's direction. Chapter 206. Rescue. The speed of the sharks in the sea was terrifying. They swarmed in, causing significant trouble for Zabuza, Kakuzu, and Haiden. They were forced to constantly dodge left and right, occasionally stepping on the back of a shark to shift their positions. Zabuza gritted his teeth against the pain in his back and his other hand, desperately trying to escape with Haku. To catch up to Zabuza faster, Kakuzu had no choice but to reveal his true abilities, releasing 4 Earth Grudge Fear bodies to use ninjutsu to clear a path for himself and Haiden. Zabuza had no time to look back at Kakuzu and Haiden. He could only push himself to run forward with all his potential. The distance between them gradually closed, and despair filled Zabuza's heart. He couldn't escape. If he died, he died. He had prepared himself mentally ever since he picked up the kunai and started killing his peers. But Haku was still young and had far greater talent than him. If she grew up, she would surely become a well-known shadow-level expert in the village. Would she also? Zabuza looked down at Haku, whose mouth was bleeding. Just then, Haku suddenly let out a low cough and coughed up a mouthful of blood, the blood trickling down her mouth and neck into the sea. Zabuza's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but lose a bit of concentration. A shark, sensing the blood, suddenly lunged at Zabuza's foot. Kakuzu, who was getting closer behind Zabuza, felt a rush of anxiety. Damn it. What does this thing think can take my Kakuzu's head? Water release. Water curtain. A powerful water cannon was shot out, directly hitting the shark's mouth, smashing half of its face and causing it to sink straight down. Countless sharks immediately rushed in to feast on it. Zabuza quickly jumped out of that area, but Kakuzu leaped up almost simultaneously, a kunai glinting coldly in his hand. Haku, seeing this scene, inexplicably found the strength to push Zabuza aside, rushing to intercept Kakuzu's kunai, sacrificing herself to buy Zabuza a moment of time. No. Zaibujan let out a nearly desperate roar from the bottom of his heart. Bang. A line of blood splattered in midair, but it wasn't Zaibujan's blood. It was Kakuzu's. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared in midair, and while catching Zaibujan, he viciously kicked Kakuzu. Logically speaking, Kakuzu, who had roamed the ninja world for many years, should have had no reason to be unable to dodge Kakashi's straightforward kick. Yet, he was unexpectedly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly having sustained internal injuries from the kick. Kakashi wasn't done after catching Zaibujan. He immediately formed a water whip in his hand that wrapped around Zaibujan's waist, pulling him close. As they fell, Kakashi quickly formed a few hand seals with his foot, and instantly, lightning burst forth from beneath him, electrocuting the sharks gathered below. Thanks to the water's propagation, Kakashi's Chidori spread out over 100 meters, also controlling Haiden, who was charging through the shark group. Fortunately, the sharks around him were electrocuted even worse, and none could rush over to bite him. Otherwise, Haiden would probably have ended up being swallowed by fish without knowing why. Kakashi held Zaibujan with one hand and pulled him and Zaibujan down to the sea surface. As he looked at Kakuzu, who was standing back in the sea, along with the four Earth Grudge Fear and Haiden silently watching, he wondered how he had encountered Haiden and Kakuzu here. Kakuzu took a couple of deep breaths, finally calming down, and fixed a serious gaze on Kakashi, who had saved Zaibujan and Bai. Haiden also stood beside Kakuzu, looking at Kakashi with slight interest. He had seen the scene where Kakuzu was kicked away and could clearly tell that this guy in front of him was not just strong. He was definitely qualified to participate in the Death God's sacrificial ceremony. Haiden felt a bit excited. Zaibujan glanced gratefully at Kakashi and muttered a thank you. Thank you for saving her and me. Then, Zaibujan shot a rare, furious, and fearful glare at Bai, who was pale and silent. Kakashi lightly coughed, interrupting. Let's talk about everything later. The most important thing now is to escape. Looking at the two members of the Akatsuki organization in front of him, Kakashi felt a bit of a headache. Here, he was just a shadow clone, and dealing with both Kakuzu and Haiden at the same time wasn't easy for him, especially since he was also carrying two incapacitated burdens. So the best course of action now was to retreat to the bridge and find his real body to take action. Thinking of this, Kakashi instantly turned around and dragged Zaibujan and Bai to run back. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, who had just recalled the Earth Grudge Fear into his body for safety, was momentarily stunned. Haiden didn't expect this strong ninja to run away so decisively. As he raised his scythe to chase after them, Kakuzu stopped him with a hand, saying, "Don't rush in. This suddenly appearing ninja is Hatake Kakashi from Konoha. He's not easy to deal with. Be careful of his tricks." Kakuzu didn't tell Haiden that from the kick Kakashi had given him, he could confidently say that Hatake Kakashi's strength was definitely at the level of a real Kage, and not just someone like Zaibujan, who only had one aspect of his abilities reaching that level. Although Kakashi might be choosing to flee now because he was carrying two injured persons, it didn't rule out the possibility that he had set some traps ahead to lure them in. Cautious for decades, Kakuzu decided to be cautious once more and temporarily gave up on this extra income. On the bridge, Kakashi formed hand seals and said, "Water style, water break wave." A high-pressure water arrow condensed in front of his mask and shot towards the exposed Vortex Doan with lightning speed. Vortex Doan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly pointed a finger at the incoming water arrow in an extremely bizarre posture. A thin chakra wave shot out from his finger, colliding with the water arrow midair. The chakra wave exploded upon impact, scattering the water arrow into tiny droplets. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already formed a Raikiri in his hand without anyone noticing, charging at Vortex Doan with incredible speed. Vortex Doan hurriedly turned to evade, but it was too late. He decisively used his unique space-time ninjutsu and flashed to 100 meters away, quickly adjusting his posture. Kakashi's Raikiri naturally missed, and he calmly straightened up to look at Vortex Doan with cold eyes. After just a minute or two of fighting, Kakashi had roughly assessed the level of his opponent's strength. Chapter 207 Fight. Time rewinds to 2 minutes earlier. After a round of combat, both Kakashi and Vortex Doan simultaneously decided to use space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi suddenly threw a shuriken, which landed around the bridge like flowers scattered by a fairy, while Vortex Doan slapped his hand on the ground, forming a barrier. Looking at the 200-meter square barrier, Kakashi glanced at Vortex Doan with some confusion. Vortex Doan revealed a smile that had finally been released after being suppressed for a long time, saying, "Next, our battle will begin within this barrier. I hope you, as the second heir of the Flying Thunder God technique, can hold out a little longer under my hands." Kakashi also smiled lightly, thinking it was just what he wanted. That said, Kakashi didn't intend to go all out right from the start. He wasn't sure if the person in front of him was the real body. What if this guy was just a puppet released by the true mastermind? If he went all out and crushed him, what would he do if the real one hit away? Anyway, according to Obito, this guy should have a close connection with Nagato. So he would wait for Obito to spur Nagato to start collecting the tailed beasts, and when the situation was set, this guy would naturally show up. Anyone who could listen to Obito's plan to collect tailed beasts was ambitious, regardless of whether this person's goal was to collect tailed beasts like Nagato or something else. The real body would eventually have to show up. At that time, Obito could take the opportunity to gather people and beat this guy to death together. However, it was best to continue testing things out here for now. If he could confirm that he was the real body, then he would personally. Kakashi's mind flashed with killing intent, and he suddenly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. The next moment, a chakra wave landed where Kakashi had been standing, blowing a deep pit into the bridge surface. Stepping down, Kakashi's foot made a slight sound, and Vortex Doan's figure also vanished, suddenly appearing in front of Kakashi. His right hand shimmering with black light, as his sealing technique swiftly reached for Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi hurriedly tightened his abdomen and shifted again, narrowly avoiding Vortex Doan's hand. But his fingertips still brushed against Kakashi's vest. The black, ink-like substance immediately adhered to him. Kakashi was startled and exploded his lightning release armor, directly shredding his vest into pieces. Although he didn't know what kind of sealing technique this guy had, it definitely wasn't a good one for extending life. Most importantly, his intelligence was outdated. Kakashi thought to himself, after so many years, he still believed this guy was using a medium similar to hearing for space-time jumps. It was really a mistake. Vortex Doan, having missed his strike, was not in a hurry either. Instead, he performed a space-time jump just like Kakashi, shadowing him closely. The black light on Uzumaki Doan's hand dissipated as he threw a punch toward Kakashi's face. Kakashi raised his elbow to block, and with a feint, he attempted to create some distance from Uzumaki Doan. He hadn't seen Uzumaki Doan perform any hand seals, but black sealing runes had appeared on his hand. It was not difficult to judge that the sealing technique he had just used was without hand seals, so Kakashi did not want to engage him in close combat. What if this guy could activate it instantly? A sudden strike would be no different from being attacked by a hidden A. Seeing Kakashi's caution, Uzumaki Doan smiled with satisfaction. Ever since he had been defeated by a certain beast, he had deliberately developed this sealing technique to prevent ambushes and close-range attacks. Kakashi thought, sorry, but that beast seems to be him. As Uzumaki Doan spoke, he suddenly threw out several sealing symbols, which floated toward Kakashi in a very strange trajectory. Although they were floating, the speed of these symbols was extremely fast, and their movements were erratic, making it impossible for an ordinary Sharingan to predict them. Without hesitation, Kakashi activated the lightning body flicker technique and dashed in a zigzag pattern toward Uzumaki Doan. However, Uzumaki Doan blocked Kakashi's punch with his arms and reached back to grab Kakashi. Kakashi hurriedly dodged again, but to his surprise, Uzumaki Doan sneered. High-speed movement is not something you can do alone. Sure enough, in the next second, Uzumaki Doan also disappeared from his original position and appeared behind Kakashi, delivering a powerful punch. Time-space transition. Kakashi's brow twitched. This guy was indeed not moving based on sound. My speed is faster than sound. How could he keep up with me using sound alone? Kakashi quickly crouched to evade the attack, pushing his hands against the ground to stop his momentum, and unleashed a Konoha whirlwind. Uzumaki Doan's body slammed into the edge of the barrier, but he quickly flipped to stop himself and activated the time-space ninjutsu again. In the next moment, Kakashi's pursuing attack missed, as if the frames had suddenly dropped. Uzumaki Doan's body reappeared behind Kakashi, forming a blade with his hand, and struck down at Kakashi's neck with black light emanating from his fingertips. Kakashi hurriedly leaned forward, but the lightning armor did not work. Wherever Uzumaki Doan's fingertips touched, the lightning chakra armor melted away like ice under the warm sun. The band of Kakashi's forehead protector was also touched by his fingertips, instantly vanishing as if erased by an eraser. The forehead protector fell to the ground, and Kakashi had no time to care about it, needing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape once more. Kakashi understood that when he entered this barrier, he had stepped into this guy's battlefield. If he guessed correctly, this guy probably had the ability to teleport freely within this barrier. It didn't seem too difficult to break it. A single use of a Kimui could create a hole in the barrier, and escaping would be easy after that. However, Kakashi glanced at the forehead protector on the ground. The blue band had inexplicably shortened. At that moment, the ceiling symbols that had been thrown out landed on the ground, instantly melting a 1-meter square hole, reminiscent of Danzo's 4-symbol seal. Kakashi maintained the lightning armor and advanced toward Uzumaki Doan, who remained unafraid. Black runes suddenly appeared on the back of his hands and feet, a method unique to him for temporarily enhancing his strength. From their earlier exchanges, Uzumaki Doan had realized that this guy named Hatake Kakashi was an opponent of equal caliber. If he relied only on his normal abilities, it would be difficult to defeat Kakashi, so he decided to try out a new ability he had developed from his research. Chapter 208. Changing the rhythm, Uzumaki Doan was naturally astonished that Konoha had produced a genius comparable to Minato Namikaze. However, the destroyers of his country were precisely those geniuses. In Uzumaki Doan's eyes, he now possessed strength on par with Nagato. Once the 9-tailed beasts were gathered, he could start plotting to take Nagato's eyes and then seal and absorb the power of the 9-tailed beasts, ultimately annihilating the 5 great nations. Although Nagato also had the Uzumaki physique, in Doan's view, he was completely inadequate. Through some ancient texts, Uzumaki Doan had learned that his physique was similar to that of Senju Hashirama, both being sage bodies. If he could also obtain Nagato's sage eyes, wouldn't he become a god beyond the ninja god, Senju Hashirama? Therefore, while Kakashi was strong, Uzumaki Doan did not truly regard him as a threat. Moreover, his Black Blossom sealing technique was known to break and seal anything, and Kakashi's lightning armor was practically a counter to him. Returning to the current situation, Uzumaki Doan activated his sealing enhancement mode, a technique he had learned from an ancient coffin on another continent, which could temporarily enhance his physical body and grant him greater melee capabilities. Kakashi did not plan to use any ninjutsu that required hand seals, as they would not hit the opponent. Now, it was a contest of attack speed and one-hit kills. Kakashi ignited purple lightning in his hand, then suddenly extended it into a sharp purple spear aimed at Uzumaki Doan. In an instant, Uzumaki Doan vanished and reappeared, this time still behind Kakashi. Kakashi caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Another hand, dangling with the palm facing backward, suddenly flashed with purple light. As he leaned forward, he thrust another purple spear diagonally upward. Uzumaki Doan was startled, clearly not expecting Kakashi to release ninjutsu with both hands simultaneously. He sidestepped to evade, but his shoulder was inevitably grazed and blood splattered out. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Doan's Black Blossom sealing technique was about to press down on Kakashi's back. This time I win. No matter where Kakashi teleported, he would immediately follow, continuing his actions. As long as he pressed against Kakashi, Kakashi's entire waist would be directly severed, which meant cut in half. But was it really so? Kakashi twisted his waist and flicked his wrist, redirecting the purple spear back toward Uzumaki Doan, its speed not lagging behind Doan's hand at all. Moreover, Kakashi suddenly increased his chakra output, causing the spear to double in thickness. This was the advantage of the purple spear. It could be enlarged or reduced at will by the user's intention, unlike the lightning cutter, which had a fixed form and output. This guy wants to exchange lives. Uzumaki Doan's mind raced. If his palm landed, he could certainly kill Kakashi, but Kakashi could also cut through his body with the purple spear before he could teleport again. It is well known that a person does not die immediately when cut in half. So Kakashi could even maintain the lightning armor's enhancement and use an incredibly terrifying speed to slice himself. Uzumaki Doan hesitated. He had no intention of using his life to exchange for Kakashi's. Once he acquired the Rinnegan, even this Kakashi, who was currently on par with him, would be nothing but a mere pawn. So, Uzumaki Doan immediately chose to teleport, directly avoiding Kakashi's purple spear. After moving to a distance, Uzumaki Doan dispersed the Black Blossom and shot out a chakra wave, then focused on all the special kunai Kakashi had left behind. No matter where Kakashi appeared, he would immediately attack. However, Kakashi chose not to use the Flying Thunder God technique, instead bracing himself to withstand the chakra wave. The smoke quickly thickened. And Uzumaki Doan thought to himself that it was not good. Clearly, in the face of the lightning armor's unstoppable momentum, he forgot that the lightning armor is a ninjutsu with extremely strong defensive capabilities, or perhaps he simply regarded the lightning armor as Kakashi's lightning attribute chakra activation cell technique, just with more obvious effects. After all, in his eyes, a little chakra leakage is quite normal. Considering the vast amount of chakra, it is indeed difficult to control. Kakashi endured the chakra wave and then, like lightning, used a lightning body flicker to appear right in front of him. Although Uzumaki Doan had some sensory ability to cheat, he still managed to react, but Kakashi's hair suddenly stood on end, not because he transformed into a Super Saiyan, but because he activated the second stage of lightning armor in that instant. Even with his sensory ability, Uzumaki Doan was powerless to change his response strategy and was directly punched away by Kakashi's swift straight punch. Kakashi then quickly pursued the flying Uzumaki Doan and delivered a powerful body slam, driving Uzumaki Doan straight into the ground, creating a hole in the bridge. Uzumaki Doan plummeted towards the barrier floor below the bridge. The force was indeed overwhelming, and Uzumaki Doan was forced to use his other ultimate move, reducing the energy acting on himself. His body then lightly fell onto the barrier floor, but just as he thought Kakashi's assault had ended, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of him, having gathered a purple lightning bolt in his hand unknown to him. The purple lightning struck down, causing Uzumaki Doan's body, which had just stopped, to crash down again. Fortunately, this barrier only had the ability to trap and isolate from external contact. So Uzumaki Doan merely broke through the barrier in a curled-up position and fell straight into the sea below. With the barrier breached, other parts of the barrier also shattered, allowing Naruto, Sasuke, and others outside to finally see the destruction caused by the previous battle between the two. Well, this bridge needs to be repaired again. Kakashi stood upside down at the bottom of the bridge, looking at the stillness below, suddenly forming hand seals for a water release technique, seemingly wanting to unleash a large-scale water release to force him out. Just as Kakashi completed 3 seals, Uzumaki Doan's figure reappeared, and a black lightning bolt sliced Kakashi in half. Bang! This Kakashi suddenly transformed into smoke and disappeared, shadow clone. In the next moment, Uzumaki Doan's heart raced, and without hesitation, he used body flicker to return to the front of the bridge, only to find another Kakashi waiting for him on the bridge. What? There wasn't one just now. Uzumaki Doan barely had time to utter half a sentence when the Kakashi across from him fired a water bullet at him. Instinctively, Uzumaki Doan used a finger chakra wave to counter it, and then the previous scene unfolded again. Chapter 209, You Lie or Retreat. Through this minute or two of combat, Kakashi had already confirmed that the guy on the opposite side definitely had close combat abilities comparable to his own, and his usual attack method seemed to be the portable version of the 4-symbol seal from Black Lightning, with the chakra wave shot from his fingers possessing power comparable to the Rasengan. Also, the strange force release technique he just used, how did he do that? Moreover, he seemed to have a similar enhancement ninjutsu as my lightning armor. Kakashi subtly glanced at Uzumaki Doan's hand, and Uzumaki Doan looked at Kakashi, momentarily silent. It seemed too difficult to kill this guy in front of him. Instead, he glanced at Naruto and Sasuke in the distance, and with that thought, Uzumaki Doan's figure suddenly vanished from his spot. Step. Another beautiful interception occurred as Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of Tazuna, blocking Uzumaki Doan's attack with one hand, while a purple lightning bolt pierced Uzumaki Doan's shoulder. Uzumaki Doan gripped Kakashi's right hand tightly, preventing him from slashing down towards his lower left. If Kakashi successfully swept the purple lightning bolt away, his left arm would be completely severed. Uzumaki Doan's eyes were filled with astonishment, seemingly questioning how Kakashi had flashed to Tazuna's side. Kakashi's eyes, however, were filled with killing intent. He had seen Uzumaki Doan sneak a glance at Naruto and the others, which was why he had followed him in an instant. A marking? Blood flowed from Uzumaki Doan's shoulder, soaking the flying Thunder God mark on his abdominal belt, which was left by Kakashi during their earlier exchange. Uzumaki Doan glanced down and vaguely guessed where the problem lay, but he was somewhat incredulous that he had been marked by Kakashi without realizing it. I actually got hurt by such a trick. This shouldn't have happened. Although this injury would heal quickly, it seemed unnecessary to continue fighting now. In the next moment, as if greatly angered, he shouted loudly, and a black, ink-like liquid surged from his entire body. He gathered all the black runes he had just used to enhance himself and detonated them, forming a sealing space. Seeing the sudden emergence of a black liquid-like substance on Uzumaki Doan, Kakashi hurriedly unleashed a full-powered Chidori to paralyze him, then withdrew his hand. Although he had wanted to use Kimui to directly decapitate him, for some reason, Kakashi still felt it necessary to hold back. Perhaps because he suspected this guy had other life-saving techniques. Moreover, not to mention TMD, Uzumaki Doan's current appearance was too similar to that of Zetsu when he used the four-symbol seal. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi turned and grabbed Naruto and the others, then unhesitatingly activated Flying Thunder God. Good, just let go, and when my injuries are healed, I'll come find you, Hatake Kakashi. At least I've uncovered another hidden expert from Konoha. Just a little injury, not a loss. At least in the future, we'll have more intelligence for capturing the Nine Tails. Kakashi cautiously let go, fully aware of Uzumaki Doan's intentions. Seeing that he had not only failed to launch a sneak attack, but had also been outmaneuvered by Kakashi, he naturally felt a sense of retreat. Therefore, he deliberately used the cover of that space to teleport away, keeping in mind Hatake Kakashi's presence. Once he obtained the sage's eyes, or the power of some tailed beasts, he would come back to cause trouble for Kakashi to avenge today's humiliation. The black sealing ink rapidly expanded into a massive sphere dozens of meters in size, then suddenly transformed into scattered black mud and dissipated. When the black mud vanished again, Uzumaki Doan had already disappeared, along with a circular section of the bridge with a diameter of several dozen meters. Great, this will need to be repaired again. At this moment, Zabuza and Haku were brought onto the bridge by another Kakashi. As soon as they stepped onto the bridge, Zabuza looked at Kakashi in front of him, disheveled and missing his forehead protector. Yes, it was that godly Kakashi skin, and wanted to ask what that suddenly appearing black sphere was, but unfortunately, the injuries from the explosive tags detonated earlier surged forth at that moment, or perhaps Zabuza's will had reached its limit, causing his body to collapse completely. Naruto and the others were all confused as they were moved by Kakashi, then turned to look at the two brought back by another Kakashi, completely bewildered. The developments had changed too quickly, and their CU had burned out. The sudden appearance of the barrier had obstructed all their vision, so they had no idea how intense the battle inside was. They only knew that the barrier had suddenly shattered, and then Kakashi-sensei and that guy had suddenly appeared beside them, ultimately winning with Kakashi's Flying Thunder God tracking purple lightning. In their eyes, they couldn't see Kakashi and the others' movements clearly at all. They only vaguely knew that the red-haired man had lost. Sasuke stared blankly at Kakashi. His Sharingan almost going to waste. Was this really a Jonin? His newly upgraded two-tomo Sharingan didn't even have the qualification to see their movements. What a joke. Hinata, on the other hand, was able to see the actions of Kakashi and the Vortex Doan after the barrier was created due to her Byakugan's wide field of vision. But she couldn't make sense of it either. To her, the speed contest between the two seemed like two flashes of blue and red light flickering. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was out of the loop, pointed excitedly at Zabuza and Haku, who were brought back by Kakashi's shadow clone. His loud shout attracted the attention of Sasuke and Hinata, and the three of them looked over at Zabuza and Haku. They saw that Zabuza's left arm and half of his shoulder were drenched in blood, and he was lying helplessly on the ground, blood still dripping down. Haku, on the other hand, couldn't even stand, as her legs had been broken and could not support her. Not only her legs, but one of her hands was also fractured, and with blood covering her chin, it was clear she had severe internal injuries. Kakashi didn't respond to Naruto's shout. He quickly walked in front of Haku and crouched down, his hands quickly glowing with emerald green chakra. Seeing this, Zabuza felt a huge weight lift from his heart, collapsing weakly to the ground, gasping for breath. Thank goodness for medical ninjas. Thank goodness for medical ninjas. Sasuke pulled on Naruto, who then realized and hurriedly quieted down, instinctively protecting Kakashi's surroundings. Right now, Kakashi-sensei was using medical ninjutsu. He couldn't interfere. As for other questions, they could ask later. Chapter 2:10 Epilogue time passed, and Kakashi managed to stabilize Haku's injuries. While Zabuza's bleeding was also stopped by Kakashi's shadow clone. Kakashi stopped the medical ninjutsu, took a breath, and stood up, saying, "All right, I've stabilized the internal injuries, but to really treat your wounds, you still need to return to the Hidden Mist Village. After all, I only have a basic understanding of medical ninjutsu." Zabuza looked at Haku, clearly relieved and grateful, but soon those emotions were overshadowed by anger. Just as he wanted to question Haku about why she pushed him away earlier, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Zabuza opened his mouth to Haku, who looked at him with a hint of confusion in her Byakugan, and then seemed to think of something, her gaze wavering slightly. Hey, didn't you two leave the land of waves? How did you get so badly injured? Naruto's loud voice erupted beside them, completely ignoring the awkwardness in the exchange of glances between the others. Sasuke also stepped closer, his expression serious and puzzled. Naruto had already told him that Zabuza and Haku had abandoned their mission and left the land of waves. Why were they brought back here by Kakashi's shadow clone? Of course, what he cared about most was who could injure Zabuza and Haku, who were close to Kakashi-sensei's level, like this. Who are you like this? Sasuke asked. Zabuza fell silent. Kakashi turned around and said, the person who injured them is not something you should be asking about right now. You've seen the situation. They're both seriously hurt. But Zabuza, I'm curious how you ran into those two guys. Zabuza glanced at Kakashi with hidden gratitude and replied, those two guys. One in my head. Hearing this, Kakashi understood. It was likely that Kakuzu had seen Zabuza and was eager for a bounty. If he remembered correctly, Zabuza's current price on the black market was about 1.5 asuma. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, surprised that Kakashi would refuse to answer their questions about who injured Zabuza and Haku. However, this only made them more curious. But correspondingly, the sense of urgency and pressure in their hearts grew even larger. This ninja world seemed far bigger than they had imagined. Although Kakashi-sensei always said they had surpassed Iruka-sensei's strength, it was still not enough. Sasuke thought to himself. His goal was to leave the village and capture Itachi Uchiha for interrogation in Konoha. With his current strength, he could do nothing. Sasuke secretly made up his mind to start intense training when he got back, vowing to reach Haku's level as soon as possible. Naruto had similar thoughts. His dream was to become Hokage, and he needed to have strong power first. He would also train harder when he got back. Hinata shot a strange glance at Zabuza and Haku, feeling that their relationship was not simple. Kakashi, a loyal reader of Intimate Paradise with years of underground romance experience, immediately noticed the subtle glances and turbulent emotions between Zabuza and Haku. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat and said, Zabuza, you have a good disciple. I just saw her trying to push you away to face the strong enemy alone. Haku looked weak and astonished, staring at Kakashi. He just brought up what Naruto interrupted. Zabuza felt uncomfortable hearing this. He looked at Haku with a somewhat serious expression and questioned, why did you push me away earlier? I didn't need your help. Oh yes, Kakashi thought. Zabuza was just as stubborn as ever, even when he was on the verge of death. Haku calmly replied, as Zabuza-sensei's subordinate, it is natural for me to buy time for my teacher to retreat. Is there anything wrong with that? You. Zabuza wanted to retort, but was gently interrupted by Haku. Moreover, at that time, I had already broken both my legs and had no hope of escape. Using my life to buy you time to escape might allow you to return to the village for help, right? As a ninja, one must be rational. You told me this when you accepted me. Zabuza opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What? Admit that he cared about her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Well, Haku, while that is true, you overlooked Zabuza's emotional side as a person. Kakashi reminded him. Hey, Hatake Kakashi, don't say random things. Zabuza's weak protest was ignored by Kakashi, who continued. Actually, Zabuza cares about you a lot, Haku. Haku was stunned. The tiny bud of feelings that had been buried in her heart suddenly broke through the soil. She looked intently at Zabuza. For how many years had he been with her, and she with him? Their team would only briefly add new members, and before long, those new members would either die or leave. In the end, it was always just the two of them, forming a peculiar duo in the Hidden Mist village. Zabuza fell silent. Kakashi had said it all. How could he maintain his image as a strict teacher and cold superior? Feeling somewhat uneasy under Bai's white gaze, Zabuza wanted to turn his head away, but looking at Bai's pale little face, which had grown even whiter due to her serious injuries, he couldn't harden his heart. Bai's face was paler, a kind of pallor that wasn't her usual one. Zabuza couldn't help but think that there seemed to be a hand in his heart gripping it tightly. He felt heartache for Bai at this moment. After some thought, Zabuza still felt it necessary to reshape Bai's thoughts. He said seriously, you are not allowed to push me away like that again. Half of you was brought up by me. Since you were about 7 or 8 years old, I have often guided your training. After you graduated, you directly became my subordinate. Even if one day we have to die, it will be me who dies before you. Do you understand? I nodded with a smile. While not far away, Naruto scratched his head, thinking that calling each other comrades was enough. There was no need to mention subordinates. It was like covering one's ears while stealing a bell. That's called covering your ears while stealing a bell. You fool. Sasuke snorted coldly, arms crossed. Naruto turned his head, squinting, looking quite like a fox. Sasuke, stop being long-winded. You annoying guy. How can I not know what that means? Hinata covered her mouth and chuckled, while Kakashi rubbed his forehead and looked at Bujan with a smile, saying, some things don't wait until you lose them to regret. Chapter 211, Bottleneck. Chunin exam. It had been some time since they returned from the land of waves. Kakashi stood by his window, bored, gazing at the night view. He wondered if Bujan and Bai's relationship would change after my reminder. These two were just a thin layer of paper apart in their relationship, a student-teacher romance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kakashi recalled the scene of the two dying in the heavy snow from his memories, a faint sense of accomplishment rising in his heart. Look, fate is not unchangeable, as long as you have enough strength. After pondering Bujan and Bai's forbidden love for a while, he began to contemplate his own issues. If he was still uncertain during the trip to the land of waves, then after 2 months of training back in the village, Kakashi finally confirmed one thing. He had reached a bottleneck in his martial arts training. This feeling had already been faintly present when he first took on Team 7, but it had only recently become fully apparent. Whether it was his control over chakra or the physical enhancement training, he seemed to have reached a certain limit. If he wanted to advance further, whether it was that technique or the time chakra he had accumulated, he was about ready. It should be enough for me to take a few people over. After the Chunin exam, I should go visit Goku and their world. Perhaps Master Wutian could answer my questions? At that time, I'll leave Naruto to Jiraiya-sama to handle. Wanting to think more about Hinata and Sasuke, Kakashi mused to himself. After months of interaction, Hinata's personality had changed significantly under Naruto's influence. She could no longer just serve as a reconnaissance ninja. Of course, the most important thing was that Hinata no longer had to consciously control her food intake. As everyone knows, in order to maintain her image and demeanor as the daughter of the main branch, Hinata had never been full at home. Kakashi had read in books that long-term undernourishment could lead to introversion, isolation, or increased aggression and personality. Therefore, the first step Kakashi took to change Hinata's personality was to ensure she could eat enough. Ever since Hinata could eat to her fill, her personality had brightened, and her progress in strength had been faster than before. At least for now, Hinata had subtly reached the strength of an elite Chunin. That's right, the Hinata now is the well-fed Hinata. As for Sasuke and Naruto, they had also steadily entered the special Jonin level. In terms of physical techniques, they were likely not weaker than Lee during the same period in the original manga. Of course, this was when considering them without heavy weights. Kakashi had also taught Naruto a new wind release technique, wind cutter, and several lightning release techniques to Sasuke. It wasn't that Kakashi was biased. It was just that teaching Sasuke with his Sharingan was too convenient, whereas Naruto needed to spend several days just to learn hand seals, which was due to their differing talents. As for chakra, for someone from Earth, trying to use techniques like the Kamehameha wave at the mid-Jonin level, combat power under 100, was simply a pipe dream. Although Kakashi believed he was only half-skilled, he had been in contact with chakra for many years and had taught many ninjas in the village about chakra training, with plenty of experimental data to support him. Kakashi was now fairly certain that to learn techniques like the Kamehameha wave, the practitioner would need to possess at least a shadow level, above 100 strength. Thus, Kakashi was not in a hurry to teach Naruto and Sasuke about chakra training. Instead, he focused on improving their physical condition. After all, a strong and robust body is the foundation for chakra training. He wondered how Goku and the others were doing, but he thought that in their world, it should be peaceful and prosperous. Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, unaware that they had already encountered a major crisis over there. The next day, Kakashi suddenly received a summons from the third Hokage. So he had to let Naruto and the others train freely for now, instead of continuing to take Team 7 out of the village for a real C-rank mission. In the Hokage office, a row of Konoha Jonin stood neatly in front of the third Hokage's desk, with Irika coincidentally listening in nearby. Unlike the original manga, there were many more faces from the Uchiha clan among the crowd, and they seemed to share a tacit understanding as they all gathered Kakashi in the center of the group, their expressions clearly showing their respect for him. Standing beside Kakashi was Guy. After coming into contact with chakra, Guy's strength had progressed at an astonishing rate. However, since Kakashi's understanding of chakra could only be considered a preliminary insight, and due to various environmental factors like mission execution, Guy's strength in normal conditions was still far below Kakashi's. But if Guy opened the seventh gate, even Kakashi with Sage Mode and Lightning Release armor would have to obediently get beaten by him, of course, provided Kakashi didn't use Kimyui or Flying Thunder God to escape. With his immense strength, Guy undoubtedly became the #2 pillar of the village in the third Hokage's heart. So it was most appropriate for Kakashi and Guy to stand in the center. Cough cough. The third Hokage cleared his throat and then said slowly, "I have called everyone here today to inform you of something." He paused for a moment. "Our village will soon hold a joint Chunin exam with the Sand Village and the Mist Village. The difficulty of this exam is not less than in the past. Each country has the intention to showcase their ninja strength and potential, and it can almost be seen as an alternative arms race or a martial arts tournament. Therefore, I hope that everyone will enthusiastically recommend their students and think carefully before making a decision. I will give you half an hour to consider, after which we will begin recommendations." As soon as these words were spoken, the Jonin exchanged glances, starting to whisper to those next to them or familiar faces, thinking it over carefully. Half an hour quickly passed, and the Jonin returned to stand in front of the third Hokage from left to right, beginning to state whether their teams would participate in this Chunin exam. Kakashi formed a hand seal with one hand, speaking lazily yet firmly. "In the name of Konoha Jonin Hatake Kakashi, I recommend my Team 7 to participate in this Chunin exam." Kai was naturally unwilling to fall behind and recommended his own third team to participate in the Chunin exam. Following him were Asuma, Kurenai, and the various Jonin from the Uchiha clan. There was no need to elaborate on the members of the Konoha 12, led by Asuma and Kurenai. The focus was on the lower ninjas, led by the Uchiha Jonin. Due to the good relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village over the years, and with Kakashi secretly revealing that the Uchiha are all stubbornly proud, the Konoha ninjas who learned how to interact with the Uchiha had significantly improved their abilities, especially in shuriken throwing techniques, certain types of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, achieving an all-around evolution. Therefore, under the leadership of these Uchiha Jonin, the newly promoted lower ninjas from Konoha had also become much stronger. Of course, there were more newcomers who failed to gain the Uchiha's recognition and were sent back to the ninja school for retaking classes, as the methods were there, but many still didn't know how to apply them. There were naturally many who recommended their own lower ninjas to compete, but many also chose to forego the recommendation. After all, ordinary people and ordinary ninjas were the main theme. They often needed years of training to qualify as Chunin, and the vast majority would remain at the Chunin level for their entire lives, serving as the backbone of Konoha's combat strength. Considering the number of ninjas in the Allied forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War, roughly distributed, Konoha had at least 16,000 upper and middle ninjas. Among these 16,000 ninjas, there were only a few hundred Jonin. To make a bold assumption, the ratio of lower ninjas advancing to Chunin in Konoha could be seen as 5:1, while the ratio of Chunin advancing to Jonin was a staggering 20 to 41. Naturally, this includes special Jonin as well. In short, it's similar to the admission ratios of vocational colleges, general universities, and prestigious universities. Realistically speaking, for Konoha to support over 10,000 effective combat ninjas, it would require at least several 100,000 residents, comparable to the population of a county or district in the real world. Back to the main point. When Irika heard Kakashi recommending his lower ninjas to participate, he instinctively wanted to voice his objection. However, he couldn't help but think of Kakashi's unfathomable strength and his increasingly high status in the village, so he thought better of it and remained silent. He trusted Kakashi, but when Kurenai and Asuma also recommended their lower ninjas, he could no longer sit still. "Lord Third, I believe it is too early for the newly graduated lower ninjas to participate in the Chunin exam. Besides, the 9 lower ninjas that Miss Kurenai, Mr. Asuma, and Brother Kakashi just recommended were all my students. Although they are talented, they have only graduated for less than half a year. How can they participate in a competition that is more dangerous than previous exams?" Irika spoke to the third Hokage, but first cast a disapproving glance at Asuma and Kurenai before turning to the third. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, pondered and said, "Irika, I know what you want to say. Therefore, I will specifically arrange a special trial for these newly promoted lower ninjas." Irika was taken aback. At noon, Kakashi directly appeared next to Naruto, casually catching a punch that Naruto threw unintentionally. Kakashi gathered the 3 of them together. "I have some news to share. I recommended you to the third Hokage for the Chunin exam. Here are the application forms." Kakashi extended his hand and handed over 3 application forms, continuing, "However, the recommendation is not mandatory. Whether or not you want to participate depends on your personal opinion. If you decide to participate, please sign on the forms and be at classroom 301 by 3 o'clock in 5 days. That is all." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto excitedly rushed up, exclaiming, "I like Kakashi-sensei the most." Kakashi helplessly but fondly spun Naruto around twice before putting him down. Naruto then began to grin foolishly at the application form with confidence. Naturally, Sasuke didn't need to be mentioned. His pride as a member of the Uchiha clan would never allow him to forego this exam. After all, Itachi graduated at 8 and became a Chunin at 10. Hinata was different from the other two. She still harbored a sense of inferiority and shyness that Kakashi couldn't change overnight. At this point, getting Hinata to improve her character to the extent that she wouldn't faint or turn into a steam girl when Naruto got too close was already Kakashi's limit. Of course, she would definitely blush, as it would strike a certain author as funny bone. Haha. In the end, the three members of Team 7 signed their names on the application forms, and Naruto silently looked forward to this exam. After they disbanded on the spot, Kakashi walked slowly down the street, preparing to go home, pondering one thing. This time, would Orochimaru continue to incite Tsunagakure to carry out the plan to destroy Konoha? And would Tsunagakure really come to deliver themselves as sacrifices? After all, Konoha now still had the Uchiha clan alive, so normally, no one would be foolish enough to think that way, right? They wouldn't, would they? Tsunagakure should just come to participate in the Chunin exam honestly, right? However, if Orochimaru really brought Tsunagakure's combat power along, Kakashi wouldn't mind taking the opportunity to severely weaken Tsunagakure and then secretly incorporate them to create a 3-on-2 situation in the future. While Naruto, who was holding the application form and laughing foolishly, was walking down the street, he happened to run into Konohamaru, who had come to challenge him. Konohamaru attempted to use the 1,000 Years of Death to ambush Naruto, but was detected by Naruto in advance. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce chase, with Konohamaru desperately trying to protect his young bud, only to accidentally crash into someone's arms. That person looked down without moving, glaring discontentedly at Konohamaru, and then suddenly reached out to grab Konohamaru's neck. With overwhelming strength, Konohamaru's lightweight body was effortlessly lifted off the ground by Kakarot. At that moment, a frantic Naruto had just turned the corner, and upon seeing this scene that made him extremely angry, he shouted without thinking, "Hey, let him go." He quickly approached Kakarot. Seeing Naruto approach him without any defenses, Kakarot felt a surge of disdain. Is this the quality of Konoha's ninjas? Naruto didn't notice Kakarot's forehead protector and was still recklessly approaching, intending to rescue Konohamaru. Just as Naruto got close, Kakarot suddenly struck out with a punch aimed at Naruto. Smack! Kakarot's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the fist that Naruto had caught in his palm. At some point, Naruto had completely retracted his earlier goofy demeanor, his expression now serious and angry. Naruto raised his other hand and gently pulled, rescuing Konohamaru. While Kakarot's hand trembled slightly and fell, his expression grave and incredulous as he looked at Naruto. Chapter 213. The grudge-holding Uncle Snake Kakarot's forehead had unknowingly dripped with cold sweat, which was quickly absorbed by his hood. This foolish kid. When did he make his move? I didn't see it at all. Did he cast a genjutsu on me? Kakarot's mood suddenly turned oppressive, and his wariness of Naruto even made him feel an impulse to immediately release his puppets for self-defense. He thought this, and he did this, but Naruto wouldn't allow him to act freely. At this moment, he had already noticed that Kakarot's forehead protector was different from Konoha's, and almost in an instant, Naruto had already appeared behind Kakarot. In another moment, Kakarot found himself pinned down to the ground with his hands twisted behind his back. Handa, who was standing nearby, was startled and shocked. She originally didn't want to interfere with Kanjuro's intimidation of the Konoha Genin, but it seemed that she had no choice now. She never expected that a Konoha Genin would have such mastery of the body flicker technique. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Hey, stop it. We're here to participate in the Chunin exams." Despite saying this, her hand had already quietly reached for the handle of her 3-star fan. Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling a vague sense of belief, and at that moment, Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared on a large tree. He glanced at Naruto, who was suppressing Kanjuro, and then looked at Handa, saying, "You say you're here for the Chunin exams? How can you prove that?" Hearing this, Handa realized there was still room for negotiation, and she took a moment to appreciate Sasuke before pulling out 3 identification cards from her pocket. Sasuke focused on them and knew Handa was telling the truth. He exchanged glances with Naruto, who then released Kanjuro and jumped back to join Konohamaru's trio. As soon as Naruto landed, his gaze uncontrollably swept to a certain spot, and Sasuke instinctively looked at the branch beside him, where a boy with dark red hair had appeared, Gaara. Sasuke leaped to Naruto's side, and Hinata, who had arrived at some point, was also on high alert. The three of them simultaneously thought, this guy is not simple. Gaara coldly stood in front of Handa and Kanjuro, causing their expressions to immediately shift to a mix of friendliness and fear, revealing their apprehension towards Gaara. Sasuke and Hinata naturally noticed this, and their seriousness deepened, while Naruto stared at Gaara with a guarded expression. Gaara spoke in a chilling tone. You two are quite qualified to be killed by me. My mother would surely enjoy the taste of your blood. We will meet in the competition. Sasuke had already quietly slipped his hand into his ninja tool pouch, but he saw that Gaara had turned around with his two teammates and was leaving. He shifted his gaze to exchange a serious look with Naruto, both recognizing the excitement and fighting spirit in each other's eyes. This time, they had encountered formidable opponents. Orochimaru had been feeling troubled lately. Ever since he was defeated by Itachi's unique Mangekyo Sharingan technique, he had been searching for other Sharingan to study, trying to find a member of the Uchiha clan who could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Kakashi was well aware of Orochimaru's intentions. So under the careful vigilance of Kakashi and Obito, Orochimaru had spent several years without finding a suitable pair. Reluctantly, Orochimaru decided to shift his focus to Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. After some thought, he set his sights on a good helper, Tsunagakure. Their strength was average, and Orochimaru remembered how Tsunagakure had suddenly turned against Konoha over a decade ago, striking a blow against Konoha. Thinking back to those years, if he and used the summoning technique to intercept the main force, Tsunagakure might have really reached the gates of Konoha. This time, I will fulfill your wish to enter Konoha, Orochimaru thought. This attack on Konoha could help prune the aging branches and conveniently capture Uchiha Sasuke as a vessel, killing two birds with one stone. However, that troublesome guy, Kakashi, was in the way. Just as the technique was almost ready, let the past Hokages hold him back. Yet, he still couldn't figure out why he couldn't summon Minato from the reanimation technique. Was it because Kakashi had snatched the rights to the fourth Hokage's reanimation ahead of him? Or was it for some other reason? In a dark underground laboratory, Orochimaru quietly listened to Kabuto reporting on Tsunagakure's movements, pondering in his heart. When Kakashi saw Gaara appearing in the village, he had a vague suspicion that, barring any accidents, there would likely be a plan to collapse Konoha again. He wondered what gave Orochimaru the confidence to launch this plan, knowing he was in Konoha. Was it the reanimation technique? Or had he found new allies? Well, if that guy really wanted to carry out a plan to collapse Konoha, maybe I should send Tsunade and Mito to him? He would surely be pleased to send those two old geezers to their deaths. After all, his target is the third Hokage. Wouldn't it be better if I gave him a buy-one-get-two deal? Regarding the third Hokage, Kakashi mainly thought that if he could save him, he would, but if he really got held up, there was nothing he could do. Letting the third Hokage die as a hero of Konoha was also a pretty good ending for him. Kakashi and Orochimaru, who hadn't been in contact for years, each had their own thoughts, but ultimately, it seemed both were plotting for the new future of Konoha. Speaking of Tsunagakure, if they really dared to deploy a large force into Konoha, then I might as well catch them in a pot and directly subjugate Tsunagakure. In that case, wouldn't I be one step closer to my goal of unifying the 5 great nations? Kakashi thought. 5 days later, Naruto and his group arrived at the classroom of the Ninja Academy, only to find a commotion up front. Curious, Naruto pushed through the crowd to investigate. Sasuke and Hinata followed suit, and when they looked closely, they saw that the 2 unfamiliar Konoha ninjas guarding the door were preventing students from entering. Sasuke thought to himself, what a crude genjutsu. He then called out to the transformed Izumo and Kotetsu, hey, hurry up and dispel the genjutsu. This little trick is really boring. Naruto nodded in agreement. Once Izumo and Kotetsu realized their genjutsu had been seen through, they dropped the pretense and revealed their true forms. Their actions naturally led many students to shout and question them, but Sasuke couldn't be bothered to deal with these cannon fodder who couldn't even see through basic genjutsu. He walked past Izumo and Kotetsu and headed upstairs, with Naruto and Hinata following closely behind. Chapter 214. Rock Lee. Sasuke and his group reached the real 3rd floor and encountered the previous year's top student, Hyuga, along with his teammate, a green jumpsuit-wearing, bushy-browed, watermelon-headed brute named Rock Lee. Undoubtedly, Rock Lee was very interested in Sasuke, who was a year below him, and immediately challenged him. Although Naruto enjoyed bickering with Sasuke, he couldn't just watch Sasuke being challenged by someone else, so he stepped in front of Rock Lee and said, if you want to challenge Sasuke, you'll have to get past me first. Without waiting for Rock Lee's response, he assumed a stance and charged at him, thinking there are still 30 minutes until registration ends. I'll finish this fight in 5 minutes. In an instant, Naruto appeared behind Rock Lee and threw a powerful punch. Just when both Naruto and Sasuke thought Rock Lee would be defeated by this move, Rock Lee suddenly turned around as if he had eyes on his back and struck out at Naruto with a knife hand. Naruto was startled, clearly not expecting this first-time acquaintance. Rock Lee to keep up with his movements after months of hard training in taijutsu. However, despite his surprise, Naruto was not one to be easily stumped by Rock Lee's technique. He suddenly changed his move, disappeared again, and executed a low sweep kick aimed at Rock Lee's lower body. At this point, Rock Lee had already acknowledged Naruto as a worthy opponent. He truly hadn't expected that just a teammate of Uchiha Sasuke would possess a speed that was not much inferior to his own. If his teammates were this strong, then he must be even stronger, right? Rock Lee thought to himself, feeling even more spirited. Sorry, teacher guy, but I might have to use that move here. If even Naruto can't defeat him, then what does he have to compete with the current champion, Sasuke Uchiha? So he absolutely cannot lose. Even if it means using the lotus, he won't hesitate. Lee dodged Naruto's low sweep and quickly launched a counterattack. In an instant, the two were engaged in an intense battle, exchanging punches and kicks, creating quite a commotion. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Hinata, who were watching from the sidelines, had opened their Sharingan and Byakugan without realizing it. Clearly, the strength that Lee was demonstrating shocked both Sasuke and Hinata. Previously, when Lee claimed to be the strongest among the current genin, they had their doubts, but now they inexplicably found themselves acknowledging Lee's words to some extent. With such speed, reflexes, and power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had Jonin-level abilities, right? Over there, Naruto was still engaged in an exhilarating fight with Lee, and their incredibly fast exchanges had the watching genin feeling anxious. Damn, these are genin? Someone murmured. The next moment, Naruto and Lee suddenly appeared near him, the fierce wind from their punches making him break out in cold sweat. Genin, just genin, please don't come over here, he exclaimed in terror, stepping back a few paces, afraid that either of them might accidentally hit him. However, Lee and Naruto had no time to pay attention to him. Their minds were completely focused on their opponents, especially Naruto, who was waiting for the right moment to use Shadow Clone Jutsu against Lee. Because when it came to pure speed and strength, Naruto had already determined that he was not Lee's match, so ninjutsu was his secret weapon for victory. Meanwhile, the battle at the entrance of the ninja school was in full swing, but Kakashi was having a terrible time. Why was he having a terrible time? He couldn't even walk next to Captain Terumi Mei. What right did he have? The accompanying mist ninja thought to himself, casting a gloomy glance at the man and woman walking side by side in front of him. The man and woman were Kakashi and Terumi Mei. This time, the Mist Village also participated in the Chunin exams, unlike in the original story. Now, the Mist Village was thriving, and the village was not lacking in talented and strong new generation ninjas. The Jonin responsible for leading the team to Konoha for the Chunin exams was Terumi Mei. She would never miss an opportunity to meet Kakashi. Naturally, Kakashi felt the same way. After Terumi Mei arrived at the Hokage's office, she quickly took the initiative to request that Kakashi host the reception, and Kakashi, appearing somewhat helpless, stepped forward voluntarily to take on the task of receiving the Mist Ninjas. Since both parties agreed, the third Hokage merely cleared his throat and exchanged a discreet glance with Irakin nearby before agreeing to Terumi Mei's request. After sending Kakashi and Terumi Mei off, the third Hokage sighed and remarked to Irika, "Irika, it seems like Kakashi is quite popular." Irika raised an eyebrow, non-committal. "Yes, Lord Third Hokage, but this Jonin Terumi Mei really likes to have Kakashi host her," he replied. "Every time she comes to the village, she looks for Kakashi, claiming that looking at handsome guys can prolong life." The third Hokage began to say something, but stopped short, knowing that the Mist Village would not let Terumi Mei, a dual bloodline limit ninja, go easily. Sigh, if only Kakashi could lure Terumi Mei to Konoha to settle down. The third Hokage thought with a sigh. On the main street of Konoha, Terumi Mei walked alongside Kakashi and asked, "The students participating in the exam are already over there. Are you not planning to walk a bit faster?" Kakashi replied leisurely, "I'm neither the proctor nor candidate. It doesn't matter if I arrive early. I might as well fulfill my duty of receiving the mist envoy here, don't you think?" Terumi Mei chuckled lightly. "You're right, Kakashi. I like you for being so dedicated and conscientious." She leaned in a bit closer, staring intently at Kakashi's face. Kakashi felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. This woman, not again. Every time Terumi Mei came to Konoha, she liked to tease him in public, which was quite annoying. Then, when Kakashi approached her privately. She was always the first to back down, which was truly excessive. Kakashi raised his hand to cover Terumi Mei's eyes, saying, "Miss Terumi Mei, watch your gaze." Terumi Mei let out a light hum, pulling back her head slightly, and sighed dramatically. "Kakashi, you're really irresponsible. You clearly promised to accompany me well, but in the end, you want to even look at me." Sigh. This actress. "Miss Terumi Mei, I'm here to host, not to be your escort," Kakashi helplessly advised. Yes, advised. The followers behind them looked enviously at Kakashi being teased by Terumi Mei, feeling a surge of rage. "Captain Terumi Mei, why are you rewarding him?" Under the strange gazes of the mist followers and the enthusiastic spectators passing by, Kakashi finally brought Terumi Mei to the third floor of the ninja school. Chapter 215, The Exam Begins. When Kakashi led Terumi Mei to the ninja school, Naruto and Lee's duel had already come to an end. Naruto's shadow clone jutsu had led Lee to think about using the lotus for a guaranteed victory. But Guy's timely appearance stopped Lee's action. Moreover, Guy's matching outfit made the girls watching from a distance, like Sakura, feel embarrassed. Seeing Lee looking a bit dejected, Guy suddenly gave Lee a thumbs up, saying, "Lee, I know what you're thinking, but because of this, our youth will continue to burn. Since you couldn't face Sasuke Uchiha this time, train twice as hard. I believe you can do it next time." Following, there was the world-famous scene of a master and disciple embracing and crying. Lee cast a regretful glance at Sakura, as he had just boasted in front of her that he would defeat Sasuke Uchiha. But now he hadn't even been able to lay hands on Sasuke before being stopped by his teammate. Truly, as everyone knows, Sasuke, who had parents, was a polite, good kid. He guessed Lee's inner thoughts and walked over to Naruto, seriously explaining, "Your name is Rock Lee, right? Although my teammate is a bit foolish. His taijutsu is very strong, on par with mine. So you need not be disheartened. I look forward to meeting you in the arena." After Sasuke said this, he naturally received cheers from Sakura, Ino, and the other girls, while Naruto blushed in anger and shouted, "Bastard Sasuke, who are you calling foolish?" Sasuke replied without looking back, "The fool is you." "Yes, the fool is me. Wait." Naruto realized halfway through his sentence, suddenly reacting and angrily chased after Sasuke. Guy nodded at Sasuke and Naruto, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, then turned to the three members of Team 7, saying, "You must be Kakashi's students. He and I are lifelong rivals." "Huh, what?" Naruto and the others were instantly dumbfounded. This thick-browed uncle in front of them was actually Kakashi-sensei's rival? Naruto immediately put aside his conflict with Sasuke, shouting in shock. Just then, Kakashi and Terumi Mei made their appearance amidst the commotion. As the two of them arrived at the venue, Guy keenly looked up at Kakashi, and the others followed suit, finally noticing Kakashi and Terumi Mei at the railing above. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto shouted excitedly. Sasuke and Hinata also looked up. In the next moment, Guy suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, excitedly shouting, "Yash! Kakashi, you finally made it. Let us have a passionate duel." Sasuke was shocked. He hadn't even seen Guy's shadow when he teleported. What a terrifying speed, and he actually directly challenged Kakashi to a duel. Could it be that they're going to have a match right here? Many of the lower-ranked ninjas suddenly felt a bit excited. A battle between Jainin. This is quite rare in normal times, and if they have the chance, observing it would be very beneficial for them. However, in the next moment, Kakashi slowly turned his head with a dead fish eye and asked Guy, "Huh? Did you just say something, Guy?" Guy's passionate expression immediately froze, and then he turned his head away with tears in his eyes. The surrounding ninjas instantly collapsed in laughter. He was completely ignored. After dealing with Guy, Kakashi finally looked down at the three members of Team 7, raised his hand to greet them, and beside him, Terumi Mei also smiled and waved at Naruto and the others. "Huh, there's actually a beautiful sister. When did Kakashi have such a pretty big sister by his side?" As soon as they arrived, Naruto's attention was drawn to Terumi Mei and her impressive figure. From Naruto's years of experience with seductive techniques and female body photos in comics, Terumi Mei's figure was absolutely stunning. That's why he paid a bit more attention to her. Terumi Mei whispered to Kakashi, "Hey, it seems like your blonde-haired disciple is a bit extraordinary." Kakashi rubbed his forehead. Your intuition is quite accurate." Terumi Mei squinted and rolled her eyes at Kakashi, smiling. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll thank you for the compliment." Watching their interaction, Naruto couldn't help but rub his chin. These two, why did he feel something was off? After all, Naruto Uzumaki, had known Kakashi for several years and had never seen any woman close to Kakashi. But now, Kakashi was standing next to a beautiful woman from the Mist Village, and they seemed to know each other well, which really piqued Naruto's interest. Naruto squinted and leaned closer to Sasuke and Hinata, whispering, Hey, did you notice that woman next to Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke had just dealt with a few Uchiha clan members who had come to greet him, turned to Naruto with a slightly puzzled look. While Hinata's face had already turned red, her head buzzing and unable to hear what Naruto was saying. Sasuke glanced at Hinata and then turned to Naruto, saying, What are you trying to say? Naruto said, with an expression of disappointment, Aren't you curious about that sister's relationship with Kakashi-sensei? She is a ninja from the Mist Village. How could Kakashi-sensei know a female ninja from the Mist Village and stand so close to her? Your observational skills in these matters are quite detailed, Sasuke mocked. But he too felt a spark of curiosity. Kakashi-sensei had connections with ninjas from Mist Village? Just as the two were pondering, an announcement came from the other side, saying that the exam would start in 10 minutes and that candidates should enter the examination room in an orderly manner. This time, there was no need to say much. The underperforming Naruto still relied on the cheat sheet Hinata gave him to get through this difficulty, while the others also used their own methods. The only difference was that there were 1 or 2 Uchiha using their Sharingan to cheat in the examination room. Before long, the first exam ended. Akamichi CHG, along with the ball, leaped over the window and stood on the podium, looking spirited next to Marino Ibiki. Wow, there are still quite a few people. CHG took the advancement list handed to him by Ibiki, frowned in dissatisfaction, and then said something that sent chills down the spines of many candidates. Then let us reduce the number of people to single digits in the second exam. Everyone was shocked. Soon, a group of candidates followed Akamichi CHG to the Death Forest of Konoha. After another round of psychological warfare, the remaining candidates all rushed into the Death Forest, and before they set off, the 3 members of Team 7 all took a trident kunai with them. Chapter 2:16 Encounter. Snake appears. The 3 members of Team 7 who entered the Death Forest decided to establish a code signal. Soon, they were blown apart by a strange gust of wind. Naruto had no choice but to search for Hinata and Sasuke alone. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a several-meter-wide giant snake suddenly appeared in front of him. Naruto's pupils shrank sharply. How could there be such a huge snake in the Death Forest? Before he could think deeply, another giant snake was already whipping its tail towards Naruto. Naruto instinctively jumped to dodge and quickly stood on the trunk of a large tree. The 2 giant snakes, seeing that their attack had missed, immediately hissed and lunged at Naruto, clearly viewing him as their prey. On the other side, after Sasuke and Hinata got separated from Naruto, Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan to search, and in her line of sight, she saw Naruto being targeted by the giant snake. Not good, Sasuke. Naruto-kun is in danger. We have to support him, Hinata anxiously said to Sasuke, but in the next moment, Hinata's words came to an abrupt halt. In her vision, a terrifying chakra reaction appeared. Sasuke, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate and immediately planned to follow Hinata to find Naruto, but he suddenly noticed that Hinata was standing still without moving. He frowned slightly and asked, Hinata, what's wrong? Hinata's face was pale. I think we encountered an enemy. What? Sasuke was somewhat surprised. They had just entered the forest, and they were already being targeted, but seeing Hinata's expression, a sense of unease inexplicably rose in Sasuke's heart. And then he heard Hinata say, This person's chakra reaction is very terrifying. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by the sound of clapping, Orochimaru walked out from the dark forest, looking coldly at Hinata and Sasuke, as expected of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. I've gone to great lengths to hide, yet I couldn't escape your detection abilities. It's really troublesome. Although he was praising the Byakugan, his tone didn't carry any appreciation. Instead, it was filled with indifference. His appearance immediately put Sasuke on high alert. It was clear that this guy had been targeting them for a long time, which was why Hinata detected him as soon as she activated her Byakugan. If that's the case, then that strange wind just now. A doubt arose in Sasuke's mind, and his gaze towards Orochimaru became increasingly vigilant. Orochimaru looked at the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, and a trace of barely perceptible greed flashed in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, he released his killing intent. In an instant, Sasuke, who had been staring at Orochimaru, lost his focus, and Hinata suddenly felt as if something cold and damp was wrapping around her body, making it extremely difficult to move. Although the two of them were stronger in both strength and temperament than during the original timeline, their strength was still nothing more than slightly larger ants in front of Orochimaru. Therefore, They could not resist the killing intent released by Orochimaru. Under such terrifying pressure, Sasuke felt as if his whole body was stiffening. No, not just stiffening. At the moment he locked eyes with Orochimaru, thoughts of death unexpectedly surfaced in Sasuke's mind. What? What a terrifying enemy. But how could this be possible? How could such an opponent appear in the CHNIN exams? Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to take out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, but his body wouldn't obey him. Watching Sasuke and Hinata being immobilized by his killing intent, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh and then, right in front of them, swallowed the earth scroll in his hand. This act made Hinata's scalp tingle, and she could hardly suppress her doubts. Is this mysterious candidate really human? Orochimaru slowly pulled out 2 kunai and threatened. Do you even lack the courage to fight back? How pitiful. As your hunter, I am truly disappointed in you. I might as well send you to the afterlife right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru threw the 2 kunai towards them. Sasuke's Sharingan fixed intensely on the kunai, flying towards him. And then, with a sudden burst of strength, he jumped. The kunai struck his body, but was not fatal. Instead, Sasuke used the pain from the wound to numb the oppressive killing intent and freed himself. Not only that, he even had the chance to grab Hinata, who was still under the strong pressure of killing intent, and escape together. It goes without saying that this was Orochimaru deliberately letting them go. However, just as they managed to escape a short distance, they were once again caught up by Orochimaru, which was truly unfortunate. But if one had to mention a silver lining, it was that Sasuke was no longer in a panic like before. Clearly, he had shaken off Orochimaru's killing intent suppression. Although this was still a result of Orochimaru letting them off lightly, it made little difference to Sasuke, as he was already certain that neither he nor Hinata would stand a chance against this guy in front of them. While Sasuke was pondering how to escape in his mind, Orochimaru had already transformed half of his body into a soft form and was rapidly closing in on Sasuke. Hinata, trembling, shot out a kunai, but it was dodged by Orochimaru's serpentine movements. Sasuke wanted to act, but found that his body couldn't keep up with Orochimaru's speed, and he was suddenly filled with dread, feeling that death was only a step away. But clearly, he was not going to die just like that. Just as Orochimaru was about to grab Sasuke, a shuriken flew towards a spot just a foot in front of Sasuke. At the same time, an orange figure suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, lifted him by the armpit, and threw him away, then dissipated into smoke. Sasuke steadied himself on another tree and immediately saw Naruto, who was staring intently at Orochimaru. Without looking up, Naruto said, I forgot the secret code. But I am indeed Uzumaki Naruto, no doubt about it. Sasuke Hinata. Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, landed beside Naruto, and Sasuke felt a slight relief in his heart, realizing that it was really Naruto. However, remembering how terrifying Orochimaru was, he anxiously shouted, Naruto, run! The power difference between us and this guy is too great. Orochimaru looked at the unscathed Naruto with great interest and said, Those 2 big snakes actually didn't eat you. It seems I underestimated you, Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes instantly filled with realization and anger. So those 2 big snakes were you doing? Really? You must not be human. Naruto looked at Orochimaru's serpentine body coiled around the tree, incredulously asking. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully and did not respond. Chapter 217. Team 7 versus Orochimaru. If Uzumaki Naruto wasn't eaten by my snakes, that means you might have the qualifications to be my prey. So, are you ready to start a game of hunter and prey? As Orochimaru's words fell, the intense killing intent surged again, and upon feeling that overwhelming pressure, Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat. Unlike Naruto, he was now thinking about how to escape with his teammates. This guy, who was neither fully human nor fully snake, was simply beyond what they could handle at this stage. Moreover, the most important question was whether this guy really wanted the Book of Heaven in their possession. That's right, the Book of Heaven. Sasuke's heart leaped with joy, and almost before Naruto could act, he shouted loudly, Hey, you want this thing, right? I'll give it to you. Just let us go, okay? Sasuke waved the Book of Heaven in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with a half smile and with a gritted jaw. Sasuke threw the scroll containing the Book of Heaven towards Orochimaru. Just as the scroll flew into the air, a shadow suddenly flashed by, firmly grasping the scroll in hand. Naruto! Idiot Sasuke! What are you doing? Naruto exclaimed. Don't be stupid. We will definitely not be his match. Hearing this, Naruto jumped back to Sasuke's side in a fit of rage and unhesitatingly gave him a friendly punch. You're the idiot. Although I don't know how strong this freak is, Do you really think that handing over the scroll will make him let us go? There is no guarantee that will happen at all. Naruto shouted angrily at Sasuke, but in his heart, he was even more worried. This odd person had even scared the usually calm Sasuke into losing his rationality. Damn it, who is this guy? Sasuke was jolted back to his senses by Naruto's punch, and with his rationality returning, he realized that escape was hopeless. He turned and stood shoulder to shoulder with Naruto, facing Orochimaru. At this point, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Hinata remained silent, quietly jumping to Naruto's side, and the three faced the cold figure of Orochimaru together. Naruto glanced at Hinata, his eyes flashing with admiration and encouragement. Hinata, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Hinata gave a small, timid acknowledgement and then focused all her energy, taking up a stance for a gentle fist. At the same time, Naruto was already in his mental space, asking the Nine Tails for chakra. After Kakashi had taken him there once, he mastered the way to enter the mental ceiling space. Now, faced with a formidable enemy, he had no choice but to seek the Nine Tails strength. No matter what, they had to fight first to see if they were opponents. Moreover, he needed to confirm whether the person in front of him was truly a candidate. Kakashi-sensei had told him that if they encountered an enemy they couldn't match, they must first confirm whether the other party was a candidate. If not, they should inject chakra into the Trident Kunai, and he would immediately arrive on the scene. If the enemy was a candidate, but they were truly facing a life-and-death crisis, they could also call for him, but Team 7 would directly lose their qualification for the exam. Furthermore, I don't want to keep calling Kakashi-sensei for protection. If that happens, when will I become a true ninja capable of standing on my own? With Naruto's roar, the red chakra cloak of the tailed beast enveloped his entire body, and a tail silently formed. Sasuke, I'll take the lead in attacking. You provide distraction and support from the side. Hinata, watch for the right moment. You know what to do. Facing such a powerful enemy, Naruto rarely used his brain and quickly made a simple personnel assignment. In this state, Naruto's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Sasuke and Hinata, making him the best candidate for close combat. Sasuke, with his diverse ninjutsu, was most suited to assist from the side, while Hinata, who mastered the gentle fist capable of sealing others' chakra, could potentially create an opportunity to strike that guy if she timed it right. Orochimaru looked somewhat shocked at the one-tailed Naruto. This Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails could actually master the power of one tail already, truly worthy of being the child of Minato and a member of the Uzumaki clan. A glimmer of interest sparked in Orochimaru's eyes. Let me see how strong you really are. He licked his lips. In the next moment, dozens of Narutos appeared densely around them, all roaring as they charged towards Orochimaru. TCH. Shadow Clone? What a waste of chakra. Summoning Technique. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and the shadow-level chakra, aura, erupted explosively. A giant snake suddenly appeared beneath him, violently whipping its tail around, sweeping away 7 or 8 Narutos in one go. However, more Narutos managed to break through the snake's attack range and rushed to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru's expression turned cold, and he launched a fierce counterattack. With every move he made, a Naruto would vanish in a puff of smoke. One punch struck a Naruto in the abdomen, but contrary to Orochimaru's expectation, the Naruto did not immediately disappear. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, the real body couldn't hold back so soon? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his tone dismissive. How reckless. Is that so? Orochimaru was taken aback as the Naruto suddenly dug his nails into his arm, refusing to let go. Another Naruto had stealthily appeared from behind, almost whispering against his face, wind release, wind cutter technique. In the next moment, a sharp wind blade sliced through Orochimaru's body, cleaving the Naruto in half with him. Boom! The Naruto who had grabbed Orochimaru with his claws turned into smoke, as he had deliberately left him with more chakra to endure another attack from Orochimaru. However, the Naruto's carefully planned ninjutsu struck Orochimaru, who transformed into a pile of dirt and scattered. The Naruto was startled, but the giant snake summoned by Orochimaru had already reacted, raising its head high and shaking it, directly sending the Naruto flying. The Naruto's body crashed into the branches of a colossal tree, exploding into a shower of wood chips. Fortunately, the Naruto was protected by the tailed beast cloak, and the small wood chips were not enough to penetrate his defenses and pierce his skin. The snake, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, smashed through a bunch of Naruto's shadow clones, rapidly coiling around to climb towards him. Seeing this, Sasuke didn't hesitate to form hand seals, unleashing a great fireball technique straight at the giant snake, while Hinata guarded beside him. Chapter 218, Sasuke's 3 Tomo. The massive flames emerge from the giant snake's blind spot. Well, actually, Sasuke just found a random spot to spit fire. After all, snakes have poor vision. The flames bit into the giant snake's 3-inch mark like another venomous snake, instantly filling the small area with the aroma of roasted meat. The giant snake let out a painful hiss, instinctively twisting its body, which slowed its speed. Meanwhile, the Naruto stood up, inverted on the branch, and leaped down with tremendous force, delivering a powerful punch to the giant snake's tongue. The Naruto then stepped on its nose, using the leverage to jump away again. As he landed on the tree trunk, a wind release. Great Breakthrough was already charging up. Taking advantage of the flames between the giant snake and the trunk that had not yet extinguished, Naruto quickly completed the wind release. Since that perverted freak's assistant was a snake, it was certainly a good idea to eliminate the giant snake first, Naruto thought. However, just as the powerful wind was about to reach the giant snake, a massive torrent of water suddenly descended, blocking Naruto's wind release, Great Breakthrough, and simultaneously extinguishing the flames on the giant snake and the trunk. It was Orochimaru appearing again. He had tested the rough combat strength of Naruto and the others with the giant snake, so this boring trick was finally over. Although the power of the 9 tails was strong, Naruto was still too weak now. The mere power of 1 tail was not enough to pique Orochimaru's interest. Hinata had already pointed out Orochimaru's hiding spot. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and leaped toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru jumped high from behind a tree, revealing his hiding spot and casually fending off Naruto and Sasuke's attacks. Hinata also rushed in, creating a 3-on-1 situation, but after a frenzy of attacks. Naruto and Sasuke helplessly found that the defenses of the person before them were impenetrable. The occasional counterattacks truly terrified them, let alone giving Hinata the opportunity to unleash her gentle fist technique. Orochimaru smirked coldly, suddenly accelerating his attack speed. Hinata, being the weakest, was unable to dodge and was immediately kicked over 10 meters, crashing against a tree and spitting blood. Next came Naruto and Sasuke with a casual palm. Orochimaru sent them flying. However, Naruto, relying on his tough skin and flesh, quickly split off a shadow clone to pull himself back, then used the momentum to shoot himself horizontally toward Orochimaru. He had no time to form hand seals, so Naruto could only rapidly strike Orochimaru with his fists and claws. Sasuke also painfully got back up and immediately released a lightning release body flicker technique, trying to paralyze Orochimaru's body. At the very least, he hoped to force him to jump. With the powerful insight of the Sharingan, Sasuke almost timed it perfectly. Orochimaru indeed jumped. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel joy. At this moment, Naruto's fist was almost about to touch Orochimaru's face. With just a blink, Naruto's super punch would smash into Orochimaru's perverted, demonic face. However, Orochimaru's hand suddenly grabbed Naruto's wrist, and the immense force in Naruto's hand dissipated like a mud cow entering the sea. Naruto was shocked and hurriedly swiped his claws toward Orochimaru's cheek, but Orochimaru swiftly elongated his neck and leaned back, causing Naruto's nails to miss entirely. From a distance, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. How could he even dodge that neck? Damn it. With no time to think about anything else, Sasuke grabbed a kunai and rushed toward Naruto, but Orochimaru casually waved his hand, and a powerful wind release sent Sasuke crashing into a tree trunk, unable to rise again. Sasuke could only watch in anguish as Naruto was held captive by Orochimaru, while not far away. Hinata, seemingly unconscious, had secretly placed her hand into her ninja tool pouch, feeling for the trident kunai that Kakashi-sensei had left behind. Kakashi-sensei had said, "If faced with a life-and-death crisis, I could use this kunai to summon him for rescue." Hinata gritted her teeth against the pain and tears, trying to find that life-saving trident kunai as quickly as possible. "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" Naruto shouted angrily despite being restrained. "How could someone like you be an ordinary examinee?" Sasuke glared fiercely at Orochimaru, following up on Naruto's question. "How could the grass village have such a powerful genin? You must be a fake." His body felt like it was falling apart. That earlier crash against the tree, even with Kakashi-sensei's training, was unbearable. I must trick this guy into revealing his true identity. Someone like him is far more terrifying than Zabuza back then. He must have some sort of conspiracy. Sasuke felt dizzy in front of him, but he still strained to keep his eyes open, looking at Orochimaru. Then he saw that the hand Orochimaru used to grab Naruto suddenly transformed into multiple poisonous snakes, tightly coiling around Naruto's body. The snakes' bodies were being scorched by the high temperature of the Nine Tails chakra, causing Orochimaru to frown. The chakra of the Nine Tails is as hot as ever. Then I will. Orochimaru spread his 5 fingers, and blue chakra ignited on each of them. 5 elements seal. He fiercely stabbed his fingers into Naruto's abdomen. Naruto instantly let out a painful scream, and just moments later, he slumped down helplessly. Sasuke couldn't see the whole picture and thought Orochimaru had directly pierced through Naruto's abdomen, causing his heart to shake. He almost lost his mind, screaming, "Naruto!" Hinata's cheeks were soaked in blood, and she widened her eyes, staring at Naruto, whose chakra response suddenly became chaotic. What has that guy done? Wait, I found it. Without hesitation, Hinata immediately infused chakra into the kunai. Kakashi-sensei, hurry up. On the other side, Sasuke, who mistakenly thought Naruto had been killed, felt his left eye Sharingan rapidly spin, transforming into 3 Tomo, while the Tomo in his right eye spun quickly but failed to evolve, remaining at 2 Tomo due to Sasuke's current lack of chakra and poor physical condition. Fitting for Sasuke on the night of the Uchiha massacre, chuckle. Orochimaru abandoned Naruto and turned to look at Sasuke with great interest. He saw the evolution of Sasuke's eyes. What beautiful eyes! At only 12 years old, the 3 Tomo must have the potential to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like his brother. Time is of the essence. Orochimaru finally gave up on testing Sasuke's potential. His neck suddenly stretching, biting towards the back of Sasuke's neck with lightning speed. Chapter 219, the third exam, just at this critical moment. A flash of light suddenly transformed into a giant stone statue, and the giant revived. No, wait. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared beside Hinata, and then like a ghost. He flashed in front of Sasuke. Orochimaru had already placed the cursed seal, but when he tried to retreat, Kakashi had already arrived. He couldn't react to Kakashi's flying thunder god technique and could only willingly present his neck to Kakashi's elbow. Kakashi naturally wouldn't refuse Orochimaru's kindness with a decisive elbow strike. Orochimaru's neck was twisted at a strange angle. Kakashi, having landed a hit, didn't rush to pursue but turned to check on Sasuke's condition, then swiftly returned, holding Naruto. Orochimaru, gritting his teeth, pulled back his neck and turned to leave without hesitation. Of course, if he stayed any longer, his plan would be ruined. Seeing Orochimaru slip away like lightning, Kakashi's gaze flickered slightly as he crouched to lift Sasuke, then went to carry Hinata. Instantly, Kakashi had Naruto tucked under his left arm, Sasuke under his right, and Hinata on his back, all packed tightly. He found a cave to place the 3 unconscious individuals in, took out 3 to feed them, and it was done. Did I forget something? Never mind, just keep adding and adding until bored. Kakashi finished his tasks and left, concealing his achievements. Orochimaru, having retreated a considerable distance, hesitated and stopped, his expression darkening. He probably suspected he had been recognized. If Kakashi were to obstruct him, it would be a bit difficult to lure Sasuke away. I need to further improve and refine my plan and layout. If I suddenly appear in Konoha, Kakashi will definitely report to Sarutobi-sensei, but as long as Kakashi doesn't leave the flying thunder god mark on the teacher, my plan can still be executed normally, Orochimaru thought. Then suddenly, a familiar angry shout rang out in front of her. Orochimaru looked up and saw Karui. Kakashi had set a simple trap for the 3 and left. After all, they would wake up soon, and if nothing unexpected happened, at least 2 teams from the 12 Young Strong would be nearby Naruto and the others, so safety was not a concern. Confirming that Orochimaru had arrived in Konoha, Kakashi decided to take his next action. He first found Shizun. Shizun was busy with official duties in the office when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Komin. Then Kakashi jumped in through the window, and Shizun squinted, realizing that after so many years, Kakashi still didn't like using the door. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, smiled at Shizun and greeted, "Hey Shizun, long time no see." Shizun looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression, then saw him casually walk to the desk and sit sideways, one leg propped up on the table, the other casually on the ground. Glancing at the pile of official documents on Shizun's desk, Kakashi felt both relieved and somewhat schadenfreude. Good thing I withdrew early, otherwise these documents would probably be mine now, Kakashi thought, casting a slightly sympathetic glance at Shizun, who was completely confused and didn't understand Kakashi's complex thoughts. Not knowing, Shizun asked, "Why do you have time to come here today?" Shouldn't you be waiting for Sasuke and the others to reach the central tower in the Forest of Death? Shizun turned and leaned against the back of the office chair, asking. Kakashi's expression became serious as he replied, I came here to find you because I discovered Orochimaru's tracks in the Forest of Death. Shizun's expression instantly hardened, a look of heavy vigilance flashing across his face as he solemnly asked, Orochimaru? How'd he get into Konoha? What's his purpose? And how does this relate to your visit today? I'm not clear on his purpose here, but I've already reported this to the third Hokage. He will make the decision. As for why I'm here, I wanted to ask you if it has been tiring to control those two elders with the Kodoame Tsukumi all these years. As he spoke, a small barrier suddenly formed. Kakashi released the hand sign and looked at Shizun, who, although he knew that Kakashi had been specializing in various sealing techniques over the years, was still quite surprised by Kakashi's current level of sealing technique. Perhaps sensing Shizun's surprise, Kakashi smiled and said, Don't think I'm very familiar with sealing techniques now. In fact, my skills are far from those of Lord Minato. All right, let's continue our conversation in here. In the Forest of Death, after Team 7 woke up, they quickly encountered the sharpening stone sent by Orochimaru, the Sound Ninja trio, but clearly they were no match for the fully powered Team 7. In an instant, they were each taken down by Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. Soon, Team 7 reached the center of the Forest of Death, with Naruto leading the way into the tower, followed closely by Sasuke and Hinata. Here, two teams were already waiting. One was Team 3, consisting of Neji and Lee, and the other was a team led by Gaara. Soon, various teams entered one after another, such as the Mizuki Village's team, led by Suigetsu and Kabuto, among others. After Kakashi reported the information about Orochimaru's appearance in Konoha to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately increased the village's alert level. However, since this was a joint CH-NIN exam of the three countries, it was inconvenient to cancel it. After some consideration, the third Hokage still decided to proceed with the CH-NIN exam as planned. When the time was up, Naruto and the others immediately entered the third exam, elimination matches. The first match was Naruto versus Kiba. Although Kiba knew he was no match for Naruto, he still charged at him with Akamaru, only to be defeated in despair. The second match was Sasuke versus Rock Lee, resulting in Lee being directly defeated by Sasuke's 3 punches and 2 kicks. After that, Kakashi took Sasuke to seal the cursed seal. The reason Kakashi decided to let Sasuke receive the cursed seal from Orochimaru was that he hoped to let Sasuke adapt to the power of sage art first. Because in Kakashi's plan, he intended to have Sasuke go to the Dragon Cave to learn the sage art there. Therefore, letting Sasuke adapt to the pseudo-sage art's power here wasn't without its benefits. As for the soul of Orochimaru hidden in the cursed seal, it was nothing for Itachi. So for Sasuke, the current curse seal was just a trial run version of an external aid that could help Sasuke make a significant leap in strength. And Kakashi naturally wouldn't stop such a good thing from happening. Chapter 220. Movements of all parties southeast border of the Land of Fire. 2 figures dressed in red Akatsuki cloaks, one tall and one short, slowly walked towards Konoha village. Meanwhile, in the southwest border, 2 figures in the same Akatsuki cloaks were also heading towards the same destination. Recently, after retrieving the funds from the Vortex Clan SD, and Nagato decided to start the tailed beast capture plan ahead of schedule. Coincidentally, Black and White Zetsu obtained top-secret information that Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, had gone to Konoha village to participate in the Chunin exams. Considering Konoha's strength, Nagato decided to send Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, and Itachi to ambush and capture Gaara after the Chunin exams. The results were predictable. The undercover duo were very diligent in finding ways to report this matter back to their village. Kakashi first used the sealing technique to seal the curse mark on Sasuke's neck, then took him back to the venue. This battle coincided with Hinata facing Neji. Since Hyuga Hayashi was not dead, Neji's attitude towards Hinata was not as hostile as in the original story, but rather a bit dismissive and unfair. However, since Hinata had gradually changed her demeanor after becoming a ninja, and her strength had also progressed significantly, Neji was likely to be quite surprised today. On the arena, Hinata firmly assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist, and as a master shows their skill, Neji's expression slowly changed. After a period of not seeing her, it seemed that his cousin from the main branch had undergone some strange changes. At the very least, Neji had never seen Hinata display such a gaze and aura, and even her simple starting stance of gentle fist exuded a sense of calmness. Looks promising, huh? Then let me, your cousin, See how much progress you've made compared to before. Niji also assumed the gentle fist starting stance, secretly thinking. The next moment, both of them activated their Byakugan simultaneously, and then their hands surged with chakra. With a stomp, they charged towards each other. Soon, Hinata and Niji engaged in close combat, exchanging punches and techniques, leaving the spectators dazzled. The numerous lower ninjas watching felt cold sweat on their foreheads, wondering if this was the foundation of Konoha's second largest clan. These are just two lower ninjas, yet their momentum and speed were no less than many chunin. Lower ninjas from smaller villages sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. It seemed they would never have a chance to defeat these ninjas from major villages. On the second floor railing, Naruto watched excitedly as Hinata and Niji exchanged blows below, occasionally cheering for Hinata. Sakura and Ino, who had just finished their match, looked shocked at Hinata on the arena. When did she become so strong? I don't know. Without a doubt, Hinata's agile figure and swift, precise attacks greatly stunned Sakura and Ino. Clearly, they were all female ninjas from the new generation, so why was Hinata so outstanding? The two were puzzled, but it did not prevent them from quietly planting a seed, name becoming stronger in their hearts. Both Sakura and Ino were not the type to be soft on the outside and soft on the inside, especially Ino, whose personality was much tougher than Sakura at the age of 12. Sakura quietly glanced at Sasuke, who had returned to the venue, focused on the battle below, and couldn't help but wonder if Sasuke preferred strong girls. On the arena, Niji's surprise and astonishment surged one after another. Was this still the same cousin from the main branch, who was weak and didn't dare to speak? In my estimation, her current strength would easily handle some elite chunin, who brought her such a rapid and significant change. Niji calmly dealt with Hinata's attacks while using his Byakugan to observe the spectators. Spotting the fidgety Naruto? Pass. Sasuke next to Naruto? Uncertain, glanced again, also pass. The white-haired Jonin next to the third Hokage, rumored to be Gai-sensei's lifelong rival. HSS. Niji's eyes widened. This Kakashi Ataki had more chakra than anyone else present. God knows how moved Kakashi would be to hear this. So, was he the one who brought such a huge change to Hinata? Niji pondered. Hinata noticed Niji's distraction and felt a slight dissatisfaction in her heart, but she still kindly reminded him. Niji cousin, don't get distracted. Be careful of my next move. Niji snapped back to attention, and his gaze changed, surprisingly showing a hint of shock in his Byakugan. 8 trigrams, gentle fist, 64 palms. Hinata shouted, and Niji watched in astonishment at her fist technique, quickly calming himself to wait for the upcoming attack. Could it really be the 64 palms? When did she learn that? Not giving Niji any more time to think, the next instant, Hinata's attack buzzed towards him like a swarm of bees. Niji also activated the 8 trigrams 64 palms in response. For hands, whether fists or palms, collided in midair, faintly emitting a pale blue chakra flow. This was the residual wave generated by the Hyuga clan's unique chakra palm attack, which was rarely seen. Thus, many present held their breath as they closely observed the battle and the clash of their techniques. The progress Hinata had made over the past 6 months was clear to the other 3 members of Team 7, but unfortunately, Niji not only had exceptional talent, but also had contact with Gai's guidance a year earlier than Hinata. By now, Niji's strength had firmly stepped into the Jonin level. So it was almost no surprise that Hinata's fist technique was soon shattered by Niji, and she was knocked down, unable to rise again. Hinata struggled to get up, but Niji would not give her that chance again. With another palm strike, Hinata was knocked down once more and lost consciousness. Watching a small shark dissipate in the river, Obito slowly got up from the riverbank, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. This was an expected outcome, since the Akatsuki had obtained that sum of money from D and starting the next phase of their plan ahead of schedule was reasonable. According to Kakashi, the hardest to capture should be the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from Kumobikure. I wonder if Nagato or that guy will personally take action. It would be just right to observe the level of Pain's strength. In the next moment, the space around Obito warped. He was going to find Kakashi for a breather. Chapter 221. Plan started ahead of time. Next match. Gaara versus Mizuki Rei. Please have the 2 contestants take the stage. Ahem. Moonlight Wind called out the names of the next match, and as soon as he finished, he couldn't help but cough lightly, his face pale. Kakashi looked over in surprise. He hadn't expected Gaara and Lee to be separated. Kakashi thought, it seems I won't be able to see Lee unleash his peak youth today, but Gaara is also unlikely to be a match for this Lee. Looking around, apart from Gaara and Niji, no one could force Lee to shed his weights and unleash the 8 gates. If nothing unexpected happens, The strongest in this Chunin exam should be Lee, who mastered the 8 gates. Just as Kakashi was thinking this, a warm sensation came from his left eye. Kakashi's expression tightened, and he casually turned to leave the venue. Kamui space. Any intel, Obito? Kakashi asked, and Obito slowly turned around, looking at Kakashi, and said, the Akatsuki organization is going to start the tailed beast capture plan ahead of schedule. What? Kakashi was taken aback. What's going on? Obito continued. Have you forgotten the remnants of the Uzumaki clan you encountered in the Land of Waves? I suspect that Kato's funds were taken by him. And now that money has all been funneled into the Akatsuki organization. With adequate funding, Nagato will naturally start the tailed beast capture plan early. I see. You must have more to tell me than just this, right? What else? Kakashi pressed on. Nagato has already dispatched Sasori, Deidara, as well as Kisame and Itachi to Konoha to capture Gaara. What's wrong? Didn't Itachi notify you? Obito said lightly, his tone ending with a hint of doubt. Kakashi slowly shook his head. Itachi mainly communicates with sure sway for intelligence. After all, both of them have crows, making it easier to relay information compared to others. After pondering for a moment, Kakashi asked Obito, when will they arrive in Konoha? What is the action plan? Do they know Orochimaru is also in Konoha? I don't know when Sasori and Deidara will arrive in Konoha. Kisame and Itachi are slowly making their way. It should take about 7 or 8 days. However, it seems they do not plan to enter the village, but intend to remain hidden outside the village, relying on Itachi's familiarity with Konoha's defenses, and wait until Gaara returns to the village before they strike. As for Orochimaru, is he still planning that so-called Konoha collapse plan? Does he really have the guts to do that? Obito recounted the information he got from Kisame and became curious about Orochimaru's intentions. It might be the Edo Tensei technique. Kakashi casually speculated. Kakashi himself couldn't fathom Orochimaru's confidence. But this didn't stop him from wanting to use Orochimaru's hands to get rid of those 2 old geezers in the village. After all, Kakashi is a caring person. How could he bear to leave his 2 old teammates behind, making Danzo so lonely below? So what do you think about Gaara's situation, Kakashi? Obito frowned, dissatisfied with Kakashi's nonchalance. If it rains, it rains. Let them take Gaara. After all, we need the power of the tailed beasts. Nagato can't be considered working for us. Kakashi concluded firmly, then continued. If we want to deal with Otsutsuki, it is essential to gather the power of the tailed beasts. Our focus should be on how to take control of the Outer Path Golem. Obito nodded. With the Outer Path Golem, our hope of unifying the ninja world will be greater. Back in the Valley of the End, Madara had the 9 tails as his summoning beast, while I could have the Outer Path Golem, or of the 1 tails to the 8 tails. Overall, my strength would not differ much from Madara's, and you, Kakashi, would be the one who wouldn't really have the 1,000 hands of the first Hokage. However, although Kakashi couldn't truly summon the 1,000 hands, he could use the Senzu Beans, the Kamehameha, and Kamui. That wouldn't be unfair to me. Kakashi shrugged, turned to leave, and said, all right, I've got all the information I need. Let them capture the tailed beasts. We just need to keep a close eye on Nagato, and we'll naturally keep an eye on that avenger of the Uzumaki clan. Obito thought of the Uzumaki Doan who finally dared to show his face, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. When Kakashi returned, Gaara had already defeated Mizuki Rei and was about to deliver a fatal blow. Terumi Mei, who had been observing the battle, suddenly glared with her beautiful eyes, her figure vanishing instantly. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Mizuki Rei, waving her hand, which was covered in acidic liquid, and dissolved all of Gaara's sand. Terumi Mei coldly stared at Gaara, her killing intent surging, thinking that trying to kill her subordinate in front of her was akin to courting death. At this moment, Gaara saw someone interfering, a flicker of madness and killing intent flashed in his eyes, but recalling the plan, he painfully suppressed his desire to kill Terumi Mei. Kakashi leaned against the railing, his gaze seemingly indifferent as he watched Terumi Mei carry the injured Mizuki Rei onto a stretcher and gently soothe her forehead. This woman is really gentle, as long as you don't provoke her. Then, Kakashi signaled to Moonlight Wind, who hurried to the center of the arena to announce Gaara's victory. In the end, Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Rock Lee, Neji, Temari, Shikamaru, Shino, and Kisame Sujitsu all advanced to the final round, which would begin in a month. Kakashi-sensei, hurry and guide my training. I can't wait to get stronger. Naruto dashed over to Kakashi, bouncing on his feet, looking eager and excited. Sasuke appeared much calmer, but Kakashi could tell that he was just putting on a facade. However, Naruto's words. Kakashi glanced at Naruto. Jiraiya should be back soon, right? It's better to let Naruto learn the summoning technique from him first, as it might be a lifesaver in the upcoming battles. With this in mind, Kakashi casually dealt with the two before teleporting away. But just 2 seconds later, Kakashi's figure reappeared, and then he walked towards Terumi May under the eager gazes of Naruto and Sasuke. Even if he was in a fine Jiraiya, Kakashi still thought it necessary to escort the envoy from the Mist Village back to the inn. After all, he couldn't just leave his girlfriend behind and run away. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, to celebrate Naruto and the others advancing to the finals, Choji suggested they all go out for a meal together. And then the group of young people happily left in pairs, laughing. Chapter 222. 1 month after sending Terumi May off and dealing with Naruto and Sasuke, promising to formulate the most suitable training plan for them, Kakashi went to find Shursui again. Shursui let the crow in his hand fly away and turned around to look at Kakashi, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Itachi told me that he and his teammate will arrive in Konoha in 10 days. Then, Shursui handed over 2 scrolls. These are some battle intel on Sasori and Deidara. It's not much. Take a look. Although Kakashi already knew the abilities of this artistic duo, he still opened the scrolls to review them carefully out of caution. Kakashi thought to himself, Itachi's intel is indeed similar to what I know. Sasori's third Kazekage puppet and secret techniques like 100 machines manipulation and Deidara's explosive clay. While Kakashi was reviewing the intel, Shursui continued, should we lure them into Konoha and catch them in a trap? Deidara wouldn't be able to handle the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, so I could take care of him. And for Sasori, the Oil Woman clan's bugs could effectively counter him, ensuring he can't use his puppets. No need, my plan is. Kakashi rejected Shursui's suggestion. Time quickly moved to the next day, when the bedroom door of Kakashi's house was suddenly pulled open, revealing none other than Naruto, who was pestering Kakashi for training guidance. Kakashi ni, let's get going. Naruto shouted energetically, causing Kakashi to wake up in a daze and glance at the clock, realizing it was only 4 in the morning. The women's bathhouse isn't even open yet. Why are you in such a hurry? After some back and forth, Naruto finally obediently went to the guest room next to Kakashi's, where his old sheets and blankets were still laid out. Although Naruto had proposed moving back to his own apartment after graduation, claiming it would help him become a capable ninja, Kakashi still left Naruto's bedroom untouched, just in case Naruto wanted to return one day. After sending Naruto off, Kakashi returned to sleep. But Naruto next door was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep at all. At 10 in the morning, Kakashi finally took Naruto out. The destination was clear, the famous bathhouse district of Konoha, where a wild Jiraiya would occasionally appear. Kakashi's goal today was naturally Jiraiya. He easily found a women's bathhouse and pointed to the white-haired man leaning against the wall, saying, look, Naruto, that's the teacher I found for you. Go ahead. Naruto, who had been following Kakashi with an excited face, suddenly turned gloomy upon seeing the perverted figure peeking in. Damn, where did this pervert come from? Peeking at the women's bathhouse in broad daylight. Saying this, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and angrily walked over. Kakashi's eyelids twitched, realizing what was about to happen, and he immediately turned to leave as if he had made a certain decision. After taking just a couple of steps, Kakashi heard a commotion behind him, followed by a man's panicked shouts and Naruto's loud cries. Kakashi's eyelids twitched again, and in an instant his figure disappeared from the spot. He ran away. Under Kakashi's introduction, Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, who was pouting beside Kakashi, and reluctantly agreed to Kakashi's request, saying, fine, I'll reluctantly teach this little brat for a while. Hey, perverted old man, can you really teach me to get stronger? Naruto asked Jiraiya without holding back, his eyes filled with doubt. Jiraiya's forehead twitched, and suddenly a puff of smoke erupted under his feet, revealing a large toad. He stood on the toad's head and struck an exaggerated pose to introduce himself. I'm the sage of Mayabuka Mountain, the toad sage, Jiraiya. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with half-hearted eyes, secretly mocking. This seems to be Kakashi's summoning technique or something, right? Then he unconsciously muttered, what toad sage? I think he should be called the perverted sage. Jiraiya twitched his brow but said nothing, merely glaring at Kakashi with a deathly gaze. You taught Watergate's child to be this clueless? Kakashi replied with an awkward smile, there's nothing I can do. It seems Naruto inherited more from Kushina than I expected. The two exchanged glances, and Kakashi cleared his throat, saying, Naruto, this master's strength is quite formidable. You should train well under him. You'll definitely gain a lot. All right, I'm off now. On a certain cliff in Konoha, Kakashi began teaching Sasuke the Chidori, which naturally included the activation of regular lightning release chakra cells. If Sasuke mastered it well, Kakashi wouldn't mind teaching him the lightning armor in advance. At that moment, Sasuke's mind was still echoing with his father's words from last night. Since Kakashi-sensei is willing to personally teach you, you must seize this opportunity and not disgrace the Uchiha clan. Kakashi is the village's one and only genius ninja. Sasuke wanted to ask more about Kakashi, but Fugaku only told him that Kakashi had developed a unique lightning release technique called Chidori at the age of 12. Thus, Sasuke began his training journey with a curious and eager mindset. 10 days later, Naruto successfully summoned Gamabunta in a certain canyon, which he accomplished using the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya was somewhat surprised by Naruto's speed in learning the summoning technique, but then thought, after all, he was Watergate's child, and it seemed that his talent was indeed exceptional. However, his personality was really too much like Kushina's. After some thought, Jiraiya decided to teach Naruto the Rasengan as well. But he wondered if Naruto could master it in the remaining 20 days. When Jiraiya brought in the water sphere, Naruto laughed and told him that he had already learned it. Kakashi had taught him how to use chakra to burst water spheres and rubber balls. Jiraiya chuckled, realizing that Kakashi had already laid the foundation for Naruto to learn the Rasengan. Wait, he actually left the most difficult third stage for himself? Damn it, that brat Kakashi. Jiraiya gritted his teeth in frustration. He had originally planned to gift him a collectible edition of the new work, Ica Paradise. But now it was gone. I mean it. Immediately, Naruto began his training for the third stage of the Rasengan. While in the woods, Hinata secretly peeked at Naruto, and Jiraiya smiled faintly. Chapter 223, The Match a month later. At the competition venue, the fourth Kazekage Raza and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head table, while Terumi Mei, representing the Mizukage, sat in the second seat below them. Yagura did not attend in person due to his sensitive identity. Generally speaking, no country would place tailed beasts into another country's ninja village, as it would be as unsettling as placing a nuclear bomb at your doorstep. Therefore, Yagura and Sarutobi decided that Terumi Mei would represent him at this Chunin exam. Raza glanced at Terumi Mei, who sat in the second seat, with a slightly heavy gaze. The rising star of the mist, she was rumored to possess strength comparable to that of the fourth Mizukage Yagura, and her political acumen was said to be quite formidable compared to the sword-obsessed Mangetsu. Of course, Raza was not interested in Terumi Mei's accomplishments. He just wanted to find a way to send her away, so she wouldn't interfere with his final battle against Sarutobi-sensei. While Orochimaru was still pondering how to send Terumi Mei away, the match officially began. The first match was a fateful showdown, Naruto versus Neji. Although this Neji was stronger than in the original story, so was Naruto, who had learned the Rasengan in advance. Ultimately, with a thick health and chakra bar, Naruto forced Neji to use his Kaiten, while he himself dug a hole below. Just as Neji finished his Kaiten, Naruto suddenly leapt out from underground and punched Neji down. Next was the second match. The initial encounter between Temari and Shikamaru. The author remembers starting to ship Shikamaru and Temari as a child and confidently asserting that they would end up together. It turns out my prediction was quite accurate. Wow. The author has received an MV. The third match featured Rock Lee versus Suigetsu. Without a doubt, Suigetsu's unique water transformation technique severely countered Lee's taijutsu. He was like a low-tier phasing dog, always able to turn into a puddle of water whenever he couldn't withstand Lee's attacks, almost perfectly immune to Lee's punches and kicks. Lee felt quite frustrated. He could clearly sense that his taijutsu skills were far superior to Suigetsu's. However, whenever he took the initiative to attack, Suigetsu would use his water transformation to disrupt Lee's rhythm. This tactic might have been effective at first, but Lee, relying on his speed, quickly adapted to Suigetsu's bizarre ability through constant attempts. Then, Lee decided to go all out, seizing the opportunity to open the 8 gates and swiftly defeated Suigetsu. Now, it was time for our final match. Uchiha Sasuke versus Sabaku no Gaara. With the words of Noera Hayoma, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak, with bets being placed all around, and whispers that if Sasuke lost, he would have to punish himself at the women's bathhouse. Ignoring the commotion in the arena, Noera Hyuga shouted loudly, "Next, please welcome Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara to the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, Gaara's figure suddenly appeared in the arena, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty anticipation for Sasuke's arrival. Amidst a gust of wind, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared back to back in the center of the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Temari stared intently at the arena. More specifically, she was fixated on Kakashi. After whispering a few words to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she stood up and walked towards Kakashi, who was climbing onto the spectator platform. The third Hokage smiled and said, as expected, young people prefer to be with their peers. Old fogies like me have truly been completely eliminated by the times. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, glancing at Temari's departing figure, thinking to himself, this is effortless, good. It saves me the trouble of finding an excuse. He then turned his head, implying, I see your village has quite a few promising young people. The Hokage is getting old and should pass the position to the youth. Am I right, Hokage? The third Hokage slightly glanced at Orochimaru, stroked his beard, and replied nonchalantly. Thank you for the suggestion, Kazekage, but this old bone of mine can still hold on for a few more years and make some contributions. Orochimaru fell silent. After a while, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen politely and said, the battle between your village's Uchiha Sasuke and my village's Gaara will surely be spectacular. I must thank the Hokage for agreeing to arrange their match to be last. Since it was a request from the Kazekage, we in Konoha will certainly do our best to accommodate it. This little matter is really nothing to mention. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a faint smile. Below, the battle between Sasuke and Gaara officially began. As soon as the fight started, Sasuke immediately threw a few shuriken to test the waters. Gaara remained unmoving, and the sand around him automatically shielded him, blocking all the shuriken. Then, as Sasuke stepped forward to close the distance to Gaara, the sand suddenly extended towards him. Sasuke quickly activated his Sharingan and retreated. Then, he saw Gaara painfully place his hand on his forehead, seemingly helpless yet with a hint of madness, and said, Don't be so impatient. Mom. Sasuke was taken aback. What was this guy talking about? Watching from the sidelines, Naruto couldn't hear their conversation but shouted to cheer Sasuke on. Idiot Sasuke, I gave you the chance to fight him. If you can't beat him, you'll lose the opportunity to fight me. Sasuke below sneered, You gave me the chance? If you didn't draw the short stick, you wouldn't have. Lee stood next to Naruto and suddenly said without reason, Actually, I also really want to fight Sasuke and that guy named Gaara. Yeah, me too. But if Sasuke wins, you might end up being my or Sasuke's opponent. Ah, right. But it could also be that Shikamaru defeated Temari. Shino suddenly chimed in, startling Naruto. Then, the group leisurely discussed the upcoming semifinals while keeping an eye on Sasuke below. Meanwhile, Tintin and Mito Minion had unknowingly taken their seats in the spectator area, and there were no guards beside them. Coincidentally, they were very close to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru, and their presence was naturally controlled by Shizen. As Kakashi had mentioned that the two elders should come down to accompany Danzo. Chapter 224. Sasuke vs. Gaara with the lightning chakra stimulating his cells. Sasuke's speed was undoubtedly terrifying. Think about the Sasuke from the original work, who was at most elite J-Nin level after undergoing Kakashi special training. He could even briefly unleash speed comparable to that of regular Lee. The current Sasuke was much stronger than he was at the same period in the original work. Therefore, when he utilized lightning chakra, his speed had already surpassed Gaara's ability to react. However, Gaara was not just a name. To be able to move so quickly that even the sand couldn't react, not to mention Sasuke, even an ordinary elite J-Nin might not be able to do it. This was one of the reasons Gaara could rise to the level of a Kage at the age of 16. Sasuke's figure flickered like a ghost, moving up and down, left and right, constantly appearing beside Gaara and continuously launching punches in an attempt to find a flaw in the sand's defense. But Gaara's sand seemed to have a consciousness of its own, passively defending and capturing Sasuke's movements. Surrounded by sand, Gaara could only shake his head, turning his gaze, unable to see Sasuke's figure at all. This realization intensified the killing intent in Gaara's heart. The urge and thought of killing Sasuke grew increasingly difficult to suppress. After a dozen attacks, Sasuke recognized a reality. His physical fitness and close combat abilities were undoubtedly far superior to Gaara's, but Gaara's sand could defend itself, always blocking his attacks just in time. In that case, ordinary ninjutsu was indeed useless, just like in his previous battle. Sasuke thought to himself, and then he distanced himself from Gaara, planning to use the jutsu Kakashi taught him, directly breaking through the sand's defense with unmatched speed and strength. Gaara, who had been on the defensive, immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack when Sasuke paused his assault. He thought Sasuke wouldn't be able to maintain that speed for long. Now that he had stopped, perhaps it was to recover his stamina. Though Gaara's killing intent churned like the sea, he could still think about why Sasuke had stopped. Having been provoked by Sasuke, a murderous smile crept across Gaara's face as he waved his hand, sending a mass of sand rushing toward Sasuke. Moreover, with another wave of his hand, another circle of sand floated around Sasuke's knees like flowing clouds, not attacking, but simply lingering there like a faint mist. If Uchiha Sasuke wanted to launch a rapid assault like before, he would inevitably be tripped up by the sand at calf height. This round, the advantage was with me. Mom, wait a moment. I'll feed you's blood soon. Sasuke noticed the sand subtly forming a siege around him. But he didn't care because once he unleashed that jutsu, these sands would be shattered and destroyed like melting snow. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. One eye with 3 tomo and the other with 2. This was his peak state, comparable to elite J-Nin level. In the spectator area, within the Uchiha clan section, Fugaku, sitting in the center, widened his eyes, while those beside him, like Itachi and Shursui, almost cheered aloud. They couldn't help but direct their admiring gazes toward Fugaku. The clan leader's bloodline was incredibly pure, right? Not only did he possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, but even his 2 sons. Who would say otherwise? Just think, Uchiha Itachi had also awakened his double 3 tomo at this age. Although Sasuke was slightly weaker, awakening a 3 tomo Sharingan at this age. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is now the best among the younger generation of our clan. Hey. It's not entirely due to the clan leader's pure bloodline. I think the clan leader's wife still has her charm. Of course, I'm talking about bloodline. You brat. You'd better be really talking about bloodlines. Ahem, why can't it be the credit of that person over there? Everyone, don't forget, he once faced a clan leader with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan subtly directed their worshipful and fearful gazes toward Kakashi, who was diligently entertaining Temari in the distance, and no one paid attention to the previous slip of the tongue by a certain Uchiha. Wait, someone noticed the seal below, which was Kakashi's famous jutsu, Chidori, from his youth. Chidori. Sasuke grasped the continuously splashing lightning ball in his hand and shouted in a low voice. While Fugaku's eyes widened slightly in shock, he immediately looked at Kakashi, who happened to return his gaze, their eyes meeting briefly in the air before separating. Fugaku understood, and the other clan leaders present understood as well. From this day forth, Uchiha Sasuke would be considered Kakashi's disciple. Temari looked at Sasuke on the field with astonishment, then glanced over at Kakashi. Did you really take him as a disciple? Kakashi smiled faintly, I just think this technique suits him well. Really unexpected. I thought you would take that little blonde guy as your disciple. Accompanied by the roar of lightning, Sasuke suddenly swiped his hand downward, then leaned forward, crouching down as the lightning from Chidori continuously attacked the concrete, occasionally striking the sand released by Gaara. Then, Sasuke, glaring with his Sharingan, suddenly dove forward, the Chidori in his hand creating a long crack on the ground as he advanced. In that moment, Sasuke truly resembled an arrow released from a bow, rapidly charging toward Gaara under the watchful eyes of the spectators and Orochimaru. In Gaara's vision, only a flash of lightning remained, leaving him no time to think, forcing him to act purely out of instinct. Countless grains of sand instantly enveloped him like a dark cloud, then transformed into a massive sphere wrapping around Gaara. At the same moment the sand sphere formed, Sasuke charged forward with Chidori, like a bolt of lightning. Gaara's sand could not stop the Chidori, renowned for its piercing power. As Sasuke's right arm pierced straight into the sand sphere created by Gaara, Temari, Shikamaru, Naruto, and others were all fully focused, intently watching the battle below. Inside the sand sphere, Gaara felt pain for the first time in 12 years, and his emotions finally erupted. Blood, it's blood. I actually bled. It hurts. Unforgivable. Gaara murmured. Chapter 225. Begin. Prologue. Gaara stared intensely at the hand that Sasuke had thrust into the sand sphere, and at the blood that continued to flow from his shoulder. His gaze gradually became frenzied and bloodthirsty. Sasuke, on the outside, sensed that he had hit Gaara, but before he could think about his next move, a chill suddenly shot up from his feet to the top of his head. Almost instinctively, he withdrew and retreated. In the next second, a sinister chakra began to seep out from the sand sphere where Gaara was. In an instant, all the ninjas who recognized this aura were filled with dread. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he was about to rise, but the next moment, the wind shadow next to him suddenly appeared behind him, and without warning, a kunai was already poised at his carotid artery, while several umbu beside him were simultaneously killed. Before anyone could react, Orochimaru had already grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder and leaped up directly onto the roof. The 4 sound ninjas immediately made hand seals and shouted in unison. 4 purple yang formation. A purple barrier was formed, enveloping the entire roof. In the audience, a giant Jinjutsu quietly activated, causing everyone present to fall into the illusion, such as Ino and Choji from the Konoha 12. Naruto had been rigorously trained by Kakashi on how to dispel Genjutsu, so the moment the illusion activated, he instinctively disrupted his chakra flow and regained his freedom. Sasuke looked blankly at the audience stand, while Fugaku led a group of Uchiha to their feet, glaring angrily at the enemies disguised as Konoha Umbu. Without needing to say much, the Uchiha clan immediately transformed into shadows and pursued the attackers, as someone dared to use a large-scale Genjutsu in front of the Uchiha clan, which was simply disrespectful. The actions of the Sand Ninjas were quicker than those of the Uchiha, as a group of Sand Ninjas immediately surrounded them and launched an attack on the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was the largest clan in Konoha, so they had prepared countermeasures from the very beginning. On the other side, Temari quickly issued orders to her subordinates upon realizing something was amiss, directing them to assist Konoha ninjas in killing Sand Village ninjas. After Temari finished giving her orders and turned around, she frowned slightly and looked at Kakashi with some confusion. Your Hokage has been taken hostage, and you still aren't rushing to support? That battle belongs solely to the third Hokage. I will not interfere. My true enemy lies elsewhere, Kakashi said, his gaze filled with killing intent as he looked toward the distant audience stand. Over there, a Konoha Umbu slowly removed his mask, revealing a head of red hair wrapped in a wig. What? Temari followed Kakashi's gaze and immediately realized that the Konoha Umbu over there was an enemy, not a friend. The entire arena was thrown into chaos, with those protecting the daimyo, allies joining forces to fight while searching for teammates, fleeing with Gaara at high speed, issuing pursuit orders to Naruto and the other lower ninjas, and throwing Tsubaki and Mito towards the barrier. Everyone had bright futures and prospects, right? Don't you think so, Yin and Tsubaki? Yin and Tsubaki widened their eyes, staring in horror as they flew towards the four purple yan formation, wondering who the hell had thrown them over. This is treason. This is an assassination of the village's high-ranking officials. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Unfortunately, their questions and fears would be resolved today. Perhaps someone threw the human-shaped cannonball too hard, or perhaps someone was too eager to test the barrier's strength and characteristics with the two elders. The few Umbu directly related to the Hokage, who had just surrounded them, didn't even have a chance to rescue them. They simply watched as Tsubaki and Mito flew towards the edge of the barrier, and then their bodies were instantly burned to a pile of ashes, leaving in a state of utmost peace and painlessness. Below, Shursui quietly retracted his two green skeletal arms, casually sliding his index finger beneath his nose, then led a mass of his subordinates to kill the surrounding Sand Ninjas. Oh, Tenzo and Edo, along with Ranbu, were among them. On the edge of the roof, only a few direct Umbu of the Hokage were left staring at the ashes on the ground, lost in thought. Just now, an Umbu who attempted to forcefully break through the barrier with his body also silently retreated, grateful that the two elders had risked their lives to save an ignorant and innocent, yet loyal Umbu. Temari and Kankuro quickly fled with Gaara, while Maki's group immediately blocked the pursuing Konoha Mist Ninjas. However, Naruto and Sasuke were allowed to pass, as Maki was also entangled and unable to stop all of Konoha's people. Tsukikage and Ugetsu, along with a group of Konoha ninjas, charged valiantly toward the sand and sound ninjas led by Maki. Here, Tsukikage did not eavesdrop on the conversation between Maki and Kabuto, so he did not die. If we must delve into the reason, it is probably because Kakashi happened to look for Shursui that day, and Shursui happened to let Ugetsu and others off early. So Ugetsu went to find Tsukikage, and the two cleverly went on a date. Outside Konoha village, a giant snake crashed down, damaging the walls of Konoha. The four members of the Akatsuki organization hiding in the woods also received new orders at this moment to take advantage of the chaos, enter Konoha, capture a tailed beast, and assist the new member Uzumaki D in weakening the combat power of Konoha and Mist Ninjas, laying the groundwork for capturing the Nine Tails in the future. Deidara, Sasori, and Kisame immediately looked at Itachi, as this was Konoha village, Itachi's hometown. Only he was familiar with the roads and situations in Konoha. Let us go, 1 against 7. My poison can't wait to take effect on Konoha ninjas, Sasori said first. Although he was unclear about what Orochimaru was doing in Konoha, it did not stop him from wanting to kill a few Konoha ninjas to vent his anger. It would be even better if luck was on his side and he encountered the son of the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. Then he could take revenge for his parents. Deidara looked at Itachi with a smile, his eyes harboring a hint of expectation. Sasori is right. Let's hurry. My art should be showcased to Konoha ninjas. Itachi remained calm, but his heart sank a few notches. In the current situation, he had no chance to convey information to Shursui and the others. Moreover, Deidara and Sasori were both area attack-type ninjas. If they were let loose in Konoha, the village would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Besides, that Uzumaki Dian was the mysterious member who had taken everything from Kakashi regarding Kato. He actually made it to Konoha. Chapter 226. The war begins. Sasori noticed Itachi's hesitation, and a hint of suspicion arose in his heart. He tentatively asked, Itachi, you're not afraid of running into your father and clan members, and are reluctant to strike against your own people, are you? Itachi suddenly opened his Sharingan and glared at the Scarlet Sasori, his eyes cold and indifferent. Sasori, do not look at me with your doubtful eyes. It is meaningless. After saying that, Itachi waved to Kisame and quickly jumped out of the hiding woods, heading toward Konoha village. I know there's a small path here. I will take you through there. The other areas of Konoha are sealed off. It would be impossible for us to break and head on. As Itachi stealthily infiltrated the village, he introduced the route to the three, occasionally glancing at the distant giant snake that was stirring. The ninjas of Konoha were desperately trying to stop it from entering the village, but the effect was minimal. Just then, a massive toad suddenly fell from the sky, landing squarely on the giant snake. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya. The weasel hurriedly withdrew his gaze upon seeing the scene, and the other three also recognized that it was a toad. They suddenly recalled the information about Jiraiya and were surprised to find that he was actually in Konoha at this moment. Things had become more complicated. Sasori glanced subtly at the toad that was demonstrating its might, his expression darkening. It's a pity, although he also wanted to turn Jiraiya into a puppet. His main target today was still the One Tail, and the secondary target, Hatake Kakashi. In the Chunin exam venue, Kakashi was staring intently at Uzumaki Naruto across the spectator stands while subtly signaling Tsunade with his hand. Tsunade's pupils contracted, and she looked at Kakashi with slight concern. But out of trust in him, she turned to leave and support other battlefields. Tsunade's abilities were more suited for group fights. One-on-one battles were better left to Hatake Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto sneered as he watched Tsunade leave, then almost ignored the surrounding noise and instantly appeared in front of Kakashi. TSK, how did you find me? Finding you. Was that difficult? What conspiracy do you have in Konoha? Are you here as a helper for Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha? Kakashi questioned coldly, but Uzumaki Naruto just smiled dismissively. I just happened to run into him and then coincidentally heard he was coming to attack Konoha, so I came help out. Sai, what can I do? It's just in my nature to be kind-hearted. As long as it can harm Konoha and the Mist Village, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely lend a hand. I see. You're harboring resentment against Konoha and hate the Mist Village, right? Kakashi analyzed, seemingly able to deduce Uzumaki Naruto's motives. It was probably just resentment that Konoha didn't send troops to support the besieged country of whirlpools. And he suspected or even believed that the Mist Village was also one of the culprits involved in the massacre of the country of whirlpools back then. Uzumaki Naruto's face darkened, his tone cold and filled with suppressed killing intent as he whispered, "You bastard, who allowed you to casually speculate about others' thoughts." At this point, there was no need for further words. Uzumaki Naruto swiftly waved his hand, and another barrier instantly formed in the spectator area. Kakashi also suddenly opened his shuriken-shaped Sharingan, coldly staring at Uzumaki Naruto. A great battle was about to commence. Within the four purple flames formation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was being held at the neck by a kunai from Orochimaru, suddenly transformed into a pile of soil and scattered. It turned out that this was just one of his earth clones. Orochimaru, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen escape, didn't mind. On the contrary, if Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't escape from such a simple kunai threat, Orochimaru would find it rather boring. After all, his main purpose for coming this time was to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and sever all ties with his former teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly appeared not far away. This was his true body. He said to Orochimaru, "Kazekage, no? Orochimaru, at this point, are you still not going to shed your disguise?" Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. He then slowly reached out and removed a human skin mask. "It's been a long time. My teacher." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with a heavy expression, but beneath his gaze, one could faintly see a hint of heartache and determination. "This time, I won't let you go, Orochimaru." The third Hokage said solemnly. He looked around. This barrier was vast, yet he was the only one left here. The debts owed in the past, and the softened heart. Ultimately, it had to be resolved today. The third Hokage slowly clenched his fists, having long since prepared for death. Moreover, now that Kakashi was powerful and wise, even if he died, Kakashi would surely lead Konoha to even greater glory. Over the years, the third Hokage had been watching Kakashi's actions. He had even mentioned the matter of the fifth Hokage to Kakashi, but Kakashi refused, citing his young age and that he was still in a period of rapid strength improvement. Kakashi, it seems you ultimately don't have time to continue strengthening your abilities. After I die, perhaps Kurenai and Asuma will strongly push for you to take on the role of the fifth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, then fixed his resolute gaze on Orochimaru. Orochimaru noticed the changing expressions in his teacher's eyes, but didn't say much. He only secretly sighed and further solidified his resolve. Even a powerful ninja like my teacher is now aging. If it were over 10 years ago, with my current strength, I probably wouldn't last a few rounds against him. Now it seems. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly charged at Orochimaru, throwing shuriken while quickly forming seals. Ninja art, shuriken shadow, clone technique. In the next second, one shuriken transformed into 10 into 100, shooting towards Orochimaru like a rain of arrows. Orochimaru stood still, forming seals. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. In the next moment, two coffins suddenly broke through the ground, and the heavy coffins immediately blocked the dense shuriken, the sound of clanging echoing continuously. After summoning the first and second Hokage, Orochimaru did not continue to summon more. After all, controlling them both was enough to exhaust him. Although the first and second Hokage here were far from their strength in life, under Orochimaru's modifications, their abilities were somewhat stronger than in the original story. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared wide-eyed at the first and second Hokage in front of him, their faces as pale as corpses, and tears streamed down his face. Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage. Orochimaru, the third Hokage, was furious. Chapter 227. Sarutobi 1v2. Sarutobi gets MVP. You dare to desecrate the souls of the two previous Hokages. This is utterly unforgivable. The third Hokage scolded Orochimaru, but his heart gradually sank. He didn't know how much strength the two Hokages summoned by Orochimaru could possess compared to their living selves, but he could only hope it was as little as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will lose the qualification to resolve this grudge, right? If only Kakashi were here, he would definitely be able to hold off the two Hokages. In that case, I would still have a fair chance of killing Orochimaru. The third Hokage thought gloomily. Now, he didn't have Kakashi's Flying Thunder God mark on him, so even if Kakashi were here, he would probably only be able to watch from outside the barrier, unless he possessed an unmatched strength like the first Hokage. Hashirama and Tobirama emerged from the coffins, looking nostalgically at Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away. Monkey? Where's this? Who summoned us? The second Hokage spoke first, glancing around and roughly determining that this was Konoha's architectural style. He then looked at Sarutobi, who was fully armed, and then at Orochimaru, standing behind them. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Hokages, it was I who summoned you. Tobirama and Hashirama turned to look at him. So, what is your purpose in summoning us? Do you want us to help you deal with the monkey? Tobirama, being perceptive, quickly deduced the antagonistic relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru based on their positions. Hashirama, same here. Orochimaru maintained the seals for impure world reincarnation with one hand, smiling silently. But in reality, he had raised his guard to the highest level. If Hashirama and Tobirama showed any signs of defiance, he would immediately forcefully control them. Tobirama and Hashirama felt the power within them. For Tobirama, he couldn't even exert half of his strength, while for Hashirama, those who understood would understand. Hashirama and Tobirama turned back to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighing, I didn't expect you to be so old, monkey. Are there really no other young people in the village who can take on the position of Hokage? There are, Lord Hashirama, there are, but he is locked outside by this barrier. He is still the third to learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Lord Tobirama, but unfortunately, there is no mark of his here. Upon hearing this, Tobirama understood, but Orochimaru didn't want to give them any more time to reminisce. He suddenly controlled the bodies of the two, and then flashed an evil smile at Sarutobi. Teacher Sarutobi, you can continue your nostalgia down below. As for Kakashi Hatake, you should have already been entangled by my teammates. Before his voice fell, Orochimaru quickly sent two control symbols into the back of Hashirama and Tobirama's heads. Seeing this, Sarutobi wiped away a tear, steadying his complex emotions, and glared at Orochimaru. Tobirama was the first to strike, water style. Water wave. A massive torrent of water immediately surged towards Sarutobi, who quickly formed hand signs and countered with earth style. Earth flow wall. Although it was an earth flow wall, the earth wall summoned by the third Hokage was as tall and thick as a mountain, standing firm against Tobirama's water technique no matter how hard it was hit. Seeing this, Hashirama swam through the water, rapidly charging towards Sarutobi. Sarutobi, seeing this, immediately spat out fireballs, but Hashirama blocked them with his hand. He infused chakra into his hand, forming a protective shield. Soon, Hashirama engaged Sarutobi in close combat. Luckily, Hashirama's powers were limited here, and even his natural immense strength couldn't be fully utilized. So for a moment, Sarutobi could still hold his ground. However, he was already old and weak, no longer suited for close combat. In no time, Sarutobi was kicked in the side of the face by Hashirama and was sent flying. He barely steadied himself when Tobirama attacked again, forcing Sarutobi to continue to struggle defensively. Throughout the fight, Orochimaru did not intervene, quietly watching the struggle of Sarutobi against two opponents. Sarutobi retreated to the top of the earth wall, then bit his finger to form hand signs for summoning technique. Accompanied by smoke, the Monkey King appeared with a crash. Seeing Orochimaru, the Monkey King helplessly glanced at Sarutobi. "You were too soft-hearted back then. Now he's come to kill you." After saying this, he looked at the first and second Hokage, standing below, and nearly gasped. This was indeed a tough battle. "I'm sorry, Monkey King, but this may be the last time I fight alongside you." Quickly turn into the Rui Jingubang. In the next moment, Sarutobi stood on the roof with the giant staff, coldly staring at Orochimaru. Orochimaru sneered and spat out the Kusanagi sword, facing Sarutobi head-on. The next second, Hashirama began his move with style. The forest of the God Tree. Lush trees immediately engulfed the entire roof, transforming it into a green ocean. Meanwhile, Terumi may learned from other ninja about Naruto and the others' whereabouts, and immediately rushed towards them alone without stopping. This time, there weren't many from the Mist Village. So Terumi May decided to keep those who came in Konoha Village to help the Konoha ninjas defend. As for Naruto, she would go to support him. After all, tailed beasts were not something a few upper ninjas could handle. Since she promised Kakashi to protect Team 7, Terumi May had to keep her word. Itachi, along with Kisame and others, stealthily infiltrated Konoha Village and finally managed to slip inside. Sasori casually grabbed a Sand Village ninja to inquire about Gar's whereabouts, but got nothing. Then, Sasori and Deidara prepared to release their puppets or clay spiders to search for Gar's trace. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, remaining silent, just quietly observing Sasori and Deidara's actions. At that moment, a clear yet cold voice filled with murderous intent exploded behind the four. "You are members of Akatsuki?" Itachi was the first to turn and look in that direction, only to see a tall and strong figure backlit by the light, facing them directly. The newcomer had long white hair and wore red clothing. It was Jiraiya, who had just summoned a toad to crush Orochimaru, just a moment slower than Itachi. Deidara and Kisame also turned to look at Jiraiya with guarded expressions, while Kisame discreetly observed the surrounding environment. It was impossible to engage in a real fight. His leader was close with the people of Konoha, so as the #1 undercover agent of Obito, he naturally couldn't just kill Konoha's people. Itachi was probably thinking the same, likely already pondering how to escape. However, that was not the case. While Itachi was indeed considering an escape route, his purpose was not just to flee. Chapter 228. What to do when caught sneaking into the village. Itachi looked at Jiraiya, secretly relieved. Fortunately, it seemed Jiraiya had discovered the Amaterasu flames he left behind. Such strange flames would surely make Jiraiya wonder who could create such fire. So it was not surprising that he followed him. According to Kakashi's plan, he wanted Itachi and the others to successfully take One Tail away, allowing Konoha to forcibly swallow the Sand Village, which had lost both its Hokage and tailed beast. They could then use the white Zetsu in Obito's hands for disguise, creating the illusion that the Sand Village still existed. Once they had gathered enough tailed beasts and accumulated enough strength, they could confront the Cloud Village and Rock Village. But now, Itachi believed he could leave Sasori and Deidara behind, especially Deidara. He had to capture him. He would be an excellent asset against the Rock Village. As for Sasori, if Kakashi knew Itachi's thoughts, he would surely think of using Sasori against Chiyo, just like this. Old Lady Chiyo? You wouldn't want your grandson to be killed by me, would you? Cough. Wrong turn. Jiraiya looked at Itachi and the others on high alert. He still didn't know that Itachi was an undercover agent, so he truly regarded Itachi as an enemy. Uchiha Itachi, I didn't expect you to dare to appear in the village openly. What's this? Do you want to surrender to the Hokage and recount your crimes? Itachi's eyes shifted slightly, but he maintained an expression of calm reverence. The legendary ninja of Konoha, Hero Jiraiya, I've long admired your name. Sasori slowly swung his tail, while Deidara secretly prepared a ball of clay, and Kisame tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Jiraiya scanned the group, feeling both excited and heavy-hearted. Sasori of the Red Sand, a tailless-tailed beast, and that S-rank rogue ninja Deidara from the Rock Village, plus this most unpredictable Uchiha Itachi. Is this the foundation of Akatsuki? So many shadow-level experts. Their top combat power is no weaker than any of the 5 great ninja villages. With such a gathering of experts to collect tailed beasts, what could their purpose be? Hey, what are you doing in Konoha Village? Jiraiya asked loudly without approaching them, trying to buy time for the village's main forces to arrive. Sasori's eyes moved, stirring up some suspicion. Without saying much, he immediately flicked his tail and shot out a few poison needles, then shouted, "Run! Don't get entangled with him." Immediately, a large white bird suddenly took shape, and Deidara leaped onto it, followed by Sasori and Itachi trying to get on the bird as well. But just then, a flash of fire appeared before them, and before they could react, Sasori immediately raised his tail to block, but his Hiriko's tail clearly couldn't withstand the force and heat of the slash. In just a moment, his tail was severed into 2 and fell weakly to the ground. Fortunately, Sasori had already maneuvered Hiriko to jump and dodge, while Deidara, to avoid the blade's light, instinctively controlled the large bird to fly up. Not only him, but Kisame and Itachi were also within the attack range of the fiery blade. Jiraiya dodged the poison needle and immediately launched an oil flame bullet. Kisame reacted quickly, raising his Samehada to block and absorb the attack, while Itachi stepped in to intercept Shirsue's assault. The two displayed a remarkable synergy. Suddenly, Shirsue's figure appeared in the distance, and a fiery red gash was revealed on Deidara's large bird. Deidara was startled and quickly jumped over 10 meters away, and the others were equally surprised, hastily following suit. However, this single action allowed Shirsue, Jiraiya, and the suddenly appearing guy to find their respective opponents. Jiraiya confronted Sasori, Shirsue targeted Itachi, and Guy silently approached Kisame. After all, Deidara looked like a kid, while Kisame, who seemed like a tough guy, was more suitable as his opponent. Deidara, left without an opponent, was taken aback and then glanced at a team of Konoha Umbu rushing to provide support. Deidara, stop wasting time. Go find the one-tail. Leave this to us. Sasori, having been Deidara's teammate for several years, quickly noticed that Deidara was about to act recklessly with his art, so he hurriedly ordered him to leave first. On the other side, Shirsue and Itachi, who had already taken their stances, exchanged strange glances at Sasori, who was fully engaged in Jiraiya's onslaught. He's also an undercover? Too, it was no wonder they thought so. Which ninja would openly declare their target? Kisame also flashed a peculiar look, but Guy's lightning-fast assault truly exhausted him. Hearing Sasori command Deidara made Jiraiya's heart race. He couldn't believe the Akatsuki was planning to capture tailed beasts so soon. Now, it was the one tail. When would they plan to capture Naruto's 9 tails? Although Deidara was unwilling, he generally listened to Sasori, except when it came to art. Thus, Deidara begrudgingly shot a glance at the fighting pair, quickly summoned another large bird, and flew into the sky without looking back. On the ground, Sasori suddenly broke free from the crimson flow, using the cover of the poison needles to swiftly pull out the scroll containing the 3rd Kazekage. The next moment, the 3rd Kazekage made a grand appearance, compensating for the lack of a Kazekage accompanying Suna's attack on Konoha. Just having the 3rd Kazekage wasn't enough to deal with Jiraiya. I must reveal some trump cards. Sasori manipulated the 3rd Kazekage to stare directly at Jiraiya, secretly thinking. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was quite shocked. The one who killed the 3rd Kazekage back then was you? The red-haired Sasori sneered silently, raising another scroll. In the next instant, 50 red-robe puppets were controlled into action. Jiraiya looked solemnly at the puppets that obscured the sky and slowly spoke their name. The secret technique that once annihilated a nation, the 100 puppet performance. And with the 3rd Kazekage possessing the magnet release bloodline limit, TSK, this is truly difficult to handle. Sasori's 20 puppets met the approaching Umbu team for support. while the remaining 30 joined forces with the 3rd Kazekage to charge at Jiraiya. Inside the ceiling barrier of Uzumaki Doan, Kakashi attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique, but strangely found it impossible. Kakashi was startled, and his suspicious gaze immediately turned towards the barrier surrounding him and Uzumaki Doan. Seeing this, Uzumaki Doan revealed a smug smile. "How's it going? Have you finally realized? Your Flying Thunder God technique cannot be activated here." Kakashi's expression changed significantly. How did this guy achieve this? Chapter 229. The second battlefield. Uzumaki Doan seemed to notice Kakashi's confusion and grinned with a sinister smile. "Do you remember that time in the Land of Waves? You left a Flying Thunder God mark on me and caught me off guard, but you didn't expect, did you? That mark was decomposed and preserved by me, and this barrier was perfected after obtaining your Flying Thunder God mark, specifically designed to restrain your Flying Thunder God technique. Ever since he was defeated by Minato over a decade ago, he had been trying to develop a sealing technique that could suppress the use of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, it wasn't until he obtained Kakashi's Flying Thunder God mark that he fully developed it. The primary purpose of this barrier was to counter those who could use the Flying Thunder God technique. It was Uzumaki Doan's painstaking work. As for the mysterious technique that decapitated him back then, although Uzumaki Doan was also interested in studying it, he had no information on it, so it ultimately came to nothing. Watching Kakashi's increasingly grim expression, a twisted sense of satisfaction quietly arose from Uzumaki Doan's heart, who knew how much it thrilled him to encounter an equally matched opponent like Kakashi in his debut battle. Not only that, but he had also been bested by him before. This simply couldn't stand. One character like Minato was enough. "Kakashi, actually, you were also bested by me in your first battle over a decade ago." Thus, after unexpectedly stumbling upon Orochimaru's murder scene, Uzumaki Doan took the initiative to propose participating in the collapse of Konoha. Orochimaru naturally refused, but Uzumaki Doan insisted, using his fist to make Orochimaru agree. The life-preserving Orochimaru immediately informed Uzumaki Doan that there was a great expert in Konoha named Hatake Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Doan exclaimed, "Oh, my old nemesis." So he took the initiative to entangle Kakashi. According to Orochimaru's judgment, this red-haired man was at most on par with Kakashi. As long as an additional shadow-level expert appeared on the battlefield, such as Shursui, Kakashi would surely meet his defeat or even death at Uzumaki Doan's hands. Unfortunately, Orochimaru didn't anticipate that the Akatsuki would also intervene, and now Shursui and Guy were already entangled and unable to support Kakashi. In Uzumaki Doan's perception, Hatake Kakashi was certainly the strongest ninja in all of Konoha. If he could kill Kakashi and turn him into his puppet, then when he infused power into the puppet, his strength would be fully unleashed. Moreover, once Kakashi was dead, no one in Konoha would be able to stop them from capturing the Nine Tails. Thus, Uzumaki Doan came, bringing along a puppet that could no longer bear all his power. Although it might not play a significant role in battle, it could at least help him maintain the barrier, which was quite sturdy. Inside the barrier, Kakashi tried using the Flying Thunder God technique again, but there was still no response. Kakashi's cold gaze turned towards Uzumaki Doan, who wore a smile tinged with murderous intent. And he thought to himself, "It seems the Flying Thunder God technique is useless now unless I can break this barrier. But he certainly won't give me that opportunity. So, do I have to face him head on here? Well, I hope he doesn't just run away this time." With that thought, Kakashi's eyes suddenly ignited with battle intent. As he lifted his forehead protector, a super shadow-level chakra aura erupted within the barrier. The tiles beneath his feet couldn't withstand the power and innocently shattered into several pieces. Seeing this, Uzumaki Doan tilted his head with a bloodthirsty smile, and an even more terrifying chakra aura exploded. The Uzumaki clan's chakra volume was already immense, especially for Uzumaki Doan, a super Uzumaki. If it were purely a contest of chakra volume, even 7 or 8 Kakashis would be useless. However, battles between ninjas were never just simple contests of chakra. Although chakra volume constituted a significant part of strength, how effectively one used their chakra was equally important. For example, Madara's chakra volume was certainly not as great as Hashirama's, yet he could still match Hashirama in his normal state due to his superb chakra control, along with the Sharingan, a powerful bloodline limit. At this moment, Kakashi just happened to barely meet these 2 points, and most importantly, he still had energy to use against the enemy. Compared to using chakra to release various ninjutsu, using energy to enhance oneself was undoubtedly a very low energy consumption method. It was truly an instinctive action. The moment he decided to fight, Kakashi had already summoned all his strength, and his body's defenses and various nerves were enhanced to a considerable degree by the energy. Uzumaki Doan stared intently at Kakashi, his eyes revealing a hint of desire and greed, a gaze that made Kakashi feel inexplicably tense. Damn it, what kind of look is that? Uzumaki Doan didn't care about that. He had just sensed the mysterious energy that erupted violently from within Kakashi. What could it be? Without the time to ponder further, in the next moment, Kakashi raised his hand and shot out a lightning arrow. Uzumaki Doan immediately dodged to the side, and not only that, he directly closed in on Kakashi. The two of them were very close. To take advantage of the cover of vision, his left fist quietly struck towards Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi's pupils contracted, and he immediately unleashed a Sharingan Genjutsu, while also attempting to grab Uzumaki Doan's wrist to intercept him. Kakashi, relying on his experience and judgment, indeed caught Uzumaki Doan's wrist. Then he suddenly raised his other elbow and struck towards Uzumaki Doan's body, which had yet to withdraw. Seeing this, Uzumaki Doan merely smiled scornfully at the moment Kakashi attacked. A shield formed by black runes appeared in front of his chest. When the elbow collided with the shield, Kakashi was immediately bounced back 2 steps. Uzumaki Doan immediately advanced, trying to seize the 2 moments of retreat from Kakashi. The boomerang-like Sharingan saw through Uzumaki Doan's movements, and Kakashi crouched down to dodge his attack, then suddenly lunged at his legs. The fully powered Chidori erupted, paralyzing Uzumaki Doan for a moment. Kakashi seized the opportunity to hold on tightly. Then he performed a downward throw, smashing Uzumaki Doan hard into the ground. The floor on the second floor instantly gave way, creating a large human-shaped hole, and Uzumaki Doan was smashed into the tiles of the first floor. The sound of the human body colliding with the ground was quite dull, and as the tiles shattered and collapsed, a cloud of dust was kicked up. Kakashi stood at the hole in the second floor, looking down, but he only saw the swirling dust. Kakashi knew in his heart that this attack was not enough to seriously injure Uzumaki Doan, so he immediately got up and activated the body flicker technique to create distance. As the dust began to settle, Uzumaki Doan indeed stood up unscathed, and the chakra energy cannon in his hand quietly dissipated. What a pity he didn't pursue the victory. He sighed helplessly. Chapter 230. Who remains? Kakashi frowned and looked over, but he only saw the slightly dirty hem of Uzumaki Doan's clothes. Uzumaki Doan returned to the second floor and stood still, casually brushing off the dust from his shoulders. Then looked at Kakashi. Did he just give him a warning upon coming up? Good. Did he evade with that peculiar defensive technique of his just now? Besides, I can't use the Flying Thunder God technique here, but he can still perform space-time transfers normally. This is troublesome. It seems that I can only activate the lightning release armor to keep up with his speed. Uzumaki Doan looked at Kakashi with a slightly excited gaze and suddenly raised his hand to use the body flicker technique. When he reappeared in front of Kakashi, a black rune spear had already formed at his fingertips up to the forearm. As long as this strike could pierce Kakashi, he could directly seal off all the chakra within Kakashi's body. Although Kakashi didn't know what this was, he clearly wouldn't allow this strike to hit him. So, at the moment Uzumaki Doan was about to attack, a bright blue lightning release armor suddenly appeared, directly withstanding the blow. But after a moment, the lightning release armor began to be gradually breached. No, to be precise, the chakra used to construct the lightning release armor was being sealed and absorbed by this rune sealing spear. Kakashi's pupils contracted, and he quickly used the lightning body flicker technique to escape. Uzumaki Doan immediately followed, and the two of them began to fight in high-speed movement. In an instant, blue lightning and black-red shadows clashed violently within this somewhat narrow barrier. The sealing symbol on Kakashi's right wrist flickered slightly, and in the next moment, the white fang was already in his hand, with blue-purple lightning quickly wrapping around the blade. Kakashi held the sword in a downward diagonal slash, and Uzumaki Doan immediately raised the rune spear to block. Although White Fang dispersed some of the runes, the lightning attribute chakra was immediately drawn away by even more runes. Kakashi's strike was blocked, and he immediately withdrew the sword, changing direction to stab again. Uzumaki Doan stepped back to avoid Kakashi's downward thrust. Then one hand jabbed toward Kakashi's wrist, attempting to seize the sword. But Kakashi suddenly slapped the hilt of the sword, causing White Fang to shoot downward, while his other hand swiftly moved forward to regain hold of the sword, executing an upward slash in succession. Meanwhile, the hand that originally held the sword suddenly condensed a Rasengan and smashed down. Without time to think, Uzumaki Doan immediately activated the space-time, jump to escape. Whoosh! Uzumaki Doan's body suddenly appeared in the center of the arena. That's right, this place was also within his seal barrier. Looking around, almost the entire second and first floors were within his barrier, which included the entire arena. Above the arena, at the rooftop, were Orochimaru and the third Hokage's four purple flames formation. Two massive rectangular barriers, one above and one below, slightly offset, had become a major scenic spot in the Hidden Leaf Village. Naturally, there would be Umbu attempting to break the barrier, but it was evidently futile. Kakashi coldly gazed at the arena, where he saw Uzumaki Doan beckoning him with a finger. "You, come here." Kakashi's expression grew serious, and after glancing again at the scope of the entire barrier, he roughly assessed its dimensions. With a lightning body flicker, he arrived at the center of the arena, standing opposite Uzumaki Doan. The third round began. In the dense forest, a team of lower ninjas led by Shikamaru was chasing after Gaara and his siblings ahead, along with the support that had already caught up with Sasuke. The team included Lee, Neji, Sakura, Naruto, Shikamaru, Shino, and Hinata. Due to the large number of people, they had attracted even more pursuers. Currently trailing behind them were about 20 sound ninja of Chunin level or above. While running forward, Shikamaru explained the team's composition. In our team, only Lee, Neji, and Naruto really have combat power. At this point, Shikamaru glanced helplessly at Naruto. Although Naruto was strong, he wasn't very bright. Lee was also purely a taijutsu ninja, undeniably strong one-on-one, but when facing multiple ninjas, he was easily kite and defeated. Hinata and Neji weren't much better off either. As for the others, there was the indispensable tracking ninja Shino, and Hinata, who could keep watch of the surroundings, a female ninja with no particular strengths, and a runaway expert like me. To be honest, with such a lineup, we simply couldn't cope with the 20 enemy ninjas chasing after us. They were all subordinates of Orochimaru, and there might even be Jonin among them. So even laying an ambush would be very difficult. Shikamaru paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. For the time being, we can only leave a few people as bait, pretending to lay an ambush to delay their steps. Sakura's expression changed, her throat tightening as she continued, but the ones left behind will almost certainly be doomed. Shikamaru remained silent, and Naruto suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. He didn't look at his companions behind him, but just lowered his head slightly and said, "I have the shadow clone technique, which allows me to summon a large number of shadow clones. It is most suitable for me to stay back and hold off the enemy while you all go support Sasuke and chase after Gaara." At first, Naruto's tone was somewhat low, but by the end, it was filled with determination. He wasn't clear about his true strength and wasn't sure if he could hold off the pursuing enemies, but he was fearless, no matter how you looked at it. He was currently the most suitable person to stay behind, so Naruto believed he had to step up. Hinata clenched her sleeves, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Naruto's back. Sakura's expression was fluctuating, also watching Naruto's back. Hinata opened her mouth to say that she would stay too, but Neji spoke up first. "Lady Hinata, you should go with Shikamaru and the others to support Sasuke. I will stay back with Naruto. Lee, your fighting style is not suitable for dealing with so many pursuers, so you must go with them. Don't compete with me. Shikamaru, your brain is very useful for this mission, so you can't stay either. You should go too." Neji spoke rapidly, blocking Hinata, Shikamaru, and Lee's words one after another. Then he turned around to face north with Naruto, turning his back to the others. Shikamaru and the others gritted their teeth, but they also understood that this was the best arrangement. Neji, who possessed the Byakugan, and Naruto, who mastered the shadow clone technique, could cooperate effectively. And both were strong enough that even if they couldn't win, Neji could take Naruto and escape. At the very least, their chances of survival were greater than those of the others present. Shikamaru wanted to say that he would just stay, but Neji was right. He was an indispensable strategist in the team, and the subsequent battle plans would rely on him. So, Neji, Naruto, survival is the priority. Chapter 231. Rampaging Gaara in front of Shikamaru and the others. Sasuke had successfully defeated Temari and caught up with Gaara and Kankuro. Sasuke stood in their path, looking at Kankuro and Gaara with a cold smile. "Now, can you let that guy go?" Though it was a question, it carried an undeniable certainty. Kankuro's heart sank. Sasuke's appearance meant that Temari had already. "Damn it. It looks like it's my turn to intercept this Uchiha clan member." Kankuro released Gaara, pulled down his puppet from behind, and looked at Sasuke with a serious expression. No matter what, he had to buy time for Gaara to recover his chakra. But just then, several figures jumped into the scene like a shadow army beside Sasuke. Sasuke glanced over and saw that it was none other than the leading Lee and Shino, along with Shikamaru carrying a fan. Hinata and Sakura were not here because they had picked up the injured Temari on the way. Shikamaru had asked Hinata and Sakura to guard Temari. Hinata acted quickly, sealing Temari's chakra and binding her tightly. She was a captive, an excellent tool for obtaining information from Tsunagakure. Then, Shikamaru instructed Hinata and Sakura to hide nearby with Temari and wait for the village's support, while he took Temari's fan and joined Shino and the others to continue supporting Sasuke. Kakarot immediately spotted the 3-star fan on Shikamaru's back, and his heart stirred. "Temari, you have already been captured. Surrender," Shikamaru said lazily. "You and Gaara cannot escape our encirclement, and your teammates have already been dealt with. Do you still want to resist?" Kakarot stared intently at Shikamaru, his expression grim. "That bastard." Sasuke looked at Shikamaru with a puzzled and strange expression, surprised. Did Shikamaru and the others kill that female ninja? Shikamaru didn't look at Sasuke. He continued to stare at Kakarot, hoping for a moment of his loss of composure. Sasuke asked in confusion, "How did you find me?" Shino replied, "I put a female bug on you. My male bug can track the female bug's location. Then the Jonin Narashikaku sent us to support you." Sasuke nodded and looked again at Kakarot. Just as he was about to forcefully capture Gaara and Kakarot, Gaara woke up. At the same time, a sinister chakra began to spread, causing everyone present to feel uneasy. Sasuke and the others rushed forward to stop it, but it was too late. Gaara's sand suddenly transformed into large hands, blocking the group outside. Even Lee, who was the fastest, couldn't reach Gaara's body before the sand reacted unless he opened the 8 gates. As the sand blocked the others, Gaara's one-tailed chakra erupted violently. In an instant, half of Gaara's body transformed into the form of a tailed beast. Gaara frantically swung his massive hand, sending the less mobile Shikamaru and Shino flying. Lee and Sasuke managed to dodge thanks to their quick reflexes, but Sasuke did not anticipate that Gaara's hand could stretch and thicken, and in the next moment, Sasuke, who had not immediately used lightning release chakra to stimulate cell activation, was struck in the shoulder by Gaara's suddenly extended giant hand. Meanwhile, Naruto and Neji stood back to back, breathing heavily, their eyes tense and vigilant as they looked at the 10 sound ninja surrounding them. Both had expressions of fearlessness, but deep down, they sensed the impending threat of death. Just moments ago, they had engaged in fierce combat with 20 enemies here, relying on Naruto's chakra and the Rasengan. Along with Neji's nearly lethal gentle fist, the two initially managed to hold off several sound ninja, but the leading Jonin on the opposite side was not to be underestimated. They quickly devised a strategy to counter them, and the situation gradually deteriorated into what it was now. Neji remained silent, but had already mentally prepared himself for a possible death and the loss of his Byakugan. Unexpectedly, the cage bird was put to use so early. Unlike Neji, Naruto was still actively seeking a way to survive, such as, "Kaibai, quickly lend me your chakra. If you don't lend it to me, I'm going to die here. You don't want to die with me, right?" The sound ninja captain noticed that Naruto had not given up on escaping, but he merely sneered, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Who knows how many of their nin those 2 Leaf Village genin just took down. Now, finally, these 2 kids would die at his and his subordinates' hands. These 2 kids have such combat power at such a young age. They must be geniuses from the Leaf Village, right? If I kill their geniuses, Lord Orochimaru will surely be very pleased. The sound ninja captain thought to himself, oblivious to the fragrant wind approaching from behind. No, he noticed it, but with his Jonin-level strength, he simply couldn't react to an attack from Shadow-level powerhouse. In just a few seconds, the sound ninja, who had previously surrounded Naruto and Neji arrogantly, lay dead on the ground, their deaths bizarre, some appearing as if they had been dissolved by something. Kurenai appeared suddenly in front of Naruto and Neji, holding Pakin, seemingly relieved as she looked at Naruto, thankful that she arrived in time. Naruto stared blankly at Kurenai, secretly returning the Kaibai chakra he had just borrowed but hadn't had the chance to use. He was saved? Seeing Pakin in Kurenai's arms, Naruto immediately recognized it as Kakashi's dog, so he excitedly asked, "Hey, big sister, did Kakashi-sensei send you to save me?" Zhao Mei nodded slightly, then lowered her head to look at Parker. Parker pointed in a direction, and then Zhao Mei interrupted, mumbling something about why the big sister was holding Parker. Why was the big sister who came to support? And what the relationship was between the big sister and Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was full of questions, led them in pursuit of Sasuke and the others, where there was a whole-tailed beast waiting. In the sky, Deidara, who had detached himself from the battlefield, was flying toward a certain direction. He had just learned of Gar's retreat and was hurrying on his big bird in that direction. Kakashi and Uzumaki Doan's forearms suddenly collided, producing a muffled sound. Kakashi then quickly thrust his short blade forward, forcing Uzumaki Doan to retreat from a quietly approaching ceiling spike. Amid the dull sound of weapons clashing, the two had exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye, with no clear victor. Chapter 232. Equal strength. Kakashi and Uzumaki Doan exchanged over 10 moves again. Kakashi landed a line change kick on Uzumaki Doan's shoulder, causing him to crouch down from the immense force. Kakashi then followed up with a side kick to his cheek, causing Uzumaki Doan to spit out half a mouthful of blood and a fragment of a tooth from his mouth. Despite the pain, he endured it, and with one hand hidden at his waist, he suddenly formed a sword finger. Then, using his body's visual cover, he quickly brought his hand back to his chest, silently aiming the sword finger at Kakashi and shooting out a chakra finger cannon. Kakashi was startled. The chakra finger cannon was already unavoidable, crashing directly into his chest and immediately erupting into a burst of light. Such an attack was naturally not enough to break through the defense of his lightning release armor. But Kakashi was partially blinded by the light pollution, obstructing part of his vision. In a battle of experts, even the slightest mistake could completely determine the outcome of a battle. Because of this small move by Uzumaki Doan, Kakashi's action slowed down by half a beat, allowing Uzumaki Doan to land a 5-finger chakra finger cannon on his abdomen. Boom! The massive chakra energy erupted instantly, creating an energy wave over a person's height. And Kakashi's figure was pushed out by the immense energy until he stopped at the edge of the barrier. Strangely, when the chakra energy cannon shot by Uzumaki Doan met the boundary of the barrier, it naturally dissipated, revealing Kakashi's figure. Kakashi propped himself up with his sword and stood up. His lightning release armor continued to flicker with lightning. In the next moment, Kakashi instantly returned to Uzumaki Doan's front. Uzumaki Doan clicked his tongue, truly an indestructible shell. He then faced Kakashi, and the two resumed their clash. After an unknown number of exchanges, the two took a stance, one extending their left hand and the other their right, beginning to grapple. For a moment, they were evenly matched. However, although their strengths were similar, the sources of their power were vastly different. Uzumaki Doan's strength came from his sage body, similar to Senju Hashirama. After fully developing his physique, he naturally possessed immense power and self-healing properties, and due to the vast amount of chakra, he gained even more physical strength. Kakashi's strength, on the other hand, came from his cultivation of chi. Chi was like a key that unlocked genetic locks, allowing Kakashi to continuously break through his own limits and gain more powerful strength. This was also why Guy could possess physical strength far greater than in the original story. Both had broken through their physical limits day by day through hard practice, repeatedly crossing into new realms. Without chi, no matter how hard Kakashi and the others trained, they could not reach the level of physical arts achieved by Hashirama and Madara. Seeing that the two were evenly matched in strength, Kakashi's eyes moved, and he suddenly thrust his sword towards Uzumaki Doan's shoulder, but was skillfully deflected by him. Kakashi saw this and immediately wrapped more chakra around White Fang, causing its length to suddenly increase. Uzumaki Doan was caught off guard, and a cut was made on his face. However, the cut healed almost instantly. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, intending to make another move, but Uzumaki Doan suddenly kicked up. This kick was indeed treacherous. Kakashi was startled and quickly bent his knees to tighten, but as a result, he was kicked in the abdomen by Uzumaki Doan's other foot, sending him flying. Fortunately, Kakashi's lightning release armor had exceptional defensive capabilities, and this heavy kick could not break through his defense. However, Uzumaki Doan clearly understood this. So in the next moment, he flashed to Kakashi's front, who was horizontally flying in midair and parallel to him, executed the ceiling technique. Seize. Suddenly, an octagonal ceiling symbol lit up in front of Uzumaki Doan, and a hand as black as ink emerged from it, reaching for Kakashi's face. Kakashi was grabbed by the face, and although he hurriedly reached out to block the inhuman black hand, his hand passed through it as if it were submerged in ink, leaving only a few drops of black ink on his hand without any effect in stopping it. Kakashi's pupils constricted. This hand was actually seizing control of the chakra within him. How could this be possible? Moreover, the most important thing was that as the true owner of the chakra, he was unable to resist this outsider's invasion and theft. The lightning release armor on Kakashi's body began to fluctuate unstably. Uzumaki Doan smirked coldly. Now let's see what you use to resist my attack. He then knelt down, pressing hard on Kakashi's abdomen, and with a forceful push downwards, bam, Kakashi's body immediately stopped its backward momentum, being forcibly pressed into the ground, shattering the arena's surface and creating a spiderweb-like crack. Kakashi couldn't help but cough lightly, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. But he found a point of leverage upon landing. Kakashi pushed off the ground with both legs, delivering a knee strike to Uzumaki Doan's lumbar spine. He ignored the mysterious black hand that was seizing control of his chakra and directly grabbed Uzumaki Doan's arms, throwing him out in a manner akin to a judo throw. Uzumaki Doan was immediately tossed away, and the sealing black hand he had conjured naturally dissipated. Kakashi quickly got up, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed on Uzumaki Doan, who was holding his lumbar spine. Sure enough, as long as I throw the caster away, the technique will naturally break without attack. However, my chakra is still fluctuating and difficult to calm. What kind of sealing technique is this? Why have I never seen it in the hand signs left by Mother Kushina? Taking advantage of the moment when Uzumaki Doan was also injured from his kick, Kakashi hurriedly calmed the chakra within him. Uzumaki Doan gritted his teeth. He naturally knew that Kakashi's chakra was fluctuating greatly and was inconvenient for combat, but Kakashi's previous impact had also injured his lumbar spine. For a moment, he could not recover and could only quietly wait to regain his strength. Damn it, I didn't expect that kicking him back to the ground would give him a chance. Kakashi and Uzumaki Doan were both half-kneeling, staring at each other, both filled with killing intent. In the next moment, Kakashi suddenly flung out a purple lightning bolt. That's right. He literally flung it out because this was the chi Kakashi had condensed. Purple lightning. The power of this purple lightning far exceeded that of ordinary purple lightning. Although Kakashi did not charge it for long, it was certainly not something that could be easily blocked. Seeing Kakashi shoot out the purple lightning from his hand, Uzumaki Doan did not dare to be careless. He could not afford to continue holding his waist, so he hurriedly formed his hands into palms and pushed forward. Seating technique. Control. A sealing barrier resembling the flying thunder god technique suddenly formed about a meter in front of him, and just at that moment, the chi-formed purple lightning was already rushing towards the barrier. Chapter 233. The third Hokage begins the Reaper Death Seal. The purple lightning struck directly against the barrier without hesitation, and the two began to clash fiercely. Uzumaki Doan was startled. Even an S-rank ninjutsu would be unable to withstand the rebound from his barrier defense technique. But the purple lightning thrown by Kakashi not only seemed to have the potential to break through the barrier, but it also did not explode for a long time. What did this indicate? It indicated that Kakashi's purple lightning had extremely high stability, and he could even manipulate it continuously. Uzumaki Doan warily watched the purple lightning, and he increased the chakra input from both hands. Soon, the barrier began to cave inwards under the force of the advancing purple lightning, as if it were gathering strength for a rebound. Kakashi saw through this at a glance, and with the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he waited until the barrier had caved in to its deepest point before detonating the purple lightning. The energy initially meant to penetrate the target was all converted into explosive energy, and it detonated in front of the barrier, causing an explosion so powerful that it affected the ground in front of Uzumaki Doan's barrier. With a loud bang, a massive crater appeared in front of the barrier released by Uzumaki Doan. Looking at the intact barrier before him, Uzumaki Doan felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had managed to block it, but he had to quickly change his position. Just as he was about to activate his space transfer to shift positions, he suddenly felt a prickling sense of danger in the back of his head. In his perception, another lightning ball, identical to the previous one, was rapidly shooting toward his heart. That Kakashi. Almost instinctively, Uzumaki Doan immediately raised the same defensive barrier to block it. As mentioned before, the power of a completed technique generally stabilizes within a certain range when its size, color, and form do not change. Just like even Six Paths Naruto could not use a regular Rasengan to achieve the destructive power of a super large Rasen Shuriken. This was a consensus throughout the ninja world. To increase the power of a technique, one could only increase the amount of chakra input, but the more chakra input, the larger the technique's volume and area would also increase. Therefore, in Uzumaki Doan's eyes, this second purple lightning, which was the same in size and color as the previous one, would definitely have a similar power, so he used the previous barrier shield to block it. Of course, this was also Kakashi's intention. He had timed it perfectly to catch Uzumaki Doan off guard, forcing him to either dodge or rely on the original sealing technique to withstand it. catching him by surprise. Almost at the same moment that Uzumaki Doan had just opened the ceiling barrier shield, the purple lightning had already arrived. This time, there was no clash of two forces. The purple lightning carried an unstoppable momentum, like Conan's soccer always hitting the target, crashing into the barrier. In an instant, the ceiling barrier shield crumpled like rubber and was directly pierced through, leaving a hole the size of a fist. Puffed, blood sprayed into the air, and Uzumaki Doan looked down in disbelief, slowly lowering his head to see a blood hole on his side, which had appeared there without him noticing. Blood gushed out wildly, quickly soaking half his body. In the next moment, he felt an explosive wave of heat and shock from behind him, realizing that he would be hit twice. Uzumaki Doan was immediately propelled forward several meters by the shockwave and flames, his gaze sharply turning towards Kakashi, who was harboring killing intent. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't care less about the swirling chakra within him. His left eye's boomerang suddenly flickered. Kamui, a spatial vortex, formed abruptly, and in an instant, Uzumaki Doan's head would be twisted off by Kamui. Space transfer. Mutual exchange. At the moment the spatial vortex was activated, a white figure suddenly switched places with Uzumaki Doan's body, and then the head of this white figure quietly disappeared, twisted by Kamui. Clap. The white figure's corpse fell limply to the ground. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Kamui he had concealed for so long was actually blocked by a substitute? Or was that just now? Was it the mutual instant of flying thunder god? Damn it, what a joke. Kakashi couldn't help but curse angrily, then immediately reached down to sense Uzumaki Doan's position. On the abdomen of the corpse covered in white, a fist-sized blood hole had quietly appeared, but strangely, no blood was flowing out, so Kakashi naturally did not notice this odd detail. The next second, the barrier began to dissipate, just like the metaverse of Naxxus being eroded by Faust's dark domain. Of course, this was just the barrier losing its caster's maintenance and dissipating automatically. This description was merely to create an image. Uzumaki Doan crouched behind a staircase with an expressionless face, while the blood hole in his abdomen had vanished at some point, leaving only a blood-soaked pant leg to indicate how serious his injury had been. Unexpectedly, Hatake Kakashi was actually the one who killed that puppet back then. This bizarre attack method must be him, and only he could do it. Uzumaki Doan's face turned pale, but it could not conceal the hatred and killing intent in his eyes. I have already transferred all the injuries to that puppet. Now, aside from excessive blood loss, I have no major issues, so let's continue. Excessive blood loss is not a big problem for the Uzumaki clan. It's probably just a minor fatal injury. In the next moment, the wall Uzumaki Doan was leaning against suddenly shattered and collapsed. Kakashi's hand, holding the purple lightning, moved closer without hesitation. Uzumaki Doan's body suddenly appeared on the other side of the arena's second floor, exactly where he had been when Kakashi first spotted him. Kakashi also coldly turned to look at Uzumaki Doan, a trace of orange shadow quietly appearing under his eyelids, and his right eye's pupil transformed into a horizontal slit. Sage mode. Activate. In the next instant, lightning surged around Kakashi as he activated the Sage art. Lightning release armor. In this mode, the Sage chakra Kakashi had accumulated could only sustain him for 3 minutes of battle. After 3 minutes, he would automatically exit Sage mode. But there was no need to worry. Kakashi had already sent out 3 shadow clones to gather natural energy elsewhere, enough to support him for another 9 minutes of full power combat. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Doan's entire body began to glow with black runes, indicating his unique enhancement mode. Above them, within the purple barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already begun to activate the dead demon consuming seal. Chapter 234, Scorpion, Offline. Outside the eastern district of Konoha, in the woods, 3 figures dressed in Akatsuki cloaks suddenly rushed past. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the clothes of the 3 were tattered and dirty. The 3 were led by Itachi, with Kisame in the middle and Scorpion at the back. Just moments ago, 2 of them had realized they were no match for Jiraiya and Guy, and Konoha's main forces had gradually wiped out all the surrounding Sand Shinobi, closing in on them. Sensing the danger, Scorpion decisively decided to retreat, while Kisame wondered if Jiraiya was aware of his identity as a spy from a mist. At least that guy named Might Guy was unaware. Damn, he had hit him hard. Therefore, worried about dying on the spot, Kisame also decided to retreat. Knowing the intentions of the 2, Itachi quickly pushed back Jiraiya and the others before turning to flee. Now, Itachi was stealthily leading Kisame and Scorpion towards a newly established trap defense point in Konoha, originally a small path leading out of the village, but since Itachi's defection, It had been transformed into a stronghold. I have long resided outside the village and didn't know that this place had already been turned into a trap zone. Sorry, Scorpion. For our grand plan, you should stay here. Itachi was secretly calculating the timing, ensuring that he and Kisame could escape while making sure Scorpion could not. Sigh. It was really too difficult for him. Uchiha Itachi. Not far behind a few people, Shirsue's expression gradually became strange. His lips awkwardly pursed, looking like a figure eight. No, he was a professional and couldn't laugh. Jiraiya was also unaware of the changes here, while Guy had a vague sense that something was off but kept his composure. He genuinely thought Itachi was unaware of the updated defensive situation in the village, which was why he was leading his two teammates to escape in that direction. After running a certain distance, Itachi suddenly turned around and shouted, "There's a trap zone ahead. Now's the time. Jump!" Kisame didn't dare to delay and jumped almost simultaneously with Itachi. However, Scorpion was slightly slower due to the sudden interference from Shirsue, so by the time he jumped, an invisible ceiling barrier quietly took shape. Although Scorpion, who was determined to catch up with Itachi and Kisame, sensed something was wrong, it was already too late to change his actions mid-air. After all, a puppet's body was not as agile as a flesh and blood body and couldn't change movements or apply force instantly. In the next moment, a red-haired Scorpion directly crashed into the barrier, and the high temperature of the barrier quickly singed his hair. Without time to think, Scorpion immediately kicked off the barrier and landed awkwardly, stirring the chakra threads in his hand, sending the remaining red secret technique puppets swiftly towards the leading Shirsue. Scorpion quickly turned back, glaring fiercely at Itachi, whose eyes showed a hint of embarrassment, but his face still wore that indifferent, weak expression. Itachi hazily looked at the seemingly non-existent barrier, shook his head at Scorpion, who closed his eyes, and despite being a puppet, it was evident how powerless he felt. Let's not even talk about whether Itachi could still unleash that strange black flame. Even if he could, Scorpion of the Red Sand and Uchiha Itachi did not have such a deep friendship that would prompt Itachi to actively release Amaterasu to burn the barrier. Kisame seemed to have noticed Itachi's condition, coldly glanced at the trapped Scorpion, and said to Itachi, "Itachi, your eyes can't be used anymore. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape either." Itachi silently looked at Scorpion and then ran off without looking back. Meanwhile, many Konoha ninjas were surrounding and intercepting them from both sides in the distance. Scorpion turned around with a dazed expression, controlling a few puppets to try to destroy the barrier, while commanding the remaining dozens of puppets to attack Shirsue and the others. His third Kazekage puppet had long been blown up by Jiraiya, and even the red secret technique puppets were destroyed one by Jiraiya in cooperation with the two toads. Now, he was left with only 28 puppets and the last scroll, which contained nothing but the parents he had created later. A few minutes later, Scorpion's core soared high before falling into Jiraiya's hands. Thus, the Akatsuki Scorpion of the Red Sand was temporarily offline. Jiraiya thanked the two sages. And then Fukasaku and Shima returned to Mount Mayaboku. Indeed, Jiraiya had activated Sage Mode to deal with Scorpion without getting hurt. After all, without Tsunade here, if he were to fall victim to Scorpion's poison, even a god would find it hard to save him. After driving away the three members of Akatsuki, they immediately turned back. They needed to return to the third Hokage to provide support. Jiraiya felt a bit anxious. After all, he knew all too well the methods Orochimaru had used over the years. If the old man really couldn't fight back or couldn't bring himself to do it, that guy Orochimaru would definitely seize the opportunity to strike hard. Although Kakashi was there, for some reason, he still felt an ominous premonition in his heart. As they ran, Guy muttered, and Shirsue and Jiraiya exchanged glances, quickening their pace in unison. Successfully escaping, Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances in the dense forest. Everything unspoken between them. "Wipe the shoe prints off your face," Itachi said, glancing at Kisame's face. Kisame frowned and casually wiped it, probably from when he kicked him. Kisame then thought of that powerful strike, capable of unleashing air cannons with bare hands, from Guy, his eyes glimmering with fighting spirit and admiration. If there was a next time, he would definitely unleash his true strength and have another battle with that Konoha treasure. In the four purple flames formation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had successfully dragged the souls of Hashirama and Tobirama away from their impure bodies, and now he was fiercely engaged in a tug-of-war with Orochimaru's soul. The scene momentarily stalemated. It seemed Kakashi's enemy was indeed quite troublesome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to come over and try to destroy the barrier. But that's fine, his absence gave me a chance to personally end all this sin. Orochimaru, Most of your five-element ninjutsu was taught by me, and I've always thought you were a more outstanding genius than I am. It's just a pity that you ultimately took the wrong path. It seems today that I won't be able to take you with me. Then I'll take away your most proud ninjutsu. Without your hands, you will never be able to use ninjutsu again. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to extract the souls of Orochimaru's hands with all his might. But Orochimaru's body was young and strong, and he had some bloodline limits fused with him, making him inherently powerful. It was not easy for the elderly and weak Sarutobi Hiruzen to win this tug-of-war. Chapter 235. The One Tail finally appears. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were engaged in their tug-of-war, Naruto and Karui encountered Hinata and Sakura, who were hiding along the way. Karui then created a shadow clone and, along with Niji, sent Hinata and the others back to Konoha village, especially Tamari. After all, she was the princess of Sunagakure. Her intelligence and extraordinary status were enough for Konoha to gain tremendous benefits or information. Following that, Karui took Naruto, who was determined not to return to the village but to search for Sasuke, and continued towards the support. Soon, the two heard the sound of massive trees falling in the woods ahead and that unsettling chakra. Karui's expression gradually became serious. The One Tail was right ahead. She then lowered her head and ordered Naruto Uzumaki, find a place to hide. I'll hold off the One Tail. You look for an opportunity to bring Sasuke and the others out of battle. However, Naruto had already shot out like an arrow, and Karui's expression changed. Hey, come back. Before her words fell, she transformed into a blue shadow, chasing after Naruto. This kid really was reckless. Apart from Kakashi, it seemed no one else could make him listen to orders. Naruto had already rushed in front of Gaara, who had completely transformed into a miniature Shikaku, and more than a dozen shadow clones were roaring and charging at Gaara. Seeing this scene, Karui couldn't help but facepalm. Well, now even she didn't know who the real body was. Sasuke, who had just finished a round of attacks, looked bewildered at the suddenly appearing Naruto, while Shikamaru, who had had no opportunity to intervene from the beginning, showed a smile on his face. Before Naruto's arrival, they had already been entangled with Gaara for quite some time. To be precise, it was Lee and Sasuke who had been fighting Gaara for a long time. Although Shino and Shikamaru had tried to join the battlefield, their strength made it impossible for them to intervene. Shino's bugs were easily scattered by Gaara, and Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique couldn't hold him at all. In the end, the two had no choice but to retreat, leaving only Lee and Sasuke, who were fully engaged in combat with Gaara. However, neither Sasuke nor Lee had the ability to deliver a fatal blow to Gaara, so the three were entangled in a fight for several minutes without a clear victor, until Naruto arrived. Great, it's Naruto. This was Lee, who had just finished coordinating with Sasuke before stepping back. He looked at Naruto in surprise and said, "Yes, it's Naruto. We're saved." This was Shino, who, seeing Naruto rush in, was already preparing to use his bugs to assist him. Naruto is still alive. Did the village send reinforcements? Then, what about Niji? Shikamaru, sweating nervously, speculated as he watched Naruto charge ahead. Karui appeared beside them, and, with a hint of helplessness in her tone, said, "You're right, reinforcements have indeed arrived." Only then did they realize that a woman, a very beautiful one in a blue robe, had appeared beside them. "You're not." Shikamaru furrowed his brow in confusion, but his words were immediately interrupted by Karui. "I am the Mist Village Jonin Karui, invited by Kakashi-sensei to support you. Now, in his name, I order you all to withdraw from this battlefield and return to the village to participate in other operations. Leave this to me." Shikamaru felt relieved. Having a Jonin was good, as Gaara was truly an opponent they couldn't handle. Just considering his current strange form, his strength likely surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. Otherwise, Sasuke, who possessed the single Tomo Sharingan and Chidori, and Lee, whose physical skills were on par with Jonin, wouldn't have struggled for so long without winning. Although Sasuke felt a bit unwilling, the woman before him was a Jonin from the Mist Village, and she was a reinforcer specially invited by Kakashi-sensei. He couldn't directly disobey her orders, and he believed that a foreign ninja summoned by Kakashi-sensei, given his strength and status, wouldn't be an ordinary person. Similarly, Gaara, who could make Kakashi-sensei act this way, was likely not someone easy to deal with. With this in mind, Sasuke felt some inclination to retreat, but Naruto had already rushed in. Lee, somewhat bewildered, stared at Naruto, whose shadow clones were disintegrating. This Mist Jonin must have come with Naruto, right? If we're supposed to retreat, why did Naruto charge in? Don't think too much. It must be that Naruto didn't listen to orders and charge in on his own. Shikamaru said with a twitch of his mouth. Wait, what is Naruto doing? The others immediately looked over to see Naruto squatting under Gaara's backside, aiming a kunai with an explosive tag at that delicate flower. Sasuke's eye twitched. This sense of DJVU. He wouldn't be trying to, would he? Shikamaru had a bold idea, but Shino also felt something was off, while Karui's vision went dark. This kid truly lived up to being Kakashi's student. In the next moment, Naruto shouted something about not pulling it for 1,000 years, and shoved the kunai into Gaara's backside. Gaara, feeling the foreign object, turned back in confusion and disgust, but Naruto had already hastily fled. The next second, a thunderous explosion erupted beneath Gaara's backside, scattering most of the sand that enveloped him. However, this also thoroughly enraged Gaara. Come out. In the forest, a massive yellow monster rapidly took shape. Karui was startled by this, and, disregarding her embarrassment and blushing, quickly appeared beside Naruto, grabbing him and gently squeezing his neck until he fainted. Karui then returned to Shikamaru and the others, unceremoniously tossing Naruto onto Sasuke. You're Uchiha Sasuke, right? I now order you to immediately withdraw from the battlefield at your fastest speed. Understood? Sasuke quickly reached out to catch Naruto, then flung him onto his back. His eyes filled with fear as he glanced at Shikaku, nodding solemnly. Karui then scanned Shikamaru, who was also feeling nervous, and he quickly agreed. Then, the group immediately turned and retreated toward the village. Karui turned to look at Shikaku and then at Gaara, who had just used the sleep technique. Next, it will be a battle between you and me, Karui murmured to herself, her eyes burning with fighting spirit, filled with caution. To take on a tailed beast alone, any ninja capable of such a feat at the level of a Kage would have the qualifications to be the leader of a major country. Of course, this only referred to strength and did not include political means and other abilities. Chapter 236, Karui versus Shikaku. Shikaku looked around and laughed wildly. I'm back. I, Shikaku, have returned. Karui leaped to the treetops, standing proudly on a branch, coldly gazing at Shikaku, not far ahead. Shikaku inhaled a breath of fresh air and then lowered his head, looking contemptuously at Karui. Oh, I see someone I want to kill right as I come out. Karui remained silent, fully focused and ready to fight. Seeing that Karui was not speaking, Shikaku didn't intend to wait for her. His stomach suddenly inflated as he shouted. Air bullet. A massive air cannon immediately erupted from his wide-open mouth. Karui formed her final hand sign and called out, water release, water barrier. Immediately afterward, without pausing her hand seals, she continued, water release, water wave. A huge wall of water suddenly appeared, solidly absorbing Shikaku's air bullet, then transforming into a towering wave, rushing toward Shikaku. Seeing the massive wave, Shikaku was slightly startled. Being made of sand, if he got wet, his body would become heavy. Without hesitation, Shikaku leaped up and then slapped his belly again, firing several more air bullets toward the now defenseless Karui. However, Karui remained calm. She suddenly leaped down, stepping onto the surface of the massive water she had summoned. Her feet seemed to gain some sort of propulsion, allowing her to glide swiftly across the water like skiing. In that moment, she resembled a nimble fly, making it impossible to predict her next landing spot. Naturally, Shikaku's air bullets missed her one after another. While dodging Shikaku's attacks, Karui had already formed several hand signs. Two massive water dragons suddenly took shape, roaring as they lunged at Shikaku, who had just landed. But Shikaku was unhurried, swinging his powerful arms to slash at the two water dragons, thinking, as long as I'm fast enough, the water can't wet my hands. I'm a genius, haha, his thick, sand-colored arms sliced through the water dragons with great speed. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy passed through Karui's eyes. In the next instant, the color of the water dragon balls in Shikaku's eyes suddenly changed from transparent to turbid yellow-white. Don't get me wrong, this is my dissolution technique. Just a moment ago, while using the dissolution technique, she had also used a transformation technique to deceive Shikaku's eyes. Moreover, since it was acidic, it had a greater density than water at the same volume, so the falling speed of the two acidic liquids was faster than that of water. Parts of the splashing acidic liquid quickly adhered to Shikaku's arms and body. Shikaku, excited from swinging his arms, suddenly felt something was off. Lowering his head to look at his arms, he discovered that the parts he had used to slice through the water dragons were already corroded by the acid. This is... Shoha finally realized what the yellow-white turbid liquid he saw was. He was momentarily furious. How could a dignified, one-tailed Shoha be deceived by a human with a mere illusion? This was simply unforgivable. Shoha glared angrily at Terumi Mei on the water surface, his killing intent evident in his eyes. However, just as he was glaring at Terumi Mei, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was another Terumi Mei. Water release, water break wave. A sharp water arrow was spat out from Terumi Mei's mouth, swiftly and accurately aimed at Shoha's eyes. Almost without thinking, Shoha closed his eyes and turned his head to dodge, while one hand was already raised to slap at Terumi Mei. However, as his palm swept through like swatting a fly, the Terumi Mei that had leapt on Shoha's face had already transformed into a stream of water and dispersed. Water clone. The real Terumi Mei had somehow reached behind Shoha, her cheeks puffed up, and when she opened her cherry lips, an endless stream of acidic liquid was directed at Shoha. Unaware, Shoha was immediately drenched in a massive amount of acidic liquid from behind. Soon, his body began to react with the acid, rapidly dissolving into liquid. This forced Shoha to expend chakra to extract sand from the ground to maintain his form, with sand continuously surging up from beneath his feet, clinging to his body to counteract the acidic liquid Terumi Mei had spat out. Then, Shoha slapped his belly again, launching another air bullet towards Terumi Mei. Fortunately, Terumi Mei had learned advanced body flicker technique from Kakashi, so as soon as she saw Shoha attack, she immediately unleashed chakra and executed several body flicker techniques to evade. Not only that, Terumi Mei summoned water again, and 4 water dragons quietly rose behind Shoha. These were 4 water dragons formed by gathering all the water on the ground. The 4 water dragons, 2 high and 2 low, assaulted Shoha, quickly entangling all 4 of his limbs. Seeing this, Terumi Mei immediately leaped towards Shoha's head, as she had already received the memory of the moment when the water clone dissipated, so she naturally knew that Gaara was right above Shoha. Next, as long as she knocked Gaara awake, Shoha would naturally disappear. The situation was developing smoothly, with a heavy punch of love from Terumi Mei. Gaara was forced to wake up, and Shoha could only glare at Terumi Mei with great reluctance before being sealed and suppressed again. However, just as Terumi Mei was about to take Gaara back to the village, a loud shout suddenly came from the horizon. "Leave the one-tailed for me!" Before the voice fell, more than 10 white little birds flew towards Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei immediately became highly vigilant, instinctively shifting her position. What are these things? As she saw the white little birds in the sky, it seemed they were not living creatures, yet they truly possessed the ability to fly like birds. As Terumi Mei left her original position, several birds had already landed on the ground. Bang! Small explosions went off one after another, directly creating a deep pit where Terumi Mei had previously stood. Terumi Mei's pupils shrank slightly. This kind of power. Deidara manipulated the large bird to descend, looking at Terumi Mei with great interest, or rather, at the unconscious Gaara in her hands. For some reason, seeing this red-haired kid stirred an inexplicable urge in him to fight. "Hey, Mist Village Kunoichi, hand over that guy in your hands, and I can let you experience my beautiful art." Art? Terumi Mei was puzzled, but that did not affect her judgment that the newcomer was not friendly. With a somewhat seductive tone, she said, "Sorry, I'm not particularly interested in your art. As for the guy in my hands, he's to be handed over to Konoha, so I can't leave him with you." "Oh really? You woman, actually dare to say you're not interested in my art? It seems I can't just let you leave like this." Chapter 237. 2 flowers bloom on the battlefield. What are the white large birds, and those white little things summoned by this guy? A secret technique? Or a bloodline limit? Terumi Mei dodged Deidara's artistic attacks repeatedly, while observing those explosive white objects and contemplating their principles. She had been entangled with Deidara for a while. Although these small bombs were difficult to inflict any harm on her, who had mastered chakra control, placing herself in danger was clearly not Terumi Mei's combat style. Just then, Terumi Mei glanced back and suddenly performed a flip, narrowly avoiding the explosions from several white spiders approaching from behind. Deidara clicked his tongue in annoyance. Had he been seen through? Silently, he transformed the clay in his hand into countless small spiders and suddenly launched them at Terumi Mei, who had just landed on a tree trunk. Terumi Mei flicked her hand and unleashed a ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Thunderstorm, Thousand Shuriken. This was a combined ninjutsu developed together with Kakashi, merging lightning and water chakra to release an A0 in ninjutsu, with effects similar to ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless water-formed shurikens sped towards the clay spiders thrown by Deidara. Deidara, however, was dismissive. With a wave of his hand, he intended to detonate the clay spiders. However, his plan fell through, as the clay spiders, after being hit by the water's shurikens, still approached Terumi May under immense pressure, but fell helplessly like duds, failing to explode at all. Terumi May quickly shifted her position, casting a glance at the inert clay spiders, her eyes thoughtful. The blonde kid seemed to have mentioned before that he had brought a lot of explosive clay this time, and could play with her slowly, so could this prove that his techniques still belong to the earth release category and could be countered by lightning release? Let's test it further. Terumi May stood up and looked towards Deidara, her eyes cold. Deidara, equally filled with battle intent, looked back at her. This woman was a formidable opponent. After just dealing with a one-tailed beast, she could still hold her own against him. Not simple at all. Inside Konoha village, an Umbu attempted to approach the battle circle of Uzumaki-kin and Kakashi, but would always be instantly killed by Uzumaki-kin as soon as any movement occurred. With Kakashi's loud shout, all the Umbu quickly distanced themselves from the area and went above to find a way to rescue the third Hokage. Kakashi, clad in lightning armor, collided again with Uzumaki-kin, their movements exceeding the limits that the surrounding Umbu could capture, fast as if two beams of light were colliding in the arena. Kakashi wielded the white fang, executing exquisite sword techniques against Uzumaki-kin, matching him evenly. In such a duel, hand seals became redundant, as every ninjutsu that required hand seals was evaded by the opponent just before it was released. Whether it was Uzumaki-kin or Kakashi, both used their space-time ninjutsu to the fullest, with countless flying thunder god kunai scattered across the ground, and some sort of spatial anchor point left by Uzumaki-kin in this arena. Well, only Uzumaki-kin could see the anchor point. Uzumaki-kin sensed Kakashi's chakra and sneered. After fighting me for so long, how much chakra do you have left? Not being from the Uzumaki clan, in his perception, Kakashi's chakra had significantly decreased compared to before, giving Uzumaki-kin hope for victory. As long as he continued to rely on his super strong Uzumaki physique to wear Kakashi down, he would eventually exhaust Kakashi here. As for the surrounding Konoha Umbu waiting for an opportunity, it's just a blood sacrifice snack to restore his life force. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Doan felt increasingly excited. Finally, that bastard Hatake Kakashi, who had troubled him for many years, was about to die at his hands. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Doan, whose eyes were crazed and filled with murderous intent, and his gaze remained cold. Uzumaki Doan could sense the chakra he was consuming, so how could he, in sage mode, not perceive that Kakashi was also consuming an alarming amount of chakra? After some time of battle, Kakashi had roughly figured out Uzumaki Doan's means to contend with him in sage mode. He was flexibly using his vast chakra through the sealing techniques on his body. With just a thought, this immense chakra would continuously circulate around him, allowing him to unleash strength and speed far beyond his usual levels. In simple terms, Uzumaki Doan was using his massive chakra reserve to contest against Kakashi's small but refined sage chakra. However, the downside of this approach was that Uzumaki Doan's chakra consumption rate was rapid. If it weren't for his special sage body that significantly increased his limits and accelerated his chakra recovery speed, he would probably end up hospitalized or even dead from chakra exhaustion in just half a minute. Phew, fortunately this guy doesn't use sage techniques otherwise. Considering his terrifying chakra amount, I fear I really wouldn't be his match. Kakashi secretly felt relieved and immediately began to think of a way to win. His sage mode could still be maintained for a while longer, and he had to completely defeat Uzumaki Doan during this time. Kakashi's gaze fixed firmly on Uzumaki Doan, who was also staring intently at him. In the next moment, Uzumaki Doan gathered a chakra cannon in his hand and threw it at Kakashi. Kakashi was not vague either. He extended his hand and threw a purple lightning bolt in response. The two attacks collided in midair, and in the next instant, the purple lightning pierced through the larger chakra cannon and continued forward. However, Uzumaki Doan immediately detonated that chakra cannon. The next moment, a violent explosion roared in the arena. Taking advantage of the smoke that was stirred up, Kakashi quickly retreated to avoid the explosion while rapidly forming hand seals. Lightning release. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, another Kakashi appeared beside him. As the smoke cleared, both Kakashi and Uzumaki Doan charged out from the thick dust, and the two resumed their fierce combat. Kakashi's white fang had somehow been knocked away, and now he could only respond to Uzumaki Doan's ferocious attacks with bare hands. Perhaps the recent use of the lightning release shadow clone had consumed too much chakra. Although Kakashi still had the lightning release armor, he couldn't help but fall slightly behind. Chapter 238. It seems things are not going well. At this point, you still think that using shadow clones to deal with me is naive, Kakashi. Although your shadow clone seems indeed a bit different from the others, what does that matter? It can't stop me, and you can't stop me either. Uzumaki Doan coldly laughed a few times, but his movements did not slow down at all. Although he had successfully shattered Kakashi's lightning release shadow clone, that was by no means a reason for him to let his guard down. Therefore, Uzumaki Doan's attacks were particularly fierce at this moment, showing no signs of carelessness. Kakashi remained silent, merely defending and searching for a chance to counterattack. However, without the white Fong, it was undoubtedly difficult for him to compete evenly with Uzumaki Doan, who still held the black sealing cone. After all, a short inch can be a dangerous inch, especially in battles of equal level. Just like the fight between Madara and Hashirama, both wielding weapons, no one would dare to face an armed opponent empty-handed. Kakashi once again relied on the defense of the lightning release armor to endure a heavy blow from Uzumaki Doan, causing his body to shrink slightly. But Kakashi twisted his body to dissipate the force, managing to stop his downward trend. He then suddenly gathered a purple lightning bolt in his hand, stayed low, and thrust it towards Uzumaki Doan's chest. Uzumaki Doan frowned, and a black protective shield reappeared in front of him. But Kakashi suddenly changed the direction of the purple lightning, thrusting it towards Uzumaki Doan from another tricky angle. Uzumaki Doan was startled. He didn't expect Kakashi to be able to make such precise adjustments to his attack, even while enduring his own. Damn it! Is this the defense of the lightning release armor and the insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan? It's so freakish. In a hurry, the black protective shield quickly extended to block Kakashi's second attack, but Kakashi suddenly activated Kamui, and a spatial vortex formed in the next second, swiftly absorbing that protective shield. Uzumaki Doan's pupils shrank. He wanted to use space-time ninjutsu to escape, but it was too late. The surging purple lightning seemed to have boundless potential, piercing through Uzumaki Doan's ribcage as if it were cutting through tofu, directly penetrating his lung. Uzumaki Doan spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps, looking at Kakashi with disbelief, clearly showing that he had let his guard down. Seeing this situation, Kakashi finally relaxed a bit, then changed the shape of the purple lightning in his hand into a purple sage technique. The purple lightning spear continued to slash towards Uzumaki Doan. Uzumaki Doan covered his ribs, and the black sealing technique on his hand continued to spread. He was sealing his injury here, try to stop the blood that was flowing out. Although the injury was severe, he was not unable to recover quickly. He just needed a little time. Kakashi could naturally see through Uzumaki Doan's intentions, so he immediately pursued and attacked, unwilling to give him a chance to escape to the distance. The purple lightning spear ultimately failed to hit Uzumaki Doan, but fortunately, Kakashi had already unleashed his fastest speed in his life, rushing towards Uzumaki Doan. If long-range attacks can't hit you, then I'll fight you up close. Just as the sage technique, purple lightning spear barely sliced through the air next to Uzumaki Doan. Kakashi had already closed the distance and was ready to attack with the other hand. However, it seemed that Uzumaki Doan, due to his severe injuries, neither activated space-time ninjutsu to evade nor managed to respond in time, and he was simply pierced through the heart by Kakashi. But is it really that simple? As Kakashi raised his eyes, it seemed he saw a hint of a smile at the corner of Uzumaki Doan's mouth. His pupils shrank, and Kakashi felt something was wrong. He hurriedly tried to withdraw his hand, but it was already too late. The Uzumaki Doan in front of him transformed into a mass of black liquid, wrapping around Kakashi's entire body. It was like some kind of extremely elastic and sticky fluid. No matter how Kakashi struggled, he couldn't break free. Sage technique, purple lightning. Kakashi shouted in a low voice, trying to break through the black obstruction with the purple lightning in his hand, but it was as if something had restrained his limbs, and he couldn't exert any power. A sense of unease rose in Kakashi's heart, and he immediately used another technique. Sage technique, thousand birds flow. The blue lightning ignited for just a second, only to be completely extinguished in the next moment. The black sealing fluid quickly wrapped around Kakashi's entire body and began to rapidly absorb the sage chakra within him. Kakashi's expression grew serious as he attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but he immediately felt as if something was invading his skin, causing unbearable pain, and the chakra within him was vanishing rapidly like a receding tide. The true vortex Doan suddenly appeared in front of the black, humanoid sealing fluid, a smirk of satisfaction and pleasure crossing his eyes. Looking at his side, there were no injuries at all. It turned out that from the very beginning, the vortex Doan who fought Kakashi from the smoke to outside of it was not the real body, but rather It was worth sending out a ceiling clone to fight you, Hatake Kakashi. Once you got close to it, your fate was already sealed. If you pierced it, it would immediately lock onto you and trap you completely, leaving you to wait for your chakra to be drained and then permanently sealed in this sealing technique. It would occupy every inch of your body, devouring all your flesh, and then I would personally break this seal, at which point you, Hatake Kakashi, will be left with nothing but a corpse. Ha ha ha. In the distance, an Umbu member gasped in shock. Vortex Doan suddenly turned around, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared with a severed head in his hand, that of the Umbu who had just cried out, looking at the headless corpse. A thin black line connected it to Vortex Doan, and within a fraction of a second, the corpse shriveled up. Vortex Doan clicked his tongue, lamenting that this amount of chakra was pitifully small. He turned his gaze back to the black person in front of him, extending his hand to sense. And in no time, he confirmed that Kakashi inside had lost all vital signs. Vortex Doan finally revealed a triumphant smile after avenging his grudge. Then, the hand that had touched the black person suddenly gathered chakra, and with a loud boom, the black person was engulfed by a massive chakra blast, completely turning to nothingness. Vortex Doan turned to the distant Umbu, and although they wore masks, he felt he could see the confusion and despair on their faces. Next, it was your turn. Chapter 239, How to Write Death. Suddenly, a voice exploded behind Vortex Doan. Next, it's your turn. Without turning back, Vortex Doan quickly crouched to dodge a horizontal kick, then turned to sweep back, his pupils dilating. Hatake Kakashi. How could you? He was nearly speechless with shock. How was this possible? In his perception, the Kakashi who had just died, trapped in the ceiling clone, was clearly the real body. How could there be another Kakashi here? What was going on? Vortex Doan's face darkened. You pesky little thing. You really are hard to shake off. Kakashi's gaze was cold and composed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fixed on Vortex Doan, if you haven't died, how could I? Vortex Doan snorted coldly, and after sensing a bit, he realized that the true body was indeed Kakashi, and the one he had just dealt with was just a shadow clone. TSK, you actually dared to give the shadow clone so much chakra. You tricked me. But how much chakra do you have left yourself? Having said that, he stood up to engage Kakashi in a third round of battle. Kakashi's remaining chakra was already low. Victory still belonged to him. However, Kakashi stepped back 2 paces, suddenly gathering chakra in his hand. Sage art. Lightning cutter spiral sphere. The lightning ball, several meters in diameter, spun rapidly toward Vortex Doan. Vortex Doan suddenly activated a space-time ninjutsu and appeared in front of Kakashi, watching as Kakashi, who had just lost his orange eye shadow, smiled coldly. His strange state had disappeared. This was an opportunity, he thought. Kakashi, who had fallen out of sage mode, suddenly looked panicked and uneasy, quickly trying to dodge. But his body couldn't keep up with Vortex Doan's speed. The chakra energy on his fingertips swiftly reached for Kakashi's crown. If his claw took hold, Kakashi's head would probably be punctured with 5 holes, like being struck by the 9-in white bone claw. Real holes. Kakashi had almost no power to resist, and Vortex Doan's fierce claw punctured his head. But before he could confirm whether Kakashi was truly dead, Kakashi transformed into a burst of lightning and dissipated again. Vortex Doan thought to himself. As expected, this Kakashi was truly cunning. The person in front of him was not the real body. However, he had not anticipated that this clone would self-destruct. Fortunately, he had stepped back just in time to avoid the lightning shadow clone's dying counterattack. But he had also moved closer to the lightning cutter spiral sphere that was still behind him. Purple lightning. A huge hole suddenly opened in a lightning cutter spiral sphere. No, more accurately, a figure suddenly emerged from the several-meter-wide lightning ball, like a dragon emerging from the sea, and the purple-silver shadow quickly approached the retreating Vortex Doan. In his hand, he held a bolt of purple lightning that shot straight into Vortex Doan's back. At that moment, because Vortex Doan had just retreated those 2 steps, he collided directly with the purple lightning in Kakashi's hand. Running in one direction could never be as fast as running in both directions, right? You agree, don't you? Love. PFF. Blood erupted from someone's chest. Vortex Doan looked incredulous, staring down at the hand that had pierced through his left chest, still crackling with lightning and holding a trident kunai. How could this be? You, actually, managed to evade my perception? He murmured in disbelief, wanted to turn his head to see Kakashi behind him, but Kakashi was unfortunately in his blind spot. Tattered and panting, Kakashi finally revealed a look of relief. He raised his head slightly behind Vortex Doan and said in a calm tone, I know you have sensory abilities. Ordinary shadow clones are hard to conceal from you. So I deliberately distributed chakra in varying amounts to several shadow clones, letting them battle you time and again while I hid to find an opportunity. After the last shadow clone, which had the most chakra, threw the lightning cutter spiral sphere. It also threw a trident kunai toward the sphere, and I used the flying thunder god technique to hide inside the lightning cutter spiral sphere to grab the kunai, masking my chakra response with the swirling chakra inside. Then, I forced Vortex Doan to instinctively retreat with the self-destruction of the lightning shadow clone, and at the same time, I pierced through the lightning cutter spiral sphere to kill Vortex Doan. Having finished speaking, knowing that villains often die from talking too much, Kakashi showed no hesitation. He understood that Vortex Doan had extraordinarily strong vitality. Simply piercing his heart might not immediately kill him. So he immediately activated the purple lightning in his hand. Yes, this was a purple lightning created from condensed chakra that could explode. B00M. A thunderous sound erupted in the arena, followed by countless rolling dust and debris, which were all turned to powder in the explosion. The massive shockwave immediately engulfed both Kakashi and Vortex Doan, along with the lightning cutter spiral sphere that had just been thrown as two huge explosions detonated in the arena. Two intersecting hemispherical shockwaves appeared above the entire arena, attracting the attention and awe of countless ninjas. What is this technique? What a terrifying range. What? That place is. Wow. It seems like our Sonogakure doesn't have such powerful techniques, right? At this moment, Jiraiya and the others were still on their way. However, they also saw the massive explosion effect from the Konoha arena, and they dared not linger, hastily accelerating. Yet, shock and confusion surged within them. If they weren't mistaken, this seemed to be Kakashi's technique. What kind of enemy could force Kakashi to use such a level of technique? Once the dust settled, the Konoha arena had permanently vanished from a map. Well, after all, it had been blown to smithereens, with not a single building remnant left. Instead, there were two abrupt craters, one several hundred meters in diameter and nearly 100 meters deep, and another slightly smaller, but over 100 meters deep. One of these craters was caused by the sage art, Raikiri Rasengan, while the other came from the purple lightning. This was also due to Kakashi's techniques aiming to achieve the highest damage within the smallest possible range. Otherwise, things within a 10-kilometer radius would likely be engulfed by this explosion. Kakashi had long realized that if the attack range of this energy was too large, the damage would actually decrease. Therefore, he had been practicing to minimize the explosion range over the years, and it seemed he had made significant progress. Chapter 240, settled on the rooftop. After a prolonged stalemate, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally succeeded in severing the souls of Orochimaru's hands. However, before he could revel in his understanding of the causal bond with Orochimaru, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, as if an earthquake had struck. Then, the rooftop beneath Sarutobi was rapidly shattered, and a corner of a glowing massive sphere quickly began to engulf the entire rooftop. Both the tiles and the tree world that Hashirama had previously released seemed to be affected by some terrifying force, rapidly disintegrating. Upon seeing this somewhat familiar lightning, Sarutobi felt uncertain and anxious. This was Kakashi's technique. Was the helper Orochimaru brought really that formidable? Alas, it's a pity, but I can no longer be of help. Kakashi, the future of the village is in your hands. You must win. With that, Sarutobi's body began to slump to the ground, falling into the rapidly expanding explosion sphere. So be it. Let it be turned to ashes in Kakashi's technique. Soon, the last branches of the trees were consumed, and Sarutobi's body fell helplessly down towards the area of the explosion initiated by Kakashi. Unlike Sarutobi, Orochimaru, whose hand souls had been pulled away, watched in horror as the rooftop and the tree world beneath him began to crumble. He disregarded his weakened body and quickly leaped upwards, glancing back at Sarutobi, who had already closed his eyes. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's feeble body found it difficult to escape the explosion's range. As he was about to be engulfed by the blast, a deeper sense of despair spread across his already fearful face. The range of these two guys' fight was shockingly vast. Kakashi and that guy, Orochimaru, will remember you both. Just as Orochimaru's feet were about to be submerged by the explosion, Kabuto suddenly jumped to his side and embraced him, escaping outward. Lord Orochimaru, I'm here. The four-sound ninja, responsible for maintaining the barrier of the four purple flames formation, could not escape the massive explosion and perished quickly and decisively in this tremendous blast. Covered in dust and dirt, Kakashi leaped out from the bottom of the deep crater, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He had nearly exhausted his chakra in this battle. Without hesitation, Kakashi swallowed a sage bean, instantly restoring all his previous injuries and energy consumption, with only his tattered clothing indicating the intensity of the previous fight. However, Kakashi, now fully restored, did not let down his guard, still carefully observing everything around him. If he hadn't misheard at the moment of the explosion, it seemed that Uzumaki Tonin had uttered a phrase, "See you in, don't move yet." Then, Kakashi felt himself being violently kicked away by something invisible, and immediately afterward, the endless explosion engulfed everything around him and Uzumaki Tonin. When the dust settled, Uzumaki Tonin had vanished without a trace. Kakashi stood at the edge of the deep pit, his expression dark and grave. "See you in, could it be that See you in? The one who was parasitized by Otsutsuki Ishiki?" Kakashi kept speculating. How did this guy get involved with Uzumaki Tonin? And has he already begun to secretly operate in the ninja world? If that is the case, how should I respond? After all, Tsun could defeat Naruto and Sasuke in their 30s. Damn it! Kakashi dispelled another shadow clone, activating Sage Mode instantly. Then he fully released his sensory abilities to find any trace left by Tsuyuin. If Tsuyuin really started operating in the ninja world this early, I might have to take Naruto with me to find Goku and the others. The situation seemed to be getting a bit troublesome. Uzumaki Tonin's fate was uncertain, but it could be roughly confirmed that he and Tsun, that is, Otsutsuki Ishiki, were working together. Therefore, they would likely be involved in the Akatsuki organization's plan to capture the tailed beasts. Kakashi and Obito would have to face not just Nagato and Uzumaki Tonin, but also Tsuyuin, who was well-versed in tailed beasts. So, did Obito and I actually have to snatch the tailed beast from Otsutsuki? Or was it during a time when Naruto and Sasuke had not yet grown up? The many shadow clones sent out to investigate Tsuyuin's situation quickly dispersed. Unfortunately, and fortunately, there were no traces of Tsuyuin in the village. Perhaps he had already left, or maybe Uzumaki Tonin was just spouting nonsense. Sigh. Kakashi sighed deeply. A new sense of urgency surged within him. This time, it was no longer the vague Otsutsuki, but a seemingly imminent Otsutsuki. An Otsutsuki that had started acting over a decade early. What he had to do was to ensure that the combat power on this side of the ninja world was raised no matter what. Or rather, he had to make sure Naruto and Sasuke grew up. If there's a chance. Kakashi even wanted Naruto and Sasuke to seek guidance from the Sage of Six Paths to figure out a way to deal with Otsutsuki. Not only that, but Kakashi was also already considering reviving Hashirama and Madara, and then looking for an opportunity to bring back Nagato's eyes, whether it be for Hashirama or Madara. In short, the Rinnegan could not fall into Tsuyuin's hands. Unable to ease his worries about Naruto, Kakashi immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away, leaving a shadow clone behind to oversee the situation. Soon, the Monkey King arrived, carrying Sarutobi's corpse before Kakashi. After all, it seemed that this silver-haired ninja was the highest-ranking Konoha ninja present. Konoha's ninja, I entrust Sarutobi's body to you. The Monkey King handed Sarutobi's body to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the serene face of Sarutobi, slightly bowing his head in acknowledgement. The Monkey King took one last reluctant look at Sarutobi before transforming into a puff of smoke and returning to the summoning realm. Outside of the Hidden Leaf Village, Terumi May awkwardly stood up, ignoring the water droplets continuously dripping from her clothes, and walked towards Deidara, who had lost his arms and legs. Just a moment ago, she had used the water release, great waterfall technique to sever Deidara's limbs, achieving ultimate victory. After all, for a shadow-level ninja like Terumi May, who had trained in lightning release for various reasons, as long as she found a way to counter Deidara's clay bombs, it was relatively easy to handle him. Moreover, to prevent Deidara from having the opportunity to continue eating clay, she ruthlessly severed his limbs, leaving him with no chance to self-destruct. Terumi May dragged Gaara and Deidara back, and then saw a blonde head peeking out from the side. It was Naruto, who had returned. Chapter 241, The Early Awakening of Suizen. Seeing this, Terumi May couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. This Naruto Uzumaki truly was just as Kakashi had said, completely disregarding orders, especially those that seemed to suggest abandoning teammates. Naruto and Sasuke had only returned after the battle had ended, just in time to see Terumi May, who was somewhat unsteady due to exhaustion. Sasuke, feeling a bit apologetic, said to Terumi May, "Sorry, this guy insisted on coming over, and I couldn't leave him alone." "Hey, arrogant Sasuke, what are you talking about? I only came over after seeing that the battle here was over." Terumi me retorted. Kakashi-sensei already said not to abandon teammates. And look, it turned out well. We can keep an eye on this missed village Jonin sister. Naruto exclaimed angrily, frustrated that Sasuke was putting all the blame for disobeying orders on him. Having fought 2 tough battles, Terumi May couldn't be bothered to argue about who suggested returning to the battlefield against orders. She casually asked the two a few questions to confirm their identities, then tossed Gaara and Deidara to them. Hey, you two came just in time. These 2 are my trophies. Catch them properly. We're heading back to the village. Terumi May said gently to the 2, thinking that these were Kakashi's disciples, so she should be a bit kinder. Then, the 3 of them hurried back towards the Hidden Leaf Village, as it was not wise to linger here and attract others. Sasuke glanced at Terumi May, who seemed to trust him and Naruto completely, feeling a bit puzzled. Why did this Miss Ninja look so confident in him and Naruto? Did she know them? Or was she really close to Kakashi-sensei? Naruto, on the other hand, was unusually focused on Gaara behind him. He had seen that giant raccoon monster. And the 9 tails within him also spoke up, seemingly not saying anything good. So was this guy the same as him? Did he also have a monster sealed inside him? No, it was a tailed beast. Naruto bit his lip, furrowing his brow in thought. If he hadn't met Kakashi, would he have ended up cold-blooded like Gaara? Naruto didn't know the answer, but he surprisingly wanted to have a good talk with Gaara. What did they talk about? Naruto wasn't quite sure, but he knew one thing. He didn't want to see Gaara continue being so cold-blooded. Clearly, his sister and brother cared about him. He shouldn't be pushing people away like this. So, Naruto made up his mind. No matter what, he had to talk to Gaara. At that moment, Kakashi arrived beside the 3, having suppressed all his thoughts and considerations. He let out a sigh of relief and said in a feigned, relaxed tone, looks like I saved myself the trouble of searching for you one by one. Terumi May immediately looked at Kakashi, and the first thing she noticed was the several holes in his clothes. Her brows furrowed, and she quickly examined him. Fortunately, there were no obvious injuries. Her heart finally settled back down. Then, Terumi May dove into Kakashi's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist and murmuring, I knew you could win. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled calmly and wrapped his arms around Terumi May's back and waist in return. Of course, you're so smart. You naturally knew I would win. Well, you win and I win too, Terumi May replied, then sniffed Kakashi's scent before suddenly jumping out of his embrace. Pretended to be disgusted. Yikes. You smell. You need to take a bath. Kakashi looked at her helplessly. After fighting for so long, how could he not smell? Just as Kakashi was about to tease Terumi May for her disdainful attitude toward her husband, he suddenly heard a weak voice from the side. Kakashi-sensei, we're still here. Sasuke hesitantly raised his hand, earning him an annoyed look from Naruto and an awkwardly averted gaze from Kakashi, as well as a blushing Terumi May. Should I not have spoken? Naruto clenched his fists in anger. What a great gossip moment. It was ruined by this unromantic Sasuke. How infuriating. Kakashi was the first to turn and, clearing his throat, lifted Terumi May's hand slightly, addressing Naruto and Sasuke. Well, let me officially introduce you to my girlfriend. Terumi May. Terumi May also came back to her senses. Although she was embarrassed and annoyed at forgetting that there were others around when she first saw Kakashi in tattered clothes, she still smiled graciously at the two. Hello, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Iam Terumi May. By the way, I hope you can keep this matter confidential for the time being. Kakashi and Terumi May seemed to suddenly remember something and urged in unison. Both Naruto and Sasuke, shocked and bewildered, nodded in confusion. Wait, this is too sudden, right? They still couldn't react. That Kakashi-sensei, who was always sneaking peeks at adult magazines, actually found a girlfriend? Cough, cough. All right, we'll talk about the other matters later. Let's head back to the village. There's still a lot to do. Kakashi called out, and the 4 of them set off towards the Hidden Leaf Village again. On another continent outside the ninja world, in a laboratory, Uzumaki D and had already been placed on the operating table. He weakly gasped, Quick, save me, Sui-zen. I can't die yet. I haven't avenged the 5 great nations that destroyed the land of waves, or even the ninja world. I know you have a way. Don't forget, it was me who unsealed you ahead of time. All right, I will save you. Sui-zen looked at the blood flowing onto the operating table with no expression of sadness or joy, interrupting him. Of course, I know it was you who awakened me ahead of time. I should thank you. Besides, we are allies, aren't we? We should support each other. If it weren't for you mistakenly intruding on my territory, I might have really slept longer. If that were the case, I would have missed many opportunities. Rinnegan. Akatsuki collecting tailed beasts, interesting. Sui-zen turned to look at the large cultivation device on the side, where the body of an adult male was floating unconscious inside. The heart is broken. Just replace the heart. After all, the person in that cultivation device was also created using Uzumaki Dian's genes, so the compatibility is very high. Then, Susan's gaze shifted to a certain wall on the other side, where he had hidden his latest cultivated new body, a super strong body that could fully unleash his Otsutsuki powers. Chapter 242. Context. Sishian held the heart and walked towards Vortex Doen. I will save you, because I still need you to help draw fire, especially from that group in Konoha. Recalling the kick he delivered to Kakashi in the Konoha arena, Sishian frowned slightly. So hard. How can that silver-haired mortal's defense be so strong? The force of his kick could clearly be felt as a reaction against his foot. Not only that, he could even sense that he hadn't shattered that guy's chakra armor on the surface. He had briefly activated the first state of the wedge to save Vortex Doen in time. After replacing Vortex Doen's heart, Sishian found a chair to sit down, his index finger gently tapping on the nearby table. That human named Hatake Kakashi might be a bit difficult to deal with. Not to mention the mysterious man named Uchiha Madara lurking in the shadows, watching closely. Since I'm still in shadows, there's no need to reveal my existence too early. Let them gather the tailed beasts first. As it suits Suki, I just need to come out at the end to reap the rewards. The known powerful figures attempting to collect the tailed beasts: Nagato, Obito, Sishian, Vortex Doen, and Kakashi. Just right, 5 people, each with their own thoughts and alliances, making the situation quite interesting. What? You say that the Sishian who is parasitized by the Taoist Style has allegedly appeared in Konoha. In the Kamui space, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito's expression suddenly became serious and heavy. He remembered that Kakashi had died at the hands of the Taoist. He never expected that this Taoist Style would appear in the ninja world over 10 years early and had rescued Vortex Doen from Kakashi's subordinates. Obito lowered his head in thought, suddenly raising it to ask, "What do you think his strength is at?" Kakashi pondered for a moment, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. To be honest, I'm not sure how to define his strength, nor can I confirm whether he has left a wedge on anyone else. However, judging from that kick he gave me, he's probably still a bit behind me. At least that kick didn't directly break my lightning release armor. Didn't directly break your lightning release armor. That means he might not possess the physical power to break my Susanoo. But he did manage to evade the perception of your Sage Mode and kicked you while keeping himself minimized. Just this point alone warrants caution. I know it's Sishian. He has another wedge state, and it said that at that level, even Sasuke with his 6 Tomo Rinnegan and Sage Naruto would not be his match. Although Naruto and Sasuke at that time did not possess 6 pads level combat power, their strength was at least at the level of Madara and Hashirama. Perhaps we can call their strength at that time half a 6 paths level. Obito continued, and half a 6 paths level Naruto and Sasuke are completely no match for Sishian in wedge state 2. Kakashi, we have a tough battle ahead. At the end, Obito's gaze was resolute and serious. Kakashi, however, seemed to relax a bit, though his tone was still serious. Well, there's no need to be so formal, Obito. Ever since I learned of Sishian's existence, I've already made a decision. What? I want to take Naruto to the world I've experienced. That way, the world will temporarily lose the 9 tails until I bring Naruto back to the ninja world. But are you sure you can take that many people at once? Kakashi gently touched his left eye, speaking with certainty. Yes. What do you need me to do? Obito looked at Kakashi. Kakashi stared into Obito's eyes. I need you to slow down the Akatsuki's progress in capturing the tailed beasts as much as possible. You must wait until I return. If the 8 tails Jinchuriki has a chance, he could be rescued. In my timeline, he is the one who taught Naruto to become a perfect Jinchuriki. If I can't find a way to help Naruto become a perfect Jinchuriki in that world, I might still need his help. I understand, leave it to me. Obito nodded slightly. All right, enough about that. How have you been feeling lately? Your eyes. Kakashi changed the topic and asked Obito. Obito lightly responded, I'm feeling good. The power of that Mangekyo Sharingan is gradually recovering. As expected, Indra and Ashura's chakra can speed up the evolution and recovery of the Sharingan. That's good. What about the other one? Obito sighed. It feels like it's a long way off. The amount of chakra you extracted is too little. Even Madara, as the reincarnation of Indra, took decades to awaken his Rinnegan. Not to mention, I'm not a reincarnated person. Kakashi nodded, saying no more, but he couldn't help but mutter. What a pity. Ever since I successfully extracted chakra once, I haven't succeeded again. Perhaps they're unwilling to let their power be taken by outsiders. So stingy. Obito forced a laugh. It's no wonder they wouldn't be happy to have someone like you extracting and purifying their chakra. But he only dared to say this in his heart. After all, Kakashi did it for his own sake. By the way, let's hold off on unifying the 5 great nations for now, but we still need to keep Tsunegakyo under our control, Obito reminded. Now that the situation has become unclear with Sishin's involvement, starting a civil war would truly be making the situation even more chaotic. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave the Kamui space. 3 days had passed since the plan to collapse Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body had been buried. Since Tsunade, Haruno, and Mito Gates and had died without complete corpses, they only had a symbolic grave. Sigh. It's truly lamentable that the funerals for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade Haruno, and Mito Gates and were attended by their teammate Shimura Danzo, who refused to send them off. Truly, people's hearts have changed. Cough. Due to the fact that the upper echelons of Konoha had perished in a single day, the village fell into chaos without a leader. In desperation, Jiraiya and Kakashi stepped in to temporarily act as advisors to the elders of Konoha to maintain order. However, this was not a long-term solution. The priority was still to determine the candidate for the 5th Hokage. The candidates quickly emerged. One was Jiraiya, another was Hatake Kakashi, and yet another was Uchiha Shursui. But obviously, Jiraiya was firmly unwilling to become Hokage, so he sought out Kakashi. Chapter 243. Who will be Hokage? One day, as the sun was setting, Jiraiya finally met Kakashi on the rooftop. Jiraiya got straight to the point, stating bluntly, "Kakashi, you should become the 5th Hokage." Kakashi had anticipated this, but he would not easily succumb to Jiraiya's pressure. He replied, "Lord Jiraiya, I still think you would be more suitable for the position of Hokage. In terms of reputation and experience, you are much more fit for the role." "No, Kakashi, I never thought about becoming Hokage. That's not my style, nor is it my destiny. On the contrary, Kakashi, your calm personality, extensive knowledge of technology, economics, and politics, and your strength far surpass me. With your leadership, I can rest assured about the future of Konoha." Somewhat anxious, Jiraiya did not wait for Kakashi to respond and continued to persuade him. "I've heard from Kakashi that the large-scale production of chakra armor in the village is overseen by you, and it seems it's from the land of snow, right? Not only that, but I also found that there were quite a few electro products in the village that didn't exist before, and you must have contributed to that, right?" Moreover, Kakashi listened with droopy eyes as Jiraiya rambled on for a long time. Sigh. Ultimately, Lord Jiraiya's earnest advice and his effort to understand various situations in the village was just to avoid the constraints of the Hokage position. Jiraiya furrowed his brows and said seriously, "Kakashi, don't say that. I don't have." Sigh. "Kakashi, just take on the Hokage position. No one is more suitable than you." "No, I'm still young in the golden development period of improving my strength, and Shursui is the same. However, I think you could also ask for his opinion. He's not an ordinary Uchiha." "Uchiha Shursui?" Jiraiya pondered while rubbing his chin. "That kid. Indeed, both his strength and character are reliable, and as the young successor to your Umbu captain position, his ability to handle affairs must also pass the test. In terms of reputation, he is also known as the Konoha's twin stars along with you, so he's indeed a good candidate. If Shursui also doesn't agree, then I have another candidate," Kakashi said casually, but inwardly he was secretly pleased, finally diverting Lord Jiraiya's attention away from me. "How nice. Who? You wouldn't be talking about." Jiraiya frowned in confusion. Then suddenly a graceful figure sprang to his mind. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade Haim. Kakashi turned to Jiraiya with a serious tone. "That guy, Tsunade. TSK, getting her to agree to return to the village and directly take on the Hokage position. That might be a bit difficult. How about you?" Jiraiya thought for a moment, wanting to shake his head in refusal, but was quickly interrupted by Kakashi, who anticipated the reaction. "If Lord Jiraiya thinks you can't handle Tsunade alone, you could try bringing Naruto along. It might have a miraculous effect." "Huh? Naruto? This?" Jiraiya thought for a moment, and it seemed feasible. "Then I'll first ask Uchiha Shursui's thoughts, and if he disagrees, I'll take Naruto to find Tsunade." Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya transformed into an afterimage and disappeared from the Hokage office rooftop. He needed to find Uchiha Shursui to ask. After all, he wasn't like Mito and Koharu, who were stubbornly unwilling to see an Uchiha take the stage. "I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya, but I feel that I am not suitable to become Hokage right now." In the Uchiha clan, Shursui sincerely bowed and apologized to Jiraiya. Just like Kakashi said, "I'm only 24 years old in the golden period of strength development. I still want to continue to become stronger and follow in Kakashi's footsteps. I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya, I cannot accept the position of the 5th Hokage." Shursui certainly knew that the clan members had always hoped that the Uchiha clan could produce a Hokage. But having studied the books brought back by Kakashi and the customs of that world, Shursui was clearly no longer satisfied with merely being Hokage. After all these years, his pursuit of peace and harmony had never changed, and he understood that only by having strong power could he negotiate peace and harmonious coexistence with other countries. Moreover, Kakashi's ideals clearly went beyond the Land of Fire. Shursui believed he understood Kakashi's thoughts, so at this moment, he wanted to continue his training to master stronger power and then go with Kakashi and others to pursue a brand new ninja world. Jiraiya looked somewhat dejectedly at Shursui's bowed head. Rejected again, it seems he really has to leave the village to find Tsunade. This is quite troublesome. Is the position of Hokage something so trivial? Why do all those who have the qualifications to take on the role avoid it like the plague? Jiraiya didn't understand why everyone was talking about the third Hokage being trapped in a barrier, as if the position of Hokage was destined to bring misfortune to the few shadow-level powerhouses in the village. In short, Kakashi and Shursui, who had the reputation and strength to take on the Hokage position, both refused the fifth Hokage for reasons of insufficient strength, and Jiraiya, who understood that his mission was to find the prophesied child, would also not stay to become Hokage, so there was no way around it. After discussions among Jiraiya, Kakashi, and other Konoha Jonin, they finally unanimously decided to invite Tsunade back to take on the Hokage position. Upon learning that Shursui refused to take on the Hokage position, the Uchiha clan seemed to find it difficult to understand and were quite angry. Fortunately, although Fugaku was not very clear about Shursui and Kakashi's plans, given the significant investment Konoha had made in strength and technology over the past few years, he could roughly see the reason why Shursui refused the Hokage position. Thus, he tried to calm the dissatisfaction and uproar among the clan members and comforted them from another perspective. Look, we rejected the Hokage position, not the Hokage position rejecting us. Doesn't this just show that our Uchiha clan status has risen significantly compared to before? This reasoning sounded absurd at first, and upon closer inspection, it also seemed off. But it effectively soothed the proud Uchiha clan members, so it won't be elaborated further here. A few days later, Jiraiya quietly left the village with Naruto, and their destination was Shortbook Street. At this time, Naruto was still immersed in the shock of Kakashi refusing the Hokage position. He found it hard to understand Kakashi's thoughts, at least for now. Chapter 244. Kakashi and Obito's scheme. While Naruto and Jiraiya were out of the village searching for Tsunade's whereabouts, Kakashi and Obito had also quietly arrived at the Konoha prison, where the Sand Village's Maki and Gaara were being held. The Umbu's 6th squad, responsible for guarding the Sand Village members, immediately waved their hands upon seeing Kakashi and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Kakashi responded with a nod and walked directly into the prison gate, but just before his figure disappeared, a voice floated over. I'll treat you all to barbecue next time. This time I'm paying. The expression behind Tenzu's mask changed. Kakashi-senpai actually changed his ways? Kakashi arrived at the cell where Gaara was being held. Due to his special identity as a Jinchuriki, he received special treatment from Tenzu. Several thick wooden bars inscribed with special sealing runes tightly bound his body, preventing him from using any chakra. However, thanks to Tenzu, Gaara, although unable to use chakra, had his tailed beast firmly suppressed, allowing him to enjoy a rare few days of sleeping soundly in prison, appearing much more refined. His interactions with Karui and Kankuro were no longer as volatile as before, which genuinely surprised both of them. As for Maki and the others, although they were also suppressed by Tenzu, they clearly were not worth the special wood-release formation meant for suppressing tailed beasts that Tenzu had set up. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, his crimson eyes faintly glowing in the darkness. He looked around, and several important figures from the Sand Village, who were locked nearby, immediately fell into a Genjutsu, including Gaara. Then Kakashi walked straight up to the low-headed, half-closed-eyed Gaara, and a spatial vortex appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, their figures disappeared from the cell. Tenzu at the prison entrance slightly moved his gaze, but said nothing. In the Kamui space, on a stone platform, a sealing array had already been set up, which was brought by Obito from the Mist Village, allowing the safe separation of the tailed beast without taking the Jinchuriki's life. This formation was also obtained by Obito from Yugao's master, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. As for how he got it, you don't need to worry about that. Yugao's master couldn't bear to see his disciple always with the tailed beast, so he spent time and effort learning this sealing technique that can separate a person from a tailed beast from somewhere. However, later on, due to Yugao's near reconciliation with the Six Tails, his master abandoned this idea. Now, this technique has been learned by Obito and is about to be used on Gaara. First, they plan to take half of the one tail and keep it in their own hands. This is a decision made after discussion between Kakashi and Obito. First, they will extract the one tail from Gaara's body, then split it in two and send half back into Gaara's body, and appropriately deliver the other half to the Akatsuki organization. This way, it won't team make the other four great nations think that the one tail is being hoarded by Konoha, which could cause trouble for Konoha without Kakashi around. It can also place a small burden on the Akatsuki organization, drawing some hatred and perhaps giving them an opportunity to enter the awareness of the five great nations ahead of time. Not only that, but it can also cause the Outer Path Golem to be born malnourished. If things go awry and the Outer Path Golem ends up in the enemy's hands, it can indirectly weaken their combat power. Conversely, if the Outer Path Golem ends up in Obito's hands, he can send the remaining half of the one tail inside, enhancing his side's combat power. Soon, Gaara was tied to the stone platform by Obito, who lit candles and set up everything needed, grandly beginning his extraction operation for the tailed beast. Kakashi was on the side to assist. He needed to be responsible for splitting the extracted one tail into yin and yang, then sealing the yin one tail back into Gaara's body in its original form. Hey, will Naruto be sad when the Akatsuki takes away the one tail from Gaara? Obito still had time to chat. After all, he had received true teachings from Madara. Although this technique was difficult and rare, Obito had practiced it for a long time, so he was quite adept. Kakashi couldn't deny it. He certainly knew that Naruto had secretly visited Gaara in the hospital before and was aware that Naruto had activated his Talk no Jutsu again. So, Kakashi had long prepared a backup plan. Chiyo from the Sand Village is still alive. Perhaps she would be willing to use her life to save Gaara. After all, Gaara is the only talented new ninja in their village, and he's been locked up in a cell for so long, spending day and night with Temari and others. They all see his changes. With them around, it might not be impossible to persuade Chiyo to change her opinion about Gaara. By then, even if Chiyo wouldn't fight herself, it's not certain that she wouldn't pass on the secret technique known as self-resurrection to a willing warrior to revive Gaara. After a pause, Obito suddenly said coldly, "Losing Gaara will make Naruto very sad and angry, right? If it really doesn't work, we can let Shursui use his eye technique to influence Chiyo as well." Compared to the aging Chiyo, who might only have a few years left to live, Gaara, who clearly has the potential to become a strong leader in the future, is undoubtedly more important. To put it bluntly, Gaara can still use sand to block the Otsutsuki, while Chiyo's puppets don't even have room to exert their power. For Obito and Kakashi, who are not familiar with Chiyo, using Chiyo's life to save Gaara is a sure win deal. Moreover, Chiyo's reputation is also a significant obstacle for Konoha's absorption of the Sand Village, isn't it? Alright, here it comes. Obito suddenly stopped talking, focusing intently on the struggling Gaara on the altar, and Kakashi also paused his thoughts, readying his hands, accompanied by a sharp howl. Shikaku's massive body suddenly appeared in the Kamui space, and between its legs lay the unconscious Gaara. What's going on? This lord is actually seeing the light of day again? Shikaku was still a bit dazed. Just a moment ago, he was being suppressed by that detestable wood release. In the next second, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. However, Shikaku looked down at the two humans beneath him with a fierce gaze, instinctively wanting to stomp them to death. However, when he focused his gaze, Shikaku suddenly became dumbfounded. Wait, those two people's eyes. In the next moment, two massive chakra forces surged directly into Shikaku's eyes. Sorry, you just made eye contact with the only pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the world. Shikaku's will was immediately suppressed, and at that moment, he couldn't even control his own body, only able to watch as the silver-haired man stood before him on the rising earthen dragon. "Shikaku, oh hi," Kakashi said. Chapter 245, separating Shikaku in the cool and serene Kamui space. Kakashi stood on the head of the earthen dragon, facing Shikaku. Shikaku looked at Kakashi's left eye, a look of seriousness and calculation flashing in his eyes. How does this guy have a Mangekyo Sharingan? This is bad. I heard that back in the day. The Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan. My life is in danger. Shikaku forced himself to calm down and asked, "Human, what is this place? What do you want?" Kakashi, the answer-giving person, replied calmly, "This is the Kamui space. The reason I brought you here is to split you in two. The reasons behind this, I can explain to you one by one. Let us have a chat, Shikaku." Obito frowned slightly, seemingly disagreeing with Kakashi's idea. "What? You want to split who in half? What's there to talk about?" Shikaku reacted strongly, his tone filled with disbelief and mockery, along with intense anger. Talk. If splitting means living, he might be willing to talk, but this guy in front of me? Silently abducting me to this godforsaken place and showing off his Sharingan to talk. Huh, what a nice way to put it. Although this guy in front of him has a Sharingan, Shikaku does not admit that he would be easily defeated by it. At least a few moves should be fine. Suddenly, Shikaku erupted, his massive claws striking towards Kakashi, the Kamui space whipping up a fierce wind from the swing of his arm. Stupid human, you think you can split me in two? What a joke. As Shikaku's arm was about to strike Kakashi's seemingly frail body, a triumphant sneer crossed Shikaku's eyes as he deliberately avoided Kakashi's left eye. As long as this blow lands, with a ninja's fragile body, it would definitely be smashed to pieces, and then he would be rid of a troublesome opponent. TSK. This Lord Shikaku is indeed a genius with brains, unlike that dumb Ninetales who only knows how to rely on brute strength. Obito stood below, arms crossed, looking with a hint of speechlessness at Shikaku, who could hardly contain his excitement and was also curiously watching the still unmoving Kakashi. Is he really going to go head-to-head? Kakashi isn't that reckless, is he? Obito thought to himself, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. If Kakashi really chooses to go head-to-head, it would be quite entertaining. Matching a human body against a tailed beast, how interesting. In the midst of Obito's slight anticipation and Shikaku's uncontrollable joy, the giant palm descended, directly grabbing Kakashi's body. But soon, the joy and pride in Shikaku's eyes abruptly choked. The sensation felt not quite right. Purple lightning suddenly erupted from Shikaku's palm, and in the next moment, Kakashi, holding the purple lightning, spun rapidly, severing Shikaku's fingers and palm, transforming into a whirlwind of high-speed, rotating lightning, and in an instant, leaped onto Shikaku's nose. Shikaku's heart sank, and he hurriedly closed his eyes and reached out with his other hand to swat at Kakashi on his nose, just like swatting a fly. However, just as his eyelids were about to close, his gaze had already successfully met Kakashi's, which was naturally not a romantic gaze, but rather Shikaku being effortlessly taken down by Kakashi's Sharingan. Shikaku's pupils quickly transformed into the pattern of the three-tomo Sharingan, and then he stood there dazed and motionless, at the mercy of others. Kakashi used his nose as leverage to perform a backflip back to the ground, then formed a few hand seals and aimed both hands at Shikaku, separating begin. As Kakashi's hands moved downwards, another Shikaku was suddenly pulled out from within Shikaku's body. Since Shikaku was completely under control, the unnecessary resistance was eliminated, and the separation process went very smoothly. In just a moment, Kakashi felt that his separation was reaching a balance, so he yanked out with his left hand, and in the vast Kamui space, two Shikakus appeared. Both of these Shikakus had shrunk significantly, as they had been split in two, so it was only natural for their sizes to decrease. Immediately, Kakashi looked gravely at Gaara. Next, he would have to imitate the sealing technique of Sanegekyo to reseal the shadow Shikaku back into Gaara's body. It must be said that this was a challenge for Kakashi, as he had never seen a sealing technique as rudimentary as that of Sanegekyo. Kakashi could now confirm that Sanegekyo had not acquired any sealing techniques from the land of whirlpools. Alas, poor Sanegekyo. Not only was their geographical location poor, but their talent pool was also lacking, and even their resources were limited. They only had various types of sand and puppets to play with. Apart from that, they had almost nothing else to show for it. Indeed, Sanegekyo should honestly relocate and fall under the jurisdiction of Konoha, Kakashi thought. Gaara let out a painful roar, and the towering Shikaku, under Kakashi's control, immediately transformed into a massive flow of light, continuously surging towards Gaara's abdomen. How can one say that Sanegekyo is capable? With this sealing technique, Kakashi actually sealed Shikaku for a full half an hour, and this was only half of a tailed beast. During the half hour that Kakashi was sealing Shikaku, Obito was not idle either. He had moved to a new location with the other half of Shikaku and began a conversation with Shikaku, half coercing and half coaxing. Obito got straight to the point. Shikaku, during the era of Sage of Six Paths, you weren't as irritable as you are now. Just freed from control, Shikaku, with a lingering ferocity in his eyes, was taken aback by Obito's words, his eyes flashing with suspicion. What does this human mean? You know the Sage of Six Paths? Humans, you are not worthy to mention him. Shikaku recalled the Sage of Six Paths' vision for humanity and remembered the frustrations of his beastly existence over the years. Apart from sharing blessings, other humans were merely a bunch of greedy creatures, coveting their power. Seeing Shikaku start to become irritable again, Obito's ocular power erupted violently. He did not control Shikaku, but the immense ocular power diffused in the surrounding space forced Shikaku to calm down once more. After a long silence, Shikaku said in a half-restrained, half-defiant tone, "What exactly do you want to say?" Obito snorted coldly. He was not like Kakashi, who was overly gentle. "It seems you calmed down. Now we can have a good talk," Obito said in a flat tone. Chapter 246. Tsunade returns to the village. Shikaku remained silent, quietly waiting for Obito to speak. After some thought, Obito finally said something astonishing. "The same Rinnegan as the Sage of Six Paths has appeared." He looked at Shikaku, whose face suddenly showed shock. "What Rinnegan?" Obito ignored Shikaku's changing expression and continued. "And the current holder of this Rinnegan aims to capture all 9-tailed beasts and resurrect the legendary 10 Tails." Shikaku was even more shocked now, and the surprise that had initially appeared on his raccoon-like face turned into uncertainty. He thought that the boy who could play with the 9-tailed beasts mentioned by the Sage of Six Paths might have appeared. But now it seemed that was not the case. "Huh, human, how can I trust your words? I won't believe you just because of your one-sided claim." However, Obito calmly threw out a question. "You must have encountered an attack from someone wearing a red cloud black robe, right? That would be the subordinate of the Rinnegan holder, Akatsuki." Shikaku recalled, and his expression became even more unpredictable. Although he had been re-sealed back into Gar's body at that time, he had seen Daidar's appearance and part of his performance. "The reason we split you into two is to prevent Akatsuki from obtaining a complete you. Do you understand now?" Obito continued. "This is my independent space. No one can enter. You can treat this place as a shelter for tailed beasts, so just stay here in peace." After saying this, Obito looked at Shikaku with a very serious expression, his eyes filled with undeniable authority. Shikaku had never faced Akatsuki directly, so he naturally felt unconvinced by Obito's words. However, looking at those crimson eyes, he felt inexplicably uneasy in his heart, and in the end, he could only reply with a tone full of defiance. "I know. Stop your rambling." Kakashi returned with Gaara, who had been resealed with half of Shikaku, to the prison, then casually left the prison. Next, he needed to find Orochimaru to discuss some matters. Although Orochimaru had just betrayed him and killed the third Hokage, Kakashi could understand. Orochimaru, on the surface, seemed to have cast off all ties and emotions, but only he knew whether he truly had. Collaborating with a rational person like Orochimaru was the least worrisome as far as outside influences were concerned. The only thing that would affect their cooperation was. 2 weeks later, Jiraiya and Naruto returned triumphantly. As for the entanglement with Orochimaru, there was no need to elaborate. In short, with Naruto's involvement, Tsunade was naturally persuaded, and soon, Konoha would welcome a new Hokage. In the Hokage office, after formally meeting the daimyo and holding the succession ceremony, Tsunade began to take over the village's personnel configuration and the current issues at hand. The first thing on the agenda was the issue of war reparations and the ransom for prisoners from Tsunagekyo. Due to the existence of the Jinchuriki, Tsunade was determined to demand war reparations. For Tsunade, since Tsunagekyo dared to invade Konoha, it meant they were ready to pay the price. Tsunade was not a timid conservative like Tsunade Sakura, but someone with strength and strategy. Moreover, the most comforting thing for Tsunade after her return was the deaths of Tsunade, Sakura, and Mito Monzen. Although Tsunade vaguely felt that there was something suspicious about this matter. With Jiraiya's endorsement, she was too lazy to investigate, as Jiraiya, despite his usual frivolity, was more loyal to Konoha than herself. Kakashi stood with a serious posture beside Tsunade, reporting on various situations in the village, while Jiraiya stood idly by. He had been forcibly brought here by Tsunade. If he had his way, he would have left the matters of war reparations to the Nara clan to think about. After all, he was the great Jiraiya sage. He should be gathering material in the women's bathhouse right now. Knock knock. After a few light knocks, the door to the Hokage office opened, and Kakashi walked in, looking seriously at Tsunade. Well, it was the first time meeting the leader, so he should be a bit more serious. Feeling dizzy, Tsunade saw Kakashi and, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly waved her hand to signal Ryujin to pause. Ryujin raised an eyebrow and then appropriately introduced Kakashi. She looked up at Kakashi, whom she hadn't seen for many years, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't expect that the little brat and the Uchiha clan's young clan leader, as well as the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, were actually his students. It seems the old man really valued him. After more than 10 years, that little brat has grown into a reliable ninja. Good morning, Lord Fifth Hokage. Kakashi greeted first. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he quickly said to Tsunade, "Well, Tsunade, Kakashi is here now, so you three can discuss the next steps. This kind of thing was usually handled by the old man, and I'm not really good at it, so I'll be on my way." Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya slipped out the door. Tsunade was almost laughing in anger. Her brows furrowed as she let out an elevated HM. Jiraiya suddenly stiffened, feeling a chill coming from behind him. In an instant, the temperature in the Hokage's office dropped a few degrees, the source of the cold air being Tsunade. "I'm still here, racking my brains to sort out the village's affairs. So how dare you leave first? Don't forget, you're also a Hokage advisor." Tsunade stood up angrily, glaring at Jiraiya, her impressive chest trembling with anger. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and turned back. "I was just joking. You and Kakashi haven't seen each other for so many years. I just wanted to lighten the mood." Tsunade snorted coldly and sat back down in her office chair. She had already learned about Kakashi's information. Along with Uchiha Shursui and Might Guy, he was one of the village's top 3 elite ninjas, known as the Konoha 3 Ninjas, and was considered the strongest in the village aside from the Hokage, a true face of Konoha. Seeing Kakashi scratching his head, Tsunade finally asked the question that had been on her mind. "I find it strange. Why ISNT at you, Kakashi, succeeding as the 5th Hokage? By all accounts, the old man valued you so much. You should be one of the most suitable candidates." About that, Lord Hokage, let's talk about it later. For now, let's discuss the compensation issue with Tsunade." Kakashi changed from his previous helpless scratching to a serious expression and said, "Without the conservative obstruction of the old guys like Mito Gate, the discussion on compensation from Konoha to Tsunade went very smoothly." By the time Kakashi came out of the office again, the sun was setting. Under Kakashi's malicious reminder, Tsunade decided to include her own debts in the war reparations from Tsunade. Chapter 247, War Compensation. Almost the day after Tsunade officially took over the Hokage position, Tsunade sent envoys to discuss compensation. Well, to put it nicely, it was called discussion. To put it bluntly, it was actually Konoha making demands and Tsunade agreeing with a yes, yes, yes understood. At this time, Konoha was not the struggling Konoha of the original story. It had the Uchiha clan, many ninjas with strength exceeding the original story's average, and the Konoha 3 ninjas, who were almost on par with the legendary Sannin. At one moment, Konoha had gathered 5 shadow-level powerhouses. Of course, this was from an external perspective. In reality, Konoha should have 2 out of the 3 Sannin and Uchiha Fugaku, plus Shursui and Guy, who could briefly unleash super shadow-level combat power. It could be said that Konoha was in a vibrant and flourishing phase. Because of this, the newly appointed Tsunade could boldly make demands of Tsunade, such as requesting 8 billion Ryo in compensation. As for worrying about whether Tsunade would refuse, on the day of negotiation, Tsunade directly placed a message on the negotiation table in front of Tsunade's envoy. "If you don't agree or dare to propose to pay in installments, then we'll see you on the battlefield." Kakashi also leaned on the table and stated plainly, "If you really can't afford to pay, then just hand over the one tail to us." Such unreasonable demands Tsunade naturally could not agree to, and both sides began a bargain. For example, Tsunade could compensate 8 billion Ryo plus the funds needed for Konoha's reconstruction, but this 8 billion Ryo needed to be paid in installments. Konoha felt that Tsunade's installment request was too excessive and demanded a reduction. After nearly a week of negotiations, Tsunade was finally asked to pay back 800 million Ryo first and rebuild the destroyed houses in Konoha. Even though Tsunade's envoy felt bitter and collapsed inside, he did not dare to bargain further with Konoha. He knew very well that after such a long discussion, the current compensation was already the limit that Konoha could tolerate. Helpless, the Tsunade envoy could only send a letter back to Tsunade. With the death of the Kazekage and the fact that Shikaku was now imprisoned, Tsunade was suddenly pushed to the forefront. Unavoidably, several veteran elite ninjas from Tsunade had to go to request Chiyo and Eyes to come out of retirement to take charge. "Sister, we can't come up with 800 million Ryo right now." Eyes, who was usually calm and optimistic, now looked gloomy, clearly troubled. 800 million Ryo. Where can Tsunade find 800 million Ryo now? The only one who can make money by panning for gold, Raza, is dead. Where can they gather 800 million Ryo? After venting her anger, Chiyo fell silent upon hearing Eyes' words, just lowering her head in thought, occasionally showing signs of hesitation. as if making a difficult decision. Seeing Chiyo in silence, I sighed lightly and sat down beside her. It was pitiful that the two of them, at their age, still had to come out to take charge of Sunagakure, and now had to lead the village to face a massive debt of 1.8 billion Rio. This was truly. Sigh. Ai's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anxiety and headache. There were no others here, and he didn't need to put on a calm facade to give the younger generation a sense of security. After a moment of silence, Chiyo finally spoke. Brother, let us go find the daimyo. Ai's looked at Chiyo, understanding her meaning. She wanted to use the credibility and reputation they had built up over the years to borrow money from the daimyo. Then let us go. The earlier we go, the earlier we can return. We still need to go fishing together. While Konoha was haggling over compensation with Sunagakure, Kakashi was not idle either. During the period from when the Sunagakure envoy arrived until the money was delivered to Sunagakure, Kakashi was doing his best to incite the ninjas of Sunagakure. His idea was simple. The best way to dismantle a force is to let it be attacked from within. What Kakashi wanted to do was to incite as many people from Sunagakure as possible, similar to how Jin sent Shin Hui back to the Big Coward, causing them to collapse the unity and morale of Sunagakure from within. In this way, it would facilitate Konoha to completely take over Sunagakure in the future. Under Kakashi's relentless efforts of threats and inducements, about a dozen people were successfully incited to become spies for Konoha. The negotiations between Sunagakure and Konoha also ended at this time. Due to the special nature of Shikaku, Sunagakure specifically requested Konoha to send someone to escort Gaara back to the village. Several days later, a group of Konoha ninjas set out with the Sunagakure ninjas who had been imprisoned for over a month, and Kakashi was assigned to carry out other tasks. As for Team 7, knowing their strength, Tsunade wanted to give them some training. So they were all sent to the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. Previously, because of Sunagakure's invasion of Konoha, that old man Noki was also restless and was constantly sending people to test Konoha at the border of the land of fire. Naruto and Sasuke were sent over under such circumstances. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even Guy's team was dispatched. These two teams were the only genin squads recognized by Tsunade, deemed qualified to guard the border. So it was not unreasonable for them to go and gain some battle experience. Of course, Tsunade also assigned veteran genin Maru Hashikage and several veteran jonin like Hate to accompany them. On the other side, Nagato had already learned that Uzumaki-D and had returned empty-handed after facing Kakashi, and he also knew that Scorpion and Deidara had fallen to Konoha. He quietly increased his regard and wariness towards Kakashi. Therefore, he didn't rush to send Itachi and Kisame to capture Shikaku. Instead, he instructed them to linger in a few small countries near the Land of Fire for a while. After selling off Scorpion, Itachi and Kisame realized that Deidara was also in grave danger. So they transmitted all the information back and then hid near the Land of Fire as Nagato had instructed. In the Rain Village, Pain stood silently in a fractured corridor, looking down at the hidden Rain Village. Conan quietly stood behind him, accompanying him. He didn't expect Konoha's strength to be so formidable that even Uzumaki-D and was defeated. Hatake Kakashi and the Uchiha clan, along with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and that peculiar guy. It seems capturing the Nine Tails in the future will be quite troublesome. Pain spoke in a calm tone, but his words were filled with respect and fear towards Konoha. He wondered if Itachi and the others could successfully capture One Tail. If it really didn't work, he feared he would have to take action himself. Chapter 248. Temari stayed in Konoha. However, if they forcibly capture One Tail now, it would likely attract Konoha's attention, right? According to the intelligence received from Uchiha Itachi and the others, Konoha's ninjas are currently escorting, supervising Sand Ninjas back to the Land of Wind. Conan frowned and advised. It was already unfavorable when our people clashed with Konoha ninjas. Now, if we forcibly snatch One Tail from the sand and Konoha, wouldn't that be a blatant provocation to the two great nations? Oh, to be precise, it's 5 great nations, since the sand has already been severely weakened by Konoha. Let's wait until Gaara leaves the Land of Fire and enters the Land of Wind before we act. The Tailed Beast plan has just begun. We should not be too ostentatious. Conan added. Pain pondered for a moment, thinking of Kakashi, who had defeated Uzumaki-D and couldn't help but agree with Conan's words. If they attracted the attention of such strong opponents too early, it would indeed be disadvantageous for their collection of tailed beasts. Thus, Pain considered for a moment and agreed with Conan's suggestion. Hidden in a dense forest, Itachi and Kisame glanced at the incoming message, exchanged looks, and then regretfully looked at the slowly advancing convoy in the distance before turning to leave. Since the leader wanted to play it safe, they as subordinates could not openly defy orders. It's a pity they couldn't take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the sand, making it easier for Kakashi and the others to act next. When the news reached Kakashi's ears, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't expect Pain to choose to be patient. It was quite surprising. Kakashi had originally thought that Pain, who touted himself as a god, would choose to act personally. Unexpectedly, it seemed this was due to Uzumaki D's defeat at his hands that led to Pain's current restraint. What a pity. In Konoha's prison, Kakashi and Shursui descended the stairs and walked straight towards the depths of the prison. Here, they were holding 200 Sanchunin, who had been abandoned by the sand due to their inability to pay for their release. If nothing unexpected occurred, their fate would be to be studied by Konoha's intelligence department and spend the rest of their lives here. Kakashi decided to give them a chance to pledge allegiance to Konoha. After all, Konoha's reconstruction still needed manpower, so he would assign this task to them. Kakashi walked to the center of the long prison, looked at the sand ninjas around him, and said loudly, "Now, I have an announcement for you. Your village has abandoned you. This means that from now on, your lives and deaths are entirely decided by us in Konoha." Upon hearing these words, the previously noisy prison suddenly fell silent, and the air was filled with expressions of disbelief and shock. Then, a sense of despair began to permeate the prison. They did not question Kakashi's words too much, as they came from the silver-purple Thunderblade, the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, whose credibility was undeniable. The Sand Village really had abandoned them, just like how the village had abandoned Yakura back then. As the atmosphere of despair and loss spread to a certain extent, a hint of profound meaning flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he spoke. Logically speaking, you, the invading enemies of Konoha, should be executed. However, we in Konoha do not wish to do so. It would be somewhat cruel to kill 200 people with just a flick of a finger. The prisoners in the surrounding cells slowly raised their heads, looking at Kakashi in confusion. "Hey, buddy, have you forgotten what your former nickname in the ninja world was? You cold-hearted Kakashi are now telling me that killing 200 people is cruel, is that right?" Thus, the prison was immediately divided into two factions arguing. Some leaned towards siding with Konoha, while others vowed to defend the dignity of the sand. There were also those who were indecisive, still in shock over the Sand Village abandoning them. Kakashi subtly glanced at the first two sand ninjas who had begun speaking, a hint of satisfaction crossing his eyes. These two performed well. They could be rewarded with extra rations. Kakashi then said loudly, "All right, I will give you one day to think about it. Take your time." After that, Kakashi turned and walked out of the prison, heading towards the Hokage's office. Temari stood alone in the center of the Hokage's office, emotions swirling in her eyes. But she still pretended to be strong, maintaining a calm demeanor. She was the hostage left behind to prevent the Sand Village from turning against them. When Kakashi pushed the door open and entered, Temari immediately turned to look at him like a startled bird. Being alone in the enemy's stronghold, it was hard for anyone to keep a calm heart, even if they knew the other party wouldn't kill them. Kakashi discreetly assessed Temari, noticing her nervousness, then redirected his gaze to Tsunade and Jiraiya. As Kakashi approached, he lazily asked, "Well, has the fifth Hokage not decided how to accommodate this young lady yet?" Tsunade glanced at Kakashi. With many buildings in the village destroyed and the living conditions of the villagers still difficult, my idea is to let her stay at your Hatake mansion for a while. What do you think? Kakashi's footsteps paused. Then he looked at the graceful young girl over there, scratching his head. "Hokage-sama, this joke isn't very funny." It seemed he had refused. Tsunade nodded slightly, casting a subtle glance at Jiraiya beside her. Jiraiya, receiving the signal, awkwardly scratched his nose. Kakashi continued, "This young lady, Miss Temari, is now 15, while I'm a single young man in my prime. Letting her stay at my place would affect her reputation." Tsunade nodded and then turned to look at Riku. "Riku, it seems this little girl can only be entrusted to you?" Riku maintained his expression, nodded in agreement, and then cast a somewhat resentful glance at Kakashi. "Kakashi, this idea of a hostage was yours, but now the issue of arranging for this hostage falls on me, you sly guy." Kakashi coughed lightly with a guilty conscience, casting a swift glance at Riku. "Senior Riku, I didn't want this either, but the problem is I'm not the right age, and Jiraiya-sama is even less suitable. Tsunade-sama is the Hokage, managing a multitude of affairs daily. How could she have the time to look after Temari? So the most suitable person is you, a family man and a smart Hokage advisor. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 249. On the technological development of Konoha Village, a vein popped up on Riku's forehead. "So, someone with a family should be pointed at with kunai, right?" Kakashi coughed tactically again, and then suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, Senior Riku, your son Shikamaru just got promoted to Chunin. How about letting him be responsible for supervising this lady Temari? Riku, oh Riku, this is sending your son a bride. Shouldn't you hurry up and accept it? Riku frowned slightly, recalling the match between Shikamaru and Temari during the Chunin exam. It wouldn't be difficult for his son to keep an eye on Temari with his intelligence. A hint of interest flickered in Riku's eyes, but there was also a tinge of hesitation. It could work, but he was afraid that lazy son of his wouldn't want to. Seeing Riku's interest, Kakashi quickly seized the opportunity. Besides, didn't we say before, even though Miss Temari will be staying in our village for a while, her treatment should be the same as everyone else's? She'll stay at your house for now, and once a suitable place is found, it will be fine. Besides, your wife is also a woman, so I believe they will have common topics to discuss. Tsunade naturally agreed with Kakashi's opinion, as she was thinking the same. Kakashi and Jiraiya both had their own unsuitable reasons, and now, in the village, there were not many ninjas with the status, strength, and wisdom to guard the Sand Village princess. The heads of the Inoshikacho trio just happened to be among them, and among them, Tsunade favored Rika the most. If Rika disagreed, she would have to ask the other two families. Rika looked at Tsunade and Kakashi's slightly expectant and encouraging gazes, sighed lightly, and then nodded at the still-standing Temari, who was trying to maintain her composure. Rika took Temari home. He glanced at the entrance and then called out, Shikamaru. Shikamaru walked lazily and curiously to the entrance. Then his eyes widened in shock. The girl named Temari. The Sand Ninja? Why is she behind Dad? And didn't the Sand Ninja leave already? Riku found a new pair of small slippers and handed them to Temari, telling her, Temari, from today on, you'll stay at my house for now. There are too many villagers that need to be accommodated in the village, and we don't have the manpower or extra rooms for you to live alone, so please bear with us. Temari, who had been silent since just now, breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Riku's kind attitude gave her some sense of security. She nodded, took the slippers from Riku's hand, and then half lifted her head to look at Shikamaru on the steps. Shikamaru was also slightly bowing his head to look at her, his mind already in a brainstorming session. Riku changed his shoes, looked at the two, and called for Temari to change her shoes as well. The three then walked together into the house. After dinner, Shikamaru's mother took the initiative to take Temari out to buy some daily necessities, while Shikamaru followed Riku upstairs. While they played chess, they began to discuss Temari. Shikamaru finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Dad, how did she come to our house? Kakashi hoped that the Sand Village would leave someone behind as a hostage. In the end, Temari pushed aside the objections and knocked out her other brother to stay. However, Gaara also promised in front of the Hokage that he would definitely pay the compensation in the future. Therefore, to express Konoha's importance and recognition of this promise to the Sand Village, Temari's accommodation had to be taken seriously. But now, there were quite a few destroyed houses in the village, and the living conditions for the villagers had not yet been resolved. So she could only stay at our house for a while. By the way, take a look at this mission scroll. This should be your first mission after being promoted to Chunin, right? Shikamaru nodded to show he understood, then reached out to take the scroll from Riku's hand. After a few seconds, Shikamaru looked up at Riku in disbelief. The Hokage wants me to be responsible for looking after Miss Temari, and even allows me to take her with me when I go out on missions? That's right. Although she is a hostage, the village won't overly restrict her movements. But someone needs to supervise her, and you, being close to her age, are undoubtedly the best candidate. It's really troublesome. How did it come to this? Shikamaru complained, this is still a long-term mission. It really is quite bothersome. Haha, just endure a little longer. All right, it's your turn to make a move. Riku placed his piece down, blocking Shikamaru's path. Shikamaru frowned and inspected it for a while, helplessly sighing. I've lost. Come on. Let's meet at the bar. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat facing each other. Tsunade took a sip of her drink and curiously asked, Jiraiya, how much do you know about Kakashi? She had been busy dealing with the Sand Village's matters, and now she finally had the time to ask about Kakashi. After all, the Kakashi she was seeing now felt incredibly mysterious. Jiraiya also downed a sip of his drink and said to Tsunade, You've been away from the village for a long time, so you're not aware of Kakashi's situation. This kid has had encounters even more remarkable than mine. Tsunade raised her eyes slightly, filled with curiosity. Jiraiya's remarkable encounters probably referred to Mount Mayaboku, and now Jiraiya said Kakashi's encounters were even greater than his, which made Tsunade curious. After all, as a contractor of the three great sacred places, she deeply understood how much Mount Mayaboku assisted Jiraiya. For Jiraiya to say such a thing about Kakashi, Kakashi, like me before, fell into a magical place. The internal telephone and new-style electric lights you see in the village now are all technologies he learned from another world and then taught to the researchers in the village to develop. By the way, the Technology Research Department was also proposed and established by Kakashi, but it has only been established for a short time. And most of the research results cannot be separated from Kakashi. As they spoke, Jiraiya took Tsunade out of the tavern and went to the Hokage rock to enjoy the breeze. Jiraiya handed Tsunade a document. Tsunade opened it and gradually revealed a look of shock and surprise in her eyes. She suddenly looked at Jiraiya, who nodded and said, "The chakra armor currently being developed in the village. The missiles that can be launched are also based on the information and technology provided by Kakashi. So far, the village has manufactured 5,000 chakra armors. It can even withstand ill-level ninjutsu attacks like Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori. With this, the survival rate and overall strength of the village's ninjas will greatly improve. Not only that, there are also missiles developed based on explosive tags that can detonate without chakra, and their power is enough to threaten the lives of Jonin, as most ninjas below Jonin level cannot escape the explosion range in time." Tsunade's expression changed repeatedly, filled with awe. Chapter 250. This Naruto is lame. The evening breeze dispelled some of Tsunade's drunkenness, and she looked surprised and unexpected. Then she chuckled softly and asked, "So that's why he always has some methods we haven't thought of, or rather, couldn't think of, like this proton and the whole defection thing." Well, that's ultimately a good thing. It helps the villagers understand the combat modes and various secret techniques of Sangekyo. Next, Tsunade asked about Kakashi's strength. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, showing an uncertain expression regarding Kakashi's level of strength. "Honestly, I can't be sure anymore. But several years ago, before he went to Myaboka Mountain, I could only match him evenly, and that was in my Sage mode, which I've never used in front of you." Then Jiraiya extended his palm, and a sphere of energy slowly formed. He explained to the somewhat confused Tsunade, "This is one of the specialties Kakashi brought back. It's a type of energy completely different from chakra, and its destructive power is much greater than chakra. It can also enhance the body's defensive and resistance capabilities. However, it decreases as the user's physical condition declines. If I were to release this energy ball that contains most of my energy, I would probably fall into a weak state immediately. If there were enemies nearby at that time, well, you can imagine what would happen. And this energy is indeed useful. But it seems that only those above the Jonin level can successfully condense it. The threshold for learning it is very high. There are currently not many in the village who can master this." Tsunade looked at the energy ball in Jiraiya's hand, which was gradually dissipating, and fell silent for a long time. She had lost count of how many times she was shocked by Kakashi tonight. In any case, this astonished and unexpected expression seemed to have never left her face. Suddenly, Tsunade furrowed her brows tightly, and her slightly dangerous gaze swept toward Jiraiya as she suddenly asked, "If Kakashi is already this strong, why did he invite me back to be Hokage? Shouldn't that be his job? Besides, he doesn't seem to lack prestige or reputation, right?" Although the last sentence was a question, Tsunade's tone was filled with certainty. Jiraiya's face stiffened at her words, but he still forced a nonchalant and unconcerned expression. "Oh, that's because he is about to go to that mysterious place again, so, don't misunderstand. Inviting you back to be Hokage was Kakashi's idea, not mine. Don't overthink it." Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya. After all, they had been teammates for many years, and she could easily tell if he was lying. Reflecting on her hard work and exhaustion over the past month, and recalling how Jiraiya had spent at least half of his time idling, a surge of unnamed anger rose from the bottom of Tsunade's heart. This anger gradually burned in her eyes and fists. Jiraiya suddenly felt his whole body tense up, and his hair stood on end. Instinctively, he gathered all his energy to enhance his defense. In the next moment, a delicate fist struck Jiraiya hard, and under the impact of this immense force, Jiraiya flew. From afar, Jiraiya's loud voice echoed, "I'll be back. Isn't this just how useful energy is?" Tsunade heard this and shouted with a grim face, "Get lost. I don't want to see you right now." The probing from AwakensMangekyo did not yield the answers Inoki wanted. The several teams of 20 he sent were mercilessly ambushed by Konoha ninjas at the border. However, Inoki did receive some intelligence, such as the 4 young talents of Konoha: Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Rock Lee, and Neji Hyuga. Unfortunately, these 4 Konoha newcomers were closely watched by the veteran Jounins, and AwakensMangekyo currently did not have the conditions to eliminate these 4 Konoha geniuses. Forced to watch them return to the village. After a month away from the village, Naruto and the others finally returned. At this moment, Naruto's strength could finally be considered at the Jounin level. The previously lacking combat experience was all made up for during the life-and-death trials of the past month. And Sasuke's strength even surpassed several others present, stepping into the threshold of elite Jounin. The three members of Team 7 parted ways with Team 3 in front of the Hokage office building. Having not eaten Ichiraku ramen for a month, Naruto grabbed Sasuke with one hand and Hinata with the other, turning around to leave, destination Ichiraku ramen. Hinata's face instantly turned bright red, and Sasuke looked at Naruto with an eye twitch, thinking, hey, I wanted to go home and take a shower first. Sigh. Forget it. Caring for the simple-minded is a responsibility of the Uchiha. But speaking of which, Naruto is really quite oblivious. After spending so much time with Hinata, he still hasn't realized anything. Sasuke looked at Hinata's blushing face, then glanced at Naruto, who was pulling them along and trudging forward, silently mocking in his heart. As they walked, Naruto spotted Shikamaru and Temari walking side by side in the distance. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, you guys look. Isn't that Shikamaru? Naruto instinctively lowered his voice and called out to the two behind him, his tone mixed with a hint of strange excitement. Sasuke, unchanging in expression, sarcastically said, Idiot. Only now do you notice? You really are lame. Hinata, as if waking from a dream, looked blankly in the direction of Naruto's gaze and unconsciously uttered, Oh, hey. Aren't you curious why Shikamaru is walking with that Tsunegekyo Kunoichi? Could it be a date? Like, not fighting but getting to know each other? Or maybe a love-hate relationship? Naruto stroked his chin, eyes glimmering with mischief. Boring. And it's not Tsunegekyo Kunoichi. Her name is Temari. Sasuke scoffed, but his slightly curious and probing gaze betrayed his true feelings. Hinata tilted her head, contemplating the possibilities of such a scenario, then quietly watched the expressive Naruto. Sasuke, you guy, clearly. All right, enough chit-chat. Hinata, let us follow them and see, Naruto said, looking at the aloof Sasuke before inviting Hinata. As everyone knows, it's quite difficult for Hinata to refuse Naruto's requests, so the two stealthily followed. After just a couple of steps, Naruto turned back to look at Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth and followed along, sighing, just consider it accompanying this idiot Naruto. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, with both hands behind his head, just like Conan, lazily walked down the street with Temari, his gaze wandering. Temari, on the other hand, was observing the surrounding shops. No matter how many times she came, she would still envy the bustling scene of Konoha. Chapter 251. A date? If only one day the people of Tsunegekyo could live in an environment like Konoha, Temari thought to herself, and suddenly, she heard Shikamaru's voice beside her. All right, we're here. Temari looked up in surprise. Yamashiro Forest? Shikamaru nodded and stepped inside, explaining as he walked, this is Ino's family flower shop. If you want to buy flowers, this is a very suitable choice. Temari hesitated slightly, but then followed him inside, surprised that a ninja family would actually run a flower shop. This is truly a custom completely different from Tsunegekyo. At the mouth of a certain alley, Naruto poked his head out first, his eyes filled with delight and pride, just as I thought. Sasuke and Hinata followed suit, their eyes revealing disbelief and incredulity as they turned to gaze at the flower shop together with Naruto. Soon, Temari came out holding a bunch of flowers with Shikamaru. This time, Temari had a bit more smile on her face. Shikamaru glanced at her, but said nothing, continuing to walk forward. The two of them walked towards the Hokage Rock, where there was a large open space that many ninjas in the village had stood or sat on. Look, you guys. Look, that Temari is holding flowers. Naruto shouted excitedly, but Sasuke quickly covered his mouth. Idiot. Your voice is too loud. Sasuke stared intently at Temari and Shikamaru in front of him, his eyes filled with tension, but there was also a hint of confusion in his gaze. Why is she holding carnations? Blushing, Naruto finally pushed Sasuke's hand away, breathing heavily, then shot a resentful glance at Sasuke. You idiot. You almost suffocated me. Phew. Sasuke shot a glare back at Naruto, then stepped out of the alley to follow Shikamaru and Temari. Seeing this, Naruto and Hinata hurriedly followed. However, after walking for a while, the three of them gradually realized something was off. If they continued, they would end up right above the Hokage Rock, where there was no hiding place, just an empty space all around. With no other choice, Naruto gritted his teeth, glanced at the Hokage Rock, and thought, sorry, Kakashi-sensei. As soon as he said that, Naruto transformed into a young Kakashi and walked towards the outside of the Hokage Rock. Sasuke and Hinata exchanged a few black lines. But without needing to say more, Sasuke also transformed into an older version of himself, which he estimated based on his current appearance. Hinata hurriedly transformed into a stranger woman and followed suit. Now, even if someone saw 3 people hanging around the Hokage rock, they wouldn't recognize them. Shikamaru followed Temari to the open space and then quietly stepped aside. It was now Temari's stage. Temari glanced at the blue sky, then slowly bent down to place the carnations on the ground, a hint of longing and determination flickering in her eyes. Mom, today is your death anniversary, but I can't personally visit your grave in a foreign land. Please forgive me. However, you don't need to worry, even though I'm in a strange place. It seems I've met someone who is good to me. She recalled what Shikamaru's mother had said about how she liked this child's temperament, and remembered how Shikamaru's mother treated her with care as if she were not an outsider, feeling grateful and moved. Since her mother's passing, her father seemed to have turned into a workaholic. It had been many years since she enjoyed such treatment, not to mention as the eldest sister. She also needed to occasionally take care of her younger brother and be wary of him. Thinking of Shikamaru's mother's kindness towards her, Temari found Shikamaru a bit more pleasing to the eye. Although he had always been somewhat pleasing, he was just too afraid of trouble. What the heck? Naruto was greatly disappointed because he didn't see the scene he wanted to see. Sasuke remained expressionless, but there was a flash of color in his eyes that indicated it was indeed not that kind of scene, while Hinata still smiled gently and shyly, then quietly glanced at Naruto. With Naruto and Sasuke's current strength, as long as they wanted to hide, Shikamaru and Temari wouldn't be able to find them. But unfortunately, Naruto clumsily stepped on the 4th Hokage's face, instantly attracting Shikamaru's attention. Shikamaru curiously walked over to take a look, and when Naruto looked up again, he saw Shikamaru slightly bent over, examining them with a squint. He felt that these few people looked somewhat familiar, and his hand had already moved to the ninja tool pouch behind him. Naruto felt embarrassed and at a loss, instinctively wanting to slip away, but was stopped by Sasuke. Shikamaru's vigilance was apparent. If they just ran away, it would provoke the village's security team, wasting manpower and resources. So Sasuke took the initiative to reveal, "It's me, Uchiha Sasuke." He dispelled the transformation technique. Naruto was shocked. "You? He is Naruto." Sasuke pointed at Naruto, and seeing this, Naruto could only despairingly dispel his transformation as well. And the last female identity didn't need to be explained, as Shikamaru watched Hinata dispel her transformation technique. "Hey, you 3, were following me and Temari?" Shikamaru asked suspiciously, his action also attracting Temari, who had just finished her tribute. Soon, the 5 of them met. Ahem. Naruto was the first to step onto the cliff. Standing on flat ground, "Oh, Shikamaru, my 2 teammates came to see the scenery, yes, to see the scenery." Shikamaru squinted and remained silent. He didn't believe it. Temari looked at Naruto and Sasuke with a mix of curiosity and caution. These 2 guys, first, their strength far exceeded her own. Second, that Naruto Uzumaki actually managed to make Gaara regain human emotions, which was simply incredible. By the way, it seems that since Gaara left, I haven't seen Team 7 in the village, right? Were they on a mission? Quickly finding a few excuses, Naruto wanted to drag Sasuke and the others to run away. Originally, he intended to ask Shikamaru if he was on a date with Temari, but based on what he had seen, it was evidently not related to a date. So Naruto could only extinguish that gossipy thought and prepare to go home honestly. Just then, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared. He looked around, and when he saw Shikamaru and Temari standing together, his eyelid twitched. Then he casually looked at Naruto and Sasuke. "Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, you 3 come with me. The 5th Hokage is looking for you." Chapter 252. Naruto and Sasuke suffer loss of Genin buff. This is... Naruto looked in shock at the Chunin vest handed to him, then excitedly glanced at Tsunade on the Hokage seat. Although Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, the joy subtly reflected in his eyes also showed his happiness about being promoted to Chunin. It had been over a month since the Chunin exams, and he had almost thought the village would cancel their promotions due to the collapse plan, but unexpectedly, Shikamaru appeared completely uninterested, as he thought becoming a Chunin was somewhat tied to trouble. However, this feeling didn't seem too bad either. Niji was lost in thought as he stared at the vest in his hands, his gaze flickering as if pondering something. Tsunade smiled slightly, quietly watching the excited Naruto. Naruto, holding the vest, ran to Kakashi, shouting as if to take credit, "Kakashi-sensei. Look, I became a Chunin." Kakashi also smiled at Naruto. The reason Naruto and the others were able to successfully promote to Chunin was due to their careful consideration and strong recommendations from the veteran ninjas, Baiyun and Maruxing. In the words of those two seasoned ninjas, Naruto and Sasuke played significant roles, and there was no doubt that these two little guys, along with Neji, had already surpassed some Jonin in strength, including their combat skills, which were quite impressive. Thus, when they returned to Konoha, they sought out Tsunade to recommend Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. As for Guy and Asuma, they missed their student's promotion ceremony due to being on a mission, while Kakashi had only found time amidst his busy schedule to watch Naruto and Sasuke's promotion to Chunin. Wind Country. Ever since Chiyo and Eri came back from the daimyo, their gazes towards Tsunade have grown increasingly complex. This time, they had indeed risked their faces to retrieve compensation money for Konoha from the daimyo, but it had also led to the daimyo becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Tsunade. In the daimyo's eyes, the plan Tsunade executed this time was a huge blunder. The Wind Shadow is dead, and the tailed beasts have been captured, waiting for money to be redeemed. They didn't even manage to seriously injure Konoha in the process. And in the end, they even had to come and ask him for money to repay the initial compensation. This is simply a disgrace to the Land of Wind. For a moment, the daimyo of the Land of Wind even felt an impulse to replace the leadership of Tsunade, but that was just a thought. After all, Chiyo had personally said that she and her brother would come out of retirement to stabilize Tsunade until the next generation of Wind Shadow was elected. During the time Gaara was returning to Tsunade, Chiyo and Ibiz have been searching the village for young people with potential and character to take on the role of Wind Shadow, but unfortunately, they could not find any. The lack of talent in Tsunade was beyond imagination, making it hard to understand how it could be one of the 5 great ninja villages like Konoha. One day, a team finally appeared in the endless desert, a team of nearly 1,000 people, consisting of the Tsunade ninjas who had been redeemed from Konoha. With the gates open, the Tsunade ninjas, led by Gaara and Matsuri, finally returned to their familiar village. In an instant, there were many people crying and searching for their families, most of them looking guilty or depressed. But when they spotted familiar faces in the crowd, a lively spirit began to grow among them. Sitting on either side of the Wind Shadow's desk, Chiyo and Ibiz stared intently at Matsuri. After hearing all the ups and downs from Matsuri, they turned their gaze to Gaara. Both were old foxes who had lived for decades, and their ability to read people was undeniable. In their eyes, Gaara had changed a lot since returning from Konoha, and for a moment, Chiyo felt she had found the most suitable candidate for the next Wind Shadow. She looked at Matsuri, then at Gaara, whose expression had noticeably softened. He was still a bit too young, but waiting a few more years would allow him to grow, and with my help and my brother. Plus Matsuri is a mentor, getting through the current difficulties shouldn't be a problem. Let's observe for a while longer. Chiyo exchanged a glance with Ibiz, who smiled faintly and said nothing as he shared the same thoughts. Fortunately, Tsunade still had talent. It hadn't completely run dry. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame, who had been quietly following the Tsunade team, watched them return to the village. At this moment, they still had not received an order from Pain to capture the One Tail. Just then, a message from Pain arrived, instructing the two to temporarily retreat. Due to the principle of keeping a low profile, Pain ultimately chose not to forcefully take the One Tail in the midst of 1,000 Tsunade ninjas. In Pain's view, unless he personally intervened, it would be difficult for Itachi and Kisame to accomplish this task alone. Thus, the order to retreat was given. Time passed quickly, and 6 months had gone by. Kakashi finally awaited the moment when Orochimaru would switch bodies. According to their agreement, Kakashi left Konoha wearing the death mask and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to go to the land of rice in a certain dense forest. In a field, Kabuto was already waiting. Ever since Kakashi had sought Orochimaru's help 6 months ago and had spoken of being able to help him regain his hands, their cooperation had been re-established. At that time, Kakashi had given Orochimaru a scroll for the summoning, Impure World Reincarnation Technique, to study, while he took the death mask with him. Without the death mask, the technique could not be successfully activated, and Kakashi's promise to help Orochimaru reclaim his soul was contingent upon him releasing the souls of the previous 4 Hokage. Kakashi did this out of necessity. After all, he couldn't perform the Impure World Reincarnation Technique like Orochimaru, who could deceive the Death God into releasing souls. Thus, he sought Orochimaru's cooperation. Cloaked in a white robe, Kakashi appeared before Kabuto in a flash. Kabuto respectfully bowed, and Kakashi waved his hand, signaling him to lead the way. Kakashi quickly found himself in front of Orochimaru, who lay on a sickbed. Compared to the vigorous demeanor he had during his invasion of Konoha, Orochimaru now looked frail and sickly, making it hard to believe he was the legendary Sannin. Seeing Kakashi finally arrive, Orochimaru's eyes filled with uncontainable desire and anticipation. 6 months. Who knows how he had endured during this time? Kabuto, you can leave now. Kakashi won't harm me, Orochimaru said in a low voice. Kabuto hesitated, but eventually retreated with a complicated expression. Chapter 253. Impure World Reincarnation. Kakashi, long time no see. Orochimaru was the first to break the silence. Kakashi glanced at the young man lying on the bed beside him and responded, I didn't expect the once invincible Orochimaru to be so weak during the body swap. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. These are just the trials one must endure on the path to success, nothing to mention. So how is it? You understand the technique now? Kakashi turned back to the pale and weak Orochimaru and asked. Orochimaru didn't immediately answer his question, but continued, Kakashi, next, you will witness an unforgettable scene. The fusion and transformation of souls in different bodies. Kakashi, don't you have any desire to permanently maintain your current strength? Here we go again. Try to tempt me into researching together. Kakashi shook his head lightly, just as he had refused Orochimaru's invitation 6 months ago when he first presented the scroll for the summoning. Impure World Reincarnation. Everyone experiences aging, illness, and death. These are things I have long accepted. Moreover, isn't humanity all about passing down knowledge and wisdom from generation to generation? That is the charm of humanity. Orochimaru seemed to disagree with Kakashi's viewpoint and chuckled lightly. If only you could really see it that way. But aren't you also seeking a technique to summon the dead? He referred to Kakashi's demand for Orochimaru to release the 4 Hokage. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he shrugged. But that doesn't mean I have to accept the reality of people who shouldn't have died. Looking into Kakashi's meaningful gaze, Orochimaru recalled the time when he had been blown to pieces by an explosive tag, and his eyes darkened slightly. Forget it. Discussing this with you now is pointless. However, Kakashi, I am very much looking forward to your future, especially since you can even bring out the summoning, Impure World Reincarnation technique. Orochimaru chose not to continue the verbal sparring with Kakashi. His intention was merely to win him over. He genuinely wanted to bring the new wind of the ninja world closer to himself and watch the windmill turn with his own eyes. He, Orochimaru, would be the wind, and Kakashi would surely be. Orochimaru glanced at the person on the bed, a fiery ambition flashing in his eyes. Once he possessed that body, he would gain power greater than ever before. Due to Kakashi's presence, he temporarily couldn't obtain Uchiha Sasuke, but that wouldn't trouble Orochimaru. The Uzumaki clan, the cells of Hashirama, the Byakugan, all were his research directions, and by the next 3 years, he would certainly have developed a body even stronger than the one he was about to reincarnate into. Kakashi threw the Death God mask from his hand, and Orochimaru reached out to catch it, then, without hesitation, put it on. With a series of movements from Orochimaru, the Death God, invisible to others, immediately appeared in the bedroom. Kakashi raised the small sword in his hand, and without hesitation, cut towards Orochimaru's stomach. Orochimaru endured the pain of having his stomach sliced open and began searching for the soul he needed inside the Death God's body. Soon, 5 wisps of ghostly flames flew out from the open body of the Death God and floated towards the Pure Land where an old man was located. Seeing that he had retrieved his soul with both hands, Orochimaru immediately began to change bodies. A small white snake quickly leaped out from his body and then jumped towards the body on the other bed. When Orochimaru regained consciousness, Kakashi and the Death God mask on the snake's skin had disappeared, of course. The deceived Death God had already returned to its own territory and was probably in a fit of rage. TSK, you clearly know I am coveting your disciple's body, and the opportunity to kill me is right in front of you, yet you still don't take action? You really are a trustworthy partner, Orochimaru whispered with a chuckle. Soon, he summoned Do from outside the door. Do looked at the empty room except for Orochimaru and couldn't help but sigh. The Flying Thunder God technique is really a convenient technique. Orochimaru moved his arms, unable to hide the joy in his eyes, then suddenly asked Do, do you know why I dare to let you leave the room? Do shook his head, and Orochimaru revealed a creepy, yet genuinely happy smile, saying that he couldn't bear to see me, such a powerful ninja scholar, become disabled or even die. So he wouldn't kill me. Just as I discovered your talent, I wouldn't want to kill you either, and besides, he truly is a ninja scholar with so-called humanitarian spirit. Do nodded, half understanding, not knowing what humanitarian spirit meant. But he knew that Orochimaru was kept by Kakashi because of his great talent, which made him feel quite indignant. When did Orochimaru, the Great One, also have to rely on talent to survive from others? How can my Orochimaru be so humble? Orochimaru glanced at Do, as if seeing something, but did not say anything further, instead changing the subject. Let's go, we'll continue our research. To be safe, I will look for the white snake sage after the next body is developed. Kakashi did not intend to use the impure world reincarnation on Minato with Orochimaru, so after Minato's soul was released, he left. Kakashi once again used his left eye to execute the death call on Obito, who already knew what Kakashi was about to do, and entered the Kamui space holding 3 white Zetsu. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. As soon as he transferred from the Kamui space to Kakashi's side, Obito couldn't wait to say, Kakashi, you can't wait to see Rin again, right? Obito, rarely feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, shouted, Kakashi, stop talking nonsense. I don't believe you don't want to see the teacher and Rin. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. How could he not want to? For more than 10 years, he hadn't had a day without thinking about the day he would revive Minato-sensei and the others, and now, that day was finally coming. Kakashi told Obito to place the 3 white Zetsu in the prepared formations, then began to prepare to activate the impure world reincarnation technique. Obito stepped back, looking at the 3 formations with a slightly nervous expression. For some reason, he felt a bit fearful, as if he were shy upon returning to his hometown. He suddenly didn't know how to face Rin, who would be brought back by the impure world reincarnation. Kakashi's gaze was serious as he quickly formed several seals and quietly said, Impure world reincarnation. Soon, 3 ethereal souls were summoned from the Pure Land and sank into the bodies of the 3 white Zetsu under Kakashi's guidance. Chapter 254. Impure Minato, Impure Kushina. Impure Rin in a dark secret room. As ash gathered and covered the white Zetsu, 3 figures gradually appeared. From left to right, they were the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Rin Noara. Obito's expression changed as he stared intently at the petite figure of the girl, Rin. As the souls merged with the impure bodies, Minato and the others slowly opened their eyes, surveying the world with a hint of confusion. Soon, a familiar figure quickly filled their vision. Why was it familiar? Because of Kakashi's signature light, breathable mask, and the forehead protector slanting down. Kushina and Rin almost simultaneously exclaimed, Kakashi? Minato raised his arm to observe, and after confirming something, he sighed in relief. Luckily, Kakashi wasn't dead. Instead, they had returned to the human world. Seeing that the 3 had not noticed him, Obito felt a bit awkward. He wanted to take a few steps forward to attract their attention, but for some reason, he found it hard to move his feet. Rin seemed to notice Obito's hesitation and fear, suddenly shifting her gaze from Kakashi to Obito, giving him a sweet, healing smile. Obito, why are you wearing a mask? Huh? Obito was instantly filled with shock. He hurriedly took off the yellow spiral mask he had worn for who knows how long, then looked at Rin with a mix of questioning and astonishment. Rin, how did you recognize me? I'm wrapped up so much even my own mother wouldn't recognize me. Yet you still can, because I have always been watching you from the Pure Land, Rin said with a smile. This time, Kakashi truly felt a twinge of shock in his heart. Rin was actually watching Obito from the heavens? This didn't seem to align with science or ninjutsu. Kakashi thought to himself, but soon he was interrupted by Minato's inquiry. Kakashi, was it you and Obito who summoned us through impure world reincarnation? Did you encounter some powerful enemy? Minato asked with a slight frown, and at the same time, he had already extended his sensing ability but found nothing. From this perspective, it didn't seem sufficient to justify summoning them all through impure world reincarnation due to encountering an insurmountable enemy. Moreover, Rin was also here. Before Kakashi could answer, a guess floated into Minato's mind. But even with this strong speculation, he patiently waited for Kakashi's response. Kakashi looked into Minato's black eyes and spoke frankly. That's right. It was Obito and I who summoned you here. I thought long and hard and still believe that Naruto cannot be without your companionship. Both Kushina and Minato were momentarily speechless, as they truly wanted to see their son. But we are already dead. Kakashi, why are you so determined to bring us back to the living world? Minato's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Kushina and Rin might not understand, but he knew how many lives were needed to learn and develop this technique. But Kakashi seemed to have anticipated this, and he spoke continuously. Minato-sensei can rest assured. I did not use anyone's life to learn and develop this technique. Even the sacrifices used to summon you now are not human, so you need not feel any psychological burden. Moreover, I have other important matters for bringing you back to the living world. Obito and I, as well as Naruto and Konoha, need your assistance. Obito silently nodded aside. Kakashi's words made sense. The data for the impure world reincarnation technique was obtained from Orochimaru, and those human experiments were indeed not conducted by Kakashi, but by Orochimaru. As for the white Zetsu, it could be human or it could not be. The boundaries of this thing entirely depend on human thoughts. Lin watched seriously as Kakashi and Obito exchanged words, secretly amused that Obito's sharp tongue still seemed a bit lacking compared to Kakashi's. Minato was left speechless by Kakashi's remarks, and Kushina, eager to hear more, timely urged Minato. After all, Kakashi wouldn't lie to them, would he? After a long pause, Minato's feigned serious expression finally gave way to a helpless smile. Sigh. Let's first talk about the problems we are facing now. We have been disconnected from the world for too long. Has that masked man from back then appeared again? Or has something new been discovered with Uchiha Madara? However, Kakashi did not answer Minato's questions immediately, but instead revealed a shocking piece of news that moved everyone. Minato-sensei, I have a way to completely resurrect you. Upon hearing this, Minato and Kushina and Lin, who had just learned about the impure world reincarnation technique, all widened their eyes in surprise. Clearly, after all these years, Kakashi was still the reliable Kakashi, and he would never deceive them about such matters. What? What method? Kushina's hands trembled slightly. If she could truly be resurrected, wouldn't that mean she could stay by Naruto's side for a long time? Kakashi must be quite old by now, and Naruto should be at least 8 or 9 years old, right? Wait, Kakashi, quickly tell me what year it is now. Suddenly remembering the issue of time, Kushina hurriedly asked Kakashi. Kakashi replied, Naruto is 13 years old this year. 13. Has it really been 13 years? Kushina murmured, almost unable to hold back her teary eyes, her voice trembling. Minato sighed softly, stepping forward to embrace Kushina gently, offering her comfort, while Lin felt a bit mixed. Resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, she still looked like the 13-year-old girl she was before her death, but her two teammates, Kakashi and Obito, had transformed into 26-year-old young men. How could that not evoke complicated feelings? Obito suddenly seemed to have thought of something as he looked sharply at Kakashi, then quickly turned his gaze away. If he really confessed to Lin and she agreed, wouldn't that mean Uchiha Obito would be dating a loli? Would that really be okay? Obito felt a strange sensation welling up inside him, as if he was mixing with some kind of copper smelting method. Kakashi timely turned his head, half glaring at Obito with his dead fish eyes. That's right, you, Uchiha Obito, are a pervert. Obito's expression gradually turned pale. Oh no, not just his expression, but he felt his whole being becoming gray. Only Lin remained oblivious, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at the two exchanging glances. This is bad. It seems like Obito can't be saved. Chapter 255. 3 years Kakashi, having dealt Obito a fatal blow, redirected his attention back to Minato and Kushina, as Minato's question had been thrown out. Kakashi, what is this method of resurrection you mentioned? What have you experienced over the years? Has there been some change in the ninja world that I don't know about? It was clear that Minato was shocked and curious about Kakashi's mention of resurrection, but he was also puzzled about the confidence behind Kakashi's words. The focus of everyone returned to the main topic as Kakashi slowly nodded, saying, Minato-sensei, let me give you a brief overview first. You will learn more details later. So, the method you mentioned to resurrect us is to take us to another world and use the treasures of that world to make wishes? This is truly unbelievable, Minato exclaimed softly, clearly not expecting Kakashi to have such an adventure over the years. His experiences in that world were like an incredible grand adventure. But Kakashi, how can you be sure that the Dragon Balls from that world can resurrect us? Lin asked with a slight frown. Although she was young and had died early, she could guess that there must be some kind of barrier or limitation between the two worlds. What if the treasures from that world couldn't work on them? This was also a concern for Minato and Kushina. Seeing 3 pairs of eyes looking at him, Kakashi smiled with narrowed eyes, his tone full of reassurance and calmness as he said, You don't need to worry about this issue. I have already considered a solution, which is exactly how you all look now. Impure world reincarnation bodies? That's right. I tried to resurrect you in that world, but separated by 2 worlds. The dragon there truly couldn't fulfill my wish. However, I then made a wish about myself, and the dragon successfully achieved it. So I speculate that as long as we can bring your souls and bodies to that side, the dragon would have a higher chance of resurrecting you. I also had an experience of bringing people through time and space a few years ago. So, since then, I've been training and trying for this. And now I am completely confident that I can take all of you with me. Minato nodded repeatedly. Since Kakashi had already attempted it, he was naturally willing to take a chance with Kakashi. Moreover, Kakashi had always been reliable and stable. If he said he was confident, he truly was. After addressing everyone's concerns about resurrection, Minato then asked Kakashi about that masked man from back then. So Kakashi, has the mastermind behind the white-cloaked masked man who released the Nine Tails shown himself? The name is Uzumaki-den. Kakashi looked at Kushina, his eyes asking, "Have you heard of this name? Kushina-sensei? He seems to be about your age." Kushina went through her memories but couldn't recall anyone from her clan named Uzumaki-den, so she slightly shook her head at Kakashi. Kakashi's brows furrowed slowly, his tone taking on a hint of strangeness as he said, "Half a year ago, I fought with him in the village, and a while ago, I had a brief encounter with him in the Land of Waves. He indeed admitted that he was the culprit behind the Nine Tails disturbance. Moreover, he harbors a deep hatred for Konoha and Kirigakure, seemingly because of the destruction of the Uzumaki kingdom back then. He probably wants revenge on the countries involved in the destruction of the Uzumaki kingdom, but I don't understand. Konoha never attacked the Uzumaki kingdom. After all, when the Uzumaki kingdom fell, Lord Mito was still alive. Who in the village would dare to lay a hand on Lord Mito's kin?" Listening to Kakashi's information, Minato speculated, as the fourth Hokage, he naturally understood the Uzumaki kingdom from back then. He could almost be certain that Konoha had never attacked the Uzumaki kingdom. They just didn't provide timely assistance. But that was because Konoha was already too busy dealing with the Ninja World War at that time to help the Uzumaki kingdom fend off enemies. Maybe it's misplaced anger. He hates Konoha for not helping the Uzumaki kingdom. Kushina said slowly. As a fellow clansman, she was probably the one who could guess Uzumaki-den's motives the best. After all, when she was sent to Konoha, if it weren't for Lord Mito's guidance and companionship, she might have harbored the same thoughts as Uzumaki-den. Why? Didn't you Konoha support our Uzumaki village? Why didn't you help us fend off the enemies? Why didn't you send troops? Minato looked at Kushina with a heavy gaze, filled with pain. The destruction of a land of whirlpools had ultimately brought great trauma to Kushina. Thus, the motives and purposes of Uzumaki Doan became evident, but I wasn't sure if he was still alive or if he had simply become another person. Kakashi slowly nodded, then recalled that mysterious person, Chizen, whose origin was unknown, and his tone gradually became serious. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Kakashi explained to Minato and the others about the Akatsuki's capture of tailed beasts and its connection to Uzumaki Doan and Chizen. Obito then timely supplemented the intelligence he had gathered over the years, allowing Minato to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the current situation in the ninja world. In the end, Kakashi said to Minato and Kushina, "I've decided to take Naruto with me. If he stays in Konoha, there might be no one who can protect him, even with Jiraiya and Tsunade in the village." Minato pondered and nodded. Although he had never witnessed the battle between Kakashi and Uzumaki Doan, if Uzumaki Doan was indeed alive and attempted to target Naruto again, it would be difficult for Jiraiya, who lacks space-time ninjutsu, and Tsunade to deal with such an enemy's ambush. "How long will we be gone?" Kushina asked. Kakashi closed his eyes to feel the situation, then opened them decisively. 3 years. Obito, who had been calm until now, suddenly looked at Kakashi and thought, "No way. He just saw Rin, and now he won't see her for 3 years again?" Kakashi gave Obito and the others a helpless look. There was no choice. The mysterious power in his eyes likely required 3 years to recharge before he could bring everyone back. Because of this, Kakashi decided to only take Naruto to the Dragon Ball world for now. All right, 3 years it is. Minato was the first to make a decision. Chapter 256. Foreknowledge. Seeing that Minato agreed with Kakashi, Kushina, being of one mind with her husband, naturally wouldn't oppose it. More accurately, she was even more eager than Minato to revive, and Rin looked at Obito, then at Kakashi. She naturally wanted to live if possible, so she nodded as well. Seeing that everyone agreed, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then continued. "Due to the characteristic of my left eye's space-time energy, which consumes more the more people there are, I've decided to only take the 4 of you. Obito, I will leave the task of holding back Nagato and the others to you while I'm gone." Obito nodded solemnly. Once Kakashi took Naruto and left, he would find White Zetsu to notify Nagato. With his involvement, he could slow down the Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts. On the other hand, If Uzumaki Doan was indeed alive, he would likely go looking for Nagato. As long as he showed himself, Obito would naturally know he was still alive. Soon, after discussing everything in the Kamui dimension, Kakashi quietly exited the space. Since he wasn't taking Sasuke with him this time, he had to make some arrangements before leaving. Fifth Hokage, I've decided to take Naruto away from the village for training. In the Hokage office, Kakashi stood in front of Tsunade and said firmly. Tsunade stopped reviewing documents, stretched lazily under the warm sunlight, and exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, who was hiding in the shadows. She furrowed her brows slightly and asked with some confusion, "Is it because of the Akatsuki?" Kakashi nodded and continued. The Akatsuki has seemingly begun capturing tailed beasts, and given Naruto's current strength, he is obviously not equipped to handle this situation. So I want to take him away. Jiraiya should have already told you that I've been to a strange world where I gained significant strength. This time, my destination is that place, and I believe Naruto will learn many new things there. Oh, Kakashi, have you found a way to go back to that place? Jiraiya asked with some surprise. After experiencing that encounter with the Akatsuki, he had subtly thought about taking Naruto away from the village, but he didn't expect Kakashi to have the same idea. Moreover, in terms of strength and the destination, Kakashi, who mastered space-time ninjutsu and had the Mangekyo Sharingan, was better suited to protect Naruto and suppress the Nine Tails. Besides, Jiraiya had some understanding of that world situation. In his opinion, if Kakashi went back, he might bring back some valuable items that would greatly benefit both the livelihood of Konoha citizens and its military power. Tsunade, already in the position of Hokage, immediately thought of these benefits, so her frown gradually eased, replaced by a look of approval and happiness. Tsunade interlaced her fingers and pondered for a moment before agreeing to Kakashi's request. In that case, I approve of your request to leave the village. When you plan to depart? Tsunade looked up and asked. Kakashi thought for a moment. The sooner they left, the better, but he had a concern. Would Boruto and middle-aged Sasuke come to this world? Had he successfully changed the future of the ninja world and everyone's fate? After considering it, Kakashi slowly said, 3 days from now. 3 days was enough time for him to create a training plan for Sasuke that could last 3 years. And those 3 days were also Kakashi's final wait for Boruto and middle-aged Sasuke. If they didn't arrive within those 3 days, Kakashi would not hesitate to take Naruto and the others away. Time waits for no one. Compared to the uncertain future, Kakashi believed it was better to focus on what he could do now. Unfortunately, it seemed that Sasuke here would have a hard time accessing the sage art of the Dragon Cave. As Kakashi wouldn't feel comfortable letting Sasuke seek Orochimaru as a master for training. After all, Orochimaru now, because of him, was much stronger and better informed than the Orochimaru in the original story. By the way, Tsunade, there's one thing I need you to help persuade Jiraiya about. Kakashi didn't leave immediately, but changed the topic to continue speaking to Tsunade. Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked at him with puzzled expressions, and it was Jiraiya who, filled with curiosity and confusion, spoke first. What do you want Tsunade to persuade me about? Hey, it wouldn't be trying to stop me from going to the women's bathhouse for material, would it? No way. Jiraiya thought to himself, unable to believe Kakashi would do something so self-destructive. 1 second, 2 seconds. The sunset streamed through the office's floor-to-ceiling windows. This time, its light enveloped not just Tsunade but also Jiraiya. Kakashi's expression gradually became serious. Jiraiya, I heard that your mission is to find the prophesied child who can change the ninja world, right? Jiraiya's initially curious yet slightly odd gaze transformed into one of deep seriousness. Did the great sage Toad tell you this? Well, it's true that my mission is to find the prophesied child who can bring change to the ninja world. So after you leave the village, I will also soon set out on my journey. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's brows subtly furrowed, while Kakashi tentatively looked at Jiraiya and asked, Jiraiya, have you ever considered the possibility that the prophesied child you might have already found? Jiraiya looked at Kakashi in shock, as if realizing something. He spoke in a strange tone. Hey, you're not suggesting that you are that prophesied child, are you? No, it's Naruto. Naruto is the prophesied child you are looking for. Kakashi said seriously that today he not only wanted to tell Jiraiya who the child of prophecy is, but also to inform him about some of Nagato's abilities. If he didn't share this information with Jiraiya, he would probably go to the Rain Village to gather intelligence. And with Jiraiya's current strength, there was no way he could come out alive from there. Naruto? How can you be so sure? Kakashi, what do you know that I don't? Jiraiya frowned, looking at Kakashi with a probing gaze. Kakashi lightly said, as if having made up his mind. If I had to say, it's probably because I've seen the future. Prophetic dream? No. Precognitive dream? Perhaps that could be understood this way. In a dream, an old man claiming to be the sage of 6 paths with Rinnegan told me, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy plays with the tailed beasts and brings a new revolution to the ninja world. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. But it was clear they were both shocked and surprised. Chapter 257, Master and Apprentice meet. Kakashi, what else did you dream about? Why can't you tell us? Also, it seems that the sentence you just said doesn't relate to Jiraiya, Tsunade asked. What I just said was merely a reiteration. The key point comes next. Lord Jiraiya, in that dream, you will die at the hands of the Akatsuki leader while gathering intelligence. Tsunade suddenly looked at Jiraiya with an uncertain expression. Jiraiya will die? What's going on? Kakashi, explain yourself. Tsunade stood up abruptly, anxious. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, a flicker of an unknown expression crossing his eyes. But now is not the time for that. Kakashi had to get to the point. Let me give you a brief overview of the situation. It goes something like this. After Kakashi recounted the part of the original work where Jiraiya dies, a strange atmosphere arose between Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya, unable to bear it, cleared his throat, seemingly reproachful. Actually, Kakashi, we didn't need to go into such detail. What I mean is, your goal in telling me this is to prevent me from going to the Rain Village, right? I want to go then. Tsunade quickly followed up. Do you have any information about that Uzumaki-den? Kakashi slowly shook his head, then continued, Lord Jiraiya, both personally and professionally. I do not want Konoha to lose such a powerful senior like you. Therefore, I hope that during my absence, you can stay in Konoha with Lady Tsunade. Your strength is extremely important for the future I foresee. Exactly. Kakashi was right. With Kakashi's prophetic dream, Jiraiya no longer needed to investigate the Akatsuki. From now on, until Kakashi returns, you will stay in the village obediently. Your fate of searching for the child of prophecy ends here. Tsunade said firmly. Regardless of whether what Kakashi said was true or not, Tsunade did not want to see her longtime teammate sacrificed in an intelligence-gathering mission. Even if there were more shadow-level powers, it was not worth such a waste. Seeing Tsunade's attitude, which suggested that if he didn't agree, he would receive a heavy blow. And recalling Kakashi's character, Jiraiya eventually nodded slowly. However, he still had one question. Kakashi, do you have news about the Uzumaki-den and who killed the 4th Hokage in your dream? Kakashi slowly shook his head. I can't tell you that. At least not now. So there is something? Jiraiya rubbed his chin, looking at Kakashi with a meaningful gaze. Although Kakashi's prophetic dream seemed far-fetched, with the great sage frog's earlier words as a precedent, it didn't seem entirely unacceptable. After all, Kakashi had even been to another world. So having a prophetic dream seemed somewhat understandable. Understandable, my foot. However, Jiraiya could see Kakashi's purpose in bringing this up. So he no longer questioned the doubts and loopholes in Kakashi's prophetic dream. After all, it was just about taking Kakashi's place to guard Konoha for a while. What did it matter if he agreed? Moreover, Tsunade indeed needed his help now. So after careful consideration, Jiraiya decided to stay in Konoha for the time being. And other matters could wait until Kakashi returned to discuss. Kakashi felt a slight sense of relief, then noticed Jiraiya's gaze and smiled with his crescent eyes. Since we've reached an understanding, it seems I won't need to ask for help anymore. Help? That guy Naruto? Jiraiya was curious about what kind of help Kakashi could find if he insisted on going to the Rain Village. Kakashi revealed a mysterious smile and asked both Jiraiya and Tsunade, do you want me to invite him to come and see? Tsunade became interested as well. The only one in the village who could deeply persuade Jiraiya, besides her, was the water gate hanging on the wall, while Naruto was still a bit lacking for this task. So, Tsunade made a gesture inviting Kakashi to proceed, and Kakashi immediately formed hand seals, saying, since the person coming next is a bit special, I need to set up a barrier to isolate us from the outside world. Please forgive me, both of you. After saying that, Kakashi crouched down and slapped his hand on the floor. A barrier quietly formed. Seeing Kakashi's serious demeanor, Tsunade and Jiraiya became even more curious, watching Kakashi intently. Then, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, and a spatial vortex suddenly formed, from which Rin, Minato, and Kushina stepped out. Hi, Jiraiya-sensei, long time no see. Minato greeted with a bright smile, but Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions changed simultaneously. Almost instinctively, Tsunade slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Kakashi. The table shattered into splinters under her immense strength. Kakashi, How could you use the impure world reincarnation technique, a jutsu that desecrates the souls of the dead? Now, she firmly believed that the impure world reincarnation was sacrilege. After all, she had learned that the third Hokage died at the hands of Orochimaru and the first and second Hokages. Now, the pillar of the village had used the impure world reincarnation in front of them. How could Tsunade not think Kakashi had gone astray? In comparison, Jiraiya, who was somewhat more familiar with Kakashi, managed to maintain his composure. At that moment, he had just recovered from the shock of seeing Minato again, suppressing all his emotions. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi with a colder gaze, clearly demanding an explanation, as he still did not believe that Kakashi would go astray, especially not from years ago. Mastering forbidden techniques, like the impure world reincarnation, was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The fact that Kakashi could summon Minato, Kushina, and his teammate only indicated that Kakashi had likely engaged in grave-digging activities in the past and had practiced the impure world reincarnation for many years. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office became tense and icy. Minato hurriedly stepped between the three, waving his hands. Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade-san, calm down. Calm down. Kakashi didn't dig up our corpses. He was able to summon us because I gave him my and Kushina's body tissue over 10 years ago. Moreover, Kakashi summoned us this time because he found a real way to resurrect us. After Minato's explanation, Tsunade finally sat back down with a cold expression, but immediately, she fixed her gaze on Kakashi. Real resurrection? Chapter 258. The arrival of Boruto. It was clear that Tsunade was thinking about SH Tree and dismemberment again. However, she realized that both SH Tree and dismemberment had passed away 2 or 3 decades ago, so how could there be any remaining bodily tissues? For a moment, Tsunade's gaze became desolate again. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, his eyes slightly shifting as he silently stepped forward and placed his hands on her shoulders. Perhaps Jiraiya's comfort had an effect. After a brief moment of negativity, Tsunade lifted her head again and began to ask a few other questions to the group. Kakashi and Minato answered one by one, informing them that they would set off to cross over in 3 days. Jiraiya glanced at Minato with a hint of reluctance. After finally reuniting with his disciple, they would soon face another 3 years of separation. This really showed no care for the empty-nest elder. Since Minato and the others had not fully revived yet, this news could not be disclosed to others. Therefore, Kakashi once again resorted to old tricks and sent Minato and the others back to the Kamui space. Then he turned to leave. With a snap, the door closed, and Tsunade, with a grim expression on her exquisite face, angrily said word by word, "Jiraiya, where are your hands touching?" Huh? In the next second, the floor-to-ceiling window of the Hokage office announced the end of its life, and a figure flew towards the horizon. Having been pushed out by Tsunade, Jiraiya wandered aimlessly on the street and happened to run into Naruto, who was heading towards Ichiraku Ramen. Thinking that Naruto would soon reunite with his parents, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. This kid would definitely be shocked and happy to find out that his parents were actually the 4th Hokage and his wife, right? If only he could see their reunion scene with his own eyes, alas. Unfortunately, due to some unnecessary trouble, Kakashi and Minato had unanimously decided to wait until the day of the crossover to tell Naruto the truth. Otherwise, if Naruto at this moment were to blurt out that his parents were Minato and Kushina, and the fact that he would be reuniting with them, it would be problematic. Jiraiya quietly sneaked up behind Naruto, then suddenly reached out and ruffled his hair. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with surprise and annoyance. "Pervy Sage, you've messed up my hair again." I'm sorry. I won't do it again next time. How about this? I'll treat you to ramen, okay?" "Huh? Pervy Sage, you seem to be in a pretty good mood. You wouldn't be in a women's bath." All right, let's stop talking about unimportant things. I'll take you to eat ramen." Jiraiya quickly covered Naruto's mouth to prevent him from saying something inappropriate, half dragging him towards Ichiraku Ramen. As they turned a corner, they unexpectedly bumped into someone. Ouch! With a light cry, a young boy staggered back 2 steps, holding his forehead while looking at Jiraiya and Naruto with some dissatisfaction. Seeing that he had bumped into a young boy, Jiraiya quickly let go of Naruto, and just as he was about to apologize, he noticed the boy's eyes widen in shock as he stared at Naruto with a ghostly expression. Then, the blonde boy trembled and pointed a finger at Naruto, exclaiming in shock, "Dad!" Naruto, who had just been freed by Jiraiya, was busy fixing his messy hair and didn't expect that the boy he had bumped into would suddenly shout, "Dad." "Huh? Me?" Naruto also looked bewildered, pointing at himself. He was only 13 years old. How could he have such a big son? The newcomer was none other than Boruto Uzumaki, and, at that moment, Middle-aged Sasuke also happened to walk over, looking at Naruto with a helpless expression. It's over. Middle-aged Sasuke sighed quietly, knowing only he could hear it, while Jiraiya observed the two without revealing his thoughts. Hey, who are you calling Dad? Naruto was still clueless, glancing around, but not seeing anyone who looked like Boruto's father. Boruto thought to himself how unlucky he was and hurriedly explained, Ah, you heard wrong. Oh, is that so? Naruto didn't pay much attention. After all, no matter how he thought about it, that dad couldn't possibly be directed at him. So, he assumed Boruto had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Jiraiya noticed that middle-aged Sasuke, dressed somewhat mysteriously and covering one eye with his hair, had a wary look in his eyes. Kakashi had just mentioned that the Akatsuki organization was targeting Naruto. He couldn't let his guard down in front of these strangers. Hey, you both look unfamiliar. Did you come from outside the village? Jiraiya asked middle-aged Sasuke. A visible panic flashed across Boruto's face, but middle-aged Sasuke quickly spoke before Jiraiya could notice Boruto's expression. We're performers. We go around the streets to make a living. Jiraiya nodded slightly, wanting to say something more, but middle-aged Sasuke suddenly took out a red ball, tossed it into the air, and it exploded mid-air, showering colorful ribbons down. Seeing this, Jiraiya laughed heartily and stopped asking further questions. Oh, I see. It looks quite interesting. After all, they could perform some ninjutsu, just not as well as a ninja, so they could still earn some money through this. Middle-aged Sasuke continued, his demeanor calm and natural. Naruto, however, remained somewhat suspicious, but after glancing at Jiraiya's face, he also began to appear trusting. Meanwhile, Jiraiya rubbed his chin, uncertain whether the two in front of him were genuinely here to perform in Konoha. Naturally, he wouldn't let his guard down so easily. If he wanted to confirm their identities, it would be best to test them a bit further. Therefore, Jiraiya turned his head and apologetically said to Boruto, How about this? To show my apology, I'll treat the two of you to dinner. Middle-aged Sasuke naturally would not agree. Setting that aside, Boruto clearly wasn't prepared to face Naruto, so Sasuke was about to refuse. However, at that moment, Boruto's stomach let out a loud growl. Hearing this sound, Sasuke could only give Boruto a look that said, I can't believe you, then turned to Jiraiya and said, Well then, we'll bother you. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, and the four of them headed toward Ichiraka Ramen, as they had promised to take Naruto for ramen. On the way, Jiraiya and middle-aged Sasuke engaged in a subtle back-and-forth conversation, while Naruto and Boruto shared an oddly silent moment. Regardless, Boruto thought, I need to come up with a way to stay by Dad's side legitimately. He pondered various excuses in his mind to stay close to Naruto, while Naruto couldn't help but secretly doubt the boy who looked quite similar to him. After thinking for a moment, Naruto decided it was best to secretly inform Kakashi-sensei about this. Chapter 259. Unmasking Kakashi was leisurely walking down the street, secretly pondering the whereabouts of Hinata and Sasuke. First, there was Hinata. Thanks to Kakashi's guidance and Naruto's relentless efforts, she had become much more outgoing and generous compared to 6 months ago, now possessing a greater desire for external confrontation and strength than in the original story. This made Kakashi think that perhaps he could let Hinata try apprenticing under Tsunade. The essence of Gentle Fist is to briefly release chakra through the hands to block the enemy's chakra points, while Tsunade's monstrous strength also involves releasing chakra through fists and limbs. The two clearly share a commonality, and if there are differences, one can kill, while the other can crush. Thus, Kakashi developed a slight interest in Tsunade's monstrous strength. What kind of body could withstand a set of monstrous version 8 trigrams, 64 palms? Very well. Kakashi took out a small notebook and checked off Hinata's name, deciding that he would trouble Tsunade to take on a disciple tomorrow. Then there was Sasuke. Ding! Kakashi suddenly looked up. Naruto was calling him with the flying thunder god mark. In the next moment, Kakashi's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Naruto. Sasuke in front suddenly became alert, turning back even faster than Jiraiya, because in his view, besides Obito, no one in this era could use space-time ninjutsu, so the person who came must be Kagaya Otsutsuki. When he saw the familiar silver hair, Sasuke's blade was half-drawn, but it stopped abruptly when he recognized the cloth under the silver hair. Wait, silver hair mask? WTF? Kakashi? Sasuke squinted his eyes, and the calm expression he'd maintained since earlier finally showed signs of shock, surprise, and confusion all mixed together. Kakashi, who had just arrived at the scene, was also staring at the familiar pineapple head and the divine eagle Sasuke, stunned. Hey Sasuke, you really came? Kakashi was at a loss for how to express the complex emotions in his heart. Well, the people from the post-Hokage era have really arrived. What should he, Kakashi, who also came from the post-Hokage era, do? Wait, is this Boruto and Sasuke really the future versions from their timeline? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, observing Sasuke, who was suddenly ambushed by Jiraiya and forced to dodge. It didn't look at all like the fighting style he had taught him. So, Jiraiya, upon seeing that the newcomer was Kakashi and recalling Sasuke's quicker reaction, immediately confirmed his suspicions in his heart. These two were infiltrating Konoha with unknown motives and identities, likely to attack Naruto. Thus, Jiraiya took the lead in attacking Sasuke. But what surprised him was that the one-eyed man's movements were actually 3 points faster than his own. Naruto, seeing Jiraiya attack, immediately turned to Boruto and launched an assault. Just as Boruto was about to dodge, he felt a powerful force strike the back of his neck, and he was effortlessly lifted by that huge hand, as was Naruto. The one who acted was naturally Kakashi, who grabbed Naruto and Boruto in each hand. Naruto anxiously shouted, "Kakashi-sensei, you've got the wrong person. You just need to grab him. Why are you grabbing me?" Jiraiya, seeing Kakashi's actions, felt a moment of doubt, and his movements slowed down. Sasuke hurriedly took the opportunity to leap back a few times to create distance, simultaneously shouting, "Kakashi, don't kill him." Jiraiya also realized that the man not far away had no intention of attacking. He was forced to defend due to Jiraiya's assault. After all, based on their brief skirmish, Jiraiya knew he was not a match for him. And the most frightening thing was that this did not seem to be the one-eyed man's full strength. So, to be cautious and to exchange information with Kakashi, Jiraiya slowly retreated to Kakashi's side, taking Naruto with him and placing him back on the ground. Boruto wanted to struggle, but a terrifying aura firmly locked him down, giving him an inexplicable fear that any movement would lead to death. That was Kakashi's pressure. Sasuke also sensed the aura emanating from Kakashi, which is why he urgently warned Kakashi not to act. Kakashi continued to hold Boruto, carefully examining Sasuke not far away, while Sasuke was also observing Kakashi closely. Regardless of Kakashi's strange appearance that seemed to use the Flying Thunder God technique, the aura he was currently exuding was something Sasuke had never seen from the other Kakashi. "So, who exactly are you? Are you Sasuke?" Kakashi suddenly froze, seemingly not expecting Sasuke to ask this question, while Sasuke felt that things were going awry as his identity had been pointed out by Kakashi. "No, I can't expose my identity, but my chakra hasn't fully recovered. Right now, even if I wanted to use the Rinnegan to seal their memories, it would be difficult to do so. This is bad." A sense of urgency flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Suddenly, he straightened up, relaxed his body, and put on a defenseless appearance. At this point, he could only choose to stabilize Kakashi and Jiraiya in front of him and wait until his ocular power recovered before making further plans. Kakashi also relaxed his aura and said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sama, lower your guard. We should talk to him." "So, you arrived in this era through a treasure called the Plow, with the purpose of protecting Naruto from being taken away by Kaguya Otsutsuki?" In the Hokage office, Tsunade pondered, summarizing what Sasuke had just explained. Then both Sasuke and Boruto nodded in agreement. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, genuinely surprised that such a thing as time travel could occur. No wonder he felt familiar when he first saw Boruto and Sasuke. Actually, we just arrived this afternoon. We hadn't had time to find anyone else to inquire about Naruto's whereabouts before we encountered you," Sasuke continued. At this moment, he also realized what was off. The streetlights that were everywhere clearly did not match the style and appearance of this era. However, his overly vague memories had caused him to overlook this detail, and later encountering Sakura made him forget everything else. "Can you tell us about your time?" Tsunade asked, but Sasuke did not answer. Instead, he turned his gaze to Kakashi, who was standing beside Naruto, and asked before that, "Can I ask you a few questions, Kakashi?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Of course, my good student." Chapter 260. A small meeting. Sasuke had a few black lines across his forehead. He bit his cheek, feeling somewhat speechless. But his professional ninja qualities and years of experience quickly helped him ignore Kakashi's playful teasing. He asked, "Are you really Kakashi? Why are you so different from the Kakashi I know?" "Well, I am undoubtedly Kakashi. I'm very sure of that. However, I'm quite curious about the Kakashi you know. Can you describe him to me? Perhaps this will allow me to answer your question better," Kakashi replied. Sasuke stared directly at Kakashi, who met his gaze without flinching. After a long while, Sasuke slowly began to speak. "At least the Kakashi I know doesn't know any space-time ninjutsu. I have never felt such a strong chakra presence from him in this era. He Sasuke recounted the image of the original Kakashi, causing Tsunade and Jiraiya to raise their eyebrows, the strange expressions in their eyes flickering. The Kakashi from the parallel world was actually so dispirited? Yes. After Sasuke's narration and some deductions, everyone present was quite certain that the two sides came from different parallel timelines. This was also why Sasuke dared to openly discuss his timeline's matters. Sasuke quickly finished his description, and after a while, Kakashi chuckled softly twice, filled with ambiguous meaning. Compared to the Kakashi from the original timeline, he had changed so much in terms of personality and other aspects. Of course, the essence does not change. It seems that different environments and experiences have led to the differences between me and him. Kakashi casually stated this viewpoint, bringing the topic to a close. Sasuke nodded slightly. They had already spent enough time on this matter. It was time to discuss serious business. You entered the plow together with someone called Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and now the plow is in your hands. Can you be sure that Otsutsuki Kinshiki landed in the same space-time as you? Could he have gone to another space-time? For example, the original space-time that belongs to your timeline. Kakashi asked first, and upon his reminder, Sasuke's expression changed slightly, while Boruto also vaguely recalled the moment he obtained the plow, where he heard a muffled warning. Warning, time travel location error, emergency landing imminent. Thinking of this, Boruto hurriedly repeated that vague phrase, causing everyone present to change their expressions, and Sasuke's face darkened directly. If that guy really gets the nine tails inside Naruto without our obstruction, things will be terrible. Kakashi noticed Sasuke's anxiety and comforted him. You don't need to be too anxious, Sasuke. Since you all took the same plow, you should also get off together. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he will appear by himself? If it comes to that, you can use the plow to travel through time again and set it to today, and you can still catch up with Kinshiki from your timeline. With that said, Sasuke could only nod slightly. Indeed, compared to Kinshiki landing in a different space-time, the probability of him landing together with them was much greater. So next, under Kakashi's request, Sasuke revealed all the information about Kinshiki's abilities. Although Sasuke felt that even if they were not in the same space-time, it was still not good to let people from the present know about future events. If it was just revealing enemy information, it shouldn't be a big problem. After everyone finished discussing everything, Kakashi smiled at Sasuke and asked, "Did you see any Uchiha clan members in the village just now?" What? Sasuke was taken aback, and then a wild guess burst forth in his mind. Could it be? But how could you? Why don't you go back to the clan land and take a look? Clan leader Fugaku and Lady Mikoto should still be awake. Kakashi, well, I know you're confused about why I know what I shouldn't know. I'll have a chance to tell you about this later. Right now, you should have more important things to deal with, right? Tonight, let Boruto and Naruto sleep together. It will give them a chance to bond as father and son. Don't worry, just to be safe, Naruto will stay at my place tonight. Sasuke glanced deeply at Kakashi, who had a smile on his face, and without hesitation, turned to leave. By the way, Itachi is currently undercover in the Akatsuki organization, so you won't be able to see him. Kakashi's final reminder came from behind, but Sasuke only paused slightly before continuing to dash towards the place in his memory. Dad! Oh, Mom! Just out of the office. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke, who was about to run out of sight, swallowing back the question that was stuck in his throat. Damn it, why is Sasuke running so fast? I still want to ask him if I really become Hokage in the future. Naruto mumbled to himself, when suddenly Boruto's muffled voice came from behind. You did. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Boruto walked past Naruto, thinking that if his dad here didn't he become Hokage, then Mom and little sister wouldn't he be so lonely without companionship, right? He wouldn't he be so busy. Boruto continued walking forward, his mood dampened by those unpleasant memories, while Naruto had already caught up, beaming with a smile. He knew he could become Hokage. Huh? When he sees his Sasuke from this timeline tomorrow, he must share this good news with him, just to annoy him. Boruto, can you tell me who my future wife is? At the Hitaki residence, Naruto excitedly propped himself up on one side of the bed, eagerly looking at Boruto, who was lying down. Boruto looked at Naruto's excited and curious face, recalling the scene of just now when he and Naruto were at his house, tidying up the blankets and clothes. Dad, do you live alone? Sure enough. He still wanted to ask this question, Boruto thought to himself. Ever since he saw that Naruto's apartment only had one person's belongings, he wanted to ask, but he never knew how to phrase it until now, when he finally mustered the courage to ask. Naruto was taken aback, then casually replied, Yeah, but I only moved out to live alone after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Before that, I lived with Kakashi. Then, where are your parents? Boruto asked again. Chapter 261. gathering Naruto's expression, turned surprised. Hadn't he mentioned this to Boruto? Or, I've never had parents since I was born. Later, when I was 4, I met Kakashi, and he took me in. Boruto's eyes widened in shock, turning to look at Naruto, who was lying down calmly, recounting his story. He felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. Boruto didn't say anything more and silently turned his head away, and they spent the night without a word. The next day, as Naruto was putting on his coat, he suddenly reminded Boruto, "By the way, when we're outside, just call me Naruto. It's better to keep your identity a secret for now." Boruto nodded in agreement, realizing that he had momentarily forgotten this. After all, his dad was only 13 years old now, just 1 year older than him. Calling him dad seemed indeed difficult to explain, and it could create unnecessary influence and trouble. The next day, Shursui was also called to the Hokage's office. As one of the top experts in the village, actually, when he activated Susanoo, he was the third strongest in Konoha after Kakashi and Guy. Coupled with his identity as the leader of the Umbu, it was reasonable to inform him about Sasuke's situation. Sasuke, whose expression had noticeably softened and brightened, entered the Hokage's office again. He had already seen his parents, who were alive in this space-time. Although he didn't team meet them, just catching a glimpse of them from afar was enough to comfort his heart. However, he wished he could see Itachi once more. Humans are truly greedy beings. Sasuke mocked himself inwardly, shaking his head as he looked up at Kakashi, his eyes filled with gratitude. Shursui, on the other hand, looked at Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to Itachi, and was taken aback. Did clan leader Fugaku have an affair? And had such a big, illegitimate child? TSK, this kid looks older than Itachi, right? Is he back to claim his kin? Is that why the Hokage called me here? Shursui's thoughts were wildly imaginative and melodramatic. Kakashi quickly noticed that Shursui's train of thought was off and coughed lightly to attract attention, then explained the situation to him in detail. Afterward, Shursui looked around Sasuke in shock, but for some reason, there was a hint of faint disappointment in his eyes. Sasuke was also surprised, not expecting that in this space-time, not only were his parents alive, but other Uchiha clan members were as well. Even Uchiha Shursui was alive. Taking advantage of the fact that Tsunade and Jiraiya hadn't arrived yet, Sasuke engaged in a light conversation with Shursui, occasionally glancing back at Kakashi. His eyes clearly showing shock, surprise, and gratitude. It was evident that he now knew it was Kakashi who saved the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, this Kakashi-sensei from this timeline is so reliable and powerful. It seems that he has many secrets. Sasuke sighed inwardly, and Shursui also learned from Sasuke that without Kakashi's intervention, the fate of their Uchiha clan would have been dire. He fell into a long silence, feeling an overwhelming gratitude towards Kakashi at that moment, to the point where he almost felt an impulse to sacrifice everything. But looking at Sasuke made Shursui unsure of how to comfort him. A few minutes later, Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived late, but this time, the atmosphere between the two was different, more spring-like than before. This was not just Kakashi's illusion, it was a tangible feeling. Specifically, after realizing last night that Naruto's son Boruto was not very familiar with Jiraiya, Tsunade and Jiraiya vaguely understood the outcome of Jiraiya's life in that world. Coupled with the prophecy Kakashi had mentioned earlier, the answer was clear. Soon in the tavern, Tsunade, emboldened by the alcohol, expressed her willingness to try with Jiraiya, but on the condition that he would no longer peek at the women's bathhouse and would actively pursue her. Jiraiya, experiencing a rare second spring. Oh no, strictly speaking, it should be his first spring, immediately patted his chest and promised not to gather material again. Thus, the atmosphere between them gradually evolved into something quite different from before. At this moment, Kakashi was still unaware that his beloved Paradise of Affection series was about to face delays or even a halt. So he was crossing his arms and silently enjoying the slightly ambiguous atmosphere between Tsunade and Jiraiya. Once everyone had gathered, the four began to discuss plans to protect Naruto and intercept Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Meanwhile, Naruto and Boruto had been given a free pass by Kakashi and were on their way to find Hinata and little Sasuke. Since Naruto hadn't informed Boruto in advance about the changes in his teammates, the next scene unfolded. Boruto saw Hinata with short hair and was immediately shocked, exclaiming, "Mom." Instinctively, only after saying it did Boruto realize and hurriedly covered his mouth, almost blurting out, "How can Mom be Dad's teammate? Aren't Dad's teammates Sakura-chan and Master Sasuke?" As Hinata approached, she curiously glanced at Boruto, her face instantly turning bright red. No. Although her personality had changed quite a bit in the past year, it wasn't to the extent that she could remain indifferent when someone called her mom in public. Moreover, This little pineapple head looked quite a lot like Naruto, which made Hinata feel increasingly awkward and shy. Hinata instinctively wanted to say something, but for some reason, she felt a deep sense of closeness to this pineapple head, making it hard for her to speak coldly. Ultimately, she could only softly say to Boruto, "You have mistaken me for someone else," and left it at that. But Hinata passed this hurdle, while Naruto could not. Realizing he had misspoken, Boruto turned to Naruto with a stiff face and saw Naruto standing there in a daze, staring blankly at Hinata's flushed face. I, my future wife is Hinata. This seems not bad at all, Why do I suddenly find the blushing Hinata so cute? Naruto was stunned by Boruto's unintentional revelation, but perhaps because of Boruto's endorsement as his son, or maybe because he truly discovered Hinata's cuteness at that moment. Naruto felt his heart racing a bit. Naturally, Hinata couldn't ignore Naruto's intense gaze. She forced herself to raise her eyes to meet Naruto's for a moment, and her delicate face turned even redder. "Naruto, why is he looking at me like that?" she wondered, completely oblivious to Boruto beside her. Chapter 262. The appearance of Kinshiki caught in Hinata's shy and timid gaze, Naruto's budding feelings blossomed even more. Clearly, it was just a budding flower. Yet her gaze pierced straight into Naruto's heart, causing him to feel flustered and confused, as if his heart had turned into a pool of honey, stirred continuously by a spoon. Boruto stood between the two with a blank expression, looking at Naruto and Hinata with a puzzled face. "They're not my mom and dad, so why are you both looking at each other like that when I arrive? Is this reasonable? Damn it, I wish I could have something like that with Sarada someday." Little Sasuke, who had just arrived at the scene, was also watching the inexplicable budding romance between Naruto and Hinata with interest, then glanced thoughtfully at Boruto, instinctively feeling that Naruto's silly reaction was likely influenced by that pineapple head. But soon, he felt a strange tremor inside as he watched the yellow-haired pineapple head's gradually dissipating gaze, as if something precious of his was being coveted. Far away in the Hokage office, Sasuke felt a similar tremor in his heart, vaguely sensing that his little peanut was being eyed by someone. He paused in his speech, drawing the attention of the other three. Sasuke expressed a slight apology and continued speaking. In the end, it was Naruto who first awkwardly shifted his gaze away, feeling it was too sudden. Moreover, Naruto was still filled with thoughts of Hinata is my wife, cycling through his mind, and being able to control his gaze away was the last command his empty brain could issue. Thus, he didn't notice Hinata's relieved expression after she saw him look away. If Naruto had continued staring at Hinata for a few more seconds, she would have fainted. Sasuke entered at the right moment, while Boruto curiously scanned Sasuke's face back and forth. So this is what Master Sasuke looked like as a kid. He seems pretty cold. Sasuke slightly furrowed his brows and glanced at Boruto, wondering if this person was a distant relative of Naruto. He turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, who is he? Aren't you going to introduce him?" "Oh. Naruto suddenly realized and hurriedly shifted his focus to introduce Boruto to Sasuke. "This is Boruto, my distant cousin." Sasuke nodded slightly, giving Boruto a very faint smile. He, Uchiha Sasuke, was polite. It was the upbringing of his Uchiha clan. Boruto quickly returned a smile, and under Naruto's lead, the four began to stroll around the village with Boruto. However, Naruto's gaze kept occasionally drifting toward Hinata, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, as if he were contemplating something. After the meeting concluded, Jiraiya followed the original plan and took Naruto outside the village as bait to see if they could lure out Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sasuke were waiting in the village for Jiraiya's message. As long as Jiraiya infused chakra into the kunai on that side, Kakashi would take Sasuke and teleport over, showing Otsutsuki Kinshiki the power of the old era. Thus, after spending half a day wandering around the village with Boruto, Naruto was casually pulled away by Jiraiya under some pretext, and Boruto followed Jiraiya and Naruto as they left. Sasuke, meanwhile, found himself lost in thought about his younger self. Wait, why is Hinata here? Sasuke's body trembled. Where was Hisakura? Thinking of this, he asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, is the other member of this team 7 Hinata Hyuga?" It was not hard to detect the strangeness in his tone. Kakashi nodded slightly, knowingly asking, "This is the group assigned by the 3rd Hokage back then. It seems there have been some changes in your Team 7? The great Sasuke nodded slightly, but chose not to say more, simply watching the other Sasuke and Hinata walk in opposite directions towards their homes. If this world Sakura hadn't been assigned to Team 7, then she probably wouldn't have such deep feelings for me in this world, right? The great Sasuke thought about the differences in this world while waiting for news from Jiraiya. It didn't take long. Jiraiya had just taken Naruto out of the village when Tsutsuki Urashiki indeed made his appearance. Urashiki swiftly cast his fishing rod, and the fishing line shot towards Naruto on the ground at an incredible speed. Naruto was startled. He had seen Urashiki flying in the sky, and he looked hostile. He wanted to dodge, but found his body couldn't keep up, and he could only helplessly watch the fishing line wrap around him. Boruto, who was still weaker than Naruto, was even less able to respond, merely watching as Naruto was attacked by Urashiki. Fortunately, Jiraiya was still by their side. The fishing line thrown by Urashiki missed, and he was quite dissatisfied with this result. So he turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, who was on the ground holding Naruto and Boruto. Jiraiya, with a serious expression, looked at Urashiki flying in the sky and thought, so it really is the Rinnegan, and he has the ability to fly. I need to find a way to bring him down. After all, if Urashiki didn't land, it would be difficult for Jiraiya to get Naruto and Boruto to join in on the attack. While Jiraiya was still thinking about how to attract Urashiki down, Urashiki landed with an unhappy expression and charged straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was taken aback. He hadn't expected Urashiki to cooperate like this, but it didn't stop him from putting Naruto and Boruto down and pulling out a trident shuriken from behind. Whoosh! The sharp shuriken infused with chakra shot towards Urashiki, and far away in Konoha, Kakashi immediately sensed it and acted without hesitation. Kakashi quickly grabbed Shursui and the great Sasuke with one hand each and transported them over. As the trident shuriken approached Urashiki, three figures suddenly appeared right next to him. Just as Urashiki was about to try to dodge the shuriken with a tilt of his head, he was stunned because Kakashi and the others appeared just as he moved. With their current strength and vision, the three of them wouldn't have any issues keeping up with this flying Raijin second stage. So as soon as they appeared, three blades slashed towards the dazed Urashiki from above, below, and in the middle, seeing the blue Rinnegan in Urashiki's eyes. Kakashi suddenly had an idea. He should take out Urashiki's eyes. If Obito still couldn't activate his own Rinnegan, then he could give him one of these first, while keeping the other for himself to study. If possible, he might even uncover the secrets hidden within the Rinnegan. Back to the main point. Urashiki saw the trio's attack, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He wanted to dodge, but realized he had been completely cornered by the three blades. Chapter 263, Battle with Urashiki. With no other choice, Urashiki could only summon his fishing rod to block, adopting a strange posture to narrowly evade their combined attack. Whoosh! The four figures passed by each other, and Shursui stood still with one hand holding his sword, a trace of astonishment crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected that this member of the Tsutsuki clan could actually evade their combined assault in such a critical situation. After all, he and Kakashi were top-tier ninjas in the ninja world, and even though it was their first time working together with the great Sasuke, they could still seal off the enemy's escape routes with their respective vision. Yet even so, this Tsutsuki Urashiki still managed to evade their combined attack in such an uncanny manner. How could Shursui not feel surprised? Kakashi also turned back to look at Urashiki, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. This guy's Rinnegan ability seems to allow him to reverse time, naturally finding a way to counter attacks after experiencing them multiple times. I must say, this ability is quite impressive, and it perfectly complements Obito's intangibility. Just imagine, if Obito used this ability the moment he solidified, knowing the trajectory and tactics of your attack in advance. Couldn't he catch you during your recovery, or simply intangible again and continue to catch you off guard? Even if you used the flying Raijin second stage, it would be the same. As long as Obito could anticipate your movements in advance, your attacks would be hard to land. Of course, Conan's 600 billion explosive tags still counter Obito. Even with the ability to reverse time, if he misses the initial timing, he won't be able to reverse the continuous explosions lasting for several minutes. The great Sasuke slightly tilted his head, revealing his left Rinnegan, and a powerful aura immediately emanated from him. This time, he was at his peak. The great Sasuke recalled the two strange beans Kakashi had given him before the battle. Upon eating one, it restored all his chakra and ocular power. I must say, the Senzu bean is indeed the eternal version of a healing item, never out of date. Not to mention the great Sasuke's current strength, which is not even at the 6 paths level. Even if it were at the Dragon Ball universe's tens of billions of battle power, a single Senzu bean could fully restore one's health and energy. The great Sasuke stared at the unfriendly-looking Tsutsuki Urashiki ahead while giving a glance to Kakashi and Shursui. Get ready, it's time to go. The great Sasuke's plan was to take the lead himself, as currently he was the strongest among those present, plus he had prior experience dealing with Urashiki, making him the most suitable as the main attacker. But, sure Sway, you go in first with your body flicker technique. I have a plan, Sasuke. Kakashi pondered and arranged, then whispered a few words to Sasuke, dissuading him from taking the lead. Shursui suppressed his shock at the great Sasuke's imposing aura, nodded slightly, and charged towards Urashiki. Kakashi and the great Sasuke followed closely behind, flanking him on either side, while Jiraiya monitored the battle situation while taking care of the two blondes. Also gathering Sage Mode. Times have changed. Under Kakashi's encouragement, Jiraiya had spent considerable time returning to Mount Mayaboku to perfect his Sage Mode. Now, whether in terms of sensing or other enhancements, Jiraiya's Sage Mode was no weaker than Kakashi's. Jiraiya remained vigilant. If Tsutsuki Urashiki tried to take to the skies, he would immediately unleash a massive-tailed beast Rasengan from above, letting that guy experience the power of Sage techniques. On the battlefield, Shursue's figure suddenly multiplied into 4, then 8, slashing towards Tsutsuki Urashiki from all angles. Urashiki thought this was just the standard shadow clone technique, a slight smirk of disdain appearing on his lips. You guys really love using clones. With that, Urashiki kicked at the closest Shursui clone, but the expected effect of breaking through the smoke didn't happen. His kick landed directly in empty space. Another Shursui had already approached Urashiki, wielding a flaming katana and slashing straight down at him. Urashiki was startled and hurriedly withdrew his leg to swing the fishing rod in counterattack, but once again, he struck nothing. The Shursui he had previously kicked transformed back into a solid form and struck Urashiki hard with a sword. In the next moment, a tear appeared in Urashiki's clothing, and he felt a bit dazed. Why did every clone of this big-nosed person in front of him feel different from the others, possessing a strange quality that was between solid and intangible? After glancing at the water that surrounded him, Urashiki quickly activated the Yellow Springs Hiryo to try to escape the encirclement. However, the prepared Sasuke immediately used the Heavenly Hand power to swap places with him. At the same time, Kakashi quickly followed up, and his white fangs suddenly crackled with lightning, transforming into a streak of electric light that shot towards Urashiki. Lightning armor, activate! Urashiki was still in a dazed state for being swapped, unable to react to Kakashi's sudden attack, and was immediately pierced through by Kakashi's white fang. In an instant, blood splattered, but Kakashi, having landed a hit, did not linger and immediately withdrew. Even though Urashiki wanted to counterattack, he couldn't find a target in time, which infuriated him. He wanted to use the Yellow Springs Hiryo to escape, but feared that Sasuke would employ his bizarre swapping technique again. With no other choice, Urashiki could only brace himself and charge in, determined to first siphon Sasuke's chakra. Looking at the positions of the three in front of him, each spot was tightly sealed. However, you can only seal the ground. If I fly into the air, won't you be finished? In the next moment, Urashiki made a posture to attack, but then suddenly leaped upwards. He was going to the sky. The next second, a look of surprise appeared on Urashiki's face, because just as he flew up, Kakashi had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport right in front of him, leaving a mark when he had just pierced Urashiki. This was meant for this moment. Kakashi reached out and grabbed Urashiki's fishing rod, while his other hand had already formed a Rasengan aimed at Urashiki's abdomen. However, Urashiki suddenly revealed a smug smile. Fool, I knew you would appear in front of me. The fishing line on the rod twisted a few times and arced towards Kakashi's body at high speed. As Kakashi pressed the Rasengan against Urashiki, the hook also arrived, and Urashiki reached out to intercept Kakashi's wrist, trying to buy some time for his fishing hook. As long as Kakashi's movement was hindered even slightly, the hook would pierce through Kakashi's body and siphon his chakra, and at that point, their trio could be declared defeated. Thinking of this, a hint of smugness flashed in Urashiki's eyes. However, the hook aimed at Kakashi did not cause Sasuke and the others to show any signs of panic, because the red hook pierced through Kakashi's body and immediately withdrew. Urashiki pulled back the hook, glancing at it as it flew back, only to find that nothing had been caught, and a look of confusion and surprise crossed his eyes. What's going on? This is bad. A black seal appeared faintly on Kakashi's back. It was a sealing technique they had left on themselves before the battle, specifically to counter Urashiki's fishing hooks. The Rasengan in Kakashi's hand did not dissipate. Instead, it suddenly grew larger, and Kakashi did not become soft and weak, but continued to fiercely resist against Urashiki's hand. The distance between the two remained unchanged, but the Rasengan's size suddenly increased several times, with electric sparks dancing around it. This was Kakashi's lightning cutter Rasengan. Kakashi tilted his head with a wicked smile at Urashiki, flipping his wrist to press the enormous lightning cutter Rasengan against Urashiki's body. The next second, Urashiki felt a violent surge of lightning power engulfing him, and the hand that was gripping Kakashi's forearm unconsciously loosened. In the following moment, he was violently pressed down by the massive lightning sphere, while Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique to leave that area. Sasuke looked at the lightning sphere thrown by Kakashi in astonishment, muttering, "That is a technique I've never seen before. Is he adding lightning chakra to the Rasengan? And Kakashi's chakra, is that immense? He can produce such a large Rasengan. Even a fourth Raikage lightning armor, Kakashi can." Boom! Sasuke watched in shock as the explosion created a massive energy sphere with a diameter of over 100 meters. Was this still the Kakashi who would run out of chakra after a fight? The violent explosion lasted for several seconds, during which the entire area transformed into a lightning domain, with countless lightning snakes flashing and continuously striking towards the center where Urashiki was. For everyone present, except for Shursui and Jiraiya, it was the first time they had seen Kakashi unleash such power. Naruto's eyes nearly bulged out, his mind filled with a single thought. "I want to learn this technique, teacher." Boruto was even more astonished by the explosive lightning power contained within the lightning cutter Rasengan, exclaiming, so powerful. While Naruto and Boruto were astonished, Kakashi did not expect that the battle-hardened Sasuke would also appear somewhat dazed. He furrowed his brow slightly, keeping his gaze fixed on a large pit ahead, reminding, "Don't let your guard down. That guy might not be dead yet." The seriousness in Sasuke's eyes immediately solidified as he continued to vigilantly watch ahead. No matter what, now is not the time to be surprised by Kakashi's strength and chakra levels. This was indeed a lapse on his part. Sure enough, in the large pit, Urashiki, charred and with tattered clothes, was still struggling to rise. At this moment, he had lost the calmness and elegance he had before, appearing utterly disheveled. Clearly enraged by Kakashi's trick, Urashiki suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Kakashi and the others 100 meters away. If Let's could kill, Kakashi and the others would have died hundreds of times by now. "You force me. You force me." Urashiki roared, reaching for the fish basket hanging at his waist, absorbing all the chakra within. But that wasn't the end. After consuming this chakra, his hand moved towards his eyes. Yet Kakashi would not let such a stationary target escape. What a great practice target. In the next moment, Kakashi's left eye activated the Kamui, and a spatial vortex distorted into shape above Urashiki's head. Urashiki's heart raced with alarm, and without caring to continue reaching for his eyes, he quickly crouched to evade. At the same time, the Yellow Springs Hiryo was released, and seeing that he was about to be rescued, Sasuke hurriedly dashed towards Urashiki. However, Urashiki was already beyond the range of Sasuke's heavenly hand power. He couldn't immediately use it to swap places with Urashiki. This is bad. Sasuke's heart sank, but his feet kept moving towards Urashiki. Kakashi noticed that Urashiki was trying to escape and narrowed his eyes, rapidly enlarging the spatial vortex's range. At the same time, the speed at which the vortex formed accelerated. In the next moment, a large hand reached out from the vortex, grabbing Urashiki by the back of the neck and forcibly dragging half of his body out of the Yellow Springs Hiryo. The next second, the spatial vortex revealed a figure, another Kakashi. In this Kakashi's hand was a wildly struggling Urashiki, who certainly could not tolerate having his neck gripped like this. So, in the next moment, he unleashed all his power, attempting to break free from Kakashi's grasp. His immense strength indeed surprised that Kakashi, who, without hesitation, exploded into a mass of lightning, tightly enveloping Urashiki. He was Kakashi's pre-prepared lightning clone, intended to hinder Urashiki's movements. The body of Otsutsuki Urashiki immediately stiffened, while in the distance, Kakashi was already prepared for the next phase. He knew that even if he had expended a sufficient amount of chakra to create that lightning-based shadow clone, the clone had indeed used all its chakra to paralyze Urashiki. However, the Otsutsuki clan's body was ultimately too abnormal, making it difficult for Kakashi to determine how long he could control Urashiki. After about a 1,000th of an incense stick's time, Sasuke had already approached Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, and Shursui was ready to follow up with an attack. But what everyone didn't expect happened. Urashiki launched the Yomi's B Saka once again. Urashiki did indeed activate Yomi's B Saka again. But this time its target was not Urashiki himself, but the rapidly charging Sasuke. Perhaps the chakra from the fish basket provided Urashiki with a boost in power. This move came too quickly, and before anyone could react, Sasuke had already plunged headfirst into Urashiki's Yomi's B Saka. This change was truly unexpected for everyone present, and Urashiki finally revealed a hearty laugh. With this, one of the most troublesome individuals was taken out first. However, this move wouldn't hold him for too long. He still had to seize the time to kill these guys. Urashiki thought to himself, his cold gaze shifting towards Kakashi and the others. Chapter 265. The series of battles after transferring Sasuke away. Urashiki looked at Shursui, who was closely following behind Sasuke. Shursui had just managed to change direction in time. And since Urashiki's target was Sasuke, he was not transferred away. Urashiki had clearly noticed Shursui, so he immediately bent down and charged towards him, intending to eliminate another annoying bug on the spot. Although Urashiki thought that this large group of Konoha ninjas was difficult to deal with due to their strange shadow clones. As long as he activated his Rinnegan, he could certainly ignore whether that guy was the real body or not and deal with them all. From the brief exchange just now, it was evident that Uchiha Shursui was the weakest compared to the silver-haired masked man and Uchiha Sasuke over there. Therefore, Urashiki immediately thought of a strategy to target the softest fruit first. Coincidentally, Urashiki's Rinnegan had the capital to counter the powerful Sharingan Jinjutsu, so this time, with his Rinnegan activated in time, Urashiki could naturally break Shursui's body flicker technique and quickly locate Shursui's real body. In a flash, having successfully found Shursui's body, the two engaged in several exchanges. Relying on his superb swordsmanship and skills, coupled with Urashiki's inherent weakness in close combat, the two were evenly matched for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a cluster of blue-purple lightning was continuously gathering and expanding in Kakashi's palms. From the earlier lightning shadow clone, it was clear that ordinary lightning chakra struggled to hold Otsutsuki Urashiki for long. Moreover, if they couldn't trap him like Jiraiya did, rendering his time reversal ability ineffective, it would be difficult to defeat Urashiki. If that's the case, Lord Jiraiya, do you have any techniques that can trap everyone while continuously releasing poison or maintaining relentless attacks? I seem to understand his abilities now. Kakashi pretended to observe the battle between Shursui and Urashiki, suddenly speaking to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was taken aback, but out of trust in Kakashi, he abandoned the idea of continuing to gather sage chakra, pondering for a moment before summoning the toad's stomach wall. This would work. It could continuously release toxins. Kakashi, what is your plan? Jiraiya asked, puzzled, while Kakashi squinted at Urashiki, saying, "You'll know when I step in shortly, Lord Jiraiya." Seeing the giant stomach wall descend, Shursui, although unsure of Kakashi's plan, increased the speed of his own actions to ensure Urashiki wouldn't have a chance to escape. Thus, without any suspense, the massive stomach wall instantly enveloped everyone. A sense of unease arose in Urashiki's heart, but no matter how he observed, he couldn't find anything wrong with the stomach wall. He could only assume this was a trap set by those Konoha ninjas to prevent him from escaping, nothing more peculiar. As the toad's stomach wall completely sealed off the area, Shursui's morale soared, and a green Susanoo skeleton suddenly appeared, transforming into two large hands wielding blades that slashed down towards Urashiki. For a moment, it seemed like Shursui had four hands fighting Urashiki at the same time, which greatly increased the pressure on Urashiki. Naturally dissatisfied with being subtly suppressed by Shursui, Urashiki immediately used the ability of his Rinnegan to foresee Shursui's movements, which also effectively guarded against Kakashi's sneak attack. In the distance, Kakashi saw that Urashiki had finally activated his time reversal Rinnegan ability, feeling a glimmer of hope. It had finally come. It turned out that even an Otsutsuki like Urashiki, who was not skilled in close combat, was not someone that a middle-level ninja like Naruto or Boruto could easily face. It wasn't until Shursui, whose combat power matched that of Edo Tensei Itachi, went all out, that Urashiki was forced to use his Rinnegan ability. The battle between the two gradually intensified. Shursui was astonished by Urashiki's physical quality, while Urashiki found Shursui's techniques somewhat troublesome, but it was limited to that. As long as my ability isn't discovered, how can I lose? Urashiki thought to himself, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, he caught a flaw, and the fishing rod in his hand bizarrely broke through all of Shursui's knife techniques, piercing through the skeletal defense and stabbing into his shoulder. Blood splattered, and Shursui let out a muffled groan, the strange feeling in his heart growing stronger. He tried to reach for the fishing rod, but Urashiki had already anticipated this and pulled the rod away in advance, then swung it to knock Shursui away, sending him flying towards Kakashi. Urashiki then held the fishing rod, looking somewhat puzzled at Kakashi, who caught sure sway but remained indifferent. Just a moment ago was such a great opportunity, yet this guy, didn't he come to attack me? Why? Seemingly sensing Urashiki's confusion, Kakashi set sure sway aside to stop his bleeding, then took a couple of steps forward and smiled lightly. Don't be too puzzled. I prefer one-on-one battles. Now that he has lost, it's my turn. Urashiki's brows gradually furrowed, secretly mocking. You surrounded me the moment you appeared, and now you say you prefer one-on-one? How shameless. Urashiki couldn't understand what Kakashi was up to, but his body was tense, ready to use time reversal at any moment. With Sasuke no longer in the picture, Urashiki temporarily extinguished the idea of using the Eye of Swallowing. After all, that was a trump card, and once used, there would be no retreat. Moreover, since this silver-haired ninja had said he wanted a one-on-one duel, Urashiki had no reason not to agree to such a favorable condition. Orange eyeshadow appeared above his eyelids, and Kakashi's body was once again entwined with lightning, illuminating the dimly red flesh wall slightly. Immediately after, Kakashi charged at Urashiki once more, and the two clashed again. This time, Jiraiya and Sure Sway noticed the pattern. The bloodstains on Urashiki were gradually deepening and darkening as he fought Kakashi, as if he had experienced a long period of time. The moment they engaged, Urashiki felt a pressure entirely different from that of Sure Sway. Although Sure Sway's techniques were competent, his physical strength and speed were not a match for the Otsutsuki from beyond the heavens. However, Kakashi posed no such problem. With Sage Mode activated and the Sage Art Lightning Armor, Kakashi was practically overpowering Urashiki. If it weren't for Urashiki's continuous use of time reversal ocular techniques, he would have already been defeated. The more he fought, the more shocked Urashiki became, and a hint of fear subtly spread in his heart. How could there be such terrifying humans in the ninja world over a decade ago? They, the Otsutsuki clan, are a clan of gods. How could mere mortals surpass them in physical strength? Are you really trying to compare yourself to a deity with a mortal body? Kakashi's white fang and Urashiki's fishing rod clashed again, faint sparks flying. Urashiki gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you, really?" Chapter 266. Leave the Rinnegan and go back. Who are you, really? Kakashi looked coldly at Urashiki, who was staring at him with Rinnegan, and replied lightly, "Just an ordinary leaf ninja. Someone like you, from the new era, wouldn't understand the will and determination that we ninjas of the old era possess." Kakashi flipped his hand, suddenly gripping the fishing rod to pull it back, causing it to sway slightly. He then unleashed a powerful punch to Urashiki's chest, and with a dull thud, Urashiki was hit. No matter how many times he tried to predict and evade the attack, he found no way to dodge it. The only response was to take it head-on. After that punch, Urashiki suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the long-term exposure to the toxic environment finally taking its toll. He didn't even need Kakashi to strike again. He was already weakly kneeling down. At that moment, Kakashi said the next line. "Someone like you from the new era should stay honestly in your own era. Toxins?" When? Urashiki looked up at Kakashi in disbelief, while Jiraiya quietly explained to Sure Sway about the toxicity of the toad's stomach wall. The two thus figured out what Urashiki's special ability was. Learning about the toxic stomach wall from Kakashi, a flash of hatred crossed Urashiki's eyes. "You old era ninjas. How can your schemes be so deep? Bastard. Lowly earthling." Unable to hold back, Urashiki cursed out loud, and then suddenly called forth the Yellow Springs Hirazaka, wanting to escape. At the same time, his hand reached for his eyes. As long as he could eat the eyes, he could turn the tables. By then, everyone here would have to die. But clearly, the battle-hardened Kakashi would not give him the chance to escape. He grabbed Urashiki's shoulder and hand with great force, twisting him down to the ground. Urashiki's face was slammed into the stomach wall, and the acidic liquid instantly smeared over his face, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. Kakashi was startled and hurriedly lifted Urashiki slightly. He still needed that Rinnegan. Then Kakashi continued, "I forgot to tell you something. Ninjas from our old era will not give the enemy the opportunity to enter a second transformation." Following that, Kakashi nodded to Jiraiya, and the stomach wall quickly disappeared, and everyone reappeared in the open ground outside. At this moment, Sasuke also successfully returned, and with one experience under his belt. He was much quicker this time. However, Sasuke stared in disbelief at Urashiki pinned under Kakashi. "Is this it?" Sasuke looked at Kakashi with an odd expression, suspecting whether his presence had affected their performance. Kakashi felt Sasuke's gaze, turned back, and said, "Oh, Sasuke, you came at just the right time. We just finished here." Sasuke's shoulders sagged slightly. To be honest, he believed there weren't many strong ninjas in the ninja world over a decade ago, and he was supposed to be the main force against Otsutsuki. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his lazy teacher had subdued Otsutsuki. After greeting Sasuke, Kakashi hurriedly called out to Shursui, "Shursui, come help me extract his eyes. This is a Rinnegan. Oh, coming." Urashiki struggled desperately again, but was ruthlessly suppressed by Kakashi with even greater force. Shursui, being a member of the Uchiha clan, was skilled in eye extraction. Before long, Urashiki's pair of gorgeous big eyes was immersed in nutrient solution. Boruto, watching from the side, felt his right eyelid twitch slightly and stealthily moved behind Naruto for protection. Protecting in front of him was reasonable. Then Kakashi pondered for a moment. The eyes were in hand, so it didn't make much difference whether Otsutsuki lived or died. He glanced at Sasuke and hinted, "Hey Sasuke, do you have anything else to interrogate? If not, I'll make my move." Sasuke slowly shook his head. So in the next second, Kakashi's hand struck down, and the Otsutsuki Urashiki from the new era was declared fallen. Moreover, due to his insufficient level, he could not plant a seal on Kakashi, so this time, Urashiki was truly dead. Since Urashiki was defeated and killed by Kakashi, he had the authority over the disposal of Urashiki's body and eyes. Kakashi's plan was simple: keep the body and one of the Rinnegan for themselves, while the other Rinnegan would be given to Sasuke to take back to the future. This eye was not for Sasuke himself, but for Naruto, the seventh Hokage of that world. The specific details were as follows: Kakashi, "Sasuke, you should be about to leave, right?" Sasuke nodded silently, and Kakashi continued, "Here, take this Rinnegan back with you." Before Sasuke could respond, Kakashi added, "Naruto over there should be able to withstand the power of this eye, right? Transplant it to him. From your description, I always have a feeling that you will encounter even stronger enemies. Giving this eye to him may provide him with greater power, so you will have the ability to face more formidable foes." Sasuke hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the blue Rinnegan from Kakashi's hand. Then Kakashi glanced again at Sasuke's empty left arm under the black cloak and said, "When you get back, I suggest you reattach your arm. Without one hand, your power will be greatly diminished. For the sake of your wife and children in that world, you must not fall, right?" Sasuke's gaze seemed to contain a certain meaning as he stared straight at Kakashi. For some reason, he always had the illusion that this Kakashi before him understood their world and even their future very well. But could it really just be an illusion? Sasuke couldn't figure it out. Moreover, even though Sasuke was clearly the older one, he felt inexplicably suppressed by the 20-something Kakashi. "Rest assured, Naruto and I will protect that world," Sasuke said lightly, but his tone was full of determination. Finally, Kakashi added nonsensically, "Remembrance is for the living. Don't become the person others remember." After saying that, Kakashi turned and left. Sasuke turned back and took a deep look at Kakashi, watching him raise his right hand in farewell as he walked away. That night, Sasuke looked one last time at Fugaku and Mikoto before leaving with Boruto, who was reluctant to part with Naruto. Although he was curious about Kakashi from this world, it was more important to bring the scythe back to Naruto. As for this place, he could come back again when the opportunity arises. "It seems I am fated not to meet you, Itachi," he thought to himself as he traveled through the forest outside of Konoha with Boruto, but unexpectedly, in the dim forest, he raised his eyes and saw that familiar figure. Chapter 267. Take Naruto to meet Kyuubi in the laboratory set up in Kamui space. Kakashi left a simple operating table and quietly let out a breath of relief. The surgery was complete. Obito turned over and got out of bed, slowly moving his left eye, which had just been replaced with Urashiki's Rinnegan. Obito stepped outside, stretched a bit, and his eyes showed a hint of confusion. "This Rinnegan doesn't seem as strong as I imagined." He looked at Kakashi and asked, "Are you sure this Rinnegan was excavated from the Tsutsuki clan? I feel like its ocular power isn't much different from my right eye." But wait, just as Kakashi was about to speak, Obito interrupted him. His expression suddenly changed, looking somewhat strange. The next moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Obito's body, then peaked before slowly receding back to the state it was in before he transplanted the Rinnegan. Kakashi's eyes narrowed in confusion, but more importantly, he was concerned about Obito. He quickly stepped forward and said urgently, "What's wrong? Is there a reaction? Why is your aura fluctuating?" Obito remained silent, simply closing his eyes to feel. Seeing this, Kakashi stood by quietly waiting, while Minato and Kushina approached at that moment. Both looked at Obito with surprise, as they could faintly sense that Obito had at least 4 different chakra types within him. Currently, 3 of those chakra types were constantly clashing, or more accurately, 2 were ganging up on the remaining one, swallowing the chakra fragments produced from the beating to strengthen themselves. Afterward, those 2 chakra types would then feed back into Obito's eyes, gradually gathering chakra until it settled in his right eye. This was all unknown to Kakashi, as his sensory ability was far inferior to that of Minato, a sensory-type ninja. After a long while, Obito finally opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi and the concerned Rin, revealing a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, but this Rinnegan might have some issues." Kakashi and Rin. Obito continued to explain. "Simply put, the power of this Rinnegan is being devoured by the small amounts of Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra within me. After they finish devouring the power of the Rinnegan, they will unconsciously feed it back to my body, ultimately leaving it in my Sharingan." Obito pointed vaguely at his right eye. Kakashi furrowed his brows in thought, trying to find a reasonable explanation. At that moment, Minato suddenly said, "I remember. Kakashi, you mentioned that Indra and Ashura are both sons of the Sage of Six Paths. So, could it be that they also secretly harbor the power of the Ten Tails? And the Ten Tails evolves by devouring members of the Tsutsuki clan? Perhaps this is a deep-seated instinct hidden in Indra's and Ashura's chakra?" After Minato's suggestion, Kakashi also had a rough guess and idea. The Uchiha's Rinnegan could indeed serve as a backup energy source, meaning 2 Rinnegan could fuse and evolve into a new Rinnegan. So perhaps Obito's current bodily changes were following this evolutionary principle, meaning Obito would continuously absorb the Uchiha Rinnegan and then evolve into a new Rinnegan. If that's the case, then this Rinnegan would be wasted, right? Kakashi slightly raised his head, looking at the blue Rinnegan in Obito's eyes, unsure of what he was thinking. "All right, everyone, that's it for now." At the entrance of Konoha village, Kakashi and Naruto each carried a backpack, facing the direction of Konoha. Opposite them were Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, Shikama, and of course, Kakashi's lifelong best friend, Might Guy, who came to see them off. Guy's eyes were filled with tears, looking reluctantly at Kakashi, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, it turned into just one. "Take care." Kakashi was a bit surprised that Guy was relatively normal today. But the next second, Guy turned to Lee and passionately shouted, "Lee, today, my dear friend is leaving the village to train. I won't be able to duel with him for several years, but this is not the end of youth. Even if Kakashi is not in Konoha, I will still continue to train with enthusiasm, waiting for his return. Because this is the youth that belongs to me and him." "I understand, teacher Guy. This is..." Lee seemed to have an epiphany from Guy's words, shouting passionately as well, causing everyone around to have black lines on their foreheads. Ignoring Guy's antics, Kakashi turned around and gradually walked away with Naruto, feeling at ease leaving Sasuke and Hinata in Konoha. After all, Tsunade had already promised to take Hinata as her apprentice, making her Sakura's junior. Sakura had become a registered disciple of Tsunade half a year ago after requesting it due to her own efforts, and Tsunade had formally accepted her as a disciple. In fact, not only Sakura, as Tsunade had established a new medical institution in the village. Anyone who joined and performed well had the opportunity to receive guidance from Tsunade, which indeed attracted many non-combat-oriented ninjas to join this institution. Back to the main topic. Regarding Sasuke, Kakashi had also given Fugaku the carefully organized training notes for the Uchiha body illusion training. That was a training plan he had specifically tailored for young Sasuke together with his older brother, combining over a decade of experience from the older Sasuke and Kakashi's own guidance system into a treasure trove. As long as young Sasuke didn't slack off in 3 years, his foundational strength, reaching the standard of a Hokage-level ninja, would almost be a certainty. If he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, then reaching the strong Hokage level would be inevitable. Kakashi led Naruto into a grove and suddenly said, "Naruto, before we start training, I need to take you to meet a few people." After saying that, he took Naruto into the Kamui space, where Minato and Kushina had been waiting for a long time. Naruto, bewildered, was pulled into the Kamui space by Kakashi, and when he looked up, he saw a somewhat familiar face and a red-haired woman who made him feel a deep sense of familiarity. She was crying. Naruto stared blankly at the scene before him, suddenly pointing at Minato and shouting excitedly, "You're the one carved on the stone tablet. The 4th Hokage. You're the 4th Hokage." Minato looked lovingly at Naruto, smiled, and nodded. "Yes, I am the 4th Hokage." Naruto's jaw nearly dropped in shock, but the 4th Hokage has long been dead, right? Are you a person or a ghost? Naruto unconsciously swallowed, thinking of a terrifying guess deep in his heart. These 2 people before him. Couldn't they both be ghosts? but he was most afraid of ghosts. Fear was evident in Naruto's eyes. Chapter 268. The beginning of a journey through time, but the next second, a warm embrace dispelled Naruto's unfounded doubts. So warm. It must be a person. This was Naruto's only thought. Looking at that moment, he had already been embraced by Kushina, and from the slight trembling of her shoulders, it was easy for Naruto to judge that she was crying. But what was she crying about? Naruto, it's been a long time since we first met, Kushina said, tightening her grip as if holding onto a priceless treasure. I am your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place, but the next second, he reached out and tightly hugged Kushina, repeatedly calling out, Mom, Mom, Mom. So I have a mom. I'm Uzumaki Naruto's mom. I'm not an orphan. Naruto spoke to himself, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. The strange sense of familiarity in his body made him almost instantaneously accept that this person before him was his long-lost mother. Then, Naruto looked up with tear-filled eyes at Minato, seeing his blonde hair, and gradually voiced his guess. So, the fourth Hokage is my dad? Kushina released Naruto, and at that moment she had gradually calmed down. With loving eyes, she looked into Naruto's eyes and said, yes, his name is Minato Namikaze, and he is your father. I'm sorry I couldn't be by your side since you were born. It's okay, Mom. You are still here in front of me. That is already my greatest luck. Naruto also stared intently at Kushina's face, as if he wanted to engrave her in his heart. Minato stepped closer, looking at Naruto with gentle eyes. Although they had seen Naruto's recent photos at Kakashi's place, seeing him in person was ultimately a different feeling. Naruto was a bit confused as to why Kushina's eyes were black, but he didn't immediately ask. Instead, he turned to face Minato, his usually lazy brain working rapidly at that moment. In no time, Naruto had combined the information he gathered from the villagers, the Nine Tails, and the third Hokage, quickly piecing together the truth. He asked Minato in a low voice, so, back then it was actually you who sealed the Nine Tails inside me, right? Dad. Thick bangs covered Naruto's eyes, preventing Minato from seeing the swirling emotions within him. I'm sorry for putting you, Naruto suddenly punched Minato in the stomach, cutting off the half-sentence he had not finished saying. Kushina was startled and hurriedly came over Naruto. With tears in his eyes, Naruto looked up at Minato, his emotions running high. Why did you seal the Nine Tails inside me? Do you know how difficult it was for me before I met Kakashi-sensei? Who took me in? Naruto recalled the life he had before being officially adopted by Kakashi, treated with disdain by the villagers, hated, and insulted. Minato smiled bitterly, looking into Naruto's eyes filled with guilt. I'm sorry. Because you are my son, I believed you could endure all of this. Naruto looked at Kushina, who was anxious but helpless beside him, closed his eyes, and said, Dad, I'm sorry. That punch was for all the disdain and discrimination I suffered over the years. After that punch, everything just vanished. Naruto, you don't have to say sorry to me. After all, I'm a son of the fourth Hokage and my mom. But, didn't the third Hokage say you both sacrifice yourselves? Does that mean you actually haven't died? Then where's this place? Where's Kakashi-sensei? He was just here, wasn't he? Naruto didn't want to bring up the tumultuous emotions from earlier and instead tried to change the subject. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly, following Naruto's lead in the conversation. The three of them chatted more smoothly and grew closer, eventually embracing each other. This hug was 12 years late. Kakashi stared at the pocket watch in his hand, predicting the time. Feeling it was about time, he stepped out from a dark corner, accompanied by a 3-no personality girl, Lin. When Naruto saw Lin, he instinctively exclaimed, Hey, aren't you the girl in the frame at Kakashi-sensei's house? Lin smiled and nodded, waving to Naruto as a greeting. Kakashi cleared his throat, walked to the group, and said, All right, Naruto, let's save any discussions for later. We are about to begin time travel. Then, Kakashi took the hands of everyone, forming a circle, and a sudden beam of light engulfed them. When the light disappeared, the place was empty. Obito and Kagaya stepped out, looking back at the empty space with complex and reluctant expressions. This parting meant they wouldn't meet again for 3 years. Obito's wife ran off with Kagaya's husband, leaving 2 lonely people? How could I have such a dream? During the journey, Kakashi said loudly to the group, Based on my last time travel experience, we will probably stay in that world for about 1.5 years, and by then, 3 years will have passed in the ninja world. Because in the Dragon Ball world, storing energy only requires half the time of the ninja world. The flow of time in the 2 worlds is different. Minato pondered. If that's the case, they would only have a year and a half to pick up their training again. Moreover, this would leave insufficient time to teach Naruto how to control the Nine Tails power. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they seemed to break through some barrier and enter another world, where everyone appeared somewhat surprised. Kakashi introduced the situation to everyone again, saying this should be the world clock. He turned around to point at the barrier they had just come through, but his words suddenly halted. The others quickly turned to look at Kakashi, whose words had stopped, filled with confusion. But Kakashi was sweating coldly. The clock has changed. That clock represented the ninja world, but just now, its hands had slowed down. Saying this, Kakashi looked back at the clock representing the Dragon Ball world, his tone unclear. Now, their speeds have become consistent. So does this mean the flow of time in the two worlds has become consistent? Although Minato and the others couldn't see anything, he still chose to believe Kakashi. Kakashi spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Maybe, yes. Minato looked at Kakashi's left eye, which was strangely gleaming with silver light, his brows twitching. It must be. Just then, several golden characters hung in the endless sky caught Kakashi's attention. Kakashi composed himself slightly and gave Naruto and the others a reassuring smile. Don't worry. It's fine now. Chapter 269. The surprise of the deity accompanied by a strong pulling force. The beam of light that Kakashi and the others were in gradually arched toward the Dragon Ball world. Bang! The light dissipated, and Kakashi and the others stood firm, starting to survey their surroundings. Minato and the others looked curiously at the slender trees around them, secretly pondering that this might be one of the differences between the other world and the ninja world. Meanwhile, Kakashi sighed with relief as he observed the environment, which had changed a bit but not significantly. It seemed they were still transported to Bunko Mountain. Bunko Mountain, the starting point of everything. Kakashi reflected slightly, then began to sense the location of Goku and the others. He had previously left a Kamui imprint on Goku and the others, so it came in handy at this moment. That's right, Kakashi was not using the Flying Thunder God technique, but the I technique Kamui, because if the distance were too far, although the Flying Thunder God technique could still sense the position, it would consume a lot of chakra to teleport, and it wasn't impossible for Kakashi to be drained in one go. So compared to that, Kakashi chose to spend the same amount of time, but used less power with Kamui. However, upon sensing, Kakashi was taken aback. Is there a mistake? Why is Goku's imprint so high up in the sky? Moreover, that position seemed to be directly above the Korin Tower. Kakashi opened his eyes, somewhat confused. What is Goku doing up there? Does he want to fly freely? After thinking for a moment, Kakashi turned to Minato and Naruto and said, I just sense where my friend is, but he's a bit far away, and I'm not quite at ease with his position. I decided to go check it out. You guys wait for me here. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances and proactively said, Kakashi, let's go together. If anything happens, we can look out for each other. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei. Let's go together, Kakashi. Looking at the concerned and determined expressions of the others, Kakashi smiled slightly in his heart. All right, then let's go together. A formless and colorless spatial vortex appeared, sucking away the figures of a group of people, leaving only a few footprints to indicate that someone had been here. The Temple of the God. Goku, whose body had begun to rapidly develop towards adulthood, was practicing with Bobo, but mostly it was Goku attacking while Bobo defended, as Bobo's strength was still far superior to Goku's at this point. Well, although Bobo himself had said that the goddess power was hundreds of times his own, this was clearly said to elevate the goddess status. At this moment, 2.5 years had passed since the event of Demon King Piccolo, and Goku had also been training in the Temple of the God for 2.5 years. By now, the god had basically taught Goku all the skills and techniques he could. Naturally, Goku's strength had seen a tremendous increase compared to when he faced Demon King Piccolo. It is worth mentioning that due to the sudden arrival of Demon King Piccolo back then, Bulma and the others never had the chance to tell Goku his true identity. Therefore, Goku still did not know that he was not an Earthling and that Scions might come to Earth in the future to find him. And since Goku was unaware, the god and Bobo were even less informed, so their only goal at the moment was to defeat Piccolo Jr. Goku removed all his weights and attacked Bobo with punches and kicks like lightning. But no matter how he attacked, he could never truly touch Bobo's body. All his attacks were easily deflected by Bobo. Goku threw a punch aimed at Bobo's face, but suddenly changed his move midway, transforming his fist into a palm to jab at Bobo's throat. Just then, the god called out from a distance, Bobo, Goku, come here for a moment. Bobo suddenly stopped like a machine, and his hand swiftly swatted Goku's hand back. Goku halted his advance in time and, panting, walked over to the god with Bobo. God, is there something wrong? Goku casually wiped his sweat with his clothes, and the god turned back, no longer facing outside the temple. He said, I was just observing the lower realm when I suddenly noticed a few more people at your place. And one of them has an energy that is even stronger than that of Demon King Piccolo from back then. There was a hint of surprise and unexpectedness in the god's tone. Then he glanced at Bobo and continued, to be precise. The energy of that sudden newcomer is very close to mine. A glimmer of surprise finally crossed Bobo's round eyes. Although the god was now quite old and his strength was nowhere near what it used to be, he was still not someone an ordinary mortal from the lower realm could reach through their own training. Who could this person be? Goku, however, did not think too much about it. While putting on the weighted clothing, he asked, does the god not know who that person is? Is their energy evil? The god slowly shook his head. This was also why he could stand here with peace of mind. The energy of the newly appeared human was not evil. If the energy of this strange newcomer had been evil, the god would have had to send Goku to the mortal realm to capture him. Otherwise, if he encountered Piccolo Jr., the world would likely fall into another bloody chaos, and most importantly, their side's chances of winning would be greatly reduced this time. His energy was not evil like that of Demon King Piccolo, but it was also not particularly righteous. Moreover, the most important thing was that both he and the blonde man beside him had many lives on their hands. If the god had to make a distinction, he would say that Kakashi and Minato's energy could probably only be classified as 7 parts righteous and 3 parts cold-blooded and bloody. Goku let out a long breath and walked back. Then it should be fine, right? Huh? God, why are you frowning again? The god furrowed his brows and scanned the area around Bao Bao Mountain for 100 miles, slowly saying in shock and confusion, those 5 people have disappeared. But how could that be? How could people just vanish into thin air? The god was perplexed. Just as the god observed the disappearance of Kakashi and the others, a spatial vortex suddenly formed beside Goku, and in the next moment, several figures were distorted out of it. Kakashi. Chapter 270. Meeting the god in the temple, Goku was stunned for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed with joy. Although it had been many years since they last met, Kakashi was no longer the young boy he once was, but Goku immediately recognized him by his iconic silver hair and mask. Kakashi also greeted Goku with a smile, then curiously and surprisingly glanced at the god and Bobo, as well as the surrounding environment. He did not expect to find such a magnificent and grand building high above Earth in the sky. While Kakashi and the others were observing the temple, the god and Bobo were also quietly observing Kakashi and the others. Compared to Minato and Kakashi, who had killed many on the battlefield, the god undoubtedly had more fondness for Naruto, who had never killed anyone, and Kushina and Rin, who rarely fought on the front lines. However, since this silver-haired masked man was Goku's friend, he assumed he wouldn't be a bad person. So the god took the initiative to ask, Goku, are they all your friends? Yeah, but I haven't seen them in several years. He's quite a formidable opponent. Goku laughed, but a hint of confusion soon appeared on his face. Huh, Kakashi, how did you get to the temple? Did you use the flying thunder god technique to teleport here? No, it's Kamui, Kakashi said, pointing to his eye. Then, Kakashi pulled his forehead protector back down to cover his left eye, and as soon as he did, the god and Goku immediately sensed that Kakashi's energy was rapidly declining, falling back to a level close to that of Demon King Piccolo from back then. At this point, the god and Bobo naturally understood that Kakashi's unusual strength just now was closely related to his extraordinary left eye. Meanwhile, Kakashi was pondering carefully. Goku had just mentioned the temple of the god, so this was the residence of the deity of this earth? Just like the Sage of Six Paths in the ninja world, Goku must be some kind of chosen one or prophesied child to have found the god. If these 2 humanoid beings before me are indeed the gods of this earth, then could the dragon also be related to them? Thinking of this, Kakashi decided to be straightforward and lay out his purpose, as he didn't want to have any ulterior motives in front of a deity. Thus, Kakashi first looked at the grown-up Goku, his gaze filled with some emotion, but Goku still looked as innocent as he did back then. He then looked seriously and respectfully at the god and said, Hello, Lord God. I mean no offense to the holy place, but I have some doubts and requests that I hope to express to you. May I? The god discreetly glanced at Minato, Naruto, and the others who had walked over to him and were looking at him seriously, then nodded. Go ahead. May I ask what the relationship is between the dragon and you? That miraculous orb that can grant any wish when all 7 are gathered. That was created by me. Do you know about the Dragon Balls? Back in the day, I was fortunate enough to collect Dragon Balls with Wukong and even use the power of the Dragon Balls to improve some of my own flaws. The god nodded. So this time you want to be honest. I hope to borrow the power of the Dragon Balls once again to resurrect my family members who are by my side. Is that possible? Kakashi spoke sincerely and respectfully. After all, it was his first time meeting the god, and he wasn't clear about the other's temperament. If he wanted to borrow the Dragon Balls, he should present his attitude properly. Watergate and Kushina also realized that they were directly meeting the god of this earth, feeling shocked and surprised, completely not expecting that there would be a god in this world. Therefore, holding on to the understanding of the god in the ninja world, Watergate and the others also had a sincere attitude. Even Naruto, who usually was loud, became steady at this moment, his bright blue eyes eagerly staring at the god. Only then did the god focus his attention on Watergate, Kushina, and Rin, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In his observation, these people were indeed dead, yet they could stand here perfectly well. Could it be some kind of dark magic? However, the god sensed Naruto's aura carefully and almost effortlessly felt the righteousness and kindness within it. Although it could possibly be dark magic, it didn't seem too likely. Thus, the god's mind softened a bit. First, Kakashi's strength was enough to attract the god's attention. Second, the auras of Kakashi and the others couldn't be considered evil. Finally, Kakashi himself was not weak and had a righteous character. If he could be drawn into the god's camp, it would greatly increase the chances of dealing with Piccolo Jr. In half a year, and perhaps by then, there would be no need for the god to take action. Piccolo Jr. could be defeated on the spot. So after a moment of contemplation, the god said, "Okay, but I have one condition. If you agree, I can have Bobo collect the Dragon Balls directly here. Naturally, your wish will also have to be made in front of me." He pointed to Bobo, who thought for a moment and understood the god's plan, then nodded slightly in agreement. The god's gaze returned to Kakashi's face, and Kakashi straightened up, raising his hand and saying, "Please speak, Lord God." Notarus, while I trust Wukong and this little guy, he kindly glanced at Naruto. I still need to ask, since they are dead, why can they stand here like living people? Kakashi and Watergate exchanged glances, and Kakashi stepped forward to explain. This is a secret technique from our world, the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. It was created by our second Hokage, the leader, because our world experiences frequent wars. He deliberately developed this technique to summon the souls of the deceased back to the human world to help our people fight, thus reducing our own casualties. The god's expression changed slightly. It was only after Kakashi's explanation that he realized that Kakashi and the others had indeed appeared in the lower realm suddenly. However, the fact that their world could even summon the souls of the dead was truly astonishing. Moreover, listening to his narration, their world was actually one plagued by frequent wars. That could explain the killing intent emanating from Kakashi and that blonde man over there. After thinking it over, since Kakashi and the others' auras could be considered righteous, the god did not pursue the matter further, but instead stated his own request. Chapter 271. Finding Bulma. Before I discuss the terms of our deal, let me tell you a story, the god said slowly. He then recounted how the Demon King Piccolo had wreaked havoc on the world 2.5 years ago and was ultimately defeated by Wukong, and how, at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament in half a year, Piccolo's child would attempt to take over the world again. Finally, the god revealed his true request. So, my request is for you to act as a trump card. If Wukong cannot defeat Piccolo Jr. on his own, I want you to step in and kill Piccolo Jr. at the right moment. Your current strength is indeed inferior to Wukong's, but with my guidance and the next 6 months of training, even if you cannot catch up to them, you can significantly narrow the gap. What do you think? Although Kakashi's expression didn't change much, he was shocked inside. He never expected that during his years back in the ninja world, there would be such a significant change in the Dragon Ball world. Wukong had actually accomplished such a thing as saving the world, yet he claimed he wasn't a similar existence to a prophesied child. Kakashi continued to ponder. Just based on Wukong's experiences, isn't he essentially a savior like Naruto and Sasuke? Even if I hadn't come, Wukong could probably defeat Piccolo Jr. with his own strength. So, is he a protagonist like those in movie scripts? Are you not going to agree? The god asked when Kakashi hesitated to respond. Oh, Kakashi suddenly came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and countered. Lord God, wouldn't you feel it's unfair if I get all the benefits? Moreover, if I don't step in a deal with Piccolo Jr., and instead target the two who are mutually damaging each other, Wukong and Piccolo, intending to rule the world, what will you do? From your words, it seems easy to judge that your strength is not on par with Wukong and Piccolo, right? Upon hearing this, the god only smiled and pointed at Bobo again. If I didn't have absolute confidence in countering, I wouldn't rashly propose to guide your training, even if you were Wukong's partner. With Bobo's strength, It was indeed no problem to eliminate the people present, and the most important thing was that the god had learned from Kakashi that they came from another world. Therefore, the prohibition against Bobo interfering in the internal struggles of Earth would naturally not apply. Is it a problem for me, Bobo, to fight against enemies from another world? Huh? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Kakashi followed the god's hand and looked at Bobo, who appeared ordinary but was as dark as a shadow. His pupils slightly constricted, realizing that this being named Bobo was actually the god's true trump card. Since the Lord God already had a plan, I naturally have no choice but to comply. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I am the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure Minato Namikaze. This cooperation, which clearly has a bright future for everyone, was quickly formalized. Kakashi tentatively suggested that the god could also guide Watergate, Naruto, and the others in their training. To this, the god agreed to let Watergate stay, while Kushina and Naruto, being too weak, were told by the god that they could only go to the next level with the Cat Sage. However, the start of their training would have to wait until Watergate and the others were revived. Subsequently, Kakashi used Kamui to return to the lower realm. He needed to find Bulma to borrow the Dragon Ball radar and see Master Roshi and the others. West City. Bulma was bored, leaning by the window, resting her chin on her hand while gazing at the scenery. Suddenly, she heard the doorbell ring outside. She looked down at her watch, and a virtual frame popped up, revealing the appearance of the person who rang the doorbell. Kakashi? Bulma's eyes widened in shock. How could Kakashi, who had supposedly returned to his world, appear here? With such questions in mind, Bulma hurried down the stairs to open the door. Bulma, long time no see. Kakashi waved his hand and smiled in greeting. Is it really you, Kakashi? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. The experience of Kakashi leading them to find out Goku's true identity was still fresh in her memory. So in Bulma's eyes, Kakashi was the second most reliable person after Goku. Therefore, it was extremely surprising for Bulma to see Kakashi here. Kakashi, didn't you go back? How did you end up here? Oh, that's right. I'm here to borrow your Dragon Ball radar. To be honest, I want to ask Shinron to revive a few people. Kakashi said directly, clarifying his intention. The people I want to revive are my late teacher and his wife, as well as a teammate. Bulma welcomed Kakashi inside, and he casually mentioned the people he wanted to revive. As Bulma listened to Kakashi's story, she unconsciously assumed that Kakashi was new to this world, so she didn't ask about Goku's whereabouts. Bulma handed the Dragon Ball radar to Kakashi and suddenly said, "Why do I feel like you've grown up a lot, Kakashi?" Huh? Kakashi was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized, oh, that's probably because the flow of time is different in the two worlds. After all, I'm already 26 this year. Bulma was slightly shocked. Someone who was the same age as her back then was now older than her. Upon hearing this, Bulma, who knew that Kakashi could now travel between the two worlds, felt a slight pang in her heart. The thought of needing 1 or 2 years to go there and back made her feel like she would age a few years for no reason. This was Bulma's current thought process. Naturally, Kakashi couldn't guess what Bulma was thinking. Not seeing Yamcha around, Kakashi casually asked, "Has Yamcha gone out to train?" Bulma nodded in frustration. Yeah, he and Krillin and Tien said they were going to pursue Goku's footsteps to become stronger, hoping to have a full-on battle with Goku at the martial arts tournament in 6 months. Although Bulma tried her best to understand the martial artist's dream of pursuing strength, it didn't mean she wouldn't feel frustrated and sad about being alone, especially at her young age of just over 20. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Although he didn't know Tien, he knew Krillin and Yamcha. By the way, Kakashi suddenly turned and asked, "Did you tell Goku about his background?" Upon mentioning this, a look of helplessness flashed across Bulma's face. Ugh, don't mention it. There was simply no time. I haven't seen Goku for over 2 years. Originally, Master Roshi and the others wanted to tell Goku about his background during the last martial arts tournament celebration, but then suddenly an underling of Piccolo Daimao ambushed Krillin. It was indeed an ambush, and he took advantage of Krillin being famished. Otherwise, based on Dambelin's strength, he wouldn't have been able to kill Krillin so easily. Please note that both Krillin and Yamcha had undergone Master Roshi's grueling training and had climbed the Kirin Tower 3 months before the 22nd martial arts tournament. Unfortunately, the two didn't have time to pass the training trials of the Cat Master before rushing off to participate in the 22nd martial arts tournament. So their strength didn't reach the expected level. However, they agreed with the Cat Master that after the tournament, they would return for further guidance. After Bulma used the battle power detector to check, Yamcha and Krillin's power levels were already at 162 and 150, respectively. Just like in the original story, When Goku saw Krillin's death, he immediately became furious and pursued Damblin. The arriving Master Roshi and others didn't have time to inform him of everything. Later, Master Roshi died, and after Goku defeated Piccolo Daimao, he went straight to the Sacred Land, and then, until now. Bulma didn't elaborate to Kakashi about how Piccolo Daimao had killed Krillin and Master Roshi, as both had already been revived. There was no need for Kakashi to know about such long-gone hatred, especially since Bulma thought Kakashi had already borne enough. I see. So, did Goku win the championship at the 22nd martial arts tournament? He did. At that time, he and Tien both flew out of the arena, but Goku still landed just a moment before Tien due to his remaining strength. So, Goku became the champion that year. Kakashi nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of relief and joy. As expected of Goku, the two chatted casually while continuing to walk outside. By the way, Bulma suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wait for me here. Before she finished speaking, Bulma turned and hurried back inside. Before long, she returned. But there was something new on her left eye. It was the battle power detector. Although you said the battle power detector couldn't measure your true strength as a ninja, it can still check your current martial arts level, which is pretty good. Let me see what your battle power data is now, which has been training for twice as long as Goku's. 252. Bulma's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Last time at the martial arts tournament, she had measured Goku's battle power, which was only 186, including Tien and others. Unsurprisingly, in Bulma's measurements, everyone's battle power was all in the 100s, but who would have thought that now she was seeing it too? Wow, Kakashi, it seems you haven't been slacking off all these years, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the helpless Kakashi. Kakashi awkwardly chuckled twice, and then suddenly had a bright idea. Hey, I think I can use this to measure the strength of the Kai and Bobo and Goku. Having thought of it, he immediately borrowed the battle power detector from Bulma again. Bulma, can I borrow your battle power detector? I have a few friends who want to test it. Yeah, there's no need to be so polite. It's just a battle power detector. I've already made several by imitating it. Bulma cheerfully smiled, reached up to take off the battle power detector from her head, and handed it to Kakashi. She had researched this thing for years and had already replicated several copies perfectly. One must admit, this battle power detector was very useful for ordinary people who couldn't sense ki. After receiving the Dragon Ball radar and the battle power detector from Bulma, Kakashi quickly returned to the Kai's temple. Goku, who was the first to greet him, looked at the device on Kakashi's right eye and found it somewhat familiar. Huh, this is... Goku scratched his head but couldn't remember for a moment. Minato followed closely behind, also staring intently at the object Kakashi was wearing. Technology. The moment Minato saw the battle power detector, these two words immediately popped into his mind. So this is a creation of technology. Kakashi looked around and, without hurry, introduced. This thing is a battle power detector, which can measure the battle power values of the targets. Everyone was taken aback. Battle power could actually be detected by a machine? Well, don't doubt it. I'll show you. Seeing everyone's skeptical expressions, Kakashi smiled faintly and aimed the machine at Goku first, while Goku turned around to take off his weighted clothing again, wanting to measure his full strength properly. Yes, this machine has already remembered it. It was brought by Bulma during the last martial arts tournament. It also remembers that at that time, my data was almost the same as Tien's, and their fierce battle confirmed this. So Goku believes that the data from this power level detector can also be a reference, and it's worth trusting a little. Beep beep beep. 380. Goku's power level is actually 380. Kakashi was a bit surprised, but felt a strange sense of rationality. After all, he is a scion. I didn't realize I had already been left so far behind by Goku. Kakashi sighed softly, but looking into his eyes, there was no dissatisfaction or jealousy about being surpassed. Instead, he was filled with joy for Goku's strength. Although he had experienced nearly twice as many years as Goku, those years were often filled with executing missions, developing ninjutsu, or strategizing for the development of Konoha. I didn't expect that in the end. I would still fall behind. With this thought, a sense of urgency and excitement surged in Kakashi's heart, because he found a path to continue growing stronger and a goal to chase. He also realized that there was still a way forward in martial arts. His so-called bottleneck was merely a temporary stagnation due to the lack of guidance from a master. Speaking of which, Goku's current strength surely cannot be separated from the guidance of this Lord of the Gods. So, if I also receive guidance from the Lord of the Gods, wouldn't that mean I could break through my current bottleneck? In that case, if I continue to cultivate, there might not be a chance to strike down Otsutsuki. With this thought, Kakashi's gaze toward the Lord of the Gods became subtly passionate. Chapter 273, Resurrection. Yes. Who said that only by possessing the power of the six paths can one contend with Otsutsuki? If he can reach the peak of martial arts in this world, a full power strike might not be able to shatter and sink the moon and continents like Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, Kakashi's desire to stay in the divine temple to cultivate reached its peak. All right, without further ado, let's quickly find the Dragon Balls, Kakashi said firmly, and the Lord of the Gods nodded slightly. Buu stepped forward to take the Dragon Ball radar, and then a flying carpet slowly floated out from the temple. Buu stepped onto the carpet and said to Kakashi, "I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the carpet whisked Buu down to the lower realm, leaving Naruto with a bewildered expression. In just a day, Buu found all the Dragon Balls and returned to the temple. This speed made Kakashi genuinely impressed. Having a flying tool is indeed remarkable. Buu placed the 7 Dragon Balls in the center of the square, and Kakashi and the others gathered around. Naruto curiously leaned in, staring wide-eyed at the fist-sized Dragon Balls. Is this what can grant any wish? He turned to ask, and Kakashi, looking at the 7 Dragon Balls, nodded with expectation and urgency. That's right. Receiving the answer, Naruto turned back to gaze at the Dragon Balls, filled with curiosity. Kushina saw that Naruto's face was almost pressed against the Dragon Balls and quickly grabbed him by the back of his collar to pull him back. Although she was also a bit carefree, she knew that observing someone else's treasure from such a close distance was somewhat impolite. Kushina looked apologetically at the Lord of the Gods, who waved his hand dismissively and said with a faint smile, "To be precise, the wishes that the Dragon Balls can grant are also limited. They cannot grant wishes that exceed my ability, such as unifying the universe or blowing up the earth." Upon hearing this, Kakashi suddenly felt a hint of worry about whether the Dragon Balls could resurrect Minato, Kushina, and Rin, but he did not show it. Instead, he stepped forward and shouted, "Come forth, Shinron." What a simple incantation. In the next moment, a golden light burst forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that shot into the sky. The originally clear sky turned dark in the next second, resembling night. Kakashi and Goku had both seen Shinron's entrance effect, so they appeared calm, but Minato, Rin, and the others, who were seeing this for the first time, couldn't help but show shocked expressions. As they looked at the massive blue dragon coiled in the sky, Naruto's mind was filled with one thought. When I get back, I must tell Sasuke and Hinata that I saw the legendary Shinron. Minato, too, looked at the dragon in the sky with mixed emotions. Is this the dragon that can resurrect me, Kushina, and Rin? It's truly majestic. I wonder what its name is. I'm so curious. Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances and shouted again. Shinron, please resurrect the blonde-haired man in front of you, the red-haired woman, and this girl beside me. I hope Shinron won't get it wrong by saying this, Kakashi thought to himself. And then, the excitement and anticipation surged uncontrollably from his heart. Logically, the souls and the bodies for resurrection are all here. There's no reason it can't be done. Sure enough, Shinron's red eyes slightly lowered, scanning from Minato to Rin, revealing a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. Originally, he could only resurrect those who died within a year, because after a year, souls would likely have reincarnated, or bodies would have decayed, making resurrection impossible. However, the issue now is that the bodies are ready, and the souls are still here. From this perspective, he only needs to transform the filthy corpses before him into living bodies. Shinron glanced at the Lord of the Gods and decided to give Kakashi a favor. So he asked, "Do you mean to transform their bodies into living ones?" Upon hearing this deep and authoritative voice, Kakashi quickly replied, "Exactly. I hope you can transform their current bodies into living ones." 13 years of waiting. This wish prepared for 13 years is finally about to be realized. How could Kakashi not be excited? Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, their eyes also sparkling with excitement. Naruto reached out with eager hands towards Kushina and Minato. Although he had only recently reunited with his parents, he could hardly wait to feel the warmth and resilience of their hands, to personally experience the change in temperature from cold to warm. Rin also looked at Shinron with excitement, just waiting for the moment when the wish would be granted. This wish is quite simple. With that, Shinron's eyes glowed faintly red, and the cracks on Minato and the others' bodies disappeared at a visible speed. Their eyes returned to those of normal humans, followed by the sound of their hearts beating, and Naruto quickly felt the warmth and slight coolness transmitted from the connected hands. "All right, your wish has been granted, so goodbye." Shinron said slowly, then glanced at the Lord of the Gods, and in the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls slowly ascended, shooting off in all directions of the world. Rin's cheeks showed an expression of disbelief, but mixed with curiosity, she continuously looked at her hands and arms, as if familiarizing herself with her new body. Then, she lifted her head. Unknowingly, over 10 years had passed, and at her height, she now needed to look up to see Kakashi's face. Thinking about it, it was quite poignant, but Rin looked at Kakashi, who also lowered his head to meet her gaze, and both their eyes were filled with joy for their rebirth. I really came back to life. Even if I now only have the appearance of a 13-year-old, I am truly alive. It feels so good to be alive. I really did it. Reviving both the teacher and Rin, allowing their prematurely ended lives to be reborn, is the meaning of my existence. With this thought, Kakashi momentarily felt his eyes redden. Their lives, which had been delayed for over a decade, finally set sail again today. Over there, the Namikaze family is reunited with tears of joy, and Rin is full of curiosity, raising her hands and feet. However, Rin suddenly seemed to remember something, and a strange expression gradually appeared on her face. I'm 13 years old this year, but Obito is already 27, so he has 14 years older than me, for no reason. If I must say, it seems I'm actually the same age as Sister Kushina as child. Rin couldn't help but show a wry smile. This is truly the unpredictability of life. Chapter 274. Each goes their own way now that Minato and the others have been revived. Kakashi is preparing to arrange Naruto and Minato's training. Since Naruto's current strength is still too weak, only at the level of a mere jonin, Kakashi thought for a while and decided to send Naruto to Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi is a bit of a pervert, he is the most suitable person to lay the foundation for Naruto. TSK. It seems Naruto can't escape the fate of encountering a lecherous master. With this thought, Kakashi felt a strange sensation in his heart. To prevent Naruto from being forcibly taken by Nagato or the Akatsuki, and since Kushina is worried about leaving Naruto alone with Jiraiya, he brought Naruto here. But in the end, he couldn't avoid finding a lecherous old man as a master for Naruto. Does Naruto have some kind of lecherous master attraction buff? However, there is no other way. If we're talking about the most suitable person to teach a novice like Naruto, it must be Master Roshi without a doubt. The other options, whether it's Cat Sage or the Heavenly God, are all advanced level training mentors. Going to Master Roshi would solidify Naruto as foundation in chakra, making it the best choice for him right now. So, Kakashi turned to Minato and said, Minato-sensei, I have an idea for Naruto's destination. What place? Just say it, and we can discuss it, Minato replied, stopping his conversation with Kushina and turning to face Kakashi. I want to send him to the Master Roshi I trained under before. It's south the most suitable place for laying the foundation, Kakashi said seriously. Although Master Roshi is a bit of a pervert, his martial arts realm and teaching philosophy are extremely high, Kakashi added, becoming serious. He would never joke about Master Roshi's reputation in martial arts, nor would he show disrespect. Seeing Kakashi's serious expression, Minato showed a contemplative look. He actually wanted to keep Naruto by his side to train together, as it would be fitting for him to teach Naruto, being of the wind nature as well. Kakashi couldn't possibly not understand this reasoning, yet despite that, he still suggested looking for another teacher for Naruto. After thinking for a moment, Minato decided to ask Kakashi, who exactly is this Master Roshi that you think is more suitable to teach Naruto than I am? Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was next to Kushina, and said, this Master Roshi can provide a very good foundation for Naruto's future, especially regarding chakra. Chakra? Minato asked curiously, his eyes filled with doubt, while Kakashi nodded, yes, exactly chakra. Then, Kakashi explained the concept of chakra to Minato, Kushina, and Rin. I think if we want to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, using chakra is definitely a very good method. The Otsutsuki clan that Sasuke will mention in the future. If that is the case, chakra is indeed a highly lethal means of attack. Minato's expression became serious. The earlier appearance of Urashiki and the purpose of capturing the Nine Tails made him pay attention. He even felt a heavy pressure now. The Akatsuki organization, the Vortex Clan's Avengers, the Otsutsuki. When did the Nine Tails become so sought after? As for Minato-sensei, I have other arrangements. I've already found a training place for you. Kakashi continued, and naturally, the place he arranged for Minato was with Cat Sage. Considering Minato's current physical condition, aside from his neural reaction speed and physical agility, other aspects are still at the level of a Kage. If Minato can climb the Kirin Tower and receive guidance from Cat Sage, It would be completely feasible for his overall quality to break through to the Super Kage level. Yeah, it seems Kakashi has already planned everything in his mind. Minato was taken aback at first, then smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Kakashi has grown to the point where he can arrange training locations for us. What about me and Rin? Kushina suddenly asked, looking at the chattering Kakashi. Since he had arranged training places for Minato and Naruto, did she and Rin have one too? Kakashi's words suddenly halted. He scanned Rin and Kushina with the combat power detector and finally hesitantly said, "How about you two also go with Naruto to Master Roshi?" Oh no, he forgot that there was still Kushina and Rin standing here. This is going to be troublesome. Rin tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Kakashi, what were you mumbling about at the end? Why did your voice get quieter?" That. Master Roshi's teaching style. How should he arrange for Kushina and Rin? If they go to Master Roshi, the advantage is that Kushina can stay with Naruto, but the downside is that they might be driven half crazy by the lecherous Master Roshi, or have to beat him half to death. How should I deal with this? Kakashi was sweating nervously. Don't get me wrong, it's a nervous sweat. If Kushina finds out that the teacher he found for Naruto is a perverted old man like Jiraiya, his head would definitely be knocked out. Master Roshi's teaching style isn't very suitable for girls. So my suggestion is for you and Rin to stay here at the Heavenly God Temple to continue developing sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. I think in the future, dealing with the Vortex Clan's adversary will require us to master more sealing techniques. When Naruto finishes his training with Master Roshi, I will bring him back. So I'm sorry for making Kushina and Minato wait for a while. Kakashi thought for a moment. Naruto's Vortex Clan physique is much stronger than ordinary humans like Rin. Plus, with the Shadow Clone training method, it won't be long before Naruto graduates from Master Roshi. As long as they get through this period, Kushina won't know that the Master Kakashi found for Naruto is a lecherous old man. That's right. Just like that, Kakashi gradually became more confident, and his words flowed more smoothly. In the end, under Kakashi's persuasive efforts, Naruto and Minato were sent to different places for training. If their progress is fast enough, they will eventually return to the Heavenly God Temple, and perhaps they will have the opportunity to receive guidance from the Heavenly God or Bobo together with Kakashi. Now that everything has been settled, Kakashi no longer lingered. He turned and brought Minato and Naruto away using Kamui. Let us send Naruto first. After all, the situation at Master Roshi's side needs to be communicated to Minato first. Chapter 275, Bringing Naruto to Master Roshi. Naruto, get up quickly. On a nameless island, Kushina happily placed breakfast on the dining table and shouted toward the bedroom. A few minutes later, Naruto rushed out of the bedroom in a flurry, not forgetting to put on his new jacket, his face full of happiness. Then Minato also came out of the bathroom, walking toward the dining table with a faint smile. What a warm scene with the three of them. Is Kakashi not here yet? Aren't they supposed to take Naruto to visit that legendary turtle hermit who has lived for 300 years today? Kushina placed the last piece of bread on the table and turned to Minato, her face still carrying a hint of urgency. After all, the title of the martial arts god who has lived for 300 years was too shocking for Kushina. She believed that with the guidance of the turtle hermit, Naruto would surely reach the level of a Hokage quickly, which would enable him to climb the Tower of Kirin and then go to the Heavenly Temple. Kushina was like a mother who was extremely concerned about her child's grades, eagerly hoping that Naruto could possess greater and greater strength. Only then could Naruto have the power to stand against the Avenger of the Uzumaki and the Akatsuki organization, which would make Kushina feel more at ease. Minato glanced at Kushina and immediately understood her thoughts, chuckling softly to reassure her. It's okay, Kushina. That Master Wutian was also Kakashi's mentor after all. He knows how to handle things. We just need to enjoy this breakfast and wait for Kakashi to arrive. Minato walked over, placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder, gently pressing her down into a chair, and then sat down next to her, waiting for Naruto to come out of the bathroom to eat together. The reason for such a scene can be traced back a few days earlier. At that time, Kakashi had approached Minato alone and told him about the similarity between the turtle hermit and Jiraiya, asking him to keep it a secret from Kushina. Minato, being Jiraiya's disciple, quickly understood what Kakashi meant and, after careful consideration, agreed to temporarily help Kakashi keep it under wraps. Subsequently, Kakashi took Minato and the others away from the Heavenly Temple. They had stayed there too long, and the weakest among them, Rin, was already struggling to cope with the high-altitude environment. So, Kakashi ultimately decided to let Kushina and the others return to the ground to live. After that, Kakashi arranged for Naruto to have the turtle hermit as a teacher, found Minato the cat sage for guidance, and also found 2 houses for Kushina and Rin to live in, making it convenient for them to study sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. Once the Naruto family finished breakfast, Kakashi arrived shortly after. Knock, knock. Minato opened the door. And indeed, Kakashi was standing outside. Good morning, sensei. At that moment, Naruto also poked his head out, and, seeing Kakashi, instantly broke into a smile. Kakashi-sensei, you're here. Are you ready? Time to set off. Seeing the joyful expression on Naruto's face, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. After all, what he had worked hard for was to see the atmosphere in Minato-sensei's family like this. It felt like a wish fulfilled. All right, let's hurry. I've been looking forward to meeting this turtle hermit for a long time, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Although he initially thought of that old, lecherous sage when he heard that this martial arts teacher was also a sage, fortunately, he quickly reminded himself that not all sages were like Jiraiya, so the turtle hermit must be a serious sage. Because of this, Naruto's heart was filled with anticipation for the 300-year-old martial arts legend, the turtle hermit. Minato and Kakashi exchanged a subtle glance, both understanding what Naruto was thinking at this moment, either through blood ties or years of nurturing. However, they couldn't say anything here and had to clear their throats and look away. Kushina looked at Minato and Kakashi with some confusion, wondering why these two were coughing. All right, the agreed time should be approaching. Let's go, Naruto. Seeing Kushina's puzzled expression, Kakashi subtly changed the subject and, without waiting for Naruto to respond, grabbed him and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away from Minato's house. Kushina didn't think much of it and turned to go back to wash the dishes, but Minato hugged her first. Heaven knows the pain of only being able to hold his wife every night, but not being able to do anything else. Since their revival, because Naruto was living with them, Minato hadn't been able to indulge even once. Don't forget, at this time, the Minato and Kushina couple were only 24 years old. The next moment, Kushina heard a gentle voice above her head. Kushina, why don't you go back to the room and rest for a while? Hearing this voice, Kushina suddenly looked up, her eyes mixed with shock and shyness. Minato, you... After a teleportation with the Flying Thunder God, Kakashi quickly brought Naruto to the Turtle Hermit's small house. At this moment, a cute girl was squatting in a horse stance practicing punches in the open space in front of the house. Kakashi's arrival naturally caught the girl's attention. She retracted her fists and looked at the combination of Kakashi and Naruto, asking in a friendly and gentle tone, "Oh, who are you? How did you suddenly appear here?" Kakashi was slightly surprised and thought to himself, "Oh, is this the new disciple of Master Wu-Tian? When did he become so enthusiastic about taking in disciples? I came to find Master Wu-Tian. I had been a student for a while, and I am here to visit today." Kakashi replied to the girl in a calm tone, then raised his voice to call inside. "Master Wu-Tian, it's Kakashi Hitaki. I'm back." Kakashi knew that the Turtle Hermit was inside, as he could hear the music from the beautiful radio exercises. Sure enough, the next moment, a shiny bald head popped out from inside. Who is Kakashi Hitaki? Kakashi Hitaki. The Turtle Hermit, initially annoyed at being interrupted from watching something interesting, was surprised to see a familiar face he hadn't seen in years. "Wow, it's really you, Kakashi," the Turtle Hermit exclaimed, feeling delighted that he could see Kakashi again. He jumped out of the house, his gaze fixed on Kakashi, who had grown and changed over the years, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Not bad. It seems you haven't given up on your pursuit of martial arts all these years." Although he couldn't sense chakra, he could feel the unfathomable strength Kakashi occasionally leaked, which pleased the Turtle Hermit. Chapter 276. Stepping onto the right track, the Turtle Hermit shifted his gaze from Kakashi to Naruto. "Oh, who is this little guy?" At this moment, Naruto also realized that the old man in front of him was likely Master Wu-Tian. His eyes couldn't contain his excitement as he raised his hand to point at his forehead, introducing himself energetically. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a student of Kakashi-sensei. And I'm going to be the future Hokage." "Oh, what a lively little kid." The Turtle Hermit stroked his beard, speaking in a calm tone. Seeing this, Kakashi pushed Naruto forward and said, "Master Wu-Tian, I came back not only to visit you, but also to ask you to take this kid as your disciple." "Oh, you want me to accept this little guy as a disciple?" The Turtle Hermit immediately understood what Kakashi was getting at and asked, "Well, since it's someone recommended by Kakashi, I suppose I can agree. But first, you need to tell me what this kid is to you. Also, you know the rules for requesting to be my disciple." After saying that, Master Rashi turned to the girl beside him and instructed, "Chi-Chi, go make a pot of tea. I want to entertain my long-lost disciple." Indeed, this girl was none other than the daughter of the Ox King and the future wife of Wukong. Chi-Chi. And if Chi-Chi's physical skills were placed in the ninja world, she would easily be at the elite Jainin level, which surprised Kakashi quite a bit. Kakashi knew this because he had observed Chi-Chi's movements while she practiced her punches. Alright, back to the main topic. Kakashi glanced at Kiki, who had turned and entered the house, then shifted his gaze back to Master Roshi, his eyes filled with helplessness. As expected, Master Roshi was still as frivolous as ever. So, Naruto, it's decided it's you. Quickly use the sexy jutsu on Master Roshi. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, fear, and despair as he locked eyes with Kakashi. Because from Kakashi's eyes, Naruto clearly read 3 words, sexy jutsu. Why? Why can't he escape the opportunity to use the sexy jutsu to become stronger, even in this new world? Naruto's mouth twitched violently, his gaze extremely strained as he looked at Master Roshi. At that moment, Master Roshi gained a new nickname in Naruto's mind, the lecherous old sage. Forget it. Who can argue with strength? Naruto smirked and boldly declared, lecherous old sage, watch closely. Sexy jutsu. Boom! As the smoke swirled, a hot-bodied, half-naked beauty appeared before Master Roshi, the exquisite beauty causing his brain to instantly crash. In the next moment, 2 streams of nosebleed erupted from his nose. Whoosh! Master Roshi was out. Kakashi placed one hand on his forehead and looked toward the distant sky, secretly laughing to himself. As expected, someone like Master Roshi simply can't resist Naruto's sexy jutsu. What? You asked why Kakashi didn't have a nosebleed? Sorry, Kakashi had seen Naruto use this technique a bit too many times and had long developed an immunity to it. Who told Naruto to always use this trick to sneak attack him before? Clearly, once Naruto unleashed the sexy jutsu, he was invincible in front of Master Roshi, so his apprenticeship went very smoothly. But after turning a corner, Naruto suddenly grinned at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you would want me to tell Mom that Master Roshi is a perverted old man, would you? Naruto felt that this move would definitely put pressure on Kakashi and force him to agree to a few of his conditions, such as techniques and so on. However, Kakashi stopped in his tracks, turned slightly, and with a dark gaze said, Naruto, your mom probably doesn't know that you developed this sexy jutsu, right? Why don't you guess what would happen if I told her? Would you get a loving beating? Naruto. Karen Tower. Kakashi and Minato arrived at this place again, but Minato had climbed up laboriously, and so did Kakashi. Putting Kakashi aside, even Minato took only a few hours to reach the top of the tower. Although Minato was not particularly strong, given his abilities, passing the first test of the Cat Sage should be a sure thing. At the top of the tower, Minato and Kakashi successfully met the Cat Sage. And apart from the Cat Sage, there was no one else in the tower. This was because Kakashi had previously given Wukong a Senzu Bean. So when Wukong was severely injured by King Piccolo, he had Kairatsu feed him a Senzu Bean to heal. Afterwards, Wukong decided to go to Karen Tower to seek help from the Cat Sage, but Kairatsu, finding the climb too time-consuming, did not follow Wukong up the tower after sending him there. The Cat Sage had already received news from the Supreme Kai that Kakashi was coming, so he had been waiting on the first floor of the tower, just in case Kakashi brought him fish, right? And indeed, Kakashi did bring fish. But this time, it was purely a gift, with no intention of trading for Senzu Beans. There was no need to worry, as he had used Senzu Beans for 9 years and still had thousands left. Minato curiously examined the Cat Sage. Thanks to his experience in Mayaboka Mountain, he accepted the fact that the Karen Sage was a cat quite well. Subsequently, Minato, who was prohibited from using body flicker and flying thunder god techniques, officially began his training on Karen Tower. If all went well, after this training, Minato would officially reach the Super Shadow level. Meanwhile, Kakashi continued up the tower via the Rui Bang. Having undergone years of lightning release armor training, his physical strength had far exceeded that of a normal human. Even when compared to Wukong's Scion physique, aside from vitality and endurance, Kakashi was very close in terms of other physical attributes such as strength, toughness, and speed. And let's not forget, the Ninja World S cells are approximately 5 times more than those of Earthlings here. So the physical foundation of people from the Ninja World is inherently much stronger than that of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world. Now, let's discuss why Kakashi could possess strength close to that of King Piccolo. Well, if Tien could raise his strength from 180 to 250 in 3 years of training, then it should be reasonable for Kakashi to raise his strength to a comparable level in more than 3 years, right? Who dares to say it's unreasonable? I'm ready to pull out my wrench. Kakashi arrived at the temple again, where the Supreme Kai, Bubbles, and Wukong were already waiting. Kakashi steadied his mind, and next, he had to tell them something important. Chapter 277, Revealing Wukong's Scion Identity. Wukong, come here for a moment. Kakashi called out to Wukong, also gesturing for the Supreme Kai and Bubbles to come over. He wanted to inform them about Wukong's identity as a Scion because, with the reality of the Otsutsuki example, Kakashi truly felt that other Scions might suddenly come to Earth one day. Whether they came to find Wukong to hold him accountable for why he hadn't completed the invasion of Earth over the years, or to look for Wukong's whereabouts and continue their invasion of Earth, it wouldn't be a good thing. In short, those who come are not good, and the good do not come. Thus, after some thought, Kakashi decided it was necessary to inform the Supreme Kai and Wukong so they could prepare in advance. After all, Wukong would definitely not side with the Scions. Kakashi was very clear about this, so he could tell Wukong everything. As for the Supreme Kai, honestly, Kakashi wasn't sure if he knew about this, but he felt that it was highly probable that the Supreme Kai did not know, which led to the following scene. Supreme Kai, are you aware of Wukong's background? Kakashi asked, looking directly into the Supreme Kai's eyes. A hint of mild confusion crossed the Supreme Kai's eyes as he asked back, I don't know. Why do you ask this? All right. Kakashi paused for a moment, glanced at Wukong's empty back, and continued. So how did Wukong's tail disappear? Wukong took over the conversation nonchalantly, saying, Oh, the tail? The Supreme Kai thought that my tail would be a hindrance, so he used a special method to help me remove it. Therefore, it won't grow back in the future. I see. I thought the Supreme Kai discovered the magical nature of Wukong's tail. The Supreme Kai was even more puzzled now, and not hiding it, he directly asked Kakashi, What exactly do you want to say? Is it about Wukong? Kakashi scratched his head and nodded, admitting, indeed, what I want to say is about Wukong's background. Wukong, somewhat surprised, pointed himself and said, Huh, my background? Kakashi, how do you know about my background? This is something even I don't know. Not only I know, but Master Roshi and Bulma also all know. Kakashi interrupted, and then he let out a shocking revelation. Goku is actually not from Earth. Kakashi's tone was calm, but the god of Earth was anything but calm. He was shocked and exclaimed, Are you saying Goku is an alien? As he asked this question, a small speculation uncontrollably sprouted in his heart. Could it be that Goku's origins traced back to a race called Scions, who sent him to Earth when he was very young, with the landing site being at Mount Paozu? I had inspected that place years ago with Bulma and the others, and their purpose for sending Goku to Earth was to invade it. As the words settled, the square fell into a long silence. Goku, somewhat incredulous, muttered to himself, Scions invading Earth? How could that be? Seeing Goku's shocked expression, Kakashi continued to drop another bombshell. Your Scion name is Kakarot. This is recorded in the data from the spaceship. Moreover, this power level detector was also found from the spaceship you came in. There is nothing else. At that moment, the god of Earth's gaze towards Goku changed slightly, but it quickly returned to calmness as he comforted him. Goku, don't worry too much. Your ki is kind and cannot deceive anyone. Indeed, ki reflects the inner heart of a martial artist. If Son Goku were truly an evil person, then his ki could not have deceived the god of Earth and Bubbles. Kakashi then asked, Goku, did you fall and hit your head when you were a kid, which caused your amnesia? I remember Master Roshi mentioned in a letter from your grandfather, Son Gohan, that the child they adopted fell off a cliff and hit his head. Goku, a bit stunned, touched his head and said, That's right, I did fall and hit my head when I was little. I still have a scar from it. After a few exchanges, Goku calmed down and looked firmly at Kakashi and the god of Earth. No matter whether I am a Scion or not, that is all in the past. I am now an Earthling, and if any Scions come to Earth in the future wanting to do bad things, I will definitely not stand by. The god of Earth nodded with satisfaction, while Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled quietly. Goku remained as steadfast and righteous as ever. Then our goal can't just be simply defeating Piccolo Jr., Lord God of Earth. Kakashi's expression turned serious. In his speculation, Scions would send their children to other planets, and if that Scion child grew up smoothly, they would begin to invade that planet according to the instructions on the spaceship. If that were the case, then the fighting power of this Scion race would certainly be worth pondering. Taking the Otsutsuki as a reference, since they dare to travel in the universe and invade other planets, their strength or technology must be quite advanced. And given Goku's powerful physique and combat instinct, it seems that the Scion race is more inclined towards their own combat abilities. Thus, Kakashi could hypothesize that there are certainly individuals among the Scions with strength comparable to the Otsutsuki or even stronger. Unfortunately, the records in that spaceship were too few, so Kakashi could only enhance the Scions based on Goku's current strength, assuming that a considerable portion of them possess combat powers stronger than Goku's, such as Goku's parent generation. You're right, Kakashi. Those scions who dare to fight across planets might be even stronger than Piccolo Jr. The god of Earth slightly turned his gaze towards Kakashi, who continued, to be honest, in the ninja world, we also face the potential threat of aliens invading, and I have encountered one of them. I must admit that even though he hasn't fully unleashed his true strength, that power was enough to give me a headache, putting oneself in another's shoes. I also believe that a race daring to invade other planets must possess terrifying strength. This time, Goku was somewhat surprised. He exclaimed, Kakashi, you guys in the ninja world also have aliens? Kakashi nodded helplessly, yes. Plus, he even tricked me once. His punches were heavy and nearly broke through my defenses. Of course, I wasn't in the same daily state as I am now. My strength was much greater than what you perceive. Daily state? What does that mean, Kakashi? Goku was a bit confused. Does fighting someone depend on the state? Isn't it just about gathering energy and directly starting the fight? Chapter 278. The Z fighters gather at the god of Earth's temple. Faced with Goku's question, Kakashi fell into deep thought for a moment, considering how to explain to Goku that he had already entered a transformed, upgraded version. In our ninja world, there are several special secret techniques that can enhance our strength for a certain period. Do you understand what I mean, Goku? Kakashi carefully chose his words, forgetting that while this world does not have transformation methods like Sage Mode, it does have the Turtle Hermit-esque muscle expansion form. Goku pondered for a moment and, sure enough, thought of Master Roshi. Oh, just like that old man, right? He can transform into a muscular figure to unleash all his power. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Yes, that sounds pretty close, but my enhanced burst is still different from Master Roshi's. If there is an opportunity in a future match, you'll get to see it. However, Kakashi did not want to reveal Sage Mode and Lightning Armor here, as he already knew that both the God of Earth and Goku could sense Ki, and that Piccolo, who shared the same roots, might also be able to sense it. If he detected it, that would be troublesome. After all, who reveals their trump card in advance? The God of Earth, however, did not think Kakashi's so-called transformation would be some powerful technique, because in his philosophy, true strength comes from one's original power. Anything that relies on transformation or external forces to enhance oneself is not long-lasting. After contemplating, the God of Earth decided to formulate a training plan for both Goku and Kakashi. All right, Kakashi, you should train with Bubbles first. You haven't experienced the training in the God of Earth's temple. Everything must start from scratch. As for Goku, he has basically completed his training. But considering the potential threat of the Scions, I have decided to create a new training plan. Goku, prepare yourself. The upcoming training will be tougher and more exhausting. To this, Goku showed no fear. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Wait, Lord God of Earth. Goku suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to the God of Earth, who was turning to leave. What is it, Goku? The God of Earth turned his head to look at Goku. Goku laughed and said, if it's to deal with the Scions, then having one more person means one more share of power, right? Can I bring a few people to the God of Earth's temple for guidance? I believe that with them here, Earth's safety will be even more secure. Oh, who are they? Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe. Hearing these names, the God of Earth walked to the edge of the square, looking down at the lower realm, searching for their traces. Soon, upon seeing Tien Shinhan and the others diligently training, the God of Earth's eyes brightened slightly. The others were average, but Tien Shinhan was quite interesting. In the God of Earth's perception, Tien Shinhan's strength was already not much weaker than Kakashi's in the God of Earth's temple. If given a little more time, catching up to Kakashi would be just a matter of time. This is indeed a good seed. How did I not notice it before? What neglect? The heavenly god sighed lightly, feeling a bit negligent. Ever since Wukong defeated the Demon King Piccolo and ascended to the heavenly god temple, he believed he had found a successor and had not paid much attention to talents in the lower realms. He never expected that in just a few short years, another young person with the potential to surpass the Demon King Piccolo would emerge. The heavenly god then said to son Wukong, no problem. I will send Bobo down to bring them up. At that time, we can have that three-eyed martial artist and Kakashi receive guidance for Bobo together. Upon hearing this, Wukong was naturally overjoyed, excited not only about meeting Krillin and the others, but also about them receiving the guidance of the heavenly god. He was not foolish, and he understood how much improvement the heavenly god's guidance could bring them. Previously, he didn't mention it because the heavenly god had never brought it up, and he knew that Krillin and the others wouldn't be able to pass through the layer of thunderclouds below. They would only be struck down halfway if they came. Now, it was mentioned because Kakashi had broken the balance of the heavenly god temple, which was isolated from the world, and there was external pressure from the Scions, prompting the heavenly god to waive the trial and accept Tianjin Fan and the others as exceptions. Kakashi also came over, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Krillin would be coming over soon, and it seemed he would be able to see Krillin very shortly. Naturally, Kakashi welcomed the chance to reunite with his training partners. Meanwhile, Bobo was once again riding the flying carpet down to the lower realm. It was no surprise that Krillin and Yamcha, upon seeing Kakashi in the heavenly god temple, were astonished, and then they briefly introduced each other, after which the group was ready to start training. However, Yakilob had a small mishap. For him, enduring rigorous training was the most detestable. Besides, Wukong was already taking charge, so there was no need for him to step in. Thus, a meat-clad Yakilob ultimately missed the training. It must be said that Yakilob is probably the most talented among Earthlings. Just by practicing on his own, he could match the strength of Wukong and Tianjin Fan, who were instructed by renowned masters. It's a pity that his lazy personality and lack of ambition in martial arts prevented him from achieving greatness. Otherwise, he might have been the strongest Earthling. Once everyone arrived, the overall situation seemed simplified. First, Kakashi and Tianjin Fan, as the only strong fighters besides Wukong, trained with Bobo, while Krillin and the others, whose power was less than 200, engaged in more basic training, which didn't require Bobo to spend too much time guiding them. Meanwhile, the heavenly god became busy revising the additional training plan for Sun Wukong, such as specific targeted training plans. Unsurprisingly, everyone who arrived at the heavenly god temple was outfitted with a weighted suit totaling 100 kilograms. Yes, you heard it right, 100 kilograms. Each limb had 20 kilograms, and the torso had 20 kilograms. With this weight, Tianjin Fan, with a combat power of 250, actually felt it was heavy to lift a piece of clothing. Krillin, with a power level of 206, could barely walk in shoes. It was utterly absurd. It's as if the weight Lee carried during the Chunin exam was starting at a ton, considering the way it smashed to the ground. However, this outfit was quite magical. Kakashi originally thought that the 100 kilograms weight was nothing to him, but he soon realized that the real purpose of the suit was to lock away part of the wearer's strength, forcibly lowering their energy and other levels by a significant degree, much like the training armor that Zero used. The heavenly god explained that he had used some kind of special magic on these outfits. Chapter 279, Individual Training Switching Scenes. As Kakashi and the others officially began their training, Master Roshi's training also commenced. He had moved with Chi-Chi and Naruto to a large island, while Naruto's home was on a nearby island. After each training session, Naruto would return home to reunite with Kushina and Minato, something Kakashi had specifically mentioned to Master Roshi, explaining that Naruto had just reunited with his parents, which made him incredibly homesick. At noon, Master Roshi leisurely sat in a lounge chair watching Naruto, who was doing push-ups with a giant rock on his back, gritting his teeth. Although he appeared nonchalant, there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. After several days of interaction, Master Roshi had begun to grasp Naruto's incredible physique. His extraordinarily high recovery and self-healing abilities, along with his exceptional stamina and resistance to blows, were all manifestations of a strong foundation in martial arts. Although Naruto's strength wasn't as monstrous as Wukong's, and his resistance was somewhat lacking, his bizarre self-healing ability far surpassed Wukong's. In a sense, it compensated for his shortcomings. Could he have some special bloodline? Perhaps he is actually from the yellow-haired star. I should ask Kakashi next time. Master Roshi pondered while fanning himself. Meanwhile, Naruto finally exhausted all his strength, unable to do another push-up, and collapsed. Master Roshi quickly appeared in front of him and sent the giant rock flying, letting it land safely a short distance away. All right, take a break. Master Roshi looked up at the sky. Let's go collect honey this afternoon. The weather is quite suitable. Naruto, drenched in sweat, lay on the ground and weakly replied, "Okay," and then collapsed back onto the soft grass, unable to rise again. At Karen Tower, the cat sage was frantically dodging, determined not to be caught by Minato, who was relentlessly pursuing him. Minato closely followed the cat sage, his sharp eyes constantly observing the cat sage's movements. During the first round of training, he had already vaguely sensed the cat sage's strangeness, and after several rounds of probing, Minato was now 100% certain that the cat sage could predict his opponent's actions. Minato then began to think about how to counter this. To enhance the training effect, Minato decided to abandon using his sensory abilities to cheat and relied solely on physical memory and eyesight to engage in a chase with the cat sage. Since Minato's strength was roughly on par with the cat sage, and his nerve reaction speed was incredibly fast. Even without using the body flicker technique and flying thunder god technique, the cat sage found himself in a tight spot, exhausted from the chase. The most terrifying thing was that Minato's physical attributes were rapidly catching up to the cat sage's. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the cat sage would be caught by Minato. The cat sage had anticipated this and had secretly contacted the heavenly god. Now he was just waiting for Minato to truly catch him, at which point he would let Minato join the training at the heavenly god temple. As for this wave with Minato, whoever wanted to deal with him could do so. The cat sage had never seen anyone at the same power level with such fast physical reactions. For those of them training in martial arts, attributes like strength, speed, reaction time, and resistance all increase in tandem with their power. Minato, whose overall strength was comparable to the cat sage's but had a significantly higher nerve reaction speed and agility, was something the cat sage had never encountered before. Although there were few who could climb Karin Tower over the past millennium, this only partially explained Minato's terrifying reflexes. It seemed that even if he had to react to attacks, he would be able to handle it with ease. Perhaps this is talent. In a heavenly god temple, Bobo began teaching Kakashi the art of levitation, while Tenshinhan, who already knew how to use it, quickly grasped the god version of the technique after Bobo taught it to him. At this point, he had already surpassed Kakashi's progress and started the next phase of training. Sensing ki, Kakashi was wobbling slightly, floating a few centimeters off the ground. Seeing that Kakashi could manage to float a bit, Bobo turned to leave with peace of mind. He still needed to guide Krillin and the others in their training. Truly a chosen worker. As for Goku, with his progress far ahead of everyone else, he naturally went to receive personal guidance from the god himself. Kakashi glanced at Krillin and Bobo in the distance, a thoughtful look crossing his eyes. The essence of the levitation technique is essentially the user's ability to control ki. After all, it is fundamentally similar to the core training of climbing trees and walking on water. So, can I use shadow clones to assist in my training as well? But do shadow clones really have ki? Never mind, let's give it a try. Boom! 2 Kakashis appeared beside the original, accompanied by a puff of smoke, attracting the attention of Tenshinhan and the others. What is this? Tenshinhan's 3 eyes narrowed almost simultaneously in shock, utterly amazed that Kakashi actually had the same idea as him. Moreover, he had created this technique ahead of him. However, Tenshinhan misunderstood Kakashi. Having been innovating his own 4-way fist recently, he mistook Kakashi's shadow clone technique as a similar technique that allowed for splitting into multiple selves. Krillin, noticing Tenshinhan's astonishment, couldn't help but chuckle. Tenshinhan, don't be too surprised. That's Kakashi's shadow clone technique. It's a genuine ninjutsu. Tenshinhan's shock diminished slightly, a hint of skepticism crossing his eyes. Ninjutsu? Aren't those just tricks for kids? It's no wonder Tenshinhan thought this way. During his time under Master Roshi, he had read extensively about martial arts, but had never heard of any real ninjutsu, let alone something like Kakashi's ability to create 2 independent selves. Krillin hesitated about whether to explain more about Kakashi to Tenshinhan, but after thinking it over, he said, generally speaking, yes, but Kakashi's ninjutsu is different. They're genuinely usable techniques for attack or defense. Oh, don't get too tangled up. You'll have a chance to see it later. Kakashi's situation is quite different from ours. He's not a martial artist, but a ninja. A ninja? Tenshinhan looked at the 3 Kakashis greeting each other, a strong interest and curiosity rising in his eyes. Now, he was genuinely a bit interested in Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 280. Who is stronger, Shadow Clone or Tenshinhan's 4-way fist? Bobo sensed 2 additional key signatures behind him, identical to Kakashi's but slightly weaker, and was filled with shock and confusion. What is going on? He paused his guidance to Yamcha and turned around, only to see 3 identical Kakashi Hatakes. What is happening? Bobo asked in confusion, while Kakashi smiled and explained, Bobo, these are my shadow clones. Can you check if they have ki too? They do. That's why I'm curious. What technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. Bobo nodded in response, and, upon confirming that this was not a similar separation technique to the goddess, asked again, they have ki too, so that means they could train with me in ki? Kakashi felt a surge of joy. This was a great feeling. With the assistance of shadow clones in his training, he believed he could graduate early and then receive personal guidance from the god, just like Goku. Kakashi composed himself and replied, this is ninjutsu, called a shadow clone technique. As the name suggests, it can create multiple versions of oneself to assist in combat. It's a signature ninjutsu from our side. He also provided a brief explanation, but didn't go into too much detail. It was just some basic knowledge. Bobo curiously leaned closer, even reaching out to touch the other two Kakashis. His shock deepened as he realized they all had ki, indicating they could engage in battle. The most terrifying part for Bobo was that after Kakashi created the shadow clones, his own ki showed no signs of diminishing. This meant that the shadow clone technique does not drain the user's ki. Their ki appears independently. Of course, Bobo felt slightly reassured that the ki of these two shadow clones was significantly weaker compared to Kakashi's original, indicating that this technique does have its limitations and isn't particularly overpowered. However, this technique could still be quite effective in battle, Bobo murmured softly. Kakashi nodded slightly, not denying it. Kakashi didn't intend to elaborate on the pros and cons of shadow clones. Some things were just for him and Minato to know. After all, the strengths and weaknesses of ninjutsu are part of intelligence. Even though he trusted Krillin, he had to be wary of unknown enemies possibly obtaining information through them. Just like on the battlefield, there are always those who use illusions to interrogate and search for enemy information. If he revealed all the pros and cons of his ninjutsu, what if one day someone among them got captured by the enemy and revealed information about Kakashi? That would put him in danger. After a small demonstration, everyone returned to their previous training state, and Kakashi began training with 3 bodies without reservation. Seeing this, Tenshinhan felt stirred, or rather, eager to try out his 4-way fist. However, before training, he felt it necessary to ask Kakashi how to activate his shadow clone technique. If possible, perhaps he could gain some insights from it? With that thought, Tenshinhan approached Kakashi. Kakashi noticed the movement and turned to look, seeing it was Tenshinhan, his heart filled with mild curiosity. It seemed he was coming to find me? Tenshinhan approached Kakashi, his expression serious. Mr. Hitaki, may I ask you about your ninjutsu called the shadow clone technique? At this, Kakashi understood. Oh, you want to learn? He asked. Tenshinhan nodded, then shook his head, pondering for a moment before explaining. To be precise, I've also developed a similar technique to yours, but I feel it has some flaws, so I wanted to ask you. Maybe I could get some inspiration. Kakashi's expression changed slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. He truly hadn't expected Tenshinhan to have developed a technique that could create clones without needing chakra. Wasn't that a special ability? However, with Tenshinhan having 3 eyes, perhaps he was an alien? Maybe his ability to clone was a special power from his planet? Kakashi speculated inwardly, but his gaze remained fixed on Tenshinhan. Sure, but I need to tell you first that my ninjutsu isn't released using ki. It's an energy called chakra. Chakra? Tenshinhan replied. Yes. It's a unique energy that we ninjas possess, something you can't cultivate. However, the reason is quite complex, and I don't feel like explaining it. So I hope you're mentally prepared for the limited insights my technique can offer you. I understand, it's fine. Kakashi nodded and continued. For us ninjas, as long as the chakra is sufficient, the shadow clone can be divided indefinitely. Of course, there are very few ninjas in the world who can reach that level. Generally speaking, for ninjas like us, dividing into dozens is the limit. Kakashi didn't say the whole truth here. Given his current chakra level, even dividing into hundreds would be completely fine. However, if he wanted to ensure that the shadow clones had a certain fighting ability, he could only divide into dozens. This is unavoidable. Even though Kakashi's physical and mental strength is quite strong now, his chakra amount still doesn't reach the abnormal level of the Uzumaki clan. Dozens. Tianjin Fan was stunned by Kakashi's words, unable to hide his astonishment. If he weren't so unfamiliar, his expression would probably be even more exaggerated. Well, Tianjin Fan is still too socially anxious. Social anxiety might not be the right term, but he is someone who doesn't like to be in groups. This can be seen from how he always trains outside only with Jiaozi later on. Seeking solitude is a reflection of his true nature. Don't be too surprised. Let me introduce you to some aspects of the shadow clone technique. Kakashi waved his hand to indicate that Tianjin Fan need not be surprised, and then began to explain the shadow clone technique. A month later, Minato Namake's strength completely surpassed that of the Cat Sage, stepping into the Heavenly God Temple to officially join the training. At Kame Sennin's place, having figured out Naruto's physical limits, Kame Sennin also started to devise a unique training plan for Naruto, teaching according to his abilities. Of course, this had nothing to do with Naruto using the seduction technique to amuse him and give him some benefits. It was purely because Kame Sennin valued Kakashi's reputation and couldn't bear to waste time on such a good seedling like Naruto. In half a year, Naruto should be able to graduate from my training, Kame Sennin thought to himself. Chapter 281. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Half a year flew by. and the 23rd martial arts tournament was about to officially commence. Kakashi and the others temporarily paused their training to prepare to descend to the lower world. In the drizzling rain, Bulma held an umbrella and stood together with Kame's Sannin and others. Naturally, not far away was Naruto's family. Kame Sannin's cheeks and the top of his head were marked with red and swollen handprints and bumps, the result of being double-teamed by Bulma and Kushina. Meanwhile, Naruto quietly stood beside Minato, shivering and occasionally glancing at Kame Sannin, who was still grinning. Mom was so violent just now, so scary, so frightening. Minato was sweating nervously, protecting Naruto, while looking at Kushina's almost floating red hair, and couldn't help but think, Kakashi, you've really put me in a tough spot. Kushina looked at Naruto and Minato with eyes full of murderous intent and coldly said, So, it was Kakashi who told you to hide this from me? Before Minato could speak, Naruto was already nodding frantically, Yes, yes. It was teacher Kakashi who forced me to do this. He said if I didn't hide it from you, he would make me pay. Minato looked down at Naruto in surprise, who was desperately giving him signals. Dad, sell me out. Teacher Kakashi has no blood relation with Mom. She won't go hard on him, but we're different. I'm her son, and you're her husband. When she says to hit, she really means it. Minato's eye twitched, and he glanced at Kushina, signaling, No, Naruto, you're wrong about one thing. Kushina won't hurt me. Naruto widened his eyes, looking at Minato, whose expression conveyed a sense of entitlement and a hint of pride, and his heart suddenly sank. What are you two looking at each other for? When is that brat Kakashi coming? I want to ask him why he hid this from me. Seeing Minato and Naruto still exchanging glances, Kushina suddenly shouted angrily. Minato hurriedly waved his hands, awkwardly trying to calm her down. It's not like that. All right, don't be angry. Kakashi didn't mean to. The teacher he found for Naruto is indeed very suitable, so you can rest assured. Naruto hasn't learned anything bad. I can guarantee that. At the end, Minato hurriedly made a guarantee for Naruto, and Kushina's expression softened slightly. With Minato supervising, Naruto should be safe from that old pervert, Kame Sennin. But Kushina never expected that even in this world, there would still be such a respected old pervert. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a bit guilty upon hearing this. That seduction technique shouldn't count as learning something bad, right? He certainly didn't dare to say this out loud. He thought to himself that he must keep his secret well in front of Mom and absolutely cannot let her find out that he knows how to use the seduction technique. On the other side, in the Heavenly God Temple, Goku, Kakashi, and others bid farewell to the Heavenly God and turned to fly down to the lower world. After everyone left, the Heavenly God turned to Bobo, extending a hand to hand over several pages of paper filled with dense writing. Bobo took it and, upon raising his head again, had a complex expression as he murmured, Heavenly God. The Heavenly God, however, waved his hand dismissively. With a hint of relief in his voice, this fate is ultimately coming, isn't it? Bobo's expression turned heavy and reluctant. But Heavenly God, are you really going to perish with Piccolo at this critical moment? If one day those scions really... The Heavenly God interrupted Bobo, speaking firmly. So I entrust all of this to you. Goku and the others' training will depend on your guidance from now on. By the way, I actually hope Goku can take over my responsibilities. After this incident, persuade him to come to the local Heavenly God. Heavenly God, Bobo still felt reluctant. But he steeled himself and said, I understand. I will train Goku and the others well. The Heavenly God nodded slightly and turned to leap down from the Heavenly God Temple. Although he had listened to Kakashi's words, he was still a bit curious if he was also an alien. However, let all of this go. It doesn't matter anymore. Everything will end in a few days, along with my and Piccolo's fate. A sigh faintly echoed in the Heavenly God Temple. Kakashi and Goku flew side by side, with Krillin beside them, but Goku maintained a thoughtful expression, as if he was troubled by something. Noticing this while chatting with Krillin, Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Goku, what are you thinking about? Krillin exclaimed and turned to look at Goku. Goku's tone was no longer as pure as before, but instead carried a hint of doubt as he said, I just find it strange about the relationship between the Heavenly God and that Piccolo Jr. Kakashi's mind raced, pondering the meaning of Goku's words. He had a feeling that if he really killed Piccolo Jr., the Heavenly God might die along with him. As soon as this was said, everyone present fell silent, letting the cold wind blow for a few breaths before Kakashi finally spoke. I remember you once said that the Heavenly God looks exactly like the original Demon King Piccolo, right? Yeah, Kakashi, do you have any thoughts? Goku turned his head with a hint of expectation. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. I can't say I have a solid idea. I just have a guess. Perhaps The heavenly god and Piccolo share a life? Just like a Jinchuriki and a tail beast. However, such a thought was ultimately just Kakashi's speculation, with no actual evidence. I think what Kakashi said might be right, but to be precise, I feel that if Piccolo dies, the heavenly god will also die. They are actually one entity. Wukong slowly said, this is also an idea he just pondered over. If he had to say what the basis was, it might be that Piccolo and the god of heaven are just too similar. Moreover, the god of heaven once said he had reasons for not being able to take action, so, no matter what, let's first go meet this Piccolo too. If he is not as evil as the Demon King Piccolo, then I won't kill him. In the end, Wukong made a firm decision. His eyes resolute and his tone confident. It's not that Wukong is overly confident, but after half a year of intense training, Wukong's combat power data has reached 428. Previously, Kakashi had also used a combat power detector to search for Piccolo's whereabouts, and the result was that the opponent's combat power was 408, with a 20-point difference. Plus they have Kakashi, Krillin, and Yamcha on their side. They couldn't think of how they could lose, so without much thought, Krillin and Yamcha readily agreed with Wukong's idea. Since Kakashi's strength was enough to back them up, no worries. Chapter 282. Meeting Piccolo. Minato's discovery. Kakashi and the others finally arrived at the venue for the martial arts tournament, while Bulma and the others were still looking for their figures until Wukong approached. Bulma, long time no see. Huh? You are? Bulma looked at the unfamiliar handsome man in front of her, puzzled, as she didn't seem to remember such a handsome guy. Wait, that hairstyle. An astonishing guess suddenly popped up in Bulma's mind. Could it be? You are? Wukong. I am Son Wukong. Their voices almost rang out simultaneously, and then Bulma was shocked. How did you grow so big? I almost didn't recognize you. But your hairstyle hasn't changed at all. Wukong laughed heartily and replied, I don't know what happened. I suddenly grew a lot in the past 6 months. And before I knew it, I became like this. While Wukong was catching up with Bulma and Master Roshi, Yamcha and the others finally arrived late, running out from another street. And of course, Kakashi was among them. As Kakashi was jogging across the street, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. But upon looking at the cool weather, he didn't pay much attention to it. Although he was a ninja, it was reasonable to feel cold occasionally, right? Kakashi thought this and crossed the street towards Minato's family. Huh? Where's Kushina? Kakashi felt a bit confused until he got closer to Minato. A figure with red hair slowly stepped out from behind Minato, her gaze cold yet filled with blazing fire as she glared at Kakashi. Kakashi was startled, completely unaware of why Kushina was staring at him like that. And in the next moment, Kushina's furious shout echoed through the air. Kakashi, you better explain yourself. I was wrong, sensei. In the end, Kakashi managed to register before the deadline. After all, he had promised Wukong to meet him in the finals. And this could be seen as fulfilling the agreement from 6 years ago. Minato and Naruto, on the other hand, did not register for the competition. After all, in Minato's perception, besides Son Wukong and Kakashi, the most formidable presence in the venue was undoubtedly that Piccolo 2 over there. Minato turned his gaze towards that direction, as if trying to see something through the crowd, his eyes filled with seriousness and inquiry. And at that moment, a green face flashed by. Minato's sensing ability was ultimately too strong. Even though Piccolo was wearing a weighted cloak and a hat, he could not escape Minato's extraordinary perception. Although Piccolo's aura was concealed and low-key, in Minato's superhuman perception, it was indeed profound and formidable, making it hard to underestimate. This Piccolo 2 is really not simple, Minato thought to himself, but he didn't plan to tell Wukong and Kakashi right now. That guy was clearly also a contestant. Since he chose to do so, he probably wouldn't suddenly go on a killing spree. Moreover, it had already been agreed in the Heavenly God Temple that this guy would be dealt with by Wukong. So as long as Piccolo didn't plan to do anything sneaky, Minato also didn't intend to inform Kakashi and the others, letting them encounter each other in the arena. At night, a torrential rain poured down again, covering the world in a layer of watercolor. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck the high clock tower, causing it to collapse in an instant, with many stones and clocks crashing down. Right below it, there was a mother and child tightly embracing each other. And just as the stones were about to hit them, a laser suddenly shot out from the side, shattering the giant stone. The mother and child looked up, and in the shadows of the night, a tall figure was standing beside them. As another thunderclap echoed, a white light suddenly illuminated half of a newcomer's face. It was Piccolo. In a hotel, Wukong, who was pondering how to deal with Piccolo and Kakashi, suddenly sat up straight and turned his head to look out the window. In another room, Kushina was sound asleep, while beside her, Minato was reading a book titled Old Politics of Earth. Suddenly, Minato's expression froze, and then a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. The others, including Tianjin Fan, who had slightly weaker sensing abilities, were completely unaware of this, and at that moment, Kakashi, who was tinkering with things in the Kamui space, was even more oblivious. The next day, the preliminary rounds quickly began. The participants, including Wukong, Kakashi, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Piccolo, Master Shun, and Chi-Chi, all went to draw lots. Wukong and Kakashi were walking side by side when they suddenly stopped and turned their heads to look, and Tianjin Fan, who was not far away, also turned to look. Soon, a look of fear and anger uncontrollably appeared on his face. Demon King Piccolo. He almost bit his teeth to say these words, but was quickly restrained by Wukong, who grabbed his wrist. Tianjin Fan, don't say it out loud. Tianjin Fan glanced at Wukong, who had appeared beside him at some point with a serious expression, and finally felt a bit more at ease, so he nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Wukong was still looking at Piccolo with a battle-ready expression, and Piccolo also met his gaze without retreating, the fighting spirit rising between the two, with an aura that made the surrounding air feel tense. Tianjin Fan stood by watching the confrontation between the two, especially the Piccolo 2 over there, feeling complicated. Tianjin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, secretly lamenting that the shadow left by the Demon King Piccolo back then was indeed too deep, that evil aura, and that face resembling the god of heaven but filled with malice. Slap! Kakashi had unknowingly stood beside Tianjin Fan, naturally exuding a reassuring aura. Kakashi instinctively reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist, which contained his intimate paradise, but halfway through, he realized he had already entered the venue, and things like ninja tool pouches had long been placed in personal lockers. Kakashi's movement stalled, and he discreetly withdrew his hand, while Tianjin Fan watched Kakashi's actions with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The tension that had arisen from Piccolo had calmed down a lot, as he had trained alongside Kakashi for a period of time, so he had some understanding of what book Kakashi was reading, although he was quite resistant to reading that kind of book. As for Krillin, sorry, he had completely fallen into it like Kakashi. Kakashi's tone became lazy and indifferent again, asking Tianjin Fan, that guy over there should be that Kek, right? Please imagine the censored word. Tianjin Fan was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly nodded a few times. Hey, don't say it out loud, he whispered. Chapter 283. Wukong versus Chi-Chi. Don't worry, I didn't say anything, Kakashi said with a faint smile, shrugging casually. Over there, Piccolo and Wukong could faintly sense each other's extraordinary presence, yet neither felt intimidated. Instead, their fighting spirit gradually ignited, almost wishing to start fighting right on the spot. However, Piccolo shifted his gaze slightly, coldly staring at Kakashi and Tianjin Fan, as that white-haired masked brat seemed to have insulted him just now. Although Kakashi's voice was relatively low, let's not forget that Piccolo had excellent hearing. Upon noticing Piccolo's glare, Kakashi met it with an unwavering stare, subtly adjusting his aura, ready to strike. Piccolo's pupils slightly contracted, clearly astonished and alarmed. How could this masked guy, who dared not show his face, exude such a strong killing intent? However, such a villain would be suitable to be my subordinate to help me kill some people. Once I kill son Wukong, I can ask him about it. If he refuses, then let him pay for his previous insolence. It's no wonder Piccolo had such thoughts. Primarily, Kakashi's current aura was still significantly weaker compared to Wukong and Piccolo. Don't forget, at this moment, Kakashi was still wearing the weighted clothing given by the deity. However, one difference was that Kakashi's weights were not shoes but leg weights. On his upper body was that green jounin vest, so even if he wanted to remove the weights, he wouldn't need to strip in public. As for Krillin and the others, they had already removed their weights before signing up, changing into their familiar martial arts uniforms. Piccolo glanced at Kakashi with a hint of admiration mixed with a bit of malice, then turned to make eye contact with Wukong before walking away. Wukong had no intention of following him. They both understood that the real arena was the ring. After Piccolo walked far away, a beautiful young girl walked straight toward the group. Not far away, Krillin and Yamcha, who had just squeezed out of the crowd, immediately lit up with excitement, staring at the beauty like moths drawn to a flame. Tianjin Fan had already turned to find Dumpling, leaving Kakashi still standing in place. Kakashi glanced at Chi-Chi, who was walking toward Wukong, his eyes subtly shifting, and he quietly took 2 steps back, pretending to watch the show. Wukong, Chi-Chi greeted, but when Wukong turned around, he did not recognize Chi-Chi, who had changed so much, and innocently asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed with anger, and with a cold snort, She turned and stormed off. Kakashi was a bit dumbfounded, rubbing his forehead, while Krillin, now furious, charged toward Wukong. Wukong, why do you know such a cute girl? You better confess honestly. Having been single for a long time, Krillin was filled with indignation as he grabbed Wukong's collar, tears welling up in his eyes without him realizing it. Damn it, Wukong. If I hadn't known where you were for the past 3 years, I would have thought you were secretly dating. How could you? We agreed to stay single together. Wukong scratched his head, a bit confused about why Krillin was so agitated. Seeing his brother being approached by a beautiful girl naturally made Krillin furious. So, he looked around and immediately set his sights on Kakashi, who seemed to be single as well. Sigh, Kakashi is good. He's just like me, single, Krillin sighed, while Kakashi smiled slightly and said seriously, Sorry, Krillin, but I have a girlfriend. I'm not like you. Krillin, it seems like there's no love left in this world. Soon, the list of the top 8 was announced. Dumpling was regrettably eliminated by Yamcha in the preliminaries, but they both stopped short of causing any serious harm. So with Dumpling's super abilities, the matchups for the remaining 8 soon came out. First match, Wukong vs. Chi-Chi. Second match, Tianjin Fan vs. Yamcha. This was a rematch requested by Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan naturally agreed. Third match, Kakashi vs. the Deity. Fourth match, Piccolo vs. Krillin. Watching the confrontation between Chi-Chi and Wukong on the stage, Naruto in the audience was filled with curiosity. Is that strange-haired big brother the son Wukong that Kakashi-sensei mentioned? And also Chi-Chi's fiancé? He murmured, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. At this moment, the two on stage had begun to engage, and Naruto was captivated, watching the spirited Wukong, feeling an inexplicable connection, as if they shared some personality traits. After watching for a while, Naruto felt a bit speechless. He and this big brother Wukong were not alike at all. At least he would never forget his fiancée. Absolutely. However, big brother Wukong was indeed quite a gentleman, always yielding to Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Wukong still could not recognize Chi-Chi, and although Chi-Chi was angry, she realized that it was impossible for Wukong to remember who she was on his own. Not only that, but Chi-Chi also knew that Wukong had been yielding to her. Since that was the case, Hey, Wukong, if you can defeat me, I'll tell you who I am. Chi-Chi declared seriously, striking a pose. Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes lit up, and he shouted, You said it. No backing out. Chi-Chi nodded and immediately attacked Wukong, but Wukong stood still, calmly making a simple fist gesture. At this moment, Naruto finally cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts, his eyes widening as he watched the two in the ring. Chi-Chi's strong performance was still fresh in everyone's memory, so the audience held their breath, watching Wukong, some wondering why he stood still, while others were curious about how he would respond. Soon, Chi-Chi rushed right in front of Wukong, and Wukong suddenly swung the fist he had hidden at his waist. Accompanied by the swing of his fist, a gust of wind suddenly surged up, and chaotic air rapidly struck Chi-Chi. This attack was invisible and colorless. By the time Chi-Chi realized and tried to dodge, it was already too late. With no other options, she could only raise her hand to take the hit, but the next second, she was blown away by the gust, falling off the stage and landing hard. Naruto's eyes widened even more. This works too? Meanwhile, Minato stood by, stroking his chin, explaining it's the fist wind, a technique where a rapid punch creates a fierce wind, allowing for an attack without needing to be close to the opponent. Master Roshi glanced at Minato, slightly surprised. This guy seems to be Naruto's father? He appears to be knowledgeable. I wonder if Naruto inherited any of his genes. Chapter 284. Quick summary of the second match, of course. Minato understood, as there was a similar technique called Chakra Peacock in Konoha's 8 Gates. However, compared to Wukong's punch, Chakra Peacock added a layer of fiery effects, which not only dealt basic impact, but also inflicted additional burn damage. Chi-Chi let out a low cry of pain, covering her bottom as she stood up, looking at Wukong with helplessness, and spoke with a hint of annoyance. It seems that no matter what, you can't remember. So I'll tell you, you promised me back then that when you grew up, you would come to marry me as your bride. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Naruto, who already knew, was dumbfounded, staring in shock. A bride? Wukong muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with contemplation. Hey, Krillin, quickly tell me what a bride is. He suddenly turned half of his body and asked Klin, who was watching from the wall. And Klin and the others immediately fell over. Then, under Klin's resentful, jealous, and envious explanation, Wukong finally understood the meaning of bride and marriage. Unfortunately, Wukong still couldn't remember who Chi-Chi was, so he stubbornly asked again, So, who are you exactly? Am I really supposed to live with a girl whose name I don't even know? Chi-Chi raised her eyebrows, clearly a bit helpless, but still shyly said while rubbing her sore, "But fool, I'm the daughter of the Ox King, Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi," Wukong exclaimed in surprise, his mind recalling the girl from years ago who looked like Ultraman 7. He couldn't believe that the graceful young girl before him was that little girl from back then. After Wukong admitted that he had indeed promised Chi-Chi, he also acknowledged the marriage, and for a moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. Kakashi's corner of his mouth twitched. He felt that Wukong's marriage was too hasty, and he wanted to make a sarcastic remark. But he was frustrated because he wasn't the one who made jokes all the time, and all his sarcastic energy couldn't find an outlet. On the other hand, Naruto was happily cheering for Chi-Chi's success. To be fair, Naruto had also trained with Chi-Chi for half a year, so they could be considered fellow disciples of the same master, making Naruto naturally very excited. However, not far away, Bulma looked stunned, a bit dazed, and perhaps even a bit lost, as if she had lost something. Well, indeed, she probably had lost something. At that time, the little me felt a strange pain for Bulma, always thinking that she and Wukong should be a pair. However, after witnessing the self-detonation of Bu in the Bu Saga and watching Dragon Ball Super, I completely became a fan of Bibu C. Son Bibu C. Private Marseille? I defected. With the host's encouragement, the atmosphere gradually reached its peak, and Chi-Chi finally got her wish, linking arms with Wukong as they stepped off the stage. Just like a successful couple holding hands. On the eaves, the 3-year-old Piccolo, who was still quietly pondering Wukong's earlier move, coldly watched as Wukong and Chi-Chi left. At that moment, he had yet to realize that his future career as a babysitter for the Sun family had already taken root at this moment. Soon, the match moved to the second round, which was the rematch between Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. But their mental states were no longer as cold and confrontational as they were years ago. Their battle ignited the host's passionate heart, and from their earlier conversation, the host already knew that they had reconciled. Therefore, his commentary was completely unrestrained, and the excitement was comparable to great. Yamcha took the lead. It seems he has encountered a fierce rival from 3 years ago, and his fighting spirit is already surging. Yamcha knew there was still a considerable gap between him and Tianjin Fan, but that did not affect his determination to fight. Skipping the boring probing, Yamcha launched his most skilled move, the Wolfang Fist, right away. This move, after his constant improvements, had become far more powerful than before. However, Tianjin Fan was also very familiar with this move. Even though this new version of the Wolfang Fist had changed quite a bit compared to years ago, he quickly grasped the feeling. After exchanging dozens of moves, Tianjin Fan could already observe Yamcha's attack routes and intentions. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan pushed Yamcha away and shouted angrily as he executed the volleyball punch, beginning his counterattack, successfully blocking all of Yamcha's attacks. The host's exciting commentary continued. Tianjin Fan once again used his signature move from the finals 3 years ago, the volleyball punch, and Yamcha is not to be outdone, actually transforming his punch into a palm to intercept Tianjin Fan's punch. In an instant, the arena was filled with shadows, and the figures of Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were everywhere. Wow, it was truly hard to see clearly. On the stage, the two kept countering each other. To the eyes of the audience who did not understand this field, it seemed like they were evenly matched, but in the eyes of Kakashi, Wukong, and the others, Yamcha was clearly running out of steam, while Tianjin Fan was fighting effortlessly. As the battle reached its climax, they arrived at the familiar wave exchange phase. However, since Yamcha had not yet developed the Spirit Ball, the Kamehameha remained his trump card. With a roar, a massive energy sphere was blocked by an invisible force in front of Tianjin Fan, who then clapped his hands towards the sky, forcefully sending Yamcha's energy wave flying upwards. Wow! And the audience's eyes sparkled as they watched the energy wave soar into the sky, filled with wonder and shock, while Minato also looked at the Kamehameha with contemplation. As Yamcha's final blow fell, the match concluded with a winner and a loser. Yamcha, now completely exhausted, knew he could not continue, so he wisely jumped off the stage. However, this was just a temporary setback. He thought to himself, next time he would definitely defeat Tianjin Fan and achieve victory. Outside the ring, Master Roshi looked at Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, a hint of relief passing through his eyes. Both of his juniors had surpassed him. This was the great flourishing of martial arts. Naruto also turned to look at Master Roshi with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Master, I want to learn that move. Master Roshi's sunglasses reflected a strange light, and Naruto's mouth stiffened. Then, While Kushina was focused on the stage, he subtly nodded. Once again, Naruto's dignity had been tossed aside. Minato was naturally very perceptive, so he glanced at Naruto with a somewhat strange expression, then looked at Master Roshi in the distance, feeling that something was off. Chapter 285 Kakashi vs. The Chosen One. With the host announcement, the quarterfinals officially entered the third match, and Kakashi and the Old God had very different thoughts. Kakashi looked uncertainly at the Old God standing opposite him, constantly pondering, no matter how he looked at it. That middle-aged man in the white shirt was just an ordinary person. However, the fact that he could enter the top 8 finals indicated his extraordinary nature. Most importantly, Kakashi could not sense any energy from the Old God. This indicated that the other party had a very high mastery of energy, just like Wukong and the others, who had trained in energy. Could there be some hidden experts in this world? Kakashi felt somewhat uncertain, unconsciously touching the weights on his wrists. Meanwhile, the Old God continued to look steadily at Kakashi, his eyes showing no joy or sorrow. He indeed did not expect to encounter Kakashi in the quarterfinals. But it was fine. He could test Kakashi's strength. Although the existence of the battle power detector was there, the Old God knew that the outcome of a battle could not be determined simply by looking at the battle power data. Skills, techniques, mentality, and other aspects were all parts of personal strength, the so-called soft power. What the Old God wanted to do was to test Kakashi's various levels in this match. The match began with the host's command. The atmosphere on the stage instantly became tense. Kakashi loosened his wrist weights, focusing his right eye intently on the Old God across from him. No matter whether this person was a hidden expert on Earth or not, I will first test him. With this in mind, Kakashi slightly lowered his body, his hands lightly touching the ground in a sprinting posture, but beneath his palms, a black rune quietly crawled down to the ground. In the next moment, Kakashi's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a breeze flowing backward. Kakashi threw a punch straight at the old man's abdomen, but the old man let out a surprised "oh," and suddenly moved back a few inches. At the same time, one of his hands had somehow found its way to his stomach, just in time to block Kakashi's punch. The old man pretended to be surprised, saying, "Oh, I just felt a bit uncomfortable in my stomach and wanted to touch it, and I happened to block your attack." Kakashi frowned slightly, and with his other hand, he quietly attacked the old man again, secretly thinking, how could that be a coincidence? But this guy's strength is indeed profound. The old man floated away again, dodging Kakashi's sneak attack, and lightly slapped out a palm, sending a gust of wind straight for Kakashi's face. Kakashi was slightly startled and quickly leaned back to dodge, kicking at the old man to force him to stop pursuing. But the old man evaded Kakashi's counterattack with a series of comical yet oddly reasonable movements. And at just the right moment, he launched an attack on Kakashi. In an instant, the two had exchanged several strange moves in the ring. Below the stage, Yamcha and the others looked at the strangely suppressed Kakashi with puzzled expressions. Why does it seem like Kakashi is being pressured and beaten by that strange old man? Krillin asked in a daze. At this moment, he was still a bit naive and had limited perspective, so he couldn't see the extraordinary nature of the old man who possessed the divine spirit. Yamcha felt the same way, while Tien Shinhan stared at the two fighters with his 3 eyes, saying nothing, simply focused on them. Kakashi retreated a few steps, his eyes set with determination. Without removing his weights and using the Sharingan, he knew he definitely couldn't win against him. So, Kakashi lifted the black cloth covering his left eye, revealing a crimson eye that carried a hint of coldness, looking towards the old man, who stood about 10 meters away and did not continue to pursue. Although he didn't know who the old man was, with his strength, he could not possibly be unknown, and he had never heard the divine spirit mention him. You have a great secret. Kakashi held one hand across his chest in a defensive posture, his gaze carrying a hint of depth. The old man did not respond, but his expression became slightly serious as he took a boxing stance against Kakashi. At this moment, the excited host began to comment, wow. The champion of the 21st martial arts tournament, Kakashi Hitaki, is using his full strength again. It seems that the divine competitor is putting a lot of pressure on him. Under the enthusiastic explanation of the host, the audience outside quickly learned that Kakashi's left eye had a special ability, and thus, they became even more eager to see how the match would unfold. Kakashi also knew that the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan could no longer keep up with the current pace of battle, so as soon as he opened his eyes, the 3-tomo in his eye spun rapidly, eventually forming the shape of a boomerang. With the activation of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi's strength surged from 206 points to 286 points. Seeing that Kakashi had even used the eternal Mangekyo, Minato, and Kushina exchanged glances, both showing a fleeting look of seriousness and curiosity. Minato then expanded his sensory perception, enveloping everything around him in his mind. The old man in the ring seemed to sense something and slightly turned his gaze towards Minato, while Kakashi's left eye pupil contracted, quickly capturing the brief moment of distraction from the old man. Almost without thinking, Kakashi's foot moved first, propelling him forward like an arrow shot from a bow towards the old man. The old man was startled and quickly refocused his attention, stepping sideways a few steps while preparing to strike as Kakashi landed. But Kakashi was well aware of the old man's intentions before landing. He changed his posture in midair, pushing off the ground and spinning to kick at the old man, who had shifted position. Such a fluid motion surprised the old man, and he felt even more satisfied with Kakashi's performance. Indeed, Kakashi's battle awareness is exceptional, very good. The old man thought this, but did not slow down his movements as he raised his arms to block. Since Kakashi had not removed the weights he had given him, the old man's strength was far superior to Kakashi's at this moment. Thus, although the old man took Kakashi's kick with his arm, there was no sign of him struggling. Kakashi missed his strike and quickly landed, slamming one hand on the ground to straighten up. When he looked up at the old man again, he had already gathered a Rasengan in his hand, ready to unleash it. The old man quickly reached out with both hands, employing the severing muscle and tendon technique to grab Kakashi's wrist. If this technique landed, Kakashi would surely suffer a fracture or torn tendons. At the same time, Kakashi used his other elbow to block the old man's kicking leg, but it seemed that this would not change the fact that Kakashi was about to lose his hand. Chapter 286, Minato's Discovery. But just as the old man's hand was about to touch Kakashi's wrist, Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. It was true that Kakashi's current strength could not match the old man's, but the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan allowed him to see all of the old man's movements clearly, enabling him to react faster. Most importantly, with the enhancement of chakra energy, Kakashi's physical strength, including his dynamic vision and reflexes, had improved significantly. Naturally, the dynamic vision of the Sharingan could also be further enhanced, and with such buffs stacked, the old man's movements seemed incredibly slow in Kakashi's eyes. Of course, the old man's speed was slow relative to the Sharingan. For Kakashi's body, the old man's movements were still extremely fast. Even with the enhancement of the Sharingan, Kakashi's hard power in this state was still weaker than the old man's. However, Kakashi did not want to miss this opportunity to train against a stronger opponent. This was a rare and tough battle for him. After all, whether in the ninja world or in the divine spirit realm, it was hard for him to encounter battles where he was at a disadvantage like this. So Kakashi cherished the chance to confront this mysterious expert head-on. Seeing Kakashi suddenly disappear, the old man quickly realized that Kakashi must have used a technique similar to the Flying Thunder God. Sure enough, almost the next moment, he heard a faint landing sound behind him, followed by the sound of air being cut. The old man immediately turned around and saw Kakashi charging at him with a previously gathered Rasengan. As the blue chakra ball was about to touch his face, the old man could no longer hold back. His eyes suddenly focused, and he shouted. With the old man's shout, a stream of energy surged from his palm, which he then pushed out with one hand, directly pressing toward the approaching Kakashi. Kakashi's left eye pupil contracted slightly as he immediately detected the invisible energy mass. Just as the energy mass was about to make contact, Kakashi's figure vanished again, appearing behind the old man. From the moment he started until now, Kakashi's right hand pushing forward had never stopped. So this time, even though the old man realized Kakashi had made a second transfer, he could no longer turn around in time to counter Kakashi's advancing Rasengan. He could only hurriedly gather energy behind him to withstand this attack. Just as the energy gathered, the Rasengan had already pressed against the old man's back. Boom! The surging chakra energy exploded, sending the old man flying, but after just a few steps, he managed to stop his retreat and turn back to face Kakashi. This time, he no longer stood between the two Flying Thunder God marks that Kakashi had placed, but chose another spot to stand firm. Watergate furrowed his brow slightly and discreetly glanced at a certain empty spot in the upper left corner with his peripheral vision. The old god also felt the perception Watergate had left on him dissipate and shift away, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Watergate, it's not so easy to sense that I have possessed this young man. He continued to stay alert to Kakashi not far away, while Watergate had already focused all his attention on that empty spot. There is something. Is it insects? Watergate was taken aback in his heart. What he sensed was actually a few bugs. However, these bugs seemed a bit off. They were mechanical constructs with no life inside them at all. Watergate's expression became serious. Such tiny technological flying insects. Whose handiwork could they be? What could their purpose be? Watergate couldn't help but shift his gaze to Bulma, who was intently watching the match. He had heard from Kakashi before that the beautiful woman with green hair was one of the top scientists on this planet. So could she have made these flying insects? No, that's impossible. The creation of these insects should be the work of someone else, Watergate thought. But he was at a loss regarding Kakashi's knowledge here, and even more so about this planet, so he couldn't analyze who was behind these insects. However, Watergate did notice one thing. The eyes of those insects were always focused on the arena. If they were aimed at the arena, could it be that some wealthy person wanted to watch the match and sent out these live recorders? No, if that were the case, there would be no need to make these things so small. There was a high probability that they had ulterior motives. Watergate ultimately concluded that creating such tiny insect-like flying objects, which kept a close watch on the match, was not the behavior of a gentleman. Watergate decided to ask Kakashi about it after the match. Perhaps he would have some additional intelligence. But before that, Watergate leaned down and whispered a few words to Kushina, then quietly turned and left the crowd. Under the shade of the trees, Watergate flipped his palm and already pinched a leaf with his fingers. Then, under the full power of his perception, Watergate shook his wrist, and the leaf transformed into a green arrow shooting towards the mechanical flying insect in the sky. Bang! A tiny spark flashed in midair, and both Piccolo and Goku turned their gazes towards that direction, but all they saw was a leaf slowly falling. At the moment the spark exploded, Kakashi and the old god on the arena also charged toward each other again at the same time. Seeing that tiny spark, Watergate nodded slightly. Based on his analysis, the biggest possibility for the mechanical flying insect appearing here was to steal information from the competitors. So he ultimately decided to take action to destroy it. After all, he didn't understand the high-tech of this planet, and even if he could catch the insect, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. As for finding Bulma, by the time Bulma figured it out, she would have probably leaked more information. Moreover, from Watergate's observation, Bulma didn't seem to be carrying any research tools with her. Watergate stealthily blended back behind the tree and returned to the audience area, standing next to Kushina as usual to watch the match. In a dark corner of Earth, Dr. Gallo's eyes suddenly turned fierce and hesitant. Just now, the insect he had sent out to steal the combat abilities of Goku and Kakashi had been destroyed, and the problem was that he didn't even know who did it. Damn it, could it be that I've been discovered? Or was it just a little collateral damage? But it doesn't matter. Once that insect is caught, it will automatically destroy itself and cut off information transmission to me. They won't be able to find me. Dr. Gallo turned and left the control panel. The insect had been destroyed, and there was no need for him to continue staying here to record data. Soon, his figure slowly disappeared into the dim corridor. Chapter 287. The old god has defeated. The battle on the arena was still in full swing. Kakashi closed his right eye and observed the old god's movements with his left eye. Sweat constantly beading on his forehead and being absorbed by the black cloth on his forehead. Clearly, under the dense and unpredictable offensive of the old god, Kakashi, who was wearing weights, was under significant pressure. However, the old god also saw through Kakashi's intentions. After some thought, he chose to silently follow Kakashi's lead, continuing to exchange blows. But the old god was also afraid that if he fought too long, Piccolo and Goku would see through his tactics. So after 100 exchanges, the old god suddenly spoke. Kakashi Hatake, your strength is far beyond this, right? I can see it. Why do you have to keep hiding? Kakashi was taken aback. He didn't expect the godly fighter to discover the weights on him. He punched and collided with the old god's fist. Stepping back a few paces, although I don't know how you found out about my weights, since you said so, I'll remove them and fight you. Goku and the others, who were aware of this, showed no expression, but Piccolo, who had been watching from the eaves, slightly changed color. Oh, he was already green, so it didn't matter. Piccolo didn't expect both competitors on the arena to possess such powerful strength. And it seemed that the guy named Kakashi Hatake was probably even more extraordinary than the old god. Weights? Piccolo glanced at the shoulder of his cloak. Then, what level of strength would Kakashi reach after removing his weights? He might reach a level close to his. Thinking this, a hint of murderous intent surged in Piccolo's heart. If by the time of the final battle between him and Goku, this guy jumped out to disrupt things, wouldn't that mean his life would be in danger? Strike first, suffer later. Piccolo's energy quietly condensed, and the fingers that had been resting on his arm slightly loosened. He wanted to kill Kakashi before he removed his weights. But almost at the moment he revealed his murderous intent, a gaze from the audience area shot over. It was Watergate. Piccolo was slightly startled. He naturally didn't know that Watergate's perception had been covering this arena. Thus, as soon as Piccolo had the intent to kill, Watergate vaguely sensed the energy building up within him. Following closely, Goku also shot a vigilant glance over, and, at some point, Kakashi on the arena also turned to look this way. Although he wasn't a sensing-type ninja, after years on the battlefield, he had developed keen instincts. So the moment Piccolo displayed his intent to kill, he felt a chill down his back and instinctively turned his gaze back. The godly fighter also silently stopped his movements and stared directly at Piccolo. Suddenly, under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, Piccolo's face turned greener because, along with the 2 fighters' gazes, a large number of spectators also turned their curious eyes towards Piccolo. Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly, feeling an impulse to reveal everything right now, but he looked at Goku and felt unwilling to fight without a fair match against that guy. He even wanted to spar with Kakashi to see if he was really not much weaker than himself. Forget it. Now that he had raised the alert on the other side, it was no longer appropriate to take action. Piccolo silently withdrew his energy, calmly looking back at Watergate, who was the first to notice his movements. How'd he do it? Piccolo was puzzled, but couldn't figure it out. After exchanging glances with Watergate, who seemed indifferent again, he returned his focus to chatting and laughing with Naruto and Kushina, no longer paying attention to Piccolo. After a few moments, seeing that Piccolo had disappeared, Kakashi began to remove his weights. As the weights were taken off, Kakashi's aura rapidly grew stronger, and Bulma's battle power detector finally stabilized at 380. Piccolo started to pay attention to Kakashi's movements. Since there was no longer a chance to sneak attack and kill him, he needed to carefully observe Kakashi's fighting style. This way, he would have a chance to kill Kakashi after dealing with Son Goku. He thought to himself, a fight where I risk my life? I'm ready for it. He made up his mind that no matter what, he was confident he could survive and achieve victory in the end. This was Piccolo's proud confidence, which would only be completely shattered by the power of the Super Saiyan's and the androids in the Android Saga. On the arena, Kakashi slowly moved his relaxed body, inexplicably recalling the little Lee from the Chunin exams. However, unlike before, this time, the Kakashi who had removed his weights truly possessed the ability to determine the outcome of the battle. The old god remained expressionless. He naturally knew what level Kakashi's strength was at after removing his weights. His intention in urging Kakashi to do so was to have him quickly eliminate himself. Although he didn't know how much Piccolo had figured out, the old god had no intention of continuing the fight. Kakashi was different from Son Goku. That kid sometimes liked to play with his opponents before finally going all out when he felt it was about time. But Kakashi would truly go all out after a simple probe, aiming for a one-hit kill. It was a typical ninja fighting style. In the center of the arena, Kakashi did not close one eye this time, but instead enhanced his dynamic vision in his right eye with chakra, observing along with his Sharingan. In the next moment, Kakashi's figure vanished from the spot, almost turning into an afterimage as he appeared in front of the old god. This speed was indeed quite fast. Given the current state of the old god possessing a mortal body, he simply couldn't keep up with Kakashi's speed. In a flash, the old god was struck on the chin by Kakashi's punch, sending his body flying upwards. Kakashi then jumped from the spot to deliver a kick, hitting the old god, who was trying to block with his arms. The old god was sent flying in another direction, clearly showing that Kakashi's overall strength after removing his weights far exceeded the old god's power in his mortal state, leaving the old god unable to retaliate. Within a few exchanges, the old god, who could only barely defend himself, was knocked out of the ring by Kakashi, and Kakashi's overwhelming victory once again ignited the crowd. Piccolo glanced at the old god who had fallen out of the ring, his eyes containing a hint of meaning, and then looked at Kakashi, who was walking down from the ring. His wariness and attention towards Kakashi deepened layer by layer. The speed Kakashi had just displayed did not seem to match his supposed strength. It seemed the guy's training focus should be more on speed. Piccolo frowned and looked back at the old god, who was getting up as if nothing had happened, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Chapter 288, Piccolo versus. Krillin in the top 8. That guy's techniques are remarkably similar to those of my demon race. It must be that godlike guy. However, his strength is average. Far from my opponent. But let's deal with that old fool first. I don't want him interrupting my battle. Piccolo thought to himself, and then silently turned to fly away from the eaves, needing to find that god for a good chat. As Piccolo flew, he pondered Kakashi's sudden appearance and disappearance, only to helplessly realize he had never seen such a strange and miraculous technique. Since the god learned instant transmission only after becoming a god, No matter how Piccolo recalled, he couldn't find anything about the Flying Thunder God technique in old Piccolo's memories. Thus, regarding the shocking Flying Thunder God technique, he was destined to be as clueless as Louis XVI on the guillotine. Although he didn't understand how Hatake Kakashi could suddenly appear and disappear, Piccolo noticed 2 black runes left on the arena. Perhaps that was the reason Kakashi could perform such techniques. TCH, no matter what kind of nonsense you're pulling, I will definitely take you all down. Just as Piccolo was about to step forward, he suddenly heard the announcement. Please, the Magic Second Generation contestant and Krillin, please come to the stage for the match. Piccolo spat lightly, but still turned back to prepare for the match. On the arena, Krillin stared intently at Piccolo, his expression serious. Is this guy really the descendant of the Demon King Piccolo? Then, I might as well go all out from the start. Although Krillin had already died when the Demon King Piccolo wreaked havoc, he learned from Tien and Yamcha's descriptions later on, so he understood how terrifying the Demon King Piccolo had been. Moreover, he had later encountered the god in the god's temple, so his fear of Piccolo deepened even more at this moment. At this time, Krillin's power had already reached 238, comparable to Yamcha's, much stronger than he was in the original timeline. Unfortunately, due to some butterfly effects, Piccolo's power was also slightly stronger than his counterpart in the original timeline. Therefore, although the gap between the two had narrowed, it was not enough to cause a qualitative change. With Piccolo's taunt of Baldi, Krillin made his move. He half-squatted, fists at his waist, and then 2 energy blasts suddenly shot from his hands, racing toward Piccolo. Piccolo's pupils slightly constricted, surprised by Krillin's control over his energy. It wasn't easy for Earthlings at this time to manage such techniques. Piccolo flew high into the sky, only to find that the 2 energy blasts followed him closely. This time, Piccolo was truly shocked. The energy blasts came at him fiercely and quickly, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He quickly fired a pair of small energy waves, which collided with Krillin's energy blast below. Krillin took advantage of the smoke from the explosions to leap behind Piccolo and landed a punch on him just as Piccolo turned around. The blow struck Piccolo on the cheek, making him spin in the air before stabilizing himself and looking at Krillin, who had landed. A hint of displeasure flashed in Piccolo's eyes. However, at the same time, Piccolo raised Krillin's status slightly. At least this bald guy wasn't weak and deserved his attention. Piccolo waved to Krillin, signaling him to come at him, while continuously saying, Baldi, I admit you have some strength, but the gap between us is simply a chasm. Don't worry. In the upcoming battle, I will let you deeply understand this. Krillin remained silent, silently clenching his fists. He was once again underestimated by this bastard. Huh! Krillin shouted angrily, suddenly lunging forward to punch Piccolo. However, Piccolo remained completely calm, merely raising his cloak to face Krillin. Then, Krillin's attacks were entirely blocked by Piccolo's cloak, and Piccolo repeatedly took advantage of the cloak's cover to launch counterattacks. In just over 10 exchanges, Krillin had already been hit 7 or 8 times, while he had yet to land a single hit on Piccolo, while the cloak suddenly swept past Krillin's eyes, causing his vision to disappear again. Krillin's movements paused involuntarily, and on the other side of the cloak, Piccolo had already lifted his foot to gather strength. In the next second, a heavy kick hit Krillin's abdomen directly through the cloak. Krillin's figure was instantly sent flying, and then Piccolo flew forward, striking Krillin again with both hands. Krillin cried out in pain as his body slammed down, creating a half-meter square pit in the ground. With his heavy blow, Krillin finally realized the gap between him and Piccolo. However, what surprised Goku and the Old Master was that Piccolo did not continue to go all out like Tien 3 years ago, but instead looked at Krillin with great interest and then took a few steps back, teasingly saying, So, do you realize the gap between us now? Are you still not admitting defeat? Krillin, covering his slightly swollen face and still aching stomach, helplessly waved his hand and smiled casually. Yeah, the gap is indeed too big. Sorry, host, I admit defeat. With Krillin's declaration, the quarterfinals officially came to an end. Outside the arena, Goku and Kakashi were both thoughtfully staring at Piccolo, who was leaning against the wall alone, while the Old Master still wanted to deal with Piccolo. Kakashi threw a Senzu bean to Krillin, who took it without hesitation and ate it, sighing, It seems my combat experience is still too lacking. I was actually stumped by his simple set of Kaioken techniques, Sai. Kakashi gently patted Krillin's shoulder and said, It's normal. Your world is generally quite peaceful, so it's understandable that you lack experience fighting various opponents. Currently, Krillin indeed lacked combat experience. After all, he hadn't gone through battle since childhood like Yamcha and Tien. However, compared to those two, Krillin's combat intelligence was somewhat better. If we have to say, Krillin and Naruto are actually a bit similar, always able to come up with unexpected combat techniques. And this might be one of the reasons why Krillin could surpass Yamcha to become the strongest Earthling. Actually, if Tien is considered an Earthling, then he should be the strongest, but unfortunately, this pride of Tianjin is a Namekian. The quarterfinals have ended, and the next step is the semifinals. To ensure better show quality, the organizers specially gave a few contestants an hour of rest time. I must say, this is quite considerate. Synopsis: what if Kakashi crossed over to Dragon Ball and met his half-brother Kakarot? Naruto: eat my Kamehameha, Hungry Ghost Path, or Taoist Style. I suck. Why can I suck this thing?